Chapter 1, of course it's self-salvation. Chu Wang has found himself in a different book. Trapped inside the romance novel both Immortal Lord and Demon Lord claim to love me. Now he's cursed with playing the tragic role of the bitter second male lead. He deeply regrets it. If only he hadn't clicked open that novel at the time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so engrossed in reading it that he tripped into a sewer drain. Host, please don't lose heart. Although you don't have a golden finger, knowing the script is your greatest advantage. Believe in yourself. You will definitely survive until the big finale. Host, Chu Jianchen, original name Chu Wang. Famed weapon, broken dust sword. Identity, Sect leader of the Dust Sword Peak of Seven Spirits Sect. Personality, gentle, considerate, self-sacrificing, doting on disciples, especially female disciples, unbearably handsome, especially when injured, extremely strong yet tragically fated. Luck value, 100. Goal, change destiny. Motto, my fate belongs to me, not the female lead. System suggestion, host should skillfully utilize the butterfly effect. Alter the plot direction without breaking the character's established traits. Go for it. There are still 94,608,000 seconds until the predetermined expiration date. On the chilly mountaintop, a man in white leans his forehead against his palm and sighs deeply. Chu Jianchen, formerly known as Chu Wang, after staying up all night, finally faced the fact of his transference under the morning sun. Furthermore, he calmly analyzed his own cause of death 3 years from now. In short, he died because he was too powerful. The female lead is the descendant of Nu Hua, tasked with repairing the sky, which causes her to enter an eternal cycle of reincarnation. The original Chu Jianchen sacrificed his life for her sake. Therefore, as the female lead's master, Chu Jianchen would naturally bear everything for her, unless his strength was insufficient. Sigh. He sighed again. At present, his cultivation level has reached half-step ascension, it's hard to even lower it. If there was only a way to destroy my spiritual foundation. Destroy the spiritual foundation. If anyone nearby had heard him muttering, they'd surely assume he'd lost his mind, otherwise who in their right mind would ever think lowering one's cultivation was a desirable thing? For most, this could only be a horrifying nightmare. So does getting trapped in a story equal instant doom? No. It equals self-rescue. Wait. He suddenly remembered the male protagonist. The first male protagonist in both Immortal Lord and Demon Lord claimed to love me, MOE. His early origins are unclear, only it's known that he was imprisoned in the abyss of demons and tortured for nearly 100 years, eventually falling to demonhood, losing all memory. An encounter with the female lead, Gu Ling, restores a fragment of his human memories due to some strange effect, though most other things remain dog-like. Chu Jianchen remembers that in the original story, when MOE was discovered, his Taoist core was shattered, and his entire body riddled with demonic energy. Meaning, MOE had already experienced a spiritual foundation destruction. Chu Jianchen immediately snapped his fingers. This was a bug but also not entirely a bug. Because during the early stages, the female lead is still weak and cannot possibly leave her home turf, yet due to plot requirements, she must meet the male protagonist sooner or later, even if it's just a brief encounter. So, where Gu Ling meets MOE? It's at the Dust Sword Peak. After careful thought, Chu Jianchen concludes that the Dust Sword Peak is such a small area, one could almost see everything just standing here, no hidden valleys or caves exist to harbor an abyss where someone could be tormented for 100 years. Which left only one possibility, space folding. Chu Jianchen, system, can you help navigate the position of the male protagonist? System, activating navigation functionality requires deducting 100 luck points from the host. Due to the host having only 100 luck points, after deduction, the accuracy rate won't reach 100%. Is the host sure to activate the navigation? Chu Jianchen, proceed. With a flick of his thought, Chu Jianchen vanishes from the spot. Gurgle gurgle. Strange water bubble sounds resonated, thick and viscous. Chu Jianchen furrowed his brows slightly, roughly deducing this to be a very deep cave, extending far beyond the borders of the Seven Spirits Sect territory. Walking about 100 steps, he finally arrived at the end. A blood pool immersed with countless skeletons. Seeing this horrifying scene, Chu Jianchen felt a sudden jolt in his chest. Above the blood pool hung a cross of unknown material. A dying man was nailed to the cross. His whole body was smeared with dirty blood, although his skin showed no outward injuries. Chu Jianchen could see that the man's dantian had almost been shredded apart, with demonic energy invading every meridian in his body, leaving them pitch black wherever it passed, shocking to behold. The man remained tightly closed-eyed, his lashes trembling lightly. His long hair matted with blood fell over his waist, and his weakened body only remained upright thanks to the magic nails piercing through him. Still, Chu Jianchen felt more and more intrigued as he observed. This man was actually wearing the clothes of the Seven Spirits Sect, with a waist tag of the Seven Spirits Sect hanging on him. Isn't it? Could the navigation really be wrong? Chu Jianchen jumped in front of the cross and carefully examined the man's waist tag. Xiao Yixue. Who is Xiao Yixue? Chu Jianchen looked completely baffled. He didn't appear in the original work. Or he appeared later, but Chu Jiuchen fell into the sewer and didn't see him. Isn't he MOE? Chu Jiuchen couldn't help furrowing his brows, paused for a moment, then relaxed again. No matter who he is, since he is from the Seven Spirits sect, it fits perfectly with my selfless persona to rescue a disciple of our sect. Decided to act immediately. For such an existence at the top of human realm combat strength, wouldn't it be easy to rescue someone from here? So Chu Jiuchen quickly destroyed the place, and carried the unresponsive Xiao Yixue back to the Dust Sword Peak, into that, Peak Leader exclusive, cave residence. Chapter 2, Not Yet Corrupted. Still savable. Click, click. With 2 consecutive snaps, the purification technique instantly cleaned both of them spotlessly. Chu Jiuchen placed Xiao Yixue on a special spirit stone bed, his fingers brushing aside the stray hairs in front of his forehead, and his palm covering his forehead. System alert, would you like to bind with the uncorrupted male lead Xiao Yixue and activate the hidden task to save the antagonist? Yes, no. HM. Uncorrupted. Male lead. Chu Jiuchen arched an eyebrow. Activate. System alert, the save antagonist mission has been activated. System alert, character, Xiao Yixue, has been added to your relationship panel. Open the relationship panel to check the stats. Affection level at 10. Seems like he knows I saved him. Chu Jiuchen used his other hand to feel Xiao Yixue's pulse. It seemed the latter's mood had improved slightly, making the pulse steadier. System, what is the relationship between Xiao Yixue and the male lead MOE? Chu Jiuchen directly cheated. Host, Xiao Yixue is the previous life of the male lead MOE. Previous life? So does that mean Xiao Yixue dies in the original story? Yes, host. Then if I save him now, wouldn't that mean there won't be MOE later on? Perhaps so, host. If there's no male lead anymore, won't the worldview in the book collapse? Chu Jiuchen suddenly became worried. Host, without the male lead, the second male lead will rise. You will be the new male lead, and the new male lead is you. Come on. Fate must be in your own hands. Me. Chu Jiuchen pointed to his own nose. I'm the male lead. He immediately thought of the overbearing immortal lord's arrogant love script for the male lead, and shivered inwardly. Wait. System, you're not planning to let me die 3 years from now, then revive using the original male lead script, are you? Host, your reasoning is somewhat plausible. Chu Jiuchen fell silent. Although he didn't want to die, he definitely didn't want to come back to life after dying just to continue being a huge victim. At this moment, Xiao Yixue faintly furrowed his brow. Chu Jiuchen looked at him and sighed inwardly. What a calculation, rivals in love. More like 2 brothers in misfortune. Let's hope it's still not too late. Cough. Suddenly, Xiao Yixue turned over, spitting a mouthful of dark blood onto Chu Jiuchen's leg. Hey, buddy, are you okay? Chu Jiuchen patted his back and used another cleansing technique. Xiao Yixue's arm supporting him on the stone bed was trembling uncontrollably, clearly indicating that sitting up straight was still difficult for him. Chu Jiuchen had to move closer, holding him around the waist, letting him lean on his right shoulder. Mas, Tur. Xiao Yixue slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse, brother. He knows me. Chu Jiuchen was surprised inside but didn't ask directly, casually responding, younger brother, how are you doing? Xiao Yixue's eyes dimmed. I accidentally walked into a trap set by the demon race. Now, I am nothing more than a useless person. But Chu Jiuchen shook his head, younger brother, don't be afraid. I'll cure you. Xiao Yixue affection level plus 10. Brother, please stop comforting me. I understand my situation perfectly. Xiao Yixue wore an expression of giving up treatment entirely. Chu Jiuchen gave a faint smile, thinking, but you don't know my situation. Xiao Yixue watched as Chu Jiuchen's hand came closer but didn't know what he intended to do. Only when his shirt was parted and his belt loosened did the blackened skin on his abdomen reveal itself. Chu Jiuchen placed his palm over it, transferring pure energy gradually. Xiao Yixue couldn't help but gasp softly, his broken dantian feeling like receiving a long-awaited spring rain, comforting enough to make all his pores open. Saving the villain mission progress, 1%. Please continue, host. As days and nights alternated outside, there was no day or night within the cave. A bright yellow candle always burned, adding warmth to the surroundings. After completing a full cycle of 9981 cycles, Chu Jiuchen finally stopped. By now, his face was pale, whereas Xiao Yixue looked much more spirited. Brother. Before the words even finished, Chu Jiuchen swayed, collapsing the moment he stood up. Xiao Yixue quickly caught him from behind, grabbing his wrist instantly, only to feel as though hit by 5 thunderbolts. It turned out Chu Jiuchen wasn't transferring mere vital energy but his very essence force. Now his dantian felt like a wasteland, completely devoid of any sign of life. And his current strength was probably down to the initial foundation stage. Brother, Xiao Yixue's eyes reddened, subconsciously hugging tighter. Why did you? Xiao Yixue affection level plus 520, bond triggered, no way to repay. Chu Jiuchen woke up due to the system notification sound and realized he was nestled in someone's arms. The person had a firm grip, almost causing him to suffocate. Cough, cough. Senior brother. Xiao Yixue hurriedly touched his forehead. How do you feel, senior brother? I'll go fetch some spirit medicine for you. No, it's unnecessary. Chu Jiuchen struggled to snap his fingers. Beside the stone table, an array of jars and vials along with herbs and flowers immediately appeared. With no such items on him, Xiao Yixue swiftly used a gesture and several types of spirit medicines floated towards him. Chu Jiuchen felt what it meant to have their positions reversed. For the past few days, Xiao Yixue had meticulously taken care of him. He first fed him prepared spirit pills, then cooked spirit medicinal soups, and occasionally wiped his sweat. Once Chu Jiuchen's condition finally stabilized, and he could move around unimpeded like usual, they went to the Seven Spirits Peak to meet Master Cui Yunshan. In the main hall, Cui Yunshan was astonished upon seeing Xiao Yixue brought back after so many years. Yixue, where have you been these past years? Master, I am unworthy as your disciple. I mistakenly fell into the trap of the demon race. If not for my senior brother rescuing me, I would probably not last long. Xiao Yixue performed a formal respectful bow. Cui Yunshan was his master, and he had once been a disciple at the Seven Spirits Peak. To tell the truth, he and Chu Jiuchen had no prior interaction since Chu Jiuchen grew up on the Sword Dust Peak. They were merely fellow disciples from the same sect but didn't share the same mentor. Xiao Yixue had heard of the name, Sword Genius Chu Jiuchen, while Chu Jiuchen, who paid no attention to worldly affairs and solely focused on sword practice, had never heard of Xiao Yixue, even though he was also a spellcasting prodigy at the Seven Spirits Peak. Trap set by the demon race. Cui Yunshan looked over at Chu Jiuchen beside him. What kind of trap? Where did you find it? The Abyss of Demons. It's beneath the Seven Spirits sect, but it's very deep, unable to be detected from the surface. I only accidentally stumbled into a space crack and found it. When I brought my junior brother out, I destroyed it right away. Chu Jiuchen casually fabricated a reason based on his navigation system. Cui Yunshan stroked his beard, lost in deep thought. Since 100 years ago, cultivators had mysteriously gone missing one after another, and this type of incident had happened in all major sections. For quite a period of time, the life plates of the missing cultivators in the sects were still glowing, indicating no other abnormal signs except disappearance. Demon's Abyss. Cui Yunshan felt this matter was extraordinary. At present, Xiao Yixue was the only one who returned after being missing. Perhaps he could provide a lot of valuable clues. Jichen, you can go attend to your tasks first. I need to talk to Yixue in detail. Yes. Chu Jiuchen saluted with a fist. Senior brother. Worry flickered in Xiao Yixue's eyes. Don't worry, there's nothing serious anymore. Chu Jiuchen smiled, turned around, and left. Chapter 3, Declining the Female Lead's Invitation. At the summit of Sword Dust Peak. Chu Jianchen summoned the Duanchen sword, holding it in his hand and weighing it. The pure white blade had almost no embellishments, simple to the point of being pleasing to the eye. He drew the sword. A soft resonance came from the blade edge. In terms of character setup, Chu Jianchen's swordsmanship was among the best on the continent. Yes, he was at the very pinnacle of human achievement. There was no need for modesty here. In general, in popular works, the second male lead was usually stronger than the first. They were better in every way compared to the male lead, yet somehow the female lead still fell for the main guy, creating this sense of unresolved longing. In reviews of the original book, fans of Chu Jianchen who cried their eyes out could form 3 lines stretching as long as the Great Wall. Only the original Chu Jianchen had no idea how pitiful his fate truly was. Swish. A streak of sword energy was released. A groove appeared on the ground, neither too deep nor too shallow. Indeed, even though he had reached the peak realm of becoming one with the sword, with his dantian disabled, it was hard to utilize even a fraction of his former power. This strike might only cause damage equivalent to the zenith of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet Chu Jianchen smiled. At the peak of Foundation establishment, it was difficult to even fly using a sword, let alone ascend to repair the sky. Going forward, all he needed to do was remain a nobody, avoid treatment actively, hurt himself by doing whatever was damaging, endure until the 3rd year, shed some tears, and send the female lead off to the cycle of reincarnation. By then, he'd have essentially lifted any out-of-character restrictions. Changing the female lead's advancement storyline equated to altering the original story's main plot. The female lead must die. Not die, per se, but enter the cycle of reincarnation. The Niwa clan cannot truly die, their mission is to periodically maintain the server, repair the sky. Their physical bodies may perish countless times, but their souls never fade. Shoo, shoo. From far behind, there came the sound of footsteps approaching. Truly, speak of the devil. The female lead, Gu Ling, was born water-like, her beauty resembling a celestial fairy. Her skin was smooth like congealed fat, and when she smiled, it seemed as if she lit up the entire starry sky. If Chu Jianchen weren't the second male lead, he and the female lead together would be an envied divine couple admired by all. Unfortunately, artistic works often follow the trend of men who aren't bad don't attract women, so the design of Gu Ling favored the demon lord Mo Yi more. Life with Chu Jianchen day after day was bland and uneventful. Life with Mo Yi, however, was exhilarating like a roller coaster, sky-high and earth-deep excitement. Bland doesn't get viewers, thrill does. That was fundamentally why the role of Chu Jianchen lost out to Mo Yi. Master. Little Ling has finally found you. Gu Ling ran breathlessly to the top of the mountain, patting her chest as her cheeks turned a rosy red, a sight that naturally inspired tender emotions. What is it? Chu Jianchen turned his body sideways, standing with his sword resting casually on his back. Gu Ling hesitated momentarily, feeling the strong gusts of wind on the mountain. Chu Jianchen's high ponytail swayed with the breeze, his brows slightly furrowed, and while the familiar warmth was evident, there was notably less of it now. Moss. Master. Gu Ling fidgeted with the edges of her robe and spoke haltingly, you've been in seclusion for so long. A few days ago, an entrance to a secret realm appeared on Dragon Spine Mountain. It could last for at least half a month. Many people went already. Master. If you want to go, then go. Chu Jianchen knew that with her plot armor, she couldn't possibly meet harm. Gu Ling was dumbfounded. Am I going alone? Chu Jianchen gave her a glance. If your fellow disciples also wish to go, you can all go together. Master. Gu Ling pouted slightly, won't you come along? Why should I? It's not like I lack treasures. Chu Jianchen was straightforward and to the point. Gu Ling opened her mouth but could say nothing. He didn't lack treasures, but couldn't he protect her? What did your fellow disciples say? Chu Jianchen was aware that the female lead had a whole group of supporting characters acting as dogs, obsequious followers, and just having a couple of them around would suffice to dominate those smaller secret realms. She sought him out because that was the plot's demand. Gu Ling lowered her head. They will follow the master's arrangements. In that case, tell them exactly that, whoever wishes to go can, just register with Elder 7. After finishing, Chu Jianchen turned away, lightly leaping off the mountain. Gu Ling felt a touch disheartened. Since childhood, this was the first time Chu Jianchen had ever rejected her. Even though she didn't know the reason, he was already gone, and she had no chance to ask. Chapter 4, Asking for Death. No, this is the path of medicine. Chu Jianchen returned to his Qingxin garden, supporting himself on one hand against the table while the other rested on his dantian. His clearly defined fingers trembled slightly. There is indeed a curse. Xiao Yixue had been invaded by demonic energy for a century, and Chu Jianchen used all his strength to completely eliminate its root, resulting in being cursed by a demonic counterattack. He removed his outer robe, opened his shirt, revealing a dark red mark on his abdomen as if it were a monstrous beast with its mouth wide open. Ugh, pft. Just trying to examine it, the backlash was so powerful that it nearly shattered his heart meridian. The white paper spread out on the table quickly stained with crimson blossoms. Chu Jianchen subconsciously wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before realizing that a pristine handkerchief had already covered him. Master. A soft whisper sounded from behind. Turning around, he met Xiao Yixue's slightly red eyes. Younger brother. Did you finish talking so soon? How could you not spend more time with your master? Cough, cough. Chu Jianchen broke into a fit of coughing, painting the white handkerchief deeper shades of red. Master. Lie down over here. Xiao Yixue helped him sit on the nearby couch and bent down to remove his shoes. Chu Jianchen suffered excruciating pain in his abdomen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he didn't utter a sound. Master, earlier I obtained a Huixing pill from the master, take it. Xiao Yixue's hand was held back. No need, keep it for yourself. Though extremely weak, Chu Jianchen's tone brooked no argument. The host's behavior perfectly fits the character. Luck plus 10. Master. Xiao Yixue felt both angry and worried. Chu Jianchen turned his face away, refusing under any circumstances to eat it. What a joke. What is this Huixing pill? It would restore my gold core immediately. And I could fly on my sword. He just wanted simple light kung fu, plain kung fu would suffice. No, at the peak foundation stage, it's still too dangerous, easily flying away at times. He should downgrade 2 levels further. At least reach mid or early foundation stage. That's safer. Xiao Yixue couldn't possibly guess that Chu Jianchen was now contemplating 108 different methods of how he might die. Truly, when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. A paper crane flew in through the window and landed beside Chu Jianchen's pillow. Summit Master, Sword Dust Summit Disciples Gu Ling, Jiang Beiyu, Chao Shenxi, Qin Li Ru, 4 of them are preparing to go to the Dragon Spine Mountain secret realm. The paper crane flew away, but Chu Jianchen continued to close his eyes in deep thought. Dragon Spine Mountain secret realm, the first small secret realm to appear in the original story. Its domain belonged to a few surrounding sects, forbidding outsiders from entering. It appeared approximately every 5 years, each session lasting about half a month. There weren't many strong beast monsters inside, and spirit plants grew no older than 5 years. But there could be some grand treasures hidden deep within, perhaps rewarding those lucky ones. Of course, Chu Jiuchen didn't need these treasures, nor did Xiao Yixue. Could I die trying in such a small secret realm? This question circled persistently over Chu Jiuchen's head. As long as the demon curse doesn't suddenly flare up, even with his current skills at the pinnacle of foundational stage and swordplay, he could walk unscathed across that place alone. Too safe. However, in the original text, an undeniable plot detail occurred. The female lead casually wandered in the ruins of an abandoned city with her main character glow shining brightly and accidentally picked up her first spirit pet. This spirit pet was called Qiongqi, a winged black-purple tiger whose 4 feet left a trail of sparks and lightning as they ran, looking incredibly cool. The reason Chu Jiuchen thought of it was because, according to the text, old Qiongqi escaped from the demon world but died halfway due to severe injuries, carrying a pup in his belly. It was precisely when the protagonist discovered old Qiongqi's corpse, finding that its belly was moving, that she bravely performed a cesarean section on it. Little Qiongqi saw her as the first person after opening its eyes and thus recognized her as his mother. At this point, a bright idea struck Chu Jiuchen. He made his decision. Saving a life equates to constructing 7-tiered Buddhist stupas. And saving old Qiongqi must also hold the same merit. I shouldn't have followed the path of swordsmanship. I should have pursued the path of medicine. Thus, Chu Jiuchen thought. Chapter 5, The Tsundere Master. Xiao Yixue saw his eyes closed for a long time, motionless, not knowing if he was uncomfortable or not. She sighed, temporarily putting away the Huixing pill, and placed her palm on Chu Jiuchen's forehead. His temperature was normal. His cheeks, temperature normal. His neck, temperature normal. His heart. Chu Jiuchen suddenly grabbed her hand, opening his eyes with an aggrieved look. Xiao Yixue froze, realizing that this pose might be inappropriate, coughed twice dryly. Big brother, are you feeling better? Xiao Yixue goodwill +1. Chu Jiuchen stared at the ancient mobile phone in confusion. Why does this +1 feel so strange? I'm fine, I'll rest a little while longer, he explained. But Xiao Yixue's worries didn't decrease a bit. Brother, I plan to go to the secret realm. Question mark. Chu Jiuchen looked at him as if he'd seen a ghost, to fight with a bunch of kids for toys. Xiao Yixue scratched his nose, blushing, just to gather some herbs that can solidify the foundation, cultivate energy, and repair meridians. That's fighting with children for snacks. Chu Jiuchen said without changing expression. This is wrong. It's mainly because You're already an uncle to disciples under my sect. I haven't. You're an elder. I just want to. If you secretly protect them, it's okay, but you shouldn't fight with them for toys and snacks. K.O. Watching Xiao Yixue leave Qingxin Garden with reluctance, Chu Jiuchen's lips curved slightly. Joke. Even if I die outside or jump from here, I won't eat any treatment. After barely sending Xiao Yixue away, he glanced at the sky, estimating that he could arrive at the entrance of the secret realm before sunset. Thinking about this, Chu Jiuchen nimbly rolled up, still very flexible when his magic curse hadn't taken effect yet. He sneaked down the mountain quietly, avoiding 9 out of 10 people's sight. This behavior resembled a Tsundere master who wasn't willing to officially accompany their disciples' training but still worried about them nonetheless. The host's behavior conforms to his character. Luck value +10. Dragon Spine Mountain. At the entrance of the secret realm, Chu Jiuchen followed 4 disciples into the realm, pretending throughout the performance. In this way, those responsible for guarding and maintaining order would only half-heartedly watch. Otherwise, a renowned swordsman like Chu Jiuchen grabbing things from a group of elementary-level practitioners would bring ridicule upon hearing such stories. What the gatekeepers didn't expect was that after Chu Jiuchen stealthily went in first, Xiao Yixue also followed shortly thereafter. Looking at 2 grandmasters entering the secret realm one after another, the gatekeeping team exchanged glances. Chu Jiuchen soon ran ahead of his 4 apprentices upon entering. Xiao Yixue did not follow anyone, keeping an indirect distance from Chu Jiuchen instead. If anything unexpected happened, he could instantly reach Chu Jiuchen's side. Time was crucial for Chu Jiuchen since the original text did not specify an exact location, all he had was some corner of the ruined city to search through. Hard work pays off. Thanks to his powerful spirit power, Chu Jiuchen quickly locked onto the target area. It was an injured, nearly dead ferocious beast. Still alive. We've made it in time. Chu Jiuchen gracefully landed in front of Qiongqi. The latter reacted as though startled, its vigilant eyes wide open, breathing heavily more rapidly. Don't panic, brother, I'm here to save you. Chu Jiuchen smiled benevolently, like Guanyin reborn. Naturally vicious and cold-blooded, Qiongqi couldn't believe it, but it had no other choice either. It simply couldn't move anymore. Its offspring were about to be born, having lost too much blood due to severe wounds, it managed to escape from the demon world to the human world, landing randomly in this secret realm. As long as it could avoid the cultivators inside the secret realm and survive until the entrance closes, its child would have safe development until the next reopening of the entrance. Indeed, to many magical beasts, the human world is far more dangerous than the demon world. The demon world values strength, while the human world thrives on guile. An animal brain ultimately cannot match human strategy. Otherwise, this world wouldn't have humans hunting beasts, it would be beasts slaughtering humans. Regardless of its internal anguish, Chu Jichen directly pressed his palm against its forehead. Feeling its physical condition, his former professional instincts came out. Xiongqi's big eyes widened and suddenly cross-eyed at this strange human. Wow! This scary human really is saving me. In approximately half a cup of tea's worth of time, it had already escaped from near-death state. In reality, if it was left alone now, as long as no one harmed it, it would recover gradually. However, Chu Jichen was like a saint reincarnated, he saved the tiger and helped it all the way to heaven. Crack. The sound of his dantian cracking, audible only to him, echoed deep within his soul. G.D. Mid-Foundation Establishment. Early Foundation Establishment. He was about to fall back to chi condensation. Charge. Big brother. Are you crazy? A burst of angry scolding startled Chu Jichen, who had been feeling quite pleased with himself, thus forcibly halting his healing movements. Old Xiongqi also received a great shock because this sudden emergence of energy genuinely made it tremble. Chu Jichen's footing wavered, but he was caught in time by Xiao Yixue. Howl. Old Xiongqi weakly let out a soft cry, as if saying, he did it willingly, don't blame me. Xiao Yixue glared at it viciously, yet couldn't really do anything since it was the one Chu Jichen had risked his life to save. Tiger brother, cough. No, tiger sister, now that you can move, go find a place to hide. This secret realm will remain open for at least 10 more days. Don't go to the edges, don't head to the center, just stick to the third part that is barren, Chu Jichen instructed. Old Xiongqi stood up on its fat belly and indeed could move about easily. But it didn't want to leave. Although it knew that compared to these two humans, it was nothing more than an ineffective mount, it would rather have a strong tree to lean on than live in constant fear, both for itself and for the baby inside. Chu Jichen received its message, surprised momentarily in his eyes, but after some thought, as long as he remained at the Foundation establishment level, even with a flying mount, matters as grand as patching the sky wouldn't concern him. Alright, Chu Jichen nodded. Let's make the pact then. Old Xiongqi, excitedly, shoved its large head forward, only to be immediately pushed away by Xiao Yixue who grimaced. The contract was sealed. Old Xiongqi, along with the pup in its belly, hid into the contract space in Chu Jichen's palm. Leaning on a powerful tree sure does fill one with security. Chu Jichen noticed it was so happy that it was circling in the contract space, which made his lips twitch involuntarily. Big brother. How are you? Xiao Yixue was in a flurry of worry, regretting deeply. It was just a matter of sweeping through a field of spirit plants, yet within such a short span of time, he managed to harm himself to this extent. Truly a headache-inducing person. He had never interacted with this prodigy before, but in just half a month, Xiao Yixue's impression of him had firmly settled into arrogant and pampered. He was indeed arrogant, but after making catastrophic mistakes, he could also be incredibly pampered. Take now for instance. Xiao Yixue held him like a heap of mush, unable to prop him up like a wall. Chapter 6, If There Was a Choice. As for Chu Jichen, it was as though he had completed some small life goal, and he smiled like a contented 100-year-old man ready to pass away peacefully. Xiao Yixue was so angry that he couldn't even curse. Although Xiao Yixue currently still walked on the righteous path, this didn't change his not-so-gentle nature, regardless of whether he was a sage of immortals or a sage of demons. Chu Jichen. I really want to strangle you, Grandpa. That's what he cursed in his heart. He'd heard of monks feeding tigers their own flesh, but never seen, no, he just saw one. Big brother. If you keep being so reckless, in the future, I will not let myself be more than 10 steps away from you. Xiao Yixue shook his shoulders threateningly. Chu Jichen weakly blinked, ignoring the threat. Two men always sticking together, isn't that asking for ridicule? Xiao Yixue was breathing heavily in anger, isn't it because you don't cherish your body at all? Cough cough, that. Chu Jichen's eyes darted around, looking for a convincing excuse, she's a mother. I didn't want to see a new life born and lose its mother immediately, cough cough. You did it yourself. Why didn't you call me to save her? Why did you have to do it yourself? Chu Jichen blinked, I didn't know you were here. Xiao Yixue. Alright, my fault. Wait, no. I almost got confused. I don't care. Chu Jichen. You listen up. Nothing is more important than yourself. Understand? Do you rather die than save an animal? Cough cough. I know my limits. I won't die. Chu Jichen's eyes flickered. He would never truly sacrifice himself to save someone else. Xiao Yixue looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Hey, little brother, how did you get here? Chu Jichen seemed to notice late, you didn't really come to snatch the spiritual herbs, did you? Me. Shameless. I only took a tiny bit. Truly shameless. It's not, me. Ah. Get out already. How embarrassing. Then you should go too. Xiao Yishua's expression suddenly turned blank. Chu Jichen scratched his head, well, no, I came in with the disciples, it makes sense for me to leave with them. If you're staying, then I won't leave either. Xiao Yishue rolled his eyes. Alright, Chu Jichen didn't insist further, anyway, at this point, whether Xiao Yishue stayed or not didn't matter, so he suggested casually, then we might as well stay near the apprentices, drink some tea, play some chess, and relax. Xiao Yishue clenched his lips inside, he wanted to steal some of the vegetables. No, the spiritual herbs. What could he do now, since he didn't have a single coin left? A powerful master, halfway to ascension, yet completely penniless, who would believe it if he told them? The two had different inner feelings, one felt elated while the other miserable. But both bodies displayed different reactions, one appeared miserable while the other looked puffed up in anger. Chu Jichen's personally taught apprentices naturally inherited their master's fine traditions of frugality, maximum utilization, and precise planning. With however many days left until the secret realm closes, they planned exactly that long to stay, mining hard every day, collecting materials, fishing, hunting. During this period, Chu Jichen also secretly observed the female protagonist for quite a while. Gu Ling, as a somewhat ordinary female protagonist, although possessing a mix of traits with varying evaluations, was by no means evil-hearted. She wasn't particularly able to endure hardships, but after throwing a tantrum and getting praised, she would cheer right back up. In short, those who liked her would certainly love her. As for Chu, reincarnated version, Jichen, he had no particular feelings toward her. Just the immense psychological shadow from previous experiences involving the heroine's fish pond. If he could choose, he'd prefer a partner who could live one life, be faithful to each other, and exchange whole hearts. And whose souls wouldn't separate even in death. TSK, nice. Hey. Big brother, what are you thinking about? It's your turn. Xiao Yishue grumbled for the 38th time, tapping on the chessboard impatiently. Chu Jichen snapped back to reality, Where was I last move? Xiao Yishue, let's destroy this. Chapter 7, Born to Suit. 5-colored flower sea. Gu Ling walked in the middle of her 3 senior brothers, her hand gently holding a Xuanqing butterfly. Its azure wings fluttered lightly, and the sprinkling powder drifted away with the wind. The group of 4 followed the direction where the powder scattered. Xuanqing butterflies are one of the main cheats for the protagonist. It functions like a divination art that's always accurate, finding people, objects, or paths, all can be done. Chu Jichen thought that if Gu Ling could also display a luck value, then the panel data would probably read as infinite. The 4 of them were unaware that their master and uncle were nearby. Facing this unknown flower sea, they harbored some caution in their hearts. Sister Gu, are there really Huanyan flowers here? Among the 4, Jiang Beiyu held the highest position. Not counting those who have already finished their training, he ranked 11th among the remaining disciples. The top 10 were either in seclusion or on missions, so now, no one opposed his status as the leader among the Jianchen Peak disciples. Gu Ling furrowed her brows slightly. They had already circled the flower sea 3 times but couldn't find their target no matter what. There might be a guardian beast and an array set up. Chao Xinqi's eyes looked somewhat grave. Regardless of what kind of array it is, Qin Liru pulled out his sharp sword. Let's break it. Jiang Beiyu nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, for symbols Pajun array. The momentum of the 4 instantly changed. They formed a circle, each facing a different direction while quickly amassing strength at the tips of their swords. Xiao Yishue gave up calling Chu Jichen back from his days staring at the chessboard for the 39th time and casually observed his apprentice when there was nothing to do. Break. One word came out simultaneously from the 4 mouths. A sharp and piercing scream immediately echoed from a corner of the flower sea. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the sound belonged to bees. It's a swarm of bees. Chao Xinqi frowned. They are guarding the Huanyan flowers. If we want to pick the flowers, we must annihilate every single bee, leave not even one behind. Gu Ling said the harshest words in the most harmless tone, looking determined to reach her goal. Then let's kill. Qin Liru's aura of killing didn't match his name at all. Jiang Beiyu and Chao Xinqi had no objections. Facing the overwhelming enemy that surged toward them, the 4 moved forward instead of retreating. When fighting outnumbered, it was wise to use formations effectively. Jiang Beiyu took charge of combat tactics, shifting various sword arrays for attack and defense smoothly, allowing them to fight with ease. Gu Ling was not the kind of weak protagonist who lacked a sense of the overall situation. Although she was the weakest among the team, barely reaching the early stages of building a foundation, she had a protagonist's glow. Fighting against someone higher than her own level, including a gold core stage practitioner, was no problem for her. Xiao Yishue finished drinking his tea, and without skipping a beat, picked up Chu Jichen's wine bottle and continued to drink. He couldn't help but admit that Chu Jiachen had laid a solid foundation for the basics. As far as current conditions went, none of the 4 disciples would become a flaw in the sword formation. In Jianchen Peak, disciples divided into levels at the mid-stage of the Gold Core period. Before the mid-Gold Core stage, they mainly trained in basic techniques and coordination in the sword formation. The weak should learn to band together. This was the first teaching rule of Jianchen Peak. An individual's strength is limited, only through combining the strengths of many can qualitative changes be achieved. Otherwise, without tactics, even a large number of people would simply be defeated one by one. Chu Jiachen required extremely high standards in terms of temperament from his disciples. Those who did not get along well with others would be asked to leave, while those who stayed enjoyed the master's indulgence. Xiao Yixue unknowingly smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth. If he hadn't fallen into a trap, wasting over 100 years needlessly, by now, he likely would have taught students all over the world. Originally, he had absolutely no interest in taking disciples to impart knowledge, feeling that being alone and carefree suited him better. But now, seeing how fruitful Chu Jiachen's students were, he suddenly felt a bit of intrigue. However, the mentor evaluation of the 7 Spirits sect wasn't simple. No matter how talented one may be themselves, if one doesn't possess the ability to pass down their skills, that isn't sufficient. Xiao Yixue couldn't help but glance at Chu Jiachen. Maybe people like him are naturally fit to mentor children. Xiao Yixue's favorability +1. Chu Jiachen was instantly jolted awake by the prompt sound and looked at Xiao Yixue across from him with confusion, slowly and guiltlessly spreading his hands. What happened? Chapter 8, The Most Favorite Disciple. What? You want to take the Grandmaster exam? Chu Jiachen paused in surprise, not even noticing that Xiao Yixue was drinking her wine. Is it hard? Xiao Yixue tried to keep her expressionless face. Chu Jiachen scratched his head. He didn't know about this either. The difficulty, well, it's manageable. He finally mumbled vaguely and changed the subject, but there is only one exam opportunity every 3 years. Xiao Yixue indeed fell silent. Or, how about you come to my Jianchen Peak for an internship and try being an assistant teacher first? Chu Jiachen raised his eyebrows with a capitalistic smile of a company recruiting interns. Assistant teacher. Xiao Yixue doubted her life choices. What happened at Qiling's sect in this mere century? What's an internship? And what's an assistant teacher? Look, Chu Jiachen gently guided her, it will soon be autumn, time for welcoming new students. A new batch of eager learners will arrive on Jianchen Peak. I'm a veteran grandmaster with a 90-year teaching career. If you intern with me, you can start teaching without a license, and the elders won't say anything. Moreover, you could give it a try to see if you're just passionate for a few minutes or if you still prefer the life of a loner. If you really get the teaching qualification, no, the grandmaster warrant, with a bunch of little ones following you, you'll have responsibilities and constraints then, and you'll regret it. Really? Xiao Yixue looked at the chessboard, stroking her chin in thought. And also, cough cough. Chu Jiachen covered his mouth and strained himself to cough. Your senior brother here, badly wounded and not fully recovered yet, cough cough, so much homework. I can't finish it all by myself, cough cough cough. Xiao Yixue returned to reality, knowing he was exaggerating, but his points were valid. Qiling sect opened its gates once every 5 years, and Jianchen Peak couldn't miss taking apprentices. The whole Jianchen Peak had Chu Jiachen responsible for everything. Although 7 elders assisted with some tasks, all teaching matters were personally handled by Chu Jiachen. With Chu Jiachen's increasingly significant teaching effects, his reputation among the local civilians was widely known now. This year, many more people would certainly come than in previous years. Why did you think of asking for help now? Xiao Yixue suddenly asked. If I said I'm not the original me, would you believe me? Chu Jiachen blinked cleverly. Previously, I felt fine, ready to take on 100. Now I'm old, no strength left, cough cough cough. Xiao Yixue rolled her eyes. He knew Chu Jiachen wasn't wrong. She herself wasn't sure how long she could last either, after all, she was originally an impatient and unsympathetic person. Then I'll give it a try. She compromised. Welcome to join the golden teaching team of Jianchen Peak. Chu Jiachen solemnly extended his hand. Xiao Yixue. Not sure what he was doing. Chu Jiachen patiently guided her, as if basking in the warm spring breeze, stretch out both hands, like me. Xiao Yixue. Chu Jiachen immediately resumed his earlier expression, holding her hand in leadership-like care and shook it up and down affectionately, looking forward to our smooth cooperation. Xiao Yixue. So many things have changed in this past century. Current progress of the saving the villain task, 3%. Please continue your efforts. This side sealed a verbal agreement. While the other side reached an agreement to share their spoils. After annihilating the bee swarm, Guling took the Huanyan flower, Jiang Baiyu took the queen bee's tail needle, Chao Xinxi took the root and soil of the Huanyan flower, and Qin Liru took the honey. This battle today has been quite rewarding. Chao Xinxi contentedly patted his storage pouch around his waist. The 4 of them sat back to back amidst a sea of flowers, resting while enjoying the breeze. How many days are left in this secret realm? Qin Liru asked. It should be only 1 or 2 days left. Gu Ling seemed somewhat unsatisfied, feeling something climactic was missing from this expedition's treasures, but they had no more time left. Then after we rest a bit, let's switch paths and head towards the entrance direction. Our master always says, plan ahead to prepare for unexpected situations. Jiang Baiyu suggested. The other 3 nodded in agreement. The scenery here was nice, so Gu Ling let Xuanqing Dai play freely nearby. By the way, did you hear? Our sect is planning to open its doors. Take apprentices. Yes. 5 years have passed so quickly already. Isn't that true? I just feel like I entered the sect last year, and another 5 years have already flown by. Sister Gu, do you think, how many people will our master take as apprentices this time? Me. The suddenly called upon Gu Ling hesitated, inexplicably recalling Chu Jiechen's cold demeanor and instantly feeling guilty. Master's thoughts, how would I know? You didn't ask the master. Why would the master hold back from you? I just didn't think about this opening ceremony thing. Why don't you go back and ask him? And then tell us? Hey. If you're curious, you go and ask him yourselves, why call on me? It's just because the master likes you best. You'd get more out of asking him than we would. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Ling blushed, the master is kind to everyone. Don't say such things afterward. Alright, won't say it. The team fell into silence once again. Xiao Yixue looked at Chu Jiechen, the favorite disciple. Don't speak nonsense. The latter maintained his serious expression. 2 days later. Countdown to the closing of the secret realm entrance. The 4-person team returned unscathed, loaded with spoils. The guardian watched them leave, soon after which, they indeed saw Chu Jiechen and Xiao Yixue strolling out, envying those 4 disciples endlessly. Of course 7 Spirit Sect has status. 2 guardians for 4 disciples. Others face certain death in the secret realms while these were like taking a countryside trip. TCH, 7 Spirit Sect is about to open its doors and recruit apprentices. Towns nearby are already overcrowded, even the farming households are full of people. It looks like the entire Lingmeng Marsh owes its fame to 7 Spirit Sect. This is a good thing. If 7 Spirit Sect can secure a top ranking in the Immortal Alliance Congress, that will undoubtedly drive the economy of all Lingmeng Marsh. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of small sects and teaching orders around here, none as renowned as 7 Spirit Sect. That's great. I have a nephew who also plans to try applying to 7 Spirit Sect. Chapter 9, Apprentice Selection. Year 13 of Qianjin, early October. In the southern frontier of Kaitian continent, at Lingmeng Marsh and Yunshan mountain range, lies Kailingsong Sect. It is officially opening its doors to new apprentices. Chu Jiuchen was sitting on Lao Paoqi with a baby Qi in his arms, secretly hiding by the roadside, covertly observing every person climbing the mountain with 1 human and 2 beasts acting stealthily. On a distant tree branch, Xiao Yixue hid quietly among the lush leaves with an expressionless face, keeping her sharp eyes on Chu Jiuchen who was behaving unreasonably. System, can you mark new disciples that have appeared in the original story? Of course, host. And, can you help me mark some good-hearted prospects? The former main character had sharp eyes for recognizing talent. No problem, host. Chu Jiuchen realized this was a system that didn't like negotiations or haggling but cooperated fully with its host throughout. Great. I don't want any of the new disciples from the original story. Are you sure, host? They all have excellent talent. Yes, I am determined. I want to screen them out here, mark everyone, not a single omission. Received instruction. System is available 24/7 to wholeheartedly serve you. Afterward, the question marks over Xiao Yixue's head grew bigger. Chu Jiuchen's small actions were as clear as day to him, clear cases of using public resources for private gain. Although he did not know what specific mistakes these children disqualified through backstage operations had committed, Chu Jiuchen's consistent reputation for being a good guy brainwashed Xiao Yixue into thinking, all this was actually for their own good. Indeed, it was for their own good. Chu Jiuchen was reluctantly parting ways with potential recruits. To blame was the overly dramatic original plot, where everyone in this cohort was either a prince or a noble young master, highly talented and backed by strong families but inevitably doomed by the protagonist's overpowering aura. They could enjoy a long life if they stayed home, but coming here led them straight into chaos, a battle royale culminating in madness, mutilation, and death. Even the veteran professor of 90 years, original Chu Jiuchen couldn't handle it. This present Chu Jiuchen was very pragmatic and focused solely on cutting off future problems before they began. He had no 100% certainty and wasn't willing to gamble with their futures or destinies. It wasn't about confidence. He himself was like a clay Buddha trying to cross a river, struggling to survive. Wait, this one still has potential. Chu Jiuchen paused, his fingers moving on the pressure compass. The needle pointed at a young man, whose physical condition was still fine except for an air of poverty exuding from him. Is this the guy mentioned in the text, going from poverty in 30 years to prosperity in the next 30? Yes, host. Name, Xian Ming. Age, 13. Spirit root quality, superior. Suitable for cultivation, ruthless path. From the name itself, it was clear he was a peripheral character in the original story. Though he received a brief mention for suppressing his admiration for the female lead due to his humble background and vowing revenge against a blood feud, plus having average looks, the author eventually forgot about him altogether. Even when the human realm arc concluded, it was uncertain if he ever avenged himself. Chu Jiuchen was an obsessive-compulsive type, and unfilled gaps in stories were absolute red lines he wouldn't tolerate. Now, he would absolutely fill them himself. Besides, Xian Ming barely influenced the main character, those few mentions being merely superficial compliments to highlight her charm. No harm done. Keep him alone. This character has been marked and will be normally passed through. On the tree branch, Xiao Yixue frowned. She noticed Chu Jiuchen stared at this boy for quite some time, fiddling with the pointer repeatedly before finally allowing passage, hesitant just like a young girl choosing a husband. This boy's aptitude isn't even better than those eliminated earlier, yet so much deliberation. What is he playing at? Xiao Yixue didn't believe in conspiracy theories and patiently squatted on the branch with a leaf in her mouth, wanting to whistle but not daring to make a sound. The selection continued. Chu Jiuchen furiously deleted all the melodramatic elements in the script that should go, and the upcoming new cast would experience significant changes, a move to alter the main storyline effectively. Noon. Main Gate Square. Everyone who reached here could get a bowl of spirit rice porridge to drink. For many ordinary people, this was the most nutritious thing they'd ever eaten. Kailingsong Sect's apprentice recruitment age limit was set rather wide, anyone under 40. 30-year-olds were still considered middle-aged with a future. Kailingsong Sect wouldn't easily discard such potentials. If one could stabilize at the foundation stage before the age of 50, their lifespan would be extended to nearly 200 years. During this period, if they broke through to the golden core stage, their lifespan would reach around 500. Time is the capital for chasing dreams. The vast majority of ordinary people wanted to take a shot at cultivation, leading to the appearance of many town sects, even solitary cultivators and church organizations. In the central bustling area of the continent, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say, all citizens cultivate. If it weren't for the Longji Mountain secret realm being closed to the public, within half a month, countless people would have scoured every inch of the secret realm. When the Seven Spirit Sect offered spiritual rice porridge to those climbing the mountain, the enthusiasm among the crowd reached unprecedented heights, with everyone eagerly anticipating the next stage of evaluation. Chu Jiuchen's gaze roughly swept across the square. Though the age limit was relaxed, almost all who stood here were teenagers under 20 years old. As for the children under 10, they were not subject to the standard evaluation process. Take Chu Jiuchen for example. He had been adopted by his master since childhood and began practicing swordplay on Jianchen Peak as soon as he could remember. Jiuchen, are there any more climbers below? The sect master transmitted a sound wave. No more climbers down there, though there are still some halfway up, Chu Jiuchen replied. That's settled then, time is over, you may send them off. Understood. Chu Jiuchen no longer needed to hide secretly. The old chi raised its legs and shook slightly out of numbness. Those nearby still climbing suddenly saw a small hill rise beside the mountain path, upon closer inspection, revealing a ferocious tiger's head. Mommy. A man lost his footing but was supported mid-air by Chu Jiuchen. Thank you all for your trust and support in our Seven Spirit Sect. Chu Jiuchen delivered a well-versed public relations speech, gently sending the remaining participants away. Xiao Yixue leaped down from the tree branch, her arms crossed, standing atop the tailbone of the old chi as she gazed downward. A few boys you just sent away. What about them? Chu Jiuchen remained expressionless. They started fighting each other down there. Chapter 10, It Likes You Too. At the base of the welcoming mountain of the Seven Spirit Sect. Ordered by Preliminary Examiner, Chu Jiuchen, Xiao Yixue responded with iron-fisted force to suppress the Muggle rebellion below. Numerous wealthy generations kneeled obediently and confessed their errors. Immortal teacher. I object. Why did the commoners pass while I didn't? Impatience. Xiao Yixue's gaze was indifferent. Immortal teacher, my family has money, can I buy a spot? The spot you're buying is the qualification to revise the rules for our sect. Xiao Yixue continued to remain indifferent. Immortal teacher, you're amazing, can I become your disciple? I don't have a certificate, I'm just an intern. Xiao Yixue maintained her cool indifference. Chu Jiuchen's subtle words had influenced her, making her mistakenly believe that these were the latest fashion trends developed in the cultivation world over the past century. Born in the same era, classmates of the same generation, without generation gaps, both top talents, various shared points made Xiao Yixue only want to be close to Chu Jiuchen after returning, showing some distance from others. Even Patriarch Cui Yunshan didn't try to keep him at the Seven Spirits Peak anymore. Now he was officially part of Jianchen Peak. That person who said he wanted to be a disciple swallowed hard, watching him with a jade token hanging at his waist marked Jianchen Peak, breaking into tears immediately. Immortal teacher. Immortal teacher, wail wail wail. I truly admire Master Chu, for whom I prepared for 4 years, reducing from 400 pounds to 200 pounds now. I really wail. Xiao Yixue, who are you? She certainly didn't remember there being such a person in the mountain climbing group. I've just arrived. The fat man blushed, reluctant to admit he had only climbed 18 steps. No matter what excuses you give, either try another sect or come back in 5 years when 7 Spirit Sect reopens. After saying this, Xiao Yixue took a step into the territory while placing her palm before her to activate the protective sect array once again. This was also the reason Chu Jiuchen had sent her down. With just one hand, he could easily seal the sect, sparing others the effort of laboring for hours to get it done. Resources must be utilized. Human resources are resources too. Thus, Xiao Yixue unconsciously learned many capitalist ideologies from Chu Jiuchen. Meanwhile, the second round of evaluations was underway on the mountain. Written examination. It tested cultural literacy. How can one read ancient texts if they cannot understand characters? How can one study if they cannot comprehend the text? As the written exam invigilator Chu Jiuchen had said, the 7 Spirit Sect isn't a 9-year compulsory education school, but rather a professional skills training school. Those who don't know how to read can go to the academy and learn. Come back when you're ready. That one sentence disqualified another batch of illiterate candidates. For those without a main character's aura, being talented was just an ordinary adjective. In the vast sea of humanity, there were countless, talented individuals, yet only a few achieved greatness. Fewer than 2,000 people remained in the square, which still felt like quite a number. Having over 1,000 participants was indeed too exaggerated. Even Patriarch Cui Yunshan's eyelids were twitching. After all, the 7 Spirit Sect consisted of 6 peaks and 1 valley. The main peak, 7 Spirit Peak, specialized in 7 elemental magic attributes: wind, fire, thunder, ice, water, wood, and earth. It was the signature feature of the 7 Spirit Sect. The other regions included Jianchen Peak, known for its sword techniques. Yang Peak, pronounced similarly to Jian, specializing in archery. Xuanhu Peak for medicine and alchemy. Lujin Peak for weapon forging and metallurgy. Longgu Peak for nurturing spirit pets and animal taming. And Jiugong Valley for studying various restrictions, array methods, talisman arts, and mechanical constructs. Naturally, the largest group was from the main peak. The combined populations of the other 5 peaks and 1 valley didn't even equal 1/10 of the main peaks. Take Jianchen Peak, for example. Only one master of the peak oversaw the recruitment of disciples, accepting around 10 new students each time, this count not including those persuaded to quit midway. The other peaks were similar to Jianchen Peak but had their own sect leaders instead. Except for Yang Peak, the remaining masters of the peaks and valleys rarely managed daily affairs. They focused solely on research and development, and taking on apprentices was left entirely to chance. In such circumstances, the total intake for disciples from the 5 peaks and 1 valley added up to merely several dozen at most. What about the rest of the crowd? Patriarch Cui Yunshan had a real headache. He wished Chu Jiuchen would find more reasons to disqualify half the remaining applicants. The handwriting reflects the person. Your pen strokes are hasty and unsteady, your mind is restless. You're prone to accidents in cultivation. Perhaps you should go home and calm down first. Wrote too fast. Eager for quick results. Same reasons apply as above. Pursuing immortality is your freedom, but if you've lost your true heart, you're nothing but a walking corpse chasing longevity. You think living without purpose is fine. Yes, existing doesn't need meaning, but pursuing the Tao does. If you can't grasp this concept, I suggest you explore immortality on your own at home and see if your longing for eternal life moves heaven itself. Same applies to you. Attaching lives to mortals may be a gift from your chosen path of cultivating a pure heart, but get the sequence right before coming again. Next. An individual holding his scroll suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. Chu. Chu. Revered Master Chu. I like you. Chu Jiuchen. I. When I was little, you saved me. You said, after I grew up, I could come to the 7 Spirit Sect and find you. Now I've grown up. My parents agreed too. I want to learn, how to become an immortal like you. Everyone was stunned by the heartfelt confession, leaving the entire area in silence. Chu Jiuchen himself was dumbfounded. Was there a 10-year-old kid like this in the original storyline? No, host. So what's happening here? No changes made to the script told to me, right? Perhaps it's the butterfly effect, host. Can you confirm that this is additional plotline? Not some hidden character from the original. System scan confirmed no errors, just a regular native inhabitant. Alright, I trust you. Chu Jiuchen coughed and lifted the young boy from a distance. Stand up first. Although you're only 11, you've got decent strength in your hands, you seem to have been practicing at home. The boy turned red-faced suddenly. Yes, because I always thought Master Chu used a sword so beautifully. So, I asked my father to carve me a wooden sword, and I started learning. You like swords? Yes. Chu Jiuchen snapped his fingers, and a sword instantly appeared in the boy's arms. Hold it firmly and repeat. I. Embarrassed under everyone's gazes, the boy stammered, his face turning red. I like swords. Suddenly, the sword hummed. Faint light glimmered from the blade, reflecting off the clear, bright eyes, much like the stars and moon complementing each other. Chu Jiuchen nodded approvingly, a rare smile spreading across his lips. Good. The sword likes you too. Chapter 11, The New Disciple of Jianchen Peak. The boy froze, stupefied. What? He couldn't believe it and looked down at the seemingly spiritual sword in his arms. Though his sensations might be vague, he knew for sure the response happened only after saying he liked it. The sword had seemed to awaken and react. Not convinced? Try giving it a name. Chu Jiuchen found this interesting. If it weren't for the system marking him as an ordinary native, he would have thought this was the male protagonist from some novel who had traveled through time. Name? I like it, so let's call it Happiness, alright? The boy lacked literary talent but asked earnestly with heartfelt excitement. The sword in his arms hummed again. Whether it's good or not, you'll know when you draw it. Chu Jiuchen slightly tilted his head. The boy eagerly anticipated. With trembling hands out of excitement, he grasped the genuine hilt for the first time. Swish. Everyone's eyes lit up at once. 2 characters were engraved on the blade in elegant strokes, happiness. Bonding with its master. Cui Yunshan abruptly stood up, the last pair to achieve such compatibility was Chu Jiuchen and his severed dust. Chu Jiuchen was already at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, which meant this boy had an immeasurable future. Cui Yunshan narrowed his eyes, jealous but unable to express it. The crowd grew even more envious but dared not say anything. The name, Chu Jiuchen, was renowned far and wide. Even a random sword he picked wouldn't be anything less than top-notch. With the lively hum of the sword, it was surely a rare treasure. What kind of doggy luck does this stinky kid have? The recently eliminated candidates ground their teeth in frustration, and those still waiting in line became increasingly uneasy. Among the bushes by the edge of the square, squatted a large group of people. They were all current students from the various peaks. All were curious about who their junior siblings would be, how many there were, whether they were talented or not, and if they were handsome or pretty. Hey, Linger, this guy should be your Sword Dust Peak's future junior brother, huh? Incredible. Your master has already shown remarkable appreciation for him. Gu Ling smiled faintly but felt a pang of loss inside. Yeah, this junior brother is promising. Perhaps because of the lucky young man's straightforward declaration earlier, subsequent applicants no longer played games. Master Chu. I want to become a healer. To bring medicine to all. I am very interested in mechanical arts. I wonder if I could meet Master Ji. Master Chu, I like animals, actually, I can talk to birds. Master Chu multiplied x 10086 times. When the examinees accepted the exam rules they had imagined, it was the invigilators' turn to be stunned speechless. These boys and girls freely discussed their dreams, exuding youth and hope both inside and out. At this age, their concept of lifespan was still vague, hence their aspirations naturally varied widely. It's no wonder that masters throughout history prefer to recruit young children for discipleship. After all, younger ones are easier to mold. On the high platform, all the peak leaders were present, except for Ji Yu, the fortunate headmaster of Jiugong Valley who had been personally named. Below, those who had openly expressed their preferences were noted down secretly by corresponding mountain masters. Chu Jiuchen didn't meddle in areas outside his expertise. As long as the potential disciples were upright and honest without malicious intent, they were allowed to pass the written test. After passing the written test, came the 6 Peak 1 Valley distribution evaluation. Those eliminated at this step still had the chance to become laborers' disciples for 3 years. Within these 3 years, if they performed satisfactorily, they could always be promoted officially. Chu Jiuchen was the most decisive among all, leading 8 new disciples away immediately after the written test stage ended. Because all who wanted to learn under him made direct declarations on the spot. The system's keen eye feature made screening them almost effortless. Other mountain leaders also took away several apprentices each, while bringing along a few more who voluntarily chose to work as laborers despite failing initially. The rest belonged solely to Cui Yunshan's worries. Sword Dust Peak. Chu Jiuchen stood holding a sword, dressed in black hair and white robes. The 8 people had already changed into new sect garments and hung the token belonging to Sword Dust Peak around their waists. Chu Jiuchen did not take any laborer disciples. Either one sat as equals, or did not sit at all. Neither the former Chu Jiuchen nor the current Chu Jiuchen liked treating students differently. You 8, from right to left, introduce yourselves, start. The first one on the right hesitated slightly, then quickly reacted. My name is Yi Yunzhu, 16 years old, from the western Lingmeng Marsh, Yoli Town. My name is Wenya, 14 years old, from the South Sea Enlightenment Island, long admiring the great name of 7 Spirit Sect, thankful that my master gives me this opportunity. My name is Wang Suyue, 16 years old, from the nearby Rush City. My name is Xian Ming, 13 years old. The next person waited, seeing there was no continuation, then introduced themselves. My name is Wei Hua, 18 years old, originally from the White River Fortified Border Defense Army in the southwest. Feeling insufficient strength, I've come here to apprentice and improve. My name is Li Yanqing, 17 years old. I've abandoned literature for martial arts. My name is Zhang Ximin, 12 years old, from Zhangjiu village, hoping to become friends with all of you in the future. My name is Lu Sanlang, 11 years old. My family has just moved to Lucheng, but if I don't study well here, my parents won't let me go home. After all 8 had finished introducing themselves, Chu Jiuchen waved his hand, and behind him, 8 heavy iron swords respectively planted themselves at the feet of the 8 individuals. These are the practice swords specially made for you. Draw them out and hold them properly like me. Chu Jiuchen's work attitude was very professional. Xiao Yixue, who sat on a tree branch not far away, had seen him teaching children for the first time. The 8 of them used all their strength to pull the iron swords from the ground, even Lu Sanlang, who already possessed happiness. These 8 swords were system-made products, each consuming 1 point of Chu Jiuchen's luck value, leaving him with 12 points currently. He didn't look down on the inventory goods of Sword Dust Peak. Mainly, system products could be freely maintained and their weight values could be altered anytime, making them excellent practice swords. Chu Jiuchen held his left hand behind him while keeping his right hand and body forming a 45-degree angle, merely an ordinary sword-holding posture. Nevertheless, all 8 of them clenched their teeth tightly. Not to mention the right hand holding the sword, even the idle left hand started sweating profusely and shaking uncontrollably. Is this sword some kind of devil? This thought ran through all 8 of their minds simultaneously. This wasn't a devious strategy Chu Jiuchen concocted himself, it was a habit retained by the original host preserved in his memory banks. Snap. A snap and the incense stick would burn for about 15 minutes. If all of you can hold this stance for 1 full incense duration, your master will reward you with a dance. Clang. Xiao Yixue, sitting on the tree branch, almost fell face first onto the ground. Lu Sanlang's eyes lit up instantly. Master. I can do it. Before he finished speaking, his fingers tightened abruptly, and the previously slightly trembling sword stabilized as solid as a rock. It was as though he had been injected with steroids. Being the youngest, his mind was the simplest and most straightforward among everyone's. Chu Jiuchen plus dance equals sword dancing equals swordsmanship demonstration teaching. As for the others, they all paused momentarily. Chapter 12, Dreams and Illusions. 15 minutes passed quickly, yet 9 people felt that it dragged on forever. Xiao Yixue no longer hung off the tree but sat directly beside the training ground. The 8 trainees kept glancing sideways, unsure whether this person was an elder brother or an elder, afraid to speak lest they accidentally drop their swords and ruin everything. Uncle, a soft feminine voice sounded behind the 8, startling several nearly into dropping their swords. Xiao Yixue directed a sharp gaze there, where a pink-clad little girl clutched her sword against her chest nervously, standing outside the grounds timidly looking at him. What is it? Xiao Yixue asked. Gu Ling opened her mouth, feeling that this uncle seemed colder than her own master, but still spoke what she needed to say. Uncle, could you spar with me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixue frowned. Spar training with senior disciples was a task Chu Jiuchen gave him because these older students had already honed basic techniques, now needing improvements in skill and reaction time. In the world, encountering various types of enemies was possible, so simply sparring with fellow sect members wasn't enough anymore. Thus, apart from Gu Ling, other disciples naturally went to challenge peers from different peaks. Xiao Yixue couldn't understand why Gu Ling never did that. So he bluntly asked, why don't you seek challenges from other peaks? At his words, the entire area fell silent, and Gu Ling froze. Couldn't she? She surely could. But then why had she never gone? Even she herself didn't know. I ask master. Although Gu Ling's realm was far from mid-Jindan, her indicated extraordinary talent, early foundation building allowed her to fight Jindan opponents effectively. In the past, she frequently pestered Chu Jiuchen to practice her skills. Now that Chu Jiuchen was focusing on new disciples and no longer immediately available, she remembered his instructions. He had mentioned calling upon her uncle. And so Gu Ling came seeking her uncle. But why does this uncle seem so unenthusiastic? Gu Ling didn't dare to voice anything. Head bowed low, yet she secretly stole another glance at Xiao Yixue. For some unknown reason, she inexplicably sensed a fateful familiarity, as if she should already know him, and moreover, instinctively felt important. Perhaps this sense of illusion gave her courage, because she actually took steps forward, stomping resolutely toward Xiao Yixue, and boldly stared straight into his eyes. Uncle, my name is Gu Ling. There was another reason she came running, to take a clear look at the name on his waist medallion. Xiao Yixue. No, something felt off. Xiao Yixue also noticed her strangeness. 2 out of 3 seconds, she seemed lost in thought, no one knew what she was thinking. I'm not that forgetful, your master already introduced you. Disciple heard that master and uncle were both prodigies 100 years ago. I admire uncle very much, and hope uncle will be generous enough to teach me. Gu Ling's tone always carried weakness with determination, making refusal doubly impossible. Xiao Yixue paused for a moment. All right, then here, I'll stay seated as you approach. The 8 new disciples' eyes tilted further, they all wanted to watch. Instantly, Gu Ling sensed Xiao Yixue suppressing his cultivation, even reducing exaggeratedly down to refining qi stage. Yet, that indefinable aura still made her heart flutter. Xiao Yixue. Xiao Yixue. Are you going to fight or not? Xiao Yixue frowned, feeling she had picked up Chu Jiechen's habit of zoning out. Gu Ling reigned in her daydreams and pulled out the sword in her hand. Uncle, I'm coming. Da. Subconsciously, Xiao Yixue mimicked the habit of Chu Jiechen's, snapping his fingers. A transparent wall instantly surrounded the 8 who were practicing basics. No force fluctuations, not even a whiff of wind could disturb them. Xiao Yixue wielded no weapon, his hands were his weapons. He was like a mage, just by finger seals he could unleash dazzling spells. Now he only used ice. A tiny icicle could force the attacking Gu Ling into retreating continuously. He had no certification. In usual spars, he never held back either. Now, limiting himself to only ice from the 7-element system was already his biggest concession. Mainly because Chu Jiechen had never said he needed to hold back. An opponent is an enemy on the field, does an enemy hold back? Gu Ling gritted her teeth in hard resistance. Her sleeves had been torn several times, and the bright red blood stains startled her deeply. This was the first time she got injured. Brought about by this Xiao Yixue. In this instant, her DNA reacted. The figure before her, clad in white, disappeared. Instead, there stood a handsome man dressed in black with white hair, his smile menacing. His sharp predatory eyes opened wide as his claw-like hands crossed over his chest, while thick black mist coiled around him, forming a crouching dragon. He spoke. But she couldn't hear. Everything grew more distant, like a dream. Clang. Xiao Yixue expressionlessly knocked her sword away. Just now, he'd sensed a surge of savage ferocity rising within himself. He didn't know why, probably irritated by her repeated loss of focus. Don't come to me next time. His voice became colder. Mas. Master Uncle. I. Gu Ling realized how wrong she had been. Beside them, Chu Jiechen finally interjected. The Focus 7 forms, practice using a heavenly grade greatsword. Go home and copy the sutra for calming the mind 3 times each morning, noon, and night for 10 days. Confined to quarters, silence maintained, vegetarian diet, and bland taste required. Gu Ling silently bowed her head, yes. This was her first punishment. The usually gentle master giving her her first punishment. What on earth was happening with the world? She left dazedly, and only Chu Jiechen glanced at Xiao Yixue, roughly guessing the reason for her distraction. System, do these original characters sometimes sense the original plot? When emotions fluctuate strongly, they might. But due to lack of evidence, it'll ultimately be interpreted by themselves as dreams or illusions. So Xiao Yixue occasionally feels like he's a great fiend. There's a possibility, host. But he's so proper and upright right now, why is the salvation mission only at 3%? How exactly is this calculated? According to the progress of the original plot plus the character's mindset comprehensively, host. Original plot progress. Meaning the end point is the conclusion of the original story. Not 3 years later when the original Chu Jiechen dies. Yes, host. Chu Jiechen fell silent, lowering his gaze towards the incense stick sticking out of the ground, which was almost burnt out. If progress could be as fast as this stick of incense, he thought. He was merely a desperate soul yearning for freedom. Sigh. The disciples didn't know why their master sighed, assuming he was deeply concerned about their senior sister's mistake. Instantly, they all straightened their backs. I mustn't make any more mistakes or upset the master further, it'll only pour oil onto fire, adding frost to snow. The 8 of them shared a moment of unspoken understanding once again. Alright, time's up. Sit cross-legged, Chu Jiechen said indifferently. A single incense stick's time was already enough for disciples yet to enter the gate. Rushing will not get you there faster, progress should be gradual. The 8 sat properly, placing their swords neatly beside their feet. Ling. The wind stirred, and the dust-cut sword left its sheath. Chapter 13, Why do you have so many illusions? Chu Jiechen's figure suddenly became ethereal and intangible. Sword light crisscrossed, sword beams flickering as if countless threads were weaving through midair. Each appearance left long after images, as though ensuring they couldn't miss it. His movements were very slow, the trajectory seemingly simple, but each stroke carried endless changes, commanding utmost respect. The 8 stared fixedly at the long sword in his hand, eyes filled with boundless yearning. The founding master of Sword Dust Peak was a Taoist named No Sword Immortal, who ultimately ascended into heaven leaving behind his life's work. This happened several thousand years ago. His martial arts manual, bearing his name, was called the No Sword Scripture. It consists of 3 chapters plus 1 appendix, Heart, Intention, Spirit, and the appendix, Sword Soul Interpretation. This was the original shape of Sword Dust Peak, as well as the foundation for its enduring power till now. Over these thousands of years, the successive peak masters added numerous new moves to the No Sword Scripture's 3 chapters. By now, they've been integrated into over 100 techniques. And there are 2 conditions for selecting the master of Sword Dust Peak. First, having mastery over all the moves. Second, being able to create sword moves worthy of inclusion in the No Sword Scripture's subsequent parts. Both of these points, Chu Jiachen could easily accomplish. He could even refine and improve the most complicated appendix, the Sword Soul Interpretation. This is the first chapter of the No Sword Scripture, the Heart chapter, the first move when entering, flower in the air, with 12 forms. I'll demonstrate only once. After speaking, Chu Jiachen gracefully returned his sword. Honestly, he didn't think anyone here could understand by just watching, unless one counts Xiao Yishua secretly learning from the sidelines. These 8 haven't started cultivating qi yet, their dantian remains undeveloped, even if they memorized the actions, they still wouldn't be able to incorporate true qi through their meridians into the form. The reason for demonstrating this set was mainly because the upcoming, physical training course, was going to be far too cruel. They'd need something like Moonlight in White to provide belief support during their confusion. Like quenching thirst by imagining plums. Do you like the new outfits you've just received? Chu Jiachen abruptly changed the subject. The 8 exchanged glances, eventually nodding, yes, they're good looking. Change out of them tomorrow then, Chu Jiachen said casually. Ah. Everyone was puzzled. Chu Jiachen smiled slightly, it'd be such a pity to dirty or damage such nice new clothes, right? There was an eerie chill running down everyone's spines. A gentle breeze passed, lifting his high-tide ponytail to flutter with the wind. Chu Jiachen's flowing robes and smiling lips made him appear even warmer than the sunlight behind him. Still, wasn't this just an illusion? The same thought synchronized within all 8 hearts almost throughout the day. After receiving the command to assemble at dawn tomorrow, the 8 bewildered new disciples returned to their dormitory carrying their iron swords. Chu Jiachen watched their departing backs, his eyes flashing without pretense, showing the cunning depth of his thoughts. What are you thinking about? Xiao Yishua approached him, following his gaze towards that group of children. I have a bold idea, Chu Jiachen said expressionlessly. No, you don't, Xiao Yishua also remained expressionless. At Lingdai Garden. Gu Ling silently secluded herself inside, ignoring how her senior brothers knocked on the door or shouted outside. She stayed quiet and didn't open it. Her fellow apprentices were frightened witless and hurriedly learned the truth. Gu Ling had committed an offense and was sentenced to 10 days of punishment by the master. This shattered everyone's understanding. Gu Ling was always polite and clever, deeply trusted and loved by the master. Generally, minor errors were simply verbally reprimanded. This enforced penalty marked the first instance in history. Sitting in front of her desk, Gu Ling hugged her knees, curling up into a small ball. Her eyes turned bright red with injustice. On the desk, images of 2 familiar people kept overlapping in her mind. She closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes shimmered faintly with crystalline tears. Her memories awakened. She remembered, she was the descendant of Nuwa, and every millennium she sacrificed her life to mend the sky. Apart from this, through countless reincarnations and lifetimes, she lived like an ordinary person. Sometimes, one embarks on the path of cultivation by chance, sometimes they enjoy honor and glory in noble families, sometimes they live an unremarkable life accomplishing nothing. This lifetime, these short dozen-odd years, would soon come to an end. The thought brought her mind uncontrollably to Chu Jiachen, her master. Because from time to time, she was overwhelmed by an illusion, that master would scatter his soul to save her. Is it truly just an illusion? She nearly lost herself in the hazy reality between dreams and truth. Gu Ling couldn't explain the sentiment she felt for Chu Jiachen. Dependence? Admiration? Perhaps even a trace of unadmitted affection. Chu Jiachen's accomplishments ranked him, across all realms of cultivation, as gifted and esteemed from a young age. Added to this, his good looks since childhood, his remarkable aura, kindness, humility, and courteousness, made him the dream paramour for countless female cultivators. People often harbor comparison in their hearts. As Chu Jiachen's most beloved disciple, Gu Ling naturally brimmed with pride. But today, all that pride had been utterly crushed. Being admonished in front of new disciples. Having her punishment announced across the entire Sword Dust Peak. In the past, Chu Jiachen rarely acted so severely, even if he has changed now. In Gu Ling's eyes, she was still the first to bear the brunt. She felt wronged. Completely forgetting that on the entire Sword Dust Peak, she alone could be called a troublemaker. Others, when not participating in ceremonies or events, faded into obscurity like mere backdrops. Of course, the group of rejected young lords and princes were exceptions. Gu Ling's mind was tangled with conflicting emotions. Unable to practice swordplay, she also found it hard to copy scriptures calmly. And she couldn't leave either. Halfway up the mountain. The Four Sides house shared by 8 people. Xian Ming stood with the others in the courtyard, quietly practicing his swordplay while feeling something strange but unable to put his finger on it. Upon seeing the little senior sister for the first time today, she had seemed otherworldly beautiful, but then that impression suddenly disappeared like a receding tide. The abrupt change left everyone disoriented, feeling it to be incredibly eerie. It was replaced with, could it be that the little senior sister is actually short-lived? Though he knew saying it out loud would be very impolite. It's probably just an illusion. He mumbled to himself, looked at the sword in his hand, remembered the purpose of his training, and his expression regained its seriousness. Senior brother. Atop the peak, at the usual spot. Xiao Yixue sat beside Chu Jiachen, both appearing to have nothing better to do than watch the sunset. Why do I always have this illusion? No, you don't. Chapter 14, Preparing Ahead. Xiao Yixue turned her head, staring fixedly at Chu Jiachen's profile. Her feelings told her that he somewhat resembled an enemy, yet her rationality reminded her that the elder brother was her benefactor. In silence, Chu Jiachen quickly reviewed the original storyline in his mind. Back then, the protagonist girl unknowingly saved the amnesiac protagonist boy, hiding him inside the Golden Thumb drive space. The two secretly spent a long time together until the day when the protagonist girl broke through to the Golden Dan realm, soaking in her medicinal bath and falling into a slumber, leaving the protagonist boy to wander aimlessly outside. Coincidentally, he bumped into another wandering figure, the secondary male lead, Chu Jiachen. Wow, such a huge demon. Who had just emerged from his disciple's room. Filled with righteous indignation, the secondary male lead went berserk, chasing and trying to kill the protagonist boy. The amnesiac protagonist didn't recognize Chu Jiachen, who had forgotten Xiao Yixue. The chase turned into a battle, spreading across mountains and seas. Ultimately, though, the early-stage protagonist was slightly inferior. A single palm sent him crashing into the Mariana Trench. Game over. No, rather. It officially began the protagonist's blessed journey. Despite having max buffs, the protagonist carried a significant debuff, an overused plot device of memory loss. Yes, after striving in the demon realm for more than 2 years, the protagonist eventually ascended to the peak of his career. The cost? Amnesia plus amnesia. He forgot the protagonist girl. Even more, he was posthumously engaged to the late demon princess and became the official fiancé of the demon royal family. Glorified under the demon emperor, above 10,000 others. Then, leading the demon army in majestic grandeur, he invaded the mortal world. Of course, the mortal cultivators resisted fiercely, especially when the protagonist girl recognized him, filled with both surprise and shock. But hearing about his engagement to the demon princess instantly caused her face to crumble in despair, setting off a lengthy narrative of love-hate entanglement. Finally facing the day of heaven's collapse, the protagonist girl became deeply disappointed in this stranger, her heart turning to ash, devoid of any desire to live, bidding a final farewell, storming off to death. At that moment, the male lead's memories finally returned. But it was too late to save the female lead. Kneeling on the ground, his eyes burned with anguish, his heart felt torn apart, as if being sliced by 1,000 knives. His sorrow was unbearable, all hope lost. Separated by mountains and seas. He shouted her name. She whispered his name. It seemed their tragic end was near. But then, the male second lead, wielding a sorrowful script, ascended at a crucial moment, saving the scene dramatically. Thus began anew, yet again, the emotional drama between the male and female leads spanning millions of words in the following chapters. Generally speaking, aside from the clash between the demon army and the mortal cultivators, there was only one conflict between the male lead Moe and the male second lead Chu Jiachen. But this was directly responsible for Moe forgetting Xiao Yixue. Moe's hatred for Chu Jiachen stemmed mostly from this incident. But with the person long dead, his soul dispersed without even a strand of hair left to recover vengeance. Not even in the next life could he avenge himself. A generation of immortal master thus logged off. Leaving the demon lord standing unmatched. Chu Jiachen pressed his forehead with his hand. He thought that whoever got the Chu Jiachen script would likely not be happy. Definitely a sacrificial pawn-type character. And it appeared he probably had only 3 years left. Calculating the time, the female lead would break through to the Golden Dan stage at the start of winter this year, which also marked when the male lead fully embraced demonification. Rubbing his stomach, the curse mark still lingered there. He didn't know what would happen if the mark wasn't on Xiao Yixue but on him instead. Could I turn dark? He murmured to himself. What if I go dark? What if I lose my memory? What if I have to harm others? The male and female leads' love can serve as a key to recovering memory. What do I have? The system? I'm here. Though I didn't summon you, now that you're here, might as well answer the questions above. If the host loses memory, the system will be forgotten together, at which point the system will enter hibernation until awakened by the host again. Can't set up a command to wake me. This system is forbidden to actively interfere with the plot, forbidden to assign tasks to the host, forbidden to actively guide the host's actions, it can only act as the host's auxiliary tool without independent operation rights. You're not an intelligent system. This system is version 1.0 of a mechanical type, the most open pure auxiliary system. Chu Jianchen shook his head, looks like he couldn't count on cheating using the system. Junior brother. If one day, if. If for some reason. I forget who I am. Forget everything. Remember, give me a slap. Then tell me. Say. Chu Wang, the national football team has scored again. Chapter 15, Interesting Youngsters. Gu Ling was confined to quarters for 10 days. 8 new disciples were burdened with 10-day marathons. Starting from the 11th day, they finally began cultivating internal techniques and officially entered the threshold of qi refinement. Our sword cultivators must see ourselves as physical cultivators, don't think like so-and-so, commanding a flying sword remotely and finishing a fight. Flying sword combat is something for the Yuaning stage and beyond. Before then, you need to consider whether you can break through to the foundation building stage or reach the Golden Dan. With shaky fundamentals, the result can only be failure. Cultivating inner techniques offer the 8 individuals the greatest benefit. They finally wouldn't suffer wind and sun exposure but could comfortably sit inside practice rooms, slowly feeling the nurturing beauty of true qi flowing through their meridians. 10 days weren't long, but as warm-up exercise to push them through the qi refinement barrier with momentum, it was perfectly appropriate. Starting today, you 8 can be considered cultivators, so let's establish a sequence now. Chu Jianchen sat in the main seat, glancing around indifferently. As you all joined my sect on the same day and successfully stepped into the gateway of the sword path, henceforth, call each other elder brother or elder sister, moving forward. Yes. The 8 responded in unison. The introductions I had you do back then were for you to understand each other's basic backgrounds. Moving forward, your titles will be arranged according to your ages. For instance, Lu Sanlang is the youngest, so on Sword Dust Peak, you can call him Little Junior Brother. Others can only distinguish themselves by their names or Daoist honorifics. In our sect, we don't use titles such as Senior Brother 1 or Senior Brother 2, because your senior brothers and sisters are spread across the continent, and only the registrar elder knows where you stand in terms of rank among tens of thousands. Everyone widened their eyes slightly, suddenly feeling they had strong backing. Or, the 13,528th junior brother, as long as one of you can shout it out and another can get used to hearing it, I don't care. Chu Jin shrugged. A few people couldn't help but snicker. There was even someone who planned to find time to ask the registrar elder just where they stood among the ranks of the 7 spirit sect. Alright, stop talking. Each of you complete 7 great cycles, whoever finishes first gets to leave. Report. Speak. I'm done. Upon these words, everyone turned their gazes sharply. Xian Ming was seen sitting up straight with his hand raised high looking at Chu Jin. Reporting and raising hands were Chu Jin's rules that everyone had gotten used to already. Good, you're dismissed then, Chu Jin nodded. Xian Ming thought for a moment and raised his hand again, report. I want to go to the library to read books. Chu Jin raised an eyebrow, Sword Dust Peak doesn't have a library, which peaks do you wish to visit? We don't have one. Xian Ming was stunned for a while before he quietly muttered a sentence, I just wanted to see some geography and stuff. Chu Jin slightly lowered his eyelids, almost unnoticeably, which continent? Which country? I forgot. Xian Ming hung his head. Chu Jin confirmed, he was lying. But it could also be confirmed that it must have something to do with his background. I actually have a copy of World Overview, you can borrow it, Chu Jin threw it casually. Xian Ming caught it steadily, his eyes brightening instantly, thank you, master. You need to return it to me in the afternoon class, Chu Jin took a sip of tea indifferently. Xian Ming was momentarily stunned by the thick book in his hands. No one said you can't borrow it next time, Chu Jin glanced at him. For the next homework, if you finish as quickly and well as today, come back and borrow from me. Yes. Master. I understand. Xian Ming exhaled in relief. With such a thick book, he wasn't sure how long it would take to find what he needed. Go on then. Master, goodbye. Goodbye. The others looked around and realized they must not fall behind anyone, so decided to diligently practice hard. On the other side, Xiao Yishui was on the training grounds, checking assignments. These senior students were relatively disciplined, there weren't too many flaws in their actions, the transitions between sword formations were appropriately coordinated. Group after group ended their classes, and the last group had a few familiar faces. Xiao Yishui remembered them, these were the 3 male disciples who had accompanied Gu Ling into the secret realm. How is one person missing from your group? We report to senior uncle, elder sister Ling fell ill, she won't be coming today. Jiang Beiyu stepped forward to speak. Elder sister Ling. Xiao Yishui frowned, then recalled the disciple who had been punished with house arrest. Why did she fall ill? Did she request leave? Where's her leave slip? Has her master approved it? As the subject teacher, why didn't I receive any notification before the class started? Jiang Beiyu and others looked at each other. Seemed like, there was indeed a new rule. Senior uncle, I forgot. Xiao Yishui wondered curiously, what does it have to do with you? It's not like you requested leave. I forgot to remind Sister Ling. Jiang Beiyu would only behave obediently when it came to mentioning Gu Ling. Tisk. Xiao Yishui appeared annoyed, not discussing individual parts. But today we are testing the 8 trigrams array, your group being short one person will not work. Either you call someone back who just finished class to fill in for you or else all of this group's monthly exam results will be 0, and you can apply to make it up next week with her master. 0. The 6 people behind Jiang Beiyu were greatly shocked. They hurriedly pulled Jiang Beiyu back, huddling together and whispering nervously. Boss, no supplementary exams allowed here. I am waiting to go on a mission. That's right, let's find someone. Brothers and sisters haven't gone far. We know we should uphold our sense of righteousness, but isn't junior sister Ling truly too unlucky this time? She stayed in the room for 10 days and still managed to get sick, even missing the first monthly exam of the new semester. That's way too bad an impact. Also, every monthly exam result will be posted on the bulletin board later, geez. That bulletin board is at the bottom of Sword Dust Peak. Everyone from other peaks passing by will definitely see, right? Having 0 hanging there for 7 days. Too embarrassing. Yes, that's what I think too. Oh no. All the brothers and sisters have disappeared. Hurry. Let's chase them quick. Before Jiang Beiyu could say anything, this group scattered in a rush, anxious and restless as though chasing chickens. Soon, Chao Xinshi caught someone on the mountain path with a gaga. Although he appeared a bit shorter, Chao Xinshi didn't think too much about it. He just picked up the other person at the waist and flew off. Wow. Xian Ming was so scared his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This esteemed 7 spirits sect. How could there also be mountain bandits here? He remembered Grandma Wang's words, boys going outside must protect themselves well. Before he could start crying, Chao Xinshi had already landed. Senior brother, I truly apologize profusely, this is an urgent situation. We need your help very much. There will certainly be thanks afterward. At. Xian Ming meekly raised his head. Chao Xinshi instantly paused in surprise. Wait, this little boy, could he possibly be? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Several figures landed, all with expressions as if they'd given up hope. Upon seeing Xian Ming, their eyes once again lit up with hopeful brilliance. But after sensing that he was only at the early stage of qi condensation, smiles gradually disappeared from their faces, light fading as despair overwhelmed them. Senior brother. Senior sisters. Xian Ming felt influenced by them to the point where he began to feel hopeless himself. What's wrong? He was still a 13-year-old child. Was life already without hope? Are you done with your studies? Xiao Yishui finally spoke up on the side. Xian Ming paused for a moment, nodding at him, yes, uncle. Xiao Yishui couldn't believe anyone could skip classes right under Chu Jindan's nose. The only possibility was that this disciple had been dismissed earlier than expected. Good talent. He gave a compliment. Thank you, uncle. Xian Ming will continue to work hard. Xian Ming tightened his grip on the books in his hands. Xiao Yishui looked at the 7 people with sullen expressions. Well. Have you made your decision? Uncle. Jiang Beiyu hung his head. All our senior brothers and sisters have left the mountain. There are many civilian commissions recently. In that case, you can apply for retakes then, Xiao Yishui said expressionlessly. After hearing this, half of them were ready to cry. They wanted to go do those commissions. By winter, it would be the slow season, and during the slow season, there would be no money. No money would make it difficult to return home for the new year. And returning home for the new year would result in being surrounded by one's uncles and aunts asking, why do you have so little money this time? Did you slack off and play around all year? Uncle, Chao Xinshi swallowed a lump in his throat, gathering courage to tentatively ask, can Xian Ming try? What? The 7 responded simultaneously, including the mentioned Xian Ming. Xiao Yishui curled the corner of his lips into a half-smile, oh. Chao Xinshi blushed deeply. Though his words came out, he dared not look at anyone, only staring at his toes through his shoe soles as he scratched the ground with his toes. Senior brother. Xian Ming was nearly on the verge of tears. I've only learned one technique called Flying Blossom, and I'm still not proficient at it. Cough cough. Jiang Beiyu seemed to have also gathered some courage and shamelessly coaxed Xian Ming, young brother, we don't need your help for personal evaluations. It's just the array part, we hope you can help fill in. Me? Xian Ming shook his head while sincerely asking, can I even do it? Jiang Beiyu thought for a long while, in theory, as long as you can control your qi and use a sword to activate the array, you should be able to. Xian Ming was indeed a child who easily got excited. Then, what exactly should I do? Come on. Let us teach you, young brother Xian Ming. Xiao Yishui did not interrupt them. Instead, he walked alone to lie on a stone by the field basking in the sun, casually picking a tuft of foxtail grass to chew on absent-mindedly. The senior brother is right, children really are more interesting. Chapter 16, Who is the main character? Spirit Butterfly Garden. Gu Ling, whose house arrest had just been lifted, remained silent. Her eyes stared intently at the table, focused on the ink-stained rice paper. Ink. Ink. Xiao yi shui. Xiao yi shui. Ink. E. Her nails dug into the flesh of her palms, yet she felt nothing. These past 10 days, her mind had been full of strange and chaotic things. Various fragments floated in her consciousness like swirling snowflakes, making her dizzy. She didn't know why, but when she unconsciously scribbled on the rice paper and accidentally placed the characters ink and chess together, her headache was unbearable. As if she was the one suffering from amnesia. However, fragments remain fragments, unable to piece together into anything complete. The falling snowflakes disappear upon touching the ground, eluding her grasp no matter how hard she tried. It seemed as if some predestined boon was slowly drifting away, moving further and further from her without looking back. No, don't. Why is it like this? M.O.E. No. I'm going to find him. I'll ask him in person. He must know something. He must know. Perhaps Gu Ling herself hadn't realized how dangerous her current state of mind was. Chu Jianden was still guiding the last disciple, Zhang Ximin, who couldn't finish her homework. Her talent was the worst among the new disciples. Suddenly, the training hall door was flung open violently. Gu Ling stumbled in, Master. Master. Chu Jianden frowned and steadied her from a distance. What's caused such a loss of decorum? Master. Gu Ling rushed forward, shocking Zhang Ximin. Zhang Ximin looked at Ling, her senior sister, who always had an indescribable aura. The previous time could be forgiven, but now she seemed completely disregarding etiquette, diving into Chu Jianden's arms like a child sobbing tearfully with a pitiful expression. Chu Jianden and Zhang Ximin just stared in silence. He felt all his carefully built-up authority shatter instantly. Zhang Ximin didn't dare to utter a word. The vast training hall echoed with her heart-rending cries. As if it were a love-struck girl. Master. I don't know why, my heart hurts so much. My chest feels tight. I'm so sad, so sad. I've lost the most important thing. I've lost everything, woo. Zhang Ximin was immediately shocked and turned sharply toward Chu Jianden. Being a girl, when another said, losing the most important thing, it surely meant she'd been. Was Seven Spirits Sect really this dangerous? She remembered Uncle Li's words, girls going outside must protect themselves well. With that thought, she instinctively clutched at her collar. Seeing this gesture, Chu Jianden sighed inwardly, his head swirling with ellipses. Explain clearly. What exactly did you lose? To Gu Ling, he had to remain patient. Hearing this, Zhang Ximin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Could someone really say such things in front of others? But despite the intensity of her emotions, as a social anxiety patient, she kept silent. Indeed, Gu Ling shook her head while crying, her tears splashing onto Zhang Ximin's face. I can't say it, woo. Actually, she wanted to seek Xiao Yi Shui. But she simply lacked the courage. Xiao Yi Shui's eyes gazed at her with unfamiliar coldness, making her feel utterly suffocated. It was as though they'd met in a past life, and he had treated her just as mercilessly then. Since learning her soul could cycle infinitely, she'd always believed this was a karmic cause from a previous life. Under this premise, Chu Jianden, who had doted on and loved her in that past life, naturally became her warmest safe haven during moments of helplessness. If this Chu Jianden was truly the Chu Jianden from the past life, he should be melting by now. Unfortunately, this Chu Jianden had updated his version. There's nothing earth-shattering about it. Just speak up, you might feel better afterward. Chu Jianden didn't mean to force words out of her like this, but he needed to understand what bug had appeared within the protagonist. Master. With shimmering, watery eyes, Gu Ling lifted her gaze. Do you believe in reincarnation? Chu Jianden jolted inwardly but maintained his composure. Maybe. If the person who loved you in the past life, in this one despises you, do you think this can happen? As Gu Ling spoke, fresh tears streamed down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. Can this happen? What kind of question is this? Chu Jianden furrowed his brows. In response, Gu Ling went berserk, yelling desperately, how can he treat me this way? How can he do this? How can he, woo. On the side, Zhang Ximin scratched her head, thoroughly confused. While worrying if she'd been bullied by someone, she also thought the subject was too profound for comprehension. Who? Chu Jianden only spat out one word. Gu Ling slowly clenched her fists, lips turning pale from biting but unable to utter that name. Chu Jianden called silently inside, System. I'm here. Check the status of the main character. Checking, please wait. Check complete. Name, Gu Ling. Age, 16. Realm, Foundation Establishment Later Stage. Spirit Root Talent, Peerless. Suitable for cultivation, all round. Soulmate, none. Character positioning, the only female lead in both the Immortal and Demon Lord Say They Love Me. Female lead index, 68%, moderate. Current state of the role, unstable mindset, significant emotional fluctuations, excessive time spent indulging in fantasies, difficulty distinguishing between reality and fiction. However, protected by the protagonist's aura, her Taoist heart will not collapse. If the female lead index of this role drops too low and is judged by the system as departing from the female lead positioning, the original book title will be automatically erased, the former female lead will be demoted to a supporting character, and she will no longer enjoy the benefits reserved for the main characters. For example, removal of the immortality setting. Chu Jianden paused briefly, female lead index. There's such a thing. He just remembered, this was the first scan of the heroine. A certain unintelligent system wouldn't tell him anything unless specific trigger words were involved. Looks like in the future, he needs to develop the habit of scanning people fully at the start. Will altering the plot affect the female lead index? He shifted his focus away from useless complaints. Yes, host. Due to the unique nature of the literary genre, novels, even if the female lead is determined from the beginning, her female lead index cannot directly reach 100%. In the early stages, characters haven't been developed enough for reader recognition, it requires development through the storyline to gradually solidify the protagonist's position. In the story's earlier parts, you are defined as a root character, appearing first with many plots depending on your decisions for initiation and development. If you and the male lead interact with the female lead frequently, like in the original novel, then her female lead index remains high, conversely, the index will drop. Assuming you choose to ignore character settings and opt for harem expansion, including the female lead as one among them, her female lead index can instantly drop below 20%. But unfortunately, you are designed as deeply affectionate and loyal, prohibiting this method. Of course, following the original route, host, you would only exist during the early stages of the story, later being irrelevant. From the middle of the story onwards, the world's main plot, conflict between immortals and demons, battles against divine will, fully begins. The subsequent, main character index, will primarily depend on each character's performance in the world's main storyline. Host, you need to pay attention. During the main world storyline, if the female lead index stays excessively low, the original book title will be erased, all roles shuffled, and everyone will gain an main character index and role positioning ranking. A hero contest mode will begin until the main storyline concludes. All characters will be ranked according to their indexes to determine the final protagonist. If the host becomes the ultimate protagonist, you'll gain the right to name the new story once, changing the original book title and turning this world into your own. Host, keep it up. Victory and freedom surely belong to you. Chu Jianden fell silent for a long time. A faint smile gradually bloomed on his face. He silently pushed Gu Ling away. His body slightly retreating. He shook his sleeves as if brushing off dust from them. Master. Gu Ling, who had been shoved away, knelt on the ground, wide eyes filled with confusion and innocence. She blankly stared at Chu Jianden before her, whose smile, though present, seemed deliberately distant. Struggling to believe it. Chapter 17, Shall We Form a Pact? Gu Ling, Chu Jianden spoke heavily, abandoning the first monthly exam, showing no regard for academics, disregarding team spirit, skipping classes without permission, treating master disrespectfully, ignoring uncle teachers responsible for your courses. Gu Ling's complexion paled abruptly. In these 5 years, you're the only one who hasn't learned the rules of my Jianchen Peak. Master, me. If I see that you have potential in various fields, perhaps studying swordsmanship has grown monotonous. If you prefer exploring other areas, I can arrange your transfer to another peak. No. Master. It's not me. I didn't mean to. Gu Ling shook her head fiercely. No. Don't send me away. Master. I know I've been wrong. Really, I do. Chu Jianden sincerely wanted to transfer her elsewhere. But unless she agreed herself, he couldn't forcibly reassign Gu Ling against her character. By speaking so, he simply hoped she would restrain herself a little in the future. Not causing trouble for this already inexperienced Chu teacher in terms of teaching. I. Gu Ling quickly stood up, tossing all her previous melancholy to the wind. Junior disciple will go to the martial arts yard immediately. I'll participate in the exam right now. Master, please trust me. After speaking, she ran off barefoot once more, her hair still uncombed. Chu Jianden, Zhang Ximin. That, master. Disciple don't remember where you stopped just now. Zhang Ximin's face was filled with embarrassment. It's fine, Chu Jianden glanced at her indifferently, his expression sincere, I also don't remember. Gu Ling panting heavily arrived at the martial arts yard, only to find it completely deserted. On the ground were many neat footprints and sword marks, clearly showing that the last group had performed very steadily. They certainly passed the test. Perhaps there were a few who excelled. Gu Ling collapsed helplessly on the ground. The autumn wind was bleak, carrying fallen leaves that swirled by then drifted away. A beautiful maple leaf brushed past her, its icy touch made her shiver violently, as if even her blood slowed down a bit. Her current state was simply terrible. Gu Ling sat in despair, having already cried her fill. She now had no more tears to shed, only an empty gaze that wandered aimlessly. Xiao Yixue, actually, hadn't left. He was still hanging on the tree. Only Gu Ling's strength was insufficient to sense his presence. He remembered the impoverished young man Chu Jiandan hesitated for a long time before finally letting go, truly possessing excellent talent. While lost in thought, suddenly someone ran onto the field and knelt there, strangely touching their face and staring blankly. Xiao Yixue couldn't help but observe her. Yet he could discern nothing. Why? Gu Ling began babbling incoherently, seemingly taking advantage of the absence of others to pour out all her remaining words to the wind. Why? Why have you abandoned me? Moe. Moe doesn't love me anymore. Why? Because of the two words, Moe. Xiao Yixue's mind instantly felt a sharp pain. That annoyance, resentment, anger, madness, all came flooding back. These two words were as though they had unlocked some evil seal, releasing a beast confined in the 18th level of hell. He instantly disappeared from the tree, not even the wind catching him. In the practice room. Zhang Ximin had just opened the door and stepped inside when a sudden cold breeze swept past, followed by a white shadow darting straight into the room. Master! She instinctively shouted because she always felt the Seven-Spirit Sect was perilous. This intruder might be dangerous. She had drawn her sword. Upon turning around, however, she realized yet another person had leaped directly into the master's embrace. Mommy! Is the master this easy to leap into? Can I do it too? Can I? Elder brother, Xiao Yixue gasped for air, half his head buried against Chu Jiandan's chest, clinging tightly to his waist like a drowning swimmer. Chu Jiandan sitting on the floor was completely powerless under the attack. Younger brother, what's wrong? Why are they coming one after another today? System, conduct a full scan. Scanning in progress, please wait. Scan complete. Name, Xiao Yixue. Age, 128. Realm, Great Perfection Peak. Spirit root quality, exceptional. Suitable cultivation, sorcery. Taoist companion, none. Current role status, stimulated, brain confusion, prelude to insanity, specific cause unclear. Due to the significant deviation from the original plot in this protagonist's storyline development, minor details might lead to some mental disturbances. He requires help stabilizing his present self-awareness. Younger brother. Chu Jiandan couldn't peel him off himself, so he slightly straightened up and gently patted his back while asking. What happened? Younger brother. Outside the door. Zhang Ximin rubbed her own eyes. The uncle was usually much prouder than the master. When did he ever show such behavior? She'd seen her master cajoling people plenty of times, but the uncle's demeanor. It couldn't possibly be kneeling and begging for a hug, right? Too shocking. Oh my gosh, I better leave fast. Shaking and trembling, Zhang Ximin sheathed her sword and fled after closing the door. Elder brother. Xiao Yixue's ink-black hair fell loose, half lay across his back, the other half rested on Chu Jiandan's body, as though drawing closer until they seemed nearly fused together. Xiao Yixue was truly in utter chaos at this moment, incessantly muttering the two words, Shi Xiong, elder brother, without offering any other clues. Shi Di, younger brother, I'm here. Younger brother, it's all right now. Don't be afraid. Xiao Yixue, wake up. Chu Jiandan changed his method of address. Indeed, Xiao Yixue trembled all over. Seeing that it was effective, Chu Jiandan continued to gently say, Yixue, I am your elder brother. Whatever you have on your mind, you can talk to me, alright? Elder brother. Elder brother. Do you know, just now, I forgot who I was. I forgot everything. I only remember you. Hearing these words, Chu Jiandan's eyes became deep. You will always be Xiao Yixue, and you will always be my younger brother. Forever. Forever. It was like a promise. Xiao Yixue took a long breath of relief. After a long while, he finally calmed down somewhat but still didn't want to let go, greedily hugging what felt like the only floating timber on the sea, his sole redemption. Younger brother, you'll get laughed at if you keep this up. Chu Jiandan said sternly. Xiao Yixue slightly paused, lifting his face. There were still remnants of dark red lingering in the corners of his eyes. His attractive thin lips formed an arc, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, his prominent nose almost touching Chu Jiandan's chin. Let them laugh, he suddenly said. You'll get used to it. Chu Jiandan. Sigh, younger brother. Just as Chu Jiandan was about to earnestly give some advice. Xiao Yixue moved his arms from around Chu Jianden's waist to his neck and then gave a somewhat domineering embrace, locking him tightly like an iron brother. But their ears and hair brushing against each other gave Chu Jianden, who was experiencing this formal hug for the first time, the sensation of something called whispering intimacy. It really was easy to overlook how devilishly good-looking the male protagonist had always been. Elder brother. What is it? Shall we form a pact? What kind of nonsense is that? Chapter 18, Heaven Given Unity, Forever Faithful. Chu Jianden was completely dumbfounded. A pact, as the name suggests, means forming a contract. As for what kind of contract? Both of them were human, so it definitely wasn't one of those feeding exchange combat pacts between humans and beasts. The most common type of contract between humans was the master-servant pact. Similar to dying soil, pledging one's soul for loyalty to the master with life, allowing the master to decide the servant's life or death with a mere thought, an extremely unequal relationship. Thus, placing a master-servant pact between them also made no sense. This too could be ruled out. The only remaining common types were the Dao couple unity pacts. Such unity pacts were equal indeed. However, in most cases, they were used by one man and one woman. And more importantly, that implied lovers. Lovers, okay. Xiao Yixue, wake up. We don't do that sort of thing, alright. Chu Jianden earnestly advised, not forgetting to gently pat his back as a gesture of comfort. Elder brother, unexpectedly, Xiao Yixue also suddenly turned serious, sitting straight and grabbing his shoulders, shaking him 3 times. Do you know, elder brother, the greatest advantage of a unity pact is that the two parties absolutely cannot harm each other. Chu Jianden blinked, looking entirely innocent. You're scared I'll hurt you. Xiao Yixue remained fixed in his posture, staring at him, and oddly enough, it did seem like he was truly afraid. Although he didn't understand why. It's not that, he covered up, it's just that, you never know what misfortune might strike, unforeseen disasters may occur at any time, and if something happens. Anyway. If something happens. Anyway. Well, anyway, we don't have partners right now, do we? We don't. So let's temporarily make a pact. Next time if something evil possesses me, you can bring me back. Most importantly, I won't hurt you, even if I forget who you are. Xiao Yixue's gaze was firm. Although this decision was rash, the feeling of losing himself for a brief moment earlier had truly terrified him immensely. He feared nothing more than one day no longer being himself, turning against his elder brother who saved him, wielding swords and knives against him. Chu Jianden touched his forehead and checked once again discreetly. It should be due to the impact of his previous life, causing him temporary emotional instability, which was understandable. If he were truly a proper reborn individual, recalling everything clearly, he would likely know better how to live this second chance well. However, this memory confusion, akin to a world system bug, is indeed difficult for the individual concerned to find any reason to accept. After all, those things haven't happened yet. If that's the case, Chu Jianden hesitated slightly, it might be fine within the sect, but once outside, there will be countless rumors and gossips. Don't you care? I don't. Xiao Yixue replied with equanimity. Chu Jianden was rendered speechless. Indeed, the male protagonist did not give a single damn about public opinions, acting freely as he pleased. But if, elder brother cares. Xiao Yixue paused for thought, then in the future, I can just refrain from using my left hand. Chu Jianden paused again, that's quite unnecessary. A unity contract leaves an imprint similar to a ring on the wearer's nameless finger. It wasn't overly conspicuous because of the long sleeves. Wearing a ring or even a glove could make it even less visible. Xiao Yixue could seal talismans with one hand, so that was why he proposed not using his left hand. But once it came down to the final steps, the most embarrassing part inevitably arrived. The vows. Chu Jianden raised his right hand, and Xiao Yixue lifted his left, their 10 fingers intertwined. 10,000 crows flew over their heads. Let's terminate this, said Chu Jianden. Let's destroy this, said Xiao Yixue. Never mind, muttered Chu Jianden. We've come this far, Xiao Yixue insisted. Alright then, close your eyes, Chu Jianden sighed. Alright, Xiao Yixue complied. Heaven given unity. Forever faithful. Chu Jianden and Xiao Yixue. A strange vibration began to ripple around them. At the center of the formation, a beam of blinding light shot up into the sky. Dragon roars, Phoenix calls. Their unity was sealed. Grandmaster Cui Yunshan abruptly opened his eyes. More disciples had secretly formed a unity pact right under his nose. It was outrageous. Everyone had gone astray, seeking shortcuts that only affected their studies. Damn it. Seeing Cui Yunshan, Chu Jianden, for a moment, recalled himself as a youth when his class advisor would ambush various secluded corners of the campus and break up couples one by one. On the other side, Cui Yunshan caught sight of Chu Jianden and Xiao Yixue hastily withdrawing their hands like underage boys and girls hiding under desks and suddenly being discovered by their teacher, frantically trying to disassociate themselves from each other. An oppressive silence filled the air. They had forgotten that Cui Yunshan was a veteran who had been suppressing his cultivation at the raid period all along. The true stalwart of Seven Spirit Sect. Nothing in the sect escaped his notice. Chu Jianden and Xiao Yixue glanced at each other. Chu Jianden spoke first. Master, let me explain. It's not what you think. Master, it's indeed not what you imagine. Cui Yunshan kept a straight face. What exactly am I imagining? Upon realizing these two were the culprits, Cui Yunshan already knew this was no ordinary matter, although still feeling irked from the surprise. It's like this, Master, Xiao Yixue explained calmly. During the 100 years in the demon abyss, I have been greatly influenced by my heart demons. Even now, occasional hallucinations arise. Given the unforeseen nature of demon clan's schemes, I requested Elder Brother's supervision. Should I ever fall under demonic influence, through this unity pact, Elder Brother will be able to awaken me. Upon hearing Demon Abyss, Cui Yunshan's expression became more serious. Do you truly believe this method will work? Yes, Master, Xiao Yixue clenched his fists, though his left index finger marked with the heaven-given seal seemed to flash like a spotlight. Cui Yunshan's lips twitched. According to the research conducted by the Celestial Alliance recently, the Demon Abyss represents an unprecedentedly difficult curse to resolve. The Celestial Alliance has gathered the most knowledgeable greats across the cultivation world, yet no clue exists so far. And you are absolutely sure the Unity Pledge can break it? What's the reason? It can't possibly be due to your ability to foresee the future, can it? The disciple cannot claim it with absolute certainty. Xiao Yixue hesitated, but I'm nearly certain, 9 out of 10 chances. Could it be the heart demon misleading you? Cui Yunshan reminded him. No, Xiao Yixue shook his head. Alright then, seeing no other alternative, Cui Yunshan decided to allow it as a practical experiment, since no cure existed anyway, so he waved his hand. Do as you wish. Nevertheless, I'll report this method to the Celestial Alliance, letting those old coots on star platforms extrapolate it further. Xiao Yixue showed no objection, as Master sees fit. Meanwhile, Chu Jianden remained silent for a long time. In the original story, Moe had died out of despair due to Gu Ling, which inadvertently triggered the pledge, breaking through layer after layer of internal seals. Perhaps Xiao Yixue's memories were very vague, but he certainly remembered something about the heaven-given unity pledge. No wonder his first thought when he was on the verge of collapse was to drag me into a pact, no matter how socially dead, he insisted. Chu Jianden stroked his chin and called out his system within his consciousness. Hello, host, what may I assist you with? Run a calculation on the worst possible outcome of my unity contract with the male protagonist. Calculating, please wait a moment. While the system calculated, Chu Jianden opened the Relationships tab. Xiao Yixue. Goodwill, 542. Relationship, Seckmate, Pseudo-partner. Bond, no way to repay, heaven-given unity. The Save the Antagonist mission is currently at 5% completion. Please keep up the effort, host. Calculation complete. Worst possible outcome, female lead turns dark. Chu Jianden. Due to the current timeline where the female lead should have formed the unity contract with the male lead, but because you're rather determined and took her storyline, the system deduced that the worst consequence might be that the female lead gradually loses her mind, believing that the host stole her happiness. If only she loved me more in the past, she wouldn't be so biased now. Host, believe in yourself. Chu Jianden closed the interface, declining to drink the soup. After a long pause, he reopened the interface. Is there any benefit then? System. Chapter 19, No Mistress, Only Uncle. It's common knowledge that according to the double-edged sword law, things usually have both bad and good sides. The Unity contract is an upgradable dual-person contract whose level increases along with the couple's emotional deepening, divided into 4 ranks, Heaven, Earth, Mystery, Yellow, with the highest being the Heaven rank. The Heaven rank Unity contract is also called Heaven-given Unity, consistent with its vows. As the Unity contract advances, it can improve the abilities of both parties, opening more mutual support functions such as teleportation and healing. However, upgrading this contract is extremely profound, without a fixed way to steadily enhance it. One thing that is confirmed is that both sides must genuinely love each other, with absolute devotion. Note, if either side falls for another, the Unity contract will automatically break. Chu Jianden shook his head. Evidently, this Unity contract would only stop at the yellow rank. For their successful Unity contract to form, it was mainly due to neither having romantic interests, thus even in these circumstances, forming a contract together could achieve the minimum yellow rank. It's already good if we can just maintain the contract without breaking it, there's no possibility of an upgrade. Chu Jianden was very realistic. He could only guarantee that before truly obtaining freedom, he'd remain a single nobleman with no thoughts of women or romance in his heart since he had a sword hanging over him and couldn't be distracted by trifles like pursuing women. As for Xiao Yixue, Chu Jianden couldn't make guarantees about him, but judging from the current situation, his romantic entanglements weren't sprouting yet. Maybe this is a bug, the male protagonist is to ignore any beauty except for the female lead. And the reason why the male protagonist fell for the female lead was that she saved him and retaught him many things during his amnesia, making her his most trusted person. But now, since they don't trust each other anymore, it has hit a bug, failing to connect the point where mutual feelings should arise. Chu Jianden's brain quickly organized the plot line. Since mechanical reasoning wasn't reliable enough, he decided to use intelligent reasoning himself. Well, never mind, let's leave it to nature. Cui Yunshan informed Xiao Yixue of many conditions in the Immortal Alliance and didn't avoid Chu Jianden, almost as a reminder to both of them. Since the events in the Demon Abyss were brought to light, more and more sects no longer kept it hidden, rushing people to Kunlun Mountain, the main base of the Immortal Alliance, to submit lists of missing disciples along with their disappearance times and general locations. Without exception, all the missing disciples were exceptionally talented individuals, who achieved remarkable success at a young age. Their cultivation levels were at least in the transformation realm. In the entire Chaotian continent, even reaching the transformation realm was rare, let alone the nascent soul stage, which was 1 in 10,000. As for the transformation and great completion stages, these were exceedingly rare existences. Finally, the celestial tribulation realm was a very special stage, unlike the previous realms divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. The celestial tribulation realm only had one stage. Either suppress your cultivation with secret techniques like Cui Yunshan to not trigger the 9-heaven celestial tribulation, or find a deserted place to challenge the heavens yourself. Success leads to immortality, failure means death. According to the Immortal Alliance's statistics during this time, only those at the Transformation Realm and the Great Completion Realm became prey for the Demon Abyss, while those at the Celestial Tribulation Realm did not, possibly because of the relation to celestial tribulations. As for those below the Transformation Realm, it might be that the proud demon race simply looked down on them. It's already determined that the demonic race has extended its influence into the cultivation world. Although we don't know what they're specifically plotting, we must prepare thoroughly. The Celestial Alliance Conference will be held next autumn along with the traditional competition for disciples who entered within the last 10 years. At that time, you two will lead the team and exchange information about the Demon Abyss with other sections. Only you two from our sect are aware of the situation regarding the Demon Abyss, so it's most appropriate for you to participate in discussions. Cui Yunshan stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the authority of a sect leader. Yes. Chu Jianden and Xiao Yixue responded in unison. Cui Yunshan nodded, about to leave, when he seemed to suddenly remember something and turned back with a peculiar look on his face. So, how do you plan to explain your unity contract to the outside world? This. I'll inform the Celestial Alliance of this method, but it's a major matter. Before the Alliance confirms its feasibility, you must not spread it recklessly, so as not to unintentionally harm others. We understand. So, what do you intend to do? Xiao Yixue glanced at Chu Jianden. If necessary, we'll just say we're partners. Cui Yunshan twitched a corner of his mouth. You might behave frivolously, but why drag Jianden into it? Chu Jianden thought for a moment and stepped forward to defuse the situation. It doesn't matter. Master, Jianden isn't all that proper either. Sigh. Cui Yunshan sighed. You're still the head of a peak, the master of so many disciples. It's my mischievous disciple who's dragging you down. Chu Jianden gave a faint smile. No problem. For now, putting aside mental activities, it was important to maintain the bearing and demeanor of the male secondary character. The host is behaving consistently with his role. Luck value plus 10. Xiao Yixue goodwill plus 50. Cui Yunshan muttered, fine, but still turned around with a worried expression, each step carrying a tinge of sorrow. Before he could figure out how to appropriately announce the news, Chu Jianden and Xiao Yixue were already standing openly before the Jianchen Peak disciples. This afternoon was the monthly exam summary, also the pre-holiday meeting for all returning students. Most disciples had already received new commissions during lunchtime and could start their tasks right after the meeting. Except for Gu Ling, every senior disciple present had more than 2 commissions. Commissions could be done in teams, so people formed groups, amounting to no less than 7 or 8 missions altogether, but the rewards were also quite substantial. Autumn is the season of harvest and stockpiling, not just for humans but also for beast races. As such, countless commissions for escort, slay beasts, defend territories, sprouted up and would be gone if not taken quickly. Chu Jianden and Xiao Yixue themselves had been through those days, understanding the enthusiasm the juniors had for running commissions, so they didn't waste words during the summary. Moreover, Chu Jianden avoided further provoking the heroine by deliberately not mentioning her missed exam, leaving the onlookers eager for an embarrassing scene, disappointed. After all, the female lead remained the protagonist. Despite being popular among male disciples, the majority of the female ones weren't so amicable towards her. Who knows where this rumor started, claiming that little sister Gu Ling fell out of favor with the master. From what I can see, she hasn't lost much, has she? That's true. She's challenged every single rule on Jianchen Peak. The monthly exam is a new rule set by the master, and she broke it the first month without any punishment. Ridiculous. Shoo, keep your voices down. Be careful she doesn't report you again. Report us, then so be it. The master won't punish us anyway. Gu Ling stood in the second-to-last row as the whispers drifted into her ears, laced with familiar envy. But precisely this familiar feeling inadvertently calmed her emotions. Yes, nothing has changed, everything is the same. She quietly reassured herself. Oh, there's one more thing. Your master shall take this opportunity to announce it. Chu Jiandan didn't suppress his voice, instead, he raised it even higher. Unconsciously, everyone straightened up. They realized this was something important the master was going to say. Of course, some still hoped to hear Chu Jiandan scold Gu Ling. At that instant, everyone's mind was filled with various guesses and thoughts. Unexpectedly, Chu Jiandan casually raised his right hand, showing off the unity mark on his ring finger to the crowd. Ah! Half the audience covered their mouths in shock. Good grief, so we have a master mother now. The crowd below immediately erupted into chaos. Only Gu Ling felt as if she had been struck on the head by something. She stared at Chu Jiandan's face in disbelief. It was still so gentle, making anyone who looked at him feel refreshed like basking in a spring breeze. Chu Jiandan maintained his smile, trying to look more natural and open. Xiao Yixue stood beside him with an unreadable expression, silently raising her left hand in the same pose toward the crowd below. Wah! The uproar below suddenly stopped. Everyone was like having their throats pinched, unable to make a sound. Just as you see. Chu Jiandan spoke calmly. You don't have a master mother. Yes, you only have a master aunt. Chapter 20, Naturally so. Master mother. Master aunt. Only master aunt. Is it what I think it is? This is indeed a big piece of news. Gradually people reacted one after another, but Gu Ling's brain was still blank. If Chu Jiandan lifting his hand made her feel something was missing from her heart, then Xiao Yixue lifting her hand caused her whole mentality to collapse. Why? A sharp voice cut through suddenly, silencing everyone instantly. All eyes traced the source of the voice. Gu Ling covered her mouth, both disbelieving and realizing her own loss of composure. She stared blankly at Xiao Yixue on stage, the question she most wanted to ask stuck in her throat as if blocked by something. Xiao Yixue met her gaze without hesitation, even exuding a strange sense of escape from a disaster, security. Many female disciples could already smell a whiff of gossip. They were all cultivators, whoever Gu Ling's eyes focused on would not be mistaken. Originally, everyone thought that Gu Ling lost her composure due to the master, but unexpectedly, at this moment, the person she looked at was actually the master aunt. There must be some big scandal behind this. But, the master aunt's gaze looked so unfamiliar. Probably just Gu Ling's wishful thinking. After all, being around the master for so long, the master has shown no such feelings toward her. Does she shift affection from the master to the master aunt because of this? Who knows? The master aunt is so handsome and powerful, how few are those who fall for him. I never expected, neither did I think the master aunt would become the master's partner. I really hope it's not true, but when I see Gu Ling's expression. I sincerely wish the master and the master aunt eternal love, till the seas dry up and the stones rot away, ha ha ha. Tisk, you're bad, I love it. Equally excited were many male disciples. No matter whose partner the master chooses, as long as there is one, it completely extinguishes all the hopes of the female disciples on the entire peak, meaning they all have chances to pursue the junior sisters. Everyone expressed their blessings joyfully and cheerfully, practically writing, "You're good, I'm good, everyone's good, and the master is best," all over their faces. Except for the heartbroken Gu Ling. In a flash, several male disciples tried consoling her but were all pushed away. At the sight, Chu Jiandan appropriately said 2 words, dismissed. Gu Ling zoomed off faster than those rushing to their assignments. The square gradually emptied, while Chu Jiandan and Xiao Yixue's public relationship quickly gained popularity across the peaks of the sect. Cui Yunshan gaped, speechless. The sun set. And Xiao Yixue hung herself on a tree again. Jianchen Peak was high, like a towering celestial sword. At the peak top was a large rock, Chu Jiandan's favorite place to stay. But since he gave up cultivation and became lazy, he began finding various trivial matters for himself, like asking the disciples to write down their cultivation reflections of the month, no less than 800 words, demanding concise phrasing, and prohibiting padding. Once they were on their monthly leave, he stayed indoors diligently grading homework. Qingxin Pavilion was not far from the peak top, merely dozens of meters away. For Xiao Yixue, staying at the peak top was akin to staying in the back courtyard of Qingxin Pavilion. Every move Chu Jiandan made under the eaves was clear to her. She loved watching the sunset, that fiery red color. Lifting her ring finger, the unity mark shone alongside the setting sun. Her gaze landed on the mark, originally expecting to feel familiar, yet after staring at it for a long time, it still seemed incomprehensible. Xiao Yixue could sense Chu Jiandan's presence from the mark. If she focused her mind, she could even feel a hint of his current state and mood. Leisurely, very leisurely. Xiao Yixue couldn't help but smile faintly. Her elder brother seemed to have no aspirations at all, finding amusement even in a pile of assignments. But the depth in her eyes grew. She also sensed the curse on Chu Jiandan. It turned out that the curse had never disappeared. Chu Jianden quietly transferred it to himself. Xiao Yixue hadn't expected this either. She clenched her fists tightly without realizing it. Having suffered greatly under the curse before, how could she not know what her elder brother was enduring? Now, it was just the early stage of parasitism for the curse, with indirect episodes, but each one caused excruciating pain. As time went on, the attacks would grow more frequent, demanding not only gritting teeth against physical pain but also steadfast mental strength to counteract demonic influences. Xiao Yixue, who had endured 100 years, knew well the process ahead for Chu Jianden. Just thinking about his future suffering made her heart involuntarily tighten. Perhaps no one had ever done anything to such an extent for him, and perhaps never would. Except Chu Jianden. Brother. You were always like this, weren't you? Xiao Yixue murmured softly, lost in thought as she stared at the circular mark on her finger. The autumn wind became colder. Yet inside her, there was a warm fire burning. Chapter 21, Taking a Hit While Lying Down. Chu Jianden was used to sleeping when it got dark, even though people like them, with half a foot already in the divine realm, didn't need food, drink, or waste elimination. Because sleeping was also a form of enjoyment. Especially in this world without phones or computers. Lying in an antique-styled room, listening to the mountain breeze chime the copper bells under the window frame, closing your eyes blissfully, how delightful. Xiao Yixue affection level +1. Chu Jianden. Opening his eyes, he gazed through the gauze-covered window, catching only a streak of moonlight filtering through the gaps between leaves. Though he couldn't see Xiao Yixue's figure, Chu Jianden knew he was on the mountaintop. Has this kid really developed psychological trauma from me being reckless? Does he really take staying close seriously? Does he have no private life? He's like an elderly person left in the village. Due to many disciples venturing outside, Jianchen Peak felt overly quiet. Xian Ming sat alone by the stream, staring at his reflection in the water while recalling the guidance from his elder siblings earlier in the day. He indeed had good talent, being able to quickly coordinate with everyone to complete an 8-person sword formation within half an hour. His low cultivation level was his only drawback, yet Xiao Yixue obviously wouldn't intentionally criticize such issues. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Not far downstream, there seemed to be a sound different from the babbling spring. Maintaining stillness, Xian Ming merely rolled his eyeballs slightly. A fleeting pink figure that he once saw stood with her back to him, stopped on a wooden bridge, gazing at the dense forest below. Xian Ming did not think Gu Ling looked familiar. Every time he saw her, the impression she left on others was too profound. One could say that none of her appearances were ordinary. At today's afternoon summary meeting, the 8 new disciples were present, standing in the last row. At the time, Xian Ming stood behind and to the side of Gu Ling, observing her reactions clearly. Emotionally detached, it was difficult for him to understand other people's feelings, let alone empathize with them. Therefore, to him, Gu Ling was merely strange. Regarding the master and aunt joining as partners, among all the younger members, Xian Ming was the one whose emotions fluctuated the least. To the point where he was excessively rational. Firstly, he believed that both the master and the aunt were great ascension cultivators. Once they took one more step, they would transcend through calamity, ascending together. Even in the celestial realm, they could continue to support each other. Secondly, in terms of strength, neither dragged the other down, their personalities showed no signs of conflict. In teamwork, sword techniques and magical arts combined near and far combat skills, focusing on individual targets first, then the overall situation. In crude terms, it was like having both single combat and group battles covered, sufficient to handle most combat scenarios. In Xian Ming's view, this was nearly perfect. Although he also didn't consider this as love. But, love or not, did it matter? In a world where power ruled all, good cooperation was the key. Like how he loved collaborating with his elder brothers and sisters during battle. Perhaps because he wasn't someone who liked to take the lead, instead preferring to silently be a part of the team. Therefore, he understood very well the matter of master and aunt being together, and his understanding was without any ulterior motives. And looking around the entire Seven Spirits sect, only he and the sect leader Cui Yunshan had correctly grasped the meaning. Who? The mountain wind at night was bone-chilling. Gu Ling gazed into the darkness for a long time, so long that Xian Ming, who didn't dare to disturb her from behind, felt stiffness in his neck. Over and over again, her mind replayed every moment after Xiao Yixue was taken back to Jianchen Peak by Chu Jianden. Their interactions seemed extremely normal, not even hinting at any trace of romance, just simply being by each other's side. But it was precisely this side-by-side that caused Gu Ling's heart to feel resentful. Why must you two betray me? Her eyes were abnormally red. Even if Xian Ming couldn't see her expression, just from her words, he already thought she was mentally unstable. From her words, the "you" clearly referred to master and aunt. Yet neither master nor aunt had done anything untoward. Where did this betrayal come from? Xian Ming didn't have the ability or desire to figure out a girl's psychology. From what he had observed, if a girl's mind was this hard to understand, he'd rather choose in the future to be like master and aunt, find a good partner, work together towards cultivating immortality, and soar through the skies as agreed. Before embarking on the path of Seven Spirits Sect, there was someone who told him early on, in this world where lives are unequal, feelings will never be a necessity. The ability to survive is all that matters. That person later died because of love. That person was his godfather. His godfather revealed a tremendous truth just before dying. His family had been wiped out. He himself was cut from the belly of his dead mother by his godfather, and only managed to survive thanks to miraculous pills and elixirs. As for who destroyed his clan, the godfather didn't mention a word. Understanding, Xianming didn't blame his godfather. Because he knew it must have been an enemy too powerful for him to ever reach in his lifetime. But one day, when he possessed the strength for revenge, he would thoroughly investigate that tragedy of the past. Thus, his goal for joining Seven Spirits Sect as a disciple was crystal clear, to seek revenge. Silently watching Gu Ling's silhouette, he suddenly wondered why she had come. He had heard that this senior sister was extraordinary in every way, unlike anyone else, with astonishing talent and rapid learning speed, but she simply had no interest in learning. Xianming originally thought that perhaps she took on a playing among mortals attitude. But now, seeing this image of her lost in love, he was genuinely perplexed. Surely she can't have come here just for romance, right? He mused strangely. Gu Ling slowly raised her palm, drawing an ancient symbol in her palm from memory. Far away on the peak, Xiao Yixue suddenly furrowed her brows. Teeth clenched tightly, Gu Ling knew exactly what she was doing. She cared about nothing, considered nothing, refused to think about anything, all she desired was to reclaim what had been stolen. She was attempting to awaken a possible demon within Xiao Yixue's body. Yes. Even if Moe once more descended into demonic possession, plunged into an abyss of suffering, as long as he emerged forever belonging to her, then no matter how perilous and bloody the process became, she would surely obtain her desired result. Cough. Chu Jianden's face changed dramatically in his sleep. Suddenly rolling onto the edge of the bed, he couldn't help but vomit a pool of black blood. This black blood was peculiar, it flowed on the ground forming a closed loop. It resembled some dark wizard summoning array. Chapter 22, Misunderstanding grew. Brother. Don't approach it. In a daze, Chu Jianden prepared to stand up, but was suddenly forced back down by an immense force. His vision grew gradually blurry. Before losing consciousness, all he saw was a familiar white figure. Brother. Wake up. Xiao Yixue held his shoulders with both hands, stepping forward firmly to pin him down on the center of the bed. Swish. Duanshan leaped from its scabbard. Xiao Yixue didn't even dodge. Sure enough, the blade hesitated just millimeters away from his neck, trembling violently, unable to strike down. With reddened eye corners and unfocused eyes, Chu Jianden could only breathe heavily with his mouth slightly open. Following the sword's sharp edge, Xiao Yixue noticed the golden light faintly glowing on the concentric mark of Chu Jianden's ring finger. Unexpectedly, the contingency plan initially meant for herself actually fell upon Chu Jianden. Brother. Brother, can you hear me? Chu Jianden usually kept his hair in a ponytail, but now with his long hair sprawled out as he lay here, even though his aura was sharp and severe, there was an undeniable disordered beauty about him. The white silk sleeping robe, thin as it was, had seeped blood from the abdomen area, faintly revealing the fierce countenance of a terrifying beast. Xiao Yixue undid his collar and sash, and the blood-red sigil appeared. Amidst the waves of energy, the curse within his dantian responded to and resonated with the magical array on the ground, attracting each other. Without any door opening, Cui Yunshan stepped directly into the room midair. Blood pool. Xiao Yixue murmured, perhaps also addressing the visitor. The pool of blood on the ground acted like a blood pool. Xiao Yixue's way to counteract the blood pool was by pinning herself onto a crucifix, so at the moment, she could only temporarily hold Chu Jianden down on the bed. Is this what you call demon abyss summoning? Cui Yunshan asked uncertainly. Xiao Yixue nodded, but this is just the initial stage. As long as we don't step into the array, perhaps after half an hour, my senior brother will wake up. Cui Yunshan looked grave, quietly gazing at Duanshan's sword. He could tell that although Xiao Yixue didn't use much force, her sealing off of Chu Jianden's path using all four limbs left no alternatives except splitting him apart with one stroke. But just as Xiao Yixue said, the two parties who shared the same heartmark would absolutely be unable to deal fatal blows to each other. This was a contract deeply etched into their souls, effective even if both sides lost consciousness. This method may not treat the root cause, but it certainly can suppress it somewhat. Cui Yunshan stroked his beard, finally directing his gaze toward Chu Jianden's empty eyes. When he found out that Chu Jianden had used himself to transfer Xiao Yixue's curse, his reaction was similar to hers, he was also stunned for a while. But it lasted only momentarily. If the roles were reversed, he wouldn't have believed it was pure sect camaraderie. Because he understood his disciple well. Xiao Yixue wasn't the type who would give everything up to save someone else. If situations were switched, he definitely wouldn't be so unreservedly, one-for-one, trade, only helping within his capability at most. But Chu Jianden was different. Cui Yunshan was confident that regardless of whom Chu Jianden saw suffering in the demon abyss, if it wasn't some obviously malevolent person, he would try to rescue them. And because of that understanding, seeing Chu Jianden, whose nature was so pure-hearted, enduring such torment made Cui Yunshan feel an indescribable mix of emotions. Ishue, can't the soul mark directly awaken him? Xiao Ishue flinched slightly, and for the first time, a rare sense of awkwardness flickered in his eyes. How? Cui Yunshan read the expression on his face and might have guessed. Do what a partner should do. Xiao Ishue summarized briefly. Cui Yunshan pressed his temple. In the end, he couldn't help but ask carefully, to what extent must it go? After a long silence, Xiao Ishue replied, we can try first. The power of the early stage curse wasn't strong, so awakening him shouldn't be difficult. Even with Duan Chen still placed against his neck, he ignored it completely and directly held Chu Jianden's right hand with his left. Thereafter came a frenzied struggle between resistance and inability to resist from Chu Jianden. Clang! As soon as the sword left his hand, Xiao Ishue swept his sleeve, sending it flying onto the floor. Then, their 10 fingers, inscribed with the mark of the soul mark, intertwined. However, it seemed Chu Jianden was the passive party. Even being forced. Although their fingers intertwined, Chu Jianden's entire body was pinned there, unable to move. Cui Yunshan simply couldn't bear watching further. Chu Jianden wasn't exactly known as a distant flower hard to approach, but in truth, he was one of the 7 spirit sect's main representatives and historically the most prestigious peak master of Jianchen Peak. Normally composed and elegant, never losing decorum in front of others, now he looked disheveled, with clothes untidy. His gaze and presence were brimming with unventilated ferocity due to the restriction placed upon him. The Duan Chen sword lying on the ground hummed ominously, as if it were about to rise into the air and pierce Xiao Ishue through the heart in retribution. Seeing this, Cui Yunshan furrowed his brows unconsciously. After all, the affection between these two was still too shallow. If they were genuinely a devoted couple in love, then they probably wouldn't encounter such difficulties now. Xiao Ishue didn't know where his anger came from. Seeing Chu Jianden's resolute defiance, he clenched his lips, suddenly tightening his grip with his left hand. Roar! The mark glowed brilliantly all of a sudden, accompanied by sounds resembling dragon cries and phoenix calls. Instantly, both the blood magic array and the curse grew dimmer in color, as if forcefully suppressed. It was merely a matter of priority. Xiao Ishue had practically demonstrated in front of Cui Yunshan that the precedence of the soul mark far outweighed the curse. One could even say it outweighed everything else, without exaggeration. Senior. Brother. The clarity returned to Chu Jianden's eyes, albeit interrupted and intermittent, and his breathing was still very unstable. Senior brother. Xiao Ishue exclaimed with great joy. Seeing this, Cui Yunshan finally sighed in relief. The matter of the soul mark was extremely crucial. Watching Xiao Ishue gain control over Chu Jianden, he no longer lingered. Ishue, take good care of Jianden. I have to activate the teleportation array and visit the Immortal Alliance. Understood, Master, Xiao Ishue replied, her gaze never leaving Chu Jianden's eyes. Cui Yunshan disappeared as suddenly as he had come, leaving only the 2 disciples in Qingxin courtyard. Cough cough. Chu Jianden spat out another mouthful of blood, though it wasn't black anymore. Seeing the remaining blood pool formation on the ground, his eyelids fluttered violently. This thing truly went berserk when it lost control. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation in his right hand. Glancing down, he noticed their intertwined 10 fingers were already stark white, indicating how much force Xiao Ishue had used. Younger brother, you woke me up like this? Chu Jianden asked in astonishment. Xiao Ishue released his hand, her fingers quickly turning red from the blood rushing back. Marvelous. Chu Jianden flipped his right hand around repeatedly, inspecting it closely. What principle is this? Holding hands can awaken one's soul. If Cui Yunshan were still present, he would have angrily reminded Xiao Ishue to hurry up and get off Chu Jianden. But perhaps both lost in their own thoughts, neither realized how easily their position could be misinterpreted. As the blood formation dissipated completely, the magical sigil on Chu Jianden's abdomen gradually sank inward. The bloodstains on his body could simply be cleaned with a purification spell. However, Chu Jianden was indeed very weak at this moment. His complexion and lips were visibly pale, and he had to breathe through his slightly parted mouth. If someone unaware of the situation saw this scene, they might think Xiao Ishue had done something excessive to him. For example, Gu Ling standing rigidly by the small wooden bridge, using Xuanqing butterflies to check the results. Not a trace of demonic energy. Xiao Ishue was Xiao Ishue, entirely unrelated to Moe. Gu Ling stumbled, leaning against the railing of the wooden bridge. That's not right. Could it be that everything was just an illusion? Before she could make excuses for herself, the conversation inside transmitted via the Xuanqing butterfly perched by the window reached her ears. Xiao Ishue. Why did you use so much force? Not even calling him younger brother anymore. Why did you resist me? A familiar rebellious tone. It wasn't intentional. Instinctive reaction, all right. Do I care whether it was instinctive or not? At that time, I needed your compliance. Compliance my. Next time, go easier on me. My whole body is numb. Just listen next time. Moving around like that, trying to wear me out. Gu Ling's heart began shattering rapidly. She screamed towards the night sky, running down Jianchen Peak, disappearing into the dense forest below. Much later. Xian Ming stood up like a zombie. This senior sister sure knows how to stand, sitting here has left my legs numb. He twisted his waist and turned toward the freshman's courtyard. So late already, maybe everyone's asleep. I just came out to fetch some mountain spring water to drink, and wasted all my practice time. What a day. Never coming out after dark again. Walking on night paths isn't good at all. Chapter 23, Unpredictable Directions. Xian Ming. How come you're just returning? In the small courtyard, when you sat on the roof carving a flute. Seeing Xian Ming holding his waist while slowly walking into the yard, she paused her work curiously and asked him. SSH, don't mention it. I ran into that junior sister earlier. Xian Ming shook his head continuously, appearing utterly miserable. Junior sister Gu Ling. When you twirled the short flute in her hand, Excellent feel. Yes. Xian Ming sighed. What happened? When you glanced sideways. Did she hit you? Xian Ming shook his head, not exactly. When you couldn't help rolling her eyes, then why do you look like this? Anyone who doesn't know would think you got severely beaten. I'd rather get beaten. Xian Ming looked pained, briefly summarizing how he saw the junior sister and, not daring to disturb her, spent half the night squatting by the chilly mountain stream. The courtyard was quiet, and their conversation didn't employ any soundproofing measures. The disciples in the other rooms could all hear. Zhang Ximin and Wang Suyue exchanged glances, their eyes glittering with the excitement of gossip. As the only two girls among the 8 new disciples, they had become close sisters, often visiting each other when they weren't practicing and even spending the night in one another's dormitory. Right now, the two of them were squeezed onto a small bed. Originally, they had been ambitiously planning their future, but after overhearing Xian Ming and Wenya chatting, they completely lost track of that thought. Hey, Ximin, do you know what? I've always felt that junior sister Gu Ling is odd. Wang Suyue was 4 years older than Zhang Ximin, but there was no apparent generation gap between them. Really? Zhang Ximin blinked her eyes curiously. Sister Suyue also thinks so. At first, I didn't really notice anything unusual, she just seemed pretty. Wang Suyue paused to think, but lately, I've started realizing how deep she runs. What's deep about her? Zhang Ximin's interest piqued. My family lives nearby in Lucheng, and we deal in jewelry and such. So, I have some knowledge of rare materials from classic texts, and today afternoon, I was standing behind her. Her ornaments may not look extravagant or flashy, but each one made it to the celestial list. Can you imagine that? This is insane. She definitely comes from a powerful background. That explains it, ha. That's why I always thought she's different from the rest of us. Now I get it, we're just not on the same level. Zhang Ximin shook her head with a sigh, lamenting about life's unfairness for some people who win at birth. On the topic of that, her tone shifted abruptly. I saw something hilarious today. No, 2 things. What happened? Wang Suyue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This morning when I was held back by the master, guess what I saw later? Saw what? Junior sister rushing in disheveled as if she just woke up without cleaning up, she practically leaped into master's arms. And then? Of course, master pushed her away. Ah, so could it be true that junior sister actually has feelings for our master? I'm not sure if it's real, but I can tell for certain that master doesn't reciprocate those feelings. I wonder where all these rumors about junior sister being favored came from. But listening to your analysis earlier makes me realize, it probably boils down to master giving face to her powerful faction. Zhang Ximin shrugged nonchalantly. That makes sense, so what about the second thing? Wang Suyue didn't forget. Pfft. The second event is much funnier. Just spill it. After junior sister got kicked out, not long after, I stepped out of my practice room, and uncle flew in like lightning. Uncle? Yes, him. What did uncle go see master for? Not sure, but uncle also directly went to hug master. But this time, master didn't push uncle away. His attitude towards uncle was way better, by 100-fold, than towards junior sister. Previously, I thought this secret was something to take to my grave, but now I get it. That's why master shows zero interest in junior sister, because he already has someone else. Zhang Ximin sighed. Wang Suyue touched her chin, looking thoughtful. So, does that mean our master and uncle form an extraordinary pair? Extraordinary or not, Zhang Ximin waved her hand casually. Cultivation itself defies nature, so throwing in defying societal norms isn't much. They'll ascend to the heavenly realm anyway, they won't be concerned about children or mundane issues. Who they choose to share their lives with doesn't matter much. As long as they're happy, it works. Zhang Shimin may have been slow in cultivating internal energy, but her acceptance of all kinds of concepts couldn't be higher. Wang Suyuan nodded. Having just turned 16, she faced unavoidable marriage pressure from her parents, which strengthened her determination to pursue cultivation. Fortunately, I was chosen by Master, otherwise, who knows which wedding sedan chair I'd end up in right now. Exactly. Sister Suyue, let's work hard. We need to become our family's immortal ancestor someday. Ha ha ha. And tomorrow, focus in class, or Master might send you packing. Noted. The conversation veered from gossip back to their initial ambitious plans, bright prospects. In the other rooms, though not as lively, nobody had fallen asleep yet. Wen Ye and Xian Ming had bid farewell and returned to their respective quarters. The cramped 8-person courtyard remained tranquil yet warm. Lu Sanlang embraced his beloved, Happiness, nurturing a bond every day as if glued together tighter than any lover couple. The relationship between the 8 new disciples wasn't extremely close yet, but neither were their disruptive forces affecting harmony. Because those types of characters had been tossed to the 7 Spirits Peak by Chu Jiachen at the very beginning due to his aversion to trouble. No. 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 I can't die. Gu Ling finally snapped when she realized she was about to be sacrificed to the heavens. She had already fled outside the 7 Spirit Sect's territory and aimlessly weaved through the dense forest. With Sun Xingdia around, her cheating items aplenty in her pockets, and most importantly, her main character blessing, she wouldn't truly encounter any life-threatening danger. As she ran, she slowly came to a stop. Yes, she was love-driven, but she wasn't stupid, especially regarding matters that concerned life or death. Being identified as a descendant of Nuwa, Gu Ling believed what she had seen of her previous life, though it didn't mean this life would follow the exact same trajectory. Even so, she hadn't foolishly overlooked one key point, the fact that Chu Jiachen had saved her in the future. Even if this life's path differed greatly, and even if Chu Jiachen didn't save her, it didn't necessarily mean she would die. Because Chu Jiachen not saving her didn't exclude the possibility of others doing so. As long as someone near ascension, they can replace me. Voluntarily would be better, involuntarily, isn't impossible either. Ha 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 ha. This was the first time Gu Ling laughed in a way even she herself had never seen. Chapter 24, Acting Entitled. Gu Ling had gone missing. No one knew where she had gone. She hadn't said goodbye to anyone. If it weren't for Chu Jiachen's system showing normal status, he might have thought the heroine had been captured by monsters. The monthly break lasted 7 days, with the 8th day marking the end of vacation. The disciples returned to the sect on schedule and only then did they learn of the rumor that Gu Ling may have run away. The 7 Spirits Sect had strict rules. Anyone who left the sect without reason, if confirmed free to do so, could be judged by the Elder Pavilion to be expelled from the sect. At this moment, 7 elders were seated around Chu Jiachen, awaiting his final decision. Chu Jiachen was indeed very tempted to nod, but it would contradict his established personality, triggering constant out-of-character, OOC, warnings from the system. After a minute of fierce struggle with the system data, he finally, painfully, intoned. Well, give her 30 days time. A month? The elders exchanged puzzled glances. Chu Jiachen's suggestion seemed reasonable. Yes, Chu Jiachen said indifferently. If after a month, she still insists on her own way, we will expel her unilaterally from the register. However, now we must publicly announce to the cultivation world that this disciple might have betrayed our sect, thereby disassociating the sect with her identity. Additionally, ban Gu Ling's identity token. If she wishes to return, she must enter via the front gate and honestly submit her formal application. If she doesn't return, she cannot use the sect token to contact our members abroad. The master's words are correct. It shows how thoughtful our master is. No one raised objections. If Gu Ling really betrayed the 7 Spirits Sect, carrying the sect token would pose a great risk. The sect token allowed urgent contact with nearby sect mates, usable only by the soul blood summon of its bearer. While falling into outsider hands made it useless as more than a piece of scrap, one couldn't rule out the possibility of intentional sabotage from defectors. Chu Jiachen also considered the safety of other disciples. The host's actions match his character. Luck increased by +10. Thus, the Elder Pavilion of Jianchen Peak swiftly arranged things according to Chu Jiachen's instructions. Disciples listening to the wave-upon-wave news barely recovered from shock within half a month, having already consumed a year's worth of drama. Though many male disciples felt dejected, upon seeing numerous pretty senior sisters and cute junior sisters around, they forgot about Gu Ling within a few days. Under the influence of the sect culture, the label of likely traitor easily triggered public resentment. Gu Ling was not unaware of this. Yet, she chose this route, perhaps out of challenging rules unnecessarily or truly harboring thoughts of betrayal. Whichever case it was, the united disciples of Jianchen Peak found it difficult to accept. Jiang Beiyu secretly got drunk for 3 straight days to suppress his inner sorrow. In truth, he already knew that Gu Ling had never once properly looked at any of them, those who had openly or secretly pursued her. Her attention always lingered either on their master or on their newly arrived uncle. Whether Gu Ling's feelings remained or not, Jiang Beiyu didn't know. But he knew he should let go. Hey! Elder brother Jiang. What brings you here again today? Xian Ming passed by, holding a stack of books, catching sight of Jiang Beiyu yet again hiding behind a tree drinking alcohol. Cough cough. It's getting colder. A bit of liquor helps warm the body, guzz. Warm the body. Xian Ming frowned suspiciously. Wouldn't using your internal energy be warmer? Gulugulu. You don't understand. Jiang Beiyu leaned against the big tree, drinking himself to oblivion. I don't understand. Xian Ming's eyes sparkled as he seemed to recall something amusing. Senior Jiang. I know. It must be the drunken sword style that is rumored in the martial world, right? Pfft. Jiang Beiyu's melancholy atmosphere of 45 degrees disappeared instantly. Senior Jiang, you're the best. Teach me. I want to learn the drunken sword style too. Xian Ming hurried over with his pile of books, his eyes full of hope as he looked at Jiang Beiyu. If not for his load, he probably would have already tried grabbing Jiang Beiyu directly. Ha ha ha. Jiang Beiyu looked speechless at Xian Ming's blank expression. Are your classes over again? Yes. Master praised me for my intelligence. Xian Ming was quite proud of himself. You want to learn the drunken sword style? Sure do. Then we'll talk about it once I'm drunk. Why? Drunken sword style, naturally can only be performed when one's drunk. Likewise, I'll have to be drunk to teach you. I see. Xian Ming nodded solemnly without understanding, then. Senior Jiang, if I follow you to learn, will I also need to get drunk? Jiang Beiyu thought for a moment, it makes sense. How else would you learn if you're not drunk? Then, Senior Jiang, can you give me some alcohol? Let's drink together. Sure. No problem. Xian Ming beamed and found a clean spot to set his books down temporarily before eagerly plopping next to Jiang Beiyu, taking over a wine jar larger than a pig's head from him. Later on, whether or not they'd actually use swords became unimportant. Because both were drunk. Until 7 others, finishing their normal classes, came upon them in complete astonishment. Yi Yunju was the first to kneel down and taste the alcohol. It's potent. Wei Hua, but Xian Ming doesn't know this. Zhang Shimin, will they be fine? Wang Suyue, probably Senior Jiang Beiyu. Wenya, yes, but as for Xian Ming, it's uncertain. Li Yanqing, does anyone here know how to sober someone up? Lu Sanlang blinked, I'll give it a try. Everyone turned their gaze toward him. Joy. Lu Sanlang summoned his cheerful-looking sword from the packed dimension space with a wave of his hand. They all knew his sword had developed spirit and intellect, so they weren't shocked by the scene, but out of curiosity what he planned to do, they then watched as he drew his sword in an instant. Joy. Bring forth killing intent. Lu Sanlang raised his sword, directly aiming for Xian Ming's brow in a straight thrust. All jaws dropped at once, and no one managed to stop him before witnessing a tangible form of killing intent, resembling a fiery red phoenix, darting straight at Xian Ming's face. Ah! The shrill scream didn't come from the sword dust peak but erupted from Xian Ming's nightmare. Fire. Killing intent. A fierce fire sweeping across heaven and earth. Killing intent engulfing all existence. Though unable to see anything, Xian Ming could still perceive the colors, temperatures, and death. All of them gawked at Xian Ming rolling around on the ground for several rounds. That wide-awake yet horrified look certainly didn't resemble even a fraction of being drunk anymore. Is this how it works? Somewhat cruel though, look how scared the kid is. Hey, Xian Ming, are you alright? Among them, Wenya appeared most concerned, silently pulling out her water bottle from her waist and considerately giving him a sip. Cough 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 cough. Xian Ming snapped back to his senses. Me? You guys? Where are we? What happened? How did you all end up here? And where's Master? Each of the 7 people wore different expressions. Following Wenya's eye movement, Xian Ming saw Jiang Beiyu sound asleep under the tree roots, abruptly recalling the earlier incident and suddenly looking utterly embarrassed. I accidentally drank too much with senior brother. Drunk? Didn't you say you'd go read books? What's this business about drinking along the way? Senior Jiang wouldn't force you to do such nonsense. Wenya shot him a disapproving glance. How could Master keep allowing Xian Ming to leave early? Clearly the most talented, fastest progressing person in the group is little junior brother Lu Sanlang, who has now become the favorite among the 8. Even the favorite isn't spoiled into arrogance. This Xian Ming. Truly infuriating. Humph. We'll see who wins the tortoise hare race someday. Xian Ming had no idea why Wenya started glaring at him like that, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chapter 25, Merging with Common People. The group of 8 worked together to haul Jiang Beiyu back to his dormitory. However, when Chao Xinqi and Qin Liru saw Jiang Beiyu's condition, they both wore expressions identical to Wenya's. Head disciple of Sword Dust Peak. Not for long, right? Thank you all. Not at all, brother. It's a trivial matter, just a trivial matter. Are the two of you preparing to go out? Xian Ming was more familiar with them, so he casually chatted. Not really, Chao Xinshi replied, just going to Seven Spirits Peak regularly to practice. Oh. The eyes of the eight lit up. Since joining Seven Spirits Sect, none of them had left Sword Dust Peak. What? Do you want to come along? Qin Liru raised an eyebrow. Can we? Lu Sanlang quickly darted to the front. Then it depends on whether or not you're going to fight, Qin Liru shrugged. If not, you can come with us now. If you do, you have to report to the Elder first. Your results will also count towards your regular scores, affecting your final term evaluation. This is the new rule. The eight exchanged glances. Fight or not? Let's take a look first. Yeah, our master said not to rush recklessly. Brother, let's just follow you and take a look. Alright, as for Jiang Beiyu, just ignore him. Let's go. Chao Xinshi and Qin Liru took the lead ahead, with the eight trailing behind like little ducklings. Seven Spirits Peak, the golden signboard of Seven Spirits Sect. Sword Dust Peak only had one mountain peak, whereas Seven Spirits Peak had 7. Other peaks were quiet like primeval forests, but Seven Spirits Peak was bustling like a 5A level scenic spot during holidays. It shattered the imaginations of the group of 8 about cultivators. Come. Look over here. Genuine lotus leaf cakes from my hometown. Friendship price among sect members. Only one low-grade spirit stone per box. Snail rice noodles. Freshly cooked authentic snail rice noodles. Fresh tofu pudding. Available in sweet or salty flavors. Fulfilling all your needs. Candied haws. Candied haws made from spiritual fruits. This? Xian Ming widened his eyes, shocked, since he had never been to any towns before. The others curiously looked around while walking, but soon they realized that the cultivation levels of these disciples selling at stalls weren't very high. To say they were just getting by, they did shout out their sales pitches quite enthusiastically. But to say they were ambitious, they could be using their time practicing instead of selling goods. Everyone was utterly confused. Don't find it strange. Chao Xinshi casually remarked ahead, this is how Seven Spirits Peak is. There are 7 Grand Outer Sect Masters giving large lectures and 7 Inner Sect Masters. All disciples start off in the Outer Sect. Once they reach the Golden Core stage, they qualify to enter the Inner Sect. And once they transcend to the nascent soul level, they become eligible to be personal disciples of the Sect Master. So these are all Outer Sect disciples? Lu Sanlang blinked his eyes and asked. Yes, Chao Xinshi nodded. At present, there are close to 10,000 Outer Sect disciples residing on Seven Spirits Peak. Due to the large number, Outer Sect disciples need to take turns practicing outside the sect. Outside? Aren't we forbidden from leaving Sword Dust Peak when we first joined? That brings up the question, who leads the teams? Their senior disciples. Wang Suyue couldn't help but feel fortunate that she'd been chosen by her master. Exactly. Chao Xinshi smiled, in the future, whenever you go out on expeditions, we'll need to accompany you. Accompany us? Our master won't go. Our master, generally won't. Generally. Long ago, she didn't go. But later, after going a few times with Gu Ling, so, generally. Zhang Ximin scratched his head, meaning, with senior sister Gu away, our master probably won't go either. Roughly. Chao Xinshi felt somewhat heavy and slightly awkward when the topic turned to Gu Ling. On the contrary, Lu Sanlang rubbed his hands, barely concealing the excitement in his eyes, senior brother Chao. When can we go out? When he first climbed the mountain to seek a teacher, he was so socially anxious and shy. Perhaps strength brought confidence, and confidence made people shine. In just over a month, he had transformed into the naughty kid next door. After just a month, you're already thinking of going out. Chao Xinshi chuckled. It's just something to look forward to. Lu Sanlang scratched his head. You will all need to break through to the foundation establishment stage before going out. Qin Liru finally spoke up, having kept silent all this time. Whoa, why'd you tell them? Chao Xinshi shot him a glance, then turned back to warn earnestly, impatience will only end up being counterproductive. Got it. Senior brother Chao, Lu Sanlang smiled naively. Hey, by the way, both of you senior brothers, how long did it take each of you to break through to the foundation establishment stage back then? As soon as this question was asked, the 7 people behind them immediately perked up their ears. Sigh. Chao Xinshi sighed, then resentfully glanced at Qin Liru. What are you looking at me for? The latter didn't think much of it, sometimes progress also needs motivation. Chao Xinshi helplessly shook his head and hesitated before answering Lu Sanlang's question. We all took around half a year, Jiang Beiyu only 3 months, and senior sister Gu Ling, a little over a month. Wow. Everyone was shocked. It was clearly due to that last sentence which had caused such reaction. Everyone knew that Gu Ling was still in the foundation establishment stage after 5 years. Could her talent truly have been that high back then? Can one really achieve foundation establishment within a month? Only Lu Sanlang and Xian Ming were concerned about this question, asking simultaneously without prior agreement, then silently exchanging glances. Theoretically, there's nothing impossible. Qin Liru crossed his arms and spoke without turning around, because it depends on your insight into the way of the sword. By relying on your enlightenment of the Tao, you trigger heart-stirring, achieving mutual understanding between yourself and the sword, becoming one with it. This is the feedback from enlightenment. As for Daozu, those who believe in me will gain life, come and inherit my way, let life perpetuate endlessly, the way persists forever. Yet, in folk tales, cultivation is merely described as a means to prolong life, which is a partial understanding, and moreover, an inversion of cause and effect. Those forced to wield a sword can never amount to anything in the path of the sword. Our master chose all of you because she acknowledges your aspiration toward the way of the sword, not needing you to say it out loud, your swords understand you. Lu Sanlang thought for a moment, so, I just need to trust it. He pointed at the sword in his hand. Exactly. Qin Liru rarely turned back to look at him. As long as you believe in it, your relationship becomes mutual trust, since it will always believe in you. I got it. Lu Sanlang looked at Qin Liru with bright eyes instantly. Thank you, senior brother Qin. Qin Liru turned his head away and continued walking forward. Xian Ming suddenly remembered what he'd read in books. If one only practices some internal skill according to fixed steps, progressing from level 1 to 10 to breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, it generally takes 100 years on average. Hence, many blindly practicing cultivators end up stuck in the refining chi stage their whole lives, strengthening their bodies, and living past 100 is often due to effort combined with luck. Many more die prematurely at levels 7 or 8. Clearly, the difference between having the way and lacking the way was quite pronounced. He raised his head to glance around. There were so many disciples of Seven Spirits Peak, but how many genuinely loved magic? It was nothing more than following the trend in cultivation. Being chosen initially due to talent or nature does not mean that the talent will be fully utilized, nor does it guarantee unwavering determination. Self-doubt, fear of retreat, fleeting enthusiasm, all these are fundamental reasons why prodigies eventually become ordinary. Xian Ming stared at those elder disciples whom he should address as senior brother or elder sister, inexplicably feeling alerted. No, I'm still not pure enough. Otherwise, I would have been like junior brother Lu. My talent isn't much less than his. But I haven't even touched the essence of the sword yet. Mind, intent, spirit, soul. I don't even have the essence of the sword. When can I touch the threshold of the sword soul? No. I can't relax anymore. While thinking, he turned his head to glance beside him, at the genius junior brother who started with the essence of the sword from day one and had already grasped the sword intent after only a month. In the sleeves, Xian Ming clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 26, We're truly great. Hey. Chao Xinshi, Qin Liru, you're here so early today. The group had just reached the martial arts arena when two figures came over to greet them. As they drew nearer, they noticed the string of people following and couldn't help opening their mouths wide. What? A tag team battle today? Chao Xinshi laughed, pointing to the ones behind. Younger siblings have finished class. Brought them out to broaden their horizons. Ha. You sure do have a good mood. After speaking, the person waved a head towards the 8. Hi. Fellow juniors, greetings. Seniors. The 8 greeted collectively. Zhao Yingxing, Jin Yao, Qin Liru gestured casually, passing as introductions. Whoa, Qin dog thief, how careless. Stop it, you lot, you're not worthy of letting my juniors remember you. Come, provoking animosity has to be your style, Qin Liru, fight, no idle talk. The 8 naturally stayed at the viewing platform by the side. In front of them, there were dazzling flashes of colorful blade lights. Behind, misty green mountains lay in peaceful serenity. Originally, they thought it would be a duel between the 2 senior brothers from Jianchen Peak and the 2 senior brothers from Seven Spirits Peak, but unexpectedly, the positions were switched as soon as the match began. Chao Xinshi and Zhao Yingxing teamed up against Qin Liru and Jin Yao. Why is that? Zhang Ximin blinked, perhaps having various guesses in her mind, but lacking the confidence to speak them confidently. Are you talking about those 4? Nearby, there was an unnamed female senior who was eating sunflower seeds. Aha! Zhang Ximin got excited upon seeing the beautiful senior sister and almost wanted to sit next to her to eat sunflower seeds together. TSK. They've been mimicking your master's and uncle's fighting techniques these past few days, the unnamed senior said without taking her eyes off the field for even a second while answering Zhang Ximin. What? Mimic master and uncle? Zhang Ximin was somewhat surprised. Yeah. TSK. After spitting out all the sunflower seed shells in her mouth, she explained leisurely, you also know that Senior Xiao is our disciple from Seven Spirits Peak, and he is personally taught by the sect leader, so he should assist in teaching us here, but later, he was lured away by your master. Cough. Half of the 8-person group suddenly started coughing. They often fight each other normally. Out of nowhere, they had this brilliant idea, trying out your master's and uncle's team fighting techniques, which means combining near and far combat styles, making both attack and defense possible. How's the result? Zhang Ximin was curious. The nameless senior furrowed her brows, then watched the battle situation inside for a moment before casually resuming her sunflower seed eating, a complete failure. Zhang Ximin scratched her head, following her gaze but not understanding at all what she was looking at. Lu Sanlang frowned as well, watching intently while deep in thought. According to what the nameless senior said, they fought each other frequently, and thus should know each other thoroughly. Even if their roles changed from opponents to teammates, it shouldn't result in failure. So where exactly did the problem lie? Senior sister, may I ask a question? Lu Sanlang eventually spoke up, have they seen master and uncle working together in battle? Click. The nameless senior remained unfazed and unrevealing, yes. Huh. When? We haven't seen it yet. At the back of our 7th peak, there's an abandoned ancient battlefield where they once fought, but suppressed their cultivation levels. What a pity. Click click. Lu Sanlang smiled, thank you, senior sister. The nameless senior waved her hand and continued munching on sunflower seeds. If it weren't for the small number of disciples on Jianchen Peak, and their penchant for running around to take commissions outside, the current arena would certainly have 2-on-2 matches every time. She hadn't forgotten, that day, the disciples behind the 7th peak all witnessed it. 2 figures weaving and flying through the air with seamless coordination, fluid like clouds moving effortlessly. Even though they were just in the exploratory stage of their maneuvers, disciples with keen eyes could already see that they were researching new combo techniques. Once perfected, it was undeniable that the 7 Spirits sect would surely gain a new martial arts manual. And that made all the martial enthusiasts envious to tears. Wasn't it? Even the status of Jianchen Peak's disciples within the 7 Spirits Peak had risen accordingly. After all, everyone wanted to start ahead. But wishing is one thing, only during practice did the disciples realize how terrifyingly perfect the coordination needed to be. The 4 people battling on the field caught most of the spectators' attention, even stopping others currently practicing nearby to observe their teamwork seriously. Qin Liru's sword chi was incredibly sharp, much like his own demeanor, recklessly wild yet lucid. On the contrary, Chao Xinqi's figure was more ethereal. Though slightly less forceful, it excelled in its lightness and agility. Of course, they both shared one common point. Which was? Both loved chasing after the mage from the opposing side. As a result, the final scene became Chao Xinqi and Zhao Yingxing focused on Jin Yao while Qin Liru and Jin Yao targeted Zhao Yingxing. At this point, the importance of synergy became evident. Without synergy, it would result in their scattered full-field chase. Everyone who'd seen the correct demonstration remembered, when Xiao Yixue and Chu Jiachen cooperated, it was as if they had merged into one. Their movements were so quick that some might think one was merely a shadow of the other, yet this shadow employed entirely different techniques than the original, truly catching opponents off guard. Alas! Everyone felt increasingly disheartened the more they watched. The path ahead is long and winding. Truly admire Senior Xiao. If I could find a partner from Jianchen Peak, I'd even sign the soul contract willingly. Did you write a love letter to a junior sister from Jianchen Peak today? I did. How many letters? 37. Did you get any replies? No. Alas. I heard the disciples of Jianchen's Peak intend to keep this within themselves. That's not going to work. The numbers are already so uneven. Unless, you want to defect and join Jianchen's Peak. I've already reserved a spot for you there. As long as you can get the Peak Master of Jianchen's to accept me, I'll do anything. Everyone chatted animatedly, and finally, the 8-person group that had just opened their eyes truly began to understand the true nature of 7 Spirit Sect, even though what they were seeing now was still only the tip of the iceberg. I'm increasingly feeling how weak, how insignificant I am. Zhang Ximin hugged Wang Suyu's arm and sighed while leaning against her. Who isn't like that? Wang Suyu licked her lips. The spells of 7 Spirits Peak are truly dazzling. I agree, Zhang Ximin nodded. They really are beautiful. Beautiful? If it's beautiful, come back often. Gabba gabba. The unnamed senior sister extended the same warm welcome to Jianchen Peak. Far away at the peak, Xiao Yixue and Chu Jiachen stood side by side, gazing distantly towards the mountainside where 8 little children were sitting in rows on the ground. Senior brother, you see, the day you told us to distance ourselves a bit, look now, everyone is trying to imitate us. Xiao Yixue chewed on a strand of grass, swinging it idly. Not that, Chu Jiachen didn't understand, why do they assume we're coming up with a new manual? Because you're an acknowledged master, Xiao Yixue grinned widely, a grandmaster-level sword cultivator and a great mage working together to innovate new techniques, how could others interpret it otherwise? Chu Jiachen massaged his temple, can't they think we're merely exchanging sword skills and spell tactics subtly through our interactions? Are our marital relations simply a facade before them? He said earnestly. Ah, yes, I've heard that everyone is spreading rumors that our reason for forming a pact is solely for studying combination moves better, to prepare for next year's alliance conference, to make the 7 Spirit Sect famous across the lands. Xiao Yixue licked her lips as if tasting the dogtail grass. Oh, we are indeed so great. Chu Jiachen's expression remained emotionless. Chapter 27, Legitimate. After observing from afar for a while, they decided not to intervene further. Just treat it as mutual communication among disciples of the sect, no harm done. At Xuanhu Peak. Fang Suyun emerged from the medicinal garden, her features calm as she looked down at the path below. Soon enough, Chu Jiachen and Xiao Yixue ascended together. Sister Suyun, we haven't seen each other for quite some time. Chu Jiachen smiled gently. Brother Jiachen, it's been so long since you came to seek my help. Those who don't know might think we're enemies. Fang Suyun also smiled faintly. Where would such a thought come from? I was merely researching curses, not avoiding Xuanhu Peak. Oh. Is it because, perhaps, brother fears that sister's medical prowess might cure the curse too easily? Isn't that exactly right? I'm a rare guinea pig after all. Guinea pig? Cough, testing slave. Chu Jiachen corrected himself without any change in demeanor. Fang Suyun lightly laughed, covering her mouth. How could master speak so poorly about oneself? Teacher. A young child ran out of the medicinal garden, dirt smeared on his face, looking like a little cat. Yunhe. What's wrong? Fang Suyun bent down and patted his head. Teacher, that grafted spirit herb, has dried up again. The child looked disheartened, seeming extremely frustrated. Fang Suyun's brows furrowed slightly. Sister, is there any issue? Chu Jiachen noticed immediately, this plant was likely related to his condition. Very few knew about Chu Jiachen's dried up and cracked dantian. Among them was Fang Suyun, the peak master of Xuanhu Peak. She didn't believe herself capable of solving the curse problem, but she was confident in attempting to restore the damaged dantian. Demon Abyss devours spiritual energy, causing a cultivator's abilities to vanish completely after prolonged exposure, eventually transforming a normal cultivator into a marionette of the demon race. Although Chu Jiachen was no longer in Demon Abyss, his damaged dantian struggled to gather spiritual energy. Common disciples either couldn't perceive it or assumed he was suppressing his cultivation level on purpose, whereas he truly was powerless to act. Yes, brother, grafting this plant is rather complicated, but its fruits should be the most effective medicine currently available. Fang Suyun then took out a palm-sized box and handed it over to Chu Jiachen. I only have 3 at the moment, no need for refinement, take them directly. However, ensure at least a 3-day interval between doses. Thank you for your efforts, sister. Chu Jiachen gratefully received it. Brother doesn't need to be so polite, Fang Suyun smiled. Miss Suyun, may I inquire boldly? Xiao Yixue glanced at the young child Yunhe and said, the spiritual herbs withered again. Is there anything we can help with? Fang Suyun remained silent for a while before slowly speaking, Brother Yixue, this matter might really require your assistance. Feel free to say. The growth of this herb requires a large amount of fruit pulp rich in blood qi, and it must be at least heavenly grade. Regardless of the type. Regardless. I can extract certain essences and eventually make a custom nutrient solution. Alright, I understand. Xiao Yixue didn't hesitate a bit to agree. A perfect chance to sweep through various secret realms with full justification. Chu Jiachen wouldn't have any excuse to criticize me behind my back. The nearby Chu Jiachen pursed his lips but made no objection indeed. After system calculations, Gu Ling's departure most likely indicated her blackening. And if it was a villainized, wicked disciple, especially one with some blood on her hands, regardless of self-interest, Chu Jiachen was set only to punish the traitor in the name of righteousness. Because the ultimate failure of those several battlefield antagonists in the original story that led to their villainization came precisely from the original Chu Jiachen enforcing justice against family. Chu Jiachen could only devoutly beg and pray that Gu Ling doesn't return mistaken. Even if she doesn't go dark and chooses development elsewhere. Fang Suyun had no idea what he was thinking about. She gave Xiao Yixue more detailed instructions, including how to pick the herbs, what tools to use for preservation, etc. Yunhe, standing beside them, looked at Chu Jiachen with bright eyes as if seeing him for the first time, brimming with a newcomer's curiosity. Master, are you the peak master of Jianchen Peak? Chu Jiachen's thoughts were pulled back. He smiled slightly, yes, I am. Master, you look so handsome when you smile. Yunhe said and then turned to his own teacher, then Master, do you like my teacher? Chu Jiachen arched an eyebrow. Xiao Yixue sidelong glanced. Innocent words. Fang Suyun smiled faintly, patting the young child's head, Yunhe, don't be rude. If in the future you see a ring mark on someone's ring finger, it means they already have a partner, remember not to say such things anymore. Ah. Yunhe blinked, seemingly understanding, teacher, Yunhe knows. Peak Master, Yunhe has been rude just now. No worries. Chu Jiachen couldn't help but smile faintly too. Xiao Yixue subtly turned her eyes back, only to meet Fang Suyun's glance right on. The latter blinked, as if saying, brother, are you jealous? Xiao Yixue rolled her eyes heavily. Chapter 28, You're a little old. The reason Chu Jiachen allowed Xiao Yixue to act irresponsibly was mainly because he held the script. It was late November, the weather gradually entering winter. Winter came later to Lingmeng Marsh, the first snow would not fall until the end of the year. In the original story, it was also around this time that the female protagonist, Gu Ling, broke through to the Golden Core stage, fully unlocking her bloodline restraints, and subsequently made rapid progress, slapping those who had once mocked her stagnation over 5 years in the face. Chu Jichen once thought that she lacked a divorce trope, along with the warning, never mock a struggling youth. This turnaround would surely become inspiring and fiery. Of course, such a significant, great leap forward would inevitably come with great fortune beforehand. And this, great fortune, was none other than the new edition winter update with the new dungeon scheduled to shockingly release on December 12th. Not here among the locals, where it was called the Unknown Secret Realm. Since it was defined as unknown, all unwritten rules of the secret realms in the cultivation world didn't apply. This way, theoretically, whether you were just beginning your chi refining or preparing to trigger the Nine Skies thunderstorm to achieve enlightenment and ascend with the whole realm, none of it violated the rules. Survival of the fittest, the strong devour the weak. If you feared death, you needn't go, but if you went, you couldn't fear death. Chu Jichen hesitated whether he should fear death himself. Back at Jianchen Peak, those 8 kids hadn't returned yet. Perhaps they were warmly invited by my enthusiastic disciples of 7 Spirits Sect to stay and enjoy dinner together. Xiao Yixue wasn't hanging on trees anymore but instead perched at Chu Jichen's window. Chu Jichen looked more and more like he belonged to cats. Only cats always like to squat at high places to overlook everyone. Dinner is fine. Just make sure to be back before curfew. Chu Jichen lightly sipped his tea. Since he traveled here, he never ate. The feeling of not being hungry, he got used to it, and found it rather comfortable. How could a man determined to become a deity indulge in gluttony? Xiao Yixue suddenly pulled out a takeaway box, opening the lid to reveal spicy squid strips handmade with imported raw materials from the South Sea. TSK, still Wang's classic century-old brand. Xiao Yixue praised while licking her fingers, completely disregarding the presence of the clear-minded and unemotional Chu Banshan. Chu Jichen, suddenly feeling annoyed. Would you like some, brother? Xiao Yixue held up a piece and wiggled it. No, thank you, little brother. Eat well. Chu Jichen elegantly adjusted his sleeves. That's too bad. Xiao Yixue sighed and stuffed the squid strip into her mouth with another finger lick. A teacher should set an example. Chu Jichen intentionally frowned, putting on an act of seriousness. Fear what? There's no one here, you're my senior, not my disciple. Xiao Yixue replied with smacks. Disciple? Chu Jichen was struck by sudden inspiration. I've got it. He snapped his fingers with a click. Xiao Yixue casually glanced at him, whose? Chu Jichen looked straight at him, yours. Ha! How can a teacher behave like this? Xiao Yixue glared. I think this method is feasible. Chu Jichen slapped his thigh, clearly in a different wavelength, then we'll go together wearing masks, behaving low-key. Everyone will think it's the teacher bringing their disciple. As long as our identities are hidden, things will be much more convenient. Xiao Yixue. Chu Jichen did not mention that as long as he hid his identity in front of the female lead, there would be no worries for messing around in the secret realm. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Yixue asked. Do you want to hear me say we'll go southwest to Long Canyon Twinline Sky in December? Chu Jichen said. Xiao Yixue's chewing slowed as she turned to look at him like a mechanical puppet being wound up. If it weren't for the lack of demonic energy in Chu Jichen, she might have thought he was having a relapse of his spell. Chu Jichen held his teacup but didn't drink, waiting for her answer earnestly. Seeing that Xiao Yixue had no intention of explaining further, she also let him be. She was idle anyway. If it weren't for helping him recover his skills, she might have gone somewhere to trigger a thunderstorm just for fun. Alright, all under the authority of Master Chu, Xiao Yixue nodded. Chu Jichen shook his head, not correct, next time you'll be the teacher, I the student. Xiao Yixue. Because even if I take those 3 fruits, my strength won't exceed foundation building's later stage, perfect as a great master's junior disciple. Chu Jichen spoke solemnly. 100+ years old, and only foundation building later stage. You're a bit too old. Xiao Yixue said equally seriously. Chapter 29, Problematic. In a workday filled with duties, time always passes quickly without notice. The 7 Spirits Sect also had annual holidays. December and the following January were known as the resting period. Everyone could return home or choose to remain on duty. Among Chu Jichen's 8 new disciples, only Xian Ming and Wei Hua chose to stay on Jianchen Peak for the New Year celebration. The former had no family, and the latter stayed for chasing dreams. Others mostly wanted to go back and show off achievements to their hometown acquaintances, which Chu Jichen naturally wouldn't hinder. Of course. Winter homework must be assigned. Early December. Almost everyone who needed to leave was gone, leaving behind only those willing to stand watch. At this time, the news of a recent possible secret realm appearing in the southwest finally spread widely. The appearance of such a secret realm always comes with various signs, akin to how earthquakes have anomalies beforehand. Such omens can appear several months in advance, subsequently confirmed by dedicated Earth exploration cultivators estimating the area and entrance location before becoming paid intelligence for sale. However, this time, the free intel spread rapidly across the entire continent. Chu Jiachen noticed something odd. As the man possessing the script, in the original story, only a few individuals accidentally and unknowingly stumbled upon the true entrance. The ones who luckily entered served merely as foils to the heroine. The rest of the treasure hunting group ended up in a massive maze, ultimately being saved by the heroine, causing tears and kneeling everywhere. Originally, everything went according to plan, except for the free disclosure. Coordinates were alarmingly precise. Even Chu Jiachen's memory of the original text wasn't so accurate. Considering this, the first person he thought of was the ever-changing female protagonist. Firstly, this secret realm was tailor-made to ensure the rise of the original male lead. In the original story, the male lead followed the heroine inside and discovered the target thanks to guidance from demonic qi. But now, Gu Ling has lost MOE, and naturally can't find the destination right away. Chu Jiachen boldly guessed that she was gradually recovering her memories from her previous life. Even if they wouldn't be complete, she should remember the crucial parts. Therefore, she understands what the greatest treasure inside this secret realm means. Perhaps in order to obtain it, she is willing to reveal the correct location of the entrance, allowing wave after wave of suckers to search together. She hides behind them, ready to act at an opportune moment, reaping benefits without effort. So it's still a battle between them. Chu Jiachen fell silent. His biggest rival wasn't Gu Ling but the protagonist aura someone else has. That thing was like a bug-like existence. Even the system that comes with changing into a book had been weakened by the main female character's aura, becoming nothing more than a useless auxiliary device. Relying on hardware would never win. I can only depend on the script. He pulled out the cultivation world version of the BP machine, identity token. Using his peak leader authority, he sent a message to the sect leader Cui Yunshan. A minute later, the entire Seven Spirits sect received an urgent notice. All members of the Seven Spirits sect are forbidden to enter the southwestern secret realm. Violators will be expelled from the sect. With one command, the whole sect became idle, contently going home to celebrate the new year. Except for Chu Jiachen and Xiao Yixue who were granted special permission. December 12th. It was also unclear whether Cui Yunshan's charisma was strong enough, but all the allied sects of the Xian Alliance dispatched none. Not a single one came. This left the various minor sects and rogue cultivators gathered near the entrance exchanging bewildered glances, even beginning to think that they had fallen for a decoy plan. They gathered below the twin-line sky under the Three-Dragon Canyon, looking up at the strange sight above. It had already been confirmed as a completely unknown secret realm, and its coverage area was extremely vast. Experienced cultivators could all determine that this secret realm was most likely a fractured spacetime continuum that traced back to ancient times, possibly being the ancient god realm or ancient demon realm. However, the stability of such a secret realm was extremely poor. There might not even be an exit, and if there was, it wouldn't necessarily be found by anyone. Dangers coexisted with opportunities, and what it attracted most were those stuck at a bottleneck, with little time left. Secondly, those who earned money by risking their lives. If Chu Jiachen didn't have the god's perspective, there was no way he would come so determined. In everyday life, he was always draped in flowing white robes, but today was the first time he changed into ordinary black clothes with arrow sleeves. By his side, Xiao Yixue switched into a deep maroon wide robe. Both wearing the same dark ghost mask, their hands empty. Heroes, please calm down. Please listen to me for a moment. Who do you think you are? Move aside. Don't block our way. Ladies and gentlemen are all here for wealth, I have information about this secret realm. Get lost. What kind of idiot are you? Move aside. So annoying. No matter how much this shill shouted, these unruly rogue cultivators wouldn't give him a second glance, scrambling to squeeze inside. Joking. No one could know what was inside the secret realm before entering. If they did, it would definitely be a big scam. Who would believe it? A small figure hiding somewhere inconspicuous bit her lips lightly, unsure which link went wrong. Clearly the message has been spread. Why are there still so few people? And who are these smelly fish and rotten shrimp? Relying on them would take until the year of the monkey and horse to find anything. This furtive small figure was none other than Gu Ling disguised as a man with mud smeared on her face. She originally thought that at least half of the Xian Alliance would move, but unexpectedly, the situation was just the opposite. Not a single person coming was too suspicious. Yet, the remaining time didn't allow her to overthink. She must follow the main group inside, otherwise going in alone would undoubtedly mean death. Chu Jiachen and Xiao Yixue noticed her long ago, watching from afar as her figure disappeared into the entrance. They exchanged a glance and silently followed. Senior brother, didn't you suspect something about her from early on? Call me master. Who calls their apprentice, apprentice? They all call by nicknames. Then call me Wang Wang. Are you calling me a dog? A Wang works too. Isn't that still a dog? Then what do you want me to call you? Sammy. Do you take me for your younger sister? Chui. Don't I still sound like a sister? Chapter 30, Flexibility. Unable to agree. The two still referred to each other as master and apprentice. To be honest, your master also finds this person very suspicious. Xiao Yixue kept her left hand behind her back and placed her right in front of her abdomen, standing as straight as bamboo, exuding the aura of a grandmaster. Let's go, Chu Jichen furrowed his brow. We're rogue cultivators, not from any famous orthodox sect. Xiao Yixue. Chu Jichen gave her a side tip, just act cooler than usual. Xiao Yixue, got it. Hey. Over there, you two. We're talking about you. One with a golden core and one with a foundation establishment. Get over here. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from behind. Chu Jichen and Xiao Yixue turned around together. Did you hear that? Dragon brother is protecting you too. The loud voice shouted again when the two showed no response. My dragon brother is the young master of the Green Dragon White Tiger sect. Come with us. Dragon family name. Chu Jichen found this intriguing, looking at Captain in the crowd. TSK, he had a bit of the parody Long Outyan style. Apprentice? Do you want to go over? Xiao Yixue asked formally, raising her chin, preparing to act cool. Master, Dragon Brother is stronger than you, we should go hug Dragon Brother's thighs instead. Before finishing, Chu Jichen darted into the Longhu group, leaving Xiao Yixue behind to slowly raise a question mark. Hey! That groom! Hurry up! You're the last one. Stop dragging your feet. The loud voice sounded like an executive director, serious and professional. Xiao Yixue clenched her fists under her sleeves, resisting the urge to pull Chu Jichen out and beat him up, gritting her teeth while silently following. He suddenly decided. He would never take an apprentice again. Whoever wants to be the master can be. He was almost losing it. Long Jia patted Chu Jichen's shoulder like a leader, lavishing praises on him for being astute. Young man, you won't regret following me. As long as you cooperate, good things will come your way. Long Jia said frankly. Thank you, Brother Long. Being able to follow Brother Long is the honor of my little brother and my master. The youthful voice beneath Chu Jichen's mask could fool anyone, making them believe he wasn't close to 100 years old. System. Should I rule this as OOC? But whose character did he ruin? Who is he now? C. Splav's ancient-style ponytail youth. Can Chu Jichen use C. Splav's persona? Chu Jichen, enough. Don't try to analyze intelligent data if you're not smart enough, okay? I'm not OOC. System, got it, host. Chu Jichen, give me the panoramic 3D map of the secret realm while you're at it. System, sure, host. Map data calculating, please wait. That felt right. Watching his figure from the rear of the large group, Xiao Yixue even got the illusion that he was bouncing happily. Ha! Acting young despite being so old, how embarrassing. Chu Jichen didn't know about her silent mocking, continuing to chat and laugh merrily with Dragon Brother in front, making his ghost mask look like a child's toy. Hey, Dragon Brother, where did everyone get the information? How did it suddenly spread? Humph. Don't ask. Such bad luck. Long Jia shook his head frequently, it's all because of that talkative 100 Knowledge sect. Who believes they didn't get paid for this? 100 Knowledge sect. Chu Jichen thought for a moment, the one that spreads across 5 seas and 4 rivers. Who else? Long Jia became more and more angry, it was supposed to be known only by us, but now everyone knows. No telling who did it. Brother Long, you're amazing. Chu Jichen immediately gave him a thumbs up, there must have been a scoundrel eavesdropping, then afraid of being discovered by Brother Long, they spread the news and pretend ignorance while coming along with everyone else. Wow. You've actually hit the nail on the head. Long Jia's eyes widened, having a feeling akin to enlightenment. After a while, he frowned again, but, who could have listened in, that day, it was only me and that girl. Girl? Chu Jichen raised the end of his tone, pretending to be very surprised, I once saw a girl too, was she dressed as a boy, pink and delicate, treating the audience as blind ones? Long Jia was genuinely shocked, you've seen her too. Of course. Chu Jichen shrugged with a teasing tone, my intelligence came from her, I didn't believe it at first, after all, people like us, who jump gods and play tricks, what does it matter to deceive us? After listening, Long Jia's eyes instantly became dark and ambiguous. He had no reason to doubt Chu Jichen's words, because the female in disguise, who did a bad job pretending as a male, perfectly matched the person who sold their intelligence. Damn it. Being outsmarted by a young female con artist. The more Long Jia thought about it, the more he felt there was something fishy. He finally paused mid-step, stopping at the edge of the secret realm fissure. Little brother, I just remembered something. Brother Dragon, what is it? I forgot to send a message to my mom. You guys go in first, I'll catch up in a moment. After saying that, he turned around and left. Among his many subordinates, only a page boy responsible for attending to his basic needs followed him out, while the rest continued to march into the fissure under the loud commands, including those 2 infant cultivators. Everyone, be careful after entering. Don't spread out. Hurry up. Keep up. Don't delay. Master, I'm scared, I want to hold you. Chu Jichen turned back and grabbed Xiao Yixue's left hand, with his mask-covered eyes black and shining. Xiao Yixue felt a bit dizzy. For a fleeting moment, he thought Chu Jichen might truly be only in his teens. Chu Jichen. He silently transmitted his voice, I find it hard to sincerely call you elder brother anymore. But Chu Jichen acted as if nothing unusual happened, a man can both bow down and rise again, learn from this. Chapter 31, Maze, Part 1. Sand swept across the sky. No sun, no moon. Where are we? Xiao Yixue sniffed with his nose, sensing an inexplicable familiarity with the air here. It was exactly like Devil Abyss. The shadow in Chu Jichen's eyes deepened slightly, and immediately the spell inside him began showing signs of unrest. Xiao Yixue's originally relaxed fingers quickly gripped him tight. Stay focused. Aha. Everyone's attention was on their surroundings, gazing at this epic painting laid out by heaven and earth, all were amazed at once. Second brother dragon, there's nothing nearby, what do we do? Just keep moving forward. Everyone, listen up. No daydreaming. Keep up the pace. The sand beneath their feet was thick, making figures unrecognizable 10 steps away. Everyone stayed close together, afraid of losing each other. A voice kept calling out in Chu Jichen's mind, the further off he went, the more intense and urgent it became. Finally understood why the original main character acted like a dog. This thing is too damn brainwashing. He could only maintain his consciousness by pinching the flesh of his palm. Second brother dragon, doesn't this place seem a bit strange? Did any of you hear anything? A little bit. My hearing's bad, all I hear is the wind. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel like the sand beneath our feet isn't very stable. I feel the same way, looks solid, but feels soft when you walk. It's like a floating feeling. Floating. As if suddenly awakened. The ground beneath them was indeed solid ground, but that sensation of floating on a vast sea was undeniably real. One of the infant-stage elder monsters hesitated briefly before pulling out a peculiar eyeball from somewhere, hurling it forcefully into the sky. Bang! The eyeball exploded mid-air, even its blood mist swept away by the sands. Ah! That old man painfully covered the hollow where his left eye used to be. Already missing one eye, and now the pearl was his life-tied artifact, he suffered a heavy blow to his vital essence. Elder 3. The loud voice hurriedly came to assist. I saw a sea, a black sea, surrounding this landmass, and water coming from all sides, flooding over, we have nowhere to retreat. The elder said haltingly, unable to stop himself from spitting out a large mouthful of black blood. Black color. Everyone's eyes revealed shocked expressions. Curse. Xiao Yixue's pupils contracted sharply. Sure enough, the black blood hit the ground and immediately formed into an eerie pattern. Move away from there quickly. Chu Jichen warned. Everyone snapped back to reality instantly, dispersing in panic. The sandstorm grew increasingly intense. As they retreated, everything between them grew blurry, even their voices seemed far away. When Chu Jichen heard the elder mention the Black Sea, he understood, they were on the outer rim of the maze now, soon to be consumed by darkness. Although not a real ocean, being swallowed would leave them floating aimlessly within a pitch-black depth, powerless to resist. At this moment, a radiant sun suddenly lit up in the sky. Its dazzling light ruthlessly dispelled the strange fog between heaven and earth. The group looked as if they'd seen a savior, ignoring what it was altogether, and began waving frantically toward it, as if appealing to the gods for help. They had completely forgotten how confidently they declared moments ago that they would come in here to enrich themselves. Chapter 32, Maze, Lower. What's that? Xiao Yixue tilted his head upward, seemingly asking Chu Jichen. It's CGI. The latter responded with complete seriousness. Xiao Yixue hesitated, making an effort to align with his wavelength, West Residence. Holographic projection, surround sound, realistic sensations across all 5 senses, free, just watch. Alright. After saying that, Xiao Yixue indeed started watching with perfect calmness. He thought Chu Jichen was talking about some kind of illusion. Unexpectedly, an overwhelming divine force pressed down from the heavens. In an instant, the ground cracked, the wind and sand slowed, and those who lost their footing kneeled involuntarily. Furrowing his brows, Xiao Yixue waved his hand, creating a transparent protective sphere that enveloped both him and Chu Jichen. Immediately after, everyone felt like they had stood up. If there were eyes outside this world to observe, one would realize that the so-called sea wasn't really a sea at all but a colossal troll standing upright. Without holding an axe like Pan Gu, its very act of standing tall created the heavens and split the earth. That blazing sun from beyond this world resembled an immeasurably huge meteorite aiming to destroy an entire galaxy. Humans are far too insignificant. Chu Jichen smacked his lips, slowly explaining to Xiao Yixue. This is the god-demon war of the primordial ancient era. The deity is pure light, the demon is pure darkness, their ultimate collision birthed the world afterward. Hence, the first epoch is known as the Genesis period, containing nothing except the descendants of the gods and demons. Descendants? Xiao Yixue's brain finally connected the most widely circulated ancient mythology since ancient times. Yes, Chu Jichen nodded, those deities and demons with biological forms, they are all the descendants of the first gods and first demons, who inherited the original divine power and demonic essence, thus bringing about the ancient myths. You're saying the stuff above our heads and beneath our feet are the primordial god and demon? Xiao Yixue could scarcely believe it, feeling as though his previous worldview had just expanded exponentially. If you compare this black sea to the hair of the primordial demon, then the continent we're on now is simply one of its flakes of dandruff. We can never perceive his true appearance. Xiao Yixue lapsed into silence, his confidence shaking rarely, then. It seems they're going to fight. Chu Jichen nodded again. Will we be alright? Xiao Yixue tried his best to remain composed. Experiencing a little bit of the sensation of near death, relax, it's CGI. Chu Jichen consoled him like an elder brother. Can you reveal a little more? Xiao Yixue stared at the ever-growing giant light ball, feeling like his eyes were about to be blinded. Chu Jichen shook his head, what I said won't last longer than his incoming palm strike. Sure enough, before the words were fully spoken, an irresistible force pushed the entire continent into the deep sea. Everyone inside the secret realm lost consciousness. And thus, the primordial ancient era CGI came to an end. When vision returned, another spacetime had shifted in. The era of antiquity. The great war between the realms of the gods and demons unfolded. Between heaven and earth, devastation reigned supreme. All sorts of earth-shattering powers erupted across the world, as if preparing to drag the entire world down with them. Finally, the heavens collapsed, leaving a gaping hole. Beyond the hole was an endless void. This hole continued to split apart, cracking wildly like a spiderweb. Forced by circumstances, the worldwide ceasefire led to a temporary truce between gods and demons, each extracting part of their power, ultimately forming an existence that was half god and half demon, Nuwa. The pit in the heavens was mended, but Nuwa vanished. The scattered star-like lights eventually became known as ordinary mortals. This is how the human world came to be. Through countless years. Until the era of antiquity, also known as the Age of the Fall of Gods. No one knows what happened, the ancient divine realm fell, replaced by the celestial plane constructed by humans at the top of the food chain. Simultaneously, the ancient demonic realm shattered, leaving behind only a fragment. The original demons vanished entirely, leaving behind only a remnant of demonic energy, which nourished the emergence of the first generation of demon clansmen. But the ingrained genetic enmity caused later conflicts between the celestial and demonic planes, leading to intense hatred whenever they encountered each other. Yet all of this came to an abrupt end 500 years ago. The previous generation's Emperor of the Gods and Emperor of Demons utterly perished together. Right within this very timeline. Chapter 33, Not Sacrificed for Love. Bang! Finally being able to stand on solid ground, Chu Jichen immediately squeezed his fingers. Thankfully, because he had held on tightly with all 10 fingers, Xiao Yixue beside him hadn't been lost. But she had fainted. Cough. How was the original text again? The female lead faints and is carried away by the male lead? Chu Jichen thought for a moment. The curse is on me, so I'm the only one who's conscious. Reasonably speaking, I should be the only one capable of action, but thinking carefully, Gu Ling might have already found a way to wake herself up. I must get there before her, otherwise unforeseen problems might arise. With that, Chu Jichen hoisted Xiao Yixue onto his back and strode forward with large steps. The mist was still the same mist, but the earth beneath their feet was now truly solid. Even if it was still a pastime space, it was at least real. Which meant, people could actually die here. This was why Chu Jichen opposed the involvement of the Seven Spirit Sect in this mess. It wouldn't yield even a cent worth of profit. Not only would they waste time, but also possibly lose their lives. Even though it didn't feel like much time had passed, the outside world had already plunged into deep winter. Chu Jichen knew today's date by cheating through the system's time display, calculating the ratio of time flow between this secret realm and the external world. The previous generation of Divine Emperor and Demon Emperor met their ends here, causing the space around them to shatter simultaneously. It drifted within the seam between reality and illusion, potentially being swallowed by nothingness anytime. So, what were the most likely treasures to be found in such a place? Naturally, their remains. No, their legacies. However, at this level, they wouldn't carry anything with them, since they could create anything effortlessly. Therefore, finding a storage bag wasn't an option here. What else could be left? Certainly, their heritage. In the original story, the treasure belonging to the future Demon Emperor Moe, the ancient Demon Emperor's inheritance, was abandoned here and not acquired by the current Demon Emperor. Hence, the fighting strength of the current Demon Emperor was inferior to his predecessors, eventually becoming the perfect justification for Moe to seize the throne from the incumbent Demon Emperor. Though the original didn't write about it, Chu Jiachen always had a doubt: wasn't there also a divine emperor from the ancient era gone missing? Where were the treasures? Today finally gave him the chance to personally examine this pit. The restless curse inside his body acted as a navigation system, guiding him straight ahead. Soon, a humongous crater comparable to an abyss appeared before him. Chu Jiachen didn't even need to look. The Demon Emperor's corpse was simply a pool of black mist at the bottom of the deep pit. What about the divine corpse? Is it in the sky? He looked up, where the light in the sky dimmed as though it were an old lamp on the verge of burning out. His plan was simple: obtain the divine legacy and destroy the demon legacy, achieving two goals in one stroke. The inheritance of the ancient Demon Emperor shouldn't be allowed to remain. Chu Jiachen originally intended to leave Xiao Yixue on the ground to make it easier for him to search for the divine emperor's remains. However, considering the abyss, what if something unexpected happened? What if Xiao Yixue rolled off and fell down 18 times while asleep? Such cliched plots weren't uncommon. In the end, he decided to keep carrying her as he continued searching around. System, can you boost me? System, what function would the host like to use? Can you lock on target mode? Lock on to the divine emperor's remains or soul fragment, whatever. System, we regret to inform you that this function has not been found. Time passed second by second, and Chu Jiachen could no longer wait. He resorted to the riskiest method, releasing the power of the curse. Since gods and demons repel each other, the aura of demonic energy emitting from him might trigger the instinctive response of the ancient divine emperor's residual soul. Hum. Hum. The resonance from the abyss grew stronger. Chu Jiachen clenched Xiao Yixue's hand, striving to maintain his consciousness. As more and more demonic aura released from the curse, changes indeed appeared in the sky. Chu Jiachen's eyes turned blood red, the ring marks between his interlaced fingers glowing fiercely as if trying to burn through their skin. Xiao Yixue suddenly groaned softly, awakened seemingly by the searing sensation. Her first sight after opening her eyes was of an expressionless man, with golden light shining above his head, striking down a palm from the heavens. This familiar yet strange scene stirred something in Xiao Yixue's DNA. Boom! Instinctively, she used all her strength and struck back with her palm towards the sky. In an instant, the winds reversed violently. This behavior shocked and angered the ancient god emperor. Knowing he was merely a remnant soul, he hadn't anticipated this human to have reached such a level. He opened his mouth in a rage-filled roar that produced no sound, only an annihilating force. Chu Jiachen suddenly had a very strong intuition: this palm strike would press Xiao Yixue into the abyss beneath them. And it'd play out exactly like the original plotline. No. Chu Jiachen, the man not willing to sacrifice for love, shouted as he used all his strength to shove Xiao Yixue forcefully aside. 0.1 seconds later, that incomprehensible power unreasonably sent him away. Just then, Xiao Yixue fully regained consciousness but saw the sight of him falling straight into the abyss. Chu Jiachen. Without thinking, he dove straight down into the abyss, only to be halted halfway by a massive light orb. Xiao Yixue turned sharply to see the ancient god emperor had quietly entered the light orb. The power of deities was always so unreasonable. Because the original rules were all created by them. Crack. The ancient god emperor grabbed Xiao Yixue's neck, their gazes locking onto fiery eyes. I must have slept too long. You're not a demon. Xiao Yixue's vocal cords were sealed, unable to resist or speak. Human, your power is pure, your heart is also pure, good. The son of light, it's you. As Xiao Yixue listened to him speaking on his own accord, thoughts of Chu Jiachen's uncertain fate made his mental state boil. The ancient god emperor wasn't human; without a heart, he didn't understand human emotions. An overwhelming force flowed endlessly into Xiao Yixue's soul. Even if he died and reincarnated, this inherited power would still accompany him reborn. The intense impact almost caused Xiao Yixue to faint several times, but each time he gritted his left hand and held on with sheer willpower. I can't fall. Chu Jiachen is still waiting for me. The ancient god emperor seemed pleased with his performance, though they might not even share the same wavelength. Almost the same scene unfolded below the abyss. In the utmost darkness, Chu Jiachen was enveloped by thick demonic energy, forming a large black ball so dense he couldn't even make out what the ancient demon emperor looked like. All he knew was there was a madman using strange language to indoctrinate him with, let the demon realm rise again, and, become greater and achieve brilliance. But Chu Jiachen had only one thing to say. Don't kill me, everything's negotiable. Chapter 34, Take Me With You. Gu Ling regretted her decision. She followed Sun Xingye for a long while, yet the destination remained far away. All this trouble because of those cowardly wimps. Let them vanish along with this place. If I can't get it, nobody else will. Fuming, Gu Ling took out a black heart and smashed it forcefully onto the ground. Snap! The shattered heart oozed pitch-black blood that slowly seeped into the floor. The daylight grew darker, as if its energy became increasingly thin. Afterward, Gu Ling took out a spiritual talisman, sticking it on her chest. A flash of light, and she disappeared from the spot. Outside the entrance of the secret realm, a petite figure reappeared high above the line between heaven and earth. She silently gazed at the black crevice below for a long time before leaving without looking back. Pfft. Xiao Yixue could no longer bear it and spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Before him, the residual soul of the ancient god emperor was slowly dissipating. His mission was complete, soon, he'd perish together with this space-time. Son of light. You will lead the light, expel the darkness. Be sure to restore it. Xiao Yixue ran. Having finally broken free of the light prison, his first thought was to rush down into the abyss. At this moment, he radiated like a little sun, dispersing black mists wherever he went. Behind him, the ancient god emperor witnessed this scene with contentment. Finally carefree, passing away peacefully from the world. Similarly, at the bottom of the abyss, another figure met death in peace. Chu Jichen truly never found out until his death what demon really looked like. His OCD was almost pushed to join him in death. Hiss. Opening his eyes, he found himself floating in mid-air, feeling pain all over. Especially in his dantian. The demon and spirit energies were attacking each other within his body, turning his meridians into a battlefield where enemies advanced and retreated accordingly. Maintaining partial consciousness, Chu Jichen pondered how Mo managed to navigate these dangers back in the day. The answer turned out to be, transfer the remaining spiritual power along with the dantian completely to Gu Ling, who was unconscious. While saving himself, he could also help her rise. This sacrificial method made him fall entirely into the category of a proper demon. Thus, shortly after returning to the Seven Spirits Sect with Gu Ling, Chu Jichen was discovered and hunted down by the astute Chu Jiandust. This won't work. After all, I have absolutely no intention of ascending to the demon realm. System. I'm here. Immediately deduce a method to suppress demonic energy for me, be it cultivating both immortality and demonic arts simultaneously, or switching forms. In short, you must help me preserve my persona. Maintaining his persona, these 4 words awakened the system's mission. Alright. Host. Deduction result, above the dantian, condense a demon eye. Elaborate. The host can condense all the demonic energy inside into a wind eye that coexists with the dantian, enabling an instant switch of power sources and allowing simultaneous cultivation. Detailed cultivation methods are being transmitted. Good, leave. Alright, host. Chu Jiandust exhaled in relief but still winced from the pain. Chu Jiandust. Chu Jiandust. Where are you? Chu Jiandust had no more strength left to reply with an He pinched his right ring finger. Wasn't this an already existing shared positioning feature? As the ring's glow flashed, Xiao Yixue's figure appeared within the light. Just as Chu Jiandust opened his mouth, he was almost suffocated by Xiao Yixue's sudden bear hug embrace. Chu Jiandust. Why are you always so stupid? Again and again, why do you treat your life so carelessly? Did you commit unforgivable sins in your previous life to owe this world so much? Xiao Yixue scolded harshly, yet showed no intention of letting go. With deities and demons repelling each other, the surrounding space-time tore even more violently at such close proximity. Will, collapse, Chu Jiandust struggled to voice amidst near asphyxiation, quick, leave. Xiao Yixue's eyes reddened, and he fiercely declared, I will not leave. Chu Jiandust. Damn. Suddenly, he felt the urge to swear. What he wanted to say was, take me away. Yes. Xiao Yixue suddenly changed attitude, swiped his right hand through the air, opening an exit. Without hesitation, he hoisted Chu Jiandust onto his shoulder with his left hand and disappeared in 2 steps through the spatio-temporal gate. Upon seeing salvation, Chu Jiandust slowly closed his eyes and passed out in contentment. Chapter 35, Nyonieo Sauce. Top headline of Cultivation Realm today, Southwest Secret Realm. Total annihilation. Earth-splitting sky cleaving. No survivors. My goodness. Brother Wei. Thank goodness we didn't sneak over there. Xian Ming exclaimed, stunned by the newspaper in his hands. Wei Hua was practicing swordplay on the training ground when he heard Xian Ming's words and showed no reaction. Everything Master said, I believe. I believe too. Xian Ming quickly clarified. There wasn't much content beneath the bold headline. An incomplete tally suggested the death toll was around 2,000 to 3,000 people, mainly composed of wandering cultivators and private mercenaries. Hey, speaking of which, Brother Wei, wasn't your original post in the Bay's frontier defense of the Southwest? Wei Hua didn't pause a single moment. Xian Ming pondered for a bit, that would mean you're stationed near the sea then? Have you been to Qiming Island in the South Sea? You mean Wenya's place? No, I haven't. Is Qiming Island far? Why isn't it on any map? Xian Ming scratched his head. Why don't you ask Wenya directly? Wei Hua finished his set of moves, put away his sword, and began meditating cross-legged. I just suddenly remembered. Xian Ming explained. Wei Hua shot him a sidelong glance. Didn't exist on the map, turns around to, suddenly remembered. He didn't feel like calling him out on that. After a long while, Wei Hua finally spoke up, it's good you didn't ask. Xian Ming fell silent. Actually, he'd inadvertently brought it up before, but at that time Wenya's gaze had seemed quite off. Therefore, Xian Ming hadn't dared to inquire further. Qiming Island, long ago, was wiped off the maps. Wei Hua paused briefly, sighing, the present day, Qiming Island no longer has any island. No island. Xian Ming blinked in confusion. Probably only someone as clueless as you wouldn't notice that. For the first time, Wei Hua found Xian Ming to be so slow-witted, and for a moment, couldn't help but smile. Figure out anything? Xian Ming felt a sudden jolt, knowing in stories this kind of line was usually followed by realizing he's actually a she, and the like. He couldn't believe it. Wei Hua, seeing that he truly didn't know, helplessly shook his head, Wenya isn't human. Oh, so not human. Wait. What did you say? Xian Ming nearly jumped up. Wenya is from the South Sea merfolk race. When she joined, she said her home was Qiming Island mainly to be heard by the master, because only master could grasp the implication behind those words. Wei Hua explained patiently. This, Xian Ming's brain struggled to keep up, then, how do you all know? Wei Hua looked exasperated, you live closest to her, yet besides practicing cultivation, you pay attention to nothing else. For example? Xian Ming asked blankly. For example, Wei Hua shrugged, her black hair is dyed, it runs with water and sweat. You should have noticed during the earliest training sessions. Hearing that, Xian Ming's eyes widened instantly, do you mean everyone figured it out? And so early on? Most could guess, but since she didn't say, no one mentioned it. Wei Hua had finished regaining his energy, dusted off his clothes, and stood up to continue with the next move. Ever since their master suggested they shouldn't practice in disciple robes, they hadn't worn them even once, opting instead for the most durable common cloth wear, which let them do anything without second thoughts. At first, Xian Ming thought his coarse cloth clothing looked shabby, but now he'd long forgotten such concerns, sometimes lying down on the ground after practice to see who could make their clothes more broken and dirtier. Sigh. The master and uncle haven't returned in so long. Xian Ming muttered, continuing to read the newspaper. Achoo. Xiao Yixue walked out of the spatio-temporal gate carrying Chu Jiandust, only to find himself staring at a vast ocean. He guessed the sea breeze had made him sneeze, so he rubbed his nose. The exit coordinates were random but wouldn't deviate too far. The southwest region boasted a long coastline, where occasionally some sea monsters would come ashore. Every spring and autumn, there were also surges of marine beasts, and Wei Hua had been one of the past defenders. From Xiao Yixue's current position, the coastline wasn't visible, and he couldn't guarantee absolute safety either. Sea monsters were much stronger on average than land monsters. Humanity wasn't at the top of the marine food chain either. Still, I'd better find somewhere for him to rest. Xiao Yixue glanced at Chu Jiandust lying unconscious. After some thought, he casually pulled out a toy-like little sailboat from his storage space, infused it with spiritual power, and threw it onto the sea surface, transforming it into a sturdy wooden boat. As the waves surged around them, the boat remained completely still. Take me to land or the nearest island. Xiao Yixue told the sailboat. Amazingly, the sailboat understood, immediately turned around, hoisted its sails, and set off. Xiao Yixue couldn't swim and disliked deep waters. Without any riding beast, he owned instead this celestial-grade intelligent watercraft. A protective shield surrounded the sailboat, blocking wind and waves, and able to withstand some degree of impact. Sitting cross-legged beside Chu Jiandust, Xiao Yixue noticed that the latter still wore that youthful black athletic outfit, with a simple waist belt accentuating a stunning waistline. I didn't notice when I hugged him earlier. Xiao Yixue muttered. Chu Jiandust always trained as if he was cultivating physical arts, hence his body exhibited very few flaws, well-proportioned muscles with fluid lines. His high ponytail gave off a naturally younger vibe, causing many disciples secretly not to regard him as an elder but rather as the cool neighbor older brother type. Xiao Yixue idly picked up the ponytail that had fallen onto the deck, gathered it in a bunch, and swept it back and forth across his palm. Though I've lived over 100 years, there's really nothing about being a full 100 that counts. Humph. My heart is forever young. No arguing allowed. But I'm already pretty childish. What's going on with you, Chu Jiandust? Being around kids so much has made you one too. Xiao Yixue leaned forward to hover over Chu Jiandust, pinching his chin, examining him carefully from above and below. TSK. If I were a sister, picking you up would be quite the jackpot. The ideal dream prince in countless teenage girls' hearts probably looks something like this. TSK. Xiao Yixue seemed incredibly idle, scrutinizing Chu Jiandust, who couldn't be woken up even if scalded by boiling water, all the while emitting incessant TSKs in admiration. But the person being scrutinized hadn't actually lost consciousness. He was just on standby. Inside him, the Mortal Devil Cultivation add-on installation program was running. During the progress bar loading, Chu Jiandust noticed Xiao Yixue mumbling nonsense, causing his soul's corners of the mouth to twitch. But in the next moment, it felt as if even his soul had stopped breathing. Through his peaceful eyelids, Chu Jiandust saw a face just inches away. Xiao Yixue leaned down so low that their noses were almost touching. Their breaths intertwined, creating an unusual tranquility amidst the silence. Chu Jiandust's mind instantly flew through 108 movies. After a long while, Xiao Yixue's expression changed. Indeed, my heritage is controllable. But why is his out of control? Because of the opposing forces within him? Chu Jiandust's soul gradually lost its expression and firmly refused to admit anything about the movies. Chapter 36, Seniority Respected, Elder Brother Above. Xiao Yixue maintained this pose, which would normally seem ambiguous to most but not to him. As he immersed himself in calm contemplation, he could feel the interwoven energies between them. Chu Jiandust had no doubt that if he just lifted his chin slightly, they would both end up losing something precious. Really good stuff. Fortunately, I'm straight. If it were someone else, who could resist? At this point, Xiao Yixue had already put back on his pristine white robes. Due to leaning forward, his jet black hair scattered over his back and fell onto the neck of the person beneath him. Fine, I admit. When this guy doesn't speak, he seems pretty divine. However, as soon as he opens his mouth, you'd think he's the Demon Emperor's long-lost son. Could this be a case of main character syndrome? Terrible karma. Chu Jiandust's gaze shifted from the tip of his nose to Xiao Yixue's thin lips. If the plot was dramatic enough, at this moment, the boat should hit a reef or be crashed into by a giant fish, causing it to sway. Boom. Classic yet beautiful misunderstanding. But alas, we're not the male and female leads, we don't have the right for such drama. Wait, shouldn't we? Something's wrong with this line of thought. While Chu Jiandust criticized and passed time waiting for the installation to finish, he didn't realize Xiao Yixue, though lost in thought, had been staring at his lips for quite some time with peripheral vision. Because suddenly, he recalled something. In that case, would the soul oath advance? This wasn't a thought, he whispered it aloud. Before Chu Jiandust could understand what he meant, the classic and beautiful misunderstanding occurred, only this time there was no actual misunderstanding. An unfamiliar sensation spread from his lips. It was warm, soft, and a little icy. Chu Jiandust abruptly opened his eyes. Because the loading progress jumped from 61% directly to 100%, akin to a sudden surge in adrenaline. Xiao Yixue. Chu Jiandust instinctively reached out to push him, only to be accurately grabbed instead, turning smoothly into an entangled grip before being pressed flat against the deck. Xiao Yixue blinked innocently, realizing only then that Chu Jiandust had awakened. Facing his puzzled and shocked gaze, he remained silent, having been found out is fine. Hey. That's arrogance. And still leaning in without room for argument. Chu Jiandust froze like a broken computer. In the presence of this overwhelming aggressiveness, a rare sense of shame surged in his heart. Hey, wait. I'm the heir to the Demon Emperor's position, aren't I? What am I doing down here? Oh, this annoying competitiveness. Chu Jiandust's pupils darkened sharply. For the first time, he mobilized the magic inside him, which was so unfamiliar that it was hard to control. Subsequently, gripping Xiao Yixue's collar tightly, with one shark-like flip, he sent the dazed Xiao Yixue sprawling onto the ground. Huff. Magic coiled faintly around Chu Jiandust like a shadow dragon, settling nearby. His black clothes and ink-black hair moved with the windless air, enhancing his aura as if a demon king had arrived. Xiao. Yixue. I am the elder brother. Xiao Yixue was stunned, forgetting to resist as Chu Jiandust pinned him back against the deck. Did you hear me? Chu Jiandust drew closer threateningly. Ah. Xiao Yixue hummed softly, then what? Chu Jiandust, infuriated, age and respect. The elder brother stays above. Xiao Yixue was stunned, this. Does this also matter? Chu Jiandust, question mark. Xiao Yixue, exclamation point. Chu Jiandust thought internally, no way, can't lose anyway. Xiao Yixue thought internally, whatever, let's bluff our way through. Chu Jiandust coldly hummed once and finally let him go. Cough, cough. Xiao Yixue deliberately acted frail, tapping his chest as if he'd truly been struck. Chu Jiandust held his chin high with arrogance, but his eyes only dared to glance at the white clouds in the sky. Senior brother, look, promoted. Xiao Yixue giggled and lifted his left hand to wave it. That single touch of resonant heartbeats effortlessly shattered the first layer of the bond agreement. Heaven and earth, supreme mystical level. Mystical. Chu Jiandust paused, forced to meet Xiao Yixue's gaze. Why? Why would it be like this? Or why can it be like this? Xiao Yixue smirked, enjoying teasing Chu Jiandust. By the time Chu Jiandust had finished asking, he had already realized that everyone knew the answer to this question. He opened his mouth a few times, but couldn't articulate a word. Looking at Xiao Yixue sitting there with an innocent expression, smiling harmlessly, with the wind brushing against his slightly disheveled strands of hair, it dissipated the remaining bits of wonder. Chu Jiandust placed a hand on his forehead. Though appearing compliant on the surface, Xiao Yixue secretly found him rather amusing. Perhaps their heritages were indeed mixed up. Chu Jiandust always carried an undeniable aura, what one might call a humble gentleman, as gentle and radiant as jade. Even though surrounded by malevolent energy or wielding soul-sucking demon eyes, this bearing never changed. If one must describe it, it could roughly be likened to an elegant yet unworldly demonic lord. There might never have been such a demonic lord in the world, but now, there will be. Xiao Yixue couldn't help but burst out laughing. And he laughed louder, growing more unrestrained. Chu Jiandust remained silent. Facing this gentlemanly figure with bright eyes, gleaming teeth, and a flowing white robe, who stubbornly held himself above others despite all appearances, one truly felt no disgrace for the surnames of 4 great families in web novel cultivation realms. If one day, he goes to the heavenly realm, I hope people don't mistakenly assume he's a spy sent by me. Chu Jiandust expressed concern over Xiao Yixue's future. As for Xiao Yixue, regarding Chu Jiandust's future, he harbored a joyous anticipation filled with misfortune. If he becomes the demon emperor, will those bloodthirsty demon races from legends also line up neatly, report numbers, raise hands and file reports? Ha ha ha. Maybe human sorrows and joys don't always intersect. Chapter 37, The Declined Merfolk Tribe. The promotion of the bond agreement put Xiao Yixue in a wonderful mood. Because at the mystic level, both parties gained a teleportation function. Applying this ability to someone who doesn't care about life, Xiao Yixue even considered celebrating with fireworks all day. Chu Jiandust chose not to try understanding his train of thought, still working hard inside to suppress the scattered thoughts left over from before. Switching the source of power back to spiritual energy. The demonic chi around him vanished instantly without a trace. Where is this place? On the sea. Chu Jiandust didn't even bother checking the system map. Southwest Sea, deeper into it, eastward. Xiao Yixue answered extremely honestly. Chu Jiandust looked sideways at him, face full of helplessness. Alright, stop faking sincerity, do you really think it's my first day knowing you? Xiao Yixue blinked his starry black eyes, is senior brother not mad? Xiao Yixue, do you know what? Chu Jiandust said solemnly, you used to genuinely call me senior brother. I still do. Xiao Yixue quickly appeared blameless. Chu Jiandust chuckled sarcastically, now you just feel guilty inside. Xiao Yixue pouted, Chu Jiandust, this isn't fun. Chu Jiandust frowned, who said I'm playing with you? Xiao Yixue's eyes lit up even brighter, unless, you're serious. Chu Jiandust suddenly found himself speechless. The little sailboat, a silent witness to everything start to finish. One day in the future, when some gossipy person mentioned the primary aggressor of a certain dialogue book, a certain little sailboat nodded repeatedly and affirmed, it's true. I am that boat. After sailing for a day and a night, something that looked like an island finally appeared at the horizon. As the sailboat gradually approached, the target came into clearer focus. Turtle shell. Chu Jiandust was surprised. Their eyesight was incredible, allowing them to see from afar. Xiao Yixue stood at the prow of the ship, looking into the distance while sighing, probably dead for a long time. There's just a bit of remnant soul floating around. The sea breeze carried an ethereal flute melody, as if filled with complaints and lamentations. Before they even reached the shore, Xiao Yixue folded up the little sailboat, and the two flew down to land on the cracked old turtle shell. The flute sound gathered from all directions, eventually coalescing into a slender shadow of light blue. A woman. Chu Jiandust raised an eyebrow. In this forsaken place. Before he could finish his sentence, the figure turned around slowly. A sense of inexplicable familiarity surfaced in both their minds simultaneously. She looks just like him. There's no way she's not family. Excuse me, are you from the Wen clan merfolk tribe? Chu Jiandust politely greeted her with clasped hands. The woman wore loose, elaborate clothing with a long train that made it impossible to tell whether she had a tail or legs beneath. You have met my people. He said his name was Wenya. Wenya. The woman seemed dazed. Somehow, she faintly sensed a trace of lingering presence around the two of them. This was something only members of her clan could leave behind, meaning the two must have been closely related to one of her kin. Who among you is connected to him? The woman looked as though she hadn't spoken in a very long time, and her words came out stiffly. I am his master. Chu Jiandust replied. My name is Chu Jiandust, and this is my junior disciple, Xiao Yixue. We come from the Seven Spirits Sect. We did not intend to disturb you, Elder. Ah, Master Xia's benefactor. Mr. Chu, Mr. Xiao, I apologize for my lack of decorum. The woman bowed slightly, revealing only then that her flowing dress hid fins, not legs. Respectable Elder One. Chu Jiandust supported her gently but respectfully. We are but juniors, you need not be so formal. Please take care of your health. When Luo shook her head lightly, her pale blue wavy hair swaying gracefully, her elegant smile as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. I am Xia's grandmother. If he respects his teacher, I must set an example myself. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is our tradition, Chu Jiandust smiled, replying with equal propriety. There is no conflict, when Luo's voice carried an indescribable charm, ethereal and mellow like heavenly sounds. Truly an extraordinary woman, Chu Jiandust sincerely marveled inwardly. Revered Elder One, allow me a bold question. Xiao Yixue also clasped his hands, though far less formally than Chu Jiandust. What happened to the merfolk tribe? Why has it scattered like this? Upon hearing this, Wen Luo's eyes dimmed slightly, carrying unspeakable sorrow. I drift here waiting for the return of my kin. She paused momentarily, gazing toward the direction of the mainland, even if only one remains. I saw a hereditary seal on him. Chu Jiandust stated frankly, though his tone carried an inquiry within. Yes. Wen Luo closed her eyes in sorrow, her deep blue irises concealed beneath reddened eyelids. Once prosperous and harmonious, the merfolk tribe perhaps now counted only Wen Ye as its sole remaining member, thanks to the human blood running through his veins. Is there vengeance involved? Xiao Yixue guessed. Wen Luo shook her head, survival of the fittest, survival of the adapted, nothing more. So you sent him to the mainland, hoping he could integrate into human society? Chu Jiandust asked. That is correct. When Wen Luo reopened her eyes, everything was calm again. Gazing at the horizon, she spoke slowly, recounting those stories lost in the sands of time. In ancient times, the Jiao were the subordinate race of dragons. Since the fall of the gods, the dragon clan's status plummeted. Nowadays, in the fairy realm, they are merely considered one kind of celestial steeds. And as for the subordinate Jiao, not even a foothold in the fairy realm could be secured, forcing them to descend into the mortal world, settling in the depths of the ocean. Thus, Jiao became merfolk. To make matters worse. Because the dragons couldn't endure their downfall and refused to serve any longer under the Celestials, the entire clan eventually betrayed and joined the Demon Clan. As a result, the Heavenly Realm dispatched divine armies to suppress the merfolk tribe, setting a bloodline seal upon them. Since then, the barely procreating merfolk rapidly fell into decline. Until 100 years ago, only the last generation remained. But this generation made a daring decision. They attempted intermarriage with humans to continue their lineage. However, anyone who dared to try was killed by the backlash of the seal. Wen Ye's mother was human, and his father was merfolk. Wen Ye's father died shortly after his birth, and his mother passed away when he was 7, dying in despair. Ultimately, the villagers of the fishing village raised Wen Ye together until he left to apprentice at the Seven Spirit Sect. Deep within the sea, Wen Luo could sense Wen Ye living in the small fishing village, but she never acknowledged him. Instead, she wandered around the South Sea, quietly guarding him from afar. Do you wish to see him? Xiao Yixue asked. Wen Luo fell silent. She wanted to, but she also feared. She was afraid that Wen Ye was too young to bear the history of his race, and even less able to bear the responsibility and pressure of continuing the bloodline. Mr. Chu. Please go ahead, Elder One. Little Ye, does he still cry? Chu Jiandust smiled faintly. No, Wen Ye is very strong, kind, and has made a group of good friends who care about him. That's good, that's good. Wen Luo clasped her hands together in prayer, muttering softly under her breath. And, Chu Jiandust added meaningfully, I think if you were to meet him, he would become even stronger. Wen Luo's murmurs suddenly stopped as she lifted her head blankly, looking at Chu Jiandust, then Xiao Yixue by his side. The latter shrugged and indicated, I think so too. Tears welled up in Wen Luo's eyes. Chapter 38, Rest assured, there's concern. By the sea, in a simple little fishing village, Wen Ye wore fisherman's attire, working hard with everyone else to haul in the nets. This village wasn't rich, but everyone was willing to help him. Now that he had returned for vacation, he wanted to use his hands to do something for the villagers. Sigh, the wind and waves at sea are getting bigger and bigger. There must be another sea monster coming. After we finish this net, let's tidy up and retreat into the mountains for a while. Don't worry. The old village chief has already arranged everything, and all the women and children are prepared. Hey! Look over there. Am I seeing things? Why is there another boat out there? Whose is it? How could it have gone so far? It's dangerous. Everyone, get ready to assist them. Following everyone's gaze, Wen Ye saw a strange sailboat approaching where the sea met the sky. A snowflake pattern embroidered on the sail caught his attention, its detail seemed oddly familiar. I've seen it somewhere before. Snowflake. Could it possibly be Aunt Xiao? Realization dawned on Wenya's face. Everyone, don't bother. That's my aunt. What? Your aunt? The others, holding their tools mid-motion, turned incredulously to look at him, thinking he might be joking. Yeah. Wenya's local accent matched the villagers perfectly. They turned back again, eyes bulging thrice in quick succession. That big sailing ship has already reached the shore. It plowed straight into the mud. What an unruly ship, with such a reckless captain. Auntie. Wenya bounded up onto the deck like a cheerful spring lamb, his joy and excitement exactly what one would expect from someone his age. He had originally intended to hug Xiao Yixue, but upon seeing his master present, he said nothing further, simply redirected his footing, and jumped directly into Chu Jiandust's arms instead. Master. Why have you come? You didn't notify me beforehand, I didn't even go to meet you. Wenya's head instinctively nuzzled slightly against Chu Jiandust's hand, perhaps feeling more relaxed to express himself freely in his own hometown, especially without people like Xi and Ming around to mock him. Xiao Yixue standing aside muttered. Wen Luo's expression contrasted sharply with Xiao Yixue's but was equally quiet on the sidelines. Little Ye is just as clingy as ever. But indeed much stronger now. The more Wen Luo watched, the more satisfied she became, until she also yearned to approach and embrace him. Chu Jiandust read her desire, lifting Wenya effortlessly in front of Wen Luo and tilted his head to ask her, what should he call you? When Wenya first laid eyes on Wen Luo, he froze momentarily. This woman looked so much like father. Then he looked down. Mermaid tail. In an instant, it clicked. His eyes reddened slightly as a look of relief spread across his face. I knew it. I must have other clan members. Ah. Big sister. What's your name? I'm Wenya. Actually, I'm just like you. Saying this, he transformed in an instant. His black hair turned light blue, and his legs morphed into a mermaid tail. Proudly, he curled it halfway, raising the trident-like tip and swinging it left and right gleefully. Chu Jiandust, Xiao Yixue. Well, better not say anything. Wen Luo burst out laughing softly, a sound she couldn't recall hearing herself produce for years. She had thought she'd forgotten how to laugh, only realizing she had forgotten how to be happy. My name is Wen Luo, I'm glad to meet you. Wen Luo. Such a beautiful name. We share the same surname, so from now on, I'll call you Big Sister, okay? Okay. Chu Jiandust and Xiao Yixue quietly left, leaving the two of them on the deck chatting heartily. Although the villagers didn't know what had happened on that towering ship, hearing Wenya's laughter that pierced the heavens was enough to keep them from calling him down to finish the remaining work. Afterward at the stern of the ship, Chu Jiandust and Xiao Yixue deliberately avoided these simple-hearted villagers. Even though they could finish all the villagers' tasks in the blink of an eye, this was not allowed by human ethics or by the principles of their cultivation path. Because usually, such help would bring 100 harms and no benefits. One instance of enjoying success without effort would mean a lifetime spent waiting for the next effortless gain. This was also why cultivators and ordinary people needed clear boundaries between them. Otherwise, during spring planting and autumn harvests, just 3 or 5 cultivators could finish everything. What then would happen to the rest of the humans? If this continued, commoners wouldn't deserve to live anymore. In the end, humanity could simply declare itself extinct. The southern sea knows no snow. While the distant northern borderlands were already blanketed with snow and ice, the southern region remained as warm as ever in spring. Chu Jiandust knew Xiao Yixue disliked deep water but liked high places, so he suggested hiking up the mountain. Long vacation. It should be used for tourism, he said like that. Behind him, Xiao Yixue followed absent-mindedly, the disturbance is too obvious. How about we stay here for a couple more days? Chu Jiandust found a burlap sack somewhere, wandering across the mountain to pick wild fruits. After hearing his words, he replied without looking back, you mean that ripple under the sea? Xiao Yixue nodded, Wen Luo alone probably can't handle it. Snap. Chu Jiandust clicked his fingers, revealing a look of mutual understanding, then what do you think that thing might be? I fear. Xiao Yixue paused, it's the abyss of demons. Don't worry. Chu Jiandust patted his shoulder with a hand covered in jam, because that is exactly what it is. Xiao Yixue. Chu Jiandust clicked his tongue, at least I'm the next candidate for Demon Emperor. A mere abyss of demons. Watch me handle it for you. Better not mentioned. Once mentioned, Xiao Yixue felt an overwhelming urge to get angry, always sensing he was heading toward death. Chu Jiandust. Ah. Junior brother. This habit of yours is not good. Even if unwilling, senior brother must still be called. You don't want to publicly recite the sect rules at your age during morning practice sessions, do you? Xiao Yixue narrowed his eyes slightly, seeming a bit dangerous. To stifle his dangerous thoughts before they fully formed, Chu Jiandust pulled out a red fruit from the burlap bag, kindly stuffing it into his mouth. Try this one, it's really fragrant. Rest assured. Your senior brother has cheat codes. Protagonist exclusive cheat codes. Chapter 39, for 2.5 points. The abyss of demons is usually found in extremely deep underground. It sits between the dividing line of the mortal realm and the demon realm. Though the immortal, mortal, and demon realms cannot be simply divided by height, laying the dimensions out flat makes it roughly the same idea. There will always be a mortal realm separating the divine and demons. If two realms go to war, the battlefield must inevitably be in the mortal world. The abyss of demons has many functions. It was originally a type of summoning channel for the demon realm, but later when the gods fell and the three realms established their heavenly Tao limits, the realms could no longer freely connect. The only ones who could move outside these heavenly Tao limits were the masters of heavenly Tao, equivalent to universal administrators. Another function of the abyss of demons was as a shortcut for demon transformation. Demon transformation and ascension have essentially the same meaning. The former transforms mortals into demons while the latter turns mortals into immortals. Among mortals, there are both believers of demons and gods. Just like the Immortal Alliance, which is a typical fan club for the divine realm among mortals. The reason why the immortal realm no longer carries the name divine realm isn't because people look down upon the divine, but because they admire them so much they hesitate to call themselves divine and instead chose the humble immortal. Only after recognizing that immortals are ultimately inferior to the divine did they also acknowledge mankind's dominion over other species. Anyone who says something bad about the divine realm, they would certainly be the first to jump out and fight fiercely for it. And yet, in the all-encompassing mortal realm, humans are merely one of countless species. Whether it's ascension or demon transformation, neither is exclusively reserved for humans. The opportunities are fair. Ants and grasses also have the potential to become gods or demons. On the tallest mountain peak by the sea, Chu Jiandust stood silently facing the sea breeze blowing from afar, standing proudly with his hands behind his back. The cultivation method recommended by the system was rather bloody, worthy indeed of being a system from the novel world. Even Moe, who had the main character's aura in the original story, coughed up blood non-stop for 2 years and 6 months before finally initiating the BGM of the reverse battle in the Blood Sea. Chu Jiandust obviously didn't want to waste more than 2 years. So, under his coercion, the system finally managed to retrieve a mission worth 2.5 points. Chu Jiandust was now deeply contemplating whether the awkwardness of this mission had already exceeded his limits. "You've sighed 38 times already," Xiao Yixue said, hanging upside down from a tree. 39. Xiao Yixue couldn't help but knock 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 on the tree trunk as if it were a lectern. "I just asked you not to lose a single drop of blood. Is that so hard?" Chu Jiandust gave him a sidelong glance and exhaled the 41st heavy breath. 2.5 points, there was only one chance this time. Miss it and there would only be 2.5 years left to choose from. Accept mission? Yes, let me think more. Chu Jiandust gritted his teeth and reluctantly chose yes. Host has successfully accepted the temporary mission. Mission countdown starts, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Mission-specific item has been distributed. Please check your system backpack. This task item cannot be destroyed. So, it permanently takes up a slot in the backpack. Then it leads people to spend money to expand the backpack slots. Pen heater, Chu Jiandust, who has recharged nothing, sneered silently. Click here to manually start the plot. System prompt, please activate near the coastline. Since the decision had been made, Chu Jiandust no longer hesitated or wasted time. Dying early means rebirth sooner. Seeing him jump off the cliff with a solemn expression, Xiao Yixue followed out of curiosity. If he really wanted to die recklessly, Xiao Yixue wouldn't mind using force. By the sea, tens of thousands of border defense troops had already set up camp several days ago, prepared for battle. Including all the big and small fishing villages by the coast, everyone faced unknown fear with great worry. No one noticed that Chu Jiandust still wore his usual black robe, his silhouette straight yet desolate, like a lonely bamboo at a high place, step by step, walking toward the sea, toward the beach, and stepping onto the water surface. Plot initiated. Rumbling. Suddenly, the bottom of the ocean far away began to shake violently, causing layer upon layer of terrifying waves. When Luo's face became serious as she straightened up, and when Ye quickly stepped in front of her, protecting her as the siblings both watched the massive churn of seawater. It seemed like there was something colossal at the bottom of the ocean, trying its hardest to break through to the surface. Heavens! What is that? That must be a demon. Right? It must be a demon. As they watched a mountain-like formation rise suddenly upright from what used to be a small island, everyone felt an overwhelming despair choking their breaths. Xiao Yixue joined when Luo and Wen Ye, standing guard together on this front line. Junior uncle. Wen Ye's face full of anxiety, his grip on his sword tightening gradually, will the land be safe? Xiao Yixue didn't answer, his gaze stayed fixed on someone's figure without moving. Just earlier, Chu Jiandust handed him a mysterious box. He only instructed one thing, continuously infuse spiritual energy into it until it emits sound. All your spiritual energy can transform into demonic power via the sound wave for my use. Therefore, Xiao Yixue decided to temporarily trust him and remained by Wen Luo and Wen Ye's side. Even though terror reached its peak within the soldiers' hearts, none of them retreated during this moment, each rushing to the front line armed with their weapons, determinedly forming a strong human wall with their flesh and blood. The mountain slowly turned its head, revealing its face to the world for the first time. Perhaps it resembled a colossal squid more. Its huge eyes stared emotionlessly at the shore. It looked motionless. However, clearly, it grew larger over time, not because it grew, but because it was approaching. An eerie sense of silence starkly contrasted with the earth-shattering tremors before its appearance. Fear was instinctive. And at this moment, everyone's instincts were infinitely magnified. Spiritual oppression. In such a hopeless time, there was only one black-clad youth, wearing a black ghost mask, his ink-black hair fluttering high in the sea breeze. Initially, no one paid attention to him. Until his small frame stood proudly under the giant gaze of the demon. The sea. The sea monster has stopped moving. A trembling soldier pointed at the water. At this distance, neither too far nor too close. They could see clearly every dent on the sea monster's body, and the dark, tangible demonic aura enveloping it. 8 enormous tentacles rose from 8 directions, perfectly angled and towering to heights satisfying even the strictest standards of perfectionism. It's as if the modeler was cutting corners. Chu Jiandust shook his head, shaking off miscellaneous thoughts and also what seemed like a psychological burden. It's fine. He had already named this persona, Mo Chen. Not Chu Jiandust. No chance of character inconsistency. Even the system acknowledged it. Xiao Yixue's expression was unclear but he still silently started to do as instructed. Boom. The sister and brother duo by his side saw him suddenly take out a strange rectangular box. On top of the box was a handle for easy carrying, and on the front were 2 symmetric circular net-like depressions on either side. In the middle was a small drawer, transparent, revealing faintly what was inside. Between the handle and the small drawer was a row of strange yet orderly little square blocks, one of them being relatively larger. And Xiao Yixue, without a word, pressed the largest block while channeling spiritual energy into it. Sla. Sla. When Ye's eyes widened slightly, the thing inside the small drawer actually began to turn. This Zla sound wasn't loud, but it clearly resonated in everyone's ears, accompanied by an indescribable force that spread through the universe like ripples. Chapter 40, This Broken Cheat, Destruction Awaits. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The generals and soldiers felt as if they heard a war song. Though it was a tone they'd never encountered. Music knows no boundaries. At the moment the drum music played, all generals and soldiers lifted their heads, gripped their weapons tightly, and straightened their chests. They seemed to hear someone singing. They could understand. Their heartbeats even synchronized. No one could see, Chu Jiandust's face under the mask was as red as a ripe tomato. In the midst of this tumultuous battlefield, the storm youth appears. Xiao Yixue, Wen Ye, and Wen Luo were all stunned at the very instant the song sounded. It wasn't Chu Jiandust who was singing. But all three looked simultaneously at the box on the ground. It acted as if it had its own intelligence, its voice was deep, magnetic, and filled with explosive power. Amidst the roaring flames of victory, announcing triumph throughout the world, Chu Jiandust quietly raised his hand, summoning Duanchen. The massive sea monster raised its tentacles high, the densely packed suction cups causing hearts to race. Smoke soars through signals. The age of Mecha has arrived. Whoosh. The sound pierced through the air. Blood surges against the tide. Everyone widened their eyes as they watched 2 massive tentacles come crashing down. Chariots blazing hot. A soft ringing sound indicated unsheathing. Warriors unstoppable. Both sides moved, ferocious light flashing. Yeah. Impact. Come, the battle is here. Sword Chi. Ace wants to go wild. Brute force. Breaking through the universe and pacifying the world. 10,000 sword shadows amidst thousands of layers of waves. Oh, reverse battles go wild. Cracking. Ace seeks release. Splashing. Battle starts where our stubbornness takes form. Boom. 2 enormous intersecting sword slashes tore through the waves. I want to control my power. Every mouth was agape. Proclaiming my authority. Wen Luo and Wen Ye stood like statues. Watching the dragon battle rage uncontrollably. Roar. Thousands of warriors bleed in this battlefield. 8 tentacles disintegrated into countless pieces. Rushing ahead. An intense explosion erupted from the sea monster's head. Defenders of the world. The youth stood proudly with his drawn sword. Generation JNG settles it again. White rainbows pierced through heaven and earth. All fragments were whipped up by a gale into a bloody rain falling over the sea, turning a large expanse crimson. The restless waves took time to calm, just as people's faces remained unsettled. In some future day, the demon race would recall how a P-class demonic beast was killed and shattered into tens of millions of fragments in the span of one battle song by an unnamed human shortly after emerging from the demon realm. Xiao Yixue couldn't help but start doubting life, and even questioning the authenticity of this world. Worldview, outlook on life, values, all at once 2/3 of his perspectives crumbled. Under rolling clouds. Amid flying waves. For the first time in many years, Chu Jiandust felt a spontaneous urge for suicide. Thank you, host, for your sincere participation in the promotional video production group of Crossing Worlds book system. Temporary mission completed. Magic cultivation experience points are full and can break through at any time. The temporary mission system looks forward to your next cooperation. Click here, give us a score, we will pay attention to the suggestions of each host. Chu Jiandust, who had already suffered a social death, ignored it, holding on to the reward as he silently walked away. Xiao Yixue waited for him alone on the shore for a long time, holding that strange box in her hand. The box had calmed down, showing only strangeness, with not a hint of other power. Chu Jiandust shed the dark-clothed youth persona, switching back to his usual dignified white robes, and silently appeared before Xiao Yixue. As soon as he received the multiverse-branded old tape recorder, he turned around and tossed it into the system backpack where it could gather dust. This broken cheat might as well be destroyed. Chapter 41, He's Got Money Now, Part 1. What exactly is this thing? As they walked and talked, Xiao Yixue wouldn't be able to sleep if she didn't get clarification. Sigh. Chu Jiandust exhaled for the 42nd time that day. It's something that can play music anytime. Can it enhance combat strength? Xiao Yixue asked uncertainly. Do you want it? Chu Jiandust showed no expression on his face. I'll give it to you. Just give it to me then. Xiao Yixue rubbed his hands. Without hesitation, Chu Jiandust fished out the still-warm recorder from the backpack space, shoved it into his arms, and even disdainfully patted the non-existent dust off his hands. Can it really enhance combat strength? Xiao Yixue hadn't been interested in any toy for a long time. No. After trying it out, Chu Jiandust found that giving it to him truly freed up one slot in his own backpack. He pushed the recommendation with some reluctance, but you can listen to music while hanging from trees. Xiao Yixue was half believing, half doubting. Don't doubt anymore, it's single use. Otherwise, how could there be such an invincible thing in the world? Chu Jiandust spoke calmly, as if the person who just experienced social death wasn't himself. Also, the instruction manual is pasted at the bottom. You can take a look casually. If you really can't figure it out, ask me again later. After hearing this, Xiao Yixue pouted, thinking he'd just scrounged a useless item from Chu Jiandust. Casually pressing a button made the machine buzz and spin again. The vast horizon is my love, the rolling green hills have flowers blooming beneath them. Xiao Yixue. He was instantly confused. Isn't what's inside supposed to be a war song? Chu Jiandust kept a straight face, deeply speaking, as long as its melody can achieve the purpose of motivation and encouragement, the meaning of the lyrics isn't important. Really? Xiao Yixue doubted, then I'll take it to the martial arts arena later and let the kids listen. Of course you can, but don't say it's mine. As the two walked further along the coastline, they never looked back. Wen Ye stayed here to celebrate the new year with Wen Luo, who seemed very reluctant to see him go. Xiao Yixue was quite melancholy. There were over 10 days left until the 7 Spirit Sect holidays ended, and apart from that bag of wild fruit Chu Jiandust gave him, they hadn't harvested a single plant, let alone brought back a heaven-tier spirit grass. When Wen Luo learned their original purpose of the trip, he kindly pointed out a route for them. If within these small 15 days, with no secret realms to help, they wanted to purely rely on luck to find a single wild spirit grass, regardless of age or class, it was almost impossible. Unless, by over the years, Wen Luo had nothing but celestial pearls. In short, she was poor except for money. So she treated money like dung, handing over most of her stock to Xiao Yixue. Because Chu Jiandust refused. In the end, Xiao Yixue achieved his wish to become overnight wealthy without mental preparation, forever achieving financial freedom and surpassing 99.9% of people in the world from that point on. With this amount of money, he finally went all in. No longer did he have to think about secretly digging up wild vegetables every day. When he heard there was a market in the nearby city, he persuaded and dragged Chu Jiandust to run toward Seashell City regardless. The best-selling items in the seaside city were seafood, which naturally included various rare spiritual sea plants. Living by the mountain, eating the mountain, living by the water, eating the water, everyone here had excellent swimming skills. Xiao Yixue hoped to purchase some items meeting Fang Suyun's requirements as he gazed toward the city gate in the distance. Chapter 42, He's Got Money Now, Part 2. Chu Jiandust still needed to live in the light camp, at least for now, until he had no way out. Thus, under normal circumstances, he couldn't expose his demonic cultivation identity. However, as a cultivation practitioner, his Dantian condition was simply in a pitiful state. Xiao Yixue was also extremely worried that he might not make it, caring more about repairing his Dantian than Chu Jiandust himself did. It wouldn't have come to this if you hadn't saved me back then. This reason was flawless. Chu Jiandust had no way to refute it. As they entered the city, the bustling of human life greeted them. The two also followed local customs, each buying a skewer of iron plate squid from a roadside stall like everyone else, eating while walking. Chu Jiandust had just killed a large squid, now crunching on its tentacles, there wasn't even a shadow of psychological distress. Good grief. Let me tell you, it was absolutely earth-shattering. Like moving mountains and overturning seas. Was it really just one person? 100% true. My cousin's second uncle's eldest son's nephew lives by the sea. He saw it with his own eyes. And so did all the people by the sea. There's absolutely no mistake. It's true. I heard the same when I bought some wine just now. It was indeed a kid who casually took down a sea monster as big as a mountain. Not a single crab on the shore died, let alone any humans. That was truly a great hero. Why didn't they bring him back? He was that amazing, handling it like drinking water and then leaving without a trace. Who could find him? You're not wrong, but it's a pity. Everyone wanted to meet this unknown young hero. Xiao Yixue gave the young hero a sidelong glance, her face filled with disdain. Tisk, pretending to be younger at your age, huh? Not only did Chu Jiandust ignore it, but he retaliated with another sideways glance. I just look younger than you. If you don't believe it, go wear 2 top knots and crawl around in an open crotch pants. The two kept arguing while eating, finally reaching a flower market called Treasure Street. Xiao Yixue put on the demeanor of someone who didn't care about money, naming every store to check their grade-tier inventory. Instantly, she had the air of an old-school tyrannical president. Chu Jiandust enjoyed the leisure time, just following behind her as if he were shopping with 7 cousins and 8 aunts. It was indeed true, when Luo's suggestion was brutally simple. Although heavenly-tier spiritual plants were rare and expensive, they weren't entirely impossible to find for sale. Had it not been for Fang Suyun's limitation on efficacy, Xiao Yixue could already have left the street carrying a whole basket of them. This kind of extravagant spending naturally drew attention, and this situation was no exception. Excuse me, young sir. An elderly man approached Chu Jiandust politely and arched his hands in greeting. Forgive my intrusion, may I inquire if the young sir has any time to take a look here? In his eyes, although the other young master was doing all the buying and running around, he still thought that the currently stationary Chu Jiandust held a higher status. So he came to ask him. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiandust finally understood that this was a promotional salesman. After an elaborate introduction, the old man handed him 2 entry tickets. It read, valued guests with this voucher may enter freely, enjoying a free trial of the auction house's premium private room, personal service by beautiful attendants, a pot of fine tea, and a selection of delicious fruit platters. Just when you're sleepy and someone brings you a pillow, Chu Jiandust decided he should accumulate more luck points in the future. Xiao Yixue just wanted to buy things, while all Chu Jiandust wanted was a comfortable place to sit. There was such a win-win opportunity right before them, and he immediately invited Xiao Yixue to join. The comprehensive large auction of the Southwest Coastal Chamber of Commerce Alliance. Chu Jiandust used the system's automatic translation to understand the meaning of the plaque above the auction house. That old salesperson indeed had some craftiness. Comprehensive auction literally meant anything and everything was up for auction. Clearly knowing Xiao Yixue only cared about heavenly-tier spirit plants, he still gave Chu Jiandust this type of ticket. His intentions were obvious to anyone. Fortunately, neither of them minded, deciding to simply go in, enjoy some tea and fruits, and bid if they happened to see appropriate spirit plants. Chu Jiandust suddenly realized that going out of town had one advantage. If locals went to a local auction house, they'd always worry about being recognized and revealing their identities. But out-of-towners had nothing to fear. Thus, the two acted openly and confidently. They looked like wealthy young lords traveling together, just passing through Seashell City and happening to be invited to participate in the auction. Your servant Xiaqin greets both young masters. A well-trained attendant smiled and respectfully bowed deeply to the two of them. Thank you both young masters for honoring us with your presence today. Your servant will be serving both young masters, answering any questions either of you might have regarding the auction. She was beautiful, and her voice was pleasant. Chu Jiandust nodded, we appreciate it. Master, please follow me to rest this way. All right. The Tian number room truly deserved its top-tier ranking. Elegantly unique decorations were everywhere, subtly highlighting the depth and sophistication of the auction house. Chu Jiandust and Xiao Yixue sat across from each other at a square table. The cushions beneath them were brand new, carrying a subtle and refined fragrance. A set of tea fruits was already prepared on the table, and there was even a small bookshelf with a chessboard nearby to keep guests entertained while they waited. Xiao Qian began explaining the basic rules and methods for participating in the auction, including common unexpected situations, all done in a very considerate manner. After listening, Chu Jiandust felt like giving her a good review and became more amiable toward her. Thank you, Miss Xiao Qian. Master is too kind, it's my duty. After finishing her explanation, Xiao Qian stepped aside. If not instructed by the guests, she would remain in that position until the end of the auction. Before entering, Chu Jiandust had thought they might have to exchange for some tokens or chips first. However, Xiao Yixue just casually tossed a large pearl, and those complicated processes were bypassed. Money talks. Chapter 43, Can it save the mortal world? After 3 rounds of tea, the auspicious time arrived. In an instant, all the lights in the venue went out, leaving only the array of lights illuminating the center stage. There was no opening speech at all. In the center of the array, a round platform slowly rose, covered by a light dome. On it, today's pre-auction teaser item was prominently displayed. The entire venue remained quiet. There were no loud auctioneers or chattering noises, the atmosphere was impeccable. In front of Chu Jiandust and Xiao Yixue lay an album each, containing detailed introductions corresponding to the auction items. If they wanted to bid, they only needed to inform the attendant verbally. The bidding amounts would be updated in real time on the round platform. Since the basic introductions were already written in the albums, the attendants didn't need to explain continuously unless asked by the guests. As a result, Chu Jiandust found this style of the auction house to be truly laid back. I'm not boasting, if you want to bid, bid or not. From another perspective, this was confidence, absolute confidence in their own products. Xiao Yixue liked this calm and elegant ambience. If it had been as noisy as a marketplace, he probably wouldn't have stayed long. The first auction item was a defensive treasure of earth rank, suitable for everyone. Even rich families usually cultivate qi to a certain degree, not necessarily for the purpose of becoming cultivators, but at least for health and longevity. Thus, life-saving items like these were always in fashion. Sure enough, after just a short while, the amount displayed on the platform became quite staggering. Ordinary people use gold, silver, and copper coins, whereas cultivators commonly use spirit stones. At this kind of auction aimed at wealthy offspring, the unit of course would be spirit stones. Spirit stones also come in different types, similar to gold, silver, and copper coins. Upper grade, mid grade, and lower grade spirit stones correspond to the gold-silver-copper conversion rule, making it easy for ordinary people to understand. Above upper grade spirit stones is premium grade, though such items generally aren't used as circulating currency anymore, their hidden value far surpasses their monetary use. Chu Jiandust still had several premium grade spirit stones in his pocket, looking as beautiful and radiant as exquisitely processed diamonds. Xiao Yixue flipped through the booklet slowly, skipping over the things that didn't interest him and inserting bookmarks on the pages of a few spiritual plants. On the opposite side, Chu Jiandust turned the pages quickly, flipping through them in one swift motion and almost finishing within moments. After all, using the system to browse was much more convenient than using one's eyes, plus it could connect to the system's database to supplement information. Though the mundane world has progressed to this point, life isn't exactly stuck in the primitive era. Except perhaps in the southern jungles, especially along the southwestern coast, where beast tides cause relatively poorer conditions. Even so, the economic level of these towns has already given Chu Jiandust plenty of surprises. Cultivation sects emphasize hard practice, so rarely enjoy the convenience of wealth, unless during vacations outside. On the other hand, noble clans and wealthy offspring don't go for hard practice, instead, they naturally pursue the best quality in both goods and services. Despite being a classically styled world, Chu Jiandust knew that compared to his original world, this place wasn't backward at all, and in many ways, it was even more convenient because it could ignore science altogether. For example, instant teleportation easily outperforms any modern transportation method. From the beginning, he never underestimated this place. One auction item after another appeared below, but unfortunately, neither Chu Jiandust nor Xiao Yixue showed much interest. Originally, Chu Jiandust's pockets already held so many miscellaneous things. He estimated that he himself could host an auction lasting at least 5 hours. Xiao Qian beside him wasn't the least bit anxious, even without speaking, her gentle smile remained poised and appropriate. Xiao Yixue couldn't stop munching while reading the book. Crunch crunch went the sound as he enjoyed sweet and crisp cantaloupe, forming a striking contrast with Chu Jiandust across from him who sipped tea elegantly. Finally finishing one whole book, he handed over the album with 7 bookmarks inserted to Xiao Qian. I want these 7. You can bid for them, unless the price goes too high, in which case you don't need to ask me. Understood. Xiao Qian bowed slightly, I will remember master's instructions. Xiao Yixue continued eating melon while glancing at Chu Jiandust, you don't want anything. This implied, if there's something you want, I can pay for it along with mine. Chu Jiandust shook his head, thought for a moment, then nodded again, I'll take a look later. All right. Xiao Yixue didn't press further. The system is analyzing your data, please wait. Appraisal result, the 5-colored stone. Looking at the system interface, Chu Jiandust couldn't help but reveal an expression of, just as expected. The 5-colored stone, the legendary item used by Nuwa to mend the sky. In theory, no matter who ends up acquiring this thing now, it would eventually find its way back to the female lead's hands. Only the female lead can mend the sky, this is a fixed rule. Chu Jiandust didn't think money should be splashed around recklessly, so even though he knew this was a key item, as long as it wasn't going to end up with him, he didn't bother caring about it. Before he knew it, the auction session for this 5-colored stone had already started. Unexpectedly, this segment actually lasted a full 15 minutes, with bidding seemingly still ongoing. Chu Jiandust glanced sideways slightly, asking Xiao Qian, "What's going on?" Hearing he finally had a question, Xiao Qian's eyes curved up into a slight smile. "Master, currently 2 distinguished guests are competing with each other on the price, taking up your time." "We apologize sincerely," she explained. 2 people fighting over it. Hearing this, Xiao Yixue turned his head toward the round stage. On the stage, the exact amount wasn't displayed anymore, meaning the price had gone beyond the normal range. "What kind of treasure is it?" He turned back, asking Chu Jiandust, leaving Xiao Qian not knowing whether or not to interject. "Just a stone." Chu Jiandust took a sip of tea, not even looking down at the stage. Frowning, Xiao Yixue still didn't understand, "Does it have immense use?" Chu Jiandust shrugged slightly, not quite showing if he cared or not. "I guess it can save the mortal world." Chapter 44, Inscrutable. Xiao Yixue rolled his eyes at him. Hadn't he seen the auction catalogue? The varieties of stones among today's auction items were countless. But truly, there wasn't any particular jaw-dropping piece. Unless it held hidden value. Chu Jiandust gazed intently at the catalogue, seemingly lost in thought. "Do you also want it?" Xiao Yixue asked him. "No, I don't." Chu Jiandust replied calmly. Xiao Yixue smirked mockingly, "Is your don't want actually a want?" Chu Jiandust raised an eyebrow, "So do you think my don't want is want or don't want?" Xiao Qian felt a bit dizzy, but being a highly trained senior attendant, she held her composure. A metallic clang resounded, finalizing the situation. "Fine, now you don't have to worry about it." Chu Jiandust waved a hand. Xiao Yixue looked suspicious, re-examining the introduction of the stone several times. An ordinary stone belonging to the 5 elements, useful but not worth breaking one's head over. At this moment, in the diagonally opposite private booth, Gu Ling gritted her teeth furiously, her eyes glaring blood red. Beside her was an extraordinary elegant gentleman. "Ling, don't be upset. I've sent someone to investigate this person already. Even if he gets the item, we'll make him give it up shortly." "Brother Xian." Gu Ling stomped her foot in rage. "Ah, trust me, I'll help you." Lu Shoshuan pulled her into his embrace, pinched her cheek softly, and patiently consoled her until she felt a little better. Cough. Chu Jiandust suddenly choked on some tea water, coughing continuously. Xiao Yixue glanced at him and threw him a soothing spell across the table. Currently, the auction piece in play was the one Xiao Yixue had pointed out, and Xiao Qian was bidding on behalf. "Unlucky guy, even drinking water gets stuck in your teeth," he teased. Cough, cough. Chu Jiandust gave him a glare before pulling up the system interface for a check. Current luck value, 166. Humph. Then, ignoring Xiao Yixue's mockery. Because of the good performance during this period, the lucky value rewarded by the system had accumulated so much. Chu Jiandust felt very consoled in his heart. Otherwise, it would be hard to maintain the character without any reward. The prices in the Lucky Value Mall were all very reasonable and would not deliberately make things difficult for its host. It was just that Chu Jiandust really didn't need anything, except for the Invincible Halo and the Immortal Halo. Save it, there will be a time to spend later. With a casual swipe, he opened the relationship bar. Since he had taken in 8 new disciples, these 8 new disciples had also been automatically added by the system to the relationship bar. Not only were there friendship levels and other associations, but some people's profiles also had new tags. Such as Wen Ya's, Merperson Clan Heir, Wei Hua's, Protecting Home and Country, and Xian Ming's, Will to Revenge. As for those disciples originally belonging to the Master on the Mountain, they were not in Chu Jiandust's system list. Currently, there were only 2 groups in his relationship bar. One was the school, and the other was the mate. Xiao Yixue clearly lay in the mate list that could only accommodate one person, with 999 goodwill points hanging high, which even made people with obsessive-compulsive disorder reluctant to break it. Chu Jiandust looked at him and seemed to think of something. He silently lowered his head, ignoring the details, as if in deep thought. "Master, everything you want has already been auctioned." Xiao Qian handed over 7 plaques, each inscribed with the corresponding item number. "Before leaving, take the plaques and the amount behind the plaques to the auction house warehouse to pick up the items." "Should we look around more?" Xiao Yixue asked Chu Jiandust. "Then let's sit here for a while longer." The latter was too lazy to go shopping. Xiao Yixue turned to Xiao Qian, 2 servings of melon and a pot of tea. "Yes." Xiao Qian bowed, "Gentlemen, please wait a moment." By now, the auction was almost over, probably not needing more than 2 or 3/4 hours. People, whether they had anything to do or not, would stay to wait. After all, this always open and transparent auction would have a mysterious finale. If not, once the auction hadn't finished and all guests left, it would be quite awkward. As the surrounding lights came on, the original display stand was removed. GG. 8 big men pushed a large iron cage. A red cloth covered the large iron cage, but under the red cloth, it was eerily silent. Only at this moment did the late auctioneer leisurely step onto the stage for a self-introduction. Without teasing around either, he immediately tore off the red cloth covering the iron cage. This is the last item of today's auction, and also today's grand finale treasure, beauty. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiandust and Xiao Yixue simultaneously looked toward the center of the field. Beside them, Xiao Qian barely managed to smirk. TSK. 2 men already married who hear about a beauty and can't hide their interest are indeed birds of a feather. Truly disgusting. They've got great looks for nothing. Such a waste. Neither man realized they were being despised. She indeed is a beauty. Chu Jiandust objectively commented. Xiao Yixue glanced at the beauty, then at Chu Jiandust, and finally concluded, I think, average. In beasts, this is already pretty good, otherwise how could she become the finale? Chu Jiandust seriously supplemented his evaluation. Can you see what kind of beast she is? Xiao Yixue changed the topic. Chu Jiandust took a sip of tea first. Scanning, please wait. Scan complete, analyzing. Analysis result obtained. Accuracy rate 97.66%. Click to view details. After putting down the teacup, taking a glance at the system scan results. And then showing an unfathomable expression, he spoke calmly. Dream Fox. Chapter 45, the mainstay of the villainous camp. SSSS. The entire audience gasped in awe due to her beauty. In the cage, the woman wore thin clothing, curled up sitting in the corner. Her head of pink hair draped on the ground, her misty peach eyes faintly observing her surroundings. The most eye-catching feature was a heart-shaped red mole below her right eye, hanging delicately on her rosy cheek, giving her an indescribable allure. Lu Shouxuan swallowed hard. Good grief. Fortunately, I didn't get that broken stone earlier. Otherwise, where would I find the money to bid on this peerless beauty? The excitement and relief in his heart were almost bulging out of his eyeballs. However, Gu Ling, who was in his embrace, didn't have the time to notice his unusual demeanor. At the moment the dream fox appeared, she almost couldn't contain her rapid heartbeat. Magic Clan person, why, so early? The face of this dream fox was one she would never forget. In a past life, it was her, utilizing dreams, who had controlled Moe and caused a great misunderstanding between them. Chu Jiandust from the opposite side barely restrained himself from laughing out loud. Because he had almost forgotten that, in the original story, for every dog, a colloquialism referring to overly devoted followers, the female lead had, there were 10 times as many vicious female rivals. Although they would all surely end up being defeated by the protagonist eventually, before their defeats, the layer upon layer of oppressive buildup was like stacking buffs, causing readers from the perspective of the female protagonist to experience infinite suffocation. The Dream Fox, within this army of vile female rivals, was undoubtedly an important flag-bearer who could not be ignored. Yet, her appearance seemed too early. Chu Jiandust didn't doubt. Because the original plot had already been disrupted to a large extent. At each pivotal point where the story changed, the heroine index slightly decreased by 0% at every node. With a variable like the Dream Fox present, Chu Jiandust could only say, an enemy's enemy is a friend. And unknown to him, the facts did indeed not disappoint him. Lu Shouxuan began to participate in the auction. Gu Ling's body stiffened, and she immediately glared reproachfully at this man. Not long ago, he had recognized her as his adopted younger sister, repeatedly claiming he would spoil her for life, and swore that he would never set eyes on another woman. So, what now? Humph. Gu Ling coldly chuckled in her heart but continued to feign the look of someone wronged on the surface. Brother Xian, you, break your promise. You are a big liar. Sister Ling, this young lady has been locked in a cage, truly pitiful. How can brother ignore her suffering? Lu Shouxuan clearly thought of her as a girl easy to coax. He wanted to dismiss her with a simple excuse. But the little girl wasn't about to give him face. Brother Xian, since so many people like her, why must you compete? Can't others take good care of her as well? Aren't you? Sister Ling, Lu Shouxuan lowered his tone slightly, listen to brother. It seemed fatefully predestined, the Dream Fox was Gu Ling's trial. As the hammer came down, Lu Shouxuan's brows relaxed in pleasure. Auction house warehouse. Xiao Yixue happily retrieved her shopping bag. She didn't even bother offering it to Chu Jiandust, fearing he might impulsively throw these life-saving treasures to some pig if he weren't feeling alive enough. The reckless Chu Jiandust was forever her psychological shadow. You should stay alive longer, I don't want to become widowed so soon. Xiao Yixue said as much. Chu Jiandust twitched his mouth and decided not to correct her stereotypical impression. As for the implication of widowed, he wouldn't probe too deeply. Because this widowed could, cough cough, purely be understood as even numbers. 2 people traveling together, quite normal. Under the guidance of the maid Xiao Qian, the 2 prepared to leave when they unexpectedly heard a familiar voice. Thus, they both instinctively stopped their steps simultaneously. Seeing their pause, Xiao Qian also silently halted, following their gazes quietly toward the grand hall of the warehouse's first floor. There were two people there who seemed to have been arguing for quite a while. From their terms of address, they looked like siblings. Yet, the younger sister's feelings for her brother seemed a bit more subtle. And the trigger that ignited their argument. Xiao Qian paused. Wasn't that the finale beauty? At this point, although the dream fox had escaped the cage, a specially designed iron chain still encircled her neck. The other end of the chain was held firmly by Lu Shouxuan's hand. Only because Gu Ling kept demanding the right to hold it and Lu Shouxuan refused, their situation reached a standstill. Chu Jiandust and Xiao Yixue exchanged a glance, showing identical looks of surprise. People always say, after 3 days away. Although Gu Ling had been gone for more than 30 days and had long been delisted by the Seven Spirits Sect, her sudden appearance here made everyone feel a sense of dramatic irony. Brother Xian. If you continue this way, Ling won't have anything to do with you anymore. Gu Ling's chest heaved with anger. Originally, her fury was an act, but when she saw the dream fox hiding timidly behind Lu Shouxuan, her fake anger involuntarily turned into genuine anger. Of course, the dream fox didn't know Gu Ling, but she did know Nua's descendant. Approaching Nua's descendant and weakening her powers was exactly the task for which the dream fox had infiltrated the human realm this time. At this moment, she shrank behind Lu Shouxuan, ostensibly covering her mouth in panic and fear, but beneath her hand, the corners of her lips were subtly curving upward. Anyone, no matter how well they got along with Gu Ling, would taste the nightmare of her Yedu dream fox. Chu Jiandust was glad he didn't have a good relationship with Gu Ling. But it seemed like this Lu Shouxuan wouldn't be so lucky. Chapter 46, Acknowledging Relatives. Speaking of which, the original Chu Jiandust had never seen the dream fox because by then, he'd long been sent to his grave. This woman is a little mysterious, be careful, Xiao Yixue sent him a telepathic message. Chu Jiandust nodded. What is Godao? 1. Pretend to be invisible in front of your opponent. If invisibility is impossible. 2. Make your opponent believe you're on their team. Looking at the dream fox, Chu Jiandust slowly began to form an outline of a plan. Miss Xiao Qian, is there another way out? Chu Jiandust faintly smiled as he turned his head. Xiao Qian knew that some people disliked being close to such chaotic scenes, so she nodded, Master, yes, there is. But it might cause some inconvenience. That's fine. Chu Jiandust raised his hand to make a please gesture. The three changed direction, descending from the narrow staircase and exiting onto the street through a side door inside the auction house. Xiao Yixue glanced back at Xiao Qian who stopped outside to see them off, remembering that she forgot to tip her. TSK, well, next time for sure. What are you thinking about? Chu Jiandust gave him a sidelong glance. I'm wondering, Xiao Yixue returned to his usual expression as he looked ahead, how long will that big spender who paid top dollar for the broken rock last? Chu Jiandust raised an eyebrow, they both noticed that Gu Ling's so-called brother Xian was not an ordinary person. Although his cultivation was very average in their eyes, anyone could tell that he came from a noble family. However, he wasn't local. Someone once said, the late Eastern Han dynasty divided into 3 kingdoms, with endless warfare, but this continent was just the opposite. Wind, fire, forest, the 3 great empires divide the land. For 1,000 years, there hasn't been a large-scale human war. The common folk's concept of national borders has almost become blurred. And the cultivation world isn't constrained by national boundaries, all sects operate independently of any empire's jurisdiction. Thus, the current state of affairs is humorously referred to as 3 sheep open auspiciousness, 100 flowers blooming. Lu Shouxuan, the follower of the emperor's way in the Wind Kingdom. But he had only just barely entered this path, still far from achieving true enlightenment. What does this mean? It means he's probably a rather useless prince. Chu Jiandust could even see in the system data a glaring label of obsessed with women. No wonder his eyes were always either on Gu Ling or the dream fox, never giving another glance to others, especially men, not even the slightest flicker. When Gu Ling specifically requested the 5-colored stone, Lu Shouxuan naturally agreed, only to find someone bidding against him, and in one stubborn move, directly raising the price to enough to buy an entire county. He may be a noble prince, but he certainly isn't a noble treasury. It eventually pained him to part with so much money. Rather than continuing the auction, he decided to abandon it, claiming he didn't have enough funds on him. Gu Ling couldn't do anything about it, the annoying part was that he'd need to console her for a while longer. Back in the auction house storeroom, the bickering continued while Chu Jiandust and the others had already walked to the outskirts. The big spender went in this direction, leaving trails of lingering murderous intent along the road. To Chu Jiandust and Xiao Yixue, what seemed ethereal to ordinary people was completely visible. A gentle breeze blew by. Xiao Yixue's ears twitched slightly, they're fighting. Don't rush, let's watch first, Chu Jiandust gestured for him to follow. The two found a hidden cave, where their line of sight penetrated through layers of vegetation to settle on a small boy trapped in an encirclement. The boy was about 1 meter tall, dressed in red, with unruly red hair. The nape of his neck held a scruffy little ponytail that extended beyond his waist. The clinking sound came from the chain blades in his hands. The blades were hollow circular discs, resembling strange crescent moons. Unidentified fine iron chains wriggled between his fingertips, looking like dancing snakes. Clearly, he wasn't from a normal family. "Little brother, wait for me here," Chu Jiandust patted Xiao Yishua's shoulder. The latter turned his head, ready to argue and warn, when he realized Chu Jiandust had somehow swapped into that set of black ghost face attire meant to intimidate. "What are you going to do?" Xiao Yishua furrowed his brows. Chu Jiandust snapped his fingers, and the spiritual energy around him instantly turned into dark energy. Dragon shadows swirled, moving without wind. Go acknowledge a relative. Chapter 47, Trust You Like a Ghost. Yan Liaoyuan was extremely annoyed, his face showing an expression of disdain for the world. His clan members all said he was a dog raised by the royal family of the Fire Kingdom. Although he indeed wasn't an ordinary person, he detested dogs. Possibly because he once had a feud with a three-headed canine. The national sorcerer of the Fire Kingdom somehow calculated that there was a divine stone here, so Emperor Yan Ku of the Fire Kingdom sent him thousands of miles away to the Lin Kingdom to wait here in advance. Spare no expense, you must get it at all costs. This was the imperial decree. Yan Liaoyuan didn't like listening to Yan Ku's orders, but he was loyal to the former emperor of the Fire Kingdom, having promised to protect the people of the Fire Kingdom for 500 years. This year was the 499th year. As annoying as Yan Ku was, he had to endure it. Several henchmen were already sweating cold sweat. How could they not have heard of Yan Liaoyuan's name? But they too were under imperial command. Death was death either way. Take him down. With one command, the battle started again. Some went to send urgent reinforcement signals, probably feeling their side wouldn't last long. At this moment, Lu Shouxuan, still wavering between two beauties, immediately felt a lump in his heart when his subordinates reported. "Yan Liaoyuan. Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" He asked twice. "Master, absolutely correct, our people couldn't possibly misidentify Yan Liaoyuan. If it's him, there's no mistake," the messenger anxiously reported. Lu Shouxuan's expression immediately became grave. He hadn't anticipated that helping Gu Ling grab something would lead them straight to the Fire Kingdom. Yan Liaoyuan was the top dog of the Fire Kingdom. This was well known to the royal families of the other two kingdoms. The fact that Yan Ku could send his personal guardian god, Yan Liaoyuan, meant that this thing was perhaps very important to the Fire Kingdom. Lu Shouxuan suddenly became alert. Despite the current peaceful relationship among the three kingdoms, only insiders knew that the true competition never ceased. "Master. I understand," Lu Shouxuan sighed. "Since it's Yan Liaoyuan, we should retreat. Our people won't be able to beat him, and being exposed would be even worse." Before he finished speaking, Gu Ling suddenly blocked the front, her gaze more serious than ever. "Big brother Xian, don't." Lu Shouxuan was puzzled. "Why?" "Yan Liaoyuan is so powerful that he definitely judged where these people came from as soon as they fought. If you let him go back, the entire Fire Kingdom will know. Who knows what excuses they'll find to come negotiate again. So, Sister Ling's suggestion is..." Lu Shouxuan began to waver. Gu Ling crossed her arms and proudly hummed. "Sister Ling, earlier brother was wrong. Would you please help your brother?" Lu Shouxuan was flexible. He seemed to forget that if it weren't for helping her bid in the auction, and failing to win then promising to grab it for her, they wouldn't have gotten involved with Yan Liaoyuan in the first place. "Well, all right." Gu Ling pouted, glanced at the dream fox, looking like a triumphant rooster. Subsequently, she took out a strange black heart and handed it to Lu Shouxuan, confidently saying, "Send reinforcements to surround Yan Liaoyuan. As long as he leaves behind a drop of blood, and put his blood into this hollow heart, from now on, his life will belong to big brother Xian." Upon hearing this, Lu Shouxuan was shocked. "Sister Ling, you actually have such a good item, and you're willing to give it to me?" If he could truly make Yan Liaoyuan serve him, what would he fear from the princes eyeing his throne? Lu Shouxuan couldn't help but become excited. He immediately grabbed Gu Ling's hand. "Sister Ling, brother thanks you. From now on, whatever you want from the sky, brother will fetch it for you." After saying that, he quickly summoned a group of experts and handed over the black heart to them. However, by the time this group arrived, they were shocked to discover everything seemed to be already over. "Everyone, listen to the order. Scatter and search." "Yes." 15 minutes ago. Yan Liaoyuan grew tired of dragging, directly unleashing his peak state, cutting through everyone like grass, swiftly resolving the battle. Unexpectedly, Mo Chu Jiandust Chen, one of the 4 representatives of the fierce demons, casually blocked his path. "Who are you?" Yan Liaoyuan frowned. The pressure coming from the opposite side made him uncomfortable. "Humph, mere traitor, do you dare ask for my name?" Chu Jiandust sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yishua inside the cave doubted his existence. Is this guy always such a good actor? Yan Liaoyuan was also in doubt. He could confirm that the mysterious man in front of him was from the demon clan, with pure bloodline, noble identity, and formidable power. But why did he always exude an elegant aura with every move? Although Yan Liaoyuan had been away from the demon realm for a long time, he hadn't heard that the demon emperor's lineage valued posture. Turns out it's the great demon lord. Yan Liaoyuan sneered coldly as well. What's up? Chu Jiandust spoke indifferently, his arrogance tinged with a touch of mystery. Nothing special, just thought I'd send you off. See? How misleading that is. Yan Liaoyuan immediately threw out a giant crescent blade. Ding! Chu Jiandust casually deflected it with one finger. My steed has nothing to do, so he wanted to go sightseeing at the Flame Yang Great Waterfall. He just picked you up on the way, don't overthink it. Old Cheongqi. Who am I? Where am I going? Chu Jiandust patted its head. You're going to the Flame Yang Great Waterfall. Old Cheongqi, alright, I'm going. Yan Liaoyuan squinted, unable to believe that a demon lord would actually help a traitor of the demon race. The Cheongqi clan in the demon realm was infamous for surpassing light speed, capable of flying and running, ignoring all terrains. It was the most beloved type of steed for the demon royal family, without exception. The mysterious demon lord in front of him, if he could ride such a massive beast, surely held no ordinary identity. Did he know my contract was about to end? Deliberately coming to recruit me? Yan Liaoyuan suddenly experienced an epiphany. Calculating the time, the new round of Demon Emperor selection ceremonies must be approaching soon. Ha, I get it. Yan Liaoyuan swung his chain blade laughing heartily. Great Demon Lord is preparing to gather soldiers and horses, right? Chu Jiandust nodded slightly. It doesn't matter, just a meeting gift. The Lin Kingdom is pretty dangerous. In the spirit of local hospitality, I'll send you off. This time, Yan Liaoyuan understood this statement without misunderstanding, rudely jumping onto old Cheongqi's back and brazenly sitting shoulder to shoulder with him. Then thank you for your kindness, great demon lord. Chu Jiandust faintly smiled. Have a pleasant journey. Before the words were even finished, his figure disappeared, and old Cheongqi kicked off with sparks and lightning trailing behind, breaking through the air in an instant. Item, 5-colored stone, successfully copied. This item has been stored in the system backpack. Xiao Yixue walked over to Chu Jiandust and looked him up and down several times. You. Junior brother, the world is polluted, getting dirty makes survival easier. With that, he turned back and restored his pristine appearance. Faintly smiling, like bright moonlight and cool wind. Xiao Yixue, I believe you when hell freezes over. Chapter 48, Xian Research Group. No leads here. Not on this side either. Apart from where we just were, there are no traces of any fight nearby. Could Yan Liaoyuan really be this strong? So now, how should we report back to Master? Just tell the truth. A group of elite Feng country martial artists hung their heads in disappointment and unwillingly left the area. Xiao Yixue, dangling on a tree branch, watched these people's retreating figures and asked Chu Jiandust leaning against the tree trunk, perplexed, are the boundaries between countries already gone? People can visit each other so casually. Maybe it's because each country's national sorcerer is too powerful, replied the latter. What do you mean? Xiao Yixue never paid attention to worldly matters. The constellations have become increasingly clear, many things can't be hidden from the mortal world anymore. Mortals think gods represent righteousness, but they haven't considered that the world's great calamity is also related to the gods. Chu Jiandust sighed lightly. Xiao Yixue fell silent unintentionally. Almost all the eyewitnesses inside the ancient secret realm had died out. Although he didn't know how Guling managed to escape, he also didn't believe that the testimonies of 2 or 3 people could change anything. Gods and demons originally only symbolized 2 opposing forces, light and darkness, with no stipulation which side represents justice. And the definition of justice appeared only after human society emerged. The apocalypse of the 3 realms recurs every 1,000 years. In the past, descendants of Nuwa were generally low-key and law-abiding, making everyone forget about the possibility of heavens collapsing. Today's Guling might be said to be the least ambitious generation. With a scattered mind and insufficient strength, she found it hard to suppress the apocalypse of the 3 realms. The looming sense of crisis brought by fate was easily sensed by various sharp creatures. Some humans practicing astrology could roughly be categorized under sharp creatures. The ones Chu Jiandust referred to were these types of people. They could foresee many things ahead of time, not due to memories from past lives or rebirths, purely because their studies in metaphysics reached very high levels. Switching to top-notch research units. Simply comparing predictive abilities, they wouldn't necessarily lose to reborn Guling. Chu Jiandust speculated that the Fire Country sent Yan Liaojuan for this very reason. Because, if you calculate, the position of the Sky Fisher is roughly above the Fire Country. Chu Jiandust wasn't worried about the Fire Country's monarch using the 5-colored stone for mischief. Instead, he sent both Yan Liaojuan and the 5-colored stone back. If Guling fails to mend the sky, they will ultimately have to rely on the world's researchers, no, the Xian Research Group. The gradual weakening of the main female character's plot device signaled the brightening of an ensemble cast. Chu Jiandust didn't want to see a vast world relying solely on one person to save everything. Let's return to the sect. The trivial matters here are none of our concern. Alright. Clang. Gu Ling's teacup fell to the ground. Escaped? Yes, and Fire Country received intelligence reporting that Yan Liaojuan has already returned to the Imperial Palace. Why so fast? Does such a long-distance teleportation scroll even exist? Gu Ling was greatly shocked. Lu Shuxian blushed awkwardly. This matter was indeed his failure. Impossible. I must visit Fire Country personally. Gu Ling said as she stood up. Lu Shuxian was no longer useful to her. Sister Ling. Lu Shuxian froze in place. Gu Ling had grown impatient. She waved her hand dismissively and left. Brother Xian, Sister Ling has urgent matters to attend to and can't accompany brother on mountain excursions at the moment. Consider this heart a gift from me. If I need help in the future, I'll bother Brother Xian again. Sister Ling. Lu Shuxian couldn't chase after her, watching helplessly as she rode a green bird and ascended into the air. Dejected, he returned to his room. Only to be struck by another thunderous shock. The dream fox he had bought at great expense had vanished without even having time to cuddle it. All that remained was an empty pair of manacles, mocking him silently. Gu Ling didn't know that in that cup of tea just moments ago, she had unknowingly consumed the dream fox's tracking charm. At this moment, the dream fox was leisurely following her trail. And the dream fox didn't know that the spellbound Lu Shuxian had dispatched the highest-grade tracking spirit hounds, accompanied by a group of experts trailing closely behind. The result was a chain of people, stretching into a single line, moving rapidly like a snake towards a certain direction. Chapter 49, Suffering for Her. Gu Ling felt more and more strange as she walked along. Wait. Why does this road feel so familiar? Isn't this the way back to Seven Spirit Sect? She didn't understand. Following the resonance with the five-colored stone, if Yan Liaojuan had taken the stone back to Fire Country, then it shouldn't be leading in this direction. This resonance could not possibly be wrong, so Gu Ling didn't slow her pace despite her doubts. But when she finally arrived at the entrance of the sect, she had no choice but to stop. Touching the protective barrier now would trigger an alarm. Could it be that Lu Shuxian received false information? Could Yan Liaojuan actually be hiding inside Seven Spirit Sect? Gu Ling thought this was very likely. Returning to Fire Country in half a day, she couldn't believe Yan Liaojuan could be that powerful. Staring at the familiar barrier before her eyes, Gu Ling felt a complicated mixture of emotions. In the face of the bigger picture, she regretted her impulsive decision back then. Had she written a letter instead, things might not have become so strained between her and Seven Spirit Sect. She knew only her master had given her special permission, while all those stubborn elders adhered rigidly to their rules. It was probable her master only agreed to expel her because the 7 elders had united in persuading him. Thinking about this, Gu Ling grew furious. But anger was useless, so she calmed down and tried to come up with a plan. There were few ways to enter Seven Spirit Sect with justification. If all she wanted was to confirm whether Yan Liaojuan was within the sect, perhaps sneaking in once wouldn't hurt. If discovered, claiming she missed her master would suffice. After all, she hadn't done anything, so there was no evidence against her. At this time, Seven Spirit Sect was still in its holiday period, with fewer people around. Upon returning to Jiandust Peak, Chu Jiandust first visited the 2 left-behind children and found their self-study had improved, bringing him a sense of relief as he praised them slightly. Xiao Yixue wasted no time, heading directly to the Hanging Gourd Peak with a bundle of spiritual herbs to find Feng Suyun. Chu Jiandust pushed open the gates to his courtyard, where everything remained unchanged. System. I'm here. Have you calculated yet? The system has calculated the first possible outcome. Tell me. The 5-colored stone is the key to the sacrifice. The Niwa clan's task of mending the sky is divinely ordained and mandatory, but if someone is willing to die in their place, the Niwa clan can transfer the power of the 5-colored stone to that person to succeed. That means, if she refuses to pass it on and insists on doing it herself, no one else can replace her. Yes, host. In the original story, Chu Jiandust died, and the heroine cried so heartbrokenly, it was genuine? Most likely yes, host. Chu Jiandust sat down on a soft recliner and quietly sipped a mouthful of tea. If Gu Ling remembered, she would definitely recall that he had saved her. This explained why her mood had exploded, because his attitude had become slightly colder, making her feel that he no longer loved her. This change might be hard for anyone to accept. It's just that Chu Wang himself also couldn't accept being destined to sacrifice right from the start. It seems like she wants to find someone to save her because she remembers being saved in her past life. But why? She could easily reincarnate. Could there be an irreplaceable reason behind her clinging to the identity of Gu Ling? Gu Ling's origin isn't special, it shouldn't be for this. Perhaps, it's the unwillingness to part with the cheats carried by the identity of Gu Ling. Chu Jiandust suddenly saw through this as well. This reasoning was impeccable. The Niwa clan could indeed reincarnate indefinitely, but after reincarnation, everything external from their previous life would no longer belong to them. This lifetime, Gu Ling was the main female character. Once reincarnated, the halo surrounding the main female character would vanish entirely. Although she didn't know she was the protagonist, with so many excellent treasures in her possession, their total value far exceeded the combined worth of 10 lifetimes. How could she possibly let go of such wealth? With these treasures, every future life would be smooth sailing. Who would willingly start over from scratch as a nobody? Gu Ling was unwilling. She cherished every single treasure on her body and didn't want to give up any of them. Therefore, she did not wish to enter another cycle of rebirth so soon. Chu Jiandust could guess at her motivation for becoming dark-hearted, but he couldn't stop her. Unless he died again in her place, then she'd remain that pure and adorable little white lotus flower. From this, it could be concluded that even in the original story, only Chu Jiandust was willing to die for her out of free will. System. I'm here. Recalculate the situation based on the current circumstances. Besides the Nuwa clan, are there other ways to mend the sky? My point is, don't keep going for thousands of years, just finish it once and for all. Calculating, please wait. Chu Jiandust lowered his eyelids, various thoughts swirling in his mind. He wasn't particularly hateful toward the heroine, merely indifferent, nor did he hate her enough to die, but he could understand her fear. No one wants their fate to be out of their control, even though the Nuwa clan was born to bear its mission as tools. Host, system warning, if the void celestial rift is thoroughly sealed, the Nuwa clan's mission will come to an end, and they will cease to have the ability to reincarnate forever. Please take note. Chu Jiandust paused for a moment. Fine, I got it, start calculating. He had just been pondering not forcing Gu Ling to do what she didn't want to do, but turned around only to learn that if she refused, she would lose the ability to revive infinitely, leaving her with only one remaining life. Chu Jiandust felt exasperation on her behalf. Don't impose your will on others. She doesn't want to, and that's her choice. If there's a chance, we can visit the Fire Country to see their research team. Strength lies in numbers, and perhaps together they can find a solution. Chapter 50, Inspiring. Time flew by and soon it was the start of the school year. Many disciples remained lost in the pleasures of their holidays, listless and confused. As a millennium-old prestigious institute, prestigious sect, Seven Spirits Sect naturally has its own unique way to deal with this issue. That is, fighting. Or more politely put, sparring. On Jiandust Peak, however, it's called, the new semester opening examination. Today was the first day of the official semester's start. There was no speech by leadership, only individual peak arrangements. And as always, before the test, Jiandust Peak held its customary group morning practice at dawn. Chu Jiandust didn't show up, he went to be Fang Suyun's guinea pig. Xiao Yixue alone managed the throng below. Fortunately, everyone knew he was the master's spouse, so giving him respect was a must. Absolutely no slacking off. They couldn't leave a bad impression on their master, uncle. What's going on? You all came back after the New Year celebrations looking so listless. Can you even hold your sword steady if I blow here? Xiao Yixue's cold voice echoed across Jiandust Peak, and even neighboring Golden Flow Peak and Dragon Bone Peak heard it. Oh. Master's younger brother is still angry. The disciples stiffened immediately, their sword auras becoming sharper. But Xiao Yixue frowned more deeply. These people have really changed too much in 2 months. Even if they claim not to have changed, the extra flab around their waists has betrayed them. Do we need something uplifting? Xiao Yixue thought inwardly, Chu Jiandust's little box should work well. He took out the recorder from his storage space and placed it on a high platform. After infusing it with spiritual energy, he pressed the play button. Crackle, crackle. Unconsciously, everyone turned their ears towards the high platform. What kind of rhythm makes one sway the most? What kind of song brings the most joy? All disciples of Seven Spirits Sect. X 10,086. The nearby sword-practicing disciples almost dropped their swords in shock. Master's younger brother is truly mad. He's punishing us. Is he trying to force us to stay focused? Master's younger brother is so considerate. Buck up. We can't let him down again. Xiao Yixue noticed that the group seemed more energized and couldn't help but nod inwardly. This is right. He also feels that this rhythm is excellent. You're the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me hold on to you sincerely. Hold on. Gentle singing brings forth the hottest national style. Let love sweep away all the dust. Sitting before Fang Suyun, Chu Jiandust had just swallowed some green medicine when he suddenly sprayed it all over Fang Suyun. Fang Suyun elegantly picked up her handkerchief. Ah, junior sister, this medicine is great. Chu Jiandust hurriedly salvaged his dignity. Fang Suyun smiled, it's good if the senior brother likes it. Chu Jiandust said earnestly, junior sister, I feel my Dantian is recovering rapidly. Fang Suyun smiled, as a healer, I say you're exaggerating. Nonsense. Chu Jiandust remained serious. I have a premonition that I'll recover soon. Fang Suyun smiled, with this prescription, senior brother will fully recover in about 50 years. Chu Jiandust maintained his seriousness, that shows how powerful junior sister is, no one in other sects has such skills. Fong Suyin smiled, other sects haven't heard of someone waking up from a curse either. Chu Jiandust kept being serious. Fong Suyin smiled. Everyone on Seven Spirits Peak was dumbfounded. They were taking written exams. The ins and outs of the 7 attributes weren't easy. A lot of things needed rote memorization. Jiandust Peak started off the morning with this uplifting music, completely blowing their brains. Fire. Fire subdues what again? Water. Oh yeah. Fire subdues water. Fire subdues water. On Golden Flow Peak. The disciples there came out early in the morning as well to forge metal tools. They didn't care much for random noises, after all, the clanging of metals during forging is far louder than any external sound. Still, hearing the broadcast from Jiandust Peak today made everyone's actions somehow sync with the rhythm, including some who accidentally broke through while hammering away. This left the rest envious. On Dragon Bone Peak. This mountain was the only one in the 7 Spirits sect where beasts outnumbered humans. Beasts were everywhere, and they lived harmoniously together. But today, they were unusually excited and began fighting amongst themselves. Not until all the elders came out did they manage to quell these unruly creatures. 9 Palaces Valley activated its shielding formation. At the top of Yang Peak. Leader Li Yuanfang, drawing his bow, placing an arrow, closing one eye. Faced Jiandust Peak's direction. And aimed at the square box on the high platform. Xiao Yixue. If you're merciless, I'll be ruthless. Zoom. The arrow shot through the air. Just as the recorder was about to get pierced, Xiao Yixue suddenly remembered how stylish Chu Jiandust looked when he deflected objects with his middle finger. So he raised his middle finger and flicked it. Whoa. All the disciples' eyes widened. Indeed stylish. Xiao Yixue thought inwardly. From now on, this trick would be his too, even if it meant stealing it. Shit. Li Yuanfang smashed his bow and cursed. Chapter 51, Go Sightseeing. The group of 8 was trying hard to keep up with the rhythm set by their seniors, but alas, they kept getting faster, and faster. In the end, only 3 managed to keep up, Xian Ming, Wei Hua, and Lu Sanlang. What's wrong with you guys? Xiao Yixue came over to the last row, looking serious like a drill sergeant. Uncle Master. The seniors are too fast. We can't keep up. A few of them looked on the verge of tears. After this session, you will stay behind for special training. Xiao Yixue showed no mercy and left without listening to any excuses. The disciples may not have been used to this beat at first, but once they got accustomed to it, they found it quite invigorating. After all, how boring could early morning practice get? This energizing music was truly a great addition. They decided that from now on, Uncle Master would always be in charge of supervising their early sessions. The 5 who were left behind couldn't feel a thing about how nice it was. Wenya. You work hard. I'm off. Xian Ming waved goodbye. Even baseline tests had cues, so earlier ones could finish sooner. The 3 didn't care about righteousness anymore and ran off immediately. Xiao Yixue gave the remaining ones a cold glance. Zhang Ximin, Wang Suyu, Wenya, Yi Yunzhu, and Li Yanqing. 5 people stood neatly. He understood why Wenya might experience coordination issues when transforming into human form, but the others had no excuse. And since Wenya had to learn, he must overcome his own difficulties. You 5, it seems your minds haven't returned yet? Xiao Yixue spoke lightly. The 5 remained silent. Then let's go out for a walk. Come back when you want to, Xiao Yixue suggested. The 5, exclamation point. His words struck a chord within them. This wandering isn't supposed to happen. Uncle is speaking in frustration. The 5 immediately cowered. I'm not joking. Take your swords, and follow me. Xiao Yixue said firmly and turned, heading down the mountain without a backward glance. The 5 exchanged glances and reluctantly followed. At the sect boundary. Xiao Yixue decisively took a step forward, and the 5 trailed closely behind. It was early spring, and the snow in the mountains hadn't fully melted yet. Inside the sect, there were people responsible for sweeping the snow away, but outside, it retained its natural state. Uncle, what are we doing? Zhang Ximin bravely asked. Mountain patrol, Xiao Yixue answered succinctly. Ah. The 5 were shocked, they really were going out for a walk. Xiao Yixue glanced at them and added, Flying Sword Patrol. What? Flying swords? 5 voices cried out in unison. Haven't learned yet. Learned, theoretical courses. Then let's practice practically, Xiao Yixue accepted no argument. He leapt onto a nearby tree and announced, try here yourselves. Whoever manages to stand on the sword for 15 minutes, raise your hand. Yes. The 5 did not dare to slack off and quickly pulled out their heavy iron training swords, beginning the necessary incantations. Flying a sword may sound easy, but one needs both theory knowledge and a certain level of cultivation, preferably at least the middle stages of the chi refining stage. Fortunately, their diligent practice during the holidays meant even the weakest, Li Yanqing, had reached the later stages of the qi refining phase. Li Yanqing, originally a frail scholar, one day realized his passion for swordplay. This passion became unstoppable. The way of Tao never turns away those who seek it, and Chu Jiandust didn't turn him away either. As for how far he could go, that depended on himself. Perhaps Xiao Yixue initially didn't intend to train youngsters, but if it was to assist Chu Jiandust, he wasn't completely against it. After practicing until midday, the result was that while everyone could hover on their flying swords for a bit, none could maintain the position steadily for 15 minutes. I've given you enough time. Now begin the flying sword patrol around the entire sect boundary. Wherever you fall, climb back up from that spot. Understand? Understood. They all replied together. Xiao Yixue did not join them because there were others patrolling the mountain. Their safety would already be more than sufficient with these patrol members. By not joining, Xiao Yixue intended not to pressure them further. However, their imagination ran wild, suspecting he was secretly following and taking notes. Consequently, when they didn't see his figure, they became even tenser than seeing him. Afraid each misstep forward counted as breaking rules, they even stepped backward before remounting their flying swords, leaving the hidden patrollers laughing loudly. Xiao Yixue had nothing better to do and was about to take a short nap on the tree. Suddenly, he heard a commotion in the distance and furrowed his brows slightly. Suyue's senior sister, wait for me. Zhang Ximin's face was full of sorrow as she was always at the back. The second last was Li Yanqing. These two were equally clumsy. It was just that Li Yanqing didn't want to shout out loud and awkwardly flew with a red face. Xiao Yixue's requirement was that the height must be at least 5 feet off the ground. Even though they wouldn't feel too much pain when they fell down, it was still embarrassing. It was another day of relief for not wearing disciple robes. Since they weren't wearing disciple robes, they could easily be mistaken by some outsiders. For instance, "Hey, young brothers." A middle-aged man appeared on the road, blocking Yi Yunju and Wenye's path. "Is there anything, uncle?" Yi Yunju asked. Wenye dared not speak in order to maintain his balance. The man looked them over. "Young brothers, what are you doing?" "We're practicing flying swords on our own," Yi Yunju answered. Oh. The middle-aged man understood. They couldn't be disciples of Seven Spirits Sect then. Who among the Seven Spirits Sect disciples would dress so plainly and practice outside the boundary? They should be from some small sect around here, perhaps taking advantage of the favorable geographical location of Seven Spirits Sect near the border. "Are you familiar with this area?" the man asked again. "Kind of." Yi Yunju nodded. He had already grasped some of the key techniques of flying swords, speaking while maintaining balance wasn't an issue anymore. "Do you see a beautiful woman around here?" "A beautiful woman?" Yi Yunju and Wenye exchanged glances. There were plenty of senior sisters from Seven Spirits Sect around here. Could this weird uncle possibly have ill intentions? Both immediately shook their heads like rattling drums. No, we haven't seen her. This place is wild, where would there be any beauties? If any, they'd probably be demons. Sorry sisters, none of you are demons. Hold on, I'll show you her portrait. The man pulled out a scroll from his pocket, revealing a seductive woman with the most striking feature being the inverted heart below her eyes. Yi Yunju and Wenye leaned in closer to look and sincerely shook their heads this time. "Uncle, we really haven't seen her. And if I may say so, though she is beautiful, she may not necessarily be human." Wenye interjected. He himself wasn't human, so he was particularly sensitive to those who appeared human but weren't. Alas. "All right then, you continue. I won't disturb your training." The man sighed as he put away the painting. Watching the man leave and continuing his search, Yi Yunju and Wenye exchanged glances and shrugged simultaneously. Who cares? Let's practice. The three slowpokes behind are almost catching up. Just as they flew not far ahead, another sultry greeting came from ahead. "Hey young brothers." Yi Yunju, Wenye. Chapter 52, Arrest. "Is there something, big sister?" Yi Yunju asked. Dream Fox's lips twitched. Clearly this was the first time she had ever been called big sister. However, patience brings its reward, and those who achieve great things don't worry about minor matters. She decided to pretend she hadn't heard and smiled, asking, "Young brothers, what are you doing?" Yi Yunju rolled his eyes. He didn't want to explain. Wenye also didn't want to explain because of maintaining balance. Dream Fox's smile froze momentarily, seeing their lack of interest, making her question her charm and whether humans had a different aesthetic standard. Big sister has nothing else to ask, except to inquire if the two of you have seen a little girl in pink. Yi Yunju shook his head. There are no little girls in pink nearby. If there are any, they'd wear blue, since the Seven Spirits Sect disciples' clothes are blue. Ah ha ha. Dream Fox laughed awkwardly. That's how it is. If you two see her, please remember to tell big sister. She lightly blinked her eyes, long eyelashes seeming to brush against the heartstrings of others. All right. Yi Yunju casually responded, dragging Wenye and continued to fly away. Ha. As if we have any contact info. Even if we saw her, how would we tell you? Dream Fox smilingly watched the duo stumble away, her face gradually showing a cold expression. Nice job hiding, Gu Ling. The Seven Spirits Sect had a protective array, and the surrounding area was full of restrictions that blocked tracking and detection. Her pursuit had become ineffective upon reaching this point. She could only determine that Gu Ling was lingering somewhere near the Seven Spirits Sect, so she had to search in this area. But if Gu Ling had already left the vicinity of the Seven Spirits Sect, she would surely be able to sense it and follow immediately. Not in a hurry, let's see how long you can hide. At the same time, Gu Ling finally realized she was being trailed. She didn't expect Meng Hu to be so relentless. Leaning against the protective array of the Seven Spirits Sect, she quickly thought for a moment. Humph, want to chase me? If you've got the guts, come on in. Let's see who shows their true colors first. With gritted teeth, Gu Ling suddenly flung a strand of sword chi toward Meng Hu's direction. Now that she had reached the gold core stage, her power was magnified from absorbing the soul beads condensed from thousands of sacrifices in the southwestern secret realm. Meng Hu, who had been searching high and low, was caught off guard by the sudden streak of sword chi, almost leaving her dazed before she realized that Gu Ling was taunting her, causing an immediate rush of anger. Boom! The two immediately began battling from afar. Xiao Yixue heard the racket they were making. He didn't bother with such trivial matters, after all, there was the patrol team for that. So before the fight lasted too long, the two were arrested by the patrol enforcement team for the offense of intentionally attacking the prohibitions of the Seven Spirit Sect. Lu Shouxuan, who arrived belatedly, stomped his feet in distress, watching as the people were dragged away. He could only grab one of the patrol members responsible for tidying up and present the receipt he used to purchase the beauty earlier. Brother, could you do me a favor? That's my slave who got taken in, and I'm fully responsible for everything, any compensation needed is fine, we can discuss. Lu Shouxuan's heart was entirely on Meng Hu, leading to a stuttered and incoherent speech. The patrol member paused for a moment, waved his hand, and brought him inside as well. Zhang Ximin, Wang Suyue, and Li Yanqing, lagging behind, witnessed the whole scene. What are they doing? Zhang Ximin asked in astonishment. Looks like they triggered a sect prohibition, Wang Suyue mused aloud. There were sounds of combat earlier. Maybe they hit a prohibition while fighting, and now they're questioned about their motives. Zhang Ximin nodded, that's very likely. But... Li Yanqing scratched his head, didn't you feel someone earlier, someone we know? Did we? Zhang Ximin was rather forgetful. It does sound familiar. Wang Suyue recalled, understandably forgetting some things after the break. Senior Sister Gu Ling. Li Yanqing and Wang Suyue spoke simultaneously. What? Zhang Ximin was startled. Senior Sister Gu Ling. Wait, we shouldn't even call her Senior Sister anymore. Oh right, Gu Ling, Wang Suyue responded first. Should we report this to our master? Isn't that inappropriate? Li Yanqing frowned. We haven't finished the task assigned by Uncle. You're right. Then. Wang Suyue stopped caring. It's settled then. Since she's captured, how she's dealt with is the Elder Enforcer's concern, and has nothing to do with our master. That's correct, let's keep practicing. It's more terrible if Uncle gets angry. Sure. Initially 5 individuals split into 2 smaller groups due to varying progress levels. As dusk fell, Yi Yunzhu and Wenye finally accomplished the grueling task of circling the entire boundary of the sect using flying swords. Xiao Yixue allowed them to return and eat. The remaining 3 stumbled back, exhausted, when the full moon hung above the treetops. Uncle. We have completed it. We have not slacked off at all. Xiao Yixue's expression showed slight satisfaction. Go home by yourselves. Wang Suyue, Zhang Ximin, Li Yanqing. We can't walk, Uncle Oao. If you can't walk, just lie down here. We'll practice here again tomorrow anyway, saving you the trip down tomorrow. Xiao Yixue said emotionlessly. Chapter 53, Doing Chores. Just as Chu Jiachen was preparing to sleep soundly, Cui Yunshan summoned him abruptly with a voice transmission, waking him up. He reluctantly draped on his robe and went to the Seven Spirit Peak overnight. Upon arrival, he learned that Gu Ling had actually followed them all the way here. Fortunately, the copied 5-colored stone had already been broken down by the system as material for advanced deduction, otherwise something might have been revealed. Master. As soon as Gu Ling saw Chu Jiachen, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. It wasn't an act. These past days, she had been sleeping rough outside. Although occasionally she could trick some people into caring for her, those people were all ill-intentioned, full of wicked thoughts. This was the first time Gu Ling truly felt what coldness and warmth of human relationships meant. After all this wandering around, no matter how cunning she was, in front of Chu Jiachen, she instantly broke down. Suddenly, tears just streamed down endlessly. The surrounding people were caught off guard by the sight. After all, just a moment ago, she seemed quite resilient and stubborn, even daring to argue with the enforcement elder's questioning. Chu Jichen remained speechless. In theory, he should have reminded Gu Ling that the term master shouldn't be thrown around carelessly. But under the current atmosphere, all he could do was remain silent as a form of rejection. Master. Ling knows she has sinned. Could Master please, let Ling come back, Gu Ling sobbed, gasping and catching her breath with difficulty. She only realized after leaving how good life at the Seven Spirits Sect was. If given another chance, she would rather die than leave again. Chu Jichen frowned deeply. This was a tough decision. He did not harbor any pity, his considerations were solely on the impact this decision might have on the overall situation. The system couldn't simultaneously analyze so many possibilities, the advanced deduction still ongoing. He was unable to get hints through the system tools. Cui Yunshan also refrained from speaking, although Gu Ling was mischievous as a disciple, currently there were no grave mistakes made. Of course, if he knew Gu Ling was the culprit behind the total annihilation in the southwestern secret realm, he would probably hand her over directly to the Celestial Alliance for punishment. I can give you one more chance, but, Chu Jichen thought carefully, you shall start as a servitor disciple. Master, Gu Ling's eyes widened upon hearing of this chance, but when she heard servitor disciple, bitterness inevitably surged within her heart. You always liked being an exception for my Sword Dust Peak, doing things that no one else dared to do for hundreds or thousands of years. There's nothing wrong about being a servitor disciple. Chu Jichen was merciless, yet not entirely heartless. Sword Dust Peak never had servitor disciples before, every trivial matter was shared among everyone. Moving forward, this special position was granted to Gu Ling. Gu Ling bit her lips, half due to, and half out of small relief because Chu Jichen accepted her back. With these words spoken, everyone in the Seven Spirits Sect felt unsurprised. Chu Jichen was always like this. Tender-hearted, doting on disciples, especially female ones. Sigh. Not everyone kept quiet just because the Seven Spirits Sect members did. For example, Meng Hu kneeling nearby awaiting interrogation. When she heard that Gu Ling could indeed hide inside the Seven Spirits Sect, she immediately grew anxious and panicked. A place like this was far beyond her capability to casually enter and exit, her mission was to keep an eye on Gu Ling. Now hearing Gu Ling could stay in the Seven Spirits Sect, she decided to gamble everything. Exalted Sage. A lone woman who practices arts alone, I don't seek fame and fortune, only hoping to protect myself and the ones close to me. I sincerely beg the Exalted Sage to accept me as a disciple. In the future, I will work tirelessly, to repay the grace of the Master. Meng Hu knocked 3 loud kowtows immediately afterward, genuinely touching, pitifully endearing, nothing like her usual fox-like flirtation and charm. Chu Jichen observed her actions closely, wishing to applaud their performances. If Gu Ling stayed, the only one capable of subduing her might be Meng Hu. With this consideration, Chu Jichen, surprisingly breaking tradition, nodded, so be it. Follow Gu Ling together and become a servitor disciple, you may stay if you are willing. I am willing. I am willing. Meng Hu was immensely grateful, as long as the Exalted Sage keeps me, I will willingly do anything asked of me. Watching events unfold thusly, Gu Ling froze. Meng Hu is also staying. That cannot happen. Master Chu cannot allow it. Just as she wanted to shout out loud, someone beat her to it, shouting faster and louder. Exalted Sage. Lu Shouxuan completely abandoned his demeanor as a prince, falling on his knees with a thud. Chu Jichen groaned inwardly, trying to figure why the battlefield drama had shifted here. Lu Shouxuan showed more sincerity than Meng Hu, blabbing passionately, deeply moving everyone present. It seemed that if Chu Jichen refused him, he would go commit suicide immediately. Cui Yunshan was baffled. He knew Chu Jichen had a great reputation, but could it possibly reach the Wind Kingdom too? Lu Shouxuan's identity was easy to investigate, so he didn't conceal it, admitting himself as unqualified, spending all days indulging in pleasures. However, now he had awoken and wished to strive hard to achieve something great. Oh, such an inspiring reason. Could it be that you want to be a servitor disciple too? Chu Jichen expressionless. Yes. I'm willing. Endure all the bitterness to rise above others. Lu for love lost Shouxuan finished speaking and knocked 3 times on his own, taking it as having apprenticed. Chapter 54, Spring Snow Night Melody. When Xiao Yixue returned to Sword Dust Peak while wandering, he not only saw Gu Ling sweeping snow and Meng Hu, but also Lu Shouxuan trimming the lawn. In the dead of night. Seeing ghosts. He shook his head and went straight to Chu Jichen's courtyard. On the mountain path, Gu Ling stared with anger, unable to say a word against Meng Hu. The latter acted as if she didn't see, gracefully swinging her broom. She just needed to follow Gu Ling. As for Lu Shouxuan, he dared not get too close to them, fearing being accused of coveting fellow disciples, which would make him fail the probation period. All 3 had a probation period of 3 months, if their performance was poor within 3 months, they could be dismissed at any time. If everything went well, they would receive formal identity tokens after 3 months. Yeah, the official, servitor disciple token. Chu Jiachen was so disturbed that he couldn't sleep well either. There weren't many people in the Seven Spirits sect who were used to sleeping late, and Chu Jiachen was the most determined one among them. Xiao Yixue originally thought he had fallen asleep, but instead saw him enjoying tea and appreciating snow under the window alone. What are you doing? Not sleeping at night? He jumped directly through the window into the room. Chu Jiachen helplessly looked at him landing right on the mat opposite the table and even poured him a cup of tea without driving him away. I don't feel like sleeping tonight. What happened? Are those three real? What's going on? Chu Jiachen briefly explained what had just happened. Xiao Yixue frowned. They both knew none of these three were simple characters, but they couldn't understand why Chu Jiachen kept them. Are you planning to keep an eye on them by having them under your nose? He guessed. Something like that. Chu Jiachen didn't know how to explain either. Just watch out. That dream fox should be skilled in mental attacks. Xiao Yixue reminded him. Yeah, I will watch her. Chu Jiachen did not say that he actually felt no hostility from Meng Hu towards himself, her enmity was completely concentrated on Guling. For someone who played the role of a wicked female supporting character, there was no way her attention would stray to irrelevant people. Thinking about this, Chu Jiachen couldn't help but be relieved that he wasn't the main character. If Guling wasn't the female lead and first main character, and if he, Chu Jiachen, were the male lead and sole main character, then these flies would be chasing after him. Otherwise, the reason he dropped cultivation level right at the start, becoming utterly weak, and yet not trampled by various supporting characters shouting about revenge in 30 years, is because he, too, is a supporting character. Supporting characters do not step on other supporting characters. Chu Jiachen suddenly discovered the wonders of the supporting character aura. Should I compete for the main character slot later? He silently pondered. Seeing him silent for so long, Xiao Yixue thought he had developed feelings again for Guling. Hey. Chu Jiachen was unexpectedly stopped by this hey. Xiao Yixue frowned and leaned over the table toward him, tightly staring into his eyes, trying to analyze something from within them. What are you looking at? Chu Jiachen shrunk his neck under the pressure of his gaze. Chu Jiachen, Xiao Yixue seriously said, will you remain faithful? Chu Jiachen. Xiao Yixue grabbed his collar and pulled him back, not letting him retreat further. Chu Jiachen, will you remain faithful to me? Chu Jiachen blinked, what kind of question is this? Xiao Yixue narrowed his eyes slightly, effortlessly leaped across the low table, pressing him against the wall by the window. Snowflakes fell softly outside the window, the moonlight dim. At this moment, Chu Jiachen's hair was undone, making him look even gentler under the moonlight, that kind of appearance that even when angry has no momentum. I am the senior disciple. Indeed, it had absolutely no effect when he tried to look angry. Wait. Just as he was staring at a face close by, somewhat gloomy, Chu Jiachen placed a hand on his shoulder. They held still at this distance. Yixue, I cannot be certain. Chu Jiachen did not say it out loud, but his eyes told him the truth. Why? Xiao Yixue wasn't surprised. He always knew. He was more grateful that Chu Jiachen hadn't directly spoken it out loud, which meant everything still had room to maneuver. By this point, Chu Jiachen had laid his heart open, because I don't understand what I deserve for you to. Unknowingly it began. Xiao Yixue cut him off with just 4 words. Chu Jiachen lowered his eyebrows. Senior brother, Xiao Yixue gave a slight smile, can you hear how true that is? Chu Jiachen paused, Yixue, if one day. There are no ifs. Xiao Yixue interrupted again with 4 words. After a long silence. I will be by your side till the end. Even if it means death, my life, Xiao Yixue's, belongs solely to you, Chu Jiachen. No ifs. Chu Jiachen was silent for a long time too. Yixue, do you know what kind of feeling this is? Is it possibly brotherly affection? Is it possible that you're mixing it up? He still only said half of it, but Xiao Yixue could still grasp the unspoken half. Chu Jiachen, regardless of the nature of our bond, I know you are forever the most important. My attentions will never stray to anyone else. You and only you are enough for me. Do you understand? Chu Jiachen understood but also found himself pinned against the wall without any escape, relieved only by the faint coolness from the window. Then, what are you doing now? Xiao Yixue slowly revealed an innocent smile. Of course, it's to ensure senior brother has only me in his eyes. This tone of senior brother wasn't quite serious anymore. By the time Chu Jiachen realized, a familiar sensation had already covered him over. Perhaps he had some trace of helplessness, but Xiao Yixue interpreted that helplessness as a hint of indulgence. Sus. The sounds inside the window mixed with the falling snow outside, gradually weaving into a pre-spring serenade. Chapter 55, What the Main Characters Should Bear. Zhang Ximin, Wang Suyu, and Li Yanqing hastily formed a team and went to take the examination at night. After finishing the exam, they returned to their dormitory just before dawn and took a quick nap. Their motivation came from seeing their master's study room lighted brightly at midnight. Just thinking that such a powerful master was studying hard into the night made them realize there was no excuse not to strive themselves. The trio immediately set to work diligently, even practicing sword techniques while commuting between the test site. They must not waste the mentor's cultivation guidance. Most people on Sword Dust Peak were awake all night either practicing or reading books under the quiet cover of night. Ultimately, Chu Jiachen ended up falling asleep on the bed. The small incense burner on the table had burned out long ago, yet warmth still surrounded him. Xiao Yixue let him lean on his shoulder, they nestled together by the window. Pusosu. Galudal. Staring at the endless fine snowflakes, Xiao Yixue drank his warm snow tea idly. Perhaps as he had said, love unknowingly began, but he was not one to dwell on details. As long as he believed Chu Jiachen was the best in the world, then Chu Jiachen would indeed be the best. Maybe there was a hint of desire to conquer inside. Like seeing his neck retreat, his eyes dodging, his cheeks slightly reddened. Or when his lips unconsciously responded, only to halt upon being startled. It became somewhat unbearable. The feeling of plucking a flower from high cliffs was indeed very wonderful. He quietly placed a hand around his waist, ensuring it wouldn't wake him, and held him like that until the light in the sky began to rise. In the morning, Chu Jiachen woke up to the birds calling in the mountain. Upon waking, he found himself resting securely against the backrest of a soft couch. The tea set on the table had been cleaned up, and he was covered with Xiao Yixue's outer robe, whose owner had already disappeared. Hearing the familiar radio jingle coming from halfway up the mountain, Chu Jiachen couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Yixue had truly begun carrying the radio daily, playing morning exercise music for the disciples in the square. And the disciples had transformed from initial rejection to now warmly welcoming it. There was no need for him, the real master, to preside anymore. Menial disciples could not participate in any activities reserved for formal disciples, including morning exercises. Therefore, the three menial disciples from Sword Dust Peak crouched in a corner, looking wistfully at others who were lively. Lu Shouxuan was alright, with Meng Hu and Gu Ling present, he could observe either of them. Since the distance was so close, not looking would be a wasted opportunity. Meng Hu didn't care much either, as long as she confirmed there were no changes about Gu Ling, thus not jeopardizing the grand plans of the Demon King. She didn't bother with other actions. Even though the Dream Fox clan excelled at fighting over partners and sowing discord. But Gu Ling is now all alone, and the only person who likes her, Lu Shouxuan, now has eyes and heart full of just himself. The Dream Fox felt that being unmatched was truly a lonely thing. On the other side, the reason why Gu Ling got to know Lu Shouxuan was part of her plan, it's just that the result turned out slightly different from what she had planned. It started because she remembered in her previous life, there was a junior disciple named Lu Shouling, who was her second most fervent supporter, yes, dedication level only secondary to Chu Jiachen's. Lu Shouling lived for her, died for her, and even darkened his character for her, ultimately not hesitating to massacre his own family's imperial city. People like this, Gu Ling didn't want to let go, so she planned to connect through the Feng Kingdom line, eventually meeting Lu Shouxuan. However, to her surprise, upon subtly probing Lu Shouxuan, she learned that this time Lu Shouling didn't come to the Seven Souls sect but instead went to another well-known sect. If they absolutely needed to meet, perhaps at the Immortal Alliance conference they could. She didn't know why Lu Shouling hadn't come, nor did she realize that he had indeed come once, only to be rejected by Chu Jiachen immediately without having a second chance to make an appearance. It was spring now, and autumn would see the beginning of the Immortal Alliance conference. She still had 3 months to turn things around. Gu Ling decided to calm down, steady all emotions, and quickly restore her status as a formal disciple. Only then could she join the team going to participate in the Immortal Alliance conference. And the people appearing at the Immortal Alliance conference were her true targets. Ahem, naturally, Master still held the backup spot in her mind. In the past, no matter what wrongs she did, Master never punished her, so now that she does no wrong, surely Master won't hate her. As long as Master doesn't hate her, she can still turn things around. The 3 small calculators here each beat their own thoughts with a clatter. Morning practice ended. Gu Ling also quietly hid to the side. Her self-esteem refused to be trampled. Though many senior brothers liked her, many senior sisters have already been looking at her with disdain for a long time. If she came back looking this wretched now and was surrounded by a bunch asking questions left and right, she feared she wouldn't be able to control herself from lashing out. Disgraced disciples are worth less than dogs. If she dared to act first, she'd better eat all the consequences on her own. Hey, have you heard? What? That Gu Ling, she's back on our Sword Dust Peak. You're kidding. Is it real or fake? It's 100% real. Someone saw her last night. But why didn't we see her doing morning practice today? She probably started putting on airs as soon as she came back, right? Master is too nice. Well, it's not exactly that. I heard that she and 2 new disciples became errand boys for us on Sword Dust Peak. Of course, errand boys aren't allowed to attend morning practice. What? Errand boys? Are you sure about this? Our Sword Dust Peak never had errand boys before, did it? Yes, we do now. The announcement should be up soon. Don't believe me? Go check the bulletin board after class. Ah. Alright. But it's just too unbelievable, I find it hard to accept. So does that mean we don't have to clean or chop wood anymore? Or do miscellaneous things? It should be like that. That's what errand boys are for, aren't they? In that case, it's a good deal. We'll waste no more time and can cultivate some more. Gu Ling hid under a rock by the mountain path, quietly listening as group after group of disciples passed by, her fists clenched until they turned white. Pouring salt into wounds, taking advantage when someone is down, gossip, and schadenfreude. Protagonists generally have to bear all these things. Chapter 56, Sailing Far Away. Chu Jiachen wasn't sure if she could rise against adversity. Judging from all the treasures on her, not rising would almost be an offense to the favor of heaven. As long as she doesn't sacrifice anyone for a ritual, whatever way she rises, Chu Jiachen supports her with both hands and feet. And during this period, Gu Ling really behaved herself, hiding from everyone quietly working like she has taken on a Cinderella vibe. Today, in class, Chu Jiachen officially brought up the matter of the Immortal Alliance conference with the 8-person group. Besides the mandatory rules of the Immortal Alliance, there were also the 7 Spirit Sect rules. At least Foundation Establishment mid-stage to participate. One condition made Zhang Ximin and Li Yanqing frown anxiously. Their cultivation levels were the lowest, both in the Qi refinement late stage. Wang Suyu was at the Qi refinement peak. The others were all at the Foundation Establishment stage or higher. Yi Yunzhu, Wenya, Foundation Establishment early stage. Wei Hua, Foundation Establishment mid-stage. Xian Ming, Foundation Establishment late stage. Lu Sanlang, Foundation Establishment peak, about to break through to the Gold Core stage. Chu Jiachen sat properly at the main seat in the practice room and gave a faint glance around. Do any of you not wish to participate? No one answered. So, all of you want to participate? Chu Jiachen then looked at the two with the lowest cultivation levels. Do you know how much pressure you're under? Zhang Ximin and Li Yanqing exchanged glances and silently lowered their heads. They indeed didn't want to give up, but they also realized how much slower their cultivation progressed compared to others. The same time, practicing the same sword technique, studying the same things daily, yet somehow there was still such a large gap between them and the others. Just take a look at Lu Sanlang, he's practically not human. Staying here in the sect for too long makes you far too comfortable. When Chu Jiachen took his classic tea-sipping pose, everyone knew something big was coming. Not exactly, they were going to be sent out for something big. Teacher. Lu Sanlang's eyes gleamed. Are you saying, we'll leave the sect? They had heard that disciples of the 7 Spirits Peak could go on missions outside, even under the guidance of senior disciples. The experiences were thrilling and full of gains. All 8 of them had been longing for it for quite some time, but before now, they hadn't met the criteria to leave. Now, since Chu Jiachen mentioned it, there might actually be an opportunity. Thinking about this possibility, everyone grew visibly excited. What's wrong with you? Chu Jiachen casually glanced at them, eager to send yourselves to die. Lu Sanlang felt awkward about revealing his eagerness. Similarly, most others present shared his attitude, except Zhang Ximin, Wang Suyu, and Li Yanqing who genuinely seemed scared. They were just weak, Qi refining apprentices. You've learned flying swords, studied formations, you can now be sent off to die, Chu Jiachen said as he put down his teacup and calmly corrected himself. Let's rephrase that, you're ready for some real-world experience. So, the 8 packed their bags, prepared for a noble death. Correction, preparing to apply theory into practice. Xiao Yixue wouldn't let Chu Jiachen join the group. She kept him on Jian Dust Peak to lead square dancing and made him clock in thrice a day at Xianhua Peak to take medicine. Looking at this new crop of fledgling students, Xiao Yixue decided she couldn't entrust them to some random senior disciple. If anything went wrong, Chu Jiachen would surely feel heartbroken. At the base of the mountain, the 8 of them stared disbelievingly as Xiao Yixue gracefully descended in front of them. Uncle teacher. Isn't a senior disciple supposed to bring us along? Do you think this is a leisure trip with senior disciples? Xiao Yixue replied indifferently. Lu Sanlang immediately grasped the hidden meaning. Uncle teacher, where are we heading this time? Xiao Yixue cast a brief gaze over them. Have you ever heard of a secret realm? Secret realm? All 8 exclaimed in unison. After all, other peaks disciples usually start their outdoor practices by hunting fiendish beasts in wild places. Were they really stepping into a secret realm for their first trip? But they hadn't heard of any nearby secret realms being opened recently. Confused looks were exchanged among the 8 as they waited for Xiao Yixue to clarify herself. This destination is relatively far. We need to walk to Lin capital, then use its teleportation array to reach the far north lands. Xiao Yixue slowed her speech, ensuring they understood clearly. What? To Lin capital? Then, the far north lands? The group's head spun in disbelief. Xian Ming often studied maps, so he fully understood the vastness of the distance involved. That's basically crossing half the continent. Is Uncle Teacher starting with something so grand? Can our young cultivators handle it? Finally understanding what it meant to be both startled and joyful, the 8 of them experienced mixed emotions. Startled by the terrifying journey ahead of them. Joyful because they'd have an unmatched uncle to guide them through it. Pure-hearted children don't care much about treasures or riches, they only desire growth in strength and some broadened horizons. None of them had been to the far north, and as for the capital city of Lin Kingdom, Lin Capital, they had only heard of it without ever visiting. Uncle Teacher, are we flying on swords to Lin Capital? Xian Ming asked. Xiao Yixue shot him a sidelong glance, do you think you're capable? To everyone's surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Xian Ming nodded, I can try. Zhang Ximin nearly burst into tears upon hearing this and hastily interrupted, no, Uncle Teacher. We must conserve our strength. How can we waste it all on travel? Let's have a vote among yourselves. Xiao Yixue left them to decide. The 8 looked at each other awkwardly, then unanimously replied, Uncle Teacher, do we have a carriage? Xiao Yixue responded indifferently, no. Ah. Before their lament could last 3 seconds, Xiao Yixue continued, we have a boat, though only those who don't get seasick are welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, the stubborn little sailboat was tossed into the sky. In an instant, it transformed into a grand spacefaring vessel. The 8 gaped in astonishment, suddenly feeling that cultivation truly was fascinating. At the peak of Jian Dust Peak. Chu Jichen tilted his head skyward, standing with his hands behind his back against the wind. A golden ship gleamed under the sunlight as its sails rose up high into the heavens. Carrying a group of people wailing like ghosts, it slowly sailed toward a colorful sea of clouds. Chapter 57, Assimilated. The capital city of Lin Kingdom, known simply as Lin Capital. Located in the central southern region of Kaitian continent, the entire city spans approximately 1,900 acres. For 100 years running, Lin Country has ranked first in comprehensive economic power among the 3 nations. With a thriving commerce sector, Lin Capital boasts extremely high average consumption levels. It is the sole place on the entire continent where even cultivators enter but dare not act extravagantly. Behind Xiao Yixue trailed 8 disciples, all uniformly dressed in plain gray martial robes. Only Xiao Yixue himself remained elegantly clad in white, with the signature snowflake patterns embroidered on the collar and sleeves of his outer garment. He typically preferred leaving his hair untied, embracing a wild and unrestrained look. But before departure, Chu Jichen, plagued by OCD tendencies, had neatly combed his hair, tying the loose strands into a small knot at the back of his head. As a result, he now appeared externally proper and refined. Thinking that even someone like Chu Jichen could flawlessly impersonate a demon lord without revealing any inconsistencies, Xiao Yixue's insufferable competitive spirit forced him to mimic the demeanor expected of a true immortal master. Maintaining calmness, poise, patience, tranquility, and unflinching self-discipline couldn't be too difficult, right? All except sitting without being affected, that one can be scratched. The rest? Petty stuff. Smiling gently on his face, he thought optimistically within. Unbeknownst to him, the sight of his smile cast heavy shadows of apprehension over the 8. Because there was only one kind of genuine laughter from Xiao Yixue. Ha 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 ha. All other forms of his smiling were either not real or carried hidden meanings. Day after day, they felt like eunuchs constantly trying to interpret the emperor's thoughts. One misstep, and bam, punishment ensued. Too difficult. This mortal life was no longer worth it. The teleportation arrays in the imperial capital opened daily, but different routes would vary depending on reservation numbers. For example, Donghai City, the second richest city of Lin Country, saw the largest passenger traffic volume, so its channels often reopened every other day. But for Jian Dust Peak's upcoming destination, the far north lands, a rarely visited place almost considered taboo, it might take half a month or a full month for the channel to reopen, with exceedingly high individual teleportation fees required. After all, maintaining these arrays costs money too. Businesses can't keep running at a loss indefinitely. Even though there was only one public-level teleportation array in the imperial capital, despite sending numerous passengers across distances during each session, the demand still exceeded supply. Today, Xiao Yixue was leading the 8-member group to make reservations at the main teleportation tower. On the way, the group listened intently to their uncle's explanations, eyes filled with curiosity as they glanced around at everything like unsophisticated bumpkins. But people around them weren't surprised. The teleportation tower located in the western section of the city called Tower Platform District was always bustling with out-of-towners buying tickets or making transfers, something local merchants were accustomed to seeing. Lu Sanlang looked around left and right, hoping to buy some souvenirs to bring home for his family. But when his eyes caught the prices, he flinched violently. Uncle Teacher. All this stuff is so expensive. Do you want to buy? Originally thought it looked nice, planning to get some gifts for my family. Not necessary. Luxuries. Alright. Lu Sanlang lingered hesitantly in front of this specialty street. This was proof I'd been here to Lin Capital. Wah. He vowed to run errands diligently in the future to earn more money. Others had similar thoughts, differing only in whom they intended to give these purchases to. When you wished dearly to bring many good things for his new sister. Drifting on the sea every day is so boring. Wouldn't it be better if there were some novel little trinkets from time to time? Only the orphan Xian Ming's gaze remained unperturbed. He himself had no interest in these things. The only thing that could intrigue him were various scripts and biographies. Suddenly, a commotion came from ahead. In unison, the 8 of them peeked out from either side behind Xiao Yixue like an orderly thousand-headed guanyin. What's wrong with your teleportation tower? Why isn't the far north lands channel open yet? We've been queuing for over half a month. Yeah. We could have ridden donkeys there by now. Then why don't you ride a donkey there? One of the gatekeepers weakly snarked. If you won't open it, then give our money back. Yeah. Give us our money back. The rule clearly states, once reserved, no refunds. Gatekeeper 2 stood as firm as Mount Tai. But you didn't say we'd have to wait this long. This is unreasonable. When exactly will it be opened? Just give us a straight answer. Yeah. We can't afford staying here every day. There are many villages outside the city. At worst, even bridge tunnels provide shelter against wind and rain. Gatekeeper 3 analyzed rationally. I don't care, you're just being unreasonable. The crowd started murmuring angrily, but their accents indicated they weren't from Lin Kingdom, so it didn't matter that they showed bad attitudes toward these Lin Kingdom official institutions. Apart from them, more people around quietly endured without speaking up. After all, the rest were local citizens who dared not openly confront such authorities, which was understandable. Without needing to ask, Xiao Yixue understood roughly what was going on just by listening. There were already many reservations for the passage to the far north lands, matching his earlier investigative results. He had originally calculated that they would need to wait at most 1 or 2 days after arriving here. Unexpectedly, upon arrival today, he discovered the teleportation tower actually had the attitude of, the far north lands channel will not be available for several days. An abnormal situation must have a strange reason behind it. Are you waiting for someone? Xiao Yixue's guess was sharp and direct. Although his voice wasn't loud, those who could go to the far north lands weren't ordinary people. Hearing this statement, all arguments abruptly ceased. Who was this person? He made sense. Waiting for who? A muscular man turned to question the 3 gatekeepers. We don't know, the 3 replied in unison. Is someone really waiting? A youth asked further. Yes, number 1 answered himself. Everyone stared at each other speechlessly. What the heck? So a privileged individual had infiltrated public resources, and everyone else had to wait just because he was late. Ah! Such wicked capitalism. With no choice. All sorts of cultivators gathered at the teleportation platform area scattered. Nothing could be done. Whoever owned the teleportation tower had all the control. As long as the payment was sufficient, they could schedule departure for any given time. How much would that cost? Lu Sanlang clicked his tongue. A man who couldn't even afford local specialty souvenirs couldn't comprehend the world of tycoons capable of monopolizing teleportation arrays. Whatever. Let's head to the outskirts and wait a few days. You can practice your swordsmanship while we wait. Xiao Yixue turned away indifferently, his flowing robes making him appear as if Chu Jiachen had possessed his body. For a moment, the group of 8 felt disoriented, involuntarily wondering if their mentor had been fully assimilated by the master. Chapter 58, Not knowing what to do, shake hands then. A royal winehouse, private room number 1. Where does this person come from? A cold and elegant woman stood by the window, her gaze focused intently on Xiao Yixue's profile. My lord, I shall send someone to investigate immediately. Before the sentence ended, the dark guard vanished. Lin Yueli idly twirled a spirit jade scepter in her hand, her eyes trailing along that pure white silhouette until he disappeared into the bustling crowd. Your Highness, a maid reported. Lin Yueli lifted her chin slightly, signaling her to speak. The maid hurriedly presented a beautifully wrapped letter, saying, Young Master Kong sent a message stating he will arrive tomorrow. Lin Yueli furrowed her eyebrows slightly, remaining silent as she took the letter and carelessly placed it on the table. The maid seemed accustomed to this behavior. This servant takes her leave. The crown princess disliked having anyone close by attending her, hence the spacious room contained only her. Returning her thoughts from that white-clad figure, she felt somewhat disinterested as she nonchalantly tore open the envelope with one swift motion. Not sparing another glance, she picked up the paper with indifference. Just like that, a spark spontaneously ignited, burning it to ashes. Including those exquisite little decorations. Outskirts. The group of 8 practiced their sword formation coordination, racing against time, inside the woods. With a team of 8, the best positioning involved an 8-direction formation that was both offensive and defensive. But since Lu Sanlang and Xian Ming could handle themselves independently, the 8 would sometimes switch to a 6-person defense with 2 on side-wing attack. This early strategy was specially tailored for them by Chu Jiachen. It excelled in stability and versatility, adaptable to most situations. Xiao Yixue sat on the tree as usual. However, this time, he did slightly pay attention to his posture. For instance, one knee was bent while leaning against the trunk. He didn't eat any leaves. Uncle Master. Attack us. Xiao Yixue casually flicked his finger, and a giant water ball fell down from the sky. Splashing. 8 soaked chickens were speechless. After a moment. Uncle Master, we're still rookies. Could you please go easier on us at the start? Xiao Yixue didn't even flick his fingers this time. He just gave them a glance. Subsequently, 8 quail egg-sized water droplets shone with a soft light and slowly descended. If paired with petals falling, it would have been romantic. The 8 drenched chickens took on solemn expressions and began defending according to their pre-planned scheme, leaving Lu Sanlang and Xian Ming to strike these water droplets. Pop. Pop. The duo slashed them apart stylishly, but predictably, they were blasted by the explosive splashes of water and thrown to the ground, almost coughing up blood. Uncle Master is too extreme. No wonder senior disciples never ask Uncle Master to practice with them. Xiao Yixue asked, what are you saying? No. Let's continue. Lu Sanlang and Xian Ming chimed in unison, crawling up off the ground while gritting their teeth and continuing to deal with the remaining 6 colorful, dazzling water droplets. Due to different specializations, Xiao Yixue couldn't teach them sword techniques. Other than putting pressure on them, there was nothing he could do, it all depended on how well they understood their lessons. The 8-man squad endured pain without joy here. A breeze passed by, and Xiao Yixue subtly frowned. Then he thought, it was normal for spies from all sides to probe around here, being the capital city. As long as these people didn't disturb him, he'd remain calm and composed, which wouldn't cause any trouble. Princess Chang, it has been investigated. Who is it? This person's name is Xiao Yixue, semi-transcendent level, hails from Linmeng's 7 Spirits Sect, residing on the main peak of 7 Spirits Mountain. He's a direct disciple of the current sect leader, with extraordinary talent seen only once in 10,000 individuals. 100 years ago, he disappeared due to unknown reasons, only returning to public view last year. Now, he's leading 8 new Sword Dust Peak disciples, possibly preparing to undergo trials in the far north lands. The Dark Guard smoothly concluded, silently kneeling aside. Lin Yueli's fingers slowly caressed the jade in her hand. The Dark Guard also wisely dismissed himself. 7 Spirit Sect, Xiao Yixue. Her usually cold face actually revealed a barely noticeable smile. The next morning. The notice for the opening of the Far Northlands passage had already been posted. The waiting crowd let out a sigh of relief, simultaneously filled with curiosity about the distinguished guest traveling alongside them this time. Outside the teleportation tower, Xiao Yixue, silent though he was anything but inconspicuous because of his naturally striking appearance. Unless masked, even a veil wouldn't suffice. A casual scan of his narrow eyes gave the impression of a snow wolf, combined with his sharp, demonic facial features, making him the focus of everyone's gaze wherever he stood. The 8 younglings cowered behind him, trembling. They were still country bumpkins, no, children. So many wealthy people scrutinizing them, it was embarrassing. Paying money. Buying tickets. Getting on board. The teleportation tower was also an array, having 9 floors with each floor housing its own set of magical formations. The top floor was exclusive for VIPs, while the rest held no distinction. Xiao Yixue led the 8 into the tower, casually finding a corner to stay in, awaiting the activation of the formation. Uncle Master, Lu Sanlang timidly tugged at his sleeve. Will we get dizzy? The 8 hadn't forgotten the nauseating feeling of riding a sea ship. Yes. Xiao Yixue was succinct. Before the 8 could cry together, a pleasant voice came from behind. Are the 9 of you distinguished guests visiting from 7 Spirit Sect? Even the attendant didn't speak rudely to the 8 apprentices. Xiao Yixue had noticed her from a distance earlier. His gaze remained calm and steady as he replied, yes. Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess, is waiting for the 9 esteemed guests on the top floor of the tower, the maid bowed politely. The top floor. Lu Sanlang blinked. He had just learned that the top floor was reserved for VIPs, then turned to ask Xiao Yixue, Uncle Master, will it be even more dizzy up there? No. Xiao Yixue answered briefly, but the maid added immediately, the top floor is very stable, the honored guests won't feel any discomfort. The 8 looked expectantly at their good uncle. By all accounts, he should have rolled his eyes and spat out something like, not going. But Xiao Yixue paused first to think about how Chu Jichen would respond. With deepest respect. He made an elegant bow. He wondered if he'd done it properly. It should be close enough. The maid smiled and led the way, esteemed guests, this way please. Thank you, sister. The 8 were delighted. People around them watched with envy, yet in the presence of Her Royal Highness, they didn't dare speak. On the top floor of the teleportation tower. Here one could see the misty clouds floating low in the sky. There was still some time before the formation would activate, so there weren't many people on the top floor, apart from eldest Princess Lin Yueli and her entourage, only a golden-crowned man and his servant remained. Xiao Yixue suddenly regretted coming up here. He wasn't used to dealing with court politics. Though Chu Jiachen didn't like handling such affairs either, he was at least capable of doing so. Since childhood, Xiao Yixue was truly a child of the wilds, whether his martial skills were formidable or not, that was unrelated to having aristocratic demeanor. As soon as he came in, amidst the somewhat awkward atmosphere, compared to the frost-covered face of the princess, the golden-crowned man seemed relatively friendly. Ah! This must be the famous Xiao Immortal of Seven Spirits Sect. An honor indeed. I am Kong Lingfu, Fragrant Fu. Xiao Yixue watched him walk towards him and, unsure if he'd mixed up something, also stepped forward confidently. Then, with a natural smile, he extended both hands and enthusiastically shook the hands intended for a respectful bow, shaking them twice and said, "Hello. I'm Xiao Yixue, nice to meet you." Chapter 59, Long Princess's Invitation. Silence enveloped the room. Not a sound to be heard. Kong Lingfu was stunned, not even realizing Xiao Yixue had already naturally let go. His semi-lifted arms remained stiff, as if unsure where to go next. Hem. Xiao Yixue turned seamlessly and mimicked Kong Lingfu's gesture, making a bow to the princess, the illustrious eldest princess. My pleasure, I am Xiao Yixue, as in chess game. This instance of learning by doing confused Kong Lingfu once again. Initially, he assumed this special greeting was a tradition of the Seven Spirits Sect, but how did it change to become normal with the princess? And even normal felt odd. What does illustrious princess mean? Cough, is that a compliment for beauty? In Kong Lingfu's mind, the princess was prettier than fairies. Lin Yueli looked at him with a puzzled expression, yet the high and mighty princess wouldn't bother asking such strange questions. Although I rank below only the emperor in the palace, in the cultivation world, I am nothing more than a speck in the ocean. Senior Xiao, there is no need for excessive formality. Her words were humble, yet coldly proud. Xiao Yixue was unfazed by coldness. Facing someone icy cold, he could instantly get back his composure. Does Her Highness have important matters to discuss? Lin Yueli observed his changing attitude stabilize into its current state, a flash of barely noticeable light passing through her eyes. I do have important matters, Master Xiao, and wish to discuss them with you. Feel free to say. Do you know if Master Xiao is heading to the far north lands because of the Lost Ice Glacier secret realm affair? Lin Yueli knew well, but pretended to inquire anyway. Yes. Xiao Yixue was lazy to lie. Lin Yueli slightly nodded her head, her gaze shifting to the group of 8 who had been sneaking glances since the start. Certainly, isn't it that, Master Xiao takes your disciples for training? It is. I've just received urgent reports from the advanced troops. Ancient venomous ice snakes have appeared in the Lost Ice Glacier. Allow me to point out, these 8 disciples' cultivations are too shallow, and if they encounter enemies, they might die from poison upon contact. After Lin Yueli finished speaking, she subtly observed Xiao Yixue and his disciples behind, seeking signs of hesitation or fear to proceed with her next plan. It doesn't matter, I'll intervene. Xiao Yixue responded nonchalantly. This was the cocky dialogue taught by Chu Jiachen. Kong Lingfu was greatly shocked beside Xiao Yixue, having never encountered such a brazen person. Yet upon hearing this, the 8 youngsters immediately puffed out their chests, appearing suddenly filled with indomitable courage. Lin Yueli clearly paused, unsure how to continue the conversation. Is this all Her Highness wished to inform me of? Xiao Yixue was already preparing to make his excuses and leave. Lin Yueli picked up on his implication and decided not to beat around the bush. She frankly stated, to be honest, I humbly ask Master Xiao to accompany us on this journey, regardless of the outcome, there will certainly be a generous reward. The royal family of Lin State was known for their lavish rewards. Whenever they promised a generous reward, it always amounted to lavish compensation, without fail. Perhaps Her Highness could first explain what it is you wish to do. Xiao Yixue had not forgotten his mission of bringing his juniors here for experience. If he could earn some extra income while doing so, it would be ideal. But if it just wasted time, then he'd rather not bother. Lin Yueli nodded slightly. I am acting under the command of the previous emperor to carry his spirit when the Lost Ice Glacier opens, to search for the tomb of the ancient Lin Kingdom. Tomb. Xiao Yixue furrowed his brow. Technically, an emperor's burial place was called a mausoleum, a nobleman's burial site was referred to as a tomb, a doctor's resting place as a grave, and common people were buried in a graveyard. Yes. Lin Yueli didn't offer more explanations, only providing him with the general goal. And what happens after we find it? To bury the spirit of the former emperor at that location. Just like that. Just like that. Lin Yueli did not seem to be lying. Xiao Yixue thought carefully. Simply finding a place to lay the ashes was neither monster hunting nor herb picking, nor did it involve treasure maps or hidden riches. It didn't seem particularly troublesome either. What if we can't find it? He asked another question with due caution. Lin Yueli gave a faint smile. The former emperor said, if we cannot find it, it means this person does not wish to meet him. Therefore, before the secret realm closes, we will scatter his soul along the ice river by chance, allowing him to seek reincarnation once again. Xiao Yixue fell silent for a moment. Finally nodding. All right. Chapter 60, Uncle's Game. Since they were now on the same boat, the 8 restless individuals also put their guard down. This feeling of having an ultra-solid backer was simply too good. Counting from their initiation into the Tao until now, they had never experienced any significant setbacks. Even when you had only seen a terrifying sea beast in the South Sea, which was promptly slain. Even though books were filled with descriptions of various monsters and dangerous locations, they still lacked true fear in their hearts. And this was Xiao Yixue's intention for teaching them their first lesson, fear of nature. Because by fearing and respecting it, one sought to transcend and control it. For example, wielding a sword to cleave open the heavens, drawing it to sever the seas, one needed lofty dreams reaching higher than the stars, didn't they? Calling Chu Jichen master every day wasn't accomplishing much. At last, the teleportation array activated. Outside the transmission tower, light erupted brilliantly. Guards 1, 2, and 3 retreated behind the safety line and bowed to the top floor of the transmission tower. Reverently escorting the long princess. Far North lands. No name, no ownership. It existed outside any empire's map and was truly part of the world's shared public resources. All kinds of displaced beings might appear here, demons, magical beasts, even wanted criminals could hide within this area. Here, it was freezing, with eternal ice covering the landscape. Food was scarce, competition fierce. Even without the secret realm opening, those remaining here were essentially starved dogs. The Lost Ice Glacier, the most famous secret realm in the far north, most importantly opened once every 1,000 years. Things inside could come out, and things outside could enter. But since the essence energy was abundant inside, the land vast and sparse in population, not many actually wished to leave. The secret realms held immense appeal for the majority of poor cultivators, and even wealthy cultivation families would send a large number of personnel to seek treasures within. The Lost Ice Glacier was naturally no exception. The entrance to the secret realm had been opened several days ago, and not many people lingered outside anymore. Moreover, the entrance was an entire frozen river, meaning no overcrowded situations arose. Princess Lin Yueli and Kong Lingfu each brought along a single bodyguard, the rest of their company stayed outside the secret realm to camp and wait. Xiao Yixue and his group of 9, having nothing else to prepare, waited at the entrance until the others finished their instructions. Then they stepped into the icy river together. Who? Everyone felt a blur in their vision, and the sound of wind in their ears suddenly became fiercely sharp. It had been cold outside already, but inside was even colder, as if they had instantly switched centuries. Aoo. In the distance, a wolf's howl echoed, directed at these humans stepping onto their territory. It was unclear whether it was a warning or a welcome. Master Uncle, it's so cold. Zhang Ximin's teeth chattered. Summon your luck to protect your body. Xiao Yixue showed no mercy. The 8 of them wanted to cry, but feared that their tears would instantly freeze into icicles before spreading to their eye sockets and finally freezing their eyeballs entirely. Xiao Yixue didn't realize just how vivid their imagination was, and no matter what they said, he wouldn't help them keep warm. Lu Sanlang fared a bit better as he tightly held Huanqi, who in return gave him warm steam. The others had nothing to rely on and could only mobilize all their meridians, fully channeling their energy to barely maintain their fragile body temperature. Kong Lingfu felt pity for them and thought about giving each one a thick cotton coat, but was stopped by Xiao Yixue's words. Under the guise of pupil training, the 8 sent secret glances of gratitude and regret toward Master Kong, while Xiao Yixue pretended not to notice, walking confidently ahead. Lin Yueli had tried multiple times to start a conversation with him, but failed each time. This led to Kong Lingfu's attempts to talk to Lin Yueli also failing. The Kong family was the first noble family of Lin State, its status second only to the direct royal family, even on par with ordinary royalty. Kong Lingfu and Lin Yueli were actually paired by the current emperor, Lin Yu, who intended to marry them. Since directly granting her marriage wasn't appropriate, Kong Lingfu had spent almost a year wildly pursuing Lin Yueli, willing to do anything she asked, including this trip. Seeing how much Lin Yueli spoke to Xiao Yixue compared to herself, Kong Lingfu felt deeply discontented. After self-reflection, he didn't think his abilities were poor. In fact, he had always been confident and glowing, except in front of Lin Yueli, where he couldn't muster any assertiveness. At this, he greatly admired Xiao Yixue. You're talking to such a beauty, and you don't even flinch. Are you some sort of monk? Suddenly, he remembered something. When Xiao Yixue had held his hand earlier, he seemed to have glimpsed a ring mark. He wasn't sure because his mind had gone blank then. It wasn't proper to suddenly pull someone's sleeve up now. So, with mixed thoughts, the group continued deep into the glacier's belly. Storms rose. Snowflakes flew everywhere. Frosted blood. Scattered broken limbs and arms. Slight residual fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. All of these indicated that the calm before their eyes was merely an illusion. Zhang Ximin hugged Wang Sumin's arm, trembling either from the cold or fear, or perhaps both. This was the first time the 8 had seen deceased cultivators, those revered celestial masters, who were usually placed high above society. Now, they didn't even have a complete corpse, let alone a tomb. The more scared Zhang Ximin became, the more her eyes couldn't help but look. And when she looked, she coincidentally discovered something. Uncle. Uncle Master. She pointed to a half-body and said, there's a bag. Xiao Yixue didn't even turn his head. If you want it, go take it. Don't expect me to help you. Can I really take it? Zhang Ximin hesitated, looking at Lin Yueli and Kong Lingfu. Lin Yueli, don't look at me, my goal is singular. Kong Lingfu followed, nor at me, I'm just here to explore. Zhang Ximin swallowed hard and, under the shocked stares of the other 7, crept quietly over to the grotesque corpse and carefully pulled out a small cloth bag from a pile of crushed bones and flesh. The other 7. As they tried to suppress their urge to vomit, Zhang Ximin was already crouched down rummaging through the bag. Before leaving, Chu Jiachen had given each of them a storage bracelet. Zhang Ximin planned to move the items from this unclaimed storage bag into her bracelet, a fortune that could be considered her first windfall. Ximin. Wang Sumin looked embarrassed as Zhang Ximin approached her. Maybe we shouldn't hold hands right now. Zhang Ximin scratched her head. All right. Xiao Yixue was certain that, among the current 8 people, once faced with real blood and battle, Zhang Ximin would prove to be the most stable, despite her being the lowest in martial arts talent. Continuing forward. To everyone's surprise, the bodies ahead grew increasingly numerous and gruesome. Wang Sumin was unable to take a step forward, facing the ground covered with shattered pieces. Zhang Ximin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Suddenly, she didn't feel cold anymore, and her movements became agile. In one breath, she effortlessly swiped 5 bags. The onlookers became increasingly envious. Finally unable to bear it any longer, Lu Sanlang, who wanted to purchase a souvenir as a keepsake, could no longer hold back. Seeing Zhang Ximin working hard in front of him, he thought, I'm a big boy, what do I have to fear? Huanxi, let's go. He managed to shout out the act of stealing storage bags like it was going to war. The two darted around east and west. The impoverished Lu Sanlang even picked up discarded weapons, planning to sell them for cash back at Lujin Peak. The well-dressed princess kept her eyes straight ahead, holding something resembling a Sinan compass. Although she walked behind Xiao Yixue, she still couldn't stop his gaze from aligning precisely with the direction the Sinan pointed. Sha. Finally, the air carried the fresh scent of blood. Xiao Yixue continued forward, not showing a hint of concern. Each step he took seemed calculated. Swoosh. An icicle-like object came hurtling through the air from afar. Xian Ming instinctively swung his sword to block it. Pooh. As he spat out blood, he flew back several meters, stopping only when his back hit a pile of stacked corpses. Xian Ming. Wen Ye exclaimed in alarm and quickly went to support him. Watch out, there's more. Xian Ming pulled him back, and together they rolled to the side just as the pile of corpses exploded into ice shards. Wen Ye looked up and discovered that within moments, everyone had already been dragged into a chaotic battle. Master Uncle. His pupils contracted sharply. High in the sky, an enormous snake head appeared quietly, as if it had been there all along. And at that moment, Xiao Yixue stood atop its head making seals, infuriating it to the point of madness. With every lash of its tail, countless icicles swept around, triggering explosive ice wherever they landed. In comparison, it was evident that anyone caught in this indiscriminate attack of icy spikes would meet their end. Whoom! A wave of scorching heat emerged from above, followed by a massive ring of fire descending from the heavens and steadily encircling the snake at its vital spot. Facing away from the group, Xiao Yixue curved a smile, lightly crushing the seal in his right hand. Boom! Instantly, the mountain-sized snake crumbled, splitting into thousands upon thousands of smaller snakes. Lin Yueli and Kong Lingfu blinked, confused, as were their seemingly invisible bodyguards. Suddenly, Xiao Yixue had grabbed all 4 of them amidst the chaos. Then, seated inside a freshly dug cave, hearing the disorderly shouting from outside, the 4 silently cooperated in Master's game. Chapter 61, Misunderstanding, Brother. Master Uncle. You promised you would intervene. Ah. Xiao Yixue found no contradiction in his actions. After all, he did intervene. With his right hand. The snake can vouch for it. My dear apprentices, do not disappoint your master. Every day, Chu Jiachen strolled back to Jianchen Peak after taking his medicine on time. Perhaps moved by some premonition, he casually opened his relationship status bar. There, in the group of his disciples, a column of health bars was flashing without pause. With every flash, the percentage of remaining health altered. Currently, these 8 perfectly aligned blood gauges were flickering like neon lights in a wild night, outpacing even the DJ's rhythm. Then he checked Xiao Yixue, whose condition was stable and healthy. Chu Jiachen raised an eyebrow, opening the system's mood icon display. Predictably, his 8 disciples showed /horrified, /crying, /freaking out. Only Xiao Yixue displayed a shiny, standard round face smiling. TSK, pressure tactics, not bad. Leisurely strolling back to the courtyard, Chu Jiachen looked almost complete except for a cane. After flashing all night, the 8 blood bars finally entered. Critical injury state. Xiao Yixue, unable to see the blood bars, guessed it was about time and began retrieving them one by one. He then nonchalantly wiped away the snake shadow duplicates scattered across the ground. How did you know it was a duplicate? Lin Yueli asked, surprised. While performing cleansing spells on the unconscious eight, Xiao Yixue calmly replied, anything prefixed with ancient cannot be so weak. You'd realize it once you engage. Calm Lingfu remained silent beside him. He hadn't previously investigated Xiao Yixue, always assuming that the latter was at most in the spirit transformation realm. It had never occurred to him that someone his age had already reached a stage of being half-step away from ascending. Even if it took hundreds or thousands of years to cross this half-step, at least the time spent in this realm would be sufficient. As the saying goes, one could even reach ascension through persistence. This is the portrayal after smoothly entering the great perfection mid-stage. A reserved position for immortality. Suddenly, Kong Lingfu felt extremely ashamed of himself. He wasn't unaware of how crazy the crown princess was about achieving divinity. Over the past year, he no longer managed the family business, fully delegating it to his younger brother. Instead, he focused on cultivating. However, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how many rare treasures he consumed, all he had now was merely an initial Yuan baby stage cultivation base. Yet the crown princess was already at the peak Yuan baby stage, it was quite normal for her to look down on him. Lin Yueli sat still nearby, as if she didn't notice his disheartened expression, continuing her meditation and cultivation by herself. Throughout this journey, she had deliberately kept her eyes fixed on Xiao Yixue for a very simple reason, she wanted to dissuade Kong Lingfu without saying a word. She didn't wish to be a sacrificial offering for the royal marriage alliance. Rather than a grand wedding, she much preferred living quietly in a world of two, becoming Taoist companions with her future beloved. After a little while, the eight lying inside the mountain cave gradually began to show signs of waking up. Xiao Yixue turned to glance at Lin Yueli and Kong Lingfu once, they had already agreed earlier that they would cooperate. Following a somewhat clumsy exchange of glances, Xiao Yixue decisively summoned several enormous ice spikes, which he brutally scratched against himself. Cough, cough. Xian Ming was the first to awaken. Upon awakening, he glanced at Lu Sanlang on his left, then Wenya on his right. Seeing that everyone had been saved, before he could sigh in relief, his peripheral vision caught sight of that familiar white figure not too far away. No, it wasn't white anymore now. Xian Ming's pupils contracted sharply, nearly halting his heartbeat for a moment. Ant. He crawled over hastily. There, Xiao Yixue sat peacefully leaning against the rock wall, eyes closed. His complexion was pale, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. Blood stains covered a large portion of his body, leaving a shocking impression. The others were awoken instantly by Xian Ming's shout. The first thing they saw upon waking was the ghastly appearance of their aunt, immediately forgetting any questions and focusing only on the horrifying wounds covering his body. Lin Yueli and Kong Lingfu exchanged sharp looks simultaneously, truly ruthless. Perhaps this was the sole moment of synchronization between their thoughts in their entire lives. Aunt. How are you doing, Aunt? Aunt, wake up. The eight surrounded him, checking his pulse and breath, trying to rouse him but also fearing further harm. Princess Lin. What happened to our aunt? Sob, Zhang Ximin couldn't help but blurt out when he saw Lin Yueli staying quiet. Lin Yueli twitched at the corner of her lips. She had never done such a thing in her life, but since she had something to ask, she forced herself to continue. Cough, your aunt, alone battled, the Snake King, killed the Snake King, but, she also suffered serious injuries, and after saving you, thus it ended. Hearing this, Zhang Ximin burst into tears instantly. Aunt. It's all our fault, wah. Kong Lingfu felt endlessly frustrated, looking at these youths who could be tricked so easily and yet give away money counting the proceeds back to the conmen, finally understanding Xiao Yixue's plight. To think it's not so easy to be a grandmaster, he sighed inwardly. However, none of the 8 rookies noticed the unusual behavior of these 2 experienced ones, kneeling on the ground instead, feeling guilty and regretful, vowing openly and secretly to study hard and practice diligently. Xiao Yixue listened with satisfaction in his heart. Now they really know to practice hard, and next time there will be an excuse for him not to interfere. 2 birds with 1 stone, excellent. Suddenly, an unexpected situation arose. With a trembling sensation, strange lights illuminated the ground, stupefying everyone, including Xiao Yixue, where they stood. Dragon roars, phoenix cries. The golden formation unfolded wide open. In an instant, the only thought remaining in Xiao Yixue's blank mind was, it's over. Chu Jichen never expected that he would do something absurd without thinking. Like now. He even didn't know what kind of emotion brought him here. Moreover, after reaching Xiao Yixue, he realized that he had indeed come. You. What's going on? He grabbed his wrist with one hand and lifted his face with the other. It was just like their first meeting, that look of being close to death. Xiao Yixue, what's wrong with you? Chu Jichen angrily asked. He had merely slept for a while, and upon waking up, he saw that Xiao Yixue appeared severely injured. Suddenly, without knowing why, it felt as if his heart had been pierced. Without thinking, following his heart instead of logic, he came over. Master. Xiao Yixue wanted to cry, Master had misunderstood. Chapter 62, Dao Companion and Senior Brother. Xiao Yixue wanted to transmit a message to Chu Jichen but feared revealing his expression. After wasting a ton of blood, it had been hard enough to get this far in his performance, he couldn't ruin it all now. In the end, half genuine and half pretending, he slowly stretched out his arms to signal, letting Chu Jichen who frowned deeply take him into his arms. With this embrace as a cover, he secretly transmitted thoughts safely. The surroundings were silent, Chu Jichen restrained his anger and patiently listened to Xiao Yixue's explanation. Despite this, he didn't forget to gently rub Xiao Yixue's back and heal the bloody hole through his shoulder from behind. The 8 disciples stood beside them silently, lowering their heads and self-reflecting. This unexpected situation left Lin Yueli and Kong Lingfu speechless. They weren't inexperienced country bumpkins. The golden formation on the ground paired with Dragon Phoenix harmonization obviously signified the heaven-granted unity formation, and it was a unity pact that had at least advanced once. What did this mean? Lin Yueli couldn't help but slightly widen her eyes, shocked by the answer in her heart. Chu Jichen's figure wasn't particularly clear, looking semi-transparent like a ghostly spirit, only Xiao Yixue within the array could touch him. Are you stupid? After listening to Xiao Yixue's transmission, Chu Jichen seemed to have briefly understood the feelings Xiao Yixue experienced facing his own reckless actions in the past. Wishing to be angry, yet with his own example as precedent, the justification seemed insufficient. Hee. Xiao Yixue secretly hugged his waist, knowing that Chu Jichen liked this gesture, and then his head casually rubbed against his neck, fearing that Chu Jichen might truly be angry, yet strangely feeling happy about it. When Chu Jichen gracefully descended in the center of the array, Xiao Yixue suddenly realized that in his heart, he wasn't unimportant either. That was enough. Hey! Not for nothing. 3 birds with 1 stone. Senior brother, it's fine, I know my limits. The tide turns. The words that used to deceive Xiao Yixue were now sent back logically to Chu Jichen, leaving him glaring irritably at him. Couldn't you use pigments? Why must you injure yourself? I was afraid to expose the truth. Is this place dangerous? There's just one ancient, snake I forgot its name. Just one danger. Chu Jichen doubted. Cough, it's just that, to me, there is only that one more challenging. Need to use inherited strength. Xiao Yixue blinked. Though Chu Jichen knew Xiao Yixue was intentionally being cute, in the end, he could only helplessly shake his head. After a long moment, he replied via thought transmission. Well, then call me again when needed. Inside the array, I'm just a shadow, no one can tell whether I'm using spiritual power or demonic power. There are too many people around, preserve your strength. Although Xiao Yixue rationally didn't want to bother him, the idea that he now had an excuse to summon Chu Jichen whenever pleased him immensely. Alright. Also, just gave you some pain-relieving floral dew. Okay. Don't do this next time. Here's senior brother saying that, I promise it won't happen again. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. The formation began turning ethereal. Only then did the 8 realize that Chu Jichen was returning, shouting in a mix of urgency and lack of content, teacher, much like young children blindly circling around a teacher in kindergarten. Xiao Yixue's head ached. Chu Jichen smiled, patting their heads. Though he said nothing, his disciples could still feel the encouragement in his eyes, instantly becoming energized. Teacher. In the future, we will never let you down. Chu Jichen nodded slightly, then turned toward the crown princess and her companions, exchanging polite greetings. When the formation completely dissipated, so did his figure, turning into tiny sparkling points, drifting away until invisible. Under Xiao Yixue's sleeves, his fingers subtly tightened, unwilling to let go of the lingering warmth. The cold, dim cave restored to its original state, except for a faint floral dew fragrance remaining. Xiao Grandmaster, who was the gentleman just now? Kong Lingfu had an inexplicable and sudden liking for this topic. Hearing this, Lin Yueli calmly glanced at him. It's my senior brother. Xiao Yixue paused slightly and meticulously added the latter half of the sentence, also my Dao companion. Dao companion. The two said in unison, one voice high-pitched, the other deep. There was a difference between guessing and actually hearing it directly. Clearly, the latter had more immediate impact on their perception. Xiao Yixue didn't care what they thought, regardless, this was the truth. Lin Yueli instinctively looked at the 8 disciples, they were innocent, and wouldn't lie. The result showed that all 8 wore expressions indicating complete familiarity. There was no doubt, they were indeed Dao companions. The disciples understood little, but as adults, Lin Yueli and Kong Lingfu understood much more. If they hadn't gone through matters between lovers, if neither had ever felt a flutter for each other, if they harbored resentment or ulterior motives, such a bond would never be recognized by the Unity Pact. But, did this count as a taboo love? Lin Yueli was dumbfounded. She had truly never seen such a scene. On the contrary, Kong Lingfu, who had met countless people, had broader horizons. He wasn't entirely unfamiliar with relationships between two men, but he could not have imagined seeing it happen to a master of the generation. Senior brother? Younger brother? Master? Uncle? It was admirable how calm these disciples seemed when facing it. It dawned on Kong Lingfu that maybe his own thoughts were too worldly. Kong Lingfu sighed inwardly. But no worries. Surely, the crown princess wouldn't dare to separate them now, right? Hey, that was great. Kong Lingfu suddenly viewed Xiao Yixue with much more favor, even feeling an inexplicable urge to go up and shake his hand twice. In contrast, Lin Yueli's heart churned with mixed emotions. The original idea to send Kong Lingfu away using Xiao Yixue was now regretfully void. Though she guessed that a genius like him would naturally attract many excellent female cultivators, where would she expect that there weren't any women in his life? Recalling that man earlier, she immediately let go of her jealousy. Cool yet tender, his appearance and bearing resembled a celestial being. With someone like that, it wasn't surprising for someone to break convention just to like him, was it? Lin Yueli couldn't fully understand their ties, only judging based on surface appearances. Xiao Yixue didn't care about these two being lost in ideological conflict. Anyway, as long as the cooperation went well, everything was fine. Those kids were still blissfully unaware. It seemed like he lacked a sense of shame, sitting there weakly coughing so that the group of children rushed over to fuss over him, giving him a chance to taste the pleasure of being pitted by his disciples. 3 days later. The group set off again, heading straight toward the destination. The compass needle frequently shifted, as if the target could move. The closer they got, the stranger the phenomenon became. Lin Yueli frowned deeply. The previous emperor could not deceive her, nor provide her with a fake compass. Yet how could a mere burial place possibly have legs to run around? Xiao Yixue noticed her confusion. Also estimating that they were about to enter a restricted area, out of cooperative spirit, he reminded her, up ahead is the true form of the snake. Lin Yueli had no choice but to stop her steps and turn her head toward him. What are your chances of killing it? 99%, but are you sure you want to kill it? Xiao Yixue counter-asked. Lin Yueli hesitated. What do you mean? Xiao Yixue raised his eyes to gaze into the distance, his line of sight resting on the thick white mist meeting the horizon. If this snake is the tomb itself. Chapter 63, Bloodline Suppression. Out of the tranquil cloud mist came a sudden sharp howl. Next thing everyone saw within 100 miles radius was an enormous snake head protruding from the mist. A single fawn was as big as one of the tall towers in the royal city. Even a secret realm closed for 1,000 years shouldn't raise a creature this large, right? Kong Lingfu murmured in astonishment. By reason, a creature of this size crawling on the ground should produce some noise. Yet the fact remained, the earth did not tremble one bit, and the ice cap stretched endlessly unchanged for thousands of years. Could it only have one head? Where's its body? Lu Sanlang exclaimed in shock, what kind of demon is this? Relying on the ancient divine emperor's heritage memory, Xiao Yixue found information regarding this snake. Ancient poison ice snake, the patriarch of modern snakes, ancient snake. Since it had dominated the ice fields and carried ancient snake venom, people called it ice poison snake, adding the prefix ancient. Many had seen it, but few survived after doing so. Everyone be cautious, its body is in the sky dash. In the distance, there were already many adventure teams armed with weapons and armor, gathered together to brace for a fight. Stay far away from it. It will spit snake breath. Deadly poison. Upon hearing this, everyone rustled and retreated quite a bit further. Lin Yueli blankly stared at the colossal snake head descending from the sky dome, as if witnessing the ancient chaotic dance of gods and demons. Xiao Zongshi, I don't understand. She gripped the compass tightly. Why would it be the tomb? Xiao Yixue's gaze never left the eyes of the ancient snake. After a pause, he spoke calmly, that depends on how well you know this acquaintance of the former emperor. Lin Yueli shook her head, I barely know anything, everything I know, I've already told you. Since that's the case, Xiao Yixue turned around, you should just give me the item, I'll go in alone. Anyway, you can't enter anyway. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yueli still took out an ancient box, handing it over to him with great care. I leave this to you, Xiao Zongshi. The only legacy wish of the previous emperor rested here, entrusted solely to her. Even the current emperor was unaware, believing she merely sought experience. These children still require the care of Princess Ling for a while. Xiao Yixue put away the box, casually reminding her. Lin Yueli naturally accepted, it's my duty, Xiao Zongshi need not be so polite. Kong Lingfu felt a sourness building up in his heart, watching the princess converse eagerly with a married man yet unwilling to speak more than necessary with him. Uncle. Be careful. The 8 disciples wore worried expressions, their gazes filled with reluctance. Xiao Yixue raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing how nice it felt to be remembered by so many people. Without a word, he nodded and walked off. The overwhelming aura of the ancient snake was nearly unstoppable. As everyone retreated step by step while stubbornly resisting, a seemingly frail figure gradually entered its territory. Xiao Yixue looked up. The ancient snake would not easily reveal its true form unless it sensed something unusual. At the moment, it was abnormally restless. How much hatred! Xiao Yixue clicked his tongue. If it weren't for the divine protection inherited from the ancient emperors, even this targeted killing intent would have disintegrated his soul long ago. No wonder there were many highly skilled individuals here who couldn't approach. Xiao Yixue was now the focus of all attention. Alone and lonely, walking on the icy plateau dressed in pure white robes, he carried nothing but had his black hair and sleeves flying in the wind. The giant snake high above opened its massive mouth and roared menacingly toward him. Unmoved, Xiao Yixue's light glimmered on the ring finger of his left hand. Jia! The snake's attack was abruptly halted. Simultaneously, expressions of surprise and fear appeared on its face. A pair of murky vertical pupils reflected the shadow of a sword-wielding man. His instincts told it that this suddenly appeared man had absolute bloodline suppression over it. A slight smile curved on Xiao Yixue's lips, since he knew the ancient snake was a species from the ancient demon realm, so it was time to summon Chu Jiachen and avoid fighting altogether. Sure enough, when Chu Jiachen appeared, he didn't say a single word. Just pointing his sword tip at the snake's head, the creature slowly descended from the heavens. The gigantic head lay on the ground like an imposing mountain peak. Its gaping maw was pitch black like ink, akin to the gates of hell opening in the human world. Chapter 64, Coincidence. Chilly. Oppressive. As if a broken space-time continuum where peculiar fragments floated everywhere. Xiao Yixue guessed correctly. That old friend of the former emperor hadn't buried himself properly but sent himself into the snake's belly, using it as the grave. There is a folk legend, people eaten by beasts cannot reincarnate, unless the beast itself is killed, then the souls inside it may escape. Of course, it's just a legend. Ordinary mortals die, their supposed reincarnation is a fraud. This old friend likely despaired and refused to reincarnate, thus willingly placed themselves before the hardest-to-kill ancient poison ice snake. Happily accepting to be entombed within its belly. However, they did not foresee one thing, the ancient snake was already dead. Its original soul had been shattered in the distant past, what remained was merely an uncorruptible shell, its actions purely instinctual. If it were only like this, it wouldn't matter much. But strangely, the ancient snake could create avatars, and these avatars could swallow souls. Disorganized residual spirits mixed in its body, occasionally seizing control inadvertently. Due to incomplete personalities, many shadowy avatar snakes split off to attack living beings. If it weren't for this, the ancient snake would have long turned into a mountain range, merging with heaven and earth. Yixue, you mean this acquaintance was the dying wish of the previous emperor of Lin Kingdom? That's what the elder princess said. Chu Jiachen and Xiao Yixue walked side by side, slowly moving through this chaotic space-time continuum. Each fragment represented a broken soul. Without recognizing the target, it would indeed be hard to search. This secret realm opens once in a millennium, meaning this acquaintance died 1,000 years ago. Chu Jiachen looked around. Xiao Yixue nodded, that's right. How old was the emperor back then? About 16 or 17. I remember the elder princess said the previous emperor was still a crown prince, not yet ascended to the throne. Just a crown prince? Correct, this acquaintance should have been his childhood companion, staying by his side for a long time. Later, for unknown reasons, they passed away. Passed away only after being sent here. Chu Jiachen was surprised. Probably close to death. Xiao Yixue thought about it, and frankly, I suspect he wasn't sent here by the previous emperor of Lin Kingdom, rather, he fled here to escape persecution, and out of desperation, entered this secret realm. Chu Jiachen stroked his chin, considering the possibility while casually asking, how did you figure this out? Xiao Yixue shrugged, if there were no secrets, if there was no guilt in heart, why would the previous emperor hide so much? Even the trustworthy elder princess couldn't know. Moreover, from her words, the previous emperor seemed not to even hope for forgiveness. Oh. Is that so? Chu Jiachen frowned more and more, guilt, royal family, exactly 1,000 years ago. He suspected the people from 1,000 years ago might also know about the celestial calamity. Was this acquaintance male or female? Chu Jiachen specially asked. Male. Xiao Yixue was certain. Then that wasn't right. Chu Jiachen immediately dismissed the earlier thought. The descendants of Nuwa are all female, no matter how many cycles they go through, they could never become male, nor any species other than human. Unjust scapegoat. Designated sacrificial lamb. Could an ordinary person wield such power and be framed or morally coerced? Chu Jiachen massaged his temples. Although still unable to connect the dots, he felt this timing was too coincidental. What are you saying? Xiao Yixue was completely lost. For a long time, Chu Jiachen glanced at him with an unclear meaning. Yixue, isn't there a rather strange memory inside you? What memory? Xiao Yixue looked back at him. Chu Jiachen paused. The heavens will collapse, and I will die. Chapter 65, Never. Xiao Yixue was shocked. There was indeed such a memory. How do you know? He was flustered, this can't possibly be true, right? Chu Jiachen didn't deny it, at least the first part is true. What about the latter? Xiao Yixue didn't care whether the sky would fall. Chu Jiachen seriously pondered it, that one should be false. As time approached closer, rumors of the celestial calamity would eventually spread. Moreover, since the uncertainties this time were significant, they couldn't refer to the past successes. Therefore, Chu Jiachen believed it necessary to inform Xiao Yixue. Whether he would believe after being told was another matter. So, what you're saying is? I think, if we find this acquaintance's fragmented soul, perhaps we can learn some information from it. After finishing, Chu Jiachen silently looked at the countless fragments around them. Should I try opening the box? Xiao Yixue suggested. Chu Jiachen nodded. The former took out the old box given by Lin Yueli and turned the mechanism. As it opened, a faint light flickered inside. Soul-preserving brocade? Chu Jiachen recognized this thing from his original owner's memories. It was a treasure capable of preserving souls for extended periods. Now the soul inside the box was extremely thin, its form barely discernible, it merely resembled a man dressed in an imperial dragon robe. A commoner's residual soul couldn't speak. Seeing the fragments surrounding him, the dragon-robed man initially hesitated, then began searching urgently. Xiao Yixue and Chu Jiachen exchanged glances, then steadily followed. The whole belly of the ancient snake was hollow, resembling some strange wind-dried crude structure without a single pillar supporting it. The dragon-robed man moved between the fragments until he slowly stopped near the ancient snake's heart. The two following behind him stopped as well. The power of the formation won't last long. Chu Jiachen suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yixue just then realized that the quarter of an hour was about to end. Alright, you go back first. Be careful yourself. Before leaving, Chu Jiachen reminded him, if needed, call me again in half an hour. The residual soul of the former emperor ahead seemed as if it hadn't seen the two people following behind. Its eyes were only fixed on a fragment floating above the ancient snake's heart. Only then did Xiao Yixue understand why the killing intent from the ancient snake had been so abrupt earlier. He had originally thought it was due to the inherent animosity between demons and deities, but never expected it to be because the ancient snake's corpse happened to be controlled by this fragment. When the former emperor wanted to touch it, he was forcefully repelled. As if there was only one fragment left, and it was filled entirely with undispersed resentment. Xiao Yixue recalled Chu Jiachen's words, so he slowly walked forward, but the fragment didn't react to him. After pondering, he reached out and gently touched the center of the fragment. In an instant, a memory not belonging to him surged into his mind. Ding! The fragment, as if having completed its final will, fell without any regret onto the ground, turning into powder that could be blown away by a gentle breeze, lost forever. Lin Yu, the name of the former emperor before ascending the throne. Mu Jin, the owner of the memory. The two grew up together, nurturing dreams of cultivation together. Mu Jin had exceptional talent, without any rare resources, his cultivation speed far exceeded Lin Yu's. As for Lin Yu, who practiced the way of emperors, not only was it complicated, but his own aptitude was also the worst among all the princes. Mu Jin consoled him and promised lifelong support, thus building a deep friendship between the two. However, good times didn't last long, and under the arrangement of the royal marriage, Lin Yu still had a crown princess. The national master told Lin Yu that in 2 years, the crown princess would inevitably face a calamity, and the only way to resolve it was to sacrifice a person who was complete in 5 elements and balanced in yin and yang. This condition clearly pointed at Mu Jin. As expected, Lin Yu chose to protect the crown princess at the cost of Mu Jin's life. In the end, Mu Jin, upon learning everything, looked at the hollow space in his chest and despaired, fleeing to the furthest north until he was forced to enter a lost glacier, disappearing from everyone's sight. The former emperor said he was dead because he knew someone without a heart couldn't survive long. As for why he regretted so much after the fact, even becoming a lifetime's knot in his heart, this was something Mu Jin's memories didn't know either. Xiao Yixue didn't have too many feelings about other stories. He only remembered the crown princess in Mu Jin's memories. She looked so much like Gu Ling, her features, her demeanor, they were all alike. Chu Jiachen had said that Gu Ling was the descendant of Niwa who could mend the sky. But through countless reincarnations in the mortal realm, she inevitably absorbed the mundane dust, gradually becoming dissatisfied with her fate. Gradually resisting her fate. However, such resistance required replacing lives with other lives. The early descendants of Niwa, with pure hearts, would never ignore another's life, but later, their thinking changed. Evidently, Mu Jin was the one ignored in the previous cycle. Finally, Xiao Yixue understood what his illusion was about. In 2 years, Gu Ling would exchange Chu Jiachen's life for her own. Impossible, never. His gaze had never been so dark, and for the first time, he felt an intense killing intent. If Chu Jiachen hadn't said he had a plan, Xiao Yixue might have already stepped onto the transmission array back to Jianchen Peak to eliminate Gu Ling first. On the side, the former emperor was desperate yet mad, trying desperately to catch the scattered powder fragments with his body. But even these self-exploding powders avoided him like the plague, dispersing far with the wind. Chapter 66, Let Me Try. Xiao Yixue casually waved his hand, sending all the souls within the ancient snake's corpse away, allowing them to no longer be trapped here and suffer torment. So-called reincarnation in the mortal world is all lies. Every newborn child has a fresh soul, their lives belong solely to themselves. People like Gu Ling, ordinary yet extraordinary, are special cases. Besides, both celestial and demon realms do indeed have real rebirth, but these concepts, when spread to the mortal realm, lead the mortals to indulge in illusions. Ask a peak cultivator, if failing the ascension results in annihilation of one's soul, how much more for those physically inadequate or even devoid of any cultivation abilities. Preserving the fragmented souls of mortals, in Xiao Yixue's opinion, merely provided one more chance to relay their last wills. Mu Jin died 1,000 years ago, and his soul dissipated 1,000 years later. From that point on, there would be no trace of him left in this world. Even if the former emperor went mad with regret, it was ultimately futile. Besides, his own fragmented soul couldn't linger much longer either. Xiao Yixue didn't witness the moment when the emperor's soul dispersed, as the former emperor had already rushed out into the wind and sand. As to where he pursued until completely vanishing, Xiao Yixue wasn't concerned. Taking a glance at the ancient magic snake's corpse, Xiao Yixue suddenly thought of something mischievous. If such a huge creature, which could even fly, were offered as a mount for Chu Jiachen, wouldn't that be wonderful? Thus, he walked towards the enormous heart, changing seals with both hands. The heart, under spatial compression, gradually shrank and was finally condensed into a dark red bead. Whoosh! After Xiao Yixue collected the bead, the massive body of the ancient snake disappeared instantly. The biting cold wind struck his face, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of killing intent from all directions. Xiao Yixue found himself surrounded, momentarily making him doubt whether he might be a fugitive wanted throughout the three realms. Quietly surveying the surroundings, there were humans, beasts, demons, and even devils closing in with bloodshot eyes, acting as though eating him would grant them eternal life. Young man, it's wise if you just hand over all your treasures. You're surrounded. I advise you to recognize your current situation. Amidst the clamor of voices mixed with a few animal roars, one might have mistakenly thought these demon beasts and humans formed an alliance. Xiao Yixue stood within the shrinking circle of attackers, blinking innocently as if harmless. Then, casually raising his left hand, covering his mouth while coughing slightly, he said slowly. Big brother, so many people are bullying me, I'm so scared. Although puzzled, the approaching steps and menacing postures of the crowd did not waver in the slightest. Golden light dazzled, as a holy and pure aura shot straight up into the heavens. Some recognized this formation, others didn't, it didn't matter anyway. Even if someone did recognize it, nobody feared a pair of reckless lovers. As long as it wasn't a heavenly realm unity formation, long-distance teleportation was impossible. Whether they had been transported here or were about to leave, once the formation's duration ran out, they'd return to their original position. Thus, none worried about Xiao Yixue being able to teleport away inside the secret realm. Everyone, I've identified them. They belong to the Seven Spirit Sect. The Seven Spirit Sect is backed by the Immortal Alliance. We cannot let anyone live. Together, attack. Bring them down. Chu Jiachen arrived just in time to see this scene. Like Xiao Yixue, he briefly wondered if he'd mistakenly wandered onto the wrong movie set. Did you dig up their ancestral graves? Chu Jiachen asked without expression, turning his head toward Xiao Yixue. The latter shrugged and spread his arms wide. If the ancient snake's corpse counts as a grave, then I've unearthed them all, originally intending to offer it to you. You gave me a grave. Ah, never mind that. Shouldn't we bury this group of wolves in front of us first instead? Xiao Yixue changed the subject. Chu Jiachen scanned the surroundings with his gaze. I rarely kill, he hadn't ever killed. I'll handle it. Xiao Yixue slapped his chest confidently. My intention, Chu Jiachen suddenly unsheathed his sword, is for you to stay put while I try. Chapter 67, The Name of the Seven Spirit Sect. Try then perish. It was Chu Jiachen's first time willingly using demonic energy to drive the dust-cutting sword. When the sword's energy transformed from brightness to darkness, the personal sensation he felt was the most profound. But in everyone else's eyes, Chu Jiachen's entire silhouette appeared semi-transparent golden, while that supposedly pitch-black current, under the effect of the array, exuded a holy aura. Unable to act, Xiao Yixue leisurely stood behind him, arms crossed, tranquil like the wind. The Chu Jiachen ahead slightly smirked, this guy pulls hatred really steadily. Despite his imposing aura ready to slaughter indiscriminately, he discovered that among the densely packed assailants surrounding them, not a shred of enmity was directed at him. All the hostility had been drawn by Xiao Yixue, who held mysterious treasures and acted arrogantly. Alright, no need to nitpick. Chu Jiachen focused his mind, his sword momentum abruptly rising. Since his cultivation had declined, he'd never experienced wielding the sword with such unbridled exhilaration again. Demonic essence and spiritual essence were no different in usage methods, it was only opposite to light, demon, absorbed the power of darkness. Ah! Master! Master is! The 8 disciples were brought to a safe mountaintop by Lin Yueli, who was among the several adults. They overlooked the vast ice plain below. Yes, moments ago, the ancient snake descended from the sky, sprawling across and flattening the glaciers into an expansive ice field. Lin Yueli had foreseen this and led Chu Jiechen's 8 disciples to the safest place to wait. Now, the group of 12, including the 4 outsiders, were gazing with astonishment at the battle taking place on the ice plain. Lin Yueli's group had never seen the secret skills of Sword Dust Peak, whereas the truth about the 8 new disciples from Sword Dust Peak needed no explanation. What's wrong with your master? Kong Lingfu found there was nothing much to talk about with Lin Yueli, but being silent made him uncomfortable. Eventually, he went over to the 8 disciples. Zhang Ximin felt inexplicably sorry for him, so she took the time to answer, "Our master is demonstrating the entire no-sword technique for us." After speaking, her attention returned entirely to their master, regretting even missing a fragment of it. Kong Lingfu hesitated, looked at the 8 disciples, then glanced again at the flowing and graceful sword shadows. He vaguely felt as if literati scholars were freely expressing themselves through calligraphy. Even Lin Yueli, a layman in the way of the sword, stood transfixed where she was. She had watched the imperial dancers perform court sword dances countless times before. Despite those being mere rehearsals for beauty's sake, now comparing them with true swordplay, the difference between the two seemed like the comparison of fireflies to the moon. A sword should indeed be used on the battlefield. The 8 disciples watched with hearts surging in excitement. Their master usually would not teach them this much all at once. It was a gradual process of one lesson after another. How could today suddenly feel like such a powerful blow? Could it be that he thought they had grown up? That he believed they could shoulder the future of Sword Dust Peak? That he felt they should carry the banner of war for Sword Dust Peak and conquer the world? Master, we, the disciples, will not let you down. Chu Jichen did not know that he unintentionally triggered a motivational buff among his apprentices, but he was aware their affection toward him soared instantly to 999. He suspected 999 might be the cap of the likability meter, though he had no proof. As the rhythm for wielding the sword came to him, he didn't want the system to disrupt it. When the sword intent arose, so too did the sword spirit appear. If not for the protective concealment of the same-hearted array, the ink-black dragon would have exposed his identity as the demon lord. Aouu. Once the dragon's soul emerged, countless sword shadows manifested in a devastating force, clearing the area within 100 meters almost instantly. It resembled the lifeless realm of the end of the world. This. How can this? The rest of the opponents finally became frightened. They had come seeking opportunities, not to offer their storage pouches. Even the temporary silhouette lasting merely 15 minutes had managed to take out 80% of the attackers. Though more observers lingered in the distance, it was evident that these fence-sitters either feared the Immortal Alliance or had been scared off during their observation by these 2 individuals from the Seven Spirit Sect. The remaining 20% hesitated to step into the circle any further, yet still couldn't bring themselves to flee outright. Glancing at each other and gritting their teeth, they decided to make one last gamble. Because the 15-minute window had just ended. In a golden glow, Chu Jichen stood upright with a sword on his back, its killing edge unstained with blood, as though forever pure and saintly. Who, exactly is this person? Even as Chu Jichen slowly disappeared, none dared to anger his sword. Or the long dragon coiled by his side. Far away atop the mountain peaks, many rational onlookers were sharp-eyed. To my knowledge, the number of people in the world who can control the sword spirit with such technique doesn't exceed 5. If this person comes from the Seven Spirit Sect, then there can only be one individual, the master of Sword Dust Peak, Chu Jichen. Chu Jichen. The prodigy of swordsmanship renowned across the continent 100 years ago. There could be no one else. Indeed, ever since he became the Peak Master, he has rarely appeared before the public eye. If you hadn't mentioned it, I probably wouldn't have thought of him for a while. I wouldn't have thought of it either, but now I'm more curious. Why would such a prominent master of Sword Dust Peak become a puppet through a binding contract? Could there be something difficult to speak of? That depends on the person who summoned him. This statement caused collective silence among the onlookers on the mountain peak. Because they really couldn't remember who the white-robed man inside the circle was, who he was, what he did, his strength, or his identity. One who can command the leader of one of the Seven Spirit Sect peaks must surely have a remarkable background. Just now, I thought I heard someone say that the man is also from the Seven Spirit Sect. If so, aiding a fellow sect member in trouble would be reasonable. But the problem lies in the binding contract, and moreover, one that can activate the same-hearted array. As soon as the topic of the binding contract level was brought up, everyone's expression stiffened at first, then they fell into an even deeper silence than before, unable to utter another word for quite a while. The legendary swordsmanship master Chu Jianchen, over 100 years old, has taken a fellow cultivator as his spouse, and this person is also a male disciple within the same sect. This piece of news certainly required no short amount of time to digest. While those on the mountain were processing it, those on the ice plain had already prepared. Staring at outnumbered Xiao Yixue, they each readjusted their momentum, like wolf packs ready to counterattack after retreating, willing to fight to the death for a meal. Xiao Yixue cracked his fingers. Actually, he preferred joining Chu Jianchen in a duet when Chu Jianchen made his move, but if he did so, Chu Jianchen wouldn't have such a smooth practice session. For this reason, Xiao Yixue restrained himself. But now, Chu Jianchen has returned, leaving behind only some scattered misfits. If they knew their place and left, Xiao Yixue wouldn't bother chasing them down. However, they were all brimming with mysterious confidence. Since that was the case, Xiao Yixue didn't mind sending them to meet their just-deceased brothers in the netherworld. A complete family is always better. Attack together. There's only him here now. He's nothing to fear. Today we've lost too many comrades. He must pay blood for blood. Charge. The remaining group numbered around 100, not too many, but not too few either. Perhaps this could qualify as a 100-person level mob attack incident. And this wasn't just beating, this was slaughtering. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. It's either you die, or I die. Xiao Yixue spread his hands helplessly. What could he do? They're rushing to deliver their storage bags, and he doesn't mind counting his inventory again. After all, Chu Jianchen is this boundless celestial plant well, ready to accept anything sent his way without hesitation. When the wolf pack approached within 20 steps, Xiao Yixue began to pinch his seals. He has never been a modest or humble individual. Chu Jianchen just showed off, there's no reason why he should end everything with just a meager display of fireworks. At least there should be something pretty cool, right? Otherwise, if word gets out today that Chu Jianchen has a partner who feeds off his success, he'd be the first to disagree. It was pure competitive spirit. The sect preserving ultimate skill of the 7 spirit sect, which only successive sect leaders can release, 7 gods, prohibition. Actually, he knows it too. Even this technique is rarely casually activated by the sect leader because it consumes so much energy that afterward, there would be no power left for battle. But Xiao Yixue doesn't worry about it now. Like Chu Jianchen, he has inherited forces to borrow, though his inherited force has only started cultivation recently, nowhere near the progress of Chu Jianchen who's basically cheating. On this point, he feels curious, but not jealous. Fortunately, he slowly cultivates his inheritance, and Chu Jianchen gradually recovers his abilities. It's a great match. Xiao Yixue slightly lifted his lips, closing his eyes, yet still unable to conceal his arrogant and unbridled nature. Finger seals formed. The winds and heavens changed. 7 spirits, the highest realm, 7 gods. Chu Jianchen has a sword soul. And he has 7 god souls. Wind, fire, thunder, ice, water, wood, earth. When the shadows of wind god, fire god, thunder god, ice god, water god, wood god, and earth god simultaneously appeared behind him and simultaneously mimicked his gestures. The ice plains, the high mountains, every pair of eyes, were blinded. The hundreds of people seemed pinned in place. Under this unimaginable pressure, they all stared wide-eyed, forced down in disgraceful kneeling postures, spurting blood from their mouths. As soon as you mention our 7 spirit sect, all of you start calling out names of immortal alliances. Xiao Yixue slowly opened his eyes, sharp and fierce. Yet, his teasing tone instantly added an incomprehensible layer to his persona. What? Is it that our 7 spirit sect has become too silent? And therefore lost its status on this continent? Isn't it? Chapter 68, Return. His words faded, sending shivers through everyone's hearts. These words were like an announcement to the world. The cold wind howled, carrying a heavy scent of blood. On the ice plains, bodies lay everywhere. Nearly 1,000 people surrounded one individual and a shadow, and within less than 2/4 of an hour, the entire army was wiped out. The 7 divine shadows stood proudly between heaven and earth, even with their eyes closed, giving a sense of being looked down upon. Yes, just the pressure was enough to crush these ants beneath the divine throne into soulless fragments. The 7 gods didn't even need to make a move. Uncle. Uncle is so strong. The 8 disciples stared blankly at Xiao Yixue casting spells, much like Lin Yueli watching Chu Jianchen wield his sword, all novices in their own ways. There was nothing but shock, followed by awe. For a long time, the 7 spirit sect had remained too silent outside of Lingmeng Marsh. Everyone present had to admit that when they first heard 7 spirit sect, there was some degree of disdain in their hearts. It wasn't until now, when an ancient taboo technique reappeared along with the name 7 spirit sect, that they finally started taking it seriously. Lin Yueli also showed a serious expression. If she hadn't witnessed firsthand the spiritual connection between him and his spouse, no matter what, she wouldn't want to miss someone like Xiao Yixue. From Xiao Yixue, she felt an inexplicable attraction, as if predestined by the heavens. However, her temperament was steady and rational, making her incapable of any scandalous behavior. Regardless of whether he was married to a woman or another man, she would not intrude on other people's relationships. Perhaps this was the pride of Princess Lin Yueli. Watching the 7 divine shadows transform into 7 beams of light and disappear into the void, at the same time erasing the person bathed in divine light, she gripped her jade, sensing something profound from it. Uncle. The disciples were quite familiar with their uncle's presence. Almost the moment Xiao Yixue appeared, they swarmed around him with excitement. Wow! Uncle, you're amazing. Uncle. I didn't know you were hiding so much power. Aren't you almost as powerful as the sect leader? The 8 disciples spoke all at once. Xiao Yixue raised an eyebrow, put the sect leader aside for now. Tell me, who do you think is stronger, your master or me? Huh? The 8 hesitated, trying to exchange glances and agree on a response without him noticing. This was a test of their teamwork. Uncle and master are equally strong. They chimed in unison. Passed. After teasing them, Xiao Yixue turned to Lin Yueli and handed back the box containing the remains of the previous emperor's soul, saying, Your Highness, mission accomplished, though the outcome wasn't favorable. Lin Yueli smiled faintly, the outcome has nothing to do with me, it was merely about fulfilling the former emperor's last wish. Saying this, she also pulled out a refined storage pouch and handed it to Xiao Yixue, a small token of appreciation, inadequate as it may seem. Xiao Yixue calmly took the storage pouch and bowed respectfully, Your Highness's generosity knows no bounds, my acceptance may seem improper. Finally, Lin Yueli somehow felt reluctant to say goodbye, but reason overcame emotion. My matters for today have concluded. Green hills remain evergreen, clear water flows endlessly. Master Xiao, until we meet again. Long Princess, until we meet again. Goodbye, elder sister Princess Long. The group of 8 waved farewell reluctantly, entirely ignoring Kong Lingfu following behind Lin Yueli. Possibly because his presence was barely more notable than the 2 bodyguards who never spoke throughout. Watching the 4 figures gradually depart, the 8 finally returned their focus to Xiao Yixue. Uncle. There are lots of bags over there, can we go pick them up? Lu Sanlang eyed the distant looters eagerly, more excited than they were. Yes, Xiao Yixue crossed his arms behind his back, but everything goes to me. Ah. Lu Sanlang looked at him pitifully, his gaze resembling a child asking for snacks. With so many people watching here, if you take these items and get targeted or robbed, don't come crying to me. Upon hearing Xiao Yixue's words, the 8 immediately understood. Each swiftly summoned their flying swords, gathering in haste under envious gazes, collecting scattered storage bags, weapons, treasures, and not even leaving the corpses of beast demons untouched. Then, before everyone's watchful eyes, they handed all spoils to their uncle, letting him continue shouldering the blame. If the bodies on the icy plains represented villains, then those observing from beyond the ice could be seen as righteous forces and neutrals. As long as there was no troublemaking leader and no muddying of the waters, they would simply observe from start to finish and wouldn't risk tearing off their masks for such minor gains. Xiao Yixue didn't care whether they observed or not, if they came, he'd kill them, if they didn't, he'd ignore them. Uncle. Let's continue our training. The 8 disciples were now filled with fervent anticipation, hoping that one day they too could reach the heights of their master and uncle. Alright, but I won't lend a hand anymore from here on. Xiao Yixue crossed his arms, deliberately hiding them in his sleeves, appearing as delicate and scholarly as someone unable to endure even a gentle breeze. Understood. Uncle, just watch us. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we will do our best to find solutions. Exactly. Uncle, just stand by and observe us. All 8 disciples' eyes simultaneously shone with confident and brilliant light. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Above the secret realm, airflow finally appeared, signaling the impending closure of its entrance. Xiao Yixue looked up, calculating that they had 1 or 2 more days before leaving just in case. After all, in such unstable places as the secret realms, it was prudent to withdraw immediately once signs of closure appeared, otherwise, if accidents happened and they got trapped inside, they'd have to wait until the next opening to leave. Fugitives with nowhere else to go might choose to remain hidden in the secret realm, but normal people wouldn't. Thus, Xiao Yixue casually summoned the capricious little sailboat and left the area carrying 8 seasick-prone passengers. After exiting the secret realm, he didn't bother waiting for the teleportation array to activate, since he still carried some grudges on him. He decided to directly let the small sailboat cross half the continent back to 7 Spirit Sect. Chu Jiachen had been waiting patiently atop the large rock of Sword Dust Peak in his elegant white attire which contrasted refreshingly against the lush greenery surrounding the mountain. Master, we are back, ugh, vomit. Chu Jiachen retained his smile as he cast a purification spell over them. You've worked hard. I can see that you've gained greatly. Xiao Yixue, who benefited even more significantly this month without any dangers, idly played with the palm-sized sailboat as he silently joined Chu Jiachen at his side. There was no reason to summon Chu Jiachen during these past danger-free 30 days, and loneliness was something he endured alone during quiet times. He may be unrestrained, but not to the extent of losing propriety in inappropriate moments. Welcome back. Chu Jiachen turned toward him with a slightly warmer smile reserved only for him. Xiao Yixue arched an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming brilliantly. Chapter 69, Unfathomable Thoughts. The 8 disciples returned at an opportune time, coinciding with the week-long monthly vacation on Sword Dust Peak. They swelled with confidence, starting to team up with older students for missions. Chu Jiachen did not stop them. Spring was the season for farming preparations and also when many hibernating demonic beasts awakened. In short, mission season was at its peak. Almost everyone on Sword Dust Peak ventured out, leaving only 3 labor disciples behind because labor disciples do not enjoy holidays. Seeing the deserted Sword Dust Peak, Gu Ling couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although she still received much care from various senior brothers like usual, escaping gossip sessions held by certain elder sisters remained unavoidable. During the 5 years prior, though accustomed, she always felt assured while having her master's backing to proudly face all challenges head-on. Now she lacked that confidence. Today was her turn to clean the mountain path outside Qingxin Garden. Nowadays, she couldn't wear her beloved pink dress anymore, restricted to a set of grey disciple robes. Only then did she realize she hadn't worn even once the blue robes given annually to 7 Spirit Sect disciples. It felt somewhat self-mocking to think that enduring current humiliation might serve some meaning. Returning to 7 Spirit Sect wasn't due to being cornered, it was because she thought it essential to participate in the Immortal Alliance Assembly, a matter far more crucial than traveling to Fire Country to seek the 5 color stones. Compared to joining other sects within the Immortal Alliance, coming back under the identity of 7 Spirit Sect disciples seemed much safer. She calculated in her mind while sweeping, occasionally paying attention to the surroundings of Qingxin Garden using her peripheral vision. Xiao Yixue always lived with Chu Jiachen in Qingxin Garden. Most times she remained composed, except in Xiao Yixue's presence where maintaining clarity proved hard. Since returning, facing Chu Jiachen brought serenity, yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't erase Xiao Yixue's image from her mind. She felt as though this life with Xiao Yixue had somehow completely reversed compared to the memories of her previous existence. In the previous life, Moe fully devoted himself to her, resolving misunderstandings in the end. Now, it was her turn, yearning for Xiao Yixue night and day, heart entirely focused on him. The more she resisted, the deeper he rooted in her soul. She finally understood the pain Moe had endured after his arduous return from the blood-soaked sea of the demon realm, only to find her harboring feelings for Chu Jiachen, nearly committing herself for life and almost breaking their soul bond, a betrayal that must have torn him apart. Now it was her turn. In a moment of carelessness, they had already formed the pact. Initially, she still clung to a glimmer of hope, having overheard 7 Spirit Sect disciples discussing battle formations and combinations. But as days passed and her observations grew more precise, her heart sank deeper into despair. For she had once seen the look in Mo Yi's eyes, so she knew, Xiao Yixue's feelings for Chu Jiachen were genuine. More genuine than in their past life. In their previous existence, circumstances led them to see each other rarely, often engaging in mutual torment. Today, with Xiao Yixue by Chu Jiachen's side, he lived freely and peacefully. Strolling together, playing chess together, watching sunsets together. Simple pleasures, yet even bystanders felt at ease witnessing their harmony. Xiao Yixue was merely unrestrained, never exhibiting Mo Yi's ruthlessness or cruelty. Unlike Mo Yi, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless innocents and cultivators from the Immortal Alliance, tainting him forever in infamy. Gu Ling suffered deeply, acknowledging that she preferred this version of Mo Yi, though this Mo Yi no longer belonged to her. Xiao Yixue was brought out by Chu Jiachen. The original Moe was shaped under her influence. She couldn't grasp why from the same abyss, 2 vastly different humanities emerged. Could it be because she hadn't been kind enough to Moe in their previous life? Gu Ling tried to refute this notion internally but found it futile. Compared to Chu Jiachen, her attitude toward Moe had indeed mirrored that of a princess to her servant. Only after Moe lost his memories did he follow her every word. As recollections mounted, bitterness swelled in her heart. She wasn't sure why she insisted on comparing herself to Chu Jiachen. Nor could she comprehend where she drew the audacity to measure virtues against such an exalted figure. A master is a master. Depressed, she swept without awareness, movements becoming sluggish and listless. At dusk, Chu Jiachen and Xiao Yixue returned from practicing on the 7th peak of the 7 Spirits Mountain, coincidentally passing through the path Gu Ling was sweeping. The atmosphere among the 3 momentarily turned intricate. Had this happened in their past life, it would have been a battleground. An inevitable clash leaving no room for quiet. Yet now it was different. Because Gu Ling lacked the courage to declare war on Chu Jiachen. Her last shred of self-awareness filled her with shame. No matter whom she compared herself to, some confidence remained, except against Chu Jiachen, who embodied the ideal sword immortal of their past life. Against him, she conceded without resistance. Seeing Chu Jiachen outlined against the sunset glow, she wondered how in her heart, Chu Jiachen could lose to Moe. It didn't make sense. For the first time, she stepped outside herself to reevaluate her past life. Xiao Yixue frowned. Gu Ling blocked their way. As the two approached slowly, the distance between them diminished rapidly. Before long, she stood motionlessly in the center of the narrow path, blocking both road and broom entirely. After glimpsing the Empress Consort's face through Mu Jin's memories, all remaining patience for Gu Ling had turned to vigilance. In his current state, whenever he saw Gu Ling, suspicions arose that she sought Chu Jiachen's favor. He might disregard others, but regarding Chu Jiachen's safety, he allowed no oversight. Even though he knew Chu Jiachen didn't need protection like a fragile flower, passivity wasn't in his nature. Linger, do you need something? Chu Jiachen paused. Gu Ling startled awake, instinctively stepping back twice, realizing then that she had obstructed their way. She hurriedly gathered her broom and retreated aside. Teacher. Ling'er accidentally lost focus. Head downcast, she dared not meet Chu Jiachen's eyes. She feared being read like an open book, afraid that Chu Jiachen would discover her rebellious thoughts, dreading most of all that he realized she considered him a romantic rival. Xiao Yixue narrowed his eyes. The evasive gaze suggested there was definitely something concealed in her mind. He couldn't allow Chu Jiachen to linger here resolving trivial matters with her. To lose concentration while sweeping, what else can you accomplish? Gu Ling pressed her lips together. Ling'er has erred, and willingly accepts punishment. Forget it, sweeping for a day is monotonous even if not tiresome, rest instead. Saying that, Chu Jiachen no longer looked at her, leading the evidently discontent Xiao Yixue uphill. Watching sunsets with Xiao Yixue had become part of Chu Jiachen's daily routine. Chapter 70, Host, It's You. As usual, the two sat on the peak, facing the sunset. Xiao Yixue's brows were tightly knitted, his mood heavy, and even the afterglow couldn't reach his eyes. Burdened by worries? Chu Jiachen gave him a sidelong glance. Xiao Yixue took a deep breath and recounted to Chu Jiachen without reservation about Mu Jin and the late Emperor Lin Yu's affairs. Including that pivotal figure, the Crown Prince consort. After listening to the story, Chu Jiachen also fell into deep thought. It seems that the notion of resisting fate isn't the first to appear in the descendants of Nuwa. Xiao Yixue analyzed. Perhaps several generations ago, it had already begun to sprout. It just happens once every 1,000 years, times too far back, and not something accessible to ordinary people, so no records were left. I saw all the past through Mu Jin's memories. That crown princess carefully planned everything step by step. When Mu Jin realized it was a trap, it was already impossible to turn back. Lin Yu didn't trust him, that was the most fatal point. Otherwise, he might not have died either. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiachen asked, do you think why Lin Yu didn't trust? I think, Xiao Yixue paused, he probably didn't dare gamble with his country. Chu Jiachen fell silent, recalling what Xiao Yixue had mentioned earlier, 1,000 years ago, the heavenly pit foreseen by the imperial diviner would ultimately appear above the old territory of the Lin kingdom. As the soon-to-be enthroned crown prince, Lin Yu couldn't take the risk. But he dared not say it. From Mu Jin's perspective, if Lin Yu had been upfront from the start, even explicitly sacrificing himself to save the whole Lin kingdom, Mu Jin wouldn't have hesitated. What Mu Jin found unacceptable was that Lin Yu had secretly laid out a path for his death without his knowledge, without even consultation. Had Mu Jin not possessed remarkable cultivation skills, he would have certainly died on the spot without ever knowing the truth. Even though he clung to life, enduring risks of being captured by pursuers while leaving behind a trail of blood marks, when he finally met Lin Yu again at their old meeting place, he wasn't greeted by familiar companions coming to rescue him, but rather an order from an unfamiliar crown prince to show no mercy in execution. Chu Jiachen couldn't help but frown. From Lin Yu's lingering spirit obsessively chasing after Mu Jin, one could see that he didn't seem like a cold-hearted or ruthlessly rational person. But the memory Xiao Yixue saw couldn't be wrong. There was contradiction, there was intrigue. At the time, did Lin Yu love the crown princess deeply? Chu Jiachen asked. Love? Xiao Yixue frowned as well, answering after a moment of hesitation, I can't tell. Chu Jiachen was slightly surprised, what do you mean? Xiao Yixue shrugged, rather than calling it love, it was more like obsession. And the crown princess towards him? Climbing the social ladder. So sure. Absolutely. Chu Jiachen's doubt was silently rebuffed by Xiao Yixue's straightforward gaze. Alright, then who is Mu Jin? What use does his heart serve? And what connection exists between him and Lin Yu? When they reached this point, Xiao Yixue returned to his original expression, his eyes shadowy and profound. For a long time, he slowly exhaled 8 words. The destined one, the innocent heart. Chu Jiachen squinted his eyes, the destined one. Xiao Yixue organized his thoughts, gazing toward the sun swallowed by the horizon, gravely saying. Lin Yu, the destined one 1,000 years ago. As for the crown princess, what she wanted was the heart closely tied to the destined one. But the court was ruthless. Lin Yu, as the crown prince, had a dead mother and the only genuine person in his life was Mu Jin. The initial target of the crown princess was Mu Jin. To obtain Mu Jin's soul, she deliberately got close to Lin Yu. All these plans were established from the very first sight she encountered both of them. I guess, to avoid creating a rift between Mu Jin and Lin Yu if Mu Jin knew the truth prematurely, she instructed Lin Yu to never let Mu Jin find out the truth before taking his soul. In this way, Mu Jin's memories and Lin Yu's subsequent actions aligned perfectly. After listening to his analysis, Chu Jiachen understood. The heart of someone loyal to the destined one is the only thing that could replace her to fill the heavenly pit. Xiao Yixue nodded, exactly, that's how it went. He sighed after a pause, though we don't know the outcomes from 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, this was her method 1,000 years ago. Chu Jiachen furrowed his brow slightly. The destined one. Could it be that in the original story, Gu Ling was the one chosen by fate this time? System. I'm here. Will the person chosen by fate 2 years from now be the same as in the original story? It's different, host, because the celestial signs have already changed. Then who is this person? I apologize, host. It's you. Chapter 71, 55%. Xiao Yixuan noticed he had suddenly stiffened and curiously nudged him. What? Thinking of something? Upon hearing this, Chu Jiachen still turned his neck stiffly, silently staring at him. If, this time, the person chosen by fate was himself. Then, the heart of innocence tied to the person chosen by fate. Wasn't it referring to? In the original story, Gu Ling was the person chosen by fate, and there were many who cared about her. However, those who truly harbored an innocent heart towards her were only the original male protagonist and the second male lead. Chu Jiachen obtained the answer he had guessed from the system's prompt. In the original story, the people capable of dying for the female protagonist were only two, Moe, the main male character, and Chu Jiachen, the second male lead. Perhaps because Gu Ling and Moe were arguing at the time, or perhaps Gu Ling just couldn't bear to let Moe disappear into nothingness, she angrily proceeded to the heavenly pit instead. Yixue. What is it? Xiao Yixue was startled by his sudden seriousness. Chu Jiachen heavily patted his shoulder and earnestly said, "You must practice diligently." Why? Don't let anyone capture you. Xiao Yixue followed his line of thought. Do you mean, you're the person chosen by fate this time? Yes. Chu Jiachen tapped his chest without any intention of hiding, so now you know how dangerous it is for you. Don't fall for me, there's no future in it. Away with you, when are you joking around at such a critical moment? Which part of what you said is false? The last sentence. According to Mu Jin's memories, the crown princess could sense upon seeing Mu Jin for the first time that what she needed was on Mu Jin. However, since Gu Ling had been living here for quite some time, had she perhaps already sensed it long ago? 2 question marks simultaneously popped up above their heads. After exchanging glances. How does it seem? Not bad. Can you handle it? Yes. Chu Jiachen chose to trust him. Even though in the original story he lost intelligence, but now it was evident that his wits were intact. Oh, I should ask again, do you have any vulnerabilities? Chu Jiachen intended to exchange intelligence first, fearing the unexpected. If by chance Xiao Yixue had a family or siblings that could be used as leverage, it wouldn't be good. I'm an orphan. Xiao Yixue looked at him expressionlessly. Chu Jiachen nodded. Good, so am I. Besides you Chu Jiachen, the only one left who holds some sway over me is my master. Xiao Yixue added a sentence. Oh, then there's no issue. Regarding the sect leader, they probably won't be able to catch her. Chu Jiachen was relieved. Cui Yunshan sneezed somewhere on the mountain ridge. On the deep blue sky, 2 stars converged and then parted ways. Gu Ling experienced unbearable headaches. She had a premonition. But even she herself dared not believe it. In the previous life, the ones who could save her were the ones who truly loved her, thus her hands remained unstained with others' blood and grievances, remaining pure from start to end. But now, as she resolved to take the initiative despite being covered in blood, the celestial signs abruptly changed into a mystery. After finally stabilizing, the predicted target turned out to be someone she never wished to oppose in this lifetime. If he dies, then what meaning would there be for me to stay here? Gu Ling's heart fell into despair as the sky darkened. On one side was the opportunity she didn't want to give up, and on the other was the love she didn't wish to abandon. She was more conflicted than those 2 individuals. Late night. In Chu Jiachen's bedroom. Xiao Yixue sat on the floor reading under the lamp, surrounded by scattered pages like a student cramming right before exams. Do you really think there's a way to solve everything once and for all? He asked without looking up at Chu Jiachen who was drinking tea behind him. It's just a hypothesis. Perhaps, we'll have to go to the Fire Kingdom to find out the truth eventually. Chu Jiachen lightly blew on the tea leaves in his cup while the system interface in front of him continued to display, calculating. The advanced deduction that was initiated using the copied 5-colored stone from last time still had an unknown progress. In general, the deduction process would require a loading bar, but now there wasn't one. So Chu Jiachen guessed perhaps it was due to the insufficient known clues at present. This round of disaster had shifted onto the Fire Kingdom, but the Fire Kingdom did not have a crown princess who could solve the problem in advance. Genius can be forced out of someone under extreme pressure. Maybe the Fire Kingdom would also produce a few geniuses. Chu Jiachen silently switched the interface and took a glance at Gu Ling's profile. Name, Gu Ling. Age, 17. Realm, Late Golden Pellet. Main female index, 55%, medium. Current role status, confusion and disorder. Already at 55%. Chu Jiachen felt in a daze that this speed was actually quite fast. He wondered what she did during her disappearance that made her score drop so much. Did you just speak? Xiao Yixue turned around holding 3 thick books stacked in a triangular formation. No, Chu Jichen shook his head and continued drinking tea. Xiao Yixue looked at him strangely. Although he had learned a lot of new words from Chu Jichen, occasionally there were still things he couldn't understand. Am I really too uneducated, my cultural level too low? While muttering to himself, Xiao Yixue held up the books, searching for possible relevant records while also considering if he should read more books in the future. How long the stars in the sky had been shining, the candlelight inside the house had burned for just as long. Until dawn when Meng Hu came dragging a broom to take over, she found that Gu Ling, who had been on watch all night on the mountain path, was looking very weary and didn't even have the energy to glare at her. Looking at her lost-in-thought back figure, Meng Hu had doubts. Hallucinating, has she gone crazy? Chapter 72, Just Right. Chu Jichen quietly tidied up the books on the floor. It was holiday break and there was no morning practice, sunlight slanted through the window. There were many pages on the ground with hastily scribbled notes from the all-nighter session, making them difficult to clean up with magic. Xiao Yixue was slumped on the floor, leaning against one leg of the desk, tilting his head sideways, and had fallen asleep. He wasn't physically tired, he was mentally exhausted. Chu Jichen spent a full hour sorting and packing away all these books and notes for Xiao Yixue. When he finally finished, Xiao Yixue still showed no sign of waking up. How much is he resisting learning? Chu Jichen subconsciously adjusted his glasses only to realize he wasn't actually in school, and Xiao Yixue wasn't his seatmate. He paused briefly, sighed softly, and squatted in front of Xiao Yixue. Thinking about it, other than when they first met and he helped Xiao Yixue heal his injuries, he hadn't yet had such an opportunity where he could gaze at him like this, so focused and calm without being noticed. Asleep, Xiao Yixue's brows weren't as fierce as usual, and his lips weren't clenched tightly as they often were, the slightly open mouth revealed his utterly relaxed state. But as long as Chu Jichen didn't comb his hair, the messy strands remained chaotic. Everyone else's hair lay neatly like silk, his was like static electricity. Initially, Chu Jichen maintained a sense of boundaries, merely watching him silently without any intention of touching. But then he thought, isn't this person my partner? What's wrong with touching your partner once? So he reached out and pressed down the unruly strands of hair that had frizzed after pulling an all-nighter. Immersed in dreams about studying endlessly, Xiao Yixue seemed to feel it subconsciously and unknowingly lean towards the warm hand, causing his body's center of gravity to gradually shift. Just as he was about to fall over, Chu Jichen secretly caught him in his arms. Chu Jichen lowered his eyebrows and looked at the stubborn sleeping face before him, rarely discovering that this was the first time Xiao Yixue looked somewhat like a younger brother right now. Raising his hand again, he gently swept away the strand of hair that was almost going into Xiao Yixue's mouth. But as soon as he let go, the wind blowing in from outside the window persistently pushed those strands back towards his mouth. Chu Jichen, a man with severe OCD tendencies, frowned. A gust of wind came again, bringing the strands back to his lips. Chu Jichen's lungs puffed up. Using 4 fingers and 3 gaps to pin the rebellious strands, forcing them together with his fingers deep into the root of Xiao Yixue's scalp. Xiao Yixue didn't wake up. But since his brain had something supporting it behind, his whole head naturally rested upon it, his chin raised, and even his breathing became smoother. The sudden irritation Chu Jichen felt earlier quickly disappeared. An indescribable emotion took its place. When the distance closed to about 3 millimeters, he lowered his eyelids. Their lips met, and Xiao Yixue's eyebrows twitched slightly as his eyes remained closed. Chu Jichen moved gently, with a tenderness that refrained from disturbing, doing something uncontrollable yet unavoidable. The warmth of their breath slowly seeped into Xiao Yixue's dreams. The troubling shadows receded like an ebbing tide, followed by golden sunlight spreading across the beach. In a daze of excitement, he gradually opened his hazy, sleepy eyes. The morning light of spring enveloped him from behind the person in front, resembling the color of a dream. Upon discovering Xiao Yixue was awake, Chu Jichen paused, with a trace of undetectable guilt, then lightly opened his eyes. Before he could utter, "Good morning," he was silenced once more, along with his words. Aha! Xiao Yixue woke up feeling very content. For whether it was the spring breeze or the morning sun, everything was just right. Chapter 73, A Good Day. This initiative marked Chu Jichen's first. His kiss was tender, one might even say polite. As if handling his only treasure, letting the person in his arms indulge without wanting to break free. Xiao Yixue regretted opening his eyes. If he had pretended, this tenderness might have continued indefinitely. With a single arm around his neck, Chu Jichen didn't resist, allowing the aggressive presence to freely roam between their lips. Perhaps he gradually found a way to integrate into this rhythm, thus gently responding. This undoubtedly fueled the brazen invasion even further. Suddenly, his shoulder was gripped tightly, an unsteady breath carrying suppressed emotions grazing his face, softly blowing into his ear. Chu Jichen, I can't help myself. Hearing this, Chu Jichen slowly opened his eyes. Their gazes locked. Only then did Xiao Yixue realize the corners of his eyes had unknowingly reddened. Chu Jichen was not immune, naturally, he understood this sensation. But now, their bodies harbored 2 opposing forces. Even at this level of fusion, a powerful rejection reaction occurred. It was their persistence that allowed them to endure such pain for so long amidst these conflicting powers. Chu Jichen smiled helplessly. We don't know if accepting the legacy of gods and demons was right or wrong. After listening, Xiao Yixue tightly shut his lips, frowned deeply, and unconsciously tightened his fingers as if forcefully suppressing some emotions. One day, I will rise above it. He gritted his teeth and spoke. Don't rush, there's plenty of time. Chu Jichen gently gave him an assuring embrace, fearing Xiao Yixue would overwork himself in cultivation, potentially harming his body or causing spiritual imbalance. There's still much time, as long as you remain safe. Xiao Yixue lowered his forehead, pressing it against Chu Jichen's left shoulder, like someone who has stood too long seeking a chair to lean back on. Chu Jichen no longer teased him. For he, too, had issues he needed to silently suppress. Outside the courtyard, the dream fox grew bored. Ji Yuling had been overly calm lately, leaving her utterly disoriented. She dared not approach Qingxin Garden, fearing a slip-up that might expose her demonic identity. Though the dream fox emitted no demon aura, she was genuinely a full-blooded demon. Precisely due to this characteristic, she was frequently dispatched by the Demon King to the human world, tasked with undercover missions akin to spies and informants. Her assignment to surveil Ji Yuling felt, to be honest, beneath her contempt. Because Ji Yuling was the weakest opponent she had ever encountered. These days, after observing her, she discovered Ji Yuling held some affection for Master Chu Jichen, and also a deep fondness for Uncle Xiao Yixue. The dream fox felt somewhat awkward. Logically, since she was thoroughly bored with nothing to do, whether for amusement or to intentionally flaunt her abilities in front of Ji Yuling, she should have intervened between Xiao and Chu to weave her scheming plot. However, while Ji Yuling was hopelessly inept, Chu Jichen was impenetrably flawless. Not to mention Xiao Yixue, whose heart and eyes were entirely set on Chu Jichen. The dream fox's awkward situation stemmed from her inability to view either Xiao or Chu as opponents, regardless of their strengths. A love untainted by worldly conventions left her, an expert in exploiting desires, at a loss of how to intervene. Ji Yuling felt very frustrated, but the dream fox wasn't faring much better with this dilemma. Thus, she somewhat strangely pitted Ji Yuling. Who doesn't like someone better? Why does she have to fall for two inseparable people? The dream fox continued sweeping while muttering, "Tsk tisk," to herself. Her wandering gaze seemed to be searching for the petite figure that frequently sneaked around Qingxin Garden. "Tsk, not there again, looks like she's been hurt once more. Tsk, so pitiful." The dream fox flicked a strand of hair behind her ear. This spring breeze did indeed mess up one's hair easily. She was stunningly beautiful, from some perspectives, even more so than Ji Yuling. Yet, she didn't feel a shred of jealousy toward Ji Yuling. Had it not been for the task at hand, she would have found it too tedious to bother lingering around Ji Yuling. She preferred men of all sorts of beauties. Watching a girl less sensuous and appealing than herself day after day genuinely made her feel slighted. Her gaze unintentionally drifted toward the window of Qingxin Garden. Two figures came into her view. One appeared to be writing down something troubling, while the other sat beside him leisurely drinking tea. Tsk, another fine day indeed. Chapter 74, a little too hot. Spring passed, and autumn was approaching. Attending the Immortal Alliance conference had already been put on the agenda by Cui Yunshan. Though he did not fully trust Xao Yixue in handling matters, he was absolutely reassured when it came to Chu Jichen. All the arrangements were delegated entirely to Chu Jichen, while Cui Yunshan only needed to focus on intelligence concerning the abyss. Ji Yuling, Dream Fox, and Lu Shouchuan, having behaved too obediently, successfully turned professional at the end of summer. According to the tradition of Jianchen Peak, their status as errand disciples wouldn't be revoked, but they could enjoy the same treatment as ordinary disciples. This included the eligibility to participate in the Immortal Alliance conference held at the beginning of autumn. In the last few days of summer, a massive flying dragon ship flew high above, with the Seven Spirit Sect's flag proudly raised. Chu Jichen stood at the bow of the ship, dressed in a white master robe, wearing the spiritual jade belt emblem of Jianchen Peak's master, with his neat high ponytail tied back, complemented by a silver crown and hairpins, standing out under the sunlight. Therefore, Xao Yixue nearby couldn't help but slightly tidy up his usually messy appearance. Oh. The dragon horn blew, signaling the start of the journey. Xao Yixue turned around and glanced at the 200 or 300 people on the ship. What surprised him was that the master of the Hanging Flask Peak, Fang Suyun, and her young attendant had come along. Due to their doctor-patient relationship, Xao Yixue harbored goodwill towards the Hanging Flask Peak, so he went forward to greet them. "Sister Suyun, you've come." "Yes, brother, following the master's order, I am tasked to accompany." Fang Suyun smiled faintly. Just by standing there, she exuded serenity and elegance. Xao Yixue understood she referred to the matters regarding the abyss and the curse, naturally not questioning further in front of the junior disciples. But, Fang Suyun changed the topic. "Master ordered me to accompany the entire way, brother, are you not upset about that?" After finishing, she blinked even more gracefully. Xao Yixue's smile disappeared. Nearby, Yinhe glanced at Xao Ishue, then at her own master, and finally at the mark on Xao Ishue's left ring finger, swallowing the question, "Do you like my master?" back down. On the mountaintop, Cui Yunshan watched the flying dragon ship ascend into the cloud seas with a peaceful gaze, revealing no hint of competitiveness. It seemed he only wished everyone to go safely and return safely. Those rankings and reputations were not important at all. On the ship, the originally neatly aligned disciples were permitted to rest in place, and the elders didn't prohibit them from chatting. The height of the flying dragon ship was so high that the rivers and mountains below were completely invisible, only layer upon layer of clouds stretched endlessly. The 8-person team had now grown into an 11-person group, their squad becoming increasingly larger. As fellow Jianchen Peak disciples, Jiang Beiyu's team of 10 weren't grouped with them but instead mixed with the large crowd of 7 Spirits Peak, warmly greeted by more than 100 people. In a corner at the stern, the 11 people managed to huddle in a circle, yet the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Perhaps the Dream Fox was doing relatively fine, her age being unknown, but her youthful appearance earned her the title of Big Sister. On the other hand, Lu Shouchuan was well over 40 years old. Normally speaking, the 8 members plus Ji Yuling should call him uncle. But since the 3 of them had just joined the sect recently and were considered errand disciples, junior disciples were still disciples, so the 8 had to address them as junior brother and junior sister. Only heaven knew how uncomfortable they felt when they forced themselves to call Lu Shouchuan junior brother. Thus, now everyone remained silent collectively. Not speaking became the norm for the night. The next morning, for the first time, the group saw a magnificent mountain range rising high above the sea of clouds. Its height was awe-inspiring. Even though the flying dragon ship had ascended quite high, as they drew nearer, all aboard realized they were but at the foot of the mountain, entirely forgetting the thousands of feet above the cloud seas below. This was Kunlun Tian Mountain, a place known by mortals as the Immortal Gate. Kunlun Tian Mountain was home to the most famous ancient relic, the Divine Descent Terrace. It was said to be one of the channels connecting the realms of immortals and mortals, but unfortunately, it had lost its function today. The navigation route of 7 Spirit Sect's flying dragon ship almost went in a straight line, just passing over Divine Descent Mountain, so many disciples couldn't help but crane their necks to catch a view. The Silent 11 weren't exceptions. Ji Yuling stood at the very rear end of the ship, with the boundary of the vessel on her left and Meng Hu on her right. This woman continued to stick by her side incessantly, filling Ji Yuling's heart with much annoyance. To the right of Meng Hu was Lu Shouchuan, who also stayed close, though he was directly ignored by Meng Hu. The remaining 8 lined up neatly, shoulder to shoulder, not feeling the distance that separated the other 3. As the flying dragon ship slowly flew over the sky above the Divine Descent Terrace, Xinming's pupils suddenly contracted, his body's blood freezing along with his laughter. The Divine Descent Terrace looked like an ancient altar, though covered with marks of time, it could not hide its mysterious outline. He had spent a year flipping through all the geographical and historical books, unable to find any reference to the mountain or the map he was searching for, yet now they appeared unexpectedly before his eyes without warning. Xinming. Wenya was the first to notice his change of mood. Ming, your father figure, is painting you a picture. If one day, you can see this mountain, and this pattern, if you walk inside, maybe then you will know everything. Xinming. Xinming. Wenya grasped his hand clutching the railing, finding it cold and trembling. How could it be, here? Xinming shivered both physically and emotionally. No matter how hard he thought, he would never have imagined that he, a simple child from the mountains, would be related to a place beyond the mortal world. What is here? What happened, Xinming? Concern filled Wenya's expression as he furrowed his brow. Xinming kept his eyes fixated on the Divine Descent Terrace until it disappeared behind the flying ship, obstructed by layers of towering peaks. Is it too windy here? Still worried about him, Wenya touched his forehead and said, "Let me accompany you back inside to sit down." Xinming gave no response, so Wenya attempted to pull him, managing to drag him along. Thus, the two made their way to a quiet corner where they sat down. There was no one around them, everyone else was pressed against the ship's protective boundary observing the entirety of the Kunlun Tian mountain range. No one noticed that there were 2 people in the corner with troubled expressions. Xinming, what exactly happened? Wenya assumed that earlier there were too many people around, making Xinming hesitant to speak up. Now that no one was near and everyone else was captivated by the outside scenery, Wenya believed Xinming would feel comfortable enough to confide in him. Wenya. In that single moment, Xinming seemed to grow up suddenly. The innocence and cheerfulness in his eyes gradually vanished under the shadow of gloom. With unfocused eyes, his voice raspy, he asked, "If one day, you discover, that your origins are somehow connected to deities." Wenya scratched his head, "I already am. I mean, my origin has always been somewhat divine-related." Xinming. Wenya. The awkward situation that abruptly arose instantly shattered much of the shadow in Xinming's heart. Slowly lowering his head, after a while, flustered, he rubbed his face wondering how to deal with this sudden heat. Chapter 75, Something Off. Xinming did know about Wenya. And Wenya himself had told him so. On the day Xin-Ming finally mustered the courage to ask, Enya casually revealed the information while practicing his swordplay. This revelation made Xin-Ming feel as though he might have been the last person to know. What's wrong? Enya recalled his focused gaze at the Divine Descent terrace and thoughtfully guessed. Did you discover some clue tied to your own origins? Is it related to that Divine Descent terrace? So, does this mean you're probably also a descendant of gods or immortals? Enya speculated. Squatting on the ground cross-legged, Xin-Ming held his head in his hands and rubbed it vigorously. The impact of this news on him was enormous. Even hearing that an emperor once ordered your entire family slaughtered wouldn't have affected him as much as this currently did, leaving him utterly powerless and desperate. Don't worry, you're not alone, I'm here with you. Wenya affectionately patted his shoulder to comfort him. Xin-Ming paused in his actions, but you're not human. Wenya's hand that was patting his shoulder also froze in place. Given this situation, could we still be friends? Crack. The surrounding scenery completely stopped. With a slight sound from the bottom of the ship, everyone instantly had a feeling of stepping on solid ground. Whoosh. The horn of the flying dragon ship blew again as the Seven Spirits Sect reached its destination. In an instant, the welcoming envoys flew over neatly like flowing light. The Celestial Alliance, or Immortal Gate, was practically the place most fitting for immortals in the eyes of mortals. Under Wenya's distraction, Xin-Ming's various questions and emotions were suppressed. As Wenya said, if it is to be an immortal world, then so be it, there's nothing too extraordinary about it. There will always be a way when the car reaches the mountain, when the ship gets to the bridge, everything will straighten itself out. It was meaningless to worry or feel anxious too early. Xin-Ming clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and finally let go gently. Hurry up. We're last. Wenya pulled him along, quickly catching up with the tail of the main group. Chu Jiandust, Fang Suchuan, and Xiao Yixue walked together at the front. Yes, Fang Suchuan was between these two people, due to her identity and status. The esteemed Deputy Sect Mistress Fang of the Seven Spirits Sect, please forgive our tardy welcome. Upon seeing Fang Suchuan, the envoys of the Celestial Alliance all became even more respectful, bending their waists even further while making salutations. Dear fellow Taoists, there is no need for such formality, Fang Suchuan smiled faintly, adding an undeniable aura of authority to her usual grace. Today, although she seemed calm on the surface, she was secretly quite pleased inside. As the saying goes, left azure dragon, right white tiger, with Chu Jiandust on her left and Xiao Yixue on her right, even though she was a medicinal cultivator, she could walk with a commanding presence. The welcoming entourage from the Celestial Alliance was impressive, but the time spent arranging accommodations for the Seven Spirit Sect members was brief. Before long, several hundred people were already settled down on a mountain peak filled with birdsong and floral scents. Chu Jiandust stood atop the mountain gazing into the distance. This place was at a high altitude, as if crossing some kind of boundary into another, higher realm. Why higher? Because every blade of grass and tree here was extraordinary. It was as if situated at the border between the mortal world and the immortal realms, just one step away from entering the immortal domain. This kind of sensation would resonate with every mortal who came here. Unfortunately, however close they might feel, the immortal realm remains a reflection in the mirror, a moon in the water, something beyond the grasp of all mortals. How is the scenery here? Xiao Yixue asked, sitting on a branch behind him. Not bad. Compared to Sword-Dust Peak. Chu Jiandust smiled without turning around and said, the old place is still better. Both currently possessed the energy of a Yuaning initial stage cultivator. Chu Jiandust's spiritual energy was real, whereas Xiao Yixue's was deliberately suppressed. In the cultivation world, there was an unwritten rule: in places where ordinary people or low-tier disciples were numerous, all high-level cultivators should voluntarily suppress their powers so as not to overwhelm others with their spiritual pressure. Thus, Chu Jiandust always maintained a very low level of cultivation power, but no one ever doubted his strength. Instead, they assumed he cared deeply for his disciples, which invisibly enhanced his approachability among them. Both senior brothers are here. A gentle tone came from behind them. There was no need to turn around, they knew it was Fang Suchuan, the deputy headmaster of the Seven Spirits Sect who had finished with formalities. Xiao Yixue jumped down from the tree, landing in front of her. Sister, what do you need? Fang Suchuan's steps were forced to stop, but her smile remained unchanged. Senior brothers, the leader invites you. Qingyu Valley, Ling Water Cave. Chu Jiandust and the other were directly brought before an operating ceiling array, with Stone Jingtian, the alliance leader, looking worried and gloomy. Xiao Yixue met this alliance leader for the first time. He did not appear as experienced as imagined, looking like a regular middle-aged man with a square face that radiated fairness. Jiandust, you're here. Stone Jingtian was more familiar with Chu Jiandust, thus dispensing with much of the usual formality. Leader, long time no see. Chu Jiandust bowed slightly and then introduced, this is my junior brother, Xiao Yixue, and also my cultivation partner. In Chu Jiandust's memory banks, this Stone Jingtian counted as a friend, a genius of a century ago, although older. Now, he was likely over 200 years old. In private, let's not call each other by titles like leader. Since no one else is here, we can act casually as we used to. Stone Jiantian laughed heartily. Chu Jiandust shook his head helplessly. Jiantian, you really haven't changed a bit in all these years. You're one to talk, you're the same too. Stone Jiantian laughed heartily, and couldn't help but look at Xiao Yixue, who was keeping a watchful attitude. As for the matter of Xiao Yixue's disappearance and her subsequent rescue by Chu Jiandust, he had heard it all from Cui Yunshan. Had he not been truly preoccupied with urgent matters, he would have insisted on personally visiting the Seven Spirit Sect. Is the soul bond really effective? His gaze returned to Chu Jiandust, skipping straight to the point. Chu Jiandust thought about it for a moment before giving a serious and precise answer. It has average effect on the yellow rank level, no immediate results, but if it's raised to the mystic rank, it can almost completely suppress the issues. The frequency of outbreaks is also extremely low. Oh. I see. Stone Jiantian looked deep in thought. Even though Chu Jiandust's explanation seemed reasonable, there was just something that didn't feel right. Chapter 76, Exalted Morals. Never mind, put that aside for now. Stone Jiantian turned around and looked at the newly opened sealing array and said, there are 2 cultivators here from the Immortal Alliance. They were recently discovered and brought back safely. Jianchen, take a look. Are their conditions different from Xiao Daoyou's situation earlier? Upon hearing this, Chu Jiandust and Xiao Yixue looked inside the array together. The sound of chains jingling and pained groans filled the closed cave first. Inside the array, it was dark, and various sealing items were wrapped around them. Even so, these 2 still gave off an alarming sense that they were about to break free. They don't remember who they are. Stone Jiantian frowned, worriedly saying, not only these 2, many sects within the Immortal Alliance have yet to bring their members over. How many altogether? Chu Jiandust asked. 17. Stone Jiantian sighed. 17. Chu Jiandust also became aware of how staggering that number was. These weren't 17 ordinary cultivators, they were all either transformation or great ascension stages, almost reaching the limit of the mortal world. An average major sect would barely have 3 or 4 of such cultivators, and some smaller sects might not even have a single master at the transformation stage. This blow dealt by the demon realm could be described as slicing through the jugular vein of the cultivation world. If the demon realm were to start a war, the current cultivation world would undoubtedly suffer greatly. As for why there hasn't been any sign of war yet, Chu Jiandust couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yixue. MOE, the Supreme General of the demon world in the original story, 2 years from now would lead a million-strong demon army to suddenly attack deep into the continent from multiple demon pits, destroying 1/3 of the human cities overnight, turning rivers red. And now, without MOE, under the butterfly effect, how will the demon realm invade? Who will be the commander? Chu Jiandust could not predict this. A high-level prediction from the system also required crucial resources. In the original story, besides MOE who was accidentally saved by the female protagonist, the others were all marionettes infected by demon chi. During the critical moments of the Great War, they defected unexpectedly from within the Immortal Alliance, catching everyone off guard. Chu Jiandust hadn't counted exactly how many people this happened to since it wasn't detailed in the original text, so he couldn't cross-reference each individual with a list. These 2 cultivators before him, both quite powerful, had been tormented almost beyond recognition, far worse than Xiao Yixue at the time. Were they pulled out of a blood pool? Xiao Yixue guessed immediately. Stone Jiantian glanced at him and nodded, that's correct. Back then, Xiao Yixue had consciously kept herself away from the blood pool, while these 2 had unfortunately fallen into it directly. Although now rescued, the invasive demon chi had already permeated their 5 organs, 6 viscera, entire meridian network, and even their souls had become murky. Regenerating their tendons and cleansing their bone marrow would be no easy task. Moreover, the key was that no one was willing to exchange themselves for another life. This was precisely the reason many upper echelons of the Immortal Alliance admired Chu Jiandust. Sacrificing his life without hesitation and forming a bond without a second thought, he didn't falter. Not everyone's unwilling, though. Stone Jiantian pointed to one of them, Li Jingliang. Jianchen should remember. He's from Lin Yu sect. There's a young woman from his sect who's willing to save him. She doesn't know what to do, so during the meeting of the Immortal Alliance, they brought him here, waiting for your advice. A young woman. Chu Jiandust raised an eyebrow, how young? Her age? Stone Jiantian wasn't sure which question Chu Jiandust was asking. Her cultivation level. Chu Jiandust corrected. Oh, approximately at the early golden core stage. That won't work. It won't work. At my half-step ascension stage, I reached the foundation establishment stage immediately after transferring the curse. Her golden core stage would likely cause her to die before finishing the transfer. Jiantian remained silent for a long while before speaking again. She said, even if it costs her life, as long as she can save him, she's willing to try. Chu Jiandust shook his head repeatedly. It won't work, the golden core stage is really too low. Then, I'll have to tell her later. Jiantian could only do so in behalf of her. Chu Jiandust glanced back at the 2 individuals in the formation, narrowing his eyes slightly. System. I'm here. Can I absorb the demonic power within them for my own use? The host lacks a crucial item, the Devil Lord Order. Devil Lord Order, it can command all impure demon energy, concentrate and purify it, making it equivalent to a cultivator absorbing natural energy from the heavens and earth. Furthermore, a Devil Lord can extract internal forces, including demon energy, from others. Sucking Star's great skill. The host can also think of it that way. Does this mean I need to get the order from the demon realm? The host can snatch it too. The Devil Lord Order doesn't require real name registration. Such an unreal name system made Chu Jiandust understand. Generally, in novels with great competitions, something always goes wrong, and the Immortal Alliance convention was no exception. If the butterfly effect hadn't affected this part yet, there would be a high probability of an accident happening after the disciples' trial ended. This accident involved the first expendable female Devil Empress who appeared in the original story. She was killed by Chu Jiandust with one sword strike due to capturing the female protagonist. She was taken down so fast that people barely remembered her name. With this in mind, Chu Jiandust decided to temporarily set his sights on her. Brother Jiantian, perhaps I have a method, but we must wait until the convention ends. Chu Jiandust turned his head and said to Stone Jiantian. Xiao Yishue's gaze flickered, sensing that he wanted to attempt something suicidal. Do you have a way? Stone Jiantian was surprised. Was it possible he could help others transfer it? Was he reincarnated as a bodhisattva? Upon reconsidering, since he had reached the mystic rank in his harmonious bond already, even if he transferred it to himself, as long as his cultivation was sufficient, he could suppress the curse using the bond agreement. The rest was simply restoring his cultivation over time. I can't guarantee anything, but I will try my best, Chu Jiandust truthfully replied. Act within your limits, don't force yourself. Stone Jiantian looked at Chu Jiandust with an expression filled with strange emotions, unable to help patting his shoulder while marveling at his noble character. Chapter 77, Potential Index. Not. Hold on. You've reached mystic rank in your harmonic bond. The last slap on Chu Jiandust's shoulder by Stone Jiantian almost knocked him into the ground. Yes. Chu Jiandust showed no change in his demeanor. Xiao Yishue remained tranquil. Stone Jiantian, scratching his beard. He wanted to say something more, but seeing how candid and upright these two were made him start doubting himself. Could there be some kind of secret? He tentatively asked, being very careful. No secrets, just pure telepathic connection. Chu Jiandust was vague. Oh. I see. Stone Jiantian had a sudden epiphany, as the saying goes, brothers in harmony. Their strength can cut through gold. I get it. Jianchen, I never thought your relationship with your sect brothers would be so strong. You truly haven't changed at all. Values loyalty. Values loyalty. Chu Jiandust forced a smile, thinking for a moment, and still reminded him with some conscience, however, Brother Jiantian, this method shouldn't be widely promoted. Stone Jiantian didn't understand, why not? After all, he had just been considering that not everyone had powerful female cultivators willing to form a contract and rescue them, but most people did have a few steadfast friends. If a brotherly bond could also overcome difficulties, then things would be easier. Hearing Chu Jiandust say it wasn't appropriate, he urgently wanted to know the reason. This is because. Chu Jiandust paused, both parties must be mentally prepared for one partner for life. For life. Stone Jiantian couldn't help but look at Xiao Yishue. Does it mean the rest of our lives, only each other? Xiao Yishue provided the answer. Stone Jiantian was shocked. Although he still didn't consider any unsavory aspects, just this phrase, the rest of our lives, was enough to leave him speechless and tongue-tied. Countless couples wouldn't dare swear by the heavens, yet they not only smoothly formed their bond but managed to ascend in rank within a mere year. Truly irreproducible. Stone Jiantian sighed repeatedly, feeling both regretful and headachesome. Brother Jiantian, there's no need to worry excessively. Everything will be discussed after the convention ends, Chu Jiandust comforted with a smile. The Seven Spirits sect arrived neither early nor late, exactly 3 days before the convention started, giving the disciples ample time to acclimate to their environment. After Chu Jiandust and Xiao Yishue returned to their residence, Xi and Ming, who had been squatting outside the door, came forth humbly and hesitantly asked Chu Jiandust to bring him to the Divine Descent Terrace for a visit. Chu Jiandust could see that his expression was filled with something important he wanted to hide. He guessed it might be about revenge and decided not to refuse him. Divine Descent Mountain. Shaped like a torch, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, only the mountaintop served as a foothold. They had seen its full view from the spaceship earlier, now as they approached closer, they noticed the altar looked more like a maze inside. As Chu Jiandust gently landed holding Xi and Ming and Xiao Yishue floated down gracefully beside them, a translucent barrier appeared right before the three of them. Can't go in. Xi and Ming immediately looked extremely disappointed. Chu Jiandust did not help him break through the barrier but instead said indifferently, both your uncle and I stepped into the Great Ascension realm at over 20 years old. You're only 14 this year. With effort, you can still catch up. The underlying meaning being, you can ascend by weathering through the heavenly tribulations. Xian Ming had already made some inquiries beforehand. According to legends, the Divine Descent Terrace originally had no cultivation limit. Even commoners, as long as they possessed the passage permit from the Divine Realm and were guided by divine envoys, could even enter the Divine Palace and meet His Majesty the Divine Emperor. In folklores, there have always been stories such as, a mortal climbed the Divine Descent Mountain to seek justice in heaven, or, a celestial maiden secretly descended to earth to fall in love with a mortal. Xian Ming had previously imagined if he too could reach the immortal realms via the Divine Descent Terrace, but after being reminded by his master, he realized that it had long been abandoned. The only way to reach the immortal realm was through ascending post-tribulation. Ascend post-tribulation. Xian Ming felt bitter inside. You don't plan so far ahead, Xiao Yixue interrupted his bitterness, rather, figure out your current level first. In this grand assembly, unless you surpass all others greatly, you shouldn't fantasize about catching up to us back then. Xian Ming fell silent, gazing up at the magnificent relic before him, that seems close, yet feels distant, sensation becoming increasingly apparent. System alert. Character Xian Ming, potential main character index plus 1%. Chapter 78, The Bleeding Man. Seeing the system notification pop up, Chu Jiandust couldn't help but feel surprised. He had long set all kinds of regular ordinary information pop-ups to not notify, including luck values, likability scores, etc. However, if there was a new type of message, it would still pop up during its first occurrence. For instance, this potential main character index. Gu Ling's female lead index dropped to 55%, which triggered the activation of the ensemble cast ranking board. Xian Ming was the first person to be placed on the board. But since Gu Ling hasn't entirely lost her leading lady's radiance, the current ranking board is just a potential ranking. Looking at the lone name of Xian Ming on the leaderboard, Chu Jiandust thoughtfully glanced at him. Other people's "don't bully the young and poor" stories come equipped with ring grandpa types. Xian Ming lacks both the ring and the grandfather, relying solely on the protagonist's standard backstory. This glow remains too weak. Chu Jiandust could confidently claim that if it weren't for himself and Xiao Yixue, the original text male second and first leads respectively, shining with overwhelming cultivation power, it would be akin to foolish dreams for an average person to ascend halfway to immortality in their 20s. There aren't more than 5 geniuses like this under heaven. For Xian Ming to become one of these 5 fingers, without doing things that should belong to a main character and boosting his potential main index, it will be hard to receive favor from the Heavenly Tao. After all, this Heavenly Tao is currently still the will of the novel world. Following the rules of the novel world is the shortcut to achieving life's peak. Chu Jiandust turned his head to look at the cliff behind him. Should he kick him down? Forget it, forget it. Right now, he's still just a secondary character. Falling down may not yield secret manuals, but rather disabilities. Let's take him back and consider carefully later. Hua Manshan. This is the mountain's name. Before the 3 of them even landed, they saw bustling activity halfway up the mountain from afar. Encouraging cheers could already be heard from high above. Xian Ming's vision wasn't very clear, but for Chu Jiandust and Xiao Yixue, it was completely unobstructed. Who? Xiao Yixue frowned. Having been cut off from communication for 100 years, he was unfamiliar with other sects' robes, only guessing someone from another sect might be causing trouble with his disciples here. Upon seeing this, he was just about to step forward and uphold justice, when Chu Jiandust silently stopped him. Thus, Xian Ming was forcibly made to sneak and hide with them on a nearby tree branch. Their gazes penetrated through the fairly lush leaves of late summer, directly falling upon the 2 figures battling within the encirclement of spectators. Senior Sister Gu. Xian Ming was astonished. These days, Gu Ling had been acting like a transparent person, so this sudden high-profile behavior made him somewhat unaccustomed. The one dueling with Gu Ling was a handsome youth. The reason it resembled a duel rather than a friendly exchange was mainly because of Gu Ling's horrifying expression. One might assume they were sworn enemies meeting for the first time. Chu Jiandust scanned instinctively. Name, Lu Shouling. Age, 17. Spirit root talent, upper class. Suitable cultivation, filial piety. Scanning around again, there were no other suspicious individuals. Meng Hu only watched with great interest nearby, while Lu Shouxuan not far away looked sullen-faced. Chu Jiandust immediately noticed something unusual. Lu Shouxuan's hand seemed stained with blood, and he clenched it tightly. Others would think he was just angrily clenching his fists, but Chu Jiandust had a gut feeling that something was off here. System scanned his mental state, inner conflict. Conflict? Following Lu Shouxuan's gaze, Chu Jiandust realized his eyes kept locking onto Lu Shouling. It might be some palace scheming between princes. At first glance, it seemed as though Meng Hu and Lu Shouling were on the same side, both looking spirited, whereas Gu Ling and Lu Shouxuan formed another group, glaring through gritted teeth. Chu Jiandust naturally remembered Lu Shouling, a real eccentricity, guarding the tomb equals filial duty, an impression deeply etched in spectators' minds. But now, perhaps still at a young stage, he hadn't started going crazy for love yet. Is there still a chance to save him? Chu Jiandust muttered inwardly. With Gu Ling's female lead index dropping, her charm towards Lu Sholing also seemed weakened, leading Lu Sholing to now display an unfamiliar, cruel demeanor fully focused on striving for victory. In Gu Ling's eyes, however, this appearance turned into the final straw breaking her psychological defenses. Lu Sholing. Her disciple who loved her fanatically to madness in her past life. Now this lifetime, with his altered life path where he didn't know her anymore, wouldn't treat her kindly ever again. Gu Ling became increasingly distraught thinking about it. If she hadn't initially basked in the limelight of all attention, maybe she could have accepted the ordinary life of an average person. But after comparisons, those people who once loved her obsessively began behaving more normally, more concerned with their own thoughts rather than hers, and she struggled to accept it. Thinking further, her mind grew increasingly chaotic. Now, she simply wanted to vent her emotions. Veins stood out on her knuckles, as she wildly swung various sword moves without much structure. But Lu Sholing was strong nonetheless. Apart from the initial deep bone-exposing wound on his left arm when she attacked him without warning, he handled everything afterward with ease. Surveying the scene. Out of everyone present, only Lu Sholing was bleeding. Chapter 79, The Faithless Man. Lu Sholing thought himself incredibly unlucky. He had merely heard that his beloved older brother was serving as a servant disciple at Seven Spirit Sect, and he couldn't resist coming over to catch up, right? Then why was this arrogant girl doing? He, the 11th Prince of Feng Kingdom and personal apprentice of the headmaster of Binyan Sect, didn't even need to give a damn about anyone if he didn't feel like it. This rude girl suddenly interrupted, then inexplicably drew her sword and attacked him before he even finished talking, leaving him utterly baffled. However, being generous by nature, even though his left arm got injured trying to block her attack, he didn't actually intend to escalate things. He thought there could still be communication, until realizing this impudent girl refused any form of dialogue, often giving him the bizarre impression that, Lu Sholing, am the faithless man. But what kind of joke is this? To whom exactly have I been disloyal? Lu Sholing deeply regretted not checking the lunar calendar before leaving home today. Lu Shoshuan watching from the sidelines maintained a consistently grim face. Although he knew Lu Sholing was naturally mischievous and intentionally coming here to insult, Lu Shoshuan couldn't stand him anyway. If he viewed this as an insult, it must be considered an insult. After all, Lu Sholing was one of the most promising candidates for the crown prince position. And Lu Shoshuan himself? He'd long ago been abandoned due to his mediocrity, with the emperor unwilling even to grant him land or titles, letting him go wherever he pleased. So wasn't this considered humiliation when Lu Sholing, as a personal apprentice of the Sect master, appeared before him, a servant disciple? How could this not be insulting? His hatred flared unexpectedly and overwhelmingly. On the contrary to his emotions, Meng Hu seemed amused, her gaze darting back and forth between Lu Sholing and Gu Ling, her lips always curved with a hint of playful smile. Having abandoned her master and uncle, she's now started to focus on other young talents, huh? Ho ho. I wonder what exactly she plans to do. This life, it's truly boring enough for mushrooms to rot with mold. Hardly does an interesting event like this occur, so how could I miss it? Meng Hu chuckled while covering her mouth, making Chu Jiandust who was up in the tree suffer from a headache. In essence, the main character aura wasn't entirely positive, it also had its negatives. Like now, it made one extremely prone to attracting villains looking for trouble. Meng Hu was positioned as a villain, albeit only concerning the protagonist. Everyone knows that anyone going against the lead is considered a villain. Unless one day Gu Ling ceased being the protagonist, Meng Hu might then lose all interest in her. Lu Sholing, a prince, this is truly entertaining. Meng Hu fixed her gaze on Lu Sholing's eyes, and a trace of light flashed within her pupils, revealing a hint of pale red. Meanwhile, concealed beneath the sleeve of Lu Shoshuan's right hand, a black heart had been clutched since he knew not when, causing Chu Jiandust who stared from afar to frown repeatedly. Firstly, this item clearly wasn't anything good, secondly, the system scan result indicated unable to interpret replica. Which meant fake goods. And there was Lu Shoshuan, seriously wielding a forgery to glare threateningly. Chu Jiandust lived through 2 lifetimes and experienced this scene unfolding before him for the first time like eating melon seeds idly watching drama unfold. The moment Lu Shoshuan realized he couldn't control Lu Sholing with the black heart, Gu Ling unexpectedly discovered her heart-blood-soul pearl formed a connection with Lu Sholing. So, she attempted mentally commanding Lu Sholing to cease his actions. Indeed, Lu Sholing stopped immediately, holding his exquisite ice sword horizontally for defense alone. Lu Sholing. Meng Hu blinked instantly understanding that it must have been due to some dark method employed by Gu Ling controlling him. A contest? The competitive spirit arose within Meng Hu. The next moment, a matching pink flash passed through Lu Sholing's pupils. Swoosh! Without warning, the sword thrust out abruptly, shattering a jade pendant before Gu Ling. It seemed to trigger a life-saving single-use treasure. You. Gu Ling wore a look of complete shock, disbelievingly staring at Lu Sholing. This strike. He genuinely wished to kill her. As if fate repeated itself, initially Moe lost his memory and likewise pierced towards her chest in such an unfamiliar and heartless way. Lu Sholing. He really should have checked the lunar calendar before heading out today. Why were today's events all so bizarre and strange one after another? Lu Shouling's mindset nearly collapsed. Stopping and attacking inexplicably without control, what exactly did he do? Enough, Gu Ling, apologize. A clear and cool voice resonated behind everyone. Master. A jolt startled Gu Ling into hastily hiding the soul pearl in her palm. You attacked others first, so apologize and accept major fault once. If you offend again, face the last rule of our sect. While walking forward, Chu Jiandust spoke, the crowd around them naturally parted a path. Lu Shouling, seeing Chu Jiandust approach, promptly retracted his sword and bowed. Junior Lu Shouling, disciple of Bingyun Sect, greets Master Chu, and delivers greetings from Sect Mistress Bingyun Fairy to Master Chu and Sect Master Cui. Lin Bingyun, titled Bingyun Fairy, her cultivation on par with Cui Yunshan, founded Bingyun Sect 1,000 years ago and remains the only sect leader till now. Chu Jiandust nodded slightly, originally, disciple of Fairy Bingyun, indeed remarkable in appearance. Today's matter is my religious sect's fault, soon I shall visit personally to apologize and compensate. Master Chu, no need for words, minor misunderstanding, merely a small miscommunication. Lu Shouling waved repeatedly. Half of him genuinely didn't care, the other half was feeling guilty. Just earlier, he'd initiated incomprehensible lethal moves, thus settling things this way was best, saving him from getting punished upon returning too. Chu Jiandust smiled faintly, Brother Lu has vast mind, serving as model for my sect's inferior disciple. Where, all because of my master's guidance. After some commercial mutual praises and apologies, Chu Jiandust personally escorted Lu Shouling back to the adjacent Bingyun sect accommodation. Before leaving, he threw a glance at Lu Shouling's retreating figure, somewhat apprehensive. The system displayed crystal clearly that Lu Shouling bore 2 buffs of unlimited duration. Peach Blossom Attraction from Meng Hu. Heart Blood Soul Pearl from Gu Ling. Chapter 80, Speculations on the original male lead. Heart Blood Soul Pearl. Chu Jiandust furrowed his brow, this butterfly effect grew larger. Because in the original story, Heart Blood Soul Pearl was a cursed object, furthermore it was Gu Ling's destined curse. Once Moe became infatuated with Gu Ling, he would be tormented endlessly by the curse until near death. In the original story, Gu Ling had tried every method to destroy it, yet now here she was, willingly using it. Chu Jiandust suddenly realized how strenuous a task it truly was to reform the antagonist. With much difficulty, they managed to thwart Moe before he could develop any further, and now Gu Ling was already beginning to show signs of emerging trouble. Is there really a need for someone to go about destroying the world? Chu Jiandust sighed as he returned to his quarters, finding someone inside already waiting with tea brewed. How did it go? Any leads? Xiao Yixue blew on the teacup before her mouth and handed it over, asking. Chu Jiandust sat cross-legged, taking a shallow sip as he roughly explained Lu Shouling's condition. Xiao Yixue remained silent for a moment before picking up from the table a pitch-black heart. The heart was placed in a box with restraints to prevent the foul smell within from spreading. This item I retrieved from Lu Shouxuan. He confessed easily, saying it was earlier given to him by Gu Ling, Xiao Yixue said. Gu Ling. Chu Jiandust wasn't too surprised. Yes, originally it was meant to control Yen Lao Yuan to acquire that stone during the auction. But after the plan failed, Gu Ling didn't reclaim it, so he kept it for himself. What did he say its function was? The same, just control. Gu Ling didn't deceive him in the functionality aspect, but rather gave him a fake one, hence why he couldn't control Lu Shouling. Only then did he realize he'd been tricked. Xiao Yixue paused momentarily, continuing, I gave him a few stern warnings. Neither Gu Ling nor Meng Hu is someone he can provoke, and he understood. So, he has already packed up and left. Better if he's gone. Chu Jiandust couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, but Gu Ling proceeding like this isn't good. Should I seize the opportunity to have a talk with her? Isn't that dangerous? Xiao Yixue looked at him worriedly. If Gu Ling were merely an inexperienced young girl, Xiao Yixue wouldn't be overly concerned about Chu Jiandust being able to handle the situation. But if she was someone with infinite reincarnation memories who appeared naive, even that facade must not be underestimated. Chu Jiandust pondered for a while and said, all she wants is not to mend the heavens. If we discuss directly this matter she cares about most, maybe we can settle her down. Are you sure it's safe? Xiao Yixue remained unconvinced. Even though Xiao Yixue's fragmented memories were much vaguer than Gu Ling's, connecting some dots still made reasonable speculation possible. I think what comes next cannot be told to her. Suddenly he said. Although his memory fragments were far more blurred than Gu Ling's, it wasn't hard to make some assumptions. What do you mean? Chu Jiandust put down his teacup. I reckon the Nuwa's descendants later weren't afraid of dying, but were afraid of not being reborn. Xiao Yixue's eyes darkened. The curse in the Heart Blood Soul Pearl has accumulated countless wronged souls across eons. Logically speaking, this void sky pit should have been repaired long ago, using Nuwa's own power. Chu Jiandust slightly narrowed his eyes. Nuwa's power? What are you trying to say? Correct. If others' powers are used continuously as substitutes, then this sky will never be fixed properly, and the Nuwa's descendants shall continue their eternal cycle of reincarnation. However, if Nuwa's true essence had been used from the start, there wouldn't be such a thing called Nuwa's descendant now, nor the compounded curse known as Heart Blood Soul Pearl. Xiao Yishue's theory was based purely on conjecture. He lacked evidence, but in conversation with Chu Jiandust, no formal proof was necessary. I assume, if she knew you had a way to seal off the sky rift permanently, she might attempt destruction or even. Xiao Yishue glanced at Chu Jiandust, leaving the rest unsaid. If the person destined for such a mission perished, the celestial stars' patterns would change. Once a new destiny bearer arose, Gu Ling would no longer need Xiao Yishue's heart. A substitution of people might become a turning point of crisis. Thus, Chu Jiandust's current state wasn't entirely secure. Understood. Got it. Chu Jiandust nodded slightly. Since he hadn't come into contact with the curse in the Heart Blood Soul Pearl nor knew its exact nature, considering Xiao Yishue's statement, better to err on the side of caution. She wishes to control someone, let her have her way temporarily. Xiao Yishue's gaze passed through the window, looking outside where disciples chatted and strolled leisurely. Until the timing is right, she has no reason to make her move. Chu Jiandust sighed once. Some people were probably bound to endure a bit of suffering. In the dead of night, Lu Sholing wandered like a sleepwalker, dazed and aimlessly heading toward a certain courtyard. Halfway through, he couldn't seem to place his front foot down. After a struggle, for the 28th time, he turned direction and stepped towards another courtyard. No one except Chu Jiandust knew that the bored Dream Fox was engaged in a long-distance battle with Gu Ling. The two battled all night without determining a winner. As such, for the entire night, Lu Sholing remained caught between conflicting dreams. By the next day, the news, Ice Cloud Sect's prodigy Lu Sholing has a female dormitory sleepwalking condition, spread like wildfire across the entire mountain. Chapter 81, Capture Him. He had failed before even beginning, suffering social death. Lu Sholing wanted to just pack up his things and leave. But it was only after Chu Jiandust asked Sect leader Shi Jintian to give him a jade pendant shielding against mental interference that he stayed behind. Until the gathering started, no one had seen his usually flamboyant figure. The Alliance Conference was not organized specifically for disciples. On the contrary, from Chu Jiandust's perspective, it was more like an educational department meeting, reviewing the development and teaching problems of schools throughout the province. It was at this point that Shi Jintian finally demonstrated the dignity of being the Sect leader, speaking eloquently and confidently. All the seated figures in the Grand Hall were representatives of various sects, no disciples or onlookers present. Except for Shi Jintian, there was complete silence within the Great Hall. Xiao Yishue and Chu Jiandust sat respectively on the left and right sides of Fang Suoyan, like two diligent bodyguards. Fang Suoyan in the middle smiled contentedly as she listened. Sometimes happiness is this simple. While the meeting was proceeding here, over there, the Disciple Exchange Tournament had already swiftly entered the third round. One-on-one matches determined by drawing lots, using elimination system, with victory decided in one match. Many disciples felt it was unfair since some unlucky ones would draw a prodigy of a sect in the first round, being defeated in a single move right after stepping onto the field, losing face not only but also gaining nothing in rank. But with over 2,000 participating disciples in the Alliance Exchange Tournament, half were eliminated each round, and even after the third round, about 250 people still remained. They rested for an hour at noon, with the 4th to 6th round starting at Wei hour, 3 p.m., to determine the top 30 individuals. Our masters have been inside for so long. I wonder if they'll come watch our matches this afternoon. A deeply bonded group of 8 always stuck together, providing mutual support even in places full of strangers where social anxiety might run rampant, so their words and actions wouldn't be overly timid. I never thought senior sisters Gu Ling and Meng who could be so formidable, effortlessly winning 3 consecutive games, making me feel utterly discouraged. Zhang Ximin hugged her giant iron sword and sighed woefully. Though she collected a lot of junk, including second-hand treasures among the waste, she didn't resonate with any of them, selling them all off to a senior brother from Flowing Gold Peak. Aside from earning a handsome income, this brother promised to help forge her a new sword. Now, her sword is still being crafted, forcing Zhang Ximin to use her regular training iron sword temporarily. Among those who used the same large iron swords, only Xian Ming remained besides her. Xian Ming had similar reasons, finding the picked-up war trophies unappealing. But he didn't commission Flowing Gold Peak because it was too expensive. Having read many books, he planned to search under cliffs during holidays, hoping to discover a fallen legendary divine weapon. In contrast to these 8, in the eyes of uninformed outsiders, it seemed instead like the errand-running disciple Gu Ling and Meng who were truly the pride of the sect, endlessly flaunting various mystic treasures. Their weapons ranked heaven and earth tiers respectively, making other ordinary disciples envious. The group of 8 didn't know what conflict arose between the two, but every look exchanged carried intense tension, vanishing separately immediately after the end of the third round. It's odd, normally junior sister Meng who would follow around junior sister Gu Ling. Why did they go separate ways today? Wang Suyue carefully noticed the difference. Is that so? After her reminder, others realized it indeed was so. But they weren't worried about the two getting lost, considering patrol guards of the Sect Alliance were everywhere along the path. In the shadows of a certain valley, Dream Fox had scouted the surrounding area well, and with no one around and weak defenses, secretly activated a transmission scroll. With black fog swirling, a woman cold as a vulture stepped out. Great Master. Dream Fox obediently kneeled down. Fan Yi acted aloof, unwilling even to glance sideways, and softly spoke, "Continue with your business, don't follow this master." "Yes." Dream Fox appeared servile, quickly disappearing from Fan Yi's sight. Behind her, the transmission scroll instantly ignited, transforming into ashes in the wind, leaving no trace behind. Inside the conference hall, Chu Jiandust slightly frowned. He was extremely sensitive to the aura of the demon race. The more noble and powerful their identity, the less likely they were to escape his perception. Lord of Demons. Chu Jiandust thought silently, has he come so soon? Seeing Chu Jiandust through Feng Shui and Xiao Yixue, she shot him a glance. Chu Jiandust's change in mood didn't go unnoticed by Xiao Yixue either. Is something amiss? Xiao Yixue whispered telepathically. Perhaps something is about to happen, Chu Jiandust replied. Should we stop it? I'm not sure if it's still in time. Before Chu Jiandust could finish speaking, a female disciple burst in, flustered, with several patrol envoys following her, looking disconcerted. Master of the Alliance. Master of the Alliance. Please save my master. All eyes turned to her as she pulled out a heap of broken seal talismans, clearly anxious all over. Stone Jintian abruptly stood up, staring at her in disbelief. What happened to Jing Liang? My master, and another elder, have disappeared. The female disciple was on the verge of breaking down, only restraining herself from crying due to the number of people present. Disappeared? Everyone was shocked. They had just been discussing matters related to the demon abyss, everyone knowing that Li Jingliang and Zheng Hu were sealed here. They hadn't even finished talking when suddenly both disappeared. At this moment, a loud explosion echoed from the direction of the arena. The conference was forcibly halted as everyone worried about their disciples, heading towards the source of the sound. The trio from Seven Spirits Sect was no exception. Feng Shuoyan summoned her cloud crane, its wings stretching out to be 5 or 6 meters wide, taking Chu Jiandust and Xiao Yixue into the air alongside her. Brothers, one of you might need to stay behind, said Feng Shuoyan grimly, observing the dark skies full of demonic aura. I understand, nodded Chu Jiandust. Yixue will remain to protect you all, while I handle the other side. Hearing this, Xiao Yixue looked at him, then take care of yourself. Chu Jiandust nodded, take care of yourselves too. After saying that, he alone flew off in the opposite direction using his sword. In his perception, this female Lord of Demons was exceedingly powerful. Powerful enough that he thought the original Chu Jiandust cutting off her head effortlessly seemed like something that relied on special abilities. Just like now, he rationally considered how to resolve the conflict without spilling blood. The 7 stages of cultivation in the celestial sects are Qi refinement, foundation establishment, gold core, yuan baby, spirit transformation, great ascension, and heavenly tribulation, whereas the 7 stages for demon cultivators do not carry these complex names. Demon Lord generally refers to the 7th-stage demon cultivator, as there is no ascension in demon cultivation. Once they fall into the 7th stage, it is equivalent to a celestial sect cultivator passing through the heavenly tribulation. Chu Jiandust was currently at the 7th stage, and the female demon lord in his perception was too. This made him hesitate to show his ultimate abilities right away. After slight contemplation, he decided to disguise himself as a weak yuan baby level cultivator and pretend to accidentally bump into her. Fan Yi had been sent by the Demon Emperor specifically to give the Celestial Alliance cultivators an initial warning. The premature exposure of the demon abyss enraged the Demon Emperor. Causing chaos at the Celestial Alliance conference was the secondary task. The most important primary task was to capture that annoying brat who first discovered the demon abyss and saved the puppet. Gathering intelligence on the Celestial Alliance wasn't difficult, so she knew that this brat was named Chu Jiandust. She had come today to capture him. Unexpectedly, just as she prepared to set out to look for him, he coincidentally showed up. Upon closer inspection, barely yuan baby. Vanai's fingers, covered in spider silk, slightly trembled. Hidden in the dim shadows of a dense forest, she watched from afar, his austere handsome face exuding a strong air of celibacy. She couldn't help but let the corner of her mouth curl up into a sly smile. Chapter 82, My Lord also likes. Indeed, those of the celestial sex have fine features. Vanai clicked her tongue, her demeanor completely different from the cold and aloof female demon lord she'd appeared as earlier. There is a characteristic of the demon race, they switch expressions extremely quickly. Unrestrained and free, bound by no frames, they laugh when they want to laugh and express anger when they're angry, disregarding the traditional notion of maintaining an image in front of others. Chu Jiandust perfectly fit Vanai's aesthetic preferences, thus she eagerly revealed her intentions. Ho ho ho. Accompanied by an arrogant laugh from around her, innocent Chu Jiandust realized his legs were entangled by spider silk hidden in the grass. Before he could react further, he was dragged into an underground spider den. Of course, such a bizarre place would never exist in the Celestial Alliance. Spider Den, Vanai's companion demonic domain, a naturally endowed small space. Perfect for confinement. Chu Jiandust was abruptly pulled down, and despite being mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but blink in shock at the horrifying sight before him. Glancing around, all he saw were skeletons drained of their flesh, indicating that this female demon lord was quite picky about what she consumed. Fanny crouched on her web, sharper than steel wire, looking down at the handsome man trapped within the spider web. She took pleasure in his furrowed brows as he struggled fruitlessly, finding both amusement and satisfaction in his predicament. Look at this, didn't know a pretty little celestial lord would be here, why did I wait until now to come? TSK, this really makes me unable to control myself. Her ghostly white hand caressed Chu Jiandust's neck, its icy coldness only serving to excite it further. Vanai's red-black leather outfit gleamed under the dim red light like a snake or scorpion ready to strike. I don't want to eat you yet. Chu Jiandust showed signs of disgust, turning away from her hand. Vanai wasn't angry. With a flick of her finger, the neatly closed master robe tore open all the way down to the abdomen. Her pale fingers with blood-red nails slid lower, aiming to cut through the annoying belt until she unexpectedly noticed a demon curse on Chu Jiandust's stomach. Fanny paused for a moment, then remembered his ability to transfer curses. Oh. You have a demon curse. Ho 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 ho, isn't this even more interesting? Fanny rotated her other finger, revealing the demon lord's order in her hand. Because, from now on, you will follow my command. Chu Jiandust said nothing, just silently glanced at the token. Good stuff. He wanted it. But he needed to wait. Fanny had one hand pressing on the demon curse by his belly while writing something on the demon lord's order. Chu Jiandust watched carefully and copied her every move. Fanny assumed he was afraid and laughed audaciously. Ha ha ha, little celestial sir, how unexpected, such a handsome lover is still an innocent youth. Do you want your big sister to teach you? Fanny leaned closer, lips brushing against Chu Jiandust's face while her hand continued to slowly trace along the lines of his abdominal muscles. As the demon lord's order lit up, Chu Jiandust's demon curse was also fully activated. Ah. Ha ha ha. Cry, your voice, I like it so much. Fanny's eyes brimmed with unrestrained desire. Just when she loosened the demon lord's order and prepared to use both hands, Chu Jiandust's pupils darkened slightly. Thank you, your token, I like it too. What? Swoosh. The demon lord's order, which was obediently floating beside Fanny a moment ago, suddenly turned against her. Fanny's widened eyes reflected her disbelief as she witnessed a black dragon gradually appearing by Chu Jiandust's side. Wherever the black dragon passed, the strong spider silk disintegrated like boiled noodles, breaking upon contact. Impossible. You. Who are you? She retreated repeatedly, screaming in panic. Such pure demonic energy, even the demon emperor doesn't possess it. He wants to usurp the throne. As this thought arose, her overly knowledgeable head was cleanly severed by Chu Jiandust. Though I still don't know your name, and the process was entirely different, you still met the fate of having your head chopped off by me. Chu Jiandust let out a sigh of relief, putting away his sword. But he nearly lost himself. Suppressing the turbulent curse within him, he glanced at his disheveled clothing that was almost falling off. Pretending nothing had happened, he skillfully tidied up and casually walked away with treasures hidden in the spider den. After all, these were fine goods from the demon realm. After everything was dealt with, the female demon lord and her domain were instantly annihilated, leaving no trace of what happened there. Before returning to the main group, Chu Jiandust was intercepted by Stone Jintian while basking in the sunlight. Jiandust. Finally, I found you. Jintian brother. What's wrong? Chu Jiandust observed his hurried demeanor and guessed that probably the puppet caused some issues again. Sure enough, Stone Jintian exclaimed, Li Jingliang has fallen into devilry. Chapter 83, Self-Sacrificing. Fell into devilry. Chu Jiandust frowned. Did he wake up? Yes. How about his memories? They're almost gone. Stone Jintian led him towards a chaotic ambush site in the countryside ahead. Inside the encirclement, Li Jingliang held a pair of knives with red eyes, capable of mercilessly killing his own fellow disciples. No one dared to approach him at the moment. Only Li Jingliang. Where's Zhenghu? Chu Jiandust asked. Zhenghu's condition is better, he was resealed after being in a sleepwalking state just now. Li Jingliang is more difficult to deal with, possibly due to his heavier mental demons, Stone Jintian responded uncertainly. Xiao Yixue noticed Chu Jiandust from afar and was about to feel relieved when she suddenly spotted obvious signs that his clothes and sash had been recently readjusted. Junior brother, Chu Jiandust calmly landed in front of her and extended his hand, help me suppress it. Xiao Yixue, one sentence erased all her doubts. However, upon hearing this, Stone Jintian couldn't help but worry for him, is your curse flaring up too? Chu Jiandust shook his head, no problem. Outside the encirclement, a female disciple knelt on the ground, weeping into her hands over Li Jingliang's loss of memory. Can you temporarily control him? Chu Jiandust asked. Xiao Yixue glanced at him and replied, I can. Then you control him while I transfer. All right. After speaking, Xiao Yixue pinched a talisman with one hand. It seemed as if the blazing sun had fallen from the sky, an indescribable aura descending from above. Everyone paused their actions, staring as Li Jingliang was bound by golden spells. You need to act fast, Xiao Yixue reminded Chu Jiandust, I might not be able to sustain this power for long. The demon lord's order was hidden in his waistband. The moment his hand touched Li Jingliang's body, a clear violent and dark energy surged towards his own system like floodwaters breaking through a dam. Jiandust, do what you can. Stone Jintian shouted helplessly. All those present realized what Chu Jiandust was attempting to do, exchanging glances with solemn silence. This was about transferring curses and completely rebuilding one's foundation. How could Chu Jiandust and Li Jingliang have such a close relationship? What could he possibly gain from such an immense sacrifice? The more they thought, the more they respected him. In this self-serving cultivation world, truly altruistic people were rare gems. So far, most present here had only witnessed someone like Chu Jiandust firsthand. Xiao Yixue slowly tightened her grip on his hand, the light seal glowing brightly without interruption. She knew Chu Jiandust could accomplish this feat, was perhaps the only person there who could, but seeing him suffer was unbearable for her. With the demon lord's order, Chu Jiandust finally got a taste of what it meant to be a demon lord, both pain and ecstasy. The so-called evil star skill, drawing demonic power, wasn't as easy to use as imagined. It came bundled with a curse, which retaliated fiercely against anyone daring to resist its will. But this level of agony was something any ordinary demonic cultivator had to endure, so Chu Jiandust had no choice but to adjust himself to it. Cough. A mouthful of reversed blood signaled his limit was approaching. Jiandust, enough. Let's stop for now. Stone Jintian truly cared for him. Watching Chu Jiandust's cultivation rapidly drop to foundation establishment stage before everyone's eyes, it dawned on them that his previous decline in power was real, not a pretense of suppression like others. Lowering his cultivation. Everyone was moved without exception. This was using the essence of his fundamental energy. He's either crazy or enlightened. In this shocking treatment, Li Jingliang's eyes finally cleared slightly. The moment he opened his eyes, all he saw was Chu Jiandust in front of him, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth despite his pale complexion and weakened spirit, risking everything to save him. You. Li Jingliang froze abruptly in disbelief. Could it be that this stranger, met by chance, was the first one willing to risk his life for him? Just as Chu Jiandust finally collapsed from exhaustion, Li Jingliang instinctively reached out to support him, but someone else intervened faster. Venerable, give me a place where I can seclude myself for recuperation, Xiao Yixue had turned back to Stone Jintian while still holding Chu Jiandust's hand. The latter understood how serious internal injuries must have been at this level. After the trio left, everyone surrounded the rescued Li Jingliang, including his worried apprentice who continuously inquired about his well-being. Many sects, dealing with the chaos originating from the demon abyss, awaited a practical solution. Though they didn't expect Chu Jiandust to single-handedly rescue everyone, they were curious about the possibilities. Xiao Yixue brought Chu Jiandust to a temporarily arranged secluded cave, quickly opening his collar and removing his belt, revealing the rampant curse mark on his abdomen. Suddenly, her gaze slightly narrowed. A scratch was visible running straight down from his neck, as if someone with long nails had just drawn a red line on him not long ago. The image that came to mind was rather alluring. Chapter 84, Still Savage. Chu Jiandust felt completely refreshed. Having transformed Li Jingliang's demonic aura entirely into his own power, and with the binding of the shared fate talisman suppressing the curse's backlash, the double-edged sword had now become a jar of honey. While the Chu Jiandust from the immortal sect was pitiful, the Chu Jiandust from the demon sect was thoroughly enjoying himself. Xiao Yixue hastily brought him into seclusion to avoid prying eyes. She wanted him to switch into his demon state earlier, thus reducing his discomfort for a shorter time. However, at this moment, she saw him happily lying flat on his back, his feet tapping rhythmically. This made Xiao Yixue extremely angry. Chu Jiandust. You damn guy. Cursing, she jumped onto him, trying to grab his collar to pull him up. But only then did she realize that his upper body was already bare, his chest smooth and taut, without a single ounce of excess fat, leaving her no place to grip. Xiao Yixue gritted her teeth, resisting the urge to strangle him, and placed her pulsating hand on his chest. That scratch showed no mercy, it was swollen and dotted with a few drops of blood. Her fists tightened and loosened repeatedly, eventually flattening her palm to gently wipe away the blood with the back of her hand. With a heavy sigh of annoyance, she silently took out the wound medicine and carefully applied it to him, her lips tightly pursed. Chu Jiandust floated in his spiritual realm, reveling in the pleasure of watching his experience bar rise rapidly during the process of becoming demonic. Before absorption, his 7th rank experience bar was at 10%. After absorbing, he expected it to be around 15%. Each person contributed 5%. Quite impressive. This was merely the magic energy savings of Li Jingliang alone, there were so many more experienced babies within the entire Immortal Alliance. If Chu Jiandust hadn't been saliva deprived, perhaps his entire spiritual world would have turned into an ocean by now. What does reaching the 8th rank mean? It equates to a 1st rank celestial descending, the power of the divine, transcendent strength. Ahahaha. What's so funny? Xiao Yixue became annoyed and gave him a fierce glare. Chu Jiandust lazily opened his eyes. He wasn't unconscious, actually perceiving everything around him. Cough cough, what are you doing? It tickles. Activating the cover-up skill. Xiao Yixue's narrow eyes squinted, her presence fluctuating between murderous and unable to kill. Seeing him like a pufferfish, Chu Jiandust glanced at himself. He noticed that initially unmarked skin now had a noticeable scar resembling a zipper due to residual toxins. Cough cough cough, minor injury, nothing serious. Chu Jiandust, don't tell me lies. Cough. I'm just, turning the other cheek. Turning the other cheek. Xiao Yixue had already applied the ointment to the end of the scratch, her fingertip lingering on his abdomen that rose and fell with his breath. Chu Jiandust's brow twitched as a tingling sensation spread throughout his body from his abdomen. Though it was the same location. He restrained himself with Fan Yi, and also restrained himself with Xiao Yixue. Senior brother. Xiao Yixue continued while moving her finger downwards, I, your junior brother, am truly very worried about you. Chu Jiandust couldn't help but gasp, immediately grabbing her wrist. Yixue, stop messing around. I promise you. No one will ever touch me again. Really? I swear. Chu Jiandust suddenly became spineless, remembering how Mo Yi in the original story went completely dark after seeing the female lead flirt with the male second lead. Summary, possessiveness off the charts, epic level jealousy. Really? Xiao Yixue's face was ambiguous. Really? Chu Jiandust nodded vigorously like a pestle pounding garlic. If anything like this happens next time, I'll definitely call you. Xiao Yixue. What I mean is, Chu Jiandust's neck retracted as he looked at her fiery eyes gradually closing in, continuing to argue, next time, call you along, with me, no, help me kill. Xiao Yixue's patience had reached its limit. Whether anger or jealousy, whichever fire it was, it spread anyway. He was like an enraged lion king, taking a fierce bite at Chu Jiandust's neck. The latter's entire body stiffened for a moment. Then he smiled faintly all of a sudden. Not only did he not resist the pain, but he embraced him gently as if encouraging it. Xiao Yixue's eyes were rimmed with redness. The Lion King had snatched a piece of meat it couldn't eat, its protective mouth emitting sounds like growls, yet also like those of grievances. Really? I will never make you worry again. Chu Jiandust stroked his head and whispered softly in his ear. Xiao Yixue silently remained speechless for a long time. Then she fiercely left her mark on his neck. A mark that wouldn't fade even without using spiritual medicine. Chu Jiandust realized Xiao Yixue wasn't cat-like but feline-like, right at the peak of combat ability among the family. One mark just wasn't enough. She needed several. Once satisfied with her masterpiece, Chu Jiandust could do nothing else but put on an autumn shirt in advance and add a high-collar fox fur scarf. No matter how sultry the temperature at the end of summer or the beginning of autumn became, and regardless of how curious the gazes of the crowd might be, he remained steadfast and composed. Only Fang Suyun had eyes like the fire-eye golden, penetrating Chu Jiandust's scarf and collar to see the mottled marks beneath. Hee. Sister Yixue is still ferocious. Chapter 85, Thanks to Master. Because this incident happened so suddenly, the Immortal Alliance meeting had to be postponed for 3 days. A carpet search was underway across the whole Immortal Alliance while many disciples were confined to various mountains to avoid creating more chaos. Just after learning Chu Jiandust had safely come out of seclusion without issue, Lu Sholing, who'd been low profile for a few days, suddenly made a request to meet privately with 7th Spirit Sect Master Chu. Chu Jiandust didn't refuse upon hearing it, choosing a time to visit Lu Sholing's courtyard. It was a small yard, yet abundant with blossoms. Both sat under a parasol tree in the courtyard savoring tea, a chessboard devoid of pieces placed on the stone table. Master Chu. Lu Sholing didn't know how to start. They had already sat quietly here for quite some time. If he continued hesitating, it would seem impolite. Anything on your mind, speak freely. Chu Jiandust pointed at the shielding array surrounding them, indicating no eavesdropping should concern him. Well, it's like this. Lu Sholing first pulled out a jade pendant prepared earlier along with some excuses. This jade pendant, Junior shall return it to Master Chu. Thank you, Elder, for looking out for me. My master learned of my predicament and sent another protective item via a messenger overnight. The master specifically instructed me to personally return Master Chu's jade pendant and present a humble gift as gratitude. Having said that, Lu Sholing solemnly retrieved a box, extending it with both hands towards Chu Jiandust. I hope Master Chu doesn't reject. Chu Jiandust received it with both hands but gently set it down between them, shaking his head helplessly. Ice Cloud Sect leader is too polite. This matter started because of the poor disciple from our sect, and thus we feel unworthy of such a generous gift from your esteemed sect. Master Chu needn't say that. Lu Sholing paused. I've only recently learned about the significant background of those two women. My master said since Master Chu chose to retain them, it must have been a temporary strategy by your honored sect. It was my rashness that caused trouble for your esteemed sect. Today, my apology is well deserved, and I humbly hope Master Chu can forgive my fault. Upon hearing these words, Chu Jiandust fell silent momentarily. Looking at Lu Shouling's sincere eyes, he felt an unspoken sigh deep within. What a good young talent. That initial, heart-wrenching sacrifice turned out to truly have been heart-wrenching. Shouling, a year ago, on the path up 7 Spirit Sect Mountain where interception took place, that person responsible for stopping others was me. Chu Jiandust lifted his teacup, letting it remain untouched for a long while before inexplicably blurting out this statement. To his surprise, Lu Shouling simply smiled contentedly. I already knew, Master. Chu Jiandust froze. If I'm not mistaken, you called me Master. Lu Shouling quietly lowered his head. Actually, I've already sensed it. Master Chu, this world has probably changed, hasn't it? Regaining his senses, Chu Jiandust couldn't help but reveal a knowing and relieved smile. Blame me, being secluded in the mountain for so long, I actually forgot Ice Cloud's sect leader is an expert diviner. However, Lu Shouling seemed somewhat embarrassed. No, blame me instead. Having learned so little, I've done plenty of wrong things beforehand. Chu Jiandust oddly found him quite naive and adorable. Shouling, realizing your mistakes is a good thing, but there's no need to overly dwell on what has yet to happen. Just understand this, in this timeline, your future remains full of potential, there's no need to use complete in such despair. Lu Shouling's fingertips trembled slightly. Full of potential. System prompt. Character Lu Shouling, potential main character index plus 1%. Chu Jiandust looked at the system prompt that just popped up and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His gaze shifted from the notification interface to Lu Shouling, just as Lu Shouling also lifted his head from deep thought. That originally somewhat bewildered look had now become crystal clear like a spring under the blazing sun. Disciple Lu Shouling. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Chapter 86, Can't Provide. Character Lu Shouling has been added to your relationship list. Lu Shouling. Goodwill 100. Bond, once a disciple, always a disciple. Chu Jiandust returned to his quarters with the box Lu Shouling had given him, leaving behind a small gift from the master before he left. And also a paper crane capable of transmitting messages back to him. Xiao Yixue was not in the room, only a faint fragrance of flowers lingered in the clean and tidy room. Feeling that the fox scarf around his neck was a bit irritating, since there was no one in the room anyway, Chu Jiandust took off the scarf. The copper mirror beside reflected his elegant and slim figure, yet the marks on his neck were enough to make one blush. Chu Jiandust stared at the mirror, using his thumb to rub the clearest tooth mark. The 2 obvious pits clearly made by a pair of canines meant it would really not fade. Considering autumn was soon approaching, wearing a scarf might seem exaggerated but could pass as an enhancement of dignity, or rather, taste. He had already prepared himself for wearing collared coats long into the future. Because Xiao Yixue simply couldn't resist biting him every time now. Chu Jiandust understood in his heart that Xiao Yixue's nature decided his emotions were also intense and scorching. Desiring is desiring. There were no complications, nor any concealment. If they had not yet truly subdued the divine and demonic heritages within them, Chu Jiandust did not doubt their soulbound pact could ascend another level. The Xian stage basically represented couples who were mutually affectionate, while the Earth stage meant at least achieving the physical bond akin to a married couple. As for the heavenly bestowed heaven stage, perhaps their souls could not be separated anymore. Their current Xian stage grade was only recently spread among the higher-ups of the Immortal Alliance, but surprisingly, not a single person looked at this matter with unusual eyes. If there was indeed anything unusual, it was the admiration filling everyone's hearts. All for rescuing a distressed fellow cultivator. Chu Jiandust again inexplicably elevated his image in others' eyes. Even he seriously considered whether he should sincerely explain to everyone the true relationship between him and Xiao Yixue. But just as Cui Yunshan said, both of them were grandmasters. As role models, some things couldn't be so idealistic. Thus currently, neither in name nor substance could they provide each other what they wanted. If someday in the future, we respectively take control of the divine realm and demon realm, and completely detach from the mortal realm and worldly affairs, then maybe we can be straightforward. Chu Jiandust lowered his eyebrows softly muttering. Unbeknownst to Wen, a pair of hands lightly encircled his waist from behind. Xiao Yixue, still catching his breath after arriving, embraced him from behind, his eyes deeply gazing at Chu Jiandust's slightly startled and dazed expression reflected in the mirror. When did you come back? They said simultaneously. Just now. Again, they spoke in unison. After their voices trailed off, Chu Jiandust couldn't help but smile faintly. Just as he was about to turn around, he was tightly held in place. Don't move. Xiao Yixue insisted on staring at the figure reflected in the mirror. The copper mirror wasn't very clear. Among its slight unevenness, there was a hazy beauty. After a while, he leaned down, biting Chu Jiandust's collar slightly, pulling it aside to reveal the mottled patches beneath. Then, with utmost care mimicking his usual intensity, he gently pressed a soft kiss on the mark. Chu Jiandust momentarily couldn't distinguish if the spell was on himself or on Xiao Yixue. His frequent teetering on the edge of losing control resembled the forewarning of breaking abstinence after years of restraint. Ishue. Chu Jiandust lightly clasped the hand circling his waist, feeling through his fingers the rhythm of his heartbeat. Xiao Ishue buried his face in his neck. He no longer needed verbal reassurance, because he had learned to endure on his own. Except for that final step, Chu Jiandust had given him everything. It seemed he truly shouldn't desire more. Some messy strands of hair blown by the wind tangled together with the neatly tied ponytail, much like their owners. Chapter 87, Personality Split. 5 days later, the arena. An old saying goes well, enemies always meet. Gu Ling ascended step by step onto the arena platform, and discovered her opponent was Lu Sholing. Finally seeing his rival, Lu Sholing also slightly paused in surprise. This was going to be the final contest of the low-tier matches. The winner would take first place, and the loser second. Lu Sholing hadn't expected that Gu Ling had actually defeated a boy named Lu Sanlang. He had assumed he'd face the young genius swordsman today. Looking at this familiar face of Gu Ling, Lu Sholing slowly furrowed his brows. Considering her true identity, it was completely irregular for her to be standing here. A prehistoric monster, with endless life, whose accumulated memories amounted to world history, at the moment was clearly using some self-deceptive means, making even herself believe she was a pure and innocent young girl. What chance then did other outsiders blinded by appearances have? Glancing around, quite a few disciples from other sects were shouting Gu Ling's name, enthusiastically cheering her on. Even many elders and seniors who didn't know the full story were curiously watching from not far away, occasionally throwing admiring glances at Gu Ling during their casual conversations. Lu Sholing's gaze returned to Gu Ling. Very few people knew the truth, yet even those who did, each being capable beings with incredible abilities, remained silent together under the circumstances. And after having been warned by 2 master mentors, Lu Sholing was fully aware. Though he did not know who single-handedly reversed time and space or why, whatever the case may be, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity of restarting life made him cherish everything soberly and gratefully. Right now, he found joy and beauty in everything, even looking at a flower. As Gu Ling stood opposite him, waiting through the countdown, fragments of the past with this younger brother flickered back into her mind. Back then, he was so stubborn, so unyielding, as if no one could make him lower his proud head. Except for her. In fact, she had realized long ago that something was different about this world, but her heart kept resisting this acceptance, almost like an inherent resistance against such variables. As more uncontrollable changes appeared, the locked layers of her soul memory started to unfurl. At first, all she could recall was that she was the descendant of Nuwa, shouldering a mission to save all living beings, and indeed, in the previous life, it had been exactly that way. But at that time, there was someone who loved her enough to protect her from everything, willing to sacrifice his life. Now, since this person wasn't part of the equation anymore, she discovered that she panicked. Before change occurred, she thought herself noble. And in the previous life, those who loved her surely did so because of her nobility. Therefore, even without anyone to save her, a noble self would have chosen to give selflessly. However, she suddenly realized that she truly didn't want to. Not only didn't want to, but as the deadline drew nearer, fear began overwhelming her. This fear triggered the unlocking of even more memories. So now, her recollections weren't just limited to the previous life. There were also the life before that, and the life before that. She almost couldn't believe that these were real. Yet the facts lay unmistakably within the blood and soul pearl. An exceptionally fragmented sensation invaded her, almost splitting her soul in two. But if it really could split in two, perhaps she could push all those impure pasts onto the separated impure version of herself. That's exactly what she had done throughout countless years. The reason she forgot the past. She herself had imposed a soul seal. After the memories unlocked, those terrible recollections were like wailing spirits, incessantly attacking her spiritual world every night. Only now did she understand why her memories needed sealing, why this lifetime felt like that of a newly born baby, clean and ignorant. If it hadn't been for this world deviating from its destined path, moving further and further away from its goals, she might never have uncovered these terrifying memories in this life, nor discovered that she was not as virtuous as imagined. So, because I'm no longer good, they've all stopped liking me, right? Gu Ling looked at the calmness in Lu Sholing's eyes and couldn't help but recall Xiao Ishue's caution, Chu Jiandust's distance, the various masters' abandonment of pursuit, and those who should have gathered around her. In this life, not even their shadows came. She was almost starting to forget their names. What should I do? But I really can't. The countdown ended. The referee had just waved the flag, and Lu Sholing hadn't even drawn his sword yet. With a clang, Gu Ling fainted. A cold laugh echoed in her mind. In an endless space, one Gu Ling was full of spiritual energy, and the other was brimming with demonic aura. Have I succeeded? Yes, I have succeeded. The two Gu Lings, one white and one black, looked at each other with completely different expressions. Can I deal with this, right? Of course I can solve everything. Then I'll leave it to you. Just as the referee along with several physicians gathered around Gu Ling to check her body and spirit, she suddenly opened her eyes. Swoosh! This sudden change left everyone stunned. Only the physicians and the referee retained their previous postures, but gradually, their bodies began fragmenting piece by piece, and eventually, like freshly chopped square meat, they fell to the ground with a splash. Chapter 88, Very Good. Eh! Before the timid spectators could start screaming, Gu Ling had already clutched her head and screamed. Her originally rosy face turned deathly pale in an instant, as if her soul had fled. Black blood flowed on the ground, quickly forming an eerie array. When the array was complete, the entire arena suddenly transformed into a pitch-black abyss. As deep and dark as it was, the two living people on the arena were dragged down by an irresistible suction force. Master, save me! Gu Ling had barely managed to cry out before Chu Jiandan had moved. But he headed straight for Lu Sholing. Master! Don't come over! Lu Sholing realized something was wrong with the ground beneath his feet and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Right before falling into the abyss, Chu Jiandan cast a reassuring look toward Xiao Yixue, leaving behind the latter who had initially intended to pursue them together. Chu Jiandan, after all, was destined to visit the demon realm. The journey to the demon realm was long, but the process felt quicker than teleportation. Lu Sholing didn't even get to utter a second word when his vision was already engulfed by a world dominated by crimson darkness. Ugh! The piercing wind sounded akin to howling wolves. Gu Ling sat dazedly nearby, gazing at this strange land with bewildered eyes. She had forgotten many things once again, completely forgotten. The good side of herself that split off had reverted back to her original state when she first entered the Seven Spirit Sect. Her demeanor and behavior resembled that of an innocent young girl. Master! Where are we? Brother Sholing, why are you here too? Gu Ling fired off two questions in quick succession, leaving the two individuals not far away speechless. Lu Sholing glanced at Chu Jiandan, hoping for a hint. The latter patted his shoulder comfortingly, signaling him not to explain. Linger, we might have fallen into a secret realm. Chu Jiandan lied with his eyes wide open. Secret realm. Gu Ling hesitated, not doubting a bit. After a while, she abruptly stood up with a grunt, brushing off the dust on her clothes, then jogged to the two men's sides, revealing a fearful expression. Master! I remember I was just about to spar with Brother Sholing. How did we end up in a secret realm? Could there be an entrance to a secret realm on our peak? Our peak? Lu Sholing didn't know whether she was genuine or acting. Chu Jiandan scanned Gu Ling with eyes like X-rays, and the system judged her as having no tendency to lie. That is, unless her self-deception skill had reached such a pinnacle that it even deceived herself. Otherwise, any trace of insincerity would be detected by the system's emotional scan. Chu Jiandan wasn't sure what caused the change in her, but given her sudden innocence and purity, speaking anything further to her now would probably be useless. Because she most likely didn't remember. Under these circumstances, treating her as an amnesiac was the best option for the moment. A real-time monitoring hung above her head, and he wouldn't worry about her causing trouble for the time being. Gu Ling chattered incessantly like a naive chatterbox, dragging Lu Sholing and starting her babbling, bringing the latter directly back to the Seven Spirit Sect. That's enough. Stop chatting. Chu Jiandan remained calm, gazing at the faint outline of an ancient city in the distance, muttering softly, stay vigilant, let's go take a look. Great. Gu Ling confidently patted her chest, younger brother. Stay behind your senior sister. I'll protect you. Lu Sholing. Chu Jiandan made no comment and took the lead. Lu Sholing quietly followed behind him. Although he really wanted to keep a distance from Gu Ling, she seemed completely unaware, staying lively and warmly close like a caring senior sister. Lu Sholing rubbed his temple, feeling somewhat complicated. He seemed to have realized why his previous life ended up in such a passionate entanglement. Because the current Gu Ling was truly very good. Chapter 89, Princess. He quickly gathered his spirit. Although Chu Jiandan didn't say much, his second master Lin Bingyun told him everything about the divination results. No matter what, Gu Ling was no longer the #1 best senior sister in his memory. Having been misled once, Lu Sholing would not be so foolish again. However, as someone always direct, he couldn't possibly learn the acting skills of Chu Jiandan. Performing as that embarrassing version of himself from the previous life? He'd rather die. But if I change too much, will she notice something suspicious? What if she gets triggered, causing more incidents? Lu Sholing snapped back to reality, but the Gu Ling beside him seemed entirely unfazed by his indifference. As if she had the ability to automatically ignore such details. Her actions were like those of a pre-programmed puppet, making Lu Sholing feel extremely uneasy. She was invincible, immortal. Upon hearing this from Lin Bingyun, Lu Sholing felt no doubt. Precisely because she could not die, many renowned hermits who had already noticed her presence were powerless against her. What kind of monster is she? Had Chu Jiandan not been present, Lu Sholing would definitely have broken down. The thought of breaking down just occurred when he suddenly realized, if Chu Jiandan hadn't accompanied him down here, it really would have been just him and Gu Ling alone. Daring not to think about the consequences. At this moment, however, Gu Ling pulled him. Lu Sholing wanted nothing more than to stick close to his master. His master was now the only person he could rely on. Unite City. It looked like an abandoned ancient capital. The sign on the city gate had aged so much its original color was unrecognizable. Currently, the only one holding the Demon Realm script was Chu Jiandan. In the original story, the darkened version of Lu Sholing was merely about human degradation and had little connection to the Demon Realm. And the current Gu Ling was simply a teenage girl, 2 years younger than Lu Sholing, innocent and pure. At a glance, the Demon Realm was indeed casual. When people assumed it was a deserted ancient capital and entered, they would find out that although it was run down, it was far from being abandoned. As for why it looked battered and torn, it might be because the Demon Realm did not invest in infrastructure. Not only that, there was absolutely no order. No guards, no patrols, no lord, no management. If you had strength, you could gather a few minions. If you lacked strength, you could become someone else's minion or live as a lone wolf carefully. The ratio of species between the Demon Realm and the Immortal Realm was precisely opposite. In the Immortal Realm, the ratio of humans to other creatures was 9-1, while in the Demon Realm, it was 1-9. Humans only accounted for 1/10 of the population, their lifestyle often lazy. They basically lived in garbage heaps. For some unknown reason, when Chu Jiandan looked at this degraded world, an odd phrase came to his mind from the ancient demon emperor. Scale up and make it brilliant again. Without considering the standards of this brilliance, or the core values of the Demon Realm, Chu Jiandan rationally judged that the Demon Realm indeed had great potential for improvement. Just that the population issue was rather pressing. At this moment, the three walked through the city, cloaked in common grey capes, having taken the fake demon pills Chu Jiandan smuggled from that unnamed female demon lord beforehand. This pill allowed non-demon creatures to disguise as demons for a period of time. With Chu Jiandan's reminder, Gu Ling finally quieted down a bit, looking around curiously like Lu Sholing. Loaded Demon Realm Map, Basic Version. Chu Jiandan led the two toward the center of the city where a marked teleportation tower was located. Master, why is this secret realm so peculiar? Gu Ling couldn't help but ask quietly. While she was examining the demons nearby, they similarly glared at her in the shadows. Regardless of whether it was Chu Jiandan or Lu Sholing, in their eyes, both seemed like small roles that could be ignored. Everyone stared at Gu Ling's face exposed beneath her cloak, as though they had glimpsed some great opportunity. Before Gu Ling could retreat behind Chu Jiandan, a ferocious-looking person blocked their path ahead. Lu Sholing was about to draw his sword when the person suddenly knelt down on one knee. This general greets the princess. Princess. Lu Sholing looked at Gu Ling in confusion. Gu Ling also wore an expression of bewilderment, shaking her head repeatedly. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your princess. Chu Jiandan quietly glanced at the young man dressed as a general. Name, Jiang'an. Age, 179. Realm, 7th Stage Tier 1. Identity, Commander of the Demon Race's Dark Army Infantry. Leadership skills, excellent. Jiang'an. Chu Jiandan searched through his memories for this name. He recalled Jiang'an as Mo Yi's defeated rival who fought bitterly for 100 years, only to narrowly miss out on marrying the princess of the Demon Realm. The original demon princess had died long ago, being no more than a corpse throughout the story. Now, with Jiang'an appearing suddenly and calling Gu Ling princess, Chu Jiandan couldn't help but suspect that some dark force was deliberately manipulating things. Princess, the demon emperor ordered me to await your return here, Jiang'an said earnestly, his loyalty rare even among demons. But I am no princess. Gu Ling was alarmed, glancing toward Chu Jiandan as if seeking help. What makes you say she's the princess? Where's your proof? Chu Jiandan asked calmly. Jiang'an then noticed Chu Jiandan's face under the hood, youthful yet exuding a subtle sense of oppression. After a brief silence, he pulled out a painting and presented it with both hands. Because the demon emperor had specifically instructed, anyone who brought the princess back would be treated as an honored guest. Chu Jiandan took the painting without changing expression, unfolded it vertically, allowing the two people behind him to see. The image clearly depicted Gu Ling, every detail matching perfectly. This can't be right. Gu Ling immediately protested, there must be some mistake. Princess, I am merely following orders. The demon emperor has commanded that all will be explained once you meet with his majesty in the imperial city, Jiang'an insisted stubbornly. He then turned to Chu Jiandan and Lu Sholing, addressing them politely yet carrying an undertone of alertness. Distinguished guests, the emperor requests your presence. Chu Jiandan raised an eyebrow. He could decline, but there was no need. Who wouldn't want a direct pass? Kindly lead the way. Chapter 90, Two Names. Master, why are we going with him? Gu Ling asked softly, isn't this a secret realm, how can there be an imperial palace and emperor? The three followed Jiang'an directly toward the direction of the teleportation array. The hostile stares around them disappeared as soon as Jiang'an appeared. Although the demon realm lacked order, no one dared challenge royalty or those acting for royalty. Jiangen, while not royal himself, represented their interests. It might be a time loop type of secret realm. Consider this an immersive experience into a story about the demon realm, Chu Jianden casually replied. Gu Ling nodded, understanding only part of what he meant, so, we just go along with whatever they say, and we'll get back. Adapt as needed, Chu Jianden answered vaguely. Lu Sholing blinked beside her, roughly catching Chu Jianden's meaning. Alright. Gu Ling readily agreed. Jiangen ahead didn't care what they were discussing behind a soundproof charm, so long as he fulfilled his duty and brought everyone back. And Chu Jianden's plan was straightforward. He only wanted to find a chance to send these two back to the mortal world, or at least Lu Sholing. There was no benefit for him to stay longer, given the adverse effects prolonged exposure could have on his mortal body. For beings like Gu Ling, who was half god and half demon, any realm suited her fine, but Lu Sholing's mortal constitution could not withstand too much time here. While descending from the mortal world into the demon realm was easy, ascending back required special tools or circumstances due to heavenly rules limiting such dimension-bending actions. In the original text, the demon army used the opportunity of a void rift tearing open to invade the higher realms completely. As of now, there were no signs of the void rift appearing, so the most practical approach would be finding a demon abyss. The map showed none nearby, but the demon abyss markings near the imperial city were dense. Chu Jianden guessed that perhaps the demon emperor had built them for military convenience. Jiangen led the three to a clearing and gestured for them to prepare for teleportation. Aside from Chu Jianden, who had mentally prepared by looking at the map, the other two behind him were surprised for a moment. The demon realm's teleportation array was extremely crude. So crude that it seemed like nothing existed there, some might think it was just barren land sprinkled with herbicide. It was merely a neat circle. Only when the array activated did it emit an intense red light. Magnet City. Listening to this inexplicably ostentatious name, Chu Jianden saw only a rugged building entirely constructed of clay bricks. Visually, it slightly resembled pit number 2 of the Terracotta Warriors. Yes, the imperial city of Magnet City was concave underground, the deeper you went, the higher your status. Thus, the demon emperor resided at the very bottom. But today, the demon emperor specially ascended to the surface and even seemingly arranged a welcoming scene. Ha ha ha. So this must be the one destined for our race. Demon Emperor Qi Jiang instantly spotted Chu Jianden standing among the three. Your Majesty, Qi Emperor, I've heard much about you, Chu Jianden said coolly yet politely. I am Mo Chen, a newcomer to this esteemed place. If I act rudely, please forgive me. Having just seen the system display Qi Jiang's personal details, Chu Jianden barely managed to maintain his composure. Fortunately, he could still call Qi Jiang Demon Emperor, otherwise the pronunciation of Yi Deng would have made it hard for him to stay aloof. Originally, he always pronounced the character Jiang as descent, but now the system indicated its pronunciation was actually surrender. He didn't want to criticize, because Qi Jiang's next words were directed at Gu Ling. Qi daughter-in-law, you've finally returned. Your father has been waiting for you for so long. Chapter 91, Heart Techniques. Qi Jiang gazed at Gu Ling with tears streaming down his face. His dearest child was his daughter, who had died 2,000 years ago. Back then, she was only 13 years old. She perished without warning, no sign of her impending death. Qi Jiang had always preserved her body, ceaselessly searching for her soul. After 2 millennia, her soul had finally returned. Qi Jiang's perception of his daughter's soul was incredibly acute. He had already sensed that faint trace of her soul within Gu Ling. Additionally, a shaman told him the princess's soul has returned, which is why he became so excited and immediately came out to greet her. He never imagined his daughter was the descendant of Nuwa. If it weren't for this new shaman informing him, he wouldn't have understood the cause of her death back then. Apparently, his daughter died while sacrificing herself to mend the heavens. Before Gu Ling could respond, Qi Jiang had already handed her a scepter. This scepter measured only the length of an adult's forearm. At its top was a pure black spherical magic stone, surrounded by strands of dark mist. Gu Ling's fingertips trembled slightly, and immediately another version of herself appeared in her mind. The nearest Lu Sholing clearly felt that her demeanor suddenly changed. It was subtle yet striking. System alert. Character Gu Ling, heroine index reduced to 40%, antagonist index increased to 60%. All characters protagonist indices activated. Role positioning board open. Ensemble mode initiated. Click here for more details. A series of pop-up windows appeared on Chu Jianden's system interface, but his attention was entirely drawn to Gu Ling's real-time status. Identity, Demon Princess Qi Shi, fake. Just this line revealed a lot. So, the system was still easy to cheat. With evident enthusiasm, Qi Jiang invited Chu Jianden along with Lu Sholing into the royal city, unintentionally giving them the illusion of touring a royal mausoleum. Although Chu Jianden couldn't appreciate this style much, it didn't stop him from commercially flattering Qi Jiang. Since obtaining the scepter, Gu Ling had remained silent, her temperament growing much more tranquil. She silently followed beside Qi Jiang, truly resembling a dutiful daughter. As for Lu Sholing, walking in such a place filled him with unease, almost prompting him to pull on Chu Jianden's sleeve. Such tombs, they meant shadows to him. By the way, Mo Chen. Qi Jiang obviously intended to recruit Chu Jianden, his speaking manner akin to a friendly older brother. What do you think of my daughter-in-law, Qi? This momentarily left Chu Jianden unsure whether he should play the role of an agreeable younger brother. Your Majesty, I already have a family. What's the problem? Bring them all over. There's plenty of space here, you can take as many concubines as you want. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, but it's unnecessary. Why? Do you disdain my Qi Shi? Not at all. Chu Jiandan looked directly at him and didn't mince words. I am fond of men. Then isn't it simple? You could, wait, what did you say? Qi Jiang widened his eyes. His features were naturally intimidating with a face like a demon king and a beard longer than his waistband. At that moment, his glaring gaze held a few hints of the authority of the king of hell. To be honest, I have a husband, hence I cannot take another wife, Chu Jiandan stated matter-of-factly. This. Qi Jiang was speechless, instinctively glancing at his daughter, Qi Shi. The shaman had said, the princess must wed the person who brought her back. Only this way could the princess's life be safeguarded. How could Qi Jiang dare to neglect? He almost venerated Chu Jianden. But now, he actually said he had a husband. A husband? Alright, having a husband isn't much of an issue, except, the princess is female. If it were a prince, it would have been much simpler. Qi Jiang shook his head repeatedly with sighs. Suddenly, he glanced at Lu Sholing beside them. Lu Sholing also contributed to returning the princess, perhaps he would do. With that in mind, Qi Jiang coughed and turned to ask Lu Sholing, young man, are you married? Before Lu Sholing could respond, Gu Ling's eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if this wasn't the result she wanted. However, she had no chance to interrupt Qi Jiang's enthusiasm. Fortunately, Lu Sholing vigorously refused, otherwise, Gu Ling wouldn't know how to find an excuse. Qi Jiang's voice buzzed annoyingly by her ears, while she always remained silent, brows lowered. Her thumb slowly caressed the bottom end of the scepter, her thoughts incredibly clear. Since Chu Jianden dared follow so boldly, he can't leave. Regardless if he marries or not, he must be bound somehow. No matter what happens, the innocent heart must appear cracked. This was her mission. And it was the mission evil Gu Ling discussed with her. Now, they were on the same boat, no matter what, cooperating well was the first priority. What comes after, will be dealt with then. She silently glanced at Chu Jianden who smiled quietly, his gentle profile flickering between light and shadow in the cold mausoleum, making his intentions incomprehensible. Indeed, he has changed. His cunning now likely matches mine. Chapter 92, The Success Story of the Third Generation. Evil Gu Ling with complete memories took control of the operation, thinking first about Xiao Yixue. That is, Moe who no longer exists nowadays. Perhaps she didn't fully understand Xiao Yixue, but she understood Moe well. After all, Moe was her personally raised, loyal hound. If it weren't for her insistence on being pure and clean back then, there wouldn't have been so many unnecessary hardships endured. Moe's flaw was disloyalty and betrayal. If he happened to be irritable and mentally confused, it would be easy for various opportunists to exploit his weaknesses. Gu Ling recalled how much suffering she had gone through due to misunderstandings. There weren't enough hands and feet to count them all. She knew that confronting Chu Jianden and Xiao Yixue forcibly would surely fail because their strength didn't permit it. Hence, soft tactics were necessary. Xiao Yixue's deduction about her was spot on, only nobody yet knew the true use and real effect of the innocent heart. Gu Ling absolutely couldn't let them discover it. If the true purpose was revealed, and the mystery of the ages was solved, then all the efforts of past lives would be utterly destroyed. She could not accept that, never. About the fated one and innocent heart, Gu Ling was unsure how many clues Chu Jianden had gathered. For now, it seemed he wasn't cautious. There were plenty of opportunities for probing, no need to rush. The remaining time available was less than 2 years, more precisely, merely 1.5 years. 1.5 years later, which would be the spring of the year after next, the cracks would begin appearing in both realms of immortals and demons, lasting continuously for half a year before spreading down to the mortal realm. Once the cracks from the paths of immortal and demon completely joined, the beginning of the collapse of heaven would commence. Previously, Gu Ling prepared the props well over a year in advance. When the cracks were still small, the amount of power required wasn't much, a shattered innocent heart sufficed. Therefore, the mortals of the ordinary world had no clue. Moreover, a heart that has been wholeheartedly sincere from start to finish. A heart filled with sincerity from beginning to end. And a heart riddled with resentment, despair, and betrayal by the most trusted person. There's an immense disparity in power. Now that the innocent heart resides within Xiao Yixue, along with the cautious Chu Jianden serving as her protector, Gu Ling knew she could never obtain it. Then there was only one way left, the method of the first time. The first time, which she couldn't even recall how many years ago it happened, only remembered it was during the third generation. The first divine offspring to exploit the flaw in the celestial path. It was her, who had lived all the way from the third generation until now. Originally, the third generation was meant to be the end of Nuwa's descendants' mission. Since this world had 3 realms, therefore, heaven also had 3 layers. The first generation snake woman mended the immortal realm, the second generation ancient ape mended the demon realm, the third generation humans were responsible for the mortal realm. If the third generation completed their mission, then in that lifetime she wouldn't die immediately or be reborn again. She could simply return home after fixing the heavens and continue living until the natural end of her life. But the third generation refused. After all, having tasted the benefits of immortality so many times, she no longer wished to give up the opportunity for infinite rebirth. And she made a bet. She gambled on the fact that Nuwa must have left a contingency plan. If she truly died in this life, everything would end. So why should she care about the world and its future? Sure enough, after her self-inflicted injuries, the celestial path temporarily designated a destined individual to jointly take on Nuwa's mission with her counterpart. This way, even if an accident befell Nuwa's descendant, the heavens could still be repaired. Upon discovering what Nuwa's contingency plan entailed, the third generation nearly went mad. She desperately obstructed those 2 who sought to save the world and successfully sowed discord between them, leading to insufficient strength at the final moment, failing to mend the hole in the sky entirely. When the sky collapsed, the innocent heart had no choice but to sacrifice itself, sealing the hole to protect the other individual, safeguarding the world for 1,000 years. This is the success story of the third generation. When she discovered that she could deceive the celestial path, even manipulate it to fulfill her wish for infinite rebirths, she became addicted. With the first attempt under her belt, every subsequent effort came more easily. Hence, the innocent heart she required absolutely had to be an innocent heart with cracks. For this reason, she had become highly skilled at sowing discord. A heart betrayed by one's beloved carries desperation and destruction in its power, unable to summon Nuwa's strength, thus relying solely on the guidance of the celestial path to seal the sky split for a 1,000-year cycle. Using this method, the third generation managed to live on through each cycle without major incidents. This was also the fundamental reason Gu Ling kept meddling between Moe and the original Chu Jianden. Both of their hearts were broken, whoever sacrificed themselves, the heavens would be sealed for another 1,000 years. Even if, in her view, these were all unintentional mistakes. Yes. By splitting off an evil version of herself and letting obsession drive it to do things while the pure part of her retained no memory, how could that count as a mistake? Just some vacillation and hesitancy of young love. How could such actions be tied to scheming and conspiracy? After all, she really didn't know anything, did she? Flawless. The capabilities of the endlessly reincarnating third generation were fully demonstrated in psychological warfare. However, for reasons unknown, upon looking into Chu Jianden's eyes, Gu Ling's confidence wavered for the first time. Because Chu Jianden appeared even more confident than her. Chapter 93, Guarantee of Passage. But now things had reached this point, she had no way out. How would you know unless you try? She didn't believe her experienced self would lose, even against her own master. The Demon Emperor had arranged a permanent palace for Chu Jianden and Lu Sholing. Though he showed great enthusiasm, his uncompromising attitude was also evident. All demon races understood how important the princess was to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's intent on invading the mortal realm was entirely due to reviving the princess, otherwise, the Demon Emperor hadn't come out once in hundreds of years. Qi Jiang took Gu Ling away, leaving Chu Jianden and Lu Sholing behind in the tomb-like palace, not forgetting to assign specific servants to attend to them. Master, what's going on? Lu Sholing looked at Chu Jianden, who just sent the servants out and posted soundproof seals on the door, asking, could it be true that Gu Ling looks exactly like the Demon Emperor's princess? However, after finishing the question, he instantly negated himself, but they can't look exactly alike, right? If so, there's no way the demons of the mortal realm wouldn't have noticed. Even he could see how much the Demon Emperor cherished the princess. Why would the Dream Fox, sent by the Demon Emperor, not only neglect protecting her but also act against her? It goes without saying that this news was also extremely sudden for the Demon Emperor. There's even a possibility that he might have been overwhelmed with joy, neglecting many suspicious points in haste to accept the fact of the princess's return. Gu Ling has the residual soul of the Demon Emperor's princess. If amplified by a special artifact, it wouldn't be strange for the Demon Emperor to sense it. Chu Jianden brushed the dust off his hands, disdainfully scrutinizing the surroundings here, all while daydreaming about how to improve everyone's standard of living. Then does that mean we can only let her control the demon race? Lu Sholing asked worriedly. Given the Demon Emperor's affection for the princess, it was likely that if Gu Ling expressed even a passing interest in ascending the dragon throne, the Demon Emperor would readily agree. She has divine protection, nothing can kill her. Chu Jianden conjured up a set of table and chairs from a spatial item and gestured for Lu Sholing to sit down for some tea. If the enemy doesn't move, neither do I. But I suspect you'll be able to leave soon. Why? Although Lu Sholing didn't understand, he still obediently sat across from Chu Jianden, humbly accepting the warm cup of tea Chu Jianden handed him. After a pause, Chu Jianden simply said, the Demon Realm's vanguard army is almost ready. Lu Sholing was taken aback, furiously searching his mind for something. That, the general of the demon realm. He only remembered various nicknames circulating among the populace, something like fiendish ghost or murderous demon. However, what he most often heard in Feng State was the simplest and easiest to understand title, General of the Demon Army. Is it MOE? Lu Sholing wasn't sure. Since Chu Jiandan had just mentioned not long ago that his name was Mo Chen, what did this one character difference mean? Lu Sholing didn't dare to make wild guesses. Chu Jiandan took a sip of tea faintly. There's no MOE now. Could it be the master who removed him? Lu Sholing cautiously asked. If so, Chu Jiandan must have played an extremely significant role in this time reversal. Suddenly, Lu Sholing thought of someone who was both strange yet familiar. Xiao Yixue. The newly added Shifu's uncle he hadn't really communicated much with. Lu Sholing's eyes lit up as he finally understood the connection between the addition of a person and the subtraction of another. It seemed that Xiao Yixue had washed away her past transgressions, much like himself. Lu Sholing couldn't help but feel a deep mutual understanding toward Xiao Yixue. In a certain sense, their experiences after turning dark were quite similar, differing only in the number of people slaughtered. He thus decided against casting stones at her when they both were sinners. I remember Moe being the princess's future son-in-law in the demon realm. Lu Sholing never interacted with Moe beyond seeing him distantly. He didn't realize the ties between Moe and his so-called perfect idol until right before his death. If talking about jealousy and rivalry, there was no one higher to envy than their master. There is no Moe anymore, so the demon emperor plans to make you, master, the son-in-law. Lu Sholing was confused, but why would you say your name is Mo Chen? Do you actually intend to become this general? He wasn't worried about Chu Jiandan massacring, but rather that it might be too dangerous. Everyone knows that spies near ruthless heroes always tread on thin ice. The demon emperor will definitely keep me around, whether I want to be the son-in-law or not. Chu Jiandan smiled faintly. Lu Sholing, uneasy, said, then maybe I won't go. I'll stay with you, master. Chu Jiandan shook his head, you need to leave as soon as possible. I'm not in any danger myself. But if things turn sour and you get captured, then I'll be in trouble. Lu Sholing fell silent, realizing the simple truth behind Chu Jiandan's words. Moreover, if my guess is correct, the demon clan will soon take action, and the target will probably still be the Immortal Alliance. At that time, sending you back would be convenient. Chu Jiandan's attitude, akin to, a path will open up before the carriage reaches the mountain, and the boat will naturally straighten when it arrives at the bridge, calmed Lu Sholing. All right. I understand, master. I will follow your arrangements. That night. True enough, the demon emperor found Chu Jiandan alone, offering various benefits earnestly trying to recruit him. Chu Jiandan made no mention of the fake princess, because from Gu Ling's perspective, he shouldn't know so much. There was no point in alarming anyone prematurely. The demon emperor already knew Chu Jiandan's position within the Immortal Alliance, but the pure demonic aura radiating from Chu Jiandan had already convinced the demon emperor himself. He was originally a hidden devil cultivator within the immortal sects. They are all part of the same side. Since they're all on the same side, then let's be straightforward. After a half-hour explanation from the demon emperor, Chu Jiandan realized he intended to awaken the divine descent platform at Kunlun Tianshan. The reason, as always, was to communicate with the celestial realm and force them to help his daughter resolve the matter of mending the heavens. It seems Gu Ling hasn't told him much of the truth. Chu Jiandan mused inwardly. The demon emperor had obviously just come from Gu Ling, so this plan was closely related to her and might even have been strongly guided by her. The demon abyss connecting with the mortal realm and then linking up with the immortal realm through the divine descent platform would mean no boundaries among the three realms. The mortal realm would undoubtedly be thrown into total chaos. Chu Jiandan squinted his eyes. Combined, he and Xiao Yixue were practically invincible, having no natural enemies left in the mortal realm. To suppress their power, one would truly have to resort to dimensional strike forces coming down from the immortal or demon realms. However, if the immortal realm gateway really was opened, it wouldn't be about sending the quasi-Xiao Yixue god empress to the immortal realm. It would mean delivering the entire immortal realm down instead. Humph, a trivial matter, since your majesty has entrusted me with such high hopes, I wouldn't dare to let you down, would I? Chu Jiandan faintly tilted the corners of his mouth upward, using tea in place of wine to elegantly clink cups with the laughing demon emperor. Chapter 94, The Adventurous Dream Fox. Deep within the subterranean palace. In the center of an array lay a coffin carved from 10,000-year-old demonic stone, entirely black without a glimmer of light. Inside rested the corpse of a young girl, who seemed to have endured immense pain before dying. Her facial expression and muscles were tightly tensed as if frozen in agony. In the demon realm, someone in their teens could only be considered a pupa, incredibly weak, nearly harmless. To inquire about what special events had happened to her over these past few years, the only remarkable occurrence was when she got lost in the mortal realm for a month at the age of 11. Fortunately, she eventually returned safe and sound. Seeing her happiness, the demon emperor hadn't thought much of it. Only Gu Ling knew that this little princess was merely one of her substitutes, and this substitute didn't even know what had happened right before her death. A strand of the demon princess's soul resided in the Heartblood Soul Pearl, also one of her recurring nightmares. Thus, she harbored intense hatred and animosity toward the corpse of the demon princess. If not for needing this identity, Gu Ling would have preferred to immediately shatter her into dust with a single palm strike. A dark shadow appeared on the wall, facing Gu Ling, who held a scepter. Their conversation took place entirely within the consciousness space, but all the surrounding demon slaves knew this shadow was the most esteemed witch by the demon emperor. Awake her, and let me deliver her to Moe. But she doesn't know Moe. You don't need to know the reason, I've already informed the demon emperor. But inside the Heartblood Soul Pearl is a curse. How do I extract her residual soul? Just put the entire Heartblood Soul Pearl inside. You've gone mad. What are you afraid of? I'm in control, just stay here as your sweet little princess. You're leaving me alone here. Or what? What use are you? You. Don't die and just listen to me. I'm thoroughly sick of saying this, it was you who created me, you who entrusted me with tasks, and still you who always trip things up. If you continue to be annoying, I'll take charge myself. Gu Ling ultimately chose to comply. Struggling internally, she stretched out her hand, covering the position of the heart on the princess's corpse. Transfer of the Heartblood Soul Pearl. 15 minutes later, the evil Gu Ling had taken control of the demon princess's body. That tiny remnant of the soul could only allow her to maintain her habits and instincts from life. Within the encampment of the demon army, Chu Jianden sat on a small earthen hill deep in thought. This vanguard group wasn't numerous in terms of people, consisting only of Yiksha clansmen. Yiksha, blue indigo faces, red hair like sandstone, large mouths filled with fangs, iron tridents in hand. Their combat prowess wasn't particularly strong, but they excelled in swift action and were skilled at concealing themselves in the darkness of night. Most importantly, their iron tridents weren't ordinary ones, they could summon mysterious lightning. Chu Jianden understood this only as the principle of electrical conduction. Such lightning greatly increased the probability of successfully activating the Divine Descent platform, which was why the Demon Emperor handed over the command authority of the Yiksha clan to Chu Jianden. Still, though he had obtained command authority, Chu Jianden believed they didn't even know what command authority actually meant. Indeed, in the original narrative, the demon armies were always slaughtering their way through wherever they went. It was less of an army campaign and more like locusts devastating everything in their path. Under this premise, the supposed generals could only be powerful figures leading the charge. Yet, Chu Jianden didn't need to charge now. With the demon abyss soon to be opened, there wasn't even a chance to train the troops. They were about to launch a surprise counterattack against the Immortal Alliance who were preparing to terminate the conference. Chu Jianden supported his head in exasperation. Quietly changing into black robes and a ghost mask to avoid the embarrassment of meeting acquaintances later. Master, I'm ready. Lu Shouling was dressed in similar black robes, with a mask on his face that resembled the Yiksha not far away. Good, let's go. Yes. When the Dream Fox received the instruction and opened the scroll again, the first figure to step out of the array made her pause momentarily, feeling as if she had seen this person before. But she knew what to say and what not to say. Moreover, the Demon Emperor had ordered her to continue infiltrating as an undercover disciple within the Immortal Alliance. Therefore, just like last time, after finishing her task, she retreated immediately without leaving any traces. However, around the corner, she took out another scroll. This scroll was exquisitely crafted, clearly belonging exclusively to special individuals. A flash of light passed by, and the demon princess's body fell directly into her arms. Dream Fox frowned slightly. This was a private task given to her alone by the Demon Emperor, to sneak the young princess into the Seven Spirit Sect. Currently, the princess was extremely weak and lacked anything to conceal her demonic aura, which would attract attention soon. As the Demon Emperor gave no reason, Dream Fox had no choice but to pretend to have saved her by the roadside and take her to Fang Suyun. There's an old saying, the most dangerous place is the safest one, sometimes the boldest approach works best. So, when Fang Suyun and Xiao Yixue were discussing keeping someone here to wait for Chu Jianden's news, Dream Fox openly carried the unconscious princess and knocked on the door, stunning both of them. Chapter 95, The Opening of the Immortal Sect. It had only been a day since the Demon Abyss channel appeared and disappeared again. Worry spread through the Immortal Alliance, making it impossible to continue the competition. All sects, including the Seven Spirit Sect, prepared to return home. The head of the alliance, Shizhen Tian, Xiao Yixue, and several elders gathered in Fang Suyun's courtyard, lost in thought as they gazed at the little girl lying flat on the ground. Dream Fox's heart raced anxiously, she wasn't sure if she had placed the right bet. Immortal sect cultivators valued benevolence and morality. The young girl before them, though of demon lineage, was too young and her soul and spirit already broken. She couldn't possibly be a threat. Dream Fox explained that the girl had fled from the demon world, saying they were all chasing her. After seeking help, she fainted and became unconscious. They were skeptical, but none would go so far as to destroy their own soul just to infiltrate the Immortal Alliance. Only Xiao Yixue silently observed the face of the demon princess. He recognized her identity, even though the original Moe had only met her briefly while she was sealed inside a coffin. Could it be that the demon emperor intentionally sent her here? Xiao Yixue recalled Chu Jianden recently sending him a mental note, mentioning he arrived with the demon vanguard army. But it was obvious Chu Jianden wouldn't bother casually sending over a past wife for a continuation of their previous connection. Xiao Yixue didn't want to overthink things, so he relayed everything to Chu Jianden, who was currently sabotaging the Divine Descent platform. Unexpectedly, he received a quick reply. Then treat her well. His casual tone carried a tinge of amusement. If Xiao Yixue weren't so familiar with him, this sentence might have easily been misinterpreted as jealousy from a little wife. Yet Xiao Yixue felt disappointed because he believed he'd never see a truly jealous Chu Jianden in his lifetime. Because just as much as Xiao Yixue understood Chu Jianden's attitude, Chu Jianden understood his feelings. Yixue elder brother. Fang Suyun looked at Xiao Yixue, the only one who hadn't spoken yet. After a brief discussion, it was decided to delay the Seven Spirit Sect's departure by a few days. Don't ask me, you decide. No sooner had Xiao Yixue finished speaking when a massive bolt of lightning streaked across the sky without warning, aimed towards the Divine Descent platform. After some time, the earth-shattering thunderous roar echoed throughout the land. This kind of pressure. Everyone was shocked. Its intensity matched that of the heavenly thunder during a cultivation breakthrough period, capable of causing an entire mountain range to tremble. Sects that left early looked back from the cloud seas above. Sinister lightning condensed into a colossal vortex in the sky. Even seasoned cultivators, upon seeing such a miraculous phenomenon, could do nothing but stare in amazement. Actually, it wasn't just the clouds and the sea. Within a 100-mile radius around Mount Kunlun and Mount Tian, every single cloud converged along a straight line. The line reached vertically upwards into the sky, dazzling brilliantly as if broadcasting an energy of communication between heaven and earth. Shizhen Tian was terrified, unable to believe that someone could actually unseal the ancient god demon's seal. Xiao Yixue's ring finger beneath his left sleeve emitted a faint glow. Relying solely on Chu Jianden's demonic power and the props provided by the demon emperor, it would be impossible to open the Divine Descent platform so quickly. There was even a possibility that because of dragging too long, they might have to endure an unnecessary fierce battle. But with the divine energy secretly provided by Xiao Yixue, Chu Jianden tearing open the seal was as simple as ripping a piece of rice paper. The divine demon seal itself required mutual agreement between deities and demons in order to be opened. Naturally, this wasn't an issue between Chu Jianden and Xiao Yixue. The Celestial Realm. The originally tranquil world was now like still pond water disturbed by a stone. Ripples spread out, and floating islands rose and sank rhythmically. A swordsman with silvery white hair sheathed his sword and gazed into the distance toward that beam of light. Has Jianden arrived? His eyes lit up faintly. But after waiting for a long while, no figure emerged from the luminous column, and worse still, the pillar showed no signs of fading. Could this be something other than a mortal ascending? This thought flashed across the minds of most people in the celestial realm. Whenever a cultivator successfully ascended to divinity from the lower realms, such phenomena would appear, but this time it was different. The gate to the celestial realm remained open, yet no one had come through from the lower realms. What is happening? The celestial beings communicated via spiritual awareness across their respective residences. Could he have changed his mind at the last moment? Even if he did change his mind, the celestial gates should have already closed by now. So strange. Let's go check it out. In an instant, lights flared from various floating islands like a meteor shower converging toward the beam. The sword patriarch slowly frowned, for only he could sense the presence of his disciple within it. There was no doubt, it was Chu Jianden who hadn't been seen for years, and he never doubted his intuition. Yet why did Chu Jianden open the door and not enter? Suddenly, a realization struck him, the troubling dream that had haunted him recently. In the dream, he had eagerly awaited his disciple's arrival at the celestial gates, only to find that moment turned out to be their final goodbye. Jianden. Chapter 96, An Omen of Trouble. Almost instantly, he had appeared before the celestial gate. White Deer Sword Patriarch. A soft feminine voice sounded behind him. White Deer paused and turned back, bowing respectfully. Celestial Empress. I just received a message from the Demon Emperor, the Celestial Empress Lingyue said, her gaze fixed on the empty entrance before her. The Tao of Heaven is gradually unraveling. The boundaries among the three realms will likely disappear. A message from the Demon Emperor. Although White Deer was shocked, knowing it wasn't about his disciple put him at ease enough to calm down quickly. What did he say? The fates of all three realms are intertwined. What benefits one benefits all, what harms one harms all. Celestial Empress Lingyue sighed lightly. White Deer furrowed his brows. Is this related to the tribulations of the mundane realm? Yes. Lingyue nodded slightly. Silently, both stared at the wide-open celestial gateway. Mortals without sufficient power were still unable to climb up themselves, but from now on, as long as this gate stayed open, the entire celestial realm could descend freely without the constraints of the Tao's boundaries. Is this good or bad? Even White Deer was uncertain. White Deer Sword Patriarch, if you're worried about the past, I will send you down first to investigate. What do you think? Though Lingyue was the celestial empress, she held none of the airs of a monarch. Her words and actions were those of an ordinary fairy, especially when around White Deer. White Deer takes the order. With a bow, his figure vanished immediately into the light column. After stuffing a group of Yiksha temporarily into a covenant space, Chu Jianden swiftly blacked out, supported by Lu Sholing who had already switched back into his sect robes, walking toward the Seven Spirit Sect's residence. Within the covenant space that formed its own small world, a large and a smaller Cheongchi pair stared wide-eyed at the Yiksha group wielding iron forks and dancing wildly. The Yiksha clan may have an IQ below the Cheongchi clan, but they share one common trait, speed. If forced to find another similarity, it might be the fact they tend to spark lightning effects occasionally. As if they belonged together since ancient times. Chu Jianden paid no attention to what they discussed inside, appearing completely drained as he let Lu Sholing support him while ascending the mountain slowly. Just as White Deer had arrived freshly from the mortal realm and saw his long-thought-of disciple, he hadn't had the chance to express his concern and ask what happened, when suddenly a white shadow shot out of the yard ahead and tightly embraced the seemingly about-to-fall person. Senior brother. Are you alright? Xiao Yishue's concerned words were half true and half false. It was true due to the worry that Chu Jianden might suffer in the demon world, but false because she knew he was doing it deliberately. White Deer frowned deeply. His intuition told him there was something off with this familiar-looking individual. Who was it? Fang Suyun also followed out from the yard, shouting a name, Yishue Master. Crouching behind a tree, Bai Lu Xing raised his white eyebrows. Yishue. Xiao Yishue. The disciple of that old turtle Cui Yunshan. Looking at how Xiao Yishue's hand naturally wrapped around Chu Jianden's waist, Bai Lu Xing's brows which had just risen instantly wrinkled again. This little rascal, why does he still lack proper etiquette? No sense of distance at all. What if someone? A pair of golden, dazzling imprints shimmered under the sunlight. What if they get the wrong idea? Bai Lu Xing rubbed his eyes. Did I misunderstand something? Shouldn't they already have their own partners? But why do both glow simultaneously? Could it be that their partner is the same person? Uncertain. He decided to observe further. Xiao, no sense of distance, Yishue directly lifted Chu Jianden and flew up to the second floor of the pavilion, gently placing him on the soft couch. Fang Suyun and others followed up as well, diagnosing his condition from a distance. Then she pulled out a large bottle of pills and handed it to Xiao Yishue. No worries, just an old ailment acting up. She said this with a faint smile. Others couldn't make out whether her words referred to the damage in Chu Jianden's original essence. I'd better keep an eye on that young demon girl. Here, I'll leave everything to Master Yishue. Fang Suyun left along with the group, including Lu Sholing who was still uneasy. After all, he wasn't from the Seven Spirit Sect. Since he returned safely from the demon abyss, the Seven Spirit Sect should escort him back to his residence in Bingyun Sect and report to the team leader for peace. The upstairs was very bright and spacious, with windows wide open on all four sides. Curtains fluttered, making it a great spot for viewing scenery. Simultaneously, it was also a fine place to be observed. For example, Bai Sword respected one by Lu Xing, who almost got upset enough to bite through his scabbard. Watching Xiao Yishue cradling Chu Jianden from behind, feeding him pills by hand, and then inexplicably brushing his lips. My hard-working cultivated good cabbage. Ended up being plowed by the pig Cui Yunshan raised. Cui Yunshan. I will not let this go. A thunderclap struck right above Cui Yunshan's head. Oh no. Cui Yunshan nervously fidgeted at the summit of the Seven Spirits Peak, looking toward the sky, his expression tenser than ever. Indeed, a serious problem has arisen. Chapter 97, The Cabbage and the Pig. Just after Bai Lu Xing stormed off in fury with sword in hand, Xiao Yishue nonchalantly tilted Chu Jianden's chin. They say one day of absence feels like 3 autumns apart. He always felt like every day without touching Chu Jianden made the latter's lips cooler by a fraction. Cool Chu Jianden was not sweet. He must warm him up. Cough. Xiao Yishue wouldn't even let him finish his sentence, anyway, it was because of his indulgence. The pill dissolved instantly with a fragrant aroma surrounding Chu Jianden's nose and mouth. But before long, it was arrogantly swept away by someone's tongue. With a disordered breathing pattern, his originally pale face color and lip shade gradually turned rosier, and the slightly cool skin started warming up to temperatures higher than usual. There are people around. Unable to speak, Chu Jianden could only try to stop this reckless person through mental transmission. Xiao Yishue responded with an action, an ice wall. With the separation, Chu Jianden realized he had been restraining himself earlier. The fox scarf used for covering and the snow-white collar slipped down, leading Xiao Yishue's responsive allowance within their sealed-off lips becoming increasingly unrestrained, as if desperate to melt the person tightly embraced into his soul. The aloof Chu Jiandan might not realize how stimulating a rare parting of his lips could be to Xiao Yixue, but deep down, he didn't detest the feeling of being possessed by madness and passion, he even enjoyed it. Because, love-flaring Xiao Yixue became more and more proficient. Chu Jiandan knew he would unconsciously tighten his throat and neck when enjoying pleasure, exhaling silently. Of course, to Xiao Yixue, it sounded like moaning. Every time this happened, it felt like he received immense encouragement, getting confirmation from the person he adored meant more realistic and significant than any words could express. Row after row of new intimate marks extended from the reddened earlobes, covering the fading purple spots, as if claiming ownership. Just as Bai Lu Xing intercepted Cui Yunshan's attempt to hastily meditate using a 40,000-meter burst of sword energy, coincidentally, the alliance leader Jianchen also found himself overwhelmed with troubles. These individuals were not all from the Celestial Alliance, rather, most of them were solitary practitioners who sought spiritual fortune. Their eagerness resembled that of insurgent armies in ancient battles. Jianchen found it difficult to truly confront them harshly. However, he could not allow the authority and order of the Celestial Alliance to be challenged either. Although Kunlun, in the end, Jianchen had no choice but to activate the mountain ceiling formation. Even Bai Lu Xing, who had been dragging Cui Yunshan by his ear all this time, got blocked outside upon his return. Ah! It seems something serious happened. Cui Yunshan had also attempted numerous times to change the subject during their journey, never successfully though. Old tortoise. Think of a way for us to get inside. But this can't work right now. I don't care. Hey. Aren't our relationship more important than our apprentices? Nonsense. Just look at it like this, alright? We mustn't break the formation. If we do, countless lives would be destroyed. Quit stalling. I didn't ask you to break the array. I asked you to go inside. It's impossible. This is the strongest protective formation. Cui Yunshan couldn't recall when he last acted as timid as these past 800 years, but why shouldn't he act like this? After all, who would have expected the sudden revival of the Divine Descent platform? Otherwise, how could that pig Xiao Yixue ever reach the cabbage without the cabbage's willingness? If the cabbage didn't let someone approach, even the biggest one would remain untouched. Throughout the journey, Cui Yunshan kept wailing and protesting his injustice but to no avail, while Bai Lu Xing insisted on blaming him for ineffective teaching, and thus gave him a fierce reprimand. Originally elegant and dignified Cui Yunshan was now nearly shaved bald. Oh no. White dear. Cui Yunshan pleaded, since we're outside anyway, why don't we help resolve this minor rebellion for them? Once they notice the danger is over, they'll naturally open the gates, right? What do you say? Bullshit. I used to have the celestial ways. Bai Lu Xing paused briefly, suddenly remembering something, then closing his eyes carefully sensing, he eventually confirmed, I no longer feel restricted by the celestial ways. In that case, go slaughter. Cui Yunshan even wanted to clap. Bai Lu Xing deeply agreed with this thought, slowly unsheathing his sword. So I'll start with your sorry ass. Chapter 98, The Star Chaser Sect. Far off in Fire Nation. In a solemn palace hall, Emperor Yan Ku wore an exasperated face. All ministers present under the imperial dragon seat trembled with fear, not daring to offend the volatile emperor during this critical time. Aware of the worsening situation, yet inevitably their gazes would still wander toward the red-haired, male child over a meter tall beside the dragon throne. Yan Liao Yuan, a demon race individual, known as Yan Ku's guardian deity. His pact time with the Fire Nation was soon reaching its end. The spirit stone capable of counteracting heavenly calamities had already been obtained, and construction of the sacrificial altar predicted to be required was underway. The only missing piece remained the person capable of activating the spirit stone. According to the latest astrological guidance, such a person roughly appeared near the Kunlun Tianshan area. However, unexpectedly, Lin Nation decided to seal off their borders precisely at this moment, refusing entrance to citizens of Fire Nation and Wind Nation alike. This caused Yan Ku's short temper to flare, making him want to immediately mobilize troops. Advisors tried their best to dissuade him. For the moment, the court fell into deadlock. Liao Yuan, what are your thoughts? Yan Ku asked grimly. But Yan Liao Yuan was utterly unconcerned, shrugging nonchalantly, Your Majesty might as well consult Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen refers to a mysterious organization sponsored by the Fire Nation royal family specializing in divination and star reading. Each of its members also possessed mystery, nameless and surnameless, represented solely by stellar names. For example, the current leader of Chu Xingchen, Tu Si Kong. Right now, he stood on the other side of the dragon throne, entirely draped in a large crimson cape. No, I'm asking you. Yan Ku remained steadfastly stubborn despite being less than 30 years old but already acknowledged nationwide for his governing skills, regardless of his terrible temperament. Yan Liao Yuan frowned visibly showing impatience. Likely the sole individual in the entire Fire Nation who dared to show such impatience towards Yan Ku, and yet Yan Ku could not do anything about it. Since Yan Ku's childhood, the conflicts between the two continuously piled up, neither seeing eye to eye with the other. But Yan Liao Yuan could not violate his contract, and Yan Ke could not abandon such a highly efficient enforcer. Through mutual torment, the former finally awaited his freedom, whereas the latter increasingly grew displeased, seizing every final opportunity to nitpick with him. Such behavior was undoubtedly childish in the eyes of the ministers present, but there was nothing they could do about it. Over the past dozen years since Yan Ke ascended the throne, everyone had long been accustomed to this. I have no ideas. Yan Liao Yuan didn't argue. I agree with Chu Xingchen's proposal to establish the Tianqing sect, gather the faith of millions, and unite as one. This might enable us to activate the divine stone. These exact words were originally said by Tu Si Kong, and Yan Liao Yuan recited them verbatim. Yan Ke glared at him as if flames were about to erupt from his eyes. Admittedly, Chu Xingchen's suggestion was good, but the first obstacle staring them in the face was how to spread religion beyond the Fire Nation. To begin with, neither Hua Nation nor Lin Nation would allow a sect from Fire Nation to penetrate their own borders unless the three nations had already unified into one. But now, relations among the three nations were tense enough already, even though many disputes hadn't come out into the open. Fine. Yan Ke gritted his teeth. Since you agree, then this matter will be entrusted to you. I limit you to accomplish it within the year. Within the year meant only 4 months remained. Yan Liao Yuan never really cared about Yan Ke's must, because failing wouldn't change anything anyway. The subject accepts the decree. He casually gave a salute. There's more. Yan Ke pointed at Tu Si Kong. Apart from him, you can take along anyone from the Chu Xingchen group. Of course, the most beautiful Xianu whose sister is ideal. Yan Liao Yuan answered without hesitation. Yan Ke slammed his palm on the armrest of the dragon throne. A chorus of kneeling ministers immediately shouted, Your Majesty, please calm down. Yan Liao Yuan. You're not allowed to bring any woman along. All present knew that Yan Liao Yuan loved to ogle beauties, particularly those voluptuous ones with breathtaking beauty. He often created chaos within Yan Ke's harem for this very reason. The ministers all suffered headaches, unable to understand why Yan Ke insisted on sending Yan Liao Yuan when clearly Tu Si Kong of the current Chu Xingchen organization would have been a steadier choice. Not allowed to bring beauties. Yan Liao Yuan didn't appear the least bit upset, adding right away, then I'll bring handsome men instead. Tu Si Kong, your apprentice He is mine. Under the cloak, Tu Si Kong showed no emotion, seemingly having foreseen all this. He has been waiting outside. His constitution is weak, so please treat him gently. Chapter 99, Restrictions Lifted. Autumn winds blew as the bright sun gradually cooled down. Yan Ke sat high up in the grand hall, his chest heaving dramatically, indicating just how angry he had been moments ago. As he stared far away at the retreating figures of the two riders, a trace of worry lingered in his eyes, worry he would never admit aloud. These two horses were one of the famous mechanical puppets of Fire Nation, ranked 4th on the continent's machinery chart, named Lu Hua. Perhaps due to the color resemblance, Yan Liao Yuan and Lu Hua suited each other exceptionally well. He beside looked young, probably around 16 or 17. Ambiguous gender, frail physique, dry and thin yellow hair, all making it seem like Yan Liao Yuan had some kind of grudge against him to force such a fragile body through a distant journey. In reality, He was over 100 years old, but compared to Yan Liao Yuan, who was hundreds of years old being a demon race individual, he was indeed still younger. Is that demon sovereign reliable? Yan Liao Yuan asked. He didn't speak, merely giving a soft, In Yan Liao Yuan's impression, Chu Jianchen wasn't an ordinary person, hence he couldn't grasp the divination results calculated by He. Why should a demon sovereign want to help us? Because we have something he needs. After saying this sentence, He began struggling to catch his breath. Do you mean, we, as a collective? Yan Liao Yuan doubted, or specifically yourself? Me. Only when speaking single words did He sound less strained. Ha. Yan Liao Yuan suddenly laughed mysteriously. Tu Si Kong is indeed Tu Si Kong. Even if he doesn't admit it, I bet he's Bei Luo Shermen. He wouldn't engage in such irrelevant topics. Bei Luo Shermen was the founder of Chu Xingchen, originating at least 10,000 years ago. Those who received his inheritance later were called Bei Luo Shermen. However, Tu Si Kong always kept a low profile. Even before the royal family, the strength he revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. It wasn't unfounded for Yan Liao Yuan to suspect that Tu Si Kong was actually Bei Luo Shermen. By the way, how do we cross the national border? Yan Liao Yuan started conversing again, as if he didn't care whether He would get tired. Mo Yuan. Isn't Mo Yuan the gateway to the demon realm? Oh. Right after asking, Yan Liao Yuan slapped his forehead. How could he forget the fact that the demon sovereign was from the demon realm? We could just meet him in the demon realm. Only. Chu Jianden, who was being waited for, had no idea someone was waiting for him and was still in the autumn-colored courtyard listening to Xiao Yixue recount what happened after the three of them fell into the pit. The disciples' competition was interrupted, and even the most basic matches couldn't be finished. Jiang Beiyu's group hadn't stepped onto the field even once. Most sects had already retreated, while those who didn't were just too late to leave, and now could only temporarily stay in the mountains. No wonder Master said this meeting would very likely not succeed. I didn't expect it would be such a major event as the three realms being interconnected. Xiao Yixue spoke casually as he nonchalantly placed a white piece on the chessboard. Like many others, he couldn't see the future through the confusing situation brought by the new landscape. In front of Chu Jianden floated the Struggle Among Heroes system interface. The original meaning of Struggle Among Heroes referred to various factions contending for supreme ruling power. However, within this system leaderboard, it signified that the protagonist position in the world of the book was vacant, all characters having their original roles restrictions lifted and all possessing the potential to grow into the new protagonist. Even Chu Jianden, who had read the script, could no longer speculate about anyone's future based on the original storyline. The list updated in real time. As Chu Jianden looked at the names one after another, familiar or unfamiliar, they barely reached 1%. But as long as there was data, the name would appear on the list. Gui. Chu Jianden was perplexed. This was a typical strange role, much like Lu Sanlang, entirely absent from the original work. Once, Chu Jianden absurdly suspected if such geniuses might be from other book worlds here for a cameo. Brother, daydreaming again? Xiao Yixue held the white chess piece and tapped it on the chessboard, a familiar scene which reminded Chu Jianden of the first time they met. It seemed that during each game of chess, he always got distracted and was then woken up by his tapping on the board. Shui. What? I wasn't calling you. I mean. Chu Jianden pinched the black piece and threw it up like flipping a coin, chess match. Xiao Yixue rested his elbow on the edge of the chessboard and supported his chin with his palm, lazily looking at him acting strangely. With a click sound, the black chess piece landed on the dense chessboard, sending the surrounding pieces flying. But as if predestined, only one white piece remained steadfast, facing off against this black piece. Black pieces, white pieces, playing chess. Black represents ink, white represents snow. Ink, play, snow. Little brother. Brother calculated. Chu Jianden. That's enough. Xiao Yixue, unable to bear it any longer, slapped the table with his hand, making the two remaining pieces on the chessboard jump nervously. Just because you lost a round, are you so shameless as to resort to tricks like this? Cough, little brother, please calm down. You're not handling losing well. The elder brother can't help himself. Chu Jianden. You really can't handle losing. Thinking about the bet flying out the window made Xiao Yixue fall apart as though screaming like a mole rat. Chapter 100, The Two Elders on the Tree. Too overbearing. Too overbearing. Xiao Yixue directly jumped over the chessboard and pinned Chu Jianchen to the ground, almost throttling him on the spot. Scattered all around were a pile of chess pieces, black and white, resembling dumplings that had been overturned onto the floor. The two had just agreed. If Chu Jianchen lost, he would have to take Xiao Yixue with him to the demon realm in the future. If Xiao Yixue lost, then he would have to take Chu Jianchen with him to the immortal realm. At first listen, it sounded very fair. But Xiao Yixue didn't expect Chu Jianchen to actually cheat. Junior brother, I truly am not cheating. Chu Jianchen sighed sorrowfully, as if deeply saddened by being mistrusted. However, inside Xiao Yixue's heart was genuine grievance. As the game was about to reach its conclusion, no matter if he won or lost, he should be happy. What nonsense is this about, the match is null? A perfectly good bet. Had all flown away. Even while sprawled out flat on the ground, Chu Jianchen still managed to raise one hand through the gap, opening a brand new folding fan with a flick and waving it lightly. Junior brother, calm down, calm down. While soothing him like a child, he fanned him as though calming a spouse, reducing the heat deftly, his techniques practiced and fluent. Nowadays, with the OOC restrictions fully lifted and the heroine position deleted, he could finally decide his own life. But perhaps from habit. It wasn't bad to remain fresh and elegant most of the time, at least dealing with people became easier, and he felt more comfortable too. After all, in the adult world, most people's ways of getting along are one face before others, another behind closed doors. And the attitudes toward strangers versus close friends can naturally be completely different, nothing strange about it. For example, now, with no one around, Chu Jianchen would accompany Xiao Yixue in their unrestrained horseplay and chatter. Of course, Xiao Yixue wouldn't really pinch him until it hurt, but Chu Jianchen's soft, non-resisting form was simply irresistible. Without hesitation, Xiao Yixue grabbed both his scarf and neck together and rubbed them. Tisk ticklish. Chu Jianchen closed the fan and tapped his hand. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Lu Xing and Cui Yunshan were crouched on the tree nearby. Looking down at the two playing and wrestling in the courtyard, both maintained a stoic silence. Cui Yunshan's silence carried 3 parts guilt, 4 parts anxiety, 2 parts curiosity, and 1 part resignation to fate. Figured it out, right? Close to Earth rank. Your pig must be quite rampant. You deserved it even if you got skinned alive. Grievance. The more Chu Jianchen resisted Xiao Yixue touching his scarf, the more obsessed Xiao Yixue became about focusing on that very scarf. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged several manual blows. Due to the depletion of his spiritual power, Chu Jiuchen seemed slightly subdued. One misstep later, the white fox scarf used for blocking was swiftly snatched away. Humph. Xiao Yixue triumphantly placed the spoils of war on his own neck. Before the two stone-like elders on the tree could react, he encircled Chu Jiuchen's neck with his arms and kissed him. The latter, eyes smiling gently, set aside the fan, turned back and lightly embraced his waist as a response, slowly closing his eyelids while granting a reply with lips. Red maple leaves littered the ground, yet they paled compared to the marks on his neck. A refreshing autumn breeze intertwined with fluttering butterflies brought forth a sound akin to wind chimes. The two elders on the tree had already turned their backs. One silhouette was bleak. The other was 3 parts solace, 4 parts smugness, 2 parts pride, and 1 part refusal to back down. Chapter 101, Watching for You. The young demon princess possessed by the wicked Gu Ling had lain motionless under Fang Suyun's watchful eye for a full 5 days. Xiao Yixue hadn't come even once. Because Chu Jiuchen had just recovered a bit of his cultivation and was already searching for the second, experienced baby, with a spell in the Immortal Alliance. To outsiders, it seemed like he was courting death, even Xiao Yixue occasionally wondered if he had a masochistic streak. Only Fang Suyun, who constantly moved between these two patients, would often reveal an enigmatic and profound smile on her face. Would Chu Jiuchen feel jealous? He probably wouldn't, because he knew how to compete for affection. Lazily slumping onto a soft couch, his gentle long hair flowing freely, beneath the pristine fur-lined cloak, there was only a thin inner garment. In his left hand was a scroll of the sky-blue Qingxin Jing, and in his right, a grass-green teacup. The rich aroma of tea could even waft through the air to reach Gu Ling's nose. Junior brother, I want roasted goose. Junior brother, my tea is cold, can you warm it with a little fireball? Junior brother, master brother has lost his appetite recently, but if you made black sesame glutinous rice balls by hand. Junior brother, X10086. As a result, Xiao Yixue had no time to go anywhere. Even Fang Suyun knew it wasn't necessary, but who could say this wasn't just a little quirky story among lovers? Xiao Yixue didn't expose him because she knew that before long, they were going to part ways for quite a while. All they could do was silently cherish the calm times they spent together now. The Demon Emperor's lifespan was nearing its end and soon he would abdicate. All demon lords could compete for the position of potential Demon Emperor based on their strength, and Chu Jiuchen would be very busy. And as for Xiao Yixue herself, she might have to ascend to the celestial realm. Because Chu Jiuchen needed support for his bid for power. The forces of the mortal world were negligible. To truly find a few helpful powers, one would have to rely on the deep resources of the celestial realm. Moreover, Xiao Yixue herself needed to become the foremost figure among immortals, gods, to fully master the inherited divine power. Becoming the Divine Emperor, this goal resonated more strongly within Xiao Yixue than it did within Chu Jiuchen. Once they parted ways, unless they secretly meet a few times, the next proper meeting would be at the summit, where they reached the pinnacle of their respective realms. Xiao Yixue wasn't worried about Chu Jiuchen being slower than her because his demonic cultivation was already advanced. The only trouble was that governing the demon realm was difficult, but Xiao Yixue believed he could surely solve this issue. Compared to Chu Jiuchen, she was more concerned that she would be the one dragging behind. She didn't have influential connections in the celestial realm. Her sole teacher was still enjoying himself in the mortal world, basking in the happiness of having students all over the world. A few days ago, she had sent a message asking her teacher, Cui Yunshan, what would happen to Jianchen Peak if both her and Chu Jiuchen left. Cui Yunshan replied with a term he learned from Chu Jiuchen, retirement rehire. Bai Lu Xing stood on top of Mount Kunlun, holding his sword. Even the fiercest winds could only slightly stir the edges of his robe. Facing him, Chu Jiuchen faintly smiled. Did you feel disappointed, master? Yes. Chu Jiuchen, who had fought Bai Lu Xing to a draw, was momentarily speechless. It's not your sword technique that disappoints me. In fact, you withheld a half move earlier. Bai Lu Xing showed no expression. Hearing this, Chu Jiuchen first paused, then sighed softly. So it's my fall into darkness that disappoints you, master? No. Bai Lu Xing flatly denied his assumption again, whether immortal or demon, you're still you. I'll just ask you halfway through this question, are you, and Xiao Yixue? I. Chu Jiuchen's heartstrings vibrated slightly, even the dragon spirit sword soul swirling around his side grew noticeably gentler. I admire him. After his words sank in, there was a long silence. Bai Lu Xing let out a long sigh, filled with helplessness and doting affection. All I want to know is, what kind of nonsense are you two, a spirit and a demon, playing at? Chu Jiuchen blinked, I intend to become the Demon Emperor. Truly. Bai Lu Xing was astonished. What about Xiao Yixue? He wants to be the Divine Emperor. Bai Lu Xing scrutinized Chu Jiuchen thoroughly, but saw no trace of dishonesty in his sincere demeanor. Yet these words sounded so fantastical. A few days ago, I had a dream. Bai Lu Xing suddenly changed the topic. Oh. Chu Jiuchen arched a brow. What did you dream about, master? You died. Bai Lu Xing said lightly. Cough cough. So I specially descended to confirm whether you were truly dead. No. Chui old man told me that both you and Xiao Yixue will be leaving. Yeah, we indeed have to be away for a while. Although Chu Jichen cherished the life on Jianchen Peak, he wouldn't be able to enjoy it in the near future. Bai Lu Xing gave him a profound look and didn't inquire further. In that case, I'll keep an eye on Jianchen Peak for you during this period. Chapter 102, Each Goes Their Own Way. Chu Jichen finally left the mortal world quietly. Now that the three realms are interconnected, his immediate task is to obtain control of the demon realm. Otherwise, once a war among the three realms breaks out, this world would be destroyed halfway without the sky collapsing. The 8 disciples looked at the letter he left with deep reluctance. Even though everyone knows his departure has an inseparable relationship with the changes in the three realms, no one tells them what will happen to this world soon. If they want to know, they can only rely on themselves. Bailu Jianzuan, the former peak master of Jianchen Peak, and there's even a statue of him in the Hall of Fame. Now, he stands vividly in front of them. The master of the master is called Shigong. Perhaps Jianchen Peak is the first place in the entire Seven Spirit Sect where people can feel the sense of a loving family. First the uncle came, then the Shigong came. This mysterious connection allows the disciples of Jianchen Peak to have no resistance. In fact, quite a few are very curious about the master of their master. Xiao Yixue watched Chu Jichen leave, and immediately ascended to the divine realm via the divine descent platform. The reason he does not need to undergo the 9 heavens thunder tribulation is very simple. The ancient divine emperor's legacy surpasses the heavenly Tao of the divine realm, just as Chu Jochen's ancient demon emperor legacy doesn't require breaking through the 9 levels of heart demons. Alas! Cui Yunshan was also watching from afar on a certain mountainside. His face showed complicated emotions, with obvious concern in his eyes. Not only Bai Lu Xing had dreams, Cui Yunshan had strange dreams as well. However, his dream was entirely opposite to Bai Lu Xing's. Master and apprentice reunite but become enemies, ultimately resulting in the master dying regretfully at the hands of a demon-transformed apprentice. At their cultivation level, each dream is not without reason, it more or less carries some predictions or warnings. Cui Yunshan does not believe in those unfulfilled events, he only believes that the current Xiao Yixue will not allow such things to happen. Demon Abyss couldn't take Xiao Yixue away at first, and it will be impossible for them to do so in the future. Once Chu Jichen and Xiao Yixue left, news spread, leaving the princess, who stayed with Fang Suyun, feeling extremely awkward. Gu Ling never imagined that from the day she met them, the two individuals who had almost never separated, actually chose different paths right when the three realms were merging. Did cracks appear in their feelings? She hadn't even had a chance to say a word to Xiao Yixue yet. And she already had a detailed and meticulous plan ready. As long as she could see Xiao Yixue and get close within a certain range, she could extract a thread of his soul essence and seal it inside a cursed doll. This way, no matter how firm Xiao Yixue's mind might be, he would still be affected. By following the same method, if she could stir up misunderstandings between him and Chu Jichen casually a few times, it would be enough for the two of them to end up pulling away and becoming estranged later. However, fantasy often remains beautiful. These two grandly displayed a profound bond within their sect, then departed unexpectedly without warning, saying goodbye and leaving. She simply didn't have time to react. Thus now, neither leaving nor staying feels right. If she just leaves like this, getting back in later would be harder than climbing to the heavens. If she stays, lying around here all the time seems like a waste of her precious time. Her time is too valuable. After a prolonged mental struggle, she finally decided to leave her heart-blood soul pearl temporarily within the hollow heart of the young demon princess. Let her remaining souls serve as the main controller. At least, daily life and interacting with others won't be an issue. When needed, she can forcibly control her through the heart-blood soul pearl. After making temporary adjustments to her strategy, Gu Ling's malevolent soul followed behind Chu Jochen's footsteps, secretly withdrawing back into the demon realm. Chapter 103, Verdict of the Trial. Clang. Heavenly Tao Mirror opens. The verdict of the Heavenly Tao trial has been revealed. Punishment, 12 Liao locks of the Heavenly Tao, prohibited. Xiao Yixue's entire body floated in a dazzling light beam, while the majestic voice of the trial god echoed from above. Accompanying the sound, 6 pairs of sacred locks fell and shackled his neck, waist, as well as the wrists and ankles of his 4 limbs. These 6 pairs of locks were each yin-yang locks, one black and one white, intricately interlocked. Together they amounted to 12 chains that not only locked onto his body but also suspended around him like a mysterious prison cage. Finally, a white golden divine mark slowly emerged on his forehead. The divine heritage and the heavenly Tao's penalizing judgment coexisted within him. Immortal Emperor Lin Yu gazed far into the distance. By rule, those who had received the heavenly punishment had to be exiled to the sin-purging mountain. Only after their sins were cleared could they receive titles and become ranked among immortals. However, this child was an inheritor of the ancient god's legacy. Immortal Emperor Lin Yu found herself in quite a predicament. So she stepped forward and asked Xiao Yixue himself. Do you wish to atone for your sins? Hearing this kind voice, he snapped out of his daze. The iron chains on his body clanged softly against each other, the sound not loud, but resonating deep within his soul. Xiao Yishue's gaze became solemn. The heavenly Tao mirror didn't just reveal his life, it revealed all of Mo Yi's existence. Since the heavenly Tao judged souls, it reflected everything. Xiao Yishue couldn't separate Mo Yi's memories. The moment Mo Yi took the head of the first innocent person, his identity as a sinner was already sealed. His memories were bound to him, and so were the sins. How do I redeem myself? Exile to Sin-Purging Mountain. Take me there. Immortal Emperor Lin Yu originally intended to warn him to prepare psychologically, but seeing how resolute he appeared, she silently nodded her approval. There was no one nearby, yet countless nosy divine senses fluttered through the air. Just when rumors spread of a newcomer arriving, everyone was speculating which immortal rank he would be assigned to. Unexpectedly, instead of a rank, what came forth was the divine judgment mirror revealing 12 punishments. A demon as cruel as this is probably rare even in the demon realm. How did he manage to survive the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the immortal world? I overheard the immortal emperor mention heritage. That must be the reason. Is it a heritage so powerful that it surpasses even the realms of immortals? If it were some lost descendant of a deity, then that would certainly explain it. Godling? Can even Lin Yu immortal emperor dare punish this boy? Perhaps it was his voluntary choice. Bearing such heavy sins can't be comfortable. Look, the boy hasn't resisted or fought back once since the start. Perhaps he desires closure himself. All the immortals watched as immortal Emperor Lin Yu disappeared with Xiao Yishue in the direction of Sin-Purging Mountain, sparking endless discussions. Sin-Purging Mountain. The only place in the whole immortal realm filled with blood. The entire mountain was made up of shattered bones, and the dirt beneath their feet wasn't soil, it was ashes of bones. What flowed in the rivers wasn't water, it was fresh crimson blood. How tall Sin-Purging Mountain stretched depended on the severity of the sins of those being judged. With Xiao Yishue on Sin-Purging Mountain, its height was so great that one could hardly see its top. What are these? Xiao Yishue murmured, feeling somewhat disoriented. Life essences. Immortal Emperor Lin Yu spoke calmly. You may try to reconstruct a skeleton by intuition and then immerse it in the river of blood. Afterward, fetch it back, let it regain its original appearance, and send it back down to the mortal realm. All right. Without hesitation or questioning, Xiao Yishue proceeded to follow Immortal Emperor Lin Yu's instructions. In a short time, the skeletal remains shaped like an infant had been pieced together, and with Immortal Emperor Lin Yu accompanying Xiao Yishue, they approached the blood river. Under both their gazes, the skeletal structure sank into the river. Hack. Xiao Yishue could not suppress a mouthful of reverse-flowing blood. Restoring others' life essences will consume some of your soul power and vitality, explained Immortal Emperor Lin Yu. Proceed according to your own capacity, there's no need to rush. You may visit the medicine island mid-process to recover, and then continue afterward. Xiao Yishue remained silent for a long while before speaking. If someone else tried, could they achieve the same? Immortal Emperor Lin Yu was honest. No. Xiao Yishue seemed as if he had anticipated this answer, then I will decline. He still remembered Chu Jin preferring people not to receive special treatment under rules. Fairness and justice were important, equality required. Well, then that's settled. Lin Yu did not press further. When the skeleton rose again from the river, it had already transformed into the form of an infant and was wailing loudly as Xiao Yishue gently received it. Xiao Yishue's scalp felt slightly painful, as memories of Mo Yi's massacres in the mortal cities resurfaced. This baby was just one of the innocents affected by the malevolent energy. The sky above the Sin-Purging Mountain swirled in a vortex, with a mysterious gravitational pull slowly drawing the baby's shadow upwards. Immortal Emperor Lin Yu gazed up at the sky and said comfortingly, once its destiny is restored, this little child will be completely free from fate. Fate. Xiao Yishue wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up together at the figure that was slowly disappearing into the center of the vortex. Yes, now, there will no longer be any predetermined blood debt between you and this child. Immortal Empress Lin Yu smiled faintly. What is called atonement might as well be cutting off the ties of fate. Knowing you chose to come here yourself because you only want to be who you are. Certainly, these sins should never have been your burden, but some things cannot escape destiny. As the inheritor of the ancient god, I believe you can do it. After hearing this, Xiao Yishue also faintly smiled. He was unafraid of bearing these sins, he only feared being unable to escape the so-called destiny forever. Initiating the Heavenly Tao trial turned out to be the right choice. Chapter 104, Lost Decorum. Chu Jianchen almost looked at Xiao Yishue's status interface every half-minute. Since the time the latter lost the first drop of blood, he had asked through their soul-bound mark. Xiao Yishue dared not fabricate a lie and truthfully revealed everything. Chu Jianchen didn't expect that his first challenge in the divine realm would be so arduous. Unable to bear his hardship, he secretly exploited the system to cheat. Blood soul-bound contract. Souls linked, coexisting, or dying together. This was a special kind of soul-bound contract from the demon clan's secret arts. Perhaps the demon lord who created this blood contract was emotionally extreme, thus forming this radical form. Originally, establishing such a blood contract required blood exchange in person, but with the help of the system, Chu Jianchen could even create a one-sided, damage-sharing buff. It consumed 999 points of luck. It completely drained all the luck points he had accumulated over this period. He discovered that this supposed luck value was extremely esoteric. In practice, it was like an exchange for points, except when having 0 luck one could clearly feel more prone to tripping, while other values were very abstract. This number had no upper limit and could simply be regarded as points. After completing the task of maintaining the character, the system rewarded him with 800 luck points as encouragement, and later frequently awarded him additional points for various changes he made to the original plot. Although there was no transparent standard, Chu Jianchen wasn't bothered. After all, they were given freely. Regardless of how much he received, he always silently murmured, "Thank you, God." Far away in the divine realm, Xiao Yixue hadn't realized it, probably assuming himself already numb. Gradually getting used to it, the sensation like a chisel drilling into the top of his head became less pronounced. Outside the Sinner Mountain, some passing immortals couldn't help but stop. They had never seen such a tall pile of bones nor witnessed such an unwavering sinner before. He possesses such resolve, yet why does he have such heavy karmic debts? You wouldn't understand. Some are forced, others unintentional, like being deceived or bewitched. It's possible. True. But I always thought this shouldn't fall on the individual. No way, the heavenly Tao mirror judges the soul. Even if manipulated, it's still his fate. Ah. Poor guy. Does anyone recognize this young man? Someone suddenly asked. Everyone glanced at each other and shook their heads. Judging by his age of only about 100, how many people in the divine realm ascend within a century? I know of only Bai Lu's sword respected one. Indeed. My abode is near the immortal gate, and within 100 years, Bai Lu is the only one to become an immortal. Bai Lu has already descended. Otherwise, we could have asked him. Ask what? This young man definitely hasn't been assigned an immortal post yet, and there's no one in the divine realm who knows him. We might as well go introduce ourselves. That makes sense. All agreed, flying toward the Sinner Mountain together. An immortal post generally referred to the various small groups in the divine realm, often accompanied by certain titles. For example, this group lived on Shuyun Immortal Island and called themselves the 8 Immortals of Shuyun. After sending off the life energy of the 1000th person, Xiao Yixue finally began feeling somewhat exhausted, sitting cross-legged where he was to rest briefly. At this moment, 8 elegant-looking youths lightly landed and simultaneously bowed. Immortal friend, commendable fortitude. We, the 8 immortals of Shu Yun, passing by, deeply admire your nature. May I inquire your name and your master? Xiao Yixue was taken aback, taking a while to recover. Just as he was about to speak, another mouthful of blood escaped him uncontrollably. Seeing this, the leading figure immediately retrieved a bottle of divine pills. If this were in the mortal world, it would inevitably cause a bloody fight. However, in the divine realm, this was just an ordinary pill to restore blood energy. Unearned favors mustn't be accepted. Thank you, senior, Xiao Yixue declined, waving his hand. I am from the 7 Spirit Sect in the mortal world, family surname Xiao, name Di Shui. 7 Spirit Sect. The 8 of them looked at each other, coincidences were plenty. In that case, Xiao young friend, surely you must know White Deer Sword Respected One. White Deer Sword Respected One. Xiao Yixue was startled, then his eyes brightened. Isn't that Chu Jianchen's master? Disaster. Forgot to pay respects. White. Cough. Might I ask, esteemed senior, where is White Deer Sword Respected One? Xiao Yixue hastily asked, the cold aloofness from a second ago instantly vanishing without a trace. He has descended, not returning since. Then. Which cave dwelling is he at? Bai Lu Island. Is he alone? Yes. The 8 of them also felt it was a pity, as Bai Lu did not join any immortal post and, by his own strength, stood independently. Upon learning this, Xiao Yixue silently took note, thinking to himself that under no circumstances could he ever be impolite in front of Bai Lu in the future. Chapter 105, The Aristocrat vs. the Grassroots. The 8 immortals had not yet departed when more celestial beings arrived in succession. Most of these immortals were rather reserved and taciturn, and some were just passing by, merely exchanging pleasantries out of politeness. Xiao Yixue did not dare to be impolite and responded earnestly to everyone, until an out-of-tune voice appeared from the crowd. Humph, a child of sin, and yet you all vie to show him favor. Everyone knew who the speaker was without turning back. Honglin Palace's Lin Yan. The son of the master of Honglin Palace, a second-generation immortal who started at the level of a golden immortal. Under the rule of Fairy Emperor Linyue, conflicts in the fairy realm were scarce, so over time, it gradually transformed from strength above all to power above all. Honglin Palace was one of the top forces in the fairy realm, and Lin Yan, relying on his family's influence since he was young, thrived smoothly in this world. Even celestial beings needed to cultivate themselves. For immortals still have an upper limit on their lifespan, only becoming divine could lead them close to eternal life. As long as there is desire, there will be disputes. And where there are disputes, opposition arises. There aren't many forces that can oppose Honglin Palace, so Lin Yan has always been accustomed to bullying others. Seeing an unknown youth who endured 12 heavenly punishments being circled around by everyone, naturally made him somewhat uneasy. A century ago, Xiao Yixue started off as grassroots, having seen enough of aristocrats like Lin Yan. However, for the sake of leaving a good impression on Bai Lu Xing, he decided to maintain humility and silence. But Lin Yan was exactly the type to press every advantage. Seeing Xiao Yixue not responding, he thought he hit a sore spot. Ho ho, mortals are truly becoming more useless, no sign of anyone able to ascend through cultivation for so long, and the rare person who manages to come here ends up being someone utterly malevolent. TSK. While mocking, Lin Yan also shook his head, scorning a circle of unnamed celestial beings with no power or status. Some passerby who didn't want any trouble bowed slightly and excused themselves, while quite a few elderly people concerned about the newcomer being bullied chose to stay. This scene only amused Lin Yan further. Xiao Yixue was getting annoyed. He couldn't help but envy Chu Jiachen far away in the demon realm. Because in the demon realm, there weren't these TCH types. Either they pass unnoticed along the way, whether polite or not, or without uttering a word start a battle directly, the victor rules, the loser loses everything. This lord constantly chattered non-stop without fighting or walking away, which was indeed very annoying. Thinking of Bai Lu Xing, Xiao Yixue took a deep breath and continued to keep quiet. Lin Yan suddenly frowned, as he noticed among the remaining celestials a familiar face, Ni Chang, fairy of Kaiyun Palace. No one in the entire fairy realm didn't know about Kaiyun Palace. Kaiyun Palace, a gathering place for numerous stunning beauties, occasionally housed a few celestial lords, but only those of extreme beauty were allowed. Realizing this, Lin Yan had to admit unwillingly that the appearance of this youth was indeed stunning. If it weren't for the obvious heavenly punishment marking him, no one could possibly ignore his extremely handsome face at first glance. Humph, I understand now, Fairy Ni Chang. Lin Yan's tone inadvertently carried a sour note. Could it be that Kaiyun Palace intends to recruit such a sinful child? Being pointed out directly, Su Ni Chang lifted her eyebrows and replied calmly, an exchange between fellow celestial beings follows the etiquette of our Kaiyun Palace. Ch. Lin Yan sneered disdainfully, is this kind of person even worthy of your Kaiyun Palace's courtesy? Su Ni Chang slowly lowered her gaze, for Lin Yan's words already bordered on insulting the Kaiyun Palace. Seeing the situation escalating, Xiao Yixue had to stand up, his chains clinking. There's no need for any of you to break your harmony for a nobody like me, I still have my punishment to bear, please excuse me. Saying this, Xiao Yixue ignored the glaring aristocrat and decisively turned back to Fazhui Mountain. Fazhui Mountain only accommodates irrelevant parties at its edges. If Xiao Yixue walks slightly farther up the mountain, these individuals won't be able to follow. However, one downside is that the higher up the mountain, the greater the pressure on the soul. Xiao Yixue steadied his mindset. If Chu Jiachen counts as a body cultivator, then he would count as a soul cultivator. Increasing the pressure on the soul is a form of ultimate training. Everything must be thought of positively. He repeated the words Chu Jiachen often brainwashed his disciples with, washing his own brain before initiating the ultimate training. From the base of the mountain, the crowd watched him continue to repent tirelessly, unable to comprehend why such a sincere person would be bound by such horrifying sins. If he were wronged, how much injustice would that be? Sun Yechang silently watched Xiao Yixue's retreating figure from the crowd. Initially, she had just stopped by to pay a visit, but now her curiosity was truly piqued. He's so good-looking, maybe I should tell the palace master. Lin Yan's jaw cracked as he clenched his teeth in frustration. The more beautiful immortals ignored him, the angrier he became. But he couldn't vent his anger on the fairies. So he directed it all toward Xiao Yixue with growing resentment. Humph. Such a high mountain, let's see how long you can endure. Chapter 106, The Demon Race Messenger. Xiao Yixue was risking her life to train on one side, while Chu Jiachen was working tirelessly on infrastructure on the other. As a certified demon lord with the demon honor, how could he not have his own territory? Chu Jiachen successfully completed the demon emperor's task, and the latter did not break his promise. He accurately granted him a large coastal area according to his requirements. At this moment, Chu Jiachen was riding on the back of old Qiongqi, looking down at the 6,340.5 square kilometers below. Please select the urban planning map you need. Number 3. Detailed blueprints have been generated. The materials required for construction and targeted construction methods are listed in the appendices and can be viewed in detail according to the serial number. After carefully reviewing the checklist, Chu Jiachen concluded, the demon realm had an extreme shortage of resources. A long list of materials presented by the system were basically non-existent in the demon realm. Most of them were located in the deep sea of the mortal realm, and a small portion was monopolized by the immortal realm. The deep sea in the mortal realm was manageable. Chu Jiachen sent out a group of giant squid brothers to search the sea slowly. As for some more rare special materials, he entrusted Wen Luo, who roamed the sea daily, to take note of them. The existing materials in the demon realm could only be used to build roads, and the most ordinary, least durable dirt roads at that. Chu Jiachen planned to construct roads that even Godzilla couldn't damage. According to the system, this plan required the uniform mixing of ancient ground dragon marrow, which was the bone marrow of ancient giant ground dragons. This was a versatile top-tier mixing agent that could be used in all the constructions outlined in the blueprints. Even with minimal usage, it yielded significant results. Unfortunately, ancient ground dragon marrow was one of the resources monopolized by the immortal realm. Chu Jichen knew Xiao Yixue was unlikely to be available at the moment, so he took it upon himself to accept the role of demon race messenger. He would also use the opportunity of this business trip to see her. 3 days later. Immortal realm, colorful cloud palace. Graceful songs and dances, drums and music playing in unison. On the sole guest seat, an elegant man in black robes caught everyone's attention. He had a head of silver-white long hair that flowed gently down to his waist, tied simply at the end with a red cord. He wore a black half-mask that covered his face above the nose, but it couldn't hide the calm gaze in his eyes and the subtle warmth in his expression. The chin and thin lips visible under the mask were exquisite enough to spark boundless imagination about his full appearance. When did the demon race produce such an outstanding demon lord? All the immortals wondered in their hearts. Yun Dan, the master of colorful cloud palace, had been observing him for a long time. She had already silently repeated the name Mo Chun many times in her heart, but she couldn't find anyone matching it across the 3 realms. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. However, this hair color wasn't something Chu Jichen intentionally dyed white. It was just a side effect of the blood unity oath. When he activated the system to share Xiao Yixue's injuries, his hair color changed accordingly. Without the ink-black hair and ponytail, Chu Jichen lost some of his masculinity and instead became mysterious and hard to fathom. In the immortal realm, receiving foreign envoys was traditionally the responsibility of the colorful cloud palace. Firstly, its abundance of beautiful women was pleasing to the eye. Secondly, its extravagance and luxury were unparalleled in the immortal realm. Just as Chu Jichen's map indicated, the entire bottom of colorful Cloud Island was formed from the corpse of an ancient ground dragon. Its central veins continuously produced dragon marrow, a precious material for crafting divine weapons. It wasn't easy for outsiders to covet it. Fortunately, the demon overlord of the demon realm enjoyed great freedom. Tasks dispatched by the demon emperor could be taken or left alone. If taken, there might be some benefits negotiated. If refused, there would be no punishment, nor any requirement like paying respects at court. Overall, it was very loose. For instance, now, even if Chu Jichen decided to stay permanently in the immortal realm, the demon emperor wouldn't interfere. As long as he conveyed the message to the immortal emperor, everything was fine. However, the immortal emperor remained unseen today. Not only Chu Jichen, but many immortals were also puzzled. No one expected Lin Yue to have hidden his presence and stealthily lurked nearby. The eyes that stared at Chu Jichen were filled with complexity and bewilderment. Chapter 107, Trustworthy. 3 days ago. Mortal Realm, 7 Spirit Sect, Jianchen Peak. The young princess of the demon race who had been transferred back to Jianchen Peak suddenly woke up and her first words were a call for Sister Lin Yu. Fan Suyun felt something was amiss, so she called Bai Lu Xing. Unfortunately, the young princess babbled like someone in a dream, leaving both of them at a loss. Helplessly, Bai Lu Xing quietly returned to the immortal realm to inform Emperor Lin Yu of the matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu hurriedly followed him down to the mortal realm, without even leaving a single word for the immortal realm. Xiaomi Jiao, it's your sister Lin Yu. Lin Yu sat by the bedside. Anyone who didn't know would think it was some big-hearted young woman tenderly looking at the gravely ill little girl lying on the bed. Sister Lin Yu. Sister Lin Yu. The pale-faced girl could only speak intermittently. I'm here, I'm right here. Xiaomi Jiao, how are you feeling? Lin Yu was full of joy and anxiety as she tried again and again to converse with her. Sister Lin Yu, please save De Swan too. There is someone, who wants, to kill him. Hurry, go save him. Listening to these seemingly nonsensical words, Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into tears. 2,000 years ago, she wasn't the immortal emperor yet. Moreover, she had a younger brother back then. This younger brother was De Swan too. The young demon princess lied to him, claiming her name was Xiaomi Jiao. Thus, 2 children just over 10 years old met while being chased by stray dogs into a cornfield. At that time, Lin Yu was a prodigy of a prestigious sect. Her younger brother, however, was an ordinary human with slight mental disabilities, a silly boy. They shared the same foster mother, but this foster mother was extremely discriminatory, favoring boys over girls. Though Lin Yu fled when she was about to be sold to a brothel and eventually joined a cultivation sect under special circumstances, she frequently sneaked back home afterward without alarming her foster mother, just to secretly check on her younger brother. Thankfully, the foster mother was overly fond of the younger brother, though Lin Yu always found this mysterious, unable to figure out why. Once, passing by their home while carrying out an extermination mission, she happily discovered that her younger brother had made a friend. It was his first one. Alas, good times didn't last long, and soon she had to leave again. Never did she expect that this departure would forever separate her from these 2 children. Her younger brother died, and his friend disappeared. In a frenzy, Lin Yu searched high and low, only to find out that their foster mother had already vanished, never to be heard from again. 1,000 years later, she finally learned the true identity of Xiaomi Jiao, but the news that the demon princess had died 1,000 years ago completely crushed any hope she held. This incident remained her biggest secret, even Bai Lu Xing just learned of it. Her soul, there's barely any left. Fan Suyun expressed regret. The three present knew clearly that not only had the young princess been a victim, but the swan too had also been murdered. But unfortunately, they currently had no leads, unless the young princess regained more consciousness. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered a letter from the demon emperor. To seal the void abyss, a pure heart must be sacrificed. Before she could connect this event with the young princess losing her heart, the latter, lying in bed, slowly extended her hand. Lin Yu quickly grasped it, only to surprisingly discover her consciousness being drawn into an illusion. Sister Lin Yu, please save me. Xiaomi Jiao. What's going on? The person with the pure heart, sister, you've met him. I've met him. Yes. Xiao Yi Shui. His name is Xiao Yi Shui, and also Moe. Him. Yes. That's him. He has countless blood debts, death is too merciful for him. Sister, help me. Sister. Only his heart can save the three realms. After a long time, Lin Yu finally exited the illusion. The young princess seemed to have expended too much spiritual energy and fell into a deep sleep once more. The other two didn't know what was discussed within the illusion, but seeing Lin Yu's solemn expression, it surely wasn't a light-hearted conversation. Bai Lu. With mutual understanding, they departed, leaving Fang Suyun to continue watching over. At the peak of Jianchen Peak, the immortal emperor stood side by side with the Sword Lord. After a long period of silence, the former suddenly asked, "Do you know Xiao Yi Shui?" "He belongs to my sect." Bai Lu Xing spoke briefly. "Is he trustworthy?" Lin Yu asked again. This time Bai Lu Xing thought long and hard. "Yes, he is." Although he had hesitated, the answer he ultimately gave was affirmative. Lin Yu slightly nodded in response and raised no doubts. Good. Chapter 108, Catching Someone Red-Handed. The Banquet Hall. Mo Chen. Looks like the demon clan didn't waste any time. Ling Yue, the immortal empress concealed in the shadows, quietly appraised Chu Jiuchen sitting calmly among the guests. Although she hadn't spent much time with the young demon princess, her intelligence was sharp enough to discern which of them, before or after, was truly the soul of Xiao Miqiao. It was evident that the person who appeared later in that peculiar illusionary realm was merely someone trying to manipulate her. Empress Ling Yue, who had grown from an ordinary girl to become the supreme empress ruling all of the immortal realm, wouldn't be so easily used as a pawn. Realizing that this hidden enemy's target was none other than the boy named Xiao Yi Shui, Ling Yue narrowed her eyes and her gaze towards Chu Jiuchen grew increasingly hostile. This child is calm and collected, not typical of the demon clan. I must tread cautiously. Since the demon clan seeks Xiao's heart, this one must surely be here for it. If I pretend to have gone missing, it won't take long before chaos erupts in the immortal realm. This person will most likely act amidst the chaos, setting up defenses at Mount Fazhui in advance. I'll catch him red-handed. Then I'll execute the heavenly trial on the spot, forcing him to reveal the demon clan's entire plan. Empress Ling Yue's calculations were sound, ticking off every point with precision, yet one musical performance flowed into another. Still, the servant girls of the Empress continued to search fruitlessly for their master, growing increasingly agitated. Chu Jiuchen remained patient, unaware of the developments, happily indulging in the fine wines and celestial peaches laid out before him. In the immortal realm, there was no true night, just as there was no real day in the demon realm. Despite the dancers finishing their repertoire, there was still no word of Empress Ling Yue. With no choice, Yun Dan, the palace master of Kaiyun Palace, politely detained Chu Jiuchen by citing that the immortal empress has not returned from her descent. Chu Jiuchen, naturally delighted, thought he might as well enjoy staying in such a top-tier luxurious palace of the three realms, even if outwardly maintaining his usual grace and composure. A servant led him to the most luxurious room, filling the spirit spring pool with hot water, sprinkling petals, creating an ethereal mist akin to royal treatment. Chu Jiuchen originally planned to sneak a peek at Xiao Yi Shui, but something felt amiss, a sensation of being spied on and calculated against. Deciding to feign ignorance, he opted to first soak in the hot spring. Outside, pandemonium reigned. Many searched desperately for the immortal empress, since the excuse of her descending to the mortal world fooled no one. Malicious conjectures spread that it was the demons tampering with things behind the scenes that had caused her disappearance. Chu Jiuchen chose to ignore their convoluted speculations. Bored, he disrobed and stepped into the steam-filled hot spring imbued with heavenly energies. Quietly shifting the state of his spiritual energy within his dantian, he prepared to restore his lost cultivation prowess using the strength of the pool. The moment he loosened his sash, everyone watching covertly turned away. After all, immortals were gentlemen. Even Empress Ling Yue looked away, face flushed. Not entirely her fault, it was hard not to stare at the figure inside the pool whose physique bordered on inhuman perfection. A physical body cultivator exuding demonic energy should have emanated a wild aura, yet he displayed only refined elegance. His flowing silver hair matched perfectly with his pale pink lips, and amidst the swirling white mists, his presence carried an unnameable allure. Unwilling to watch further, Ling Yue decided to proceed to set up defenses at the Mountain of Sin Punishment, but unexpectedly, a familiar figure suddenly darted through the air straight into Chu Jiuchen's quarters. Startled, Ling Yue froze. She feared someone might be losing their mind, about to recklessly attack the demon lord for answers. But before she could intervene, that shadow-clad and heavenly punishment had already plunged directly into the pool. Her fingers halted mid-cast, her expression frozen in shock. Isn't that Xiao Yishui? MMH. Chu Jiuchen, caught completely off guard, could only instinctively catch the impulsive intruder. A trace of bloodiness tinged the kiss, causing Chu Jiuchen's resolve to soften as he indulgently pulled him close into his arms. Ignoring the possible lurking gaze nearby, Xiao Yishui acted as though he had been wronged greatly, taking charge aggressively and soon pushing Chu Jiuchen back against the tiered edge of the pool. His experienced fervor shocked even Empress Lingyue. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be the demon lord seeking the heart of this youth? Judging from now, looks like this kid can't wait to devour the demon lord. How does it feel? I should probably protect this messenger of the demon clan first. The corners of Emperor Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Faced with the current situation, all she wanted to do was retreat back to Bai Lu Xing's side and ask again. Is Xiao Yishui trustworthy? Chapter 109, It Should Be an Ice Spring. Lin Yue's heart was torn between heaven and earth. Should she stop this kid? If not, the elegant demon lord would probably be devoured. How rare it was to encounter a considerate individual among demons. Should she just allow him to be cut down in her territory like this? The immortal emperor had completely forgotten how, just moments ago, she thought this mysterious envoy was rather formidable. Her heart started racing unpredictably. Because Xiao Yishui, that flirtatious lad, didn't just throw himself at the other but also bit him with his teeth. Paired with the expression of a vicious dog protecting its food, it was as if the chains around his body could hardly hold him back. His hands were extremely restless underwater, stirring up ripples in the hot spring and causing the pool of romantic petals to sway gently. Ah. Chu Jiuchen slightly tilted his neck back, the messy silver locks resting on the white jade steps by the poolside. Xiao Yishui used one hand to untie his mask, the misty water droplets had already drenched the eyelashes mere inches away from him. Your hair. Chu Jiuchen's eyes shifted for a moment. For the first time, he didn't dare to speak. Xiao Yishui lifted his face, forcing him to meet his gaze. After a while, he formed a small ice spike, pricking it into his own chest. Sure enough, a drop of blood seeped out from the same spot on Chu Jiuchen's chest. No wonder, I said why the pain was halved. Xiao Yishui, with a sullen face, couldn't help but tighten his grip on his neck. Chu Jiuchen let out a muffled groan but obediently raised his chin, allowing this man complete control over his lifeline. Crystal-clear droplets streamed from his temple, seeping between his distinctly knotted fingers and his white, jade-like neck, emitting a bright sheen under the golden light. Xiao Yishui only felt two distinct flames burning within him. He furrowed his brows, gradually moving closer to Chu Jiuchen's face, his fingers continuing to increase pressure. His pupils, deep like abysses, asked, "Does it hurt?" The latter knew he was genuinely upset. A flash of insight struck him. And the hand originally placed at his waist moved to his shoulder blade, applying some force could easily pull him down. Xiao Yishui wanted to see what trick he still had up his sleeve, but found that the blood drops on both their chests perfectly merged together during this embrace. This is a blood oath. Chu Jiuchen whispered in his ear. I want it too. Though Xiao Yishui's tone was cold, his expression resembled that of a truly capricious child. All right. Chu Jiuchen knew he should comply with him at this moment, otherwise, he didn't know what this man might do next. Unlike the Golden Unity formation, the Blood Unity Pact was blood red, revealing a sense of obsession through both its symbols and diagrams. Buzz. The moment their blood intermingled and they felt their hearts connected, Xiao Yishui immediately felt satisfied. Seeing the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising, Chu Jiuchen helplessly sighed. In the distance outside the window, Lin Yue had already been stunned speechless. She naturally understood the demon's Unity Pact, but she never expected that Xiao Yishui would willingly jump at the chance. However, this demon lord was also a tough character, directly forming a unity of fate and life. In the future, if either of them wished to kill the other no matter the cost, suicide would suffice. Although Lin Yue had the constitution of the immortal emperor, at this moment, she actually felt herself shivering in the cool autumn breeze. Is this the kind of emotion demons have? She couldn't fully empathize, yet she was deeply shocked. The emotions of those at the top are often rather indifferent. This is not merely to protect others, but more so a form of self-protection. For instance, she admired the white deer star for a long time, but she always maintained a certain distance, neither too far nor too close. The white deer star was aware of it, but responded with the same attitude, ensuring no disturbance to either party. As Lin Yue looked at the two tightly embracing figures in the hot spring, she wasn't sure what to do. Logically, she thought she should look away, but on the other hand, she couldn't ignore someone trusted by the white deer star. After all, the other party was still a member of the demon race. Thus, she gave herself a reasonable reason to keep tabs. The shackles on Xiao Yishui's body were heavy, a weight entirely pressing upon the soul. Gently touching his neck chafed red by the fetters, Chu Jiuchen was filled with nothing but sympathy. Yishui. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. A somewhat low and self-blaming voice softly sounded in his ear, making his arms unconsciously tighten around him. Chu Jiuchen. Right now, you'd better not say anything. While hugging him tightly and closing his eyes tightly, Xiao Yixue murmured. There was almost zero distance between them, the clear pulse beating as if in sync with their heart rates. This made his legs feel restless, not knowing where to place them for a moment. Today, they should not have soaked in the hot spring, they should have soaked in an ice spring. Chapter 110, Accidentally Caught Something. At the same time, in the mortal world. Fang Suyun suddenly rushed to Jianchen Peak and found Bai Lu Xing, who was hard at work training his disciples. They still didn't know the name of the young demon princess, they had only heard Lin Yu call her Xiaomi Jiao, so they kept referring to her as Xiaomi Jiao in their conversations. Uncle Bai Lu. Fang Suyun seemed like she discovered something important and couldn't wait to blurt it out when she saw Bai Lu Xing. I thought of a way to help Xiaomi Jiao recover, but I'm not sure if it's feasible. Could you please give me some guidance? Bai Lu Xing nodded. Tell me. There is something resembling a curse near her heart position. But because her fragmented soul and the resentment from her last moments are trapped inside, sometimes she displays her original personality. In reality, most of the time, she is either unconscious or controlled by some unseen dark hand. So I thought. Fang Suyun paused for a moment, seemingly hesitant. Is this related to the celestial realm? Bai Lu Xing guessed her purpose for coming to him. Though Fang Suyun clearly lacked complete confidence, she hesitated before finally asking, I've heard that there is the Taoist realm in the celestial realm where divine judgments take place, correct? Indeed. Bai Lu Xing nodded. I'm wondering, if we put Xiaomi Jiao in front of the Taoist realm, will it judge her soul, or the cursed object in her heart? After finishing, Fang Suyun bit her lips, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Bai Lu Xing. Oh. Bai Lu Xing seemed intrigued after hearing this. We can't be certain, but it's worth trying. An hour later. Fang Suyun embraced Xiaomi Jiao as they rode atop a cloud crane spreading its wings high above. Bai Lu Xing ahead gently maneuvered his sword and led them directly through the celestial gateway. Celestial Emperor Lin Yu sensed Bai Lu Xing's aura. Though he wasn't entirely comfortable with it, he stepped away from his surveillance point. He planned to discuss what he had just seen with Bai Lu Xing upon meeting him. However, once he heard Fang Suyun's suggestion, he became equally captivated by the answer to this question. The Taoist realm could only be activated by the Celestial Emperor. Hum. When a profound fluctuation akin to the tolling of bells from a mountain temple spread across half of the celestial realm, numerous celestials gathered in astonishment, all carrying various doubts in their minds. They unconsciously gathered before the Taoist realm, which appeared like an infinite starry river. On the sacred mirror platform stood a petite young girl, her eyes tightly shut, lifeless, her body suspended silently within the luminous beams of the divine judgment. Besides the Celestial Emperor, no one else could see the images inside the Taoist realm. Unexpectedly, this trial took far longer than expected to produce any result. In the Kaiyun Palace. The two in the pool had already sensed it as soon as the Taoist realm opened. Chu Jiacheng, unsure what to do next, momentarily felt relieved at this coincidental event that could serve as a distraction. A quick flicker of his eyes led him to instantly change clothes, grab a leash and drag someone out. What are we going for? Xiao Yixue instantaneously transformed into a reluctant dog breed, refusing to budge, sitting stubbornly on the ground, dragging a trail of water behind her. As Chu Jiacheng walked out, he donned a mask, combed his hair, and finally put on a jet-black fur-lined overcoat, accomplishing everything smoothly. Let's go check out the gossip. More people were gathering around the Taoist realm, even some refined celestial instruments turned into spirits, floating mid-air curiously alongside everyone else watching. With so many mixed types present, neither the inclusion of a demon emissary nor a member of Heaven's Punishment attracted much attention. Isn't this Princess Qi Shi? Chu Jiacheng sounded surprised. How did she get here? Xiao Yixue frowned. After scanning briefly, Chu Jiacheng noticed Bai Lu Xing and Fang Suyun among the crowd. It seems my master has brought her along. Xiao Yixue retracted her head nervously, swallowed, feeling oddly guilty as if mere gossip would be better left alone. Within the Taoist realm, streams of light flashed repeatedly, and faint, incomprehensible murmurs could be heard upon closer inspection. As time trickled by, a subtle vibration began emanating from the base of the Taoist realm. Whispers started rippling through the crowd nearby, yet they failed to deduce any clear explanation. Heavens! Look! Is that the wrath of the Taoist realm? A single sentence stirred up waves of conversation. It seemed as though to affirm the crowd's speculation, immense cracks resembling lightning slowly formed across the vast surface of the Taoist realm. Eventually, these expanded into what resembled a heavenly punishment thunderstorm, driving back all onlookers significantly. This terrifying situation was unprecedented since the establishment of the immortal realm. She's been consumed by the heavenly Tao realm. I thought 12 levels were the limit, but who would have guessed there could be sins that exceed even the heavenly Tao's limit? Look, even the expression on the immortal Emperor Lin Yu's face doesn't seem too good. Everyone immediately looked up and saw Lin Yu surrounded by an awe-inspiring aura. A massive light will floated behind her like a totem, revealing the imperial presence she usually concealed in all its dazzling glory. It was only then that people realized the heavenly Tao realm, which had been operating at its peak without shattering, was being maintained solely by the strength of the immortal Emperor. Bai Lu Xing slightly furrowed his brows, and Fang Su-yun gripped the sleeves of her robes tightly. If possible, immortal Emperor Lin you wouldn't wish to know so much. Since the third generation of Nuwa's descendants, there hasn't been a single ascension into the immortal realm or a fall into the demon realm. The reason turned out to be, regardless of judgment or heart demons, she would be completely exposed. And the result of being exposed is just as it is now. Being imprisoned within the heavenly Tao. In the underworld beneath the demon realm. Just a second ago Gu Ling was laughing cheerfully, when suddenly the next second she fell down with a thud, giving the demon king standing in front of her quite a fright. Ace Hao, what's wrong with you? Wah. She collapsed on the ground and spat out a pool of black, foul-smelling blood. Save me, this sentence kept echoing deep within her mind. She was both startled and afraid, not even daring to believe that the evil soul was already captured so quickly. Who did it? Who exactly has been targeting her? Gu Ling covered her head, unable to hear the demon king calling out beside her, because the voice in her mind screamed even more frighteningly and wretchedly. The evil spirit was her lifeline, her last ace. Who could have so accurately targeted her vital point? Gu Ling couldn't figure it out. One face after another flashed rapidly through her mind, then paused on one particular figure. Master. She couldn't help but remember this person, the one who differed most from the previous life, the first one to deviate from the original path. Could he have discovered something in the crack of the heavenly Tao back then? But how could he possibly achieve such a thing? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. To discover, let alone control the heavenly Tao and reverse time, utterly impossible. Such mysterious power was entirely beyond her comprehension. But at this moment, the only person she could suspect was Chu Jiandust. However, the person suspected of being the instigator was currently looking shocked while eating melon seeds. System alert. Character Lin Yu, protagonist index 10%. Index 20%. 30%. Chu Jiandust. What's wrong? Xiao Yixue noticed his odd expression, assuming he remembered some serious matter. Chu Jiandust wasn't sure how to respond, and his eyes gazed at the radiant sun high above. He recalled the initial system notification. The subsequent protagonist index will largely depend on each character's performance in the main plotline of the world. The so-called main plotline refers to the survival crisis of the three realms, implying that any actions taken to prevent the destruction of the world would increase the protagonist index. The immortal Emperor Lin Yu increased to 30% in one breath, far surpassing others mere few points, proving the crucial importance of what she was doing for the sake of saving the world. As the fluctuations of heavenly Tao power grew stronger, nearing uncontrollable limits, she decisively drew a drop of her own blood essence, painting an ancient banishing array in the heavens and earth. I, the sovereign, bind my energy to suppress the evil spirits. All of you must assist the mortal world in resisting the celestial calamity. Perhaps due to lack of time, Lin Yu didn't get the chance to explain thoroughly. These words were transmitted along with the force used to seal the array. By the time the shocked crowd snapped out of it, they realized that the immortal emperor, originally missing, had truly disappeared this time. Only the seal capable of cutting off everything remained, as well as the near-collapsed heavenly Tao realm. Bai Lu Xing gazed skyward, remaining silent all along. He didn't know what Lin Yu had accidentally captured, but her gaze moments ago made him understand. Before the heavens collapse, this seal must be safeguarded at all costs. Chapter 111, Mengpa Soup. If Chu Jichen knew the reasons why he was suspected by Gu Ling, he would understand why the system had insisted on him maintaining his persona right from the start. Because if the hidden malevolent spirit realized too early that Chu Jichen had changed into a different person, his situation would become extremely perilous. Now with the evil spirit sealed away, it can no longer wreak havoc. Gu Ling became frantic. After all, most of her memories and abilities were tied to the evil spirit, and now she could practically be described as having a blank mind. The heavenly Tao seal severed the connection between the evil spirit and her, meaning she could no longer hide in the safest, cleanest place. Unless she embraced death. Otherwise, apart from genuinely falling and darkening, she had no other options. Daddy. I don't want to die. Gu Ling curled up on the ground, sobbing while covering her face. The demon emperor was deeply moved with sorrow, so he could only patiently ask her again and again what exactly had happened. Wah. I was captured by a mirror from the immortal realm. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Gu Ling cried out haltingly. Although some parts were incoherent, the demon emperor managed to roughly understand the gist of her plight. Upon learning that his daughter's body was actually imprisoned by Emperor Lin Yu of the immortal realm, the demon emperor immediately flared with rage. So you're this kind of immortal emperor? Rejecting our peace offerings and only accepting punishment. Ah, she. Just wait. Your father is going to the immortal realm. No. Gu Ling shook her head. Don't go to the immortal realm. Why? The demon emperor didn't understand. Ah, she, trust your father. He will definitely retrieve your body. It's useless. At best we'd end up both badly injured. It's useless. It's useless. Gu Ling murmured, slowly sitting upright from the floor, her eyes as though a long-held belief was crumbling apart. So, how do you intend to deal with this then? The Demon Emperor asked, full of concern for her suffering. Attack. What? Send troops to attack. Attack the immortal realm. Attack. Gu Ling trembled as her lips quivered, the mortal realm. The Demon Emperor suddenly froze. Attack the mortal realm. By overwhelming sins shock the Tao of heaven, forcing the heavenly Tao to descend its heavenly punishment. The trial of the Tao mirror was already at the edge of collapse. If the strength of the heavenly punishment is further dispersed into the mortal world, the heavenly Tao seal will inevitably crumble. However, the issue was, who would willingly take on the role as the chief sinner? Daddy. I truly don't want to die. Gu Ling wailed as she flung herself into the Demon Emperor's embrace, crying so hard she couldn't catch her breath. While sighing, the Demon Emperor kept rubbing her head. Originally, the Demon Realm had already planned an assault on the mortal realm, and every reason was aimed at reviving her. Now since she herself expressed the need, the Demon Emperor naturally would not hesitate. However, deciding on the general of the demon army always remained a challenge within his heart. Perhaps Jiangnan wasn't bad, but merely because of his intelligence. Moreover, he was overly rational and lacked the bloodthirsty madness required for such a task. Impact the Tao of heaven requires, creating calamities, not a performance of military tactics. Thinking over it time and again, it seemed only the relatively diligent Mo Chen recently was a possibility, yet the Demon Emperor felt he wouldn't be able to offer conditions appealing enough to entice Mo Chen. If only he would marry the princess, all would be well, directly securing the next Demon Emperor's position, but alas, he didn't wish to. And the Demon Emperor could never entrust the future of the demon realm to someone uncertain about protecting the princess. Since the Demon Emperor knew his lifespan was near its end, everything he has done these past years was preparing for his daughter. If not for being bound by the Tao of heaven himself, unable to lead the massacre in the mortal world, he would have already marched without hesitation. Father Emperor intends to dispatch Mo Chen. What do you think? Mo Chen. Gu Ling hesitated for a moment, slowly shaking her head. He won't do it. Refuse to? Won't he yield under coercion or temptation? The Demon Emperor failed to comprehend. Unlikely, unless one makes him lose his memory or thoroughly controls him. Gu Ling's low, heavy voice carried traces of loss. Memory loss? The Demon Emperor pondered for a while. Father here owns something called Meng Pa soup. If you find a way to make him drink it, you might try controlling him. Really? Gu Ling's eyes brightened momentarily. Lacking the influence of the malevolent spirit, she always felt dumbfounded, not knowing anything. But Father only possesses one bottle, you must preserve it well, and bear in mind, there is only one chance per person, whether successful or not, a second attempt will be ineffective. As the Demon Emperor spoke, he handed over a completely black vial to her without reservation. Wiping away her tears, Gu Ling gleefully accepted the medicine bottle. Although there were quite a few candidates for the position of general of the demon army, in her heart, she still leaned towards Moe. Moe was crazy enough, wild enough, and willing to go all in without hesitation. And most importantly, Gu Ling wanted his heart. His heart in every sense of the word. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the destiny figure, after the transformation of the celestial patterns, Chu Jiachen's role was also significant. If Chu Jiachen lost his memory and committed heinous crimes, then while he was punished by heavenly retribution, his destiny would naturally weaken. This way, it would similarly achieve the effect of compensating for the insufficient strength of mending the heavens. She merely needed this effect. There was only one chance. Chapter 112, Never-Ending Struggle. Father Emperor, not long ago, you gave Mo Chen a piece of land. Yes. And where is he now? He should still be in the immortal realm and hasn't returned yet. Speaking of this matter, the Demon Emperor couldn't help but get angry. It wasn't that he doubted Chu Jiachen hadn't made things clear to the Immortal Emperor, rather, he thought the Immortal Emperor was too stubborn and intent on opposing the demon realm. Otherwise, how could it be that just after he had sent an envoy for negotiations, the Immortal Emperor then quickly captured the princess without warning? It was obviously intentional. The Demon Emperor was furious with frustration. After contemplating for a while, Gu Ling asked further, has the construction of Mo Chen's land begun? It should have not yet. The Demon Emperor looked at her questioningly, what are you planning to do? Gu Ling didn't answer his question directly but instead asked another, did he mention why he hasn't started the construction? The Demon Emperor stroked his beard and frowned in thought, maybe it's because there aren't enough people. Regarding this point, even the Demon Emperor couldn't figure it out. There were so many existing cities in the demon realm, yet Chu Jiachen apparently liked none of them. He insisted on having a barren land, which he had to cultivate himself. At that time, the Demon Emperor had marveled, diligent demons like him were really few and far between. However, Gu Ling nodded thoughtfully. Father Emperor, if you send more manpower to help him build, perhaps he doesn't like living in the underground palace of the demon realm, which is why he doesn't want to stay here often. But if you build him a house according to his preference, perhaps he would stay longer in the demon realm. Good. I'll follow your advice. The Demon Emperor hugged her with eyes filled with affection. Since the Immortal Emperor declared himself as such, the once tranquil immortal realm has subtly shown signs of disorder. Beings who originally dared not descend into the mortal world have become restless. After all, the Immortal Emperor himself said. We must do our best to help the mortal realm. How would we know what needs assistance without going down there to check? Once the first one led the charge, many other immortals followed suit, rushing down to the mortal world. Within days, half of the immortal islands in the immortal realm were empty. Immortal Lin Yan, a young gentleman, was riding a phoenix-drawn carriage through the clouds heading towards the heavenly gate. Despite it not being on the way, he deliberately made a detour to pass by the mountain of punishment. But what happened? One look and he was startled. The formerly towering mountain of punishment, which seemed endless, was now completely bald after just a few days. It can't possibly be. Lin Yan vigorously rubbed his eyes. Where was the mountain of punishment that once harbored corpses and rivers of blood? Now it was just an empty short hill, clearly left idle. Unbelieving, Lin Yan used his secret art, stealth technique. Deciding to enter and investigate. Despite its reduced height, the entire island wasn't small. In the center of the island was a deep pond. From high up, it looked like a pupil, exuding a gaze full of scrutiny. By the side of the deep pond, two men soaked in blood sat back to back, their reflections mirrored in the clear water. A large patch of shocking blood stains covered the ground, merging together so they could no longer distinguish each other. Two blood-covered hands lay on the ground, interlaced fingers tightly holding each other. A pair of matching rings on their respective ring fingers emitted a faint glow. Xiao Yixue gazed at the sky, reminiscing about these few days of devilish experiences. In the past, there was no choice, but now all he wanted was to be a good person. Behind him, Chu Jiechen's equally blood-stained face bore an expression of relief. Because, the saving the villain system task was 90% complete. The remaining 10% was merely due to the original main storyline not having finished yet. Although there was no system reward either, he truly felt happy for Xiao Yixue. Chu Jiachen always knew that Xiao Yixue detested Moe from deep inside. Murdering his teacher, wiping out his sect, slaughtering innocents, and showing contempt for humanity, all of these things caused him immense anguish at midnight, though he never mentioned it. He loved sleeping, but he couldn't dare to. Chu Jiachen had only witnessed Xiao Yixue's slumber once. Back then, his blood was cold, his lips icy, much like a stray cat curled up under the eaves on a rainy night. It was almost inexplicably that Chu Jiachen found himself kissing him, driven more by a mixture of compassion within their love. Xiao Yixue was indeed brutal, and throughout his life, no one had ever pitied him. Even Cui Yunshan often joked and scolded him as a bad disciple. Those real tendernesses and warmth, he had never experienced. Of course, except with Chu Jiachen. To Xiao Yixue, Chu Jiachen's tenderness was akin to poison, something he wished never to rid himself of during his lifetime. If one day, when life finally comes to an end, he will definitely die in his arms. There could be no better burial ground to rest his soul than this. Just as in this very moment, the two sitting back to back together, Xiao Yixue felt all of his bitterness and fatigue vanish. He just wanted to hold on to Chu Jiachen's hand forever and feel satisfied. How about it? Isn't my method quite good? Leaning against him, Chu Jiachen paused for a long while before finally saying weakly, "Your method indeed worked." With the power of the Blood Unity Oath, they instantly released all the future wronged souls. Not only that, the Unity Oath, which was already at the peak of the mystic stage, under this force of belief, had directly ascended to the earth stage. Now, it was merely one step away from being heaven endowed. But this step was absolutely a heaven-wide chasm more difficult to cross than any ultimate skill. Why are you in such a rush? Xiao Yixue was worried about him. While reproaching him for not taking care of his body, he wanted to curl him up like a ball and tuck him into his heart. Chu Jiachen chuckled lightly, too many delays lead to too many troubles, better short pain than prolonged suffering. Unable to bear speaking against him anymore, after recovering some strength, Xiao Yixue turned over, supported his shoulders, and made Chu Jiachen lie on his legs. Lifting a strand of silver hair, now stained with blood, Xiao Yixue asked. "Can your hair return to normal?" Chu Jiachen hesitated. It could have. It could have. Xiao Yixue knew there were 100 tricks up his sleeve. What about now? Now. Chu Jiachen blinked his eyes. Impossible. Why? Xiao Yixue didn't understand. Because, originally, the blood oath was unilateral from my side, so I could temporarily cut it off. Chu Jiachen smiled faintly and continued. If I cut it, the color of the curse would naturally return, but now the blood oath has become bilateral, never ending until death. My condition won't go back either. After listening, Xiao Yixue remained silent. On one hand, he didn't want his own injuries to involve Chu Jiachen, on the other hand, he hoped that when Chu Jiachen was hurt, he could share the burden. Always contradictory. However, now these contradictions no longer held any meaning. As Chu Jiachen had said, they were never ending until death. Lin Yan, who was invisibly watching, had already been petrified. Upon arriving, he saw a white-haired man lying on Xiao Yixue's legs. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this the envoy of the demon clan? Moreover, a soundproof barrier surrounded them, so Lin Yan couldn't clearly hear their conversation. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, one might mistakenly assume they were fighting and now both equally injured. But Lin Yan understood somewhat. The celestial punishment chains on Xiao Yixue had disappeared. This proved that his sins had been resolved. However, since the immortal emperor wasn't around, there was no one to arrange his admission into the celestial rank. In this situation, he could only be a lone wolf, unable to join any factions or seek protection from any factions. In short, easy prey. But before Lin Yan could gloat, he saw Xiao Yixue showing such an intimate relationship with the demon man. How else could such an affectionate posture exist if not between lovers? One person lying on another's leg, letting that person caress their face, eyes half closed, smiling gently. Lin Yan watched, a little dazed. In his mind, if Xiao Yixue was handsome, then at this moment, Mo Chen was stunningly handsome. Especially his silver hair streaked with blood, coupled with his unconditional devotion, gave him an inexplicable tragic beauty. Perhaps the heavenly realm saw many extraordinary couples like this, where gender differences or even relationships with spirit treasures or transformed immortal pets were not rare at all. So Lin Yan's focus wasn't on their genders or races. What shocked him was the emotion in Chu Jiachen's eyes. Need we mention how huge and menacing the demon clans are? The demon clan. What the hell kind of charm did Xiao Yixue possess? If it was someone from the immortal realm attracted to him, that would have been understandable. But here was someone unpredictable from the demon clans, appearing utterly submissive. Frustrated Lin Yan bit into 1,000 lemons, silently roaring in protest. Chapter 113 Truly Dreamlike. The demon emperor has summoned me back to the demon realm. I'll see you off. The two of them helped each other stand up, simultaneously casting a cleansing spell for the other. You'd better rest here a bit longer. I have a teleportation scroll. Chu Jiachen didn't want him to trouble himself by coming and going. Xiao Yixue needed to absorb the spiritual energy of the immortal realm, while Chu Jiachen needed to absorb the demonic energy of the demon realm to better restore his strength. I'll see you out through the immortal gate. Watching you return will suffice. All right. As these two were about to leave, Lin Yan, who had been hidden behind them, quickly and stealthily followed. Regardless of what the relationship was between this demon envoy and Xiao Yixue, the fact that he was from the demon race was undeniable. And Xiao Yixue, after enduring the heavenly punishment, was now fraternizing closely with someone from the demon realm. Lin Yan reasonably suspected that his motives for coming to the immortal realm were not pure. At the thought of this, Lin Yan suddenly felt an exhilarating excitement. What could be more gratifying than legitimately targeting someone he disliked? Yet for some reason, he didn't dislike Mo Chen, who was undeniably a handsome man and even belonged to the opposing faction. Perhaps it was because of his aura, and most importantly, the gentle killer charm. Lin Yan couldn't dislike such people, instead, he became inexplicably jealous because such individuals hadn't shown kindness towards him. So he impulsively followed them, abandoning even his phoenix carriage in the process. Outside the immortal gate, Xiao Yixue watched as Chu Jiachen opened the scroll and stepped onto the temporary teleportation array leading to the demon realm. Neither of the reluctant pair noticed that there was a peculiar, invisible figure standing nearby, bold enough to step into the activated portal at the last second. Demon realm. The dense demonic energy revived Chu Jiachen's spirit. Just as he was feeling revitalized, he inadvertently noticed a strange flow of energy behind him. He scanned with his system and couldn't help but feel perplexed. Because he had no idea who Lin Yan was, this person wasn't even a character from the original storyline. Could it be that these immortals, after being bored for thousands or tens of thousands of years, are now crazy enough to play games involving adrenaline-filled stalking? Chu Jiachen muttered inwardly. After glancing around and observing the various demons bustling past, Chu Jiachen, being kind-hearted, chose not to expose him on the spot. When the demon emperor heard that he had returned, he immediately dispatched a large number of workers at his disposal. Upon asking, Chu Jiachen found out they were skilled craftsmen, specially assigned for the construction of the palace. Almost none of the demon craftsmen were actually human. In 4 words, fiends and monsters. Chu Jiachen didn't even need to conduct a trial, it was clear that experts who erred within a meter when working on tasks like this were already top-notch. Otherwise, the demon emperor's palace wouldn't resemble something dug by a dog. Chu Jiachen sighed. Thinking about the design plans, assigning them to dig pits or lay foundations might not be such a bad idea. After deciding on a plan, Chu Jiachen issued his orders accordingly. When the demon emperor and Gu Ling learned that he had not only returned but also enthusiastically commanded the craftsmen to get started, preparing to enjoy his twilight years in the demon realm, they were both extremely delighted. Gu Ling thought it over and then instructed the demon emperor to assign him a group of dexterous maids. These maids were mortals, which would reduce Chu Jiachen's wariness to the greatest extent possible. Chu Jiachen readily accepted their help, he didn't need to pay their wages anyway. Lin Yan, hiding far away, almost lost his wits watching this unfold. Although he knew little about architecture, being an heir of an immortal family meant he surely had access to valuable things like ancient dragon marrow. Having previously considered ways to ingratiate himself with Mo Chen, he now realized that this presented a perfect opportunity. Thus, summoning up his courage, he secretly sent over a sound transmission. Chu Jiachen paused in surprise. He had originally intended to ask Baiku Star for help in purchasing some when this free offer came along unsolicited. Truly dreamlike. Both of them thought simultaneously. Chapter 114, I am the Enforcer. Beside the construction site. The sea breeze from the demon realm was colder and darker than in the mortal realm. In the temporary wooden building erected specifically for supervising construction, Chu Jianchen had a faint smile on his face as he poured tea for Lin Yen sitting across the low table. His elegant and considerate gestures left the latter feeling honored. At such close proximity to this demon lord, Lin Yen felt his heart racing. Perhaps because Chu Jianchen still looked somewhat weak, coupled with his flowing white hair that cascaded to his waist, it always created an illusion of an abnormal beauty when facing him. A beautiful person evokes pity, and an ill-beautiful person even more so. Lin Yen suddenly understood why Xiao Yixue was so fixated and passionate about hugging him. Because just looking at him made one want to hold him. On the table was a finely crafted immortal jade box containing a large piece of ancient land dragon marrow. Chu Jianchen offered to pay him money, but Lin Yen declined. He only requested help obtaining an identity that would allow unrestricted passage through most areas of the demon realm. As a result, Chu Jianchen discussed with him the plan to announce publicly that he was a captured slave and henceforth the #1 enforcer of Pearl City. Had it been any other time, Lin Yen would have never believed himself willing to endure such humiliation. But now, it could only be considered as excessive curiosity about the demon race. Chu Jianchen naturally didn't know about his past conflicts with Xiao Yixue, nor did Lin Yen reveal them truthfully. Under this deliberate omission, their initial interaction surprisingly went smoothly. In the underground palace, upon hearing that Chu Jianchen was entertaining guests, Gu Ling, who knew him slightly, instantly thought it was her chance. Since she feared Chu Jianchen might already be wary of her, there was no way Gu Ling would foolishly bring up tea herself. This is where the mortal maid came into play. But no matter how carefully calculated, Gu Ling overlooked the fact that her memory of Chu Jianchen differed embarrassingly from reality due to a sort of time difference. The maid responsible for serving tea had long been present beside the two, unable to hear their conversation ever since she entered. So, she didn't need to avoid anything. All she had to do was single-mindedly ensure that her target consumed the tea. Faced with this situation, Chu Jianchen's head filled with question marks. He simply couldn't understand why this strange maid kept staring at Lin Yen. It wasn't that the maid hadn't undergone strict training, rather, the princess instructed precisely. A tied-up ponytail, glossy ink-black hair, wearing white robes, perhaps adorned with an exquisite fox fur collar around the neck. The maid wasn't blind. Chu Jianchen's all-white hair and black attire clearly disqualified him as the target. Lin Yen, however, matched perfectly. Mengpa soup, colorless and odorless, was one of the top-tier evil drugs in the three realms. Not even the system could automatically detect it unless it had cracked and replicated a sample. Chu Jianchen hadn't encountered this peculiar thing before and could only roughly determine that what Lin Yen drank wasn't poison that would kill him. When the maid confirmed Lin Yen had finished drinking, the relaxed expression didn't escape Chu Jianchen's eyes. He turned his eyes and instructed the maid to leave, indicating that they wouldn't need her service for the moment. Upon receiving the news, Gu Ling was overjoyed, not caring whether services were needed or not. The demon emperor had said Mengpa soup wouldn't take effect immediately, ranging from half a day to possibly 3 or 4 days. No problem, Gu Ling could wait. After scanning Lin Yan's teacup, Chu Jianchen found nothing unusual. Instead, Lin Yan's attribute panel kept emitting sounds indicating changes in attributes throughout the entire half-day. Condition, memory loss 1%. Condition, memory loss 2%. Condition, memory loss 3%. Memory loss. Chu Jianchen's expression mirrored someone who hadn't used a senior citizen's metro phone for a long time. How deep-seated is the grudge between the demons and him? Or does someone want to use him against me? But there's no reason, after all, he gradually lost his memory right before my eyes. Chu Jianchen was stunned by this bizarre operation. During his stupefaction, Lin Yen grew increasingly confused, unaware of what exactly happened to him. The entire process of memory loss was extremely smooth, so much so that he detected no hint of it himself. By the end, he remembered only one thing. That. I am the slave captured by Demon Lord Mo Chen and the #1 enforcer of Pearl City. Chapter 115, None of it is real. Chu Jianchen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After repeatedly confirming that there was nothing wrong with his own cup and teapot, the problem could only lie with Lin Yan's teacup. The maids had clearly brought in an entire tea set, yet only one cup had been tampered with. This most likely indicated how rare this kind of drug was, so rare that not a single drop could be wasted. So he collected Lin Yan's used teacup into the system and issued the command, analyze and inspect this item. The progress bar was moving very slowly. As he looked at Lin Yen diligently guarding the door, standing as straight as a poplar tree in the dark night, Chu Jianchen didn't dare let down his guard. He meditated cross-legged while patiently waiting for an entire night. By Chen hour, when the information about Mengpa soup finally popped up before Chu Jianchen, he almost fell asleep right where he was practicing. Mengpa soup. Chu Jianchen regained his focus, curiously opening a more detailed introduction. This Mengpa soup is not what you think, it's simply a concoction named Mengpa soup. This potion has ancient origins, originating from the mortal realm. It was originally used in palace struggles, invented by an elderly woman surnamed Meng, whose effects were similar to the legend of Lady Meng, thus gaining its name. Originally, this substance had long since been lost in the mortal world, later found by wizards in the demon realm who improved it using demonic energy. Nowadays, its medicinal properties are vastly different from the past. Chu Jianchen also discovered that many bizarre things and their strange uses actually originated from the human realm, and apart from strength, the difference between the demons of the demon realm and the beasts of the human realm wasn't significant. All follow the law of natural selection, survival of the fittest. And those so-called demon cultivators, at first, were merely some rebellious people rejected by righteous sections. Later, with their growing reputation, they attracted quite a few evil individuals. Even so, not all members of the demon realm were necessarily bad. In an individual alone, both good and evil may exist simultaneously. Why shouldn't this hold true for an entire group? Directly defining a group as such might lose impartiality. Chu Jianchen glanced out of the window, estimating that the person here to inspect the results would be arriving any time soon. After considering for a moment, he adjusted his face into a cold expression while looking at the mirror. And Lin Yan outside the door had obediently changed into a set of armor, covering his head and face by half, leaving no trace of the second-generation celestial noble look. Unsurprisingly, the demon emperor arrived, bringing along Gu Ling. They saw Chu Jianchen completely sprawled out on the bed, his hair disheveled, his eyes holding a dazed look of just waking up. By the bedside, a cup lay empty on the desk, faint traces of tea fragrance lingering inside. There were no serving maids in the room, they had already been sent away because Gu Ling couldn't tolerate Chu Jianchen seeing anyone else upon waking up. Should he end up liking a beautiful maid due to memory loss, it would cause her great losses. Although Chu Jianchen's feelings towards her meant little to her, she would never allow herself to willingly give them up if they were within reach. Since the two entered the room, Chu Jianchen had imitated Lin Yan's state of amnesia, remaining expressionless, his gaze not vacant, yet simple, as though there was nothing on his mind or intentions. Mo Chen. The demon emperor tried calling him. Chu Jianchen responded indifferently. Last time, I mentioned asking you to lead the demon army to attack the human realm, is that fine? Chu Jianchen remained distant. The demon emperor and Gu Ling exchanged a glance, the latter nodding slightly. Subsequently, the demon emperor made an excuse to leave, leaving only her and Chu Jianchen together in the room. Gu Ling approached the bedside, pondering briefly. She no longer called him master, but instead addressed him much like she did Moe, somewhat capriciously calling out, Mo Chen. Chu Jianchen turned to look at her, revealing an unfamiliar gaze. Seeing this, Gu Ling relaxed. Because, if Chu Jianchen still remembered her, it would prove that the effect of the medicine wasn't strong enough. Mo Chen, I'm Axie, your fiancé, don't you remember me? Axie. Chu Jianchen's lips slightly parted, his brows lightly furrowed. Mo Chen, you've suffered severe injuries and need rest, don't think too much. Everything will be alright. After speaking, Gu Ling intended to touch his hair but felt intimidated by an inexplicable coldness emanating from him, thus changing her gesture into adjusting the quilt corner to convey the care of a fiancé. She doubted none of Chu Jianchen's sudden change in hair color because the original Moe also turned white-haired overnight after losing his memory in the demon realm, coincidentally making Gu Ling believe drinking mengpe soup caused white hair. Thus, she became even more confident that Chu Jianchen had indeed lost his memory. Before visiting him, the demon emperor had already given clear instructions. For someone who has lost their memory due to medication, one must proceed gradually and avoid rushing, so as not to cause confusion in their memories or any unfortunate accidents. Gu Ling looked around, finding the room extremely simple. To be able to stay here and strengthen her bond with Mo Chen, she planned to have the demon emperor add another room next door. There is still a difference between a fiancé and a wife. For example, before marriage, they are not allowed to live under the same roof prematurely. Chu Jiandan felt a sigh of relief inside. If he really had to see her all the time, it would make this performance quite uncomfortable. Gu Ling cherished this hard-earned opportunity very much. This woman, who had never been a puppy either in her past life or present one, had actually been busy for several days straight. Cooking, preparing medicine, playing the zither, telling stories. If she were truly sincere, Chu Jiandan believed the original owner would definitely be smiling from beyond the grave upon learning about it. Unfortunately, none of it was real, and there was no real, original owner either. Chapter 116, The Chief's Battle. In the distant celestial realm, Xiao Yixue seemed to be living a more fragrant and enjoyable life than Chu Jianchen. At Kaiyun Palace. The Yu Yan Hall, where moon appreciation banquets were held from time to time, was the everyday hobby of many leisurely celestial beings. Nei Chong Fairy was introducing this beautiful immortal lord, who currently had no power, to numerous beauties. Xiao Yixue, this name was not particularly unfamiliar in the celestial realm, because of those 12 heavenly punishments, and even more so because his speed in removing them broke records. Xiao Yixue sat at the banquet, listening to everyone talk about him. Suddenly, he didn't want to drink strong liquor anymore, he just wanted a warm pot of sweet wine. The 3 Xian lords sitting at the same table were not surprised and even kindly poured him a cup. Xiao Yixue took a sip, and though his face wore a smile, he remained silent about the process of how he quickly removed the heavenly punishment. Back then, Chu Jianchen said that he couldn't stand seeing such heavy shackles on him, words so direct that left him speechless. Thus, he rather vaguely agreed to this crazy plan. Countless fates returning to the mortal world simultaneously came at the cost of both of them experiencing the feeling of near death. Their harmonious soul pact activated the heavenly way, securing their destiny channel and becoming their strongest protective armor. After setting down his wine cup, Xiao Yixue absent-mindedly touched his wrist. There was no doubt that without Chu Jiechen's help, he would have been dragged by the chains of heavenly punishment for a long time, just like in his memories. Long enough to numb him. Now, before he could become numb, Chu Jiechen, with his decisive actions, quickly resolved the mess. He sincerely felt that in this life, he had been well protected by this person. The gentle one was only Chu Jiechen's appearance. In reality, whether it was his heart or his strength, Xiao Yixue believed that he was stronger than himself. It was indeed time to accelerate the inheritance of the ancient god. After determining his goal, he decided to blend into these factions of the celestial realm. Because the cultivation resources of the celestial realm were distributed among various factions, lone wolves or weak factions could only absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Since Kaiyun Palace intended to recruit him, Xiao Yixue wasn't resistant. Added to the sincere invitation from the palace master, so he came. During this period, he had indeed enjoyed many benefits of cultivation here. As a guide, Su Nichang naturally took care of him a little more, and the other immortals also showed some kindness towards the newcomer, Xiao Yixue, out of respect for her. Without an edict from the Celestial Emperor, his joining was not considered entirely legitimate, but as long as Kaiyun Palace publicly announced his recruitment and Xiao Yixue accepted, the other factions wouldn't dare to poach him openly. Suddenly, Xiao Yixue's left hand trembled. In the next moment, he clearly sensed the transmission from the mark on his ring finger. Chu Jichen informed him of the demon's plan to attack, fully prepared for the celestial realm. The mortal world. How do we fight? Xiao Yixue hurriedly asked back, fearing harm to innocents. Soon, a simple and brutal plan was transmitted over from the other side. Just as he finished hearing the plan, the bells of the celestial realm started ringing urgently. An invasion of demon forces against the mortal world has begun, intending to land on the east coast. All celestials, swiftly confront the enemy. A sound scroll spread through the celestial realm via the sound waves of the bell. At the same time, on the east coast of Kaitian continent, Chu Jichen stood on the back of Cheongqi, wearing a black ghost mask, with white hair flowing behind him, holding the Chiyu, demon sword, which symbolized the highest command authority of the demon army, overlooking the vast land from above. Behind him, an eerie tsunami was rapidly approaching. This speed, at first glance slow, but when considering the distance, the actual speed and impact force was surely much grander than 10,000 galloping horses. Fishermen by the sea fled from their boats in fear, villages became scenes of utter chaos. The demon army came too fast. Without warning. Even the Celestial Alliance far inland had no time to respond. Following the crowd of immortals, Xiao Yixue discovered that this tsunami actually spanned the entire eastern sea, making it clear that if this wave successfully landed, half of the entire Kaitian continent would fall within half a day. Just like Moe did originally. Form ranks. All immortals formed a line high in the sky, ready for battle. Among the crowd, there was only one unconventional, fiery youth, who raised his fists and single-handedly rushed out beyond the coastline, impossible to hold back. Junior friend Xiao. It's too dangerous. Come back quickly. Xiao Yixue paid no heed. His eyes were fixed only on the person leading the demon army. The Chiyu sword unleashed ferocious blood-red light across heaven and earth. A terrifying killing aura rose into the sky, even stirring up thunder and lightning in the clouds. In a blink, darkness covered the land, and fierce winds howled furiously. All the celestial beings looked grave, vaguely realizing that today's battle would inevitably end disastrously. And yet Xiao Yixue, who left only his back for everyone to see, secretly raised his left hand to his mouth and cursed wildly, "May your ancestors rot, Chu Jichen. You've summoned Chiyu. How am I supposed to fight this?" As he cursed, his feet moved exactly as planned, as he fearlessly charged headlong into the attack range of the demonic sword Chiyu. Come taste my blade. I'd rather not. Then why don't you activate your divine restriction? #@yen%. This cooperation was completely lacking in harmony. Just as crimson sword shadows were about to fall on Xiao Yixue's head with a power akin to splitting heaven and earth, the 7 divine apparitions arrived at the last moment, creating a pocket realm to support him. Boom! It was as if there was a delay. The massive force did not unleash its earth-shattering explosion until 3 breaths later, echoing through the skies. The aftermath spread violently, indiscriminate of friend or foe. The celestial beings retreated, even halting the advancing momentum of the demon army. Hum. The nascent divine intent of the 7 divine apparitions slowly opened their eyes. A heavy, ancient and mysterious aura silently diffused throughout heaven and earth. Seeing this, all the celestial beings couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. Ancient God inheritance. No, it's not an ancient god. It's the ancient God Emperor. Under the pressure emanating from deep within the soul, the celestial beings almost couldn't resist kneeling and worshipping. Perhaps Xiao Yixue's cultivation was still far inferior to these predecessors, but the ancient God Emperor was the peak of power among the godly races. Given time, this youth would definitely rise above all under the heavens as the God intent leader. Realizing this, the celestial beings were stunned. Chu Jiachen discreetly glanced around. Seeing that the effect of hyping up Xiao Yixue had been accomplished, he then raised his hand to project a boundary sphere, isolating Xiao Yixue inside it with himself. Outside the boundary, heaven and earth were full of people, all unable to stop sweating cold sweat. The demon army ceased further advancement, while the celestial beings also remained inactive. Both sides waited for a decisive result within the boundary. Without knowing when, it seemed the celestial beings had temporarily accepted Xiao Yixue as the leader of today's battle. However, inside the boundary, cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yixue was being choked by lingering black mist. Nearby, Chu Jiachen carried the enormous demon sword on his shoulder and used a free hand to pat Xiao Yixue's back. Such a colossal demon sword wasn't originally made for humans, it belonged to the ancient demons who disappeared alongside the ancient gods. Chu Jiachen found it quite challenging to wield. Originally, he could have chosen to shrink it, but that wouldn't convey enough oppressive power. In order to seem more formidable, Chu Jiachen decided to do things as flamboyantly as possible. You, take this thing back, cough, cough. Xiao Yixue was extremely resistant to this sword. Chu Jiachen sighed helplessly, I can't take it back. Why? Xiao Yixue blinked in confusion. Didn't the demon emperor give it to you? Yeah. Chu Jiachen nodded. He is still observing me and won't let me own it. Xiao Yixue glared angrily at the sword. Because of the presence of this power, he couldn't even hug Chu Jiachen. Chu Jiachen couldn't discard the sword either, as its force was too chaotic. Once out of control, even washing the eastern sea red would be mild. People outside stood waiting, while those inside sat idly. Occasionally, Xiao Yixue threw out fireballs to illuminate the edges of the boundary, and Chu Jiachen occasionally swung two streams of sword energy to add vibration effects to the boundary. The outsiders thought the situation inside was intense, so they dared not make any rash moves. What are your plans after this? Xiao Yixue asked. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jiachen slowly replied, in a bit, we will both suffer some injuries. Then, I will retreat with the demon army, and you return to the celestial realm. Gather whoever you can, and whatever forces you can lead, I will match them. I'll give you locations, and you intercept me. Xiao Yixue was somewhat worried. If this keeps happening, will the demon emperor notice something fishy? Yes, Chu Jiachen paused, but she knows we share a soul pact. It's normal for you to sense my location, and it's also understandable that we cannot inflict fatal harm on each other. Chu Jiachen paused again and continued, I guess she probably wishes for us to have conflicts frequently. As long as the demon emperor listens to her, he will only send me out, and we don't need to worry about attacks on other areas. Xiao Yixue slightly nodded in agreement. This time, the demon emperor did not need to resurrect the princess, all he needed was to listen to the princess. And Gu Ling didn't need to massacre the mortals, she just wanted to sow discord between Tianming and Qi Zi. Can you act convincingly? Chu Jiachen cast a skeptical glance. Xiao Yixue seriously thought about it for a moment and realized it would indeed be very hard. Logically speaking, when he faced Chu Jiachen, who had forgotten him, he should appear utterly heartbroken and in excruciating pain. And at crucial moments, there might even be a need to squeeze out a few tears. Reflecting on this, he suddenly felt that acting as an emotionless tyrant might be easier for him. Alas, there was no turning back now. Gu Ling has seen your mad with love state. Chu Jiachen added another stab. Chu Jiachen, how about you cheat on me? Xiao Yixue suggested sulkily. Chu Jiachen was shocked, where did you pick up such a term? Xiao Yixue pulled out a radio, midnight emotional radio, someone on it said it. Chu Jiachen was even more shocked. He quickly snatched the radio away, stop listening to this. It's bad for you. But, didn't you give this to me? Xiao Yixue became anxious and instantly reclaimed the radio, it's the first gift you ever gave me, my keepsake of love. How can you take it back so easily? Chu Jiachen, seeing his deliberately pitiful face, couldn't help but think, maybe he wouldn't perform too badly if he really acted. Boom. After holding for 2 hours, the barrier finally shattered. A black figure and a white one simultaneously hurtled backward, stopping only after retreating to their respective camps. Chu Jiachen's hairtail slightly disheveled, the hand holding the Chi Yu sword trembled faintly, blood flowing along the grooves of the blade, dripping into the deep abyssal sea. Behind him, the demon army dared not utter a sound. Before embarking, this ruthless demon commander already established his authority. Compared to Chu Jiachen, who none dared approach, Xiao Yixue was faring much better. Many old immortals who rarely made appearances surrounded him, handing over various precious elixirs like they were cheap candies, stuffing them into his arms by handfuls. Master Xiao. How are you feeling? Are you alright? No issue, cough. If you trust me, why don't you follow me back? You've done your best. Let them handle the rest. Cough. Cough. I, still cannot. Xiao Yixue clearly wrote, I don't want to go, all over his face. The others assumed it was because of his sense of justice and responsibility, leading them to look at his character with new admiration. Originally, they thought he was a reckless fool, but it turned out that not only was he reckless, but he was also quite capable. Could it be possible, while the immortal emperor is temporarily absent, to try to support him as the new leader? After all, he didn't belong to any factions yet and carried no factional pact effects. Of course, if this happened, he could not have any further contact with Kaiyun Palace. On the sea, even the waves seemed suppressed. Retreat, Chu Jiachen gritted out 2 words from clenched teeth. Seeing the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth along with some unsteady aura, no one among the demon troops dared to question. Xiao Yishue silently gazed at him from afar. Though he knew that Chu Jiachen's fragile state was faked, he couldn't resist the impulse to rush forward and catch him. Does he not know how endearing he looks when he's injured? Xiao Yishue subconsciously clenched his fists, almost crushing the bottles and jars inside his robe. Witnessing this, the crowd mistakenly believed he was still reluctant and concerned, elevating their opinion of him immensely once again. Such a responsible person. Worthy of trust. Before long, under the gaze of countless commoners and celestial beings ashore, the mighty demon army withdrew. The first leader battle ended in a draw. The demon emperor sent Chu Jiachen to increase his sins. Every kill committed by any demon soldier before him would be considered a waste. Therefore, once Chu Jiachen made a mistake, the optimal response would be for the entire army to retreat. When the demons retreated, the celestial beings followed suit. As there were too many humans around, lingering for too long could cause disturbances. Under the escort of the celestials, Xiao Yishue returned to the heavenly realm. Since they mustn't reveal any trace of deception, both of their severe injuries had to be real, requiring 10 days or half a month for recovery. This was Chu Jiachen's way of giving Xiao Yishue sufficient buffer time. As an immortal who had just ascended not long ago, Xiao Yishue was only 100 or so years old. Converted into the terms of the mortal realm, he was at most a teenager in the eyes of the other immortals. And for a teenage kid to try and rally a group of centuries-old monsters as his underlings. It might not be that easy. Chapter 117, An Unusual Solution. The Demon Realm, Pearl City. Chu Jiachen had just returned to his temporary room when he couldn't help but stumble. Lin Yan quickly caught him, causing Gu Ling, who had extended her hand from the front, to reach into empty air. Mo Chen, how did you get such serious injuries? Gu Ling's eyes were slightly red. Chu Jiachen was helped by Lin Yan over to the bedside. At first it seemed like he didn't want to say anything, but as if out of respect for Gu Ling, he opened his mouth indifferently. I met my match. Ah. Gu Ling covered her mouth gently, as if she couldn't believe it. Who is it? Are they very powerful? I don't know who they are, their strength is on par with mine. Chu Jiachen's tone was distant and devoid of emotion. In fact, the Demon Emperor and Gu Ling had already learned about everything that happened by the East Sea. Otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared so punctually here to greet him. But even knowing this, they still needed to maintain appearances. I'm tired. Chu Jiachen closed his eyes lightly. Gu Ling bit her lips as if unwilling to accept his dismissive command. Watching him at this distance and angle, he was indeed very different from before. All warmth had disappeared, replaced only by endless coldness and indifference that kept people at arm's length. All right, then you rest well. I'll prepare some medicine and come back to see you later. Gu Ling left reluctantly, looking back every few steps, while Lin Yan stood guard expressionlessly outside. The room fell quiet again. Chu Jiachen slowly touched the Mark of Unity. It's an Earth rank artifact that adds a healing function. Its effect in treating oneself is ordinary, it works better when treating others. Not long after, Lin Yan returned from seeing the guests off and resumed standing guard outside loyally. Chu Jiachen had to reassess this pure and innocent celestial lord who had offered himself up freely. This was a celestial second generation, surpassing any prodigy of the mortal world instantly. No matter how perfect one's natural talent was, it couldn't rival his golden start as a celestial immortal. Above golden immortals are heavenly immortals, and above them are true immortals. The chasm between these levels might take thousands or tens of thousands of years to cross. And let alone reaching the mythical peak of gods. Lin Yan wasn't old, barely over 20. In the celestial realm, he belonged to those completely inexperienced in worldly affairs, with less mental maturity than an average human of the same age. Ordinary mortals, after experiencing 2 decades of struggle in the mortal world, would inevitably become more mature. But 20-odd years in the celestial realm is but an instant in the eyes of immortals who live much longer lifespans. Thus, young Master Lin Yan in Honglin Palace was at best a spoiled little master, coddled to no end. Chu Jiachen's understanding of the various powers in the celestial realm solely came from the original story. But since the celestial realm storyline was already near the final chapter of the original story, and he hadn't finished reading all of it yet, his knowledge remained extremely shallow. Currently, Lin Yan was in a state of amnesia. Asking him anything wouldn't help. He could only instill new ideas into him, making him appear temporarily normal. The system had already recorded the data of Mimpa soup, and Chu Jiachen had set up automatic inspections, not fearing accidental encounters later on. But the antidote for it was troublesome. According to the system's official explanation, this drug was incurable. However, there was an additional note beneath, an unusual solution. He may recover when losing someone most important to him due to the stimulation caused. Besides, the system also deduced another way of solving it. The effects will dissipate automatically upon the death of the person administering the drug. Chu Jiuchen had no way of knowing who Lin Yan cherished most in his heart, so Lin Yan could only rely on the last method. In other words, under the condition where no miracle occurs, he could only wait until Gu Ling was eliminated by the Tao of Heaven. South Gate of Pearl City. Two figures draped in cloaks dismounted their horses, stunnedly standing in front of the bustling construction site. Citywide construction, grand and magnificent. Is this the building of a palace? Yan Liaoyuan exclaimed in shock. By his side, He Yi's face was pale, looking even worse than Chu Jiuchen, who was bedridden from severe wounds. Hey, He Yi, calculate again where that demon sovereign is. It's such a large area, how long will it take to find him? Yan Liaoyuan's blunt and irritable voice rang out. He Yi's eyes were downcast, his hand covering his mouth. His rapid breathing and grey-white hair indicated without doubt that both physically and mentally, he had reached his limit. Yet beside him, Yan Liaoyuan acted as if unable to see this. Indifferently and rudely commanding him around, pointing fingers and giving instructions. Chapter 118, The Seven Stars Beacon Tower. Chu Jiuchen looked at He Yi, and He Yi looked back at Chu Jiuchen. Neither spoke. Yan Liaoyuan, unintentionally left aside, was completely confused. He didn't know that the two had already communicated for a long while using mental telepathy, and assumed that He Yi was still catching his breath from the long journey. This made him marvel at the patience of this demon lord. Chu Jiuchen slightly frowned. However, such a price might be He Yi's life. Although He Yi indicated that he might not be in danger, Chu Jiuchen wasn't sure if he should truly believe that there would be no risk. Thus, when this famous trolley problem was placed before Chu Jiuchen, he hesitated. He Yi's talent was revealing the hidden fate of the heavens, but each time it was like tossing a coin with his life at stake, one side for life, the other for death. Chu Jiuchen was willing to call him the most reckless gambler. The Seven Stars Beacon Tower was the method proposed by He Yi. Lighting these 7 lamps in the mortal world, resonating with the stars, could directly invoke celestial phenomena. But there was one difficult prerequisite to resolve. The trajectory of the 7 stars spans the entire creation continent. If the 3 empires cannot reach an agreement on this issue, the 7 stars cannot be successfully lit. The Fire Nation Emperor sent Yan Liaoyuan to handle the preaching, referring precisely to this matter. As mortals, the 3 great empires always refuse to bow to one another. Without the intervention of both the divine and demonic realms, this conundrum would forever remain unsolved. Therefore, the fastest way for Yan Liaoyuan to preach wasn't through appealing to emotions or reason to beseech the other 2 great empires, but to directly request the assistance of both the divine and demonic realms. Before the divine and demonic realms, they must comply, whether they want to or not. Chu Jiuchen thought deeply, and He Yi didn't rush him. There was no doubt that this indeed was an excellent way to accelerate things. Alright, I will send you to someone's side. Will you assist him? Chu Jiuchen asked. He Yi silently nodded. Finally, just as Yan Liaoyuan, still utterly confused, hadn't even managed to take a sip of warm tea, he sat atop old Qiongqi's back again for the second time, tasked by Chu Jiuchen to escort He Yi to the divine realm. He Yi's timing was always calculated down to the very last detail. No sooner had they left than Gu Ling came in after finishing up with her medicinal dishes. If there were extra teacups left in the room, she would have certainly realized Chu Jiuchen had received someone else. But at this moment, she didn't detect any abnormalities, cheerfully carrying a large bowl over to Chu Jiuchen's bedside. Mo Lang, take your medicine. Chu Jiuchen looked at the black, thick, foamy medicinal dish and said nothing. Divine Realm. He Yi and Yan Liaoyuan walked out of the divine gate, and old Qiongqi, who'd accompanied them all the way, didn't follow. Xiao Yixue had already been waiting here. After exchanging formal greetings, Xiao Yixue, fearing too many prying eyes and ears, directly brought them to Bai Lu Xing's residence. Although Bai Lu Xing was inwardly not particularly willing to lend his residence to him. But this kid could really put on a good act in front of others. He simply couldn't refuse. Annoyed, Bai Lu Xing went straight to stand by the heavenly Tao mirror, contenting himself by ignoring it all. Xiao Yixue didn't realize how much Bai Lu Xing wanted to kill him, instead basking in pride because he could use his den so freely. My place isn't particularly great, but please make do, Xiao Yixue humbly led them inside. How can we ask for more? That the divine realm is willing to offer assistance deserves endless gratitude from the mortal world. Yan Liaoyuan politely replied while casually sitting on a chair in the living room. Seeing no choice, He Yi reluctantly seated himself beside him. Xiao Yixue never cared much about etiquette. Seeing they had all sat down, he didn't bother moving a few steps further to the head seat, and lazily sat down on the nearest chair. Thus, the 3 of them ended up sitting in this majestic and ethereal hall with the air of bandits stealing into a room. You're He Yi. I already know the general situation. Next, we can directly discuss the detailed plan. Xiao Yixue said as he offered them tea from afar. Normally, this would be considered impolite, but coincidentally, none of the 3 cared. Yan Liaoyuan and He Yi respectively took their teacups, and Yan Liaoyuan, who had not been able to drink hot tea for a long time, gulped it down in one go. He nodded slightly to Xiao Yixue, continuing to use mental telepathy as usual, both to prevent eavesdroppers and because he didn't have the strength to say so much at once. As they were plotting here, the Honglin Palace outside was in an uproar, searching everywhere. Young Master Lin Yen had completely disappeared. Lin Litian, the master of Honglin Palace, upon hearing reports from his subordinates, flew into a rage and ordered the entire palace to leave no stone unturned in finding the young master's whereabouts. What's more, the phoenix carriage of the young master happened to be parked at the edge of the Fatsi mountain, which couldn't help but make people associate it with Xiao Yixue, who had recently stayed there. After asking many people, they finally learned that Bailu Island had been temporarily lent to Xiao Yixue. Thus, Lin Litian rushed over in a great hurry. In the divine realm, every immortal island has a guardian spirit. They possess divine intelligence and loyalty to their duties. After the unwelcome visitors had tangled with the guards for a long while, Xiao Yixue finally gave the island spirit the command to let them through. Lin Litian, full of arrogance, was someone nobody wanted to provoke in the divine realm. Now he personally showed up, leading some to assume he was going to recruit by Lu Xing again. Xiao Yixue. Have you seen my son Lin Yen? Chapter 119, Not Knowing How to Care. Lin Yen. Xiao Yixue scratched his head. He wanted to say he didn't know the person. But then, upon examining Lin Litian's clothing and recognizing a familiar elegant fur collar, after ruling out Chu Jianchen, he could only associate it with that certain immortal young master who'd had a minor conflict in the past. I've never met him. He truly hadn't, apart from one day. When you left Fazhui Mountain, he went missing. Lin Litian's tone wasn't pleasant. Although Lin Litian was usually serious, with matters concerning the safety of his beloved son, his seriousness inevitably carried traces of irritability. I really have no idea. Xiao Yixue shrugged, indicating he wasn't interested in theft or revenge plots. But soon after you left Fazhui Mountain, fluctuations were detected within the immortal sects. Lin Litian pushed further, somebody saw you return from the immortal sect. So, who left the immortal realm? It might be immortal Lord Lin Yen. Xiao Yixue guessed aloud. Lin Litian widened his eyes and blew up his beard. What on earth would he go out for? And now, there's been no news of him at all. Are you sure you know nothing? I know nothing. Xiao Yixue shrugged again. His actions were above board, sitting upright, asking his conscience without fear. Lin Litian began to lose patience. Currently speaking, Xiao Yixue was the only possible informant. If he didn't know either, or was deliberately staying silent, that would truly cut off any leads entirely. Lin Yen had been pampered since childhood, never experiencing hardship. If he really ended up going to the mortal world by mistake, who knows whom he might bully or get bullied by. In truth, Lin Litian wasn't particularly worried about Lin Yen bullying others, because even if he did, it would still be better than getting bullied himself. Just imagining Lin Yen possibly being bullied by an insignificant mortal caused unease in his father's heart. Xiao Yixue shifted his gaze and said, Senior, this truly has nothing to do with me. I swear upon the heavenly way. However, if Senior trusts me, based on my understanding of the mortal world, if Senior allows me to borrow some manpower, it might be more beneficial than descending personally. Lin Litian listened, slightly calming down his anger. Is this true? I was originally planning to descend to the mortal world to take care of some things anyway. Assisting Senior to find someone is simply a matter of convenience, done along the way. So this matter will be entrusted to you. How many people do you need? Of course, it depends on Senior's capabilities. More manpower means better results. Xiao Yixue had learned Chu Jianchen's art of persuasion. Good, I hope you keep your word. Lin Litian took out a token and slammed it into Xiao Yixue's hand. This is an order that can mobilize all golden immortals from Honglin Palace. With it, you can call upon the immortals' assistance. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Yixue carefully stored away the token and smiled faintly. Lin Litian came and went with a flurry of activity. As the master of Honglin Palace, his daily schedule was quite busy, otherwise, he wouldn't have realized so late that his beloved son was lost. Once Lin Litian had gone, Yen Liaoyuan and he walked out from the adjacent side room. No wonder, Yen Liaoyuan looked at He with an expression of sudden enlightenment, increasingly admiring his ability to foretell. However, He appeared to be aging rapidly. From his hair, which was initially yellowed, to now completely gray, despite his face remaining youthful, it couldn't hide the impending weariness of his nearing end. Even the careless Xiao Yixue understood concern better than Yen Liaoyuan. He, why don't you rest for a while? No problem. Yen Liaoyuan flicked his ears. He had lost count of how many days it had been since he last heard He speak. Though He himself said there was no issue, Xiao Yixue was still worried about his condition hindering them, so he pulled out some newly acquired elixirs. All these are for you. Your body is too weak like this. Thank you. It wasn't that Xiao Yixue didn't want to give He time to rest, but Yen Liaoyuan was after all a demon race member. Staying long in the immortal realm was unwise. After a brief discussion, Xiao Yixue returned with the two to the seven spirit sect in the mortal realm. Letting He temporarily reside on Jianchen Peak would allow him better rest. On Jianchen Peak, there was Bai Luxing's remaining avatar, managing disciples and affairs without interruption. Still, whether in heaven or on earth, Bai Luxing alone felt irritated. That pig occupied his territory in the immortal realm and his territory in the mortal realm. all under his watchful eye. Qingxin Garden. He was settled by Xiao Yixue in a quiet, refined annex. The serene atmosphere gave him slight comfort. Looking at the furnishings inside the room, instinctively, he started calculating once more. He foresaw Chu Jianchen's early life. What an elegant person, never losing composure, never getting angry, always so gentle and serene. However, when he turned his gaze to the study, he first froze in surprise. The originally pale face flushed red instantly. He had just remarked that the owner of this room never lost composure, but within a blink, he was proven wrong. With just one glance, he dared not look more. Yet, the tender and passionate scene lingered deeply in his mind, unable to be erased. Yan Liaoyuan returned to find him with flushed cheeks and an agitated expression, shocking Yan Liaoyuan into thinking perhaps he had been possessed by a ghost. What did you do? Why are your cheeks so red? Yan Liaoyuan couldn't believe he was running a fever but still reached out to feel his forehead. Slap. He recoiled as if shocked, instinctively jerking his neck backward. Question mark. Yan Liaoyuan was baffled. Can't you rest well? Is your brain malfunctioning from resting? Xiao Yixue walked in after Yan Liaoyuan, causing He to quickly avert his gaze upon seeing him. Indeed, some people's aloofness was merely superficial. He thought. Xiao Yixue, who harbored wolfish tendencies like Yan Liaoyuan, was equally confused, wondering if He's body might be sick. Shall I call a physician for you? Xiao Yixue asked seriously. He immediately shook his head, closing his eyes guiltily as if indicating that a nap would fix it all. Xiao Yixue exchanged glances with Yan Liaoyuan, who shrugged, showing no comprehension. Unable to help further, both retreated to grant him quiet space for rest. Under the eaves, the autumn rain pattered incessantly. Yan Liaoyuan and Xiao Yixue sat informally on the doorstep together. Compared to Chu Jiachen, Yan Liaoyuan favored Xiao Yixue's temperament. Having grown weary of court life and the hypocrisy of the cultivation world, he also could not return to the demon realm. Yan Liaoyuan often felt as though his heart had no anchorage. Leisurely looking at the sky, he broke the silence. Immortal Lord, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Is your relationship with the demon lord quite good? Aha. Only when Xiao Yixue thought about Chu Jiachen did his cold demeanor soften. So, no one opposes your relationship between immortal and demon? Not many people know. And if more people knew? Then there'd be plenty stirring up trouble. Yan Liaoyuan fell silent, watching the rain grow heavier, sighing softly after a long pause. I find that he somewhat resembles that demon lord. Does he? Xiao Yixue didn't sense it. Yan Liaoyuan nodded, that seemingly fragile appearance, frail enough to collapse at a breeze. Is his condition worsening? Xiao Yixue frowned. He is faring much better than that, Yan Liaoyuan replied honestly. Xiao Yixue still felt a bit uneasy, worried about Chu Jiachen being uncared for even though he himself intended to let his wounds drag on. Do you worry about him much? Yan Liaoyuan asked again. Yeah. Xiao Yixue was also honest. Yan Liaoyuan caught a drop of rain, realizing how chilly it had become, hinting at early winter. I don't understand, Yan Liaoyuan said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixue recalled the person lying in the room. Isn't he your companion? Yes. If he were near death, would you not care at all? Yan Liaoyuan flicked off the icy raindrop on his finger without a ripple in his emotions. Nope. Chapter 120, Gaze. Chu Jiachen spent his idle days flipping through the books in the system. Currently, a map of the Kaitian continent lay before him. On the map, he had marked 7 points. Within the borders of Fire Country, Tianshu and Tianxian. Within the borders of Wind Country, Tianji and Tianquan. Within the borders of Forest Country, Yuhang, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. The 2 watchtowers within the borders of Fire Country were under the responsibility of Emperor Yan Ku, so there was no need to worry about them. Tianshu is the first star connected by the 7 stars, and also the first star that needs to be lit, its location conveniently located at the capital city of Fire Country. Similarly located at the capital is Wind Country's Tianquan Star and Forest Country's Yuhang Star. Perhaps coincidentally, Kaiyang Star happens to be at the Lingmeng Marsh's 7 Spirits Sect, while the last, Yaoguang Star, lies at the southwestern Baichuan Fortress. Of these 7 stars, 3 were massacred with blood flowing into rivers in the original story, Wind Country's capital, Forest Country's 7 Spirits Sect, and Forest Country's Baichuan Fortress. Both defeat locations in Forest Country happened because of the impact of the demon army. Under the leadership of General Moe, the demon army swept forward until they were stopped at the capital of Forest Country. Secondly, Wind Country's capital was destroyed due to civil war, making it the only place where almost no demons intervened that led to its own destruction. As for the other stars, their corresponding locations were not mentioned too much in the original text, summarizing the overall devastation of the continent. Chu Jiachen's gaze drifted between Baichuan Fortress and the capital of Wind Country. The former was his disciple Wei Hua's hometown, the border he began serving since he was a teenager, the latter was his disciple Lu Shouling's hometown. Under the condition of not considering the strength of both individuals, allowing each to handle one place would be the fastest option. There's no need to mention the Seven Spirits Sect, without MOE now, none can conquer it. Forest Country's royal family is guarding its capital, so the likelihood of unexpected situations occurring isn't great. After eliminating all variables, the only unknown remains Wind Country's Tianji situation. After spending half a day, Chu Jiuchen used the system's cheat plugin to consolidate all known intelligence and transmitted messages to Xiao Yixue. He suggested he go check out the location corresponding to the Tianji star first. 3 days later, Xiao Yixue piloted his willful little spaceship, accompanied by He Yi and Yen Liaoyuan, heading toward Tianji star. He Yi's condition had improved somewhat. Rather than staying near Yen Liaoyuan and getting irritated, he chose to stay close to Xiao Yixue. At least Xiao Yixue is taller than Yen Liaoyuan, offering better wind protection. The borders of Forest Country are still under lockdown, as the turmoil among immortal sects is too intense. If travel restrictions were lifted, chaos would break loose in Forest Country. Although many skilled cultivators could use special methods to cross national boundaries, compared to an unruly mob, such thresholds have reduced potential risks to the minimum. Xiao Yixue's small spaceship, being a celestial tier artifact capable of crossing national boundaries, flies high enough. Yen Liaoyuan got motion sickness. He did not. With a calm expression, he stood behind Xiao Yixue's side, gazing blankly at the sea of clouds ahead. His pupils shimmered with a calculating light. It seemed like predicting outcomes at any moment had become second nature to him. Xiao Yixue couldn't help but give him a sidelong glance. You're the second most reckless person I've ever seen. He Yi. Predicting consumed life essence. The more complex the prediction, the greater the consumption of life essence. Is there something you can't let go? You don't want to live? Xiao Yixue could only see the word loneliness reflected in his eyes. He shook his head slightly, his tone softer than the wind. I am destined for calamity. Can't bypass it. Xiao Yixue didn't know much about fortune tellers. He'd only read about how diviners save the world, yet cannot save themselves. Depends on destiny. He cast his eyes downward. Xiao Yixue mentally agreed. Indeed, diviners can predict the lives of countless people clearly, except for their own. Suddenly, he thought of something strange. As far as I know, there are quite a number of fortune tellers in your Zobingchen assembly. Yes. I have a doubt. Xiao Yixue paused, looking solemnly at He Yi and asked, although you can't divine for yourselves, there's nothing stopping you from divining for people around you, right? So, if A predicts for B, B predicts for C, and C predicts for A, it becomes an endless loop. Won't that solve the problem? He understood everything but endless loop, though guessing from the context, he figured it out roughly. Can predict, but can't speak it aloud. Oh. Why? Xiao Yixue was just curious. Shadas ho. He sighed. His master was merely reminded of by half a sentence, and the backlash made him age 10 years. It seems that even this heavenly Tao isn't stupid. Xiao Yixue stroked his chin in deep thought, not understanding how the heavenly Tao let a Nuwa descendant exploit loopholes for so long. However, He shook his head and said, the flaws of the heavenly Tao are indeed numerous, just no one has tallied them all. Xiao Yixue was slightly surprised. Does Sukengsen have records about this? Yes, but they're incomplete. Then, according to your view, who can solve these many flaws in the heavenly Tao? Perhaps, he pondered for a moment, the heaven-ordained son has hope. Chu Jiuchen. No. He closed his eyes and after a long while opened them again. It's not Jichen, it's Wang. Xiao Yixue caught his breath, looking at He Yi with disbelief. Chu Jiuchen had another name called Chu Wang, a fact only Xiao Yixue knew clearly. Yet, He Yi, knowing nothing, managed to deduce a Wang character, which sufficiently proved his capability to observe the heavenly will had almost reached the boundary of the heavenly Tao. Xiao Yixue noticed his complexion getting worse and realized he shouldn't allow He Yi to say too much. After all, everything he said was what Xiao Yixue already knew. Proving his strength once was enough. If you feel unwell, take a few immortal pills. Don't be stingy, I have plenty. Xiao Yixue's tone resembled that of a nouveau riche. At worst, ask Honglin Palace for some, the palace master won't mind. Alright. He also noticed that this Xiao Yixue had a life as rich as a nouveau riche. Without needing any calculations, simply observing his features could provide an 80 or 90% accurate guess. The two engaged in animated conversation on the ship's bow while Yen Liaoyuan hovered above the deck, intermittently retching from seasickness near the stern. The capricious little sailboat discovered a rule. Those with 800 crafty minds rarely vomit. While those who are simple-minded or single-track brain do, depending on their level of naivety, determine the severity of seasickness. Yen Liaoyuan's current state turned the small sailboat into something akin to diarrhea at high altitudes. The little sailboat was quite speechless. Looking at the endless cascade of vomit splashing towards the land below, it worried about its reputation being harmed. Chapter 121, Green Capital Forest. Foam Country. The Tianji, corresponding location, Green Capital Forest. It is said that the ancient Snake People tribe resides here. Though located within Foam Country, they are not subject to Feng's governance. They merely need to pay tribute once every 5 years, and in return, Feng will neither interfere with this forest nor step foot into it. Xiao Yixue and He stood on the prow of their small boat, looking down at the vast sea of green beneath them. Despite winter approaching, this place still enjoyed a spring-like climate all year round. Birds frequently flapped their wings and took off from the depths of the forest, calling melodiously in the distance. Yet even so, it was hard to dispel the eerie and mysterious atmosphere that pervaded the area. He narrowed his eyes, trying to see through the appearance of the forest by observing the flow of the mist above it. But the more he looked, the more he grew secretly impressed with Chu Jiachen. Even he himself had to come here in person to truly understand how difficult this location was, while Chu Jiachen, far away in the demon realm, had already pointed Xiao Yixue to start here, where the greatest challenge lay. He believed increasingly that this demon lord was the key figure who could turn the tide. And he could clearly see that there wasn't a trace of demon characteristics in this demon lord. Or rather, his kind of demon was perhaps the purest form of demon since the dawn of creation. That kind of untainted knight, untouched by worldly affairs or grudges. This represented tranquility and rest. He believed that this was the best interpretation of this demon lord. The small sailboat slowly descended, eventually shrinking to the size of a palm before Xiao Yixue stored it back in her spatial item. At this point, the trio was still at the edge of the forest. The surrounding trees were neither dense nor particularly tall, looking no different from an ordinary woodland. However, Yan Liaoyuan's legs went limp, and he collapsed directly into He Yi's arms, unable to crawl up. Yan Liaoyuan was a member of the Flame tribe from the demon realm. They were a small tribe skilled in harnessing the power of earth fire. Normally, they would self-seal their abilities, appearing indistinguishable from humans when sealed. Only upon unsealing themselves would their appearance resemble that of true demons. Yan Liaoyuan almost never unsealed himself in Fire Country, possibly only Yan Ku was fortunate enough to witness it once or twice. He dragged his weary body and reluctantly carried Yan Liaoyuan, who resembled a child, slowly following the safety markers left by Xiao Yixue. Yan Liaoyuan hadn't fainted, he was just severely seasick. Dizzy and disoriented, unable to distinguish directions such as up, down, east, or west. Apart from breathing, he couldn't utter a word. When he realized that he was actually being held by He Yi, the first thing he felt wasn't gratitude or admiration but deep humiliation and shame. After all, He Yi seemed so weak in Yan Liaoyuan's eyes. Yet here he was, being carried like a baby by such a supposedly weak person. This made him incredibly embarrassed and furious. But he simply didn't have the strength to protest. He could only hang limply on He Yi, like a 6-year-old clinging to his nanny, occasionally letting out uncontrollable bubbles from his nose. He was despondent, and He Yi was equally despondent. If Yan Liaoyuan was in better condition, He Yi would have thrown him over a horse saddle. Since Yan Liaoyuan was utterly incapacitated, despite feeling reluctant and unwilling, He Yi decided to prioritize the greater good. "Don't vomit on me," He Yi's tone unusually revealed some humanity. Yan Liaoyuan rested his chin on He Yi's shoulder, tilting his head and staying silent. Possibly due to his muddled state, hearing He Yi's voice so closely, he unexpectedly found it pleasant. As the sun set in the west. With Xiao Yixue scouting ahead and He Yi checking everything afterward, their journey so far had been relatively smooth. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more lush the vegetation became, and even the trees started to radiate a sense of ancient mystery. In the Kaitian continent, although ruled by the human race, various remote places still harbored races left over from the ancient age. They rarely interacted with humans, and because of their small numbers, their collective strength paled in comparison to the humans. However, this did not mean they lacked individual combat prowess. On the contrary, almost every single member of these strange races could overwhelm humans with their racial talents. And those without much self-defense capability either went extinct or were forced to become playthings for the rich via the slave markets. The Snake People tribe is not weak. Compared to other exotic races, their abilities have not been diminished much by the changing times. They still retain the innate talents of soul capture and poison even today. Besides the Snake People tribe, many demonic beasts also seek refuge here. They are subordinates of the Snake People tribe and must abide by the peace treaty signed between the Snake People and the human race, forbidden to leave the forest and cause harm in the human world. If it were only He Yi and Yan Liaoyuan, the two of them would absolutely not dare step into the forest. However, with Xiao Yixue carrying the token from the Divine Realm's Honglin Palace, they were no longer restricted by the worldly treaties. It was precisely because of this that the three travelers encountered smooth sailing, all the forest's illusions automatically bypassed them. At Green Capital Imperial City, listening to reports from his subordinates, the leader of the Snake People had a cold glint in his eyes. The sensitivity of exotic races to natural crises far surpasses that of humans. Upon hearing that deities, demons, and humans had all come visiting at once, he immediately guessed the reason. Pressures from both the divine and demon realms. No matter what the demand might be, they have to agree, whether willingly or unwillingly. Yin Dan, the leader of the Snake People tribe, felt disgruntled. As descendants of the ancient bloodlines, the Snake People tribe carries an average sense of pride, hence often looking down on ordinary humans. However, the reproductive capacity of humans greatly exceeds that of the exotic races, leaving these races little opportunity to display their superiority. Thus, they can only voice their dissatisfaction behind closed doors. In the present moment, leader Yin Dan could only silently fume with his icy vertical pupils glaring. The leader, they have already covered half the distance. It's too simple if we just let them in like this. Indeed, this is originally humanity's tribulation, yet they end up seeking us out. A group of elders from the Snake People tribe gathered around Chief Yin Dan, voicing their opinions one after another. All members of the Snake People tribe possess a human-like upper body and a snake tail. Their facial features differ significantly from human ones. Their ears are concave, with nearly non-existent noses and lips. Delicate scales cover their entire bodies, making them look much more robust than human skin. Leader, I do have a suggestion. Speak. Since they've come regarding the crisis, why not lead them to the tomb of the Snake Empress? If they can successfully exit, it will mean the Empress consents to help them. Otherwise, it indicates the Empress is displeased to help again. As her descendants, even if it costs our extinction, we cannot defy the Empress' will. Yin Dan looked at him, he was a fervent supporter of the Empress. Snake Empress, the current ancestral elder of the Snake People, has always been the faith of the Snake People. Fine, follow your plan. Yin Dan nodded. Chapter 122, The Enraged Snake Woman. He walked to Xiao Yishue's side, holding a sleeping Yen Liaoyuan. Only then did he realize that Xiao had been here for quite some time. There's no way out, Xiao Yishue said. The implied meaning was, calculate where the way is. He, who acts as a tool, remained silent and carefully examined the mist in front of him. The only passage was underground, but no matter how much more he looked, he couldn't see it clearly. The closer they got to some secrets of the heavenly Tao, the less they could perceive clearly. This was something well known in the Chasing Stars world. Thus, even though he couldn't see clearly, he could roughly guess from this invisibility. He pointed at their feet. Xiao Yishue immediately understood and formed a seal with one hand. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept away the thick layers of fallen leaves and sand, revealing a triangular array on the ground that resembled a snake's head. To activate this teleportation array, we need blood actively offered by humans, immortals, and demons, he said while looking down. I have a feeling this is closely related to our mission's objective. The beacon tower needs to be lit not with real fire, but with the will of the mortals of the human realm united in resisting calamity. Only if this willpower is strong enough can the 7 stars be fully charged, thus invoking the celestial phenomena and summoning the gate of the heavenly Tao. The purpose of their 3-person trip was originally to persuade the Snake People tribe. If they refused to cooperate willingly, this particular star would never light up. Xiao Yishue nodded slightly. Then let's transmit and take a look. After speaking, he dropped a drop of his own blood first. Upon seeing this, he also took out a dagger, cutting his finger. After hesitating for a moment, he furrowed his brow, grabbed Yen Liaoyuan's palm, and pierced his fingertips slightly. Perhaps due to lack of sensation, Yen Liaoyuan continued sleeping soundly. 3 drops of blood fell into the center of the formation, and the originally closed snake eyes instantly opened. Its icy vertical pupils flashed a cold light in an instant. An dizzying sensation enveloped them. It seemed like the 3 were sucked into a closed-off dimension. Gigantic stone statues reached from earth to sky. The expressionless snake woman held her hands high, cradling melted 5-colored stones, as if ascending towards the heavens. Xiao Yishue narrowed his eyes. Is this Nuwa patching the sky? He tilted his head upward, his deep gaze staring at the empty void beyond the skies. The snake woman, the first-generation descendant of Nuwa bearing a sacred mission, after completing her duties descended from the immortal realm to the mortal realm. She spent the rest part of her life nurturing a powerful, snake people tribe, becoming their original empress. Even though this empress has long since passed countless years ago, her descendants still revere her with great admiration. The moment the 3 entered this space-time, the snake woman's consciousness had already perceived them and their intentions without any need for communication. He suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure as if his soul were being scrutinized. Among the 3 present, he alone could still be considered human. In the snake woman's memory, neither immortals nor demons should interfere with the mortal realm anymore. Thus, she directly ignored Xiao Yishue and Yen Liaoyuan, directing all her pressure onto He. With a jolt, he sensed the question emanating within his spirit, the query from the snake woman. Why doesn't the human race manage even simple things? As if it were initially agreed upon between the 3 realms that each realm handled its own matters without encroaching on others. In the end, both the immortal and demonic realms kept their agreements, only the mortal realm played tricks. He understood the snake woman's anger, but in order to convince her, he could only remain motionless under her oppressive force. Cough. His body, already heavily burdened, couldn't hold out for long, and soon the pressure forced him down to kneel on one knee. Possibly instinctively, in the moment of kneeling, he hugged the troublesome child tightly to prevent him from falling off while still asleep. Beside him, Xiao Yishue understood in his heart that no one could help He at this moment. Because the snake woman wasn't human, and they were separated by vast epochs, it was impossible for her to understand humanity very deeply. The only hope lay with He, who represented the human race of the mortal realm, to gain the snake woman's forgiveness through sincerity. Otherwise, there'd be no discussion possible. Because even if the snake woman were selfish, she could just ignore everything, they wouldn't affect her much given that she died long ago. Awoken by the scent of blood, Yen Liaoyuan opened his eyes to find He painfully kneeling on the ground, his shoulder-length hair stark white. Startled, he jumped off He's body, realizing only then that somehow, all three had arrived in this strange and mysterious world. The strange stone statue's oppressive aura was clearly only targeting He. Even though it was so close to him, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. What's going on? He couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Xiao Yixue, who had a calm expression. Just wait. Xiao Yixue appeared composed, but in reality, he was maintaining contact through the same heart contract. Whatever Chu Jichen said, he would follow it. Since Chu Jichen said that they could only rely on He at the moment, he let go without hesitation. Yen Liaoyuan wasn't able to be affected by Xiao Yixue's calmness, and he himself couldn't explain why. Instinctively, he looked at the corner of someone's mouth where blood flowed continuously, clenching his fists slightly. Suddenly, a voice echoed in He's mind. If you dare to commit suicide, I will imprison your soul forever here. Perhaps I can consider it. He's eyes flickered. Because when he left the Fire Nation, he had already prepared himself. Upon hearing the snake woman's demand, he wasn't surprised at all. Pulling out the dagger from before, he unhesitatingly wiped his neck with it. Ding! Almost simultaneously, Yen Liaoyuan's crescent chain knife struck directly and sent his dagger flying. Are you really crazy? The former roared. He hadn't even had time to speak when the snake woman's statue's eyes suddenly flashed a green light. He moved forward without hesitation to meet the light. Bang! Xiao Yixue couldn't resist intervening, an ice wall blocked the snake woman's Fang attack. Seeing this, the snake woman became furious. Originally, she didn't want to involve people from the celestial and demon realms, but now these three were standing on the same front line, making it impossible for her to separately punish He. Under the tense and suffocating atmosphere, only Yen Liaoyuan stood there dumbfounded. That venomous Fang pierced deeply into the foremost ice wall, yet just half a step behind the ice wall was exactly where He was standing. This position was neither too far nor too close, it was directly in front of Yen Liaoyuan. There was no doubt that if Xiao Yixue hadn't acted, He would have been killed instantly, having sacrificed his life to shield Yen Liaoyuan from the attack. Yen Liaoyuan couldn't believe it, nor did he expect that this was the snake woman's requirement for He. All he could think about was that He was willing to give up his life for him. Unaware of Yan's misunderstanding, He still strived hard within his consciousness to communicate with the snake woman, hoping for a bit of leeway. Considering the solidarity of the three realms, the snake woman agreed to take a step back, but her request was simple, she wanted to use He as a vessel to carry her will to the outside world. I'll see for myself. Just how rampant this human, who doesn't keep agreements, truly is. Chapter 123, Losing All Composure. He remained silent. As long as the snake woman was willing to help, let alone becoming a host for parasitism, he would give his life if necessary. He's sincere attitude finally moved the snake woman, and unwittingly secured a great assistance for all beings in the mundane world. At this moment, within He's mind space, a translucent figure floated gently. The shadow looked half-human and had a long tail dragging behind, with icy vertical pupils and an indifferent gaze that gave one the feeling of ancient oppression from prehistoric times. I am the first Snake Empress, what is your name? He. Good, I have noted it. This time, I will go with you. I hope your kind does not disappoint me too much. We shall do our utmost. In the future, my soul will attach itself to your arm. If you perform well, occasionally borrowing some power from me, I won't refuse. Thank you, Empress of the Snake. There's no need to thank me. If you must, then thank yourself. In the instant He reached an agreement with the Snake Empress, his left sleeve immediately tore apart, and a snake pattern slowly carved itself into his skin. Ah! He painfully curled on the ground, gritting his teeth but not doing anything to stop the spread of the snake markings. In no time at all, his entire arm was bloodied. At this moment, in the demon realm, Chu Jichen observed the protagonist ranking index with a face of indifference, raising an eyebrow. He's rank surged upwards, stably occupying the first place with 35%. The system even meticulously marked his profile with a golden finger, the snake totem. A blessing out of misfortune, a common treatment reserved for protagonists. Chu Jichen nodded thoughtfully and took another bite of his melon. Hey! Yen Liaoyuan was stunned and hurriedly tried to support him. What's happened to you? He's lips were pale, his body powerless, drenched in cold sweat which stuck his hair together, looking completely disheveled. Ultimately, the Snake Empress' power was too overpowering, and his already broken body could hardly bear it. Yen Liaoyuan glanced up at the massive stone statue now soulless, then down at the snake patterns on He's arm, dumb enough to realize where the Snake Empress went. Fool! You truly overestimate yourself. Yen Liaoyuan cursed under his breath, directly unlocking his internal strength. A pure earth flame energy gradually infused into He's body, replenishing his depleted vitality. Xiao Yixue heard Chu Jichen biting into his melon and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. People's joy and sorrow never align. He was suffering unbearably at the moment, yet this suffering could only be his own. Yan Liao Yuan, after breaking the seal, no longer appeared childlike, his fiery red long hair blew with the wind, revealing a muscular upper body that effortlessly cradled He Yi's fragile frame in one arm. After stabilizing herself on He Yi's arm, the Snake Empress opened a passage to send the three back to the outer surface, then retracted her presence and temporarily fell silent within He Yi's body. Perhaps due to differing flow rates of time, when they emerged, it was already dawn of the next day. The forest was soaked with heavy dew, and the mist was extremely dense, blurring everything beyond 10 steps. He Yi felt awful, and Yan Liao Yuan didn't dare touch him. Xiao Yixue blinked innocently. If this had been earlier, Yan Liao Yuan would have probably picked him up without hesitation and walked away, without any consideration for his feelings. Hey, didn't you say you weren't worried about him? Straightforward Xiao Yixue unintentionally brought up something painful. Upon hearing this profound question, Yan Liao Yuan bit his lips, speechless. Xiao Yixue shrugged helplessly. It seemed they wouldn't be able to continue traveling anytime soon, so he casually found a tree to jump onto and rest for a while. In the Green Capital. Chief Yin Dan, upon hearing that these three had returned successfully in just one night from the burial site of the Snake Empress, was greatly shocked. What did you say? That human is actually carrying the Snake Empress emblem? Absolutely true, witnessed firsthand by the Fog Butterfly tribe. This. All the elders panicked, this was the first empress of the snake people. How could she end up on a human? Chief. In my opinion, we shouldn't let them walk themselves anymore. Send a few demons to bring them over. That's Her Majesty, the Empress. All the elders agreed, as this matter was significant and it was crucial to know what happened as soon as possible. Chief Yin Dan waved a hand, letting her subordinates handle it accordingly. In the forest. Yan Liao Yuan held a medicine bottle, feeling awkward inside. But this was only inwardly. He was about to give He Yi some medicine, but He Yi's condition made it impossible for him to swallow. Thus, he resorted to the simplest and crudest method, feeding mouth to mouth. It shocked someone in the tree who was about to fall asleep. Indeed, this method of blowing down a breath was ingenious, but perhaps Yan Liao Yuan alone thought nothing of it. He Yi felt utterly dazed. The burning sensation spread like fire, instantly paralyzing his brain's ability to think. Xiao Yixue had picked 2 leaves to cover his eyes since he needed to maintain his composure. However, Yan Liao Yuan became slightly addicted. After emptying the bottle into He Yi's mouth, he continued by feeding him water. When He Yi woke up in his embrace, he was entirely disenchanted. Anyway, it was just time to adapt to the totem's power, but before even opening his eyes, he realized he had lost his innocence. Yan Liao Yuan looked at He Yi's face, which not only regained its blood color but also seemed redder than ever before. Satisfied, Yan Liao Yuan felt as though he'd accomplished something monumental. After all, he somewhat repaid He Yi's favor of saving his life. Thinking of this, Yan Liao Yuan put another drop of immortal dew into his mouth, skillfully pinching open He Yi's mouth, and smoothly transferred it over. Glug. Realizing he had recovered consciousness, He Yi instinctively swallowed to avoid choking. As their soft tongues brushed against each other, both pairs of eyes widened instantly. Cough, cough. He Yi instinctively tried to push him away, but he couldn't budge him at all. Still holding that astonished pose, Yan Liao Yuan seemed as if he were the one who got startled. What are you doing? He Yi exclaimed, filled with shame and anger. Yan Liao Yuan looked down at their close proximity, then released him belatedly. You're awake. Why didn't you say so? I've been fussing over you for so long. You. He Yi's expression was priceless, as though in one day, he used all the expressions he hadn't used in 100 years. Alright, I won't hold it against you. Yan Liao Yuan threw the water flask to him. Since you're awake, drink it yourself. Me? He Yi suddenly choked with rage. What? Yan Liao Yuan didn't seem to notice his embarrassment and went on saying, but if your hands can't move and you still need me to feed you, you can just say so. Get lost. Losing all dignity, He Yi almost dropped the water flask on the ground. Chapter 124, A Late Arrival. Such obvious teasing words, when spoken by Yan Liao Yuan, had a particularly bearish feel to them. Because of his matter-of-fact tone, it was as if, I know nothing, was written all over his face. This left He Yi with pent-up anger, causing him to poo and cough up another mouthful of blood. When Yan Liao Yuan tried to help him up, he shrugged off the hand. As He Yi sat on the ground gasping for breath, Yan Liao Yuan looked on innocently. But as his gaze fell on He Yi's prematurely gray hair, he faltered for a moment, ultimately backing down. It was my fault before. And also, next time don't stand in front of me. I'm not that weak. Yan Liao Yuan originally wanted to scold him for being overconfident, but now, seeing He Yi's near-limit state, he reluctantly made an exception, temporarily adjusting his habit of berating others. He Yi didn't expect Yan Liao Yuan's mind to clear up, but the lingering feeling of frustration swirling in his chest made him feel lost as never before. Under the tree, these two appeared to be arguing through their eyes alone. While up in the tree, Xiao Yixue, with her arms folded beneath her head, closed her eyes and massaged her ring finger, bubbling with jealousy. Suddenly, a faint ripple spread out like water droplets rippling across a lake. The leaf on her eye wasn't flipped over by the ripple, it only swayed slightly, accompanied by a familiar sigh. Immature. A calm voice tinged with laziness sounded beside her ear while simultaneously slipping politely through her unintentionally parted lips into her soul. Xiao Yixue at first froze, then reached out to snatch at this kiss, aggressively deepening it. After all, Chu Jiuchen's gentle brushstroke, like polite touch, stirred the heart profoundly. Between the dense leaves, 2 butterflies flitted around the couple, dancing delicately over their entwined forms. The rustling of the leaves masked the sugary whispers exchanged between them. Why did you come all of a sudden? Xiao Yixue asked joyfully, slightly panting. There's no way I couldn't hear your sourness even from far away. Chu Jiuchen wore an expression full of resignation. But just now you called me immature. Isn't that right? Master, do you think this tree is big enough? It's big enough, but I'm sure your time definitely isn't. The pair's eyes sparkled warmly as they stared intently at each other, beads of laughter filling the sky. I can't be gone for too long, or I'll be discovered. Okay. Xiao Yixue embraced him tightly for 3 seconds, then decisively pushed him away, step back. Ch. Chu Jiuchen chuckled as he leaned toward her left cheek and ear, lightly kissed it as a form of reassurance, get ready. I'll come find you. Before the sound faded, his figure dissipated in a golden light, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Yixue watched him go, her eyes filled with warmth seldom seen before. When the first rays of sunlight that could pierce through the heavy fog shone upon the forest, the birds departed their nests, and 3 elephants emerged slowly from the woods. Their entire bodies were white as snow, so clean it seemed they would never be tainted with dust. Though massive, they arrived soundlessly, blending seamlessly with the surrounding mist, appearing and disappearing like ghosts. Except for Yan Liaoyuan, neither he nor Xiao Yixue seemed too surprised by the tardy escort. On the top of the leading elephant stood a parrot with brilliant feathers saying phrases akin to, welcome, honored guest, and, apologies for the late welcome. It seemed this bird was often accustomed to dealing with humans. There was no sign of rudeness in its conduct, making a grand circle before expressing that the leader invited them. Since the host had spoken thus, the 3 wasted no time, mounting the white elephants respectively. In the end, led by the spirit-filled parrot, they entered step by step the mysterious green capital of the snake-person tribe that had confounded many thieves. Chapter 125, Once Acquainted, Twice Familiar. In the demon realm, 3,000 elite cavalry stood ready for battle. Chu Jiuchen stood at the forefront, holding the Chi Yu sword, wearing a ghost mask, and fully dressed in a suit of battle armor. The chest plate was adorned with red faces and fangs, while the shoulder guards were embellished with exaggerated poison spines. A pair of black gloves complemented his sleek arrow sleeves, but only his flowing white hair reflected the cold silver light under the moon. An hour ago, the demon emperor summoned Mo Chen to inquire about his injuries. Chu Jiuchen said he was fine, but the demon emperor personally treated his wounds. Wounds that would have taken much longer to heal quickly mended thanks to the demonic energy supplied by the demon emperor. In less than half the time it takes for incense to burn, Chu Jiuchen's body had already recovered to nearly full strength. The reason the demon emperor became the demon emperor was precisely because his power surpassed all others in the demon realm, making him unmatched. Even with his current inheritance, Chu Jiuchen knew deep down that if they fought, he still wouldn't be the demon emperor's match. The system helped cover the aura of the ancient demon emperor's inheritance, so the demon race could only sense his highly pure demonic energy. Even if they suspected he possessed someone's inheritance, there was no substantial evidence. Even the demon emperor once had doubts, but it didn't matter since eventually he would become the imperial son-in-law, and the demon realm would be his anyway. Chu Jiuchen acted as if he knew nothing and thanked the demon emperor for his kindness and attention. The demon emperor was extremely satisfied with his performance over this period. From his beloved daughter's feedback, Mo Chen was quite cooperative, although occasional tantrums were deemed normal reactions. Mo Chen, if I hand you this demon sword Chiyu, can you guarantee you'll be able to control it? Mo Chen cannot make such a guarantee. If you can't control it, your strength will be greatly diminished. I will certainly do my best. Immortal Xiao from the celestial realm has a method to counteract you. Without using Chiyu, it will be difficult for you to fare well against him. All instructions from your majesty shall be followed. I have here a Feng Xian pill. Within 7 days, it can significantly weaken your perception of emotions. For this mission, take it. With burning gaze, the demon emperor handed a black pill to Chu Jiuchen. Yes. Chu Jiuchen hesitated not a bit, accepted the pill, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, the demon emperor showed a look of satisfaction. Well done. Mo Chen, starting now, the Chi Yu sword belongs to you. You must quickly adapt and harmonize with it to unleash its maximum potential during combat. Mo Chen humbly follows the prince's teachings. March forth and destroy the snake tribe. Yes. Outside the military camp. Mo Lang, be careful. Gu Ling, dressed in lavish robes, stood beside him, sending him off graciously. Chu Jiuchen said nothing, leading this unicorn rhinoceros cavalry brigade away with a chilling demeanor, gradually disappearing into the night under the moonlight. Green Capital, Imperial City. Leader Yin Dan received Xiao Yixue, He, and the third visitor together, but his eyes often lingered on He. With the Snake Woman Totem's declaration, the Snake tribe officially could not utter a single no, but inevitably some members felt discontent, unable to help but feel sorry for their Snake Empress. Throughout her life, the Snake Empress lived uprightly, doing everything she should have done, never crossing any line. Yet, after resting peacefully for so long after her death, she had to wake up again to worry about humans. As descendants who revered the Snake Empress, they harbored grievances within their hearts, yet they understood there was no other way. Now, the beings of the three realms were like ants aboard the same boat. What benefits one benefits all, what harms one harms all. They could only keep their resentment buried until the dust settled, then ask the Snake Empress to severely punish those humans who broke the agreement. In the Grand Hall. After a series of negotiations, leader Dan agreed to Hee's request, to construct a beacon tower. Hee provided the blueprints for constructing the celestial pivot star, with the preliminary plan to finish within 7 days. Before completion, the trio would stay in Green Capital to oversee and protect the construction process. Everything was arranged meticulously. Although the snake people weren't good at building structures, various lesser demons specialized in different types of work based on their species. In theory, 7 days was more than enough. Not in a hurry, they stayed comfortably under Dan's arrangements. The first couple of days passed relatively leisurely. Xiao Yixue was too lazy to go out, whereas He, driven by his professional instincts, always roamed around nearby, calculating things. Yan Liao used extreme idleness as an excuse to follow him around, claiming it was called supervising subordinates. He didn't care and simply ignored him with an icy expression. Hey, it's one thing not calling me Lord Yan, but why are you giving me this cold shoulder now? Yan Liao was aimlessly swinging his chain blades behind, cutting grass on the left and slicing flowers on the right, his gaze never leaving He's back. He remained silent, didn't look back, and his steps did not slow down even slightly. Why are you so grudgeful? Yan Liao continued, after all, we do have some sort of intimacy relationship, don't we? He almost snapped the bamboo skewer in his hand. He was naturally bad at wordplay. Normally, he spoke little and kept his emotions stable as a straight line. But ever since being unintentionally teased by Yan Liao, he could no longer calm down. Whenever Yan Liao spoke, he lost his temper. Huff. He closed his eyes and tried to adjust his mindset. Turning around, leaning against an old tree, the lush leaves above blocked most of the sunlight, yet strands of light still fell onto the ground, piecing together a strange pattern. Suddenly, the wind blew, bringing some warmth towards them. He abruptly opened his eyes, facing Yan Liao's face up close. He wanted to dodge. However, from the corner of his eye, he realized both sides were restricted by those strong arms. It seemed that after unsealing himself, Yan Liao was too lazy to seal himself back again. After all, it wouldn't take long for him to regain freedom anyway, so whether or not to reseal made no difference. Don't forget, I'm still your master. Get away. If you treat me so rudely, be careful when I report you to your master. You're in my way. He had nowhere to retreat, wishing there was a hole in the tree to hide in. But Yan Liao strangely enjoyed this distance. Because from this distance, looking at him was genuinely pleasant to the eye. With his voice clear as water paired with gentle wind sounds, it created a serene enjoyment. Even though one of them was like water and the other like fire, they should have clashed according to logic. And he always thought so. Yet, he had never expected nor dared to think Yan Liao would have such feelings. He clearly underestimated the thickness of the average face of demons. Why don't you become mine? A deathly silence followed. He opened and closed his mouth, wanting to curse out, go away, but Yan Liao's burning gaze locked onto him, without any hint of mockery. It was purely admiration and courtship. Yan Liao slightly lowered his eyebrows, every tiny action magnified at this distance. Thus, when he opened his mouth but forgot to close it, Yan Liao simply leaned down and skillfully sealed his lips. They say, once unfamiliar, twice familiar. Yan Liao, as if unlocking some primal instinct, directly embraced his waist to bring their bodies closer, pulling him into a tight hug. The other hand slid from the tree, threading into his hair at the back of his head, controlling this first kiss with moderate strength, making it deep and long. He's mind went blank. He even suspected that before and after the unsealing, there were two different souls within him. Because the current soul was far too domineering. He wasn't sure whether he couldn't break free or subconsciously didn't want to escape. No matter what, being utterly flustered was inevitable. On the contrary, Yan Liao's mood was just opposite. Like a wanderer adrift for a long time without a home, he finally found a harbor. There was a bit of attachment, a bit of addiction. It was more like having an indescribable faith, a yearning for tomorrow and hope for the future. He couldn't read minds, but Yan Liao's emotions were fully exposed, each action revealing his inner self perfectly. A long moment later. Their lips parted. He still tightly held the person in his arms who seemed softened by the kiss. Will you be mine? He asked again. He didn't speak, evading his gaze instead, slightly resting his forehead in Yan Liao's embrace. My life is short. You'd better not get too attached to me, to avoid unnecessary complications later. Why? It's the fate decreed, changing destiny is beyond my power. I don't believe it. Yen Liao, if we both survive this heavenly calamity, and your heart doesn't change, then we'll discuss it further. Having said that, he closed his eyes, silently savoring this strange warmth. Yen Liao's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Diviners never lied, so he couldn't have been deceiving him. Fate. Yen Liao instinctively tightened his arms, like a child unwilling to let go of his family. He had no home, and especially after having become indifferent to life and death, many things were no longer so important to him. He only feared delaying Yen Liao. Emotional tribulation was still a trial. One misstep, and it could lead to a fate worse than death. Although he and Yen Liao had always been at odds with each other, he didn't wish for Yen Liao to truly encounter such a calamity. So he wouldn't initiate any trouble, hoping that Yen Liao's fervor would fade in time and that this matter would be forgotten. That way, everything would be fine for both. Just as the two figures briefly embraced under the dappled sunlight, a gentle breeze startled He back from his wandering thoughts. They're here. Yen Liao was confused. What's here? The demon army, He replied. Before Yen Liao could hold on tightly, He slipped away. Realizing it later, Yen Liao hurriedly followed after him. Wait for me. Chapter 126, A Terrible Partner. He's footsteps were swift, nearly colliding with Xiao Yixue who was walking toward him. The latter was surprised. This was the first time she had seen He act so rashly. What's wrong? Could it be that you sense something too? There might be a variable. He tried to calm his mind. Variable? Xiao Yixue didn't elaborate. At the moment, there weren't many people who knew Chu Jiachen was a mole, and He was naturally one of them. Yet knowing this, he still mentioned variables, so what he referred to must have been an unexpected event. Xiao Yixue furrowed her brows. Chu Jiachen hadn't said there was any problem, either because he himself didn't know, or because he deliberately chose not to say. The latter was fine, but if it was the former, then they needed to be cautious. The snake people have received news. A cavalry unit from the demon realm has opened the abyssal passage. The exit is within the forest, near the western city of Greendu. Xiao Yixue turned her head to see Yen Liaoyuan following along, and informed him of the situation as well. The terrain outside the west city was flat, very advantageous for cavalry charges, and inside the west city was where the beacon tower was being constructed. It was undoubtedly a coincidence. The elite army of the demon realm is overwhelming, the snake people can't stand up against them. He said. It's fine. I just summoned all the gold immortals from the divine phoenix palace of the heavenly realm. Though their numbers still aren't enough to match the demon army, it won't result in the fall of Greendu. Xiao Yixue paused for a moment. As for whether or not there will be any accidents, we can only deal with it as it comes. Understood. He nodded slightly. Yen Liaoyuan stood nearby without speaking, as he rarely participated in discussions. Oh, by the way, Leader Yin Dan told me to inform you, head to the Naga altar immediately. You can activate the barrier using the power of your totem. Alright, I'll go now. He set off without hesitation, turning back briefly to Yen Liaoyuan. You don't need to follow me. Go help the snake people instead. Yen Liaoyuan searched for an excuse. Don't think too hard about it, you can't enter the altar anyway. Before Yen Liaoyuan could say another word, He's figure was already far ahead, leaving both of them behind. Thus, they merely met briefly on the road, before heading off toward their separate objectives. With no other choice, Yen Liaoyuan followed Xiao Yixue absent-mindedly. The elite demon army approached Greendu. Chu Jiachen sat on the back of the Rhinoceros King, drawing a bloody red streak in the air with his Chiyu sword. When asked by the demon emperor why he insisted on wearing a ghost mask during the campaign, Chu Jiachen earnestly replied that it was because he was too handsome and revealing his face wouldn't have the necessary intimidating effect. The demon emperor believed him. High atop the walls of the western city, everyone waited anxiously for battle. At this distance, both sides could actually see each other clearly. In terms of aura and scale, it was clear that the demon army had the upper hand. The war horn on the city wall sounded, signaling that the war was about to begin. Suddenly, a green light descended from the sky, enveloping all of Greendu within its embrace. The lead assault rhino showed no fear, its massive rhino horn charging through the obstructive barrier with a roar. Chu Jiachen referred to it as a biological battering ram. In the three realms, there was no siege weapon more formidable than these creatures. Without a doubt, the demon emperor had given Chu Jiachen the ultimate hand of victory, an unbeatable set of cards. Unless, that is, there were terrible partners. An earthquake-like tremor shook the ground. On the altar of the snake woman, a complex disc was slowly spinning. He had just activated the first layer of the barrier and was preparing to open the second when he was interrupted by an unwelcome visitor wielding a flying sword. Accompanied by the jingling sounds of silver ornaments, Gu Ling, dressed extravagantly from head to toe, gracefully appeared alone on the floating steps near the edge of the altar. He looked up, his pupils constricting sharply. At the sight of Gu Ling, he almost experienced a heartbeat stoppage due to the backlash of divination. The spirit of the snake woman in the totem also instantly recognized Gu Ling's identity and became enraged. But at the moment, activating the barrier was the top priority, otherwise, rivers of blood would soon flow through Greendew. I don't want to hurt you. Gu Ling's voice was melodious. Can you leave, please? He remained unresponsive. Ordinary people couldn't enter the altar of the Snake Woman, even descendants of the Snake Woman could not do so. However, there was one exception, common origin. Gu Ling and the Snake Woman shared a common origin of power, which was why she wasn't rejected by this place, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to silently enter here unnoticed. The Snake Woman transmitted a thought to He, instructing him to lure Gu Ling to the center of the altar. He quietly nodded in agreement. Will you leave that place, please? Gu Ling asked again. With a mission at hand, I'm afraid I cannot comply. He responded, making it appear as though he was once again attempting to activate the barrier. A cold gleam flashed in Gu Ling's eyes as she drew a soft sword from her waist, and with a light tap of her toes, attacked He's ribs from a ruthless angle. He didn't have much martial arts foundation, the only thing that Zuxingshan did well in the court was to be a civil officer, which means he barely knew how to defend himself. Yet now, despite being confronted by Gu Ling whose intimidating swordsmanship was upon him, he had no choice but to endure. He stepped back half a step, narrowly avoiding the vital spots, only leaving his clothes at the waist torn with a small trace of blood. But this step backward led Gu Ling unintentionally to stand where he originally stood. The mysterious disc continued to spin slowly, constantly changing all sorts of strange symbols around it. It was like an array that could gather strength, attracting the faint threads of divine intent from the heavens and the earth. Gu Ling was focused entirely on disrupting the human realm's plans. The evil spirits she could rely on were sealed by the immortal emperor, so she hadn't noticed the Snake Woman's presence just yet. I am the princess of the demon clan. If you do not heed my words, I will have no choice but to kill you. Though her voice sounded ethereal and seemingly harmless at first, it was in fact filled with hidden danger. Princess of the demon clan. He frowned slightly. In that case, there's no need to open the barrier anymore. Reaching a consensus with the will of the Snake Woman within him, he instantly mobilized the power of the totem in his left arm. Without abiding by martial virtues or showing mercy towards beauty, he grabbed Gu Ling by the neck in one move. Please bear with me, princess, let's have a talk with your general about withdrawing troops. Chapter 127, Kidnapping. What? The princess of the demon tribe had been taken hostage. The demon army was shocked. The snake people were also shocked. Gongjian she stood there with his mouth wide open, half a roar still caught in his throat, one front leg suspended midair, unsure whether to step down or pull back and lose face. Because everything happened so fast. Just as the barrier was about to shatter, Gu Ling appeared on the high city wall, held captive. If it weren't for knowing that she was the one who proposed the plan to attack the snake people, everyone in the demon army would have thought she was a spy from the demon tribe. How could the enemy princess be this cooperative? And, capture her immediately. This clearly meant she had been captured instead. Chu Jichen floated in midair, level with the city wall, his gaze cold as he surveyed everything before him. Mo Lang, save me. Gu Ling was terrified by the power of the snake totem, she didn't even know what it was because those memories did not belong to her. In response to her cries for help, Chu Jichen remained deaf to her pleas. Slowly raising the demon sword Chiyu, terrifying energy rapidly condensed across the heavens, soon forming a blood-red moon in the sky. This cold look wasn't just unsettling for Gu Ling, even Xiao Yishua's heart involuntarily thumped. Forcibly detached from all emotion. Chu Jichen, completely devoid of feelings, looked at Gu Ling like she was already dead. How could there be any thoughts of sparing an engagement that hadn't even started yet? Upon seeing this, Gu Ling went blank. She had provided the Fengxin Dan, even deceiving the demon emperor since that thing wasn't effective for 7 days, but rather permanently unless its effects were counteracted. Gu Ling feared the demon emperor might slip up, so she tricked him too. Thinking Chu Jichen had lost his memory and severed all emotions due to the Fengxin Dan, she assumed everything would go perfectly. But today, this felt like picking up a rock only to drop it on her own foot. At this very moment, despairing Gu Ling didn't doubt for a second that Chu Jichen's move had no intention of sparing her. It was entirely a posture of, let us all perish together. Gu Ling didn't want to perish. If she entered the cycle of reincarnation now, she would return to life as a 1-year-old. Even if the 1-year-old her retained all her memories, there was no way she could do anything to prevent mending the sky. Thus, this life would undoubtedly be her last. No, Mo Chen, stop. Gu Ling screamed loudly, utterly losing her composure, commanding the bugs within Chu Jichen's body to leave as fast as possible. Buzz. At this critical moment, Chu Jichen hesitated. Under the mask, his previously icy eyes softened slightly, carrying a trace of mockery. Many of Gu Ling's props could only take effect once on a single target, meaning Chu Jichen would forever be immune to her Fengxin poison. Seeing that he finally stopped, Gu Ling experienced a sense of survival far greater than anyone else in the Snake People tribe. You guys. What more do you want? Gu Ling asked He behind her. If you dare touch even one hair on my head, the Demon Emperor won't let you off. What she said was indeed true. The Demon Emperor was nearing the end of his lifespan, and his sole weak point was his beloved daughter. He couldn't hold Gu Ling captive here, doing so would bring catastrophic destruction to the snake people. So he had to negotiate terms. First, retreat immediately, swear under heaven's oath, and never invade again. Upon hearing He Yi's conditions, Gu Ling gritted her teeth. The 7-star beacon towers, information came from a demon tribe informant, 7 locations where failure in any one would work. Releasing Tianji today left 6 other stars available. Fine. Gu Ling responded through clenched teeth. The second demand, pointed toward the leading beast in the demon army, leave the bull behind, and sign the contract. All right. Though Gu Ling had no authority over the entire cavalry unit, leaving one charging magical beast shouldn't matter much, right? Even if it was the only one in the demon world. Now, Gong Jianxi was puzzled. Is there anything else? Gu Ling was almost reaching her limit. Yes. This wasn't He Yi speaking. Everyone turned their attention to see Xiao Yixue dressed in white, exuding divine aura, smiling faintly. Stating calmly, "Third, your general stays behind, give him to me." Gu Ling's eyes widened instantly. Outraged, she blurted out, "Impossible." Then, half angry and half smugly added, "He is my husband now." Xiao Yixue raised an eyebrow, "Husband?" Exactly. Gu Ling's heart was a mix of conflicting emotions. She had never imagined she would one day stand on the opposite side of Xiao Yixue for this kind of reason. In her past life, these words were enough to drive Moe crazy to the point of massacring an entire city. Of course, it was because he was jealous for her sake. But now, everything was in chaos. Xiao Yixue knew himself well, and he couldn't cry even if he tried. Instead, with an air of divinity mixed with roguishness, he leisurely flew to Chu Jiechen's side, grabbed his wrist in front of Gu Ling, and deliberately touched it. TSK, this General Mo is still a child, but your talk, young girl, truly disregards propriety. You. Gu Ling felt both ashamed and enraged as her deceit was exposed in front of everyone. The other immortals looked at Xiao Yixue's unrestrained behavior with astonishment. They had seen him secretly flirt with fairies from the Rainbow Cloud Palace before, but they'd never seen him openly tease a demon general. Even the snake people couldn't help twitching their mouths. For a moment, there was uncertainty about whether their own side might have accidentally recruited an incompetent ally. Fortunately, the weight of the demon tribe princess hostage situation was sufficient. The demon tribe general appeared to have no intention of resistance. You have no objections, do you, princess? Xiao Yixue curled his lips slightly. Gu Ling had objections but couldn't voice them. That's decided then. Xiao Yixue continued gripping Chu Jiechen's wrist. I'll go supervise the retreat, and General Mo must come with me. The rest of it, you can handle yourselves, right? He nodded. You. Gu Ling's eyes bulged so wide that she nearly bit through her lower lip. She couldn't let him go. She feared Chu Jiechen might be awakened by Xiao Yixue's tricks. Moreover, since the sealing heart charm had been lifted earlier, she wasn't completely sure that Chu Jiechen wouldn't betray her. If he turned against her, she'd have no one else left to use. Xiao Yixue gave her a teasing glance, then turned around and lightly pulled the demon tribe general toward the distant forest. Subsequently, the elite cavalry of the demon tribe retreated like a receding tide. Only the leading war rhino stood isolated, awkward and unsure, its suspended front leg almost numb from holding the position too long. Ha ha ha. By a crystal-clear stream, Xiao Yixue laughed while slapping his thighs. Chu Jiechen removed his ghost mask, cupping some fresh cool spring water and drinking it. Xiao Yixue's improvisation was nothing like what they'd planned beforehand. They had originally agreed that he would pretend to be crazy and weep in front of Gu Ling. Instead, it turned into making Gu Ling herself lose control. As for whether or not she cried, no one really knew. Thinking of the horrified looks from those elder immortals watching him, Xiao Yixue couldn't help but experience a sense of mischief successfully carried out. You're laughing too hard, don't choke on your own saliva. Ha cough cough cough. Chu Jiechen shook his head helplessly. Xiao Yixue immediately squatted down beside the stream and gulped 2 large mouthfuls of water, while Chu Jiechen nearby could only pat his back gently to comfort him. Hey, do you think I've actually kidnapped you? Xiao Yixue's chin was dripping wet as he eagerly stared at Chu Jiechen, his eyes twinkling brightly. Let's say yes. Chu Jiechen shrugged indifferently. Then how long should I keep you? Xiao Yixue blinked again, 2 months. Half a year. Or shall I just keep you forever? Once Gu Ling returns, she will certainly devise new plans. Chu Jiechen showed little emotion, as though he failed to understand the sentiment behind Xiao Yixue's actions. True to form, Xiao Yixue puckered his lips unhappily. Chapter 128, Pulling the Firewood from Under the Pot. He Yi's move of pulling the firewood from under the pot was truly impressive, even Chu Jiechen couldn't help but give him a mental thumbs up. The siege rhino is absolutely an ace in the hole. Especially when the demon clan wants to launch a city battle against the mortal world. Gu Ling only knew that the demon army was invincible, but did not know the reason behind it. The siege rhino is a variant of the demon rhino clan, rarely seen in 10,000 years. Perhaps because their talent lies solely in siege breaking, their intelligence is much lower than average, and they are occasionally looked down upon by their own kind. But as a living tool, its value is equivalent to half of the demon rhino clan. He not only held it back, but also signed a master-servant contract with it. From now on, the demon army would lose the possibility of quickly breaking through city defenses. The snake woman, although very reluctant to let this third-generation traitor off so easily, swore by the heavenly Tao that she would not die nor be extinguished. Upon hearing He say she had boundless opportunities and there was no certainty of a one-hit kill, the snake woman would not act impulsively and ruin everything. The heavenly Tao gate will soon open. Rather than killing her and adding more variables, it's better to settle the life and death issue when the situation becomes clear. Gu Ling was released back to the demon realm and forced to swear before leaving that she would no longer disturb the green capital forest. However, most of the Sun Lin Palace immortals basically stayed behind. Because they vaguely felt a faint connection, a subtle sense towards young Lord Lin Yen of the Sun Lin Palace. So they didn't immediately return to the immortal world, but instead centered around the snake people and searched outward. The event today passed without major danger, and the residents within the city all sighed with relief. Leader Yin Dan still had a lot to handle, so outside the city, only He, Yen Liaoyuan, and that giant demon rhino remained, the one that looks terrifying but is actually very cute. He was in the middle of building a bond with it. Behind him, Yen Liaoyuan's gaze never left the wound on He's waist. The wound wasn't deep, and it had already started scabbing at this point. But Yen Liaoyuan felt as if something sharp were cutting into his own body. And He's carefree attitude towards his injuries made Yen Liaoyuan's growing unease stronger. Just how many days do we have left for you to abandon yourself like this? Yen Liaoyuan couldn't imagine, nor dared to think. The most important thing he'd lost in his life was freedom, and beyond that, nothing else. So, after he got used to losing his freedom, it seemed like there wasn't much that couldn't be broken. Until He came along. He couldn't articulate what specific qualities about He attracted him. Maybe it was seeing He willingly set out far and wide for the sake of all beings, even accepting death with composure, rekindling some hope within his heart regarding human relationships. Yen, Liao, Yuan. Ah. You've been called for quite some time. He frowned on the back of the great rhino. What's the matter? Yen Liaoyuan quickly regained focus. I said I'm planning to ride it for a stroll. Would you like to come along? He's brow furrowed tightly, seemingly unconcerned, but strangely conveying something hidden beneath. Oh. Sure. Dense-minded Yen Liaoyuan didn't notice, and hearing this, immediately jumped onto the back of the great rhino, sitting next to him. He fell silent and guided the rhino deeper into the forest using telepathy. In the depths of the forest, two figures bathed together. Chu Jichen hadn't been this relaxed for a long time, and Xiao Yixue was massaging his shoulders doggedly from behind. Life in the demon realm must be tough, right? You've gotten thinner. This is called proportionate. Chu Jichen basked lazily in enjoyment with his eyes closed, silver strands gently swaying in the water ripples. What excuse do you plan to use this time to go back? Xiao Yixue asked. Go back. Chu Jichen chuckled lightly, voluntarily going back, how embarrassing. Oh. Xiao Yixue realized he had another daring idea. You see, you finally managed to rescue me, but as long as you're still alive, wouldn't you hold on tightly? So naturally, we wait until the demon emperor sends someone to kidnap me again. After all, he just gave me the demon sword Chiyu. Chu Jichen smiled brightly, and even his tone carried the fresh and natural fragrance of jasmine tea. Chapter 129, The Abyss of Demons tightens its net. Shoo. The back of the giant rhinoceros carried two people, walking slowly through the forest. It was the first time in its long life that it had ever carried a person. Previously, no one had ever dared to sit on its back. Because when it ran, the ride was very bumpy. During a charge, anything on its back would be thrown off by the violent vibrations. Even if someone had an extremely strong grip, they likely wouldn't have a pleasant riding experience. And like He who simply rode it for a stroll without prior experience, this was truly the first time it encountered such a thing. Did you sign a contract with it? Did you give it a name? Yen Liaoyuan asked casually. He glanced at the sturdy rhino horn. There were two, one large and one small, and said, Ergeo. Moo, the giant rhinoceros responded. Ergeo. Yen Liaoyuan didn't understand. Why do the names you give always start with 1 or 2? Isn't there going to be 3, 4, 5? He turned his head. Where did you get 3, 4, 5 from? My meaning is. Yen Liaoyuan scratched his head. If you like pets, I can catch you more later. He paused briefly. I can't afford to keep them. After saying this, he looked forward again, leaving Yen Liaoyuan only with the sight of his nape. Cough. Yen Liaoyuan's cheeks flushed red. He didn't dare admit that what he meant by 3, 4, 5 referred to human children. Most importantly, he and He couldn't bear offspring together. This thought led him to recall a certain demon lord and immortal lord. Hey, by the way, what do you think about elder immortal Xiao and his consort? Yen Liaoyuan tried to hint indirectly. Pretty good. He replied without turning his head. They share a unity bond, Yen Liaoyuan wildly hinted. He acted as if he didn't understand. Do you know how our demon clan's unity bond works? Yen Liaoyuan talked incessantly, it's a blood pact. It's shared hardship, shared life, and death. Look at your weak constitution, if you bind yourself with me, you'd surely live longer. You mustn't think it only shares harm. Lifespan, destiny, even unpredictable luck, are all mutually shared between both sides. See, we're so familiar now. How about considering making one? Yen Liaoyuan pulled on his sleeve and waited anxiously for him to turn around. After a long silence, he remained motionless. Such a favor was too great, and he couldn't repay it. Demon Realm. Gu Ling looked utterly dejected. Father, am I incapable of helping but skilled at ruining things? My daughter-in-law, you shouldn't think this way. The demon emperor affectionately stroked her hair, showing not a trace of ferocity, as if he were just a regular father. But I am so useless. Gu Ling genuinely felt a sense of helplessness. She was not the proficient troublemaker she once was. No schemes, no stratagems. If she didn't act, she'd wait to die. But if she did act, it ended up being laughable. She even didn't know how to express her current inner despair. Sigh, you are still young. How can you compare with those old-timers? The demon emperor said sympathetically. Wah. Gu Ling became increasingly upset and finally couldn't help crying, I lost Machin today. Why, does it keep happening? Just a puppet. Don't worry, father will find him for you right away. Stop crying, you'll mess up your face. With affection, the demon emperor wiped her tears. Subsequently, before any visible action on his part, 12 identical black shadows suddenly appeared behind him. Gu Ling was surprised. She didn't know who they were. They are the 12 wraiths. They've followed father for many years. From now on, they belong to you. There was a touch of weariness in the demon emperor's smile. The demon realm was different from the divine realm. Only the strongest existence could reign over all the beings in the entire demon realm. The demon princess obviously lacked the strength to become number one. Even if the demon emperor could transfer all his lifetime cultivation to her, her body wouldn't be able to endure it. Thus, if she were to continue enjoying glory and wealth, the only option was to cultivate a loyal son-in-law. A thinking person, however obedient, couldn't guarantee loyalty forever. Only a thoughtless puppet could eternally be enslaved by the princess. Hence, when the demon emperor sought a son-in-law for the princess, puppet was the first condition. Including those young geniuses captured from the mortal realm by the abyss of demons. It's time to reel in the net. Whether a random sigh or a command issued unknowingly by the demon emperor to someone beyond. Tonight, on the mortal continent. In just one night, 7 sects were massacred, shocking the entire cultivation world. Upon closer investigation, it was discovered that beneath these 7 sects lay extremely concealed abysses of demons. These abysses all erupted simultaneously, giving birth to numerous formidable demonic puppet warriors. Taking advantage of the dead of night, they slaughtered every last member of their respective sects. Some who managed to narrowly escape were either maimed or severely wounded, a sight too pitiful to bear. Chu Jiuchen spent the night in a temporary wooden hut built in the forest with Xiao Yixue. The next morning, he heard this horrifying news from the conversations of the snake patrolman. Has the demon emperor finally made his move? Xiao Yixue, dressed and ready, felt this news utterly ruined the mood. Chu Jiuchen also frowned slightly. If the demon emperor sent him into battle, faking efforts or pulling tricks would be relatively easy. However, if the demon emperor couldn't restrain himself and began ordering those geniuses implanted with magical curses, the situation wouldn't look promising. Indeed, time was running out for the demon emperor, as well as for Gu Ling. It was normal for them to grow impatient. What are you doing? Xiao Yixue turned back and saw Chu Jiuchen change back into his former black hair and white robes. The black hair was dyed using a hair dye produced by the system, which could withstand water. Chu Jiuchen had a hairband in his mouth, his eyes still hazy from sleep, holding a wooden comb and skillfully tying his hair into a ponytail. Xiao Yixue turned him back down onto the velvet cushion, scattering the neatly combed hair once again. You rogue. You're going to court death again. Chu Jiuchen blinked. How can it be called courting death? I call it helping others while effectively improving myself. Xiao Yixue found his silver-tongued mouth quite infuriating. Chu Jiuchen patted his shoulder, anyway, we two are now bound together in life and death. Hearing this, Xiao Yixue's expression relaxed slightly. The beacon tower of the snake clan will be completed soon. Let He and Yen Liaoyuan stay here to wait, today we'll visit the Immortal Alliance, Chu Jiuchen added. All right. Xiao Yixue nodded. Get up, Chu Jiuchen nudged her, get up, let me comb your hair. Great. Xiao Yixue's second, great, sounded more heartfelt than the first. As she readily agreed, she sat up nimbly and extended her hand toward Chu Jiuchen lying there. He smiled helplessly and handed over his hand, like a weak person with no strength left, letting her pull him up. Hurry. Comb my hair to look the best. Xiao Yixue twirled happily in place, facing him with the back of her head, even shaking her disheveled hair deliberately. TSK, don't move around so much. Hee hee. After tidying themselves up, the two found He and Yen Liaoyuan grazing cattle by the river. The giant rhinoceros, Ergeo, surfaced from the water, immediately catching the scent of Chu Jiuchen on its nostrils. Its relatively large eyes carried an immense sense of confusion. However, as long as he transmitted a message saying, no problem, it trusted that there wasn't any problem, and resumed soaking in the river. Regarding Chu Jiuchen's trip to the Immortal Alliance, he had no objections. Even when Chu Jiuchen requested 3 construction plans of stars from Lin Country, he kindly handed them over. The Wind Royal Palace will suffice if only Yan Liaoyuan and I visit, but since the Lin Country boundary requires entry under different identities, we'd appreciate your assistance. He respectfully bowed. Despite having only recently become acquainted with Xiao Yixue and Chu Jiuchen, their attitudes toward life had indeed given him plenty of insights. What used to torment him before now seemed natural and calm. May your journey be safe. Chu Jiuchen was very optimistic about He. Although He appeared ill-fated, being ranked first among the leading roles temporarily bestowed him with the protagonist's blessing, his luck wouldn't be terrible. Also, if you encounter a prince named Lu Sholing, handing this letter to him might save you some trouble. After speaking, Chu Jiuchen handed a letter to He. Thank you. He solemnly accepted it. At the Green Capital Royal City. Yin Dan, the leader of the Snake Clan, silently listened to reports from subordinates. The demon race started brazenly causing chaos in the human realm, and many celestial beings have emerged to help humans resist, indicating the impending celestial demon war. Following the instructions of the Serpent Empress, Yin Dan promoted the Tianji Star Beacon Tower among the masses of the Snake Clan, encouraging them to understand and accept this 7 stars plan early. Thanks to the previous revelation of the Serpent Empress, the resistance among the Snake Clan members had gradually diminished. With the demon army pledging not to invade again, and the populace remembering He's kindness, attitudes towards him, and by extension the demon race, including Yan Liaoyuan, markedly improved. The beacon tower was completed 2 days later, and after He inspected it and found no issues, it was considered a great success. By this time, Chu Jiuchen and Xiao Yixue had already arrived at the Immortal Alliance in Kunlun Mountain, where they even met Zhongzhu Cui Yunshan, who had just arrived as well. The Immortal Alliance was now in a state of chaos, with people from various sects hastily relocating their cursed cultivators here. As a result, the Immortal Alliance had become like an asylum, confining dozens of frenzied patients in one place. To them, Chu Jiuchen's arrival was like a ray of light illuminating the depths of darkness. Chapter 130, The Drawbacks of the Curse. Have you come? Cui Yunshan was a little surprised to see Chu Jiuchen. He was one of the few people who knew that Chu Jiuchen was actually the general of the demon realm. Hence, he had even provided an excuse on behalf of Chu Jiuchen at the Immortal Alliance saying he was in secluded meditation. The alliance leader no longer had time for this side and was asking Cui Yunshan to come to this madhouse to take charge. Chu Jiuchen nodded. By chance, I got a break and heard the situation here is not optimistic, so I came to take a look. Then please follow me. Cui Yunshan didn't waste any time and led the way as he said, ahead is the demon prison dungeon, which is under my supervision now. You can do whatever you need, and I'll try my best to avoid irrelevant people. That last sentence made both Chu Jiuchen and Xiao Yixue feel surprised at the same time. What? Are there people not cooperating? Xiao Yixue was rather straightforward. Cui Yunshan sighed lightly. The 3 walked through the cold passage. Even though torches were lit all along, it still could not drive away the bone-chilling coldness. The dungeon was very ancient, with over 10,000 years of history. It was originally used to lock up some villains, but now it's being used exclusively for imprisoning these crazies. At first, no one wanted to send their own sect's genius prodigies to suffer here, except for those 2 lucky ones whose curses Chu Jiuchen had transferred. But now, since hearing that the curse would run wild, everyone started acting like reeds on a wall, rushing to send them over all at once. Within a day, the prison was overwhelmed. The leader himself was leading the manhunt for the 7 lunatics who had already gone berserk. Adding various unspeakable, official relations, it wasn't convenient for him to deal openly with the nearly out-of-control sects, so he asked his old friend Cui Yunshan to step in and use firm means for management. Who exactly is Cui Yunshan? Just the headmaster of a sect, that's all. A sect known for being low-profile and unshowy. Long-term silence almost made people forget about its former glory. The Immortal Alliance conference just a while ago didn't decide high or low, win or lose either. People still maintained doubts about the strength of 7 Spirit Sect. In such circumstances, obviously Cui Yunshan could not entirely gain universal respect. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was high, his strength powerful. The entire Immortal Alliance couldn't find anyone who surpassed him, let alone his golden immortal younger brother by Lexing. People could only, under this half-believing and half-doubting mindset, temporarily accept the authority given by the leader to him. However, it can also be foreseen that if anything happened in the dungeon, then Cui Yunshan and the entire 7 Spirits sect would certainly be pushed to the forefront by those opportunists. Chu Jiuchen could roughly guess what might happen, even without Cui Yunshan saying so. Why does the master trust Jiuchen so much? He asked. Cui Yunshan walking ahead did not turn back, his tone casual and leisurely. I thought you'd ask something else. Isn't it because your venerable master trusts you? If I don't trust you, should I not believe him? Is that so? Chu Jiuchen chuckled softly. Standing beside him, Xiao Yixue became defiant. Why shouldn't it be because of me? Am I not your most beloved disciple? Cui Yunshan spat, how shameless. With your stupid brain that gets sold and yet helps count the money. Everything will go downhill if we believed you. My. Xiao Yixue suddenly found herself speechless. If Cui Yunshan referred to Moe, her previous life, indeed it wasn't wrong. Chu Jiuchen remained silently without speaking. In this world where scientific explanations aren't valid, it isn't surprising for certain powerful beings to be able to see the secrets of time. Cui Yunshan and Bai Lexing were among such people. They had connections to the pivotal characters in the plot, unlike those roles who were always unrelated from start to end, hence didn't have much feeling towards the differences between two lives. Take those fence-sitting sects for example. Their experiences before and after showed no obvious difference. Those who are destined to panic still panicked when faced with the same situation again. Apart from causing trouble for their own side, they had nothing else to contribute. Chu Jiuchen understood deeply how difficult it was for Cui Yunshan, more importantly, the immense pressure he had to endure to overcome dissenting opinions. His trust in himself was so great, bringing him, who was already a demon general, to this place, truly touched Chu Jiuchen, who was used to seeing selfish scripts. Maybe this is the advantage of not being the main character. He secretly muttered to himself. It is well known that a protagonist's interpersonal relationships could never be this smooth. Thus, for reasons unknown, Chu Jiuchen, who hasn't climbed to the top of the protagonist rankings till now, has yet to encounter someone intentionally looking for trouble. This made him even think about slacking off. No, sitting idly watching tigers fight. In their respective silences, the three reached the front of cell number 1. Chu Jiuchen moved his wrist around, making a snap, breaking the seal of the prison. Since there was no one around, Chu Jiuchen dispensed with pretending to be a righteous cultivator and switched to the imposing aura of a demon lord. He wore the clearly visible demon lord's insignia and proceeded room by room. Xiao Yixue frowned behind him, constantly sensing his physical limits. Indeed, the demonic energy benefited him, but the drawbacks of the curse were also quite evident. In just half an hour, he had cleared half the dungeon. At the same time, the backlash from the curse had accumulated to a relatively dangerous level. Xiao Yixue was just about to suggest he stop after the next one when suddenly a group of people rushed into the dungeon. The group looked anxious, entirely devoid of their usual grace, as if everyone outside the sick room were equal. Huff. Chu Jiuchen instantly switched back to his spiritual state, his complexion slightly pale. Cui Yunshan turned and stepped forward to block these uninvited guests. Lord Cui. We heard that Master Chu has completed secluded meditation. Is he inside? Lord Cui, could you please ask Master Chu to help our young master first? The elder lord only has this air, we really can't lose him. Lord Cui, please help us. Lord Cui. Cui Yunshan remained expressionless, raising his hand to quiet them down. Everyone, calm down. Jiuchen is exhausted. The first 23 cells are already fine, and the rest will require more time. What? Upon hearing this, some were happy while others were frantic. The happy ones didn't care and directly rushed in to collect their people, and Cui Yunshan didn't bother stopping them since they would be informed to take them away sooner or later anyway. As for those who weren't fortunate enough, they were what worried Cui Yunshan. Not all of the lucky ones were ungrateful. Many took out various valuable items from their storage bags as thanks, and if there were no gifts, they simply handed over spirit stones. Chu Jiuchen said no, so they stuffed everything into Xiao Yixue's arms. She was already numb to such instant riches. After superficially dealing with them and dismissing this group, though the vast dungeon seemed emptier, it became even more noisy and chaotic than before. Lord Cui. For the sake of our old master, give us some leeway. I've said it. Cui Yunshan's tone was icy. Jiuchen is exhausted. That's all for today. Even if you suppress it a little bit, it would help. That person wouldn't listen. Exactly. It's unfair. Why can't everyone receive an equal amount of suppression? Wouldn't that make it fairer? That's right. It shouldn't be because we came late due to a long journey, and ended up being assigned to later cells, that we miss out on treatment opportunities. All sorts of protests emerged, showing no sign of giving up. If Chu Jiuchen hadn't helped anyone at all, perhaps they wouldn't have been so agitated. But by helping some and not others, the sects that hadn't been taken care of felt immediately imbalanced. Judging by their attitude, it was as if this favor was owed to them. Cui Yunshan's gaze was indifferent, even openly disdainful. Fortunately, he wasn't the alliance leader, otherwise, these people morally blackmailing him would cause him even greater distress. Chu Jiuchen knew that any explanation at this moment would be futile, so he remained silent and collapsed outright into Xiao Yixue's arms, appearing unconscious. Master Chu. The previously noisy crowd fell silent for an instant. The next moment, despite knowing it was against their conscience, they still crowded around, asking anxiously whether the master was safe. But Chu Jiuchen was resolute about playing dead, even forcing himself to cough up a large mouthful of blood, staining half his white robes red. Faced with this kind of heart-wrenching injury, the crowd's expressions changed only to awkwardness and urgency. Because now no amount of urging would work anymore. He was obviously unconscious. With no outlet for their emotions, they blamed it all on Cui Yunshan, accusing him for failing to arrange things properly from the start. Xiao Yishue's face turned ashen as she scooped up the unconscious Chu Jiuchen in her arms. An icy surge of spiritual pressure radiated outward, making the crowd abruptly remember, he was a transcendent immortal cultivator. In other words, he was at the very peak of power among all the Immortal Alliance practitioners present. Thus, one person timidly yet boldly asked, "Immortal Lord Xiao, could you find a way to save my disciple?" However, Xiao Yishue gave even less face than Cui Yunshan, her eyes full of ridicule as she glanced sideways at him. "My life could save him, but do you deserve it?" To be honest, he didn't want Chu Jiuchen to meddle in this mess at all. Even he could foresee how mad these people would go. Although these people caused trouble not for themselves, but for their respective sects, they still couldn't justify their selfishness. The crowd was silenced by Xiao Yishue's retort. It was ultimately because he no longer belonged to the Immortal Alliance, and nobody was familiar with him, making it impossible to play the sentiment card. "Move aside," Xiao Yishue said coldly. Everyone felt a chill down their spines and subconsciously parted to make way. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, Xiao Yishue walked out step by step, carrying Chu Jiuchen soaked in blood from head to toe. Even though everyone knew Chu Jiuchen was faking it, the only person in the room who truly cared about him was Xiao Yishue. "Where are we going?" Chu Jiuchen's voice came through her mind. She suddenly had an urge to answer, "Home." But they didn't have a home yet. So she could only take out the small sailboat, bringing Chu Jiuchen along as it slowly floated toward the misty clouds between heaven and earth. The sky was quiet, and the sailboat sailed steadily. Chu Jiuchen lay on the deck, already changed into a clean set of clothes. Xiao Yishue sat beside him, frowning as she touched his pale face, occasionally scolding him. "Relax. It's mutual exploitation anyway." Chu Jiuchen comforted her with a smile. "Humph, what kind of mutual exploitation is this?" The fire in Xiao Yishue's chest still hadn't subsided, she simply couldn't stand those people treating his help as something they were entitled to. Chu Jiuchen gently held her hand and rubbed his cheek against it slightly, as if soothing her emotions. "Feel it yourself, I didn't lie to you. Today was really rewarding." "I don't want to hear it." Xiao Yishue turned her face away, leaving him only with the stubborn profile outlined by sunlight. "Well, next time, I'll charge them more money." Chu Jiuchen blinked, sincerely considerate. Xiao Yishue froze. Maybe that wasn't bad. No. Absolutely not. She immediately changed her mind. "Why not?" "Why? You dare to ask why?" "Your health. Can money buy your well-being?" Xiao Yishue glared at him furiously. "Eh." Chu Jiuchen smacked his lips, but such concentrated and pure demonic energy is really alluring. "No, what I mean is," Xiao Yishue shook her head in despair, "your body is too precious. Money alone isn't enough. Add treasures. Yes. Add treasures. Add celestial-class treasures." Xiao Yishue spoke firmly and upright, clearly stating, "This is already the lowest price, no negotiation, and, exclusive monopoly, buy it or leave." Chu Jiuchen fell silent. For a moment, he even doubted whether he should feign anger to seize the opportunity and turn the tables. But before he could make up his mind, Xiao Yishue had already started counting with her fingers. Today, there were a total of 23 people, 23 gifts of gratitude. Among the celestial-class treasures, there were merely 3. Chu Jiuchen was utterly silent. In his mind, the curse mark on his abdomen resonated uncontrollably, its clamor spreading throughout his thoughts. A curse, something strange and profound. It was more like a punishment for the fallen. Tracing back to its origin, it began when the first human practitioner took the path of demon cultivation. People discovered that the lightning tribulation in the practice of immortality was a test, one could refine their body after successfully enduring it. However, the curse encountered in demon cultivation was pure torment, akin to a festering bone sore, causing lifelong pain both physically and mentally. This time, Chu Jiuchen had indeed been very restrained. Considering that his pain would also affect Xiao Yishue, he didn't push himself to any limits. His current discomfort was entirely within his capacity to bear. The system displayed the progress bar of his demon cultivation experience, which had already exceeded 70%. As long as he took down the remaining, experienced infants, promotion was as certain as nails driven into wood. It was just that the drawbacks of the curse stacking were too significant. As Xiao Yishue counted with her fingers, she heard his soft hum and quickly dispelled her wandering thoughts, feeling his pulse. "How about now? Anywhere still uncomfortable?" Chu Jiuchen slightly opened his eyes. "Hot." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yishue opened his shirt. The curse mark on his abdomen was red like heated charcoal. Cold and heat naturally weren't things shared through the blood pact. Therefore, Xiao Yishue couldn't feel how hot Chu Jiuchen truly was. "Do you want some ice blocks?" "Not useful." "Why not?" "Because." Chu Jiuchen's gaze wandered, "Because, it's not that kind of heat." Xiao Yishue. "Then? Shall I help you?" Xiao Yishue tentatively asked. After all, Chu Jiuchen had helped him quite a few times with this sort of thing. Will you be able to? Chu Jiuchen was a bit flustered. Nonsense. Chapter 131, All's well when the meridians are clear. Rubbish. Xiao Yixue gave him a glare, rolled up her sleeves, and deftly extended her hand, grabbing his vital pulse in one swift motion. Ahem. Chu Jiuchen was caught off guard, biting his lips as he emitted a muffled sound. Blocked meridians. Just unblock them and it'll be fine. As Xiao Yixue spoke, she smiled and leaned down, her skilled hands moving with meaningful undertones in her voice. Ah. Chu Jiuchen could not suppress the delicate sound rising from deep within his throat, his furrowed brows turning into an ineffective cover-up in an instant. Xiao Yixue lay on her side next to him with interest, propping herself up on one elbow against the deck. She observed him with a leisurely yet attentive expression, unwilling to miss any of the subtle changes in his expressions. Amidst his jumbled emotions, Chu Jiuchen found no place for his restless hands. He longed to grasp something to relieve the nervous tension, but there was nothing around except for Xiao Yixue. Jiuchen. Xiao Yixue slowly lowered her head and whispered by his ear, "Is this pace still okay?" Her soft tone felt like enchanting magic entering his ears. Chu Jiuchen felt an unprecedented dizziness surge through his mind. Struggling to open his mouth, he couldn't manage a single coherent sentence. All that remained were breaths caught between words, accompanied occasionally by tones drifting upwards uncontrollably. That means you're still okay with it. Xiao Yixue raised her eyebrows slightly, a satisfied smile playing at the corner of her lips as she suppressed her greedy desires. She fully dedicated herself to understanding and responding to his sensations. After all, this request from usually composed Chu Jiuchen was the first of its kind. Being the first time, Xiao Yixue naturally poured her utmost focus, as well as skill. Flap. The sailboat was surrounded by winds roaring fiercely. Colorful cloud seas surged, rolling sometimes tightly and at other moments loosely, creating a scene comparable to the fairylands of human imagination. Powerful gusts slapped against the white sails. Under the sunlight, the snowflake pattern unique to Xiao Yixue sparkled brilliantly. Each tremor transmitted from Chu Jiuchen's hand filled Xiao Yixue with extreme satisfaction at that moment. Haag. Chu Jiuchen tightly shut his eyes. Beads of sweat had already unknowingly seeped out from his forehead. Light kept flashing over the deck, resembling a dance orchestrated by nature itself. Until a passing cloud softly shielded the blinding sun, bringing with it a gentle breeze that swept away all the restlessness under the daylight. On Chu Jiuchen's reddened face, those fluttering eyelashes carried a faint moisture, lightly brushing Xiao Yixue's heart with every movement in the wind. He eagerly awaited Chu Jiuchen's very first gaze upon opening his eyes. However, after much time had passed. Yixue. Chu Jiuchen seemed to understand his feelings, yet stubbornly refused to open his eyes. Xiao Yixue could wait. With half-bitten lips, Chu Jiuchen took a long while before asking the latter part of his question, "Why haven't you let go yet?" "TSK, I don't quite want to." "You." Initially carrying a trace of embarrassment, Chu Jiuchen suddenly opened his eyes widely, glaring at him fiercely. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yixue tilted his head back and laughed freely. His unrestrained and wild laughter echoed throughout the vibrant clouds above. Chu Jiuchen. Your facial expressions amuse me deeply. Chu Jiuchen's teeth clenched so hard they almost cracked as he forcefully pulled his hand free, tossing it aside angrily. Xiao Yixue. I'm truly furious. Chapter 132, Can't Avoid. No one knew what happened on the cloud sea today. Except for the gradually growing small sailboat. Xiao Yixue took Chu Jiuchen far away from everyone's sight, refusing all genuine or fake visits alike. As Chu Jiuchen would say, this was called class. The remaining matters were handed over to acting alliance leader Cui Yunshan. The sunset had not yet fallen below the horizon, but the light of the cloud sea sky was gradually darkening, and scattered lights appeared in the vast heavens above. From this height, the sun, moon, and stars shone together. On the ship, Chu Jiuchen sat messily under the sail, legs crossed, chin propped up, looking like a pufferfish that swallowed too much air. He who always cared about his appearance didn't comb his hair, didn't tidy his clothes, didn't even wear his fur collar, as if possessed by Xiao Yixue's willfulness. And beside him, Xiao Yixue's lips had nearly been worn out from talking. But because he hadn't received professional training, he unintentionally cajoled Chu Jiuchen into becoming even more irked. Oi, how big of a deal is it, elder brother? Chu Jiuchen turned his face to the left. Xiao Yixue moved to the left. Just get used to it slowly later on. Chu Jiuchen turned his face to the right. Xiao Yixue moved to the right. You see, our relationship already is close enough, no need to be shy. Chu Jiuchen continued to turn his face to the left. Xiao Yixue moved to the left. Do you, elder brother, think my skills are inadequate? Chu Jiuchen stopped turning his head and stared expressionlessly at him, saying nothing. Impossible. Xiao Yixue was surprised, really that bad? Chu Jiuchen frowned. Of course, he meant no insult. But saying anything now would only make Xiao Yixue act even more arrogantly. So he endured, remaining silent. Xiao Yixue, seeing through his thoughts, quickly switched from being startled back to smiling cheerfully. He grabbed both arms around his waist and rubbed his unruly hair against Chu Jiuchen's disheveled chest. Though Chu Jiuchen knew how happy Xiao Yixue was, he resolutely decided not to fuel Xiao Yixue's arrogant manner. For his own good. Xiao Yixue, whose mindset was simpler than his, indeed got subdued entirely, though whether this subduing was temporary remained unknown. Senior brother, let me comb your hair. No, your technique isn't good enough. It really wasn't, when it came to combing hair. Despite that, Xiao Yixue still seemed delighted. Skill can be learned little by little. Learn it yourself. But I only want to learn for senior brother. Both were exchanging words with double meanings. Chu Jiuchen coldly extended his hand, grabbing Xiao Yixue's neck, lifting his mischievous head like lifting a dog. Xiao Yixue's already messy hair expanded even more, showing faint static sparks at the moment he was lifted. The sect leader wants us to find the alliance leader. The alliance leader should have the latest intelligence on those 7 puppets. With disarray covering his body, Chu Jiuchen, with an earnest expression, deliberately shifted the topic. Xiao Yixue sulked slightly at losing his fun, but considering future happiness, flexibility was necessary in this case, knowing when to stop while ahead. But could they really obtain intelligence? I just know that after so long, they haven't caught a single one. No, once matured, these puppets are not that simple. Those in the dungeon went crazy before even being fully controlled. You can imagine what kind of state those that have never been suppressed are in now. As he spoke, Chu Jiuchen felt somewhat helpless inside. He wasn't omnipotent yet, even though he had worked hard to improve himself. A heavenly calamity was coming. Not spilling blood on the land is impossible. Just now, he solved half of the puppets in one breath. That was the result of several hundred years of effort put into nurturing them by the Demon Emperor. The Poison King had not yet emerged, and they were already destroyed by half. There was no way the Demon Emperor wouldn't notice. Among the 12 people who owned the Demon Respector Order, it wasn't hard to guess that Chu Jiuchen, who was abducted, was behind the incident. We can't go find the alliance leader temporarily. Chu Jiuchen suddenly said. What? Xiao Yixue asked. If I guessed correctly, even if the Demon Emperor doesn't come personally, there must already be someone heading here looking for me, and these people must certainly be loyal followers of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor will require them not to fail. Chu Jiuchen looked at the deepening darkness, reflecting the increasingly clear starry sky in his eyes. Would he suspect you? Xiao Yixue worried. If the Demon Emperor began to suspect him and then sent him back to the demon realm to work undercover, it was clearly a very dangerous decision for him. Because in the vast demon race, there are indeed many treacherous and venomous things that can't be guarded against. Doubt is definite, Chu Jiuchen said, but it's not hard to eliminate his doubt. Oh. Xiao Yixue was surprised. What do you mean? Do you have a way? Chu Jiuchen gave a faint smile. How do you think my current situation is? Xiao Yixue thought for a moment, being forced by the Immortal Alliance, and being suspected by the demon race. Exactly. Chu Jiuchen stood up without tidying his disheveled clothes, as if deliberately so. Therefore, I believe the Immortal Alliance is a place that can be utilized. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixue frowned in deep thought. Just as those sects who love to moralize often say, Chu Jiuchen could have used a more fair method to save people from the very start. But he deliberately left half behind. Initially, Xiao Yixue hadn't thought much about why he made such arrangements, just assuming he did what pleased him, and no one could demand anything of him. Now that Chu Jiuchen mentioned it, it was clear that he had intended to use this as an excuse all along. Had I been forced? A flash of inspiration struck Xiao Yixue. Yes. Chu Jiuchen looked toward the direction of Kunlun Mountain. We can't orchestrate a play with so many people involved, nor rely on their acting skills, so we must make it real. When Chu Jiuchen got halfway through, he suddenly put on an innocent look. You abducted me, they forced me, and I remember nothing. Xiao Yixue was speechless. It's about time. Bring me back to the Immortal Alliance, hide the fact that I am a demon cultivator for now, but reveal to everyone that I have lost my memory and you're searching for a way to restore it. All right. In the face of major events, Xiao Yixue could only suppress his concerns. No plan is without risk. What Chu Jiuchen was doing had already reduced the risk to its minimum. Deep into the night. Word spread that Xiao Yixue had secretly returned to the Immortal Alliance with Chu Jiuchen and sought help from Cui Yunshan. The sects that had never given up immediately began stirring restlessly. Coincidentally, Cui Yunshan's temporary cave residence was surrounded by a crowd of people. However, just as Chu Jiuchen had foreseen, further away in the corner, 12 identical black shadows were indistinguishably blended into the darkness. In front of them, Gu Ling was dressed entirely in black, devoid of any peculiar ornaments. A manifestation of the Demon Emperor appeared beside her, gazing far off at the chaos reigning over the Immortal Alliance right now. This Xiao Yixue you speak of ascended to the Immortal Realm not long ago and has no power base here. If he wanted to help Emochan recover his memories, coming here to seek guidance from his sect leader might also be out of desperation, the Demon Emperor casually remarked. If his memories truly recovered? Gu Ling worried. The Demon Emperor thought for a moment, then the situation wouldn't be like this. As the words fell silent, Gu Ling nodded silently. If Chu Jiuchen really restored his memory, with the combined strength of him and Xiao Yixue, there would probably be few in heaven or earth who could stand against them. But now, one immortal and one demon had been surrounded at a mere cave opening in the human world. Clearly, they were facing difficulties. Xiao Yixue is a very loyal person. Even if Mo Chen forgets him forever, he won't abandon Mo Chen, even if it means taking him around to seek medical advice for life. Gu Ling spoke with a light tone that couldn't conceal her complex emotions. The demon emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the gathering, noisy crowd. His thoughts remained unknown. Just now, I let a fortunate butterfly fly around the outside of the cave. I heard those people saying that as long as Xiao Yixue allows Mo Chen to rescue all the puppets, they will gather the full power of the Immortal Alliance to help find a way to restore his memory. Gu Ling paused. I imagine Xiao Yixue must be quite conflicted now, deeply struggling inside. Daughter-in-law, if Mo Chen doesn't save these people, then in the future they will all be at your disposal. If Mo Chen rescues these people, the backlash of the curse will cause his soul to fall into an abyss forever, giving you eternal control over him. How will you choose? The demon emperor's question was very clear. Whatever choice Gu Ling made, he would act accordingly. If she wanted so many puppets, the demon emperor would prevent Chu Jiuchen from saving people. Conversely, he wouldn't just refrain from stopping him but might even incite trouble from behind the scenes. Gu Ling thought for a long while. Finally, she placed everything on one decisive gamble. I only need one Mo Chen. The demon emperor nodded lightly. All right. A wisp of mist swept past, and the group of demons disappeared without a trace, as if they had never come. Before dawn, in the darkest hour, the dungeon seemed to open a devilish carnival. Upon hearing that the seal had loosened again, the entire Immortal Alliance was thrown into a panic. Those who had originally maintained a neutral stance, recalling the chaos caused by the 7 runaway puppets not long ago and glancing at the dungeon filled with eerie puppets, abandoned any remaining restraint or dignity as righteous cultivators. They joined the crowd pressuring Chu Jiuchen to save everyone. Though the demon emperor was reluctant to give up on his long-cultivated poison, if Gu Ling were to simply say, I want Mo Chen, he would spare no effort in creating a Mo Chen she adored. He was prepared to pay any price. In just one night, Cui Yunshan could no longer withstand the mounting pressure of public opinion. He stepped forward during dawn to address everyone. Chu Jiuchen will save every person. Within 3 days. With Cui Yunshan's assurance, the crowd calmed down for now. They then transformed their attitudes, pretending concern while showering gifts and warmth upon them. Inside the cave residence, Chu Jiuchen sat cross-legged on a soft couch, leisurely sipping tea, surrounded by an abundance of treasures. By his side, Xiao Yixue diligently inventoried, categorized, and graded the items, picking out those suitable for Chu Jiuchen's consumption. Especially the highly nutritious items listed by Fang Suoyan were treated like garbage, thoroughly sorted through. Chapter 133, A Very Proper Demon King. Chu Jiuchen's disheveled appearance now stood in stark contrast to his calm demeanor. He would only pretend a little if someone else entered the retreat. Indeed, quite a few medical cultivators came to visit within these days, genuinely diagnosing him. However, Munpa soup, this secret medicine, had already vanished from the mortal world, causing every confident medical cultivator to leave with failure. Gu Ling observed everything through Sun Xingdia and felt another wave of relief wash over her. Initially, she didn't think much about whether a person losing their memory made any difference, as long as she could obtain that person's heart. But after losing Mo-E, she realized just how crucial memory really was. Xiao Yixue only became Mo-E because he lost his memory, otherwise, he would remain Xiao Yixue, forever incapable of becoming a puppet controlled by others. And Chu Jianchen losing his memory and becoming Mo Chen was akin to retracing Mo Yi's old path. If Gu Ling couldn't have Mo Yi, obtaining someone nearly identical like Mo Chen was just as good. Finally, on everyone's eagerly awaited 3rd day, Chu Jianchen once again arrived at the dungeon under the guidance of Xiao Yixue and Cui Yunshan. Unlike last time, this time they were followed by a crowd of people behind them. No matter their intentions, whether it was worry or supervision, they insisted on personally witnessing this enormous hidden danger being thoroughly eradicated. Yet, there were already rumors spreading. Chu Jianchen, Master Chu, was bound to fall into demonic ways. Though no one knew where these rumors originated or if they were true, at this critical moment, no one wanted to touch the untouchable topic. Everyone knew inside. Even if Chu Jianchen fell into demonhood, it would only be him who fell. Worst case scenario, the entire dungeon could just become his living quarters. A single person exchanging for so many others wasn't a bad deal at all. It was just that everyone was aware of Xiao Yixue's short temper and dared not say such things openly before him. Drip, drip. An occasional drop of icy water fell from the red stalactites, filling the already silent dungeon with an oppressive atmosphere. This place had already been perfectly arranged. All puppets were no longer confined separately but were jointly suppressed by everyone, gathered together within a massive formation. Chu Jianchen had to absorb demonic qi and transfer demonic curses. Within this formation, he could only operate simultaneously on all puppets. This was the unanimous decision after much discussion. After all, the question of who first, who later, couldn't be resolved through argumentation. So naturally, everyone would have to act at the same time. For Chu Jianchen, proceeding individually would be far safer and more easily manageable for his body. Unfortunately, no one was willing to wait till the end. Xiao Yixue and Cui Yunshan could only escort Chu Jianchen to the edge of the formation and could go no further without potentially disrupting it. In a seemingly unnoticeable corner, a black butterfly blended completely with the environment, unnoticed by anyone. Hum hum. The moment Chu Jianchen stepped into the formation, all puppets within suddenly opened their eyes. Their gazes fixed on him were like wolves eyeing their prey. Chu Jianchen inwardly thanked his fortune for not being saddled with the script of a pitiable main character, otherwise, even if he survived today, he'd definitely lose a layer of skin. With varying thoughts in mind, everyone fixated their gaze on his every movement, never blinking. Boom. A deep explosion sounded. Suddenly, the demonic chi within the formation surged violently, forming a faint vortex centered around Chu Jianchen. System. I'm here. There's too much experience, can you control the speed? The system has activated auxiliary absorption mode. After absorption, will it be automatic upgrade or manual selection? It's automatic, host. Got it. As the thick demonic chi swirled, many held their breaths tightly, hands sweating profusely. Standing at the center of the vortex, Chu Jianchen looked pale, his messy black hair fluttering wildly in the wind, while a group of ravenously clawing puppets highlighted his situation akin to a twig amidst raging waves. Possibly due to Chu Jianchen's natural facial features bearing a hint of self-sacrificing altruism, at this moment, standing there, for justice, he didn't seem out of place at all in the eyes of the public. The gale grew stronger and stronger, inevitably affecting those outside the formation. Stalactites above were broken apart by air currents, flying around like projectiles. Fortunately, everyone present had high cultivation levels, easily blocking these attacks through combined efforts. The group of puppets stared hungrily at Chu Jianchen, struggling fiercely to pounce on him like zombies drawn by the scent of raw flesh. However, Chu Jianchen's expression remained as indifferent as ever. Not only was he unafraid, but he didn't even show a hint of emotional fluctuation. The crowd fully understood. He had lost his memory. He forgot everything, including fear, and in the current situation, wasn't this a good thing? At least he wouldn't feel nervous or afraid, right? Even if it were Chu Jianchen, let alone Mo Huang himself, anyone trying to face such an overwhelming surge of curses would have their scalp tingle, even being the first in demonry. No one with a normal IQ could remain unafraid. Hence, Xiao Yixue's and Cui Yunshan's tension wasn't fabricated. Gu Ling, observing everything in secret, finally felt reassured. She no longer needed these puppets to decide on a Guzhang king. She could personally nurture a perfect king. But at this very moment, the future king, Chu Jianchen, slowly closed his eyes. Subtly, he cancelled the system's hair dye effect. A head of ink-black hair transformed into cold, silver strands fluttering wildly in the gale. Has he demonized? Everyone instinctively braced themselves. With the system's assistance, Chu Jianchen unleashed his absorbing star technique, attracting pitch-black demonic chi that surged violently toward his dantian. Simultaneously, many puppets began to weaken gradually, falling to the ground one after another. Their limbs twitched, eyes grew vacant, looking like addicts forced into quitting drugs. At a glance, Chu Jianchen in the center appeared to be the true, great demon lord. Yet, curiously, he looked remarkably righteous. This caused hesitation among some righteous cultivators who had already decided privately, if he demonizes, we will kill him. Chapter 134, To Stay or to Go. Ugh. Ah. The puppets on the ground let out anguished screams, their bodies twisting as if they were choking, mouths wide open for air. Wreaths of black mist seeped from their 7 openings, resembling countless minuscule insects invisible to the naked eye. Drawn by some unknown calling, these insects left their hosts in droves, converging toward a more inviting direction. An hour felt unbearably long amidst the unease shared by everyone present. But as the puppets' eyes gradually regained clarity and awareness, the group couldn't help but feel relieved about today's decision. When the awakened puppets opened their eyes, they saw a lone figure standing right at the center of the storm. Feeling that the curse within them had entirely vanished, along with the tormenting heart demons that had plagued them, even fools could infer that the person before them was their savior. Some were able to recognize Chu Jianchen's identity, feeling all the more astonished. Because when considering the situation hypothetically, if they had reached Chu Jianchen's level of accomplishment, they would never stand here, sacrificing their futures to save complete strangers. The mindset of those rescued from the endless abyss differed greatly from the so-called rational observers around them. This point went against the expectations of everyone present. Whenever someone in the crowd revealed even a hint of hostility toward Chu Jianchen, these awakened puppets locked onto them instantly. Be it god or demon, they absolutely wouldn't allow their benefactor to be threatened. Even if it meant going against their sects or the entire alliance of cultivators, it mattered little. Cough. Chu Jianchen swayed slightly, and Xiao Yixue appeared behind him in an instant, pulling him into her embrace. You don't have to come near. All of you should leave. Xiao Yixue's voice held no emotion as she coldly rejected any form of concern for Chu Jianchen. For she understood that feeling. Back then, when she was saved by Chu Jianchen like this, the immense relief upon finally escaping the boundless sea of suffering made her willing to serve him for life. Without personal experience, one couldn't truly understand the anguish of being tormented by hell, nor could they comprehend the joy of eventual release. People in the surrounding crowd exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether they should continue with the original plan. Lady Xian Xiao. Still, there were bold ones who spoke up. With Master Chu now entangled by demonic curses, shouldn't he temporarily be sealed away? We can wait until his condition stabilizes before you take him away. Wouldn't that be better? It's for the safety of all beings. Even with the main leader taking charge, not one of the 7 puppets has been captured yet, leaving a trail of bloodshed wherever they go. I think that, if Master Chu were in a clear state, he would not wish to see his hands stained with blood. Yes, Lady Xiao, for the sake of all living beings and to prevent Master Chu from being haunted by vengeful spirits, you should make your decision carefully. Xiao Yixue hadn't even responded, yet people already started pressuring her. It was as if refusing would mean causing trouble for the common folk. Everyone, please calm down. I trust Lady Xiao has her own plans, a neutral party interjected. But as soon as the words were spoken, the group fell silent, looking unanimously at Xiao Yixue, who had remained quiet throughout. All she did was completely ignore the crowd, gently cradling Chu Jiachen, whose breath was growing weaker, close to her chest, her chin resting on his forehead, showing neither intention of staying nor leaving. A butterfly deep in the darkness fluttered its wings imperceptibly. Everything was proceeding smoothly. So thought Gu Ling, and so too did Chu Jiachen. The progress bar on the system interface was steadily climbing, with frequent flashes signaling an imminent level up. Chu Jiachen could sense that, if the array beneath his feet were likened to a clock, hunters were already poised at every corresponding hour mark. Seal me. He transmitted his thoughts to Xiao Yixue. Before coming, he had informed her of all possible scenarios. At this moment, there was no need for further questions. However, Xiao Yixue was displeased. His rebellious nature made him loathe being pressured by the masses. Moreover, the formerly cursed puppets, now fully recovered, also expressed unanimous protest. They staunchly opposed any action to imprison or harm Chu Jiachen. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Ladies and gentlemen, calm yourselves first. You've only just regained your memories, and there's much you don't yet understand. Do not act rashly. That's right, the situation in the 3 realms is dire now. The demon realm intends to instigate war, and all of you were originally weapons of the demon race. Although you've been saved now, the one who saved you can never return. Not only that, but there are things you don't know. A few days ago, 7 sects have already been massacred by demon puppets. Master Chu has indeed saved you, but this also means he has accumulated all your curses. That's correct. Such terrifying curses piling up, no one dares to bet on whether his willpower can suppress them. Just like those of you who were deep in the abyss, a single curse was enough to trap you. Think about it, can Master Chu? This question felt like a soul inquiry, asking not just everyone present but Chu Jiachen himself held in Xiao Yixue's arms. Chu Jiachen at this moment seemed to have lost all strength to speak, maintaining only faint heartbeats and breathing. Xiao Yixue tightly gripped his hand as the Earth-class mark of unity glowed with bright and pure light. Chu Jiachen's pale complexion was almost identical to his hair color, his lips were so light that their shape was indistinct, contrasting sharply with the streak of blood at the corner of his mouth. The group could honestly admit that such a grievously injured Chu Jiachen shouldn't endure even the slightest additional harm. So they suggested, very responsibly, complete sealing. Complete sealing refers to simultaneously sealing the body, mind, life, spirit, and soul. It's akin to freezing him forever in this moment, entombing him for thousands or tens of thousands of years, until eternity. In this way, there would be no possibility of him causing calamity to the world. And thus, they wouldn't have any reason to perform a righteous act against Qin. An ideal plan always seems beautiful. But only those who have crawled out of the abyss understand what this truly implies. You know nothing. Right now, he is being tormented by heart demons. If you seal him eternally like this, he will endlessly relive the most painful moment. The eternal cycle of utmost pain. Understand? The man scolded with some degree of breakdown, as if still unable to recover from a terrible nightmare. Some people fell silent, but that didn't deter the resolute individuals striving to preserve world peace. Senior, please don't let emotions cloud your judgment, think of the countless commoners. And who asked you? Have you figured out that he would definitely cause chaos? Junior. I really can't figure it out, but would you use the lives of the masses as stakes? Yes, yes. Everyone must stay rational. After all this tugging and pulling, Xiao Yixue didn't even need to pretend to initiate the seal. Because Gu Ling worried that if matters continued to develop this way, when Chu Jiachen was protected by these people, she wouldn't be able to take Mo Chen away today. Thus, she gave an order to the 12 Gui. Demon Abyss silence. With a hum, an anomaly occurred. The array on the ground began to twist strangely, leaving everyone inside and outside unaffected except for Chu Jiachen in the center of the array. To him, the ground was like a swamp, dragging down his body. Bad. He's falling into demonic corruption. Make a move quickly. No, it's too late. It was indeed too late. Because in the blink of an eye, Chu Jiachen's figure had completely vanished. Only Xiao Yixue, kneeling on the ground and dazed, remained, her hands empty. Chapter 135, The Heart Demon's Challenge. System notice, host's experience is full, breaking through the demon cultivation level. Demon cultivation levels are much like those of celestial immortals, golden immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, and divine immortal. The demon realm also has corresponding levels, crimson demon, shadow demon, true demon, and void demon. When Chu Jianchen had reached a crimson demon realm during a particularly embarrassing 2.5-minute moment, now he was breaking through to the shadow realm. He couldn't help but secretly commend the timely opening of this formation. Otherwise, he would have had to do it himself. Because while the system flashed with an upgrade notice, there was an extra warning: he must undergo a trial by heart demon. Survive this, and he wouldn't have to endure the torment of a curse rebounding on him. If he couldn't survive it, he'd suffer until his next upgrade at the true realm heart demon trial. Since it was expected to take quite some time, Chu Jianchen chose to endure in the demon abyss channel as recommended by the system. The heart demon challenge initiated by the system was no ordinary feat. Due to Chu Jianchen's mysterious origins, he stood above the rules of this world. Dudu. A familiar sound roused Chu Jianchen from his thoughts. As he opened his eyes, he saw a bustling stream of vehicles. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a phone novel open in his hands. Chu Jianchen froze for a moment and hurriedly glanced around. Wasn't this the street he had been on before he crossed over? A gust of wind blew from behind him, causing Chu Jianchen to instinctively turn around. Except for a few fallen leaves, there was nothing there. System mode temporarily disabled. Chu Jianchen wasn't sure if he should let out a sigh of relief. Not that he depended on the system entirely, he just couldn't help doubting whether crossing over might just be a dream. At that point, hearing the system's voice echo in his mind settled his worries. Not that he didn't miss the conveniences of modern life, but in both worlds he was still an orphan starting out alone. A world with Xiao Yixue was naturally more appealing than one without her. Speaking of which, Xiao Yixue. Chu Jianchen recalled his own trial. The system hadn't informed him what kind of heart demon trial this was, nor did it hint about the specific scenario. It was as if it had been crafted directly from his inner world. Chu Jianchen looked at the advertisements by the road. On the slightly blurry glass, he caught a reflection of his figure. It wasn't the white shirt he remembered. Still dressed in that elegant fur-trimmed white robe, and adorned with his striking silver-white long hair shimmering under the sunlight. Pedestrians on the opposite side of the road were giving him odd looks. But maybe because of his good looks and perfect skin tone paired with the unique hairstyle, when the wind blew past, it gave off a transcendental and ethereal impression. The young generation nowadays always likes these peculiar styles, said an elderly man waiting at the bus stop to his spouse. His spouse chuckled, carrying a small basket of vegetables, and aren't you one to talk? You used to curl your hair with fire tongs back in the day. Can we not bring up that incident? Walking past them, Chu Jianchen felt no indication that this world was false. This realization made him entertain a bold thought, to turn himself in at the police station. To see if he'd be sent to a mental hospital or dissected for being able to cleave through buildings with a single slash. No, that's wrong. Let me think clearly. Continuing forward, he walked while pondering deeply. If I can't find a way back, either I'm permanently trapped here or I fail the trial and bear the pain afterward. A way back. Could it be the sewer? Chu Jianchen frowned, perplexed. Seemingly everything was aligned perfectly. He looked up, and ahead was an ominous black hole that left a distinct impression on him. He quickly glanced at his phone, confirming indeed that he had been reading up to this exact point where he fell into the hole. Standing by the hole, he gazed down pensively. If jumping down means success, isn't that too simple? But if it doesn't work, then what does this black hole connect to? Whatever, at least this hole won't disappear. Let me check back at school first. Chu Jianchen had a bit of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He had been crossing over precisely when he was heading to work one morning. It happened to be payday today too. At the time, he was calculating how much salary he'd get for the first month and then, nothing else happened after. Now that he had the chance to come back, he definitely wanted to see exactly how much money he'd earned. However, since he couldn't change back into his original clothes, he could only bite the bullet and return to school in his current appearance. His working hours were around the same time as when students went jogging, since he was the school doctor. Plus, every so often a student would faint while jogging and be sent to the infirmary to drink some glucose water. Therefore, he had to arrive early. Ding! Employee card. Swiping his card, he walked through the employee entrance of the school gate. The security guard gave him a curious look. Dr. Chu. Is that really you? Yeah. Chu Jianchen remained calm. As long as I don't feel awkward, it's others who will. The security guard scratched his head looking at Chu walking into the campus. Could there be an event at the school today? How come I didn't get any notice? Otherwise I'd have dressed up too. Chu Jiachen's hearing was sharp, he could still hear from afar. He consoled himself repeatedly. It's all false. There's no such thing as a social death. Familiar with the route, he returned to his post without encountering many people. The infirmary wasn't far from the school gate. Neither was the playground, just past the flower bed and statue after entering. Unexpectedly, as soon as he pressed the power button on the computer, several students rushed in. Dr. Chu. Dr. Chu. Big trouble. There was a moment of stiffness between them. The students were stunned by Dr. Chu's C.splav, while Chu Jiachen hesitated to avoid being out of place. What happened? His casual tone carried a bit more elegance and mystery compared to the usual approachable Dr. Chu. This. What happened again? Before the first one could react, the second quickly turned to ask the third. Finally, it was the fifth, standing at the back, who raised their hand and said, "Oh no. Teacher Xiao fainted." Teacher Xiao. Chu Jiachen wore an odd expression. Which Teacher Xiao? Xiao Yi. Teacher Xiao Yi. He's our grade's physical education teacher. The student hurriedly explained. The others nodded vigorously. That's right. Teacher Xiao Yi suddenly fainted. We didn't dare touch him. Dr. Chu, please take a look. Xiao Yi. The name sounded somewhat familiar to Chu Jiachen. It seemed there indeed was such a person in reality. However, since he'd only transferred to this school recently, he hadn't gotten the chance to meet all the other faculty members yet. Alright then, where is he? Let me see. Chu Jiachen grabbed the nearby first aid kit as he spoke. After thinking for a moment, he hung the stethoscope incongruously around his neck, closed the door behind him, and ran towards the soccer field together with those few students. Chapter 136, Intuition. As they approached the location, they could vaguely make out the figure lying on the ground, already surrounded by a group of early rising students. Excuse me, everyone. Move aside. Everyone move aside. Dr. Chu is here. Before the words had even finished, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. However, upon seeing Chu Jiachen dressed in white with his silver hair flowing, everyone was instantly struck with shock and awe. Then, instead of continuing to surround Teacher Xiao on the ground, they all surged around Chu Jiachen, their eyes blazing with excitement. Damn! Dr. Chu. You look so cool. I never expected you to be this kind of doctor. Ah. Dr. Chu. I want to take a picture with you. I want one too, I want one too. Teacher Xiao on the ground. Chu Jiachen very professionally chose to decline. Let me check on Teacher Xiao first. Since he had spoken, the students reluctantly moved their legs aside, revealing Teacher Xiao Yi lying behind them. Chu Jiachen squatted next to Xiao Yi's chest, placing the medical box on the grass and opening it while putting on the stethoscope hanging around his neck. Click. Just as he was about to pull open Xiao Yi's coat zipper, Xiao Yi, still dazed, suddenly grabbed the hand that was touching him. Chu Jiachen couldn't hear his muttering, and his grip was extremely strong. The hand restrained like this couldn't conduct any examination at all. An exasperated Chu Jiachen switched to his other hand, directly taking the pulse. The crowd was shocked once again. Wow. So Dr. Chu is a doctor that combines Chinese and Western medicine. My goodness, but Dr. Chu really looks good this way. As the onlookers grew in number, a roar suddenly echoed from the side of the basketball court. What are you all doing? Don't you know we need to gather for morning exercises? Do you all want extra laps? Before the last word had even fallen, the crowd scattered in a flash. No one even bothered to glance at who roared or where they stood. No matter what, if they didn't turn their heads, he wouldn't see their faces. Running the opposite direction was always the right choice. When the crowd dispersed, the air seemed much fresher. On the lawn, Xiao Yi's furrowed brows finally relaxed slightly. Chu. What? Chu Jiachen bent down, bringing his ear close to Xiao Yi's mouth. Chu, Jian. Chen. Chu Jiachen's pupils contracted slightly. He did not say, Chu Wang. I have finally found you. While saying these words, Xiao Yi tightly held Chu Jiachen's hand, as if afraid that if he let go, Chu Jiachen would vanish. Xiao Yi bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Yixue, but maybe due to short hair or some other reason, Chu Jiachen could immediately spot a subtle difference in their demeanor. Are you Yixue? Chu Jiachen wasn't fully convinced. Perhaps it was his intuition. He just felt that this Xiao Yixue was fake, a heart devil manifested. Having seen too many tricks before. Generally speaking, there might only be one way to break through such illusions. Perhaps he would have to personally strangle Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi breathed heavily, tears of relief and happiness filling his eyes. This feels far too real. Chu Jiachen steadied his nerves inwardly. Interestingly enough, if truly strangling Xiao Yi were necessary to proceed, he feared it would be hard to bring himself to do so. Because if he misjudged, he'd end up in jail. In that case, he wouldn't even dare jump into a sewer. If it doesn't work, I can jump into the sewer with him. Chu Jiachen was rather impressed with his own idea, immediately marking this plan as key. Xiao Yi, it's windy here. Can you get up on your own? It'd be better for you to rest with me back at the infirmary. The infirmary? Xiao Yi looked completely baffled. Chu Jiachen frowned, inwardly speculating if this teacher Xiao Yi could be someone possessed by Xiao Yixue's spirit. After struggling for a bit, Xiao Yi managed to sit up with support from Chu Jiachen's shoulders. Chu Jiachen's heart skipped a beat. This was a very telling action. The real Xiao Yixue would have only hugged his waist and taken advantage of the moment, whereas placing his hands on the shoulder in such a polite and brotherly position only occurred when they had just met not long ago. Come, I'll help you walk. Chu Jiachen remained composed, his other hand lifting his emergency kit. Xiao Yi nodded, obediently following him back to the faintly antiseptic smelling room. Drip, drip. The clock on the wall ticked softly, making the room seem even more tranquil. Xiao Yi sat on the narrow folding bed, a clean white sheet neatly laid over it. Chu Jiachen silently handed him a cup of glucose water and watched quietly as he finished drinking it. I want to know, what happened to you? Xiao Yi remained silent. And also, you said earlier that you were looking for me. Chu Jiachen sat down beside him, his sharp eyes piercing directly into Xiao Yi's. Jianchen, you don't remember me, do you? Before the words had even left Xiao Yi's mouth, Chu Jiachen fell into silence. The second tell, Xiao Yixue would never casually call him Jianchen. Unless in a particular situation. Given this present moment, he should have exploded with rage and shouted, "You filthy rogue," instead. But seeing Chu Jiachen remain eerily calm without a word, Xiao Yi's chest began to heave more violently, anger slowly rising within him. Then, suddenly, Xiao Yi reached out and pinned Chu Jiachen down, silver strands spilling onto the white sheet. Xiao Yi. Chu Jiachen also extended his hand to press against Xiao Yi's shoulder, preventing him from leaning any closer. Jianchen, you. It's not appropriate. People come and go outside, so this is quite bold of you. Chu Jiachen continued to feign uncertainty, hesitating within himself. He wasn't sure what would happen if he exposed the truth. Would the scenario collapse? Or would the heart devil appear? His lips pressed tightly together, unable to make a decision for now. Chapter 137, Are you the heart demon, or am I? Xiao Yixue was utterly baffled. Previously, he had sensed Chu Jiachen was about to break through. He feared that if Chu were to break through in the demon realm without someone guarding him, trouble would arise. Thus, Xiao used the array of the earth level. Unexpectedly, he was teleported into the abyssal channel. Following the light source and climbing out, he found himself in a world that was completely incomprehensible. Beep beep. Hey hey hey. Where did this idiot come from, being so blind? Ouch. Can't you see such a big red light? With no clue what was going on, Xiao Yixue walked awkwardly on a heavily congested motorway, cursed by various drivers sticking their heads out and honking madly at him, full of question marks. Where has Chu Jiachen gone off to? What is this strange place? Doesn't look like the demon realm. Very odd indeed. Chu Jiachen's thick-skinned nature was faked, but Xiao Yixue's was real. In this dimension, the mutual induction between the two parties of the was so weak it could almost be ignored. Xiao could only sniff around for Chu Jiachen's scent, just like a dog. Cars with 4 wheels, no need for horses. No spiritual energy required but still so sturdy. At some unknown point, Xiao Yixue crouched on top of a truck, occasionally jumping around before moving on to faster vehicles with an air of nonchalance. Under traffic surveillance cameras, he hitched a ride until jumping off at some fork in the road. Completely ignoring the group of policemen chasing after him behind his back, Xiao made one final flash step, disappearing from everyone's sight. During morning exercise time, instead of heading to the playground as a PE teacher, Xiao Yi sat behind Chu Jiachen watching him operate the computer. A is roughly equivalent to a fragment of the heavenly Tao becoming a spirit. Chu Jiachen wasn't the least bit nervous. The difference between crossing over into a book and simply time traveling is great, even more so with regard to the unwritten rules of the world. The world within a book is limited by its own worldview. As long as Chu Jiachen hadn't gained mastery over it, modifying the rules or expanding the world itself would be impossible. Even so, as long as he knew the tricks, utilizing the rules would be simple enough. For example, now, Chu Jiachen was 100% sure that Xiao Yi was a fake, but as long as he played along with the farce, Xiao Yi's intentions would gradually be revealed. Jiachen, do you like it here? Not bad. Would you like me to stay with you here every day from now on? Alright. Xiao Yi was delighted. Just as he was about to say something, a printed table stopped him. You have classes in the morning today. The event is skipping rope. You need to go to the warehouse according to the number of students in each class to check the items needed and push them to the designated area using a trolley. Don't leave me stuck explaining to which homeroom teacher that the PE teacher isn't feeling well and asking for leave, changing the class to Chinese or math. Xiao Yi. He silently accepted the table, which was his timetable for the week. It was packed. Not only skipping rope, depending on the grade, there were also basketball, football, volleyball, table tennis, badminton, high jump, long jump, parallel bars, gymnastics, military physical training. Although the heart demon didn't know what a Japanese loanword describing overworked office employees meant, he definitely felt its sentiment reflected in the timetable. What's wrong? I don't want to go to work, can I not? If you won't work, shall I support you? Can I not? You cannot. Chu Jiachen said emotionlessly. The heart demon began to lose control. Having been a heart demon for so many years, this was the first time he had ever thought, send this challenger away as soon as possible. Did you see the students outside running? Chu Jiuchen pointed to the window. A trace of pity appeared in Xiao Yi's eyes. Pretending not to notice, Chu Jiuchen continued, you must arrive early every day, accompany the entire run, supervise them not to whisper among themselves, maintain distance, control speed, not only maintain order but also always be aware of their physical conditions. If anyone shows discomfort, you need to send them to me promptly, and do not cause disaster because of momentary negligence. Besides being responsible for PE classes, you will also take charge of the rental of equipment for activity classes. Every day, students will go to the warehouse to borrow balls in advance and apply for the use of certain sports fields, as well as scoring boards, whistles and other things. You must verify all items and numbers clearly before and after. All basketballs, footballs, volleyballs, gas-filled volleyballs need to be regularly checked and pumped up. Do not wait for students to use them before handing them a pump. This is your main responsibility, and you cannot be lazy. Also, before you leave work, routinely check the 2 goals on the football field, all the basketball hoops, ping-pong tables, etc., to ensure their safety and stability. Under no circumstances should incidents such as a basketball hoop falling and injuring someone occur. Chu Jiuchen blinked, understood. Go get to work. Today is a brand new day, don't mess up your cover. What happens if I mess up my cover? Xiao Yi timidly asked. A mild consequence, they send you to a mental hospital for electroshock therapy. A severe one, they send you to a human research institute for dissection. Chu Jiuchen spoke calmly and convincingly, without hesitation, if you want to stay here with me peacefully for life, you need to learn how to protect yourself and put up a good disguise, got it? Got it. Xiao Yi trudged out of the clinic looking dejected, his body language showing that he wanted to slack off but was unwilling to admit defeat. Watching him leave, Chu Jiuchen couldn't help but chuckle while polishing his glasses slowly. Isn't that me? Xiao Yixue squatted on a rooftop somewhere, catching sight of another dejected version of himself far away, pushing an unknown material trolley, his face filled with melancholy as he walked down the campus path. Students greeted him along the way, but Zhao's duplicate didn't bother to respond, focusing solely on pushing his cart. The scent of Chu Jiuchen disappeared at this point, meaning Chu had to be close by. Xiao Yixue was just about to start searching carefully when this strange doppelganger caught his attention. Who is that? It can't possibly be me. Xiao Yixue felt something odd about this world, like there were hidden traps everywhere. Therefore, he decided to stealthily follow this peculiar version of himself first, just to see what his daily routine here consisted of. Knock knock knock. Soon after, the clinic door was knocked on again. Dr. Chu, it's me, Chen Xiao. Come in. With permission granted, a somewhat shy boy cautiously pushed the door open, bowed slightly towards Chu Jiuchen upon entering, and appeared nervous. When he finally looked up, he realized that Chu Jiuchen had somehow transformed into a sage, leaving the boy speechless with his eyes wide open, forgetting completely what he wanted to say. Sipping tea leisurely, Chu Jiuchen remained calm, asking casually, what's wrong? Still not feeling well. He remembered this boy, who visited at least twice a week. Stammering, Chen Xiao managed to say, it's just, today, it's not about my gut or digestion, rather. I think something might be wrong with my eyes. Eyes? Chu Jiuchen questioned curiously, what's the issue? Come over and let me take a look. Chen Xiao obediently sat on the stool in front of Chu Jiuchen, nervously rubbing his sleeves. I just saw someone jumping from a building. Jumping from a building? Chu Jiuchen didn't believe it. Which building? That new tallest teaching building, but... Chen Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. After he jumped, I ran over and checked, but there was nothing on the ground. I asked others around me, and they said I must have hallucinated. But Dr. Chu, I really did see it. Could it be visual hallucinations or maybe stress-induced nerve issues? Chen Xiao kept his eyes wide open, even lifting his own eyelids to roll his eyeballs for Chu Jiuchen's inspection. Chu Jiuchen sensed a faint sense of peculiarity. First, tell me what kind of person you saw jump. Shaking his head, Chen Xiao responded, it was too far to clearly see, but it seemed like a girl in a white dress, with long hair. A girl? Chu Jiuchen furrowed his brows. Yes, but this girl was unusually tall, not likely a student at our school. Chen Xiao pouted, some say I saw a ghost. When did this happen? Chu Jiuchen asked. 10 minutes ago, Chen Xiao replied. In the silence, Chu Jiuchen glanced outside. No matter those walking to the cafeteria or coming back from it, none gave any sign that something major had occurred. Following Chu Jiuchen's gaze, Chen Xiao guessed what Chu Jiuchen was thinking and grew more embarrassed. Dr. Chu, do you think there's something wrong with my eyes? I think it could be due to high stress. Just make sure you rest well. If you still feel discomfort in your eyes, come back for a bottle of eye drops to ease it. Chu Jiuchen smiled gently. Alright, thank you, Dr. Chu. Then I'll head back to class. Sure. After this boy left, no other patients came afterward. Because as long as the morning exercises go smoothly, there's basically nothing for anyone to do until just before class. Chu Jiechen's routine was simply sitting there waiting for a few smart Alecs who would end up with stomachaches in class. Half a day passed quickly, and soon came the scent of food from the canteen at noon. In the air-conditioned room, Chu Jiechen had become bored like salt left out. Xiao Yi, however, was dog-tired under the blazing sun. As for Xiao Yixue, watching Xiao Yi work tirelessly, she didn't feel much, and she even secretly picked up quite a few skills and new lines of talk. The students finished their classes and went in droves to the canteen for lunch. Only Xiao Yi sat on the ground with no regard for his image, staring blankly, slowly counting the balls one by one. His face radiated utter despair. Just then, a certain director found him and told him to put in extra hours after eating lunch. It seemed that the October school sports meet was about to start, and there was a lot of preparation work to be done, so he wouldn't have time to rest in the near future. But at this moment, all he wanted was self-destruction. As a heart devil, it would absolutely be the darkest stain on his career if he collapsed before the challenger. He pulled a crumpled timetable from his pocket, looked at it despairingly one last time, and forcefully rolled it into a ball. He threw it far. Swoosh. Thud. Xiao Yixue hiding in the tree got hit right in the center. Mystified, she caught the paper wad that fell from her forehead, unfolded it curiously, smelled it, and her eyes lit up. Chu Jiechen. Chu Jiechen tidied up his things, locked the front door from inside the house, and prepared to leave through the back door to buy food in a small alley outside. Because showing up like this in the cafeteria was impossible. When he was still Chu Wang, he had been unanimously given an exception by the students and respectfully called the school grass, let alone now with this perfect halo, known as male number 2. But as soon as he pulled open the back door, a familiar white figure darted in. Almost knocking over a bunch of bottles and jars beside him, but Chu Jiechen was quick-eyed and agile. He grabbed this uninvited guest and pressed him against the wall with one hand, then shut the door with a foot. Chu Jiechen. Oh. Chu Jiechen lifted his neck and turned his face around. Tisk, really is you? How did you get here too? While speaking, he loosened his grip on his hand. You don't ask me more questions yet. Hurry. Hide me quickly. Many people are trying to catch me. Xiao Yixue was almost going crazy. Outside on the street, police sirens rang loudly, and more people joined the pursuit of the suspect ranks. Soon, Chu Jiechen heard the creaking sound of the school gate opening. 2 police cars, sirens blaring, drove in. That's them. They've been chasing me. Xiao Yixue immediately hid behind the curtain, tense. Chu Jiechen felt a headache coming on. Combining what male student Chen Xiao had said about the jumping off the building, there was no need to ask how Xiao Yixue came trailing sparks and lightning all the way. The surveillance cameras must have captured his face. Chu Jiechen thought for a moment, took out a spare set of casual clothes from the cabinet, and threw it to Xiao Yixue to change into. He also tossed him a mask and a pair of sunglasses. How do I wear this? Xiao Yixue hastily changed into the black casual pants, then kept flipping the same black hoodie in his hands with a look of confusion. Squat down, raise your hands. Chu Jiechen sighed helplessly and personally helped him wear it. Ah. Just now, I saw someone exactly like me. What's going on? Xiao Yixue let Chu Jiechen mess with him, finally remembering the main issue. If this person dared to compete with him for status. Nothing, just wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Chu Jiechen casually tied his waistband for him and tossed him a pair of flip-flops. Where are you going? Xiao Yixue was very anxious in this unfamiliar environment. If not for the fact that Chu Jiechen seemed familiar, he would have already dragged him away together for escape. But now, no matter how bizarre this world appeared to him, as long as Chu Jiechen remained Chu Jiechen, he could keep his emotions stable as much as possible. Of course, it's leading them to catch someone. Chu Jiechen said offhandedly and walked out calmly and composedly. Xiao Yixue quickly locked the door, hid behind the curtains, wanting to follow in his heart, yet unwilling to defy his orders. Chu Jiechen's white robes were not very different from what Xiao Yixue wore earlier, both being master's robes of the Seven Spirit Sect. Aside from the difference in white hair, at a distance, their silhouettes looked at least 60 to 70% similar. Thus, with just a captivating silhouette and nimble, graceful movements, he lured all the people who were chasing Xiao Yixue toward Xiao Yi's vicinity. However, Xiao Yi, who was at this moment drowning in anguish and unable to extricate himself, didn't even realize what had happened until a shiny handcuff clamped tightly onto his wrist. Upon learning that he was apparently going to be taken somewhere for interrogation, Xiao Yi yanked and hurled the handcuffs away. No way was he going along with this anymore. Chapter 138, the final chapter of the original text. What the heck kind of world is this? Can anyone survive here? Xiao Yi felt the rules of this world through a black gun barrel, various complicated constraints hundreds of times more complex than Heaven's Way. From the moment he pried open this space-time, he continuously received the rules of this land and sky. But even now, he had only adapted to the tip of the iceberg. After all, over 1,000 civil code laws had already exceeded his rule memory capacity limit. He was certain he was a law-abiding citizen. Just as he had resolved to work hard on improving himself, trapping this challenger forever in here to sink with him. Unexpectedly, someone was defaming him. Human hearts are perilous. If he didn't destroy this world soon, he would be destroyed first. With a bang, the ball on the ground exploded. Time suddenly slowed down. The explosion's light gradually tore apart the space, with evident nothingness in the cracks. Chu Jiuchen hiding in the dark immediately sensed the surprise. Initially wanting to see how the heart demon would act upon being arrested, never did he expect that the heart demon's mindset was so unstable that it instantly went haywire. When the heart demon slipped through the cracks, the curse was left behind as pure malevolence. In this instant, Chu Jiuchen could feel that centered around the point of the explosion, everything around started collapsing under the spreading destruction, gradually losing its vitality. The colors faded into black and white. The space-time turned black and white like it was frozen for a second, then shattered into powder, quietly being sucked into the void. A pure curse has no intelligence, it doesn't strategize or fight back, it simply pulls down one's luck value indefinitely. Without hesitation, Chu Jiuchen fled. The speed at which space-time was fracturing wasn't too fast, similar to a flood. With Chu Jiuchen's speed, he would have more than enough time to fly back to the medical room and drag Xiao Yixue out. Students who saw Chu Jiuchen flying by would probably have opened their mouths wide and turned into stone statues on their own, without the need for a black and white space-time. However, given the current simulation of this world, Chu Jiuchen couldn't afford to worry about so much. What worldview collapse, isn't this the end of the world itself? But when he returned to the medical room, it was empty. Even the phone lying on the table was gone. Remaining calm, Chu Jiuchen turned around and immediately went to another computer to pull up the surveillance. The footage showed that Xiao Yixue, out of sheer boredom, seeing the glowing phone on the table, picked it up for a look. When his fingers touched the screen, a sudden flash occurred, and both person and phone were sucked into the plane where the screen was located. Chu Jiuchen paused slightly in his breathing. Because he hadn't switched software all along, the phone didn't lock either. So that single touch by Xiao Yixue must have been on the page of the novel. With this thought, Chu Jiuchen rushed out of the door. On his computer at his station, a new message labeled September Salary was flashing in the bottom right corner of the webpage. But he probably wouldn't have much chance to open it. Next to the street gutter. The black hole emitted dense black gas, yet the surrounding pedestrians acted as if they couldn't see it. Even if someone stepped over the black hole, there was no abnormality. It was as if a special space-time tunnel was opened just for someone. Without hesitation, Chu Jiuchen jumped in. Humming. The familiar spinning sensation. The familiar process of traveling through dimensions. When he opened his eyes again, it was no longer the familiar peak. The wind carried mournful cries. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood. The lamenting cries of vengeful spirits. What is this? Chu Jiuchen's pupils contracted, the finale. Judging by the directory, he indeed saw the original text's finale, only lacking a few pages unturned. Having already known from spoilers and the heated comments that MOE would die at the hands of the female protagonist seeking justice for all living beings, the comment section joked that this was the most tragic main character ever due to never getting a kiss from the female lead until death. However, compared to the insults aimed at the male protagonist, the teasing was far less common. After all, an antagonist as a protagonist doesn't fit mainstream values, and the original author could only write a tragic ending under public pressure. That didn't matter. Anyway, it was an ancient torture romance novel. The more painful, the better it gets. But Chu Jiuchen had no time to care whether it was torturous or not. His immediate priority was to find the missing Xiao Yixue. In the original text, MOE harbored hatred born out of love, determined to destroy what he couldn't obtain, dying still misunderstanding that the heroine truly loved the secondary male character Chu Jiuchen. Moreover, because Chu Jiuchen was disintegrated in the void pit, the mentally disturbed MOE was aimless every day, always attempting to cleave open this void. For this purpose, he trampled over countless piles of bones. So, in the end, did he successfully break through the sky before being killed by the heroine? Chu Wang didn't know. All he knew was that he had to head to the divine descent platform of Kunlun Tianshan as soon as possible. Chu Jiuchen ascended to heaven there. Therefore, MOE would go there to look for him. Chapter 139, MOE Shui. The protagonist of the final chapter was still not strong, she was just a cultivator in the phase of transforming spirit. By her own power, she couldn't kill MOE. But she and MOE had the soul bond. Though from beginning to end, it hovered at its lowest level and on the brink of breaking, there was still the boost of a blood oath buff. It was rumored that the female lead eventually committed suicide and entered the cycle of rebirth, trading her life for MOE's death. From that point on, everyone was dead, the story tragically over. But now the one thing Chu Jiuchen didn't know was, where did MOE die? Did he die outside the abyss? Or inside it? The vertical distance between heaven and earth was immense. Chu Jiuchen didn't want to waste time. Xiao Yixue had been inexplicably drawn into this dimension for no apparent reason, so things weren't likely to go well, and he wasn't willing to gamble with his life. Thus, the safest course of action was to head to heaven first. Because according to common tropes, important events usually happen at crucial moments. For example, as MOE was about to destroy the world, at the critical juncture, he was killed by the female lead. It was extremely dramatic. By this point, there were almost no living beings left. Chu Jichen darted across the devastated landscape, flying towards the sky above Mount Kunlun. At this very moment, Moe, or more accurately Xiao Yi Shui, had already reached the firmament. His gaze was vacant and hollow, clutching the demon sword Qiyu, walking step by step up a staircase formed by shards of broken objects. These fragments seemed frozen at the instant of an explosion, then intertwined and pulled by threads made from wisps of soul. Like layer upon layer of patches, they overlapped endlessly, countless ages having passed since their origins. Touching even one thread of soul would allow you to feel the lifetime experiences of that person, yet they were all ordinary mortals. Suddenly, Xiao Yishue's brain surged with a piercing pain. At the same time, the blood contract within his body activated. Xiao Yishue was no fool. From the moment he'd entered this book world, he'd understood everything about it. But now he shared a body and soul with Moe. Whether this situation was a flaw or not, he first had to break the contract with the female lead. Unilaterally breaking the contract was simple. All he had to do was concentrate on Chu Jichen. But, perhaps he underestimated the degree to which Moe's mind had deteriorated. If the two wills were compared to a tug-of-war, the crazed Moe might still have the upper hand. Cough. Clang. Xiao Yishue's knees buckled, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. Luckily, he managed to hold himself up with the Qiyu sword. He suddenly wanted to shout, "Damn prophecy." When playing chess with Chu Jichen initially, this guy had nonsensically referred to Moe Shui. Now it had come to pass, truly becoming a battle of wits between the two. In the realm of consciousness, two people who looked exactly alike faced each other, inspecting one another. In reality, it was akin to a sane individual facing a psychiatric patient. Who are you? Moe, draped in an exaggeratedly long silver mane, even while floating in the void, his flowing hair extended almost to his heels. In contrast, Xiao Yishui looked far more refreshing. Even if Moe couldn't understand Xiao Yishue's hoodie and flip-flops, or comprehend his mask and sunglasses. I am you. Xiao Yishui said this in a calm tone, though deep inside he could barely suppress his sorrow. You are me. How can you be me? What qualifies you to be me? Moe roared in rage. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of this soul named Xiao Yishui, he would have long since completed his wish to destroy the world. You lost your memory. You shouldn't be called Moe. You are Xiao Yishui. I am you, and you are me. You are a disciple of the Seven Spirits Sect, Master Cui Yunshan is your master, and the Seven Spirits Sect is your home, your most cherished place. Xiao Yishui appeared unperturbed, as if he were calmly stating something unrelated to himself. You lie. Moe bellowed, this sovereign is the ruler of the demon realm. The new demon emperor. How could I be some insignificant sect's disciple? Someone like Cui Yunshan. How could he possibly be this sovereign's master? A place like the Seven Spirits Sect, which can be crushed in one palm, dare to consider itself related to this sovereign? Xiao Yishui slightly lowered his eyes, without any intention of arguing. Because he knew that this current self had erased all past memories. Moe was more akin to a newly created puppet, filled mostly with artificial ideas instilled by others. For instance, Guling had deceived him right from the start, claiming he was her slave and bodyguard, his life belonging solely to her forever. And when Moe asked her what his name was, she didn't know. She vaguely remembered a broken sign floating in the blood pool. Finding it dirty, she didn't bother to pick it up, only able to make out one character, E. On a whim, she decided to name him Moe. Unaware of his formidable strength, coupled with his strikingly handsome features, Guling believed she'd found a gem and quickly tricked him into forming a blood contract. Her plan was to elevate the contract's level in the future so that she could summon him whenever needed. Unfortunately, ideals remain just ideals, neither party could take their genuine relationship beyond a single step. Every time they moved half a step forward, overwhelming misunderstandings drove them right back down into the abyss. Get out of here now. Or I'll tear you apart. Moe's behavior alternated between arrogance and crudeness, lacking any sort of grace or manners. Xiao Yishui, gazing at him as if observing her own reflection in a mirror, straightened up a little more, unwilling to admit how slovenly she must have appeared to others. This deliberate straightening reminded her of Chu Jichen, leading her to wonder, what would he do in this situation? A glint of determination flashed in Xiao Yishui's eyes. Hey, can you feel the activation of the blood oath? Although his responses were illogical, Moe wasn't the type to stick to order or reasoning. As long as Xiao Yishui brought up the topic, he'd follow along. So what? This world is about to be destroyed anyway. Aren't you at all concerned about what's happening on the other side of the blood oath? Xiao Yishui directed his thoughts toward Guling, further provoking him with a taunting tone. Sure enough, Moe's thought process was unique. He could accept the destruction of the world but couldn't tolerate anything happening to Guling. It's you. Moe reacted even more impulsively than Xiao Yishui had anticipated. What did you do to her? I'll kill you. As Moe charged towards Xiao Yishui, she narrowed her eyes. By now, Moe had become indisputably the strongest individual across the three realms. Confronting him directly would be impossible. Thus, strategy was necessary. Xiao Yishui provoked him, planting seeds of unease that ensured he couldn't focus solely on breaking the heavenly Dao seal while the fate of Gu Ling remained ambiguous. The oppressive aura radiating from Moe filled the spiritual realm, completely submerging Xiao Yishui in a sea of malevolent power. His soul roared, effortlessly taking control of the body, regardless of its rightful owner being Xiao Yishui. Having no other choice, Xiao Yishui chose to bide her time and preserve her strength, waiting until Moe located Gu Ling to carefully seize an opportune moment. No one knows how much time passed, nor what occurred within his spirit realm. When Chu Jichen finally found him, Moe's gaze bore almost entirely onto Chu Jichen. Clang. Upon sighting Chu Jichen, murderous intent surged violently within Moe's eyes. Though his struggles revealed hints of conflict, they couldn't alter the outcome. Chu Jichen hesitated momentarily, then rather than drawing the dust-breaking sword, he pulled out a similar Chiyu sword. A sharp ding rang out as the two swords clashed instantly. Intense ripples nearly shattered the nearby seal. Xiao Yishui. Chu Jichen frowned deeply. Even though he recognized the entity controlling the body as Moe's soul, Chu Jichen persisted in trying to awaken the suppressed Xiao Yishui. Because this timeline belonged fundamentally to Moe's universe. In this scenario, Xiao Yishui existed merely as a powerless observer. Drip. Drip. The first drop of blood hit the ground, making a soft yet clear sound. Chu Jichen's pupils contracted sharply. It was the blood oath. Both Moe and Xiao Yishui were dying. For the first time, Chu Jichen became incredibly furious. With one slap, he disarmed Moe of his magic sword, then pinned him to the ground. One hand gripping the collar of his black hoodie, the other inserting itself through his hair at the nape of his neck, forcibly tilting his chin upwards. Moe's eyes widened instantaneously. Sharing no memories with Xiao Yishui, he had no idea what Chu Jichen intended with this sudden kiss. Only when another soul began gaining vitality, replacing the damaged blood oath with a radiant birth class bond, did Moe realize the situation too late. How could this happen? He looked incredulously at the face hovering close, the furrowed brows, the quivering eyelashes, and the undeniable possessiveness conveyed by lips and tongue. The same face he had hated for an entire lifetime was giving him such tumultuous sensations just before his death. Moe's consciousness gradually faded. Crack, a soft sound rang out in his heart. It was the sound of his heart accord shattering completely. Chapter 140, A Dying Person's Words Are Kind. The golden light shone brightly, it was a brilliance he had never seen before. In the past, he never believed that the soul bond could actually ascend to a higher level, he always thought it was a laughable joke. However, now it was glaringly present in his hand, and it had become the only thing capable of suppressing him. He didn't understand. But there were far too many things he didn't understand. The soul bond with Gu Ling had completely shattered, her blood flow ceased, and she would no longer die because of their blood pact connection. But this did not mean that he, Moe, could remain unscathed. Because quite the contrary, his consciousness was gradually slipping away. Moreover, he could no longer control this body. A soul without a carrier wouldn't last long before completely dissipating, which for him, would be true death. Even moments ago, all he could think about was Gu Ling's safety. Now, all that remained before him was this person who loved him so deeply yet was so despised by him. At this sudden change, he felt confused, so confused that he made no resistance against Chu Jichen's attacks. Like seaweed floating on the sea, his soul was being washed by a pure and intense love. Unconsciously, he had already become an observer, and even more so, an observer from the first-person perspective. Aha! Chu Jichen. Moe had never imagined that one day such emotional and passionate tones could come out of his own mouth. Yet now, he experienced it firsthand. He was shocked, and even more envious. So, the person Chu Jichen cared for is, me? He couldn't believe it, but the undeniable truth before his eyes left him no choice but to believe. This was the first time his belt was untied. The first time he experienced what intimacy truly meant. And also the first time he tasted the peak of human pleasure. Perhaps driven by instinct, himself had transitioned from passively receiving to taking the initiative, forcing him to redefine the meaning of invasion in this context. The burning fire in his heart was something he yearned to ignite his entire life but never could. Yet now, it happened effortlessly. Xiao Yishui was equally shocked, but filled with joy. He had thought Chu Jichen would come to help, but he hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. There wasn't even time to find excuses or feel jealous, much less discuss any terms with Chu Jichen. Because a Chu Jichen willingly offering himself was rare. Such opportunities mustn't be missed. Chu Jichen's eyebrows flickered slightly. From the moment Xiao Yishui regained control over the body, he could feel it immediately. Because Moe was simply too rigid. Rigid enough to make Chu Jichen feel awkward. It always seemed as though he were with a naive young boy. No, a pure-hearted antagonist, doing inappropriate things. Unable to help it, he could only console himself that if he didn't expel Moe from Xiao Yishui's body soon, the latter would be dragged into death by him and Gu Ling. Compared to the unintelligent heart demon, the raw curse was far more terrifying. In this challenge that transcends heavenly Tao, The phone, or rather the novel inside the phone, was key. Because this two-dimensional virtual world was upgraded to a real three-dimensional one, thanks to the all-realm book crossing system. It was this system that gave each flat character a full-bodied soul. Moe had just begun to sense his soul when death greeted him once again. Chu Jiachen admitted, at this point, Moe paled in comparison to the original Chu Jiachen who had never been endowed with a real life by the system. In this little world, the only Chu Jiachen who forever lived within the book was the canonical version. Forever perfect, untouched by the dust of the world. No one knew why it was specifically him, perhaps only the system knows. And Moe lacked much, even if told these truths, he would forever fail to comprehend. But maybe it was the loveless children who were easier to guide, one kiss from Chu Jiachen was enough to ensnare him. Now, if someone asked him, after you die, who do you wish to meet? Perhaps he would change his original intention and answer, that year's deceased Chu Jiachen. Ahem, nothing else, just wanting to ask him, hey, Chu Jiachen, did you truly love me to the extent of heavenly endowment? Because in his view, since Chu Jiachen alone could complete the first 3 steps of the soul bond, wouldn't it be effortless for him to step in and achieve the mythical heavenly endowment? What bad intentions could an antagonist possibly have? Moe cast a somewhat greedy glance at the ground where Chu Jiachen cherished Xiao Yixue like a precious treasure. By now, he no longer harbored any attachment to this world, except for hatred and destruction. Even if his hatred was utterly baseless, he didn't care, because he had never needed to make sense in the first place. He had also secretly pondered countless times during quiet nights, why was it Chu Jiachen who died back then, not himself? A dying person's words are kind. If I had passed away long ago, perhaps this world would have been spared from much suffering. This was the last bit of kindness left in him as a dying man. Chapter 141, Past Life and Future. The fragments of the sky reflected colorful lights, as splendid as rainbows. Clothes were scattered on the ground in disarray, silver silk hair nearly knotted together. Xiao Yixue exhaled deeply, tightly embracing the person in his arms, savoring the sensation of being fully merged with his soul. At his neck side, Chu Jiachen's breathing was slightly quickened. His arms lightly rested on Xiao Yixue's shoulders, occasionally helping to tuck a falling lock of hair behind his ear. But it didn't matter. Every time Xiao Yixue moved, those strands of hair would fall back down, tickling Chu Jiachen's neck. And Chu Jiachen couldn't tell him, don't move. If he did, it would only have the opposite effect, even acting as an encouragement for him to become more audacious. Xiao Yixue's eyes were misty, a few beads of sweat condensed into small water droplets hanging on his eyelashes. His slightly reddened lips exhaled warm breath, closely observing the pair of eyes that could only reflect himself. Chu Jiachen's pupils were like pieces of art made from crystal, tinged with streaks of pink after their intimacy, becoming all the more captivating and mesmerizing. He didn't want to say anything to break this atmosphere. It was as if he had personally plucked a flower from the peak of an icy mountain, splitting it open, watering it, warming it, softening it, until finally making it belong solely to him. Root, stem, leaf, flower, all filled with nutrients provided by himself. The sense of accomplishment and fulfillment from discovering and nurturing something, along with the most important feeling of being embraced, was indescribable. Chu Jiachen's acceptance was warm, indulgent. No matter how unruly Xiao Yixue became, he would not face any rejection. It was an all-encompassing acceptance, from body to mind, from mind to soul, without any impurities or motives. Chu Jiachen. I am so lucky. Xiao Yixue thought of the version of himself who had become Moe, feeling sorrowful while also thankful. Thankful that this time Chu Jiachen had come to save him. Really, there's no way to repay you. Talking nonsense again. Isn't pledging your life enough? Chu Jiachen raised an eyebrow. Is pledging my life really enough? Xiao Yixue blinked, does it count now? With body, pledged. Word by word, each word paired with a slight movement. Chu Jiachen involuntarily straightened his neck again. How can it not count? Xiao Yixue asked himself and answered with interest, if one arrow counts as a pledge. He leaned closer to the reddish earlobe, his voice so light as if afraid of being stolen by the wind, then, how many times have I already pledged? Chu Jiachen pressed his lips together, a flush rising on his cheeks. Can you really say things like that? Trying to maintain his composure, he eventually avoided eye contact. Xiao Yixue slowly followed his gaze, gently pecking the moist corner of his eye. Big brother, all along, thank you for your tolerance. And, thank you for your current tolerance. As soon as these words were spoken, before Chu Jiachen could respond, he began making even more capricious demands. Confident in not being rejected, his pleasure overflowed. Just like the love that had also overflowed. And under the vast sky, the alternation of sun and moon ceased. The entire spacetime seemed frozen in place. Only under the mottled light, a mysterious and colorful celestial pit flashed its presence. This made it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion, truth and falsehood. With the real curse fading away, came the dissipation of this false realm. Unless one could transcend this world, who among the countless beings could truly know of past lives and futures? Gu Ling had waited for a long time in the demon realm without receiving news of the opening of a magic abyss channel in any corner. Not far away, the 12 tricks kneeled in a row on the ground, undergoing the whip of demon blood vines. It was because their demon princess believed that the disappearance of Chu Jiachen was due to their negligence. The channel was opened by them, but they received no news for such a long time. Chu Jiachen, who should have appeared weakened in the demon realm, never returned, completely vanishing without a trace. Delays were unacceptable and required punishment. Now Gu Ling had to be more cautious. After much deliberation, she finally sent people to the Immortal Alliance to inquire about Xiao Yixue's whereabouts. Sure enough, Xiao Yixue also vanished on that day, losing track at the Kunlun Celestial Mountain. The simultaneous disappearance of both individuals made Gu Ling uneasy. Even though she had witnessed firsthand that only Chu Jiachen entered the abyss. The Demon Abyss channel was extremely profound. Once someone entered, they would traverse through dimensions. Unless entering together, there was no concept of entering earlier or later. Since its activation period was extremely brief, too short to interrupt or track. Moreover, the journey inside the abyssal channel was left entirely to fate. Why? How can we make them turn against each other? Gu Ling closed her eyes in exhaustion. She didn't want to boost others' morale at the expense of her own dignity, but facing Chu Jiachen, she genuinely felt powerless. Yet, how could she willingly accept the endpoint after clinging to her endless habits? There was no going back now. What she had never anticipated was that Chu Jiachen hadn't even returned to the demon realm. When the heart demon conceded and the curse dissipated, Chu Jiachen and Xiao Yixue were both sent back via the same route. Now they stood in an empty dungeon where no one else resided. This place was usually sealed off due to its overwhelming malevolent energy. Thus, when the two returned, not even Cui Yunshan noticed their presence. Xiao Yixue had already changed back into his own clothes but refused to return Chu Jiachen's hoodie and sandals. He found the flip-flops much more comfortable and thought he'd wear them indoors from now on. Even the mask and sunglasses, he wasn't willing to return those either, insisting on keeping them for himself to play with. Chu Jiachen didn't mind and simply let him be. By the way, Xiao Yixue suddenly remembered something, pulling out a rectangular object from his chest, looking puzzled as he asked, "What is this?" Chu Jiachen glanced at it, startled for a moment before taking the phone back and mentally calling out to the system. "Host, I'm here. Why did my phone and clothes come along too?" "Because these are originally your belongings." Chu Jiachen idly tapped open the phone. It was still on the original page, exited out, and the battery showed 90% remaining. "Can I charge this phone here? Infuse spiritual power into it. Can it still connect to the internet?" "Yes, host. However, certain conditions apply. A new spiritual web must first be constructed in this world." "Construct a spiritual web? Is there a guide?" The entire series of spiritual web applications consists of 8 volumes. Originally priced at 999 luck points, now available at an incredible price of just 9.9. Buy one, get one free. Plus complimentary instructional videos. Buy. Purchase successful. System notice, 2 sets of the Spiritual Web Applications series have been stored in your system bag. The tutorial videos have been sent to your phone email account. Please check. Also, if I want to mass-produce smartphones compatible with this world, is there any related tutorial? The complete series of Cultivation Realm Information Technology consists of 20 volumes. Originally priced at 3,999 luck points, now available at an incredible price of just 99. One-time purchase, lifelong use. Buy. Purchase successful. System notice, 1 set of the Cultivation Realm Information Technology series has been stored in your system bag. Please check. Can these books be directly copied? I need exact replicas. For any book produced by the system, you may spend 1 luck point to create 10 copies in batches, and receive a projection stone that projects high-definition instructional videos upon infusion of spiritual power. Alright, I understand. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to serving you again next time. After handling all of this, only a few breaths of time had passed. In Xiao Yixue's eyes, Chu Jiachen had merely spaced out for a while. "Yixue. What? Take this phone, along with this package, back to the 7 Spirit Sect, and show it to Jiugong Valley." Chu Jiachen handed the wrapped items over to him. "Phone." Xiao Yixue hesitated to touch it, fearing it might bring trouble like it almost did before. "Relax, it's fine now. Come, let me demonstrate a function for you." As he spoke, Chu Jiachen hooked Xiao Yixue's neck, pulling his head close so they were cheek to cheek. Then he slid his finger across the screen, opening the camera, placing their faces within the frame. "Look here, don't move, smile a bit." Hee hee. One smiled gently as though warmed by water, the other's smile was rigid and false. However, both pairs of eyes were filled solely with sincerity and trust for the person beside them. Snap. The first double portrait of Chu Jiachen and Xiao Yixue was taken inside the dungeon of the Heavenly Mountain Immortal Alliance. Chapter 142, Demon Realm Dragon Clan. The next day. Xiao Yixue dutifully returned to the 7 Spirits Sect with her bag and located Jiyu from the 9 Palaces Valley, relaying Chu Jiachen's idea to him. "Oh. Is there really such a marvelous thing? Ji was obsessed with mechanics and loved tinkering with all sorts of odd gadgets. When he heard about the Lingtong cell phone and its amazing functions, if it could truly be made successfully, it would leave the Sect's jade scrolls in the dust. His eyes gleamed as Ji immediately agreed. Xiao Yixue hesitated to hand over the phone containing Chu Jiechen's photos, but Ji wasn't concerned, saying that books and projection stones would suffice. He only needed a glance at the real object to understand its mechanism. By the way, Brother Ji, he also mentioned that many of the phone's features require network connectivity. You can't just study the device itself, you'll have to consider setting up the Ling network. Alright. Ji flipped through the books while examining the phone, growing increasingly pleased. If you run into any issues midway, talk to the Sect leader. He'll relay the message for you. No problem. Having fulfilled Chu Jiechen's instructions, Xiao Yixue returned to Sword Dust Peak and began to contemplate his cell phone. The phone was spotless, both inside and out, exceptionally simple. A white phone with a gray phone case, not even a single charm adorned it. Xiao Yixue mimicked Chu Jiechen's operation, opening the camera, and upon seeing the album icon in the corner, he couldn't help but click into it. The contents of the album were pitifully few, unintelligible data and one picture of Chu Wang's onboarding photo. Simple attire included an all-white lab coat, a white shirt, rimless glasses, and a faint smile. Xiao Yixue stared at the image for a long time. Because of this phone, he learned that Chu Jiachen hailed from another world, and precisely due to his arrival, many things had changed. Xiao Yixue held the phone reverently in his hands. This was the second little gift Chu Jiachen had given him. Whether it was the radio from last time or this phone now, they were peculiar yet intriguing novelties. For someone with a strong playful streak like Xiao Yixue, listening to the radio and playing with the phone brought joy so immense that he didn't want to be an immortal anymore. If Chu Jiachen hadn't reminded him not to lose oneself in trivialities, he might have been snapping selfies all afternoon. Click. Hey. I look really good. Upon hearing this exclamation, Bai Luxing's avatar, who was about to knock on the door outside, twitched a corner of his mouth. Since Chu Jiachen and Xiao Yixue had disappeared for quite a while, it was impossible for him not to worry. Knowing well how precarious Chu Jiechen's situation was in the demon realm, Bai Luxing naturally wouldn't risk going to see him there. So, he opted instead to seek out Xiao Yixue, who knew his whereabouts. What luck this wild kid has. Bai Luxing still couldn't reconcile himself. Chu Jiachen had grown up under his watchful eye, a well-behaved child with pure roots and a kind heart. Bai Luxing never expected that after letting go for merely a few decades, his innocent disciple would be completely swayed. Reaching the Earth stage wasn't a big deal for him either. Looking at Xiao Yixue's nameless finger, Bai Luxing understood everything. Humph, young people these days, humph. He retracted his hand from the door and walked away muttering complaints, without looking back. Though annoyed, as long as Chu Jiachen was safe, he was reassured. Demon Realm. Dragon Cave. Chu Jiachen was surrounded by a group of men, women, and children with dragon horns, revealing a clear bewilderment in his innocent eyes. Sigh. It seems like he really doesn't remember anything. What are we supposed to do then? He's human. Shouldn't we send him to the demon-human camp? You mean sending him to meet the demon emperor? Forget it, the demon emperor would never care about a memory-void human. What should we do then? We've debated all morning. He does look rather handsome, even more so than our dragon princess. Why don't we present him to the dragon princess? Don't be silly. Even if he is handsome, he's human. The offspring of the dragon princess must not have tainted bloodlines. That makes sense. Humans don't eat much anyway. Perhaps we can take turns raising him within our village. Isn't that bothersome? In my opinion, why not just eat him? Eat? Who would eat him? With such meager meat, there are so many mouths in the whole village, and everyone won't even get enough to satisfy their teeth gaps. Then, what do we do exactly? After hearing their prolonged debate, Chu Jiachen couldn't resist starting to feel sleepy. Let's just give him to the dragon princess. We haven't gotten anything good from this hunting season anyway. Offering him as a tribute and saying he was caught during the hunting season will solve everything. As long as everyone sticks to the same story, no one can disprove it. The group of men, women, and children exchanged glances. But the hunting season has been over for many days, and we only found this man today. That's why we need to stick to the same story. If everyone says he was rescued from the stomach of our prey, who can prove otherwise? That makes sense. Indeed. We have few trophies this time. Giving a little would not show enough sincerity, but giving them all means we'd go hungry ourselves. Then let's do this. Everyone remember clearly, 10 days ago, exactly 10 days. Whoever asks must hear the same story. The whole village reached agreement quickly. They then shoved Chu Jiachen into the tribute box without considering whether it might suffocate him. 1 day later. Chu Jiachen was delivered with the boxes into the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Clan, early rebels from the Divine Realm, came to the Demon Realm and signed a coexistence treaty with the Demon Clans. There are many continents in the Demon Realm, or rather fragmented ones, none of which are large except for the Central Magic Cultivation Continent, which is more bustling. The dragon clan occupies a huge circular island in the South Sea called the Fallen Dragon Island. The island body was transformed by their ancestral dragon of the Radiant Sea. To this day, they remain uninvolved with the demons. As the demon realm contains only magic energy, the dragon clan living here generation after generation gradually converted their divine power into magic power. Except for not being under the jurisdiction of the demon emperor, they are indistinguishable from regular creatures in the demon realm. The dragon throne is passed down in a single lineage regardless of gender, and there is only one offspring. Chu Jianchen knows that the dragon princess mentioned by the villagers is actually the only daughter of the dragon king, whose status in the demon clan equals that of the demon princess. In other words, if Gu Ling visited here, she could at best be on an equal footing with the dragon princess. But the position of the dragon princess as heir is already set in stone while the demon princess relies on the current demon emperor. Thus, the future statuses of both are vastly different. This was the main reason Chu Jianchen decided to infiltrate the dragon clan. In his hand, he still held the devil's sword Qiyu, symbolizing the highest authority of the demon army. Regardless, even if the demon emperor cannot come due to constraints, Gu Ling would surely look for him. In the entire demon realm, only the dragon clan could make the demon emperor slightly wary. In the grand hall, it was glittering everywhere, yet brimming with a rugged atmosphere. Box after box was opened, presenting all sorts of war spoils and rare treasures before everyone. Among the crowd was an unusual figure. A young girl looking not much older than a teenager hopped joyfully around between the various boxes. Huh? What's wrong with that box? Why is it making thud 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 noises? The young girl caught sight of one particular box. The dragon princess of the dragon clan, named Long Zhao, is 13 years old, a young dragon of imperial blood. Her birthday every year is the day all the dragons present tribute to the dragon palace, and this year was no exception. A dragon person responsible for introducing the gifts respectfully replied, "Your Highness, this is the gift from Baishi village." "What kind of gift?" Long Zhao asked impatiently. "Allegedly." The dragon person glanced at the dragon king seated on the dais and dared not speak too loudly, "A handsome man." "A handsome man?" Upon hearing this, Long Zhao's eyes sparkled, her voice suddenly raising, waking up the dragon king who was nodding off. At the same time, Chu Jianchen sleeping inside a box was also startled awake. "Hurry, open it. Let me see." Though Long Zhao said so, in reality, she couldn't wait herself and began tearing apart the box roughly. The dragon clan possesses immense strength. The purer the dragon bloodline, the stronger the individual. Even though Long Zhao is small in stature, she can easily lift the largest support pillar in this hall with one hand. With one grab at the lock of the box, a pull, and a lift, silence fell over the crowd. Far away, Chu Jianchen silently stayed inside the pitch-black box, his heart inexplicably churning with unease. What strange preferences does this dragon clan have? Every tribute brings so many handsome men. However, when the voice of the so-called handsome man rang out, Chu Jianchen almost jumped out of the box. "Who are you? Let me go." Wen Ye was in a panic, his wrists tightly bound, his shirt long gone, and below his navel were not human legs but a deep blue injured mermaid tail. His lips were pale, his eyes faintly red, his wet blue hair dangling untidily, a few strands resting on his collarbone and neck. A fine rope hung across his chest holding a small flute. The box was filled with half its volume in seawater, likely to maintain his merman appearance. Long Zhao covered her mouth, blinked her eyes, and seemed genuinely astonished. However, the Dragon King frowned deeply from his seat on the dais, his gaze profound. "Merfolk tribe?" His voice was deep and stern, his authority pressing entirely upon Wen Ye. Upon hearing this, Long Zhao turned back to look at him with an innocent expression and asked, "What are the Merfolk tribe, father?" The Dragon King did not explain, his gaze toward Wen Ye carried a complexity that was hard to understand. Years ago, the Dragon clan abandoned the Merfolk, leaving them to survive or perish in the mortal world. Consequently, the Merfolk's hatred toward the dragons spanned generations. Yet, the Dragon clan never regarded the Merfolk tribe as anything significant throughout all this time. Realizing his situation eventually, Wen Ye's face gradually darkened. Only Long Zhao, who knew nothing of it, couldn't help but curiously lean closer to the edge of the box, examining the beauty of the merman up close. Wen Ye backed away with his tail, pressing his spine against the wall of the box. His eyes showed only caution and repulsion toward Long Zhao. Coincidentally, Long Zhao favored those who were difficult to tame. She even disregarded her image completely and leaped into the box, lifting Wen Ye out of the water. But the Dragon King spoke solemnly, "Xiao Zhao, put him down." "What's wrong, father?" Long Zhao asked while her grip remained firm. "This is unsuitable for you," the Dragon King frowned. The dragon person responsible for introducing gifts to Long Zhao was very perceptive and quickly changed the subject. "Your Highness, there is another handsome man over here. Would you like to take a look?" The Dragon King. Long Zhao indeed released her hold. "Are there more?" "Where?" "Let me see." Chu Jiandust heard the sound of footsteps approaching him. He adjusted the Demon Lord seal hanging on his waist carefully, then remained expressionless as he lifted his eyelids when the box opened. In that instant, Long Zhao was once again stunned by his appearance. Just as she wanted to say something, she was interrupted again by the Dragon King from the dais. This one is also unsuitable for you. Father? Long Zhao pouted, feeling that her father was deliberately obstructing her. Facing a demon lord, even the Dragon King could no longer remain seated calmly on his throne. With a serious expression, he stepped down and paused before Chu Jiandust, scrutinizing him for a moment, asking, "Are you the demon lord?" Before Chu Jiandust could speak, the dragon person responsible for the introductions began explaining voluntarily, "This is a gift from Lusha village, fished from the sea 10 days ago. He seems to have lost his memory and remembers nothing." Lost his memory? The Dragon King immediately sensed something suspicious. A demon lord holds a status in the demon tribe second only to the demon emperor. If a demon lord had lost his memory and fell into hardship, the demon emperor would be impossible not to care about it, since he was still one of his subordinates. Send a message to the demon emperor immediately. Yes. Chu Jiandust remained unresponsive, making not a single sound. Due to his position behind Wenya, the latter could not clearly see who he was. The Dragon King found these two handsome men troubling, more precisely, he was troubled by Long Zhao's preference for handsome men. Father. I don't want anything else but. Then don't want anything at all. Father. It was unimaginable for the Dragon King to let a demon lord become a male concubine within the Dragon clan. And it was equally unthinkable to allow an individual from a different race filled with resentment to stay near his daughter. Take both of them away for medical treatment. Yes. Father. Long Zhao stomped her feet in anger. The Dragon King ignored her further, confirming that no other handsome men were sent, and left Long Zhao's sight as if escaping. After being angry for some time, Long Zhao suddenly realized that both handsome men had been taken away. Enraged, she smashed 2 treasure chests with a single punch. Master. Master. Hush. Moss. Master, are you here to save me? This was an accident. It must be Xian Ming who told you. Is he alright? Is he okay? Concern was written all over Wenya's face. Chu Jiandust glanced at Xian Ming's condition listed on a record sheet. He is currently fine. Phew. That's good. Wenya sighed in relief. The two had just been delivered to the same room not long ago, where they sat like prisoners. The construction standards of the Dragon clan were hardly superior to those of the Demon clan. What happened between the two of you? Chu Jiandust asked. This story is long to tell. Wenya sighed. Xian Ming and I originally planned to go help at the Baichuan fortress. However, Xian Ming fell into the sea, and I went to rescue him but was sucked into a whirlpool. When I woke up, I was like this. Did Xian Ming get saved? This, as long as he doesn't foolishly jump down again. After hearing Wenya's account, Chu Jiandust remained silent. Xian Ming was currently in good condition, but no one knew his whereabouts. However, Master, how did you end up here? Could it be that you've truly come to save me? Wenya looked at Chu Jiandust, her bright eyes brimming with excitement and hope. Chapter 143, Dragon Girl vs. Princess. No, cough cough, let's not talk about that yet. Someone's coming. The rustling footsteps interrupted the two as they caught up. It was 2 male doctors from the dragon race. The appearances of dragons were not much different from humans except for the horns on their foreheads and their slightly harder nails. Their facial features and body proportions were quite similar to human ones. To distinguish the age of a dragon, you only needed to look at the length and color depth of the dragon horns. On average, dragon horns grew about an inch every 200 years. Dragon horns like those of the Dragon King, which were 7 or 8 inches long, indicated that he was at least over 1,000 years old. And Long Zhao, the young dragon girl, clearly didn't even have half an inch. There were just 2 small bumps under her temples, and their color was still ivory white. Each of the 2 dragon doctors took one side, one applying medicine to the skin wounds of Wenyu, and the other examining Chu Jiochen's spirit and consciousness. However, the doctor who examined Chu Jiocchen asked him many questions, but he either shook his head or remained silently. The doctor frowned slightly. Amnesia could be divided into several levels. The mildest form was simply forgetting a part of it, with other memories remaining unaffected. Normally, it was no different from being a normal person, only when the missing part was mentioned would there be confusion, or even headaches. Chu Jiochen's case was obviously the most severe one. Besides the instinct for survival, not only had he lost his memory, but his ability to express himself had also been affected. There were many possibilities that could lead to this situation, especially in the demon realm where any strange thing you touch could mean eternal doom. The doctor dared not deal with Chu Jiochen's issues arbitrarily and could only report truthfully to the Dragon King and let the demon race send someone over to take him back for treatment. After a brief handling, the 2 patients were locked up again in the prison, with several dragon guards standing guard outside the door. Wenyu currently couldn't transmit sound, so only Chu Jiocchen could speak to him. Wenyu, listen carefully to what I am about to tell you. Right now, I am the demon lord of the demon race, having forgotten everything about my past, including my role as your mentor. Soon, your former younger sister Guling will come. She has become the demon princess, and she is actually a fake princess. You should try to minimize contact with her as much as possible. To avoid unnecessary complications, it's best if you conceal your appearance. Although you're different now compared to your human form, it's still better to play it safe. Don't let her think you look familiar, otherwise if she causes trouble, you won't be able to handle it. When you nodded slightly. Also, here you pretend you don't know me and give yourself a random name. If the Dragon King lets you go willingly, that's best, but if he's cautious, don't worry. As soon as there's a chance, I'll help you escape. In the impression of the Dragon Clan, you're weak, so just pretend not to display any abilities. Just act like a vase, when necessary, it will have an unexpected effect. Just after finishing speaking, there was another hurried sound of footsteps outside the door. When you turned his head and saw that little dragon girl Long Zhao was chasing after them, looking angry, seemingly after an argument with someone. Open the door. Let them both come with me. Dragon Girl Palace. Because Long Zhao loved the Dragon Spring very much, there was a very large pool behind her palace. The dragons could always transform into their true dragon forms, and such a large pool was just enough for the true form of Long Zhao to bathe in. Perhaps due to being in a rebellious phase, whenever the Dragon King told her not to do something, she would do it. For instance, starting today, she wanted 2 handsome male servants to serve her bathing in the Dragon Spring. Chu Jiuchen and Wenyu stood by the edge of the pool, one expressionless, and the other also expressionless. Long Zhao's words were mere talk. If anyone of the opposite sex touched her, she'd get nervous and embarrassed. So, it ended up with 2 people at the shore, unmoving like 2 armored guards. The mother of dragons far away shook her head, silently sighing that they'd spoiled their daughter too much. Hey! You two! Get down here! Long Zhao shouted loudly from afar, sticking out half her big head, her 2 dragon whiskers awkwardly brushing against the water. Chu Jiuchen and Wenyu walked down the steps into the water, one after the other. The latter didn't originally want to, but if Chu Jiuchen hadn't told him that bathing in the Dragon Spring would benefit him, he wouldn't have obediently entered the water so easily. Sure enough, once Wenyu dipped into the Dragon Spring, he immediately felt the sensation of blood boiling. In the blink of an eye, half of his face was like wearing a mermaid mask, blue with a hint of purple-red scales spreading from behind his ears to his shoulders, a strong sense of exotic beauty accompanying the evaporating steam spreading around. The Dragon Mother, witnessing all this, wrinkled her eyebrows slightly. Mermaid tribe, early on, they relied on their looks to attach themselves to the dragon tribe. The physique of the dragon race was too masculine, even for the females. In contrast, the mermaid tribe, regardless of gender, tended more towards delicacy and beauty. This attracted most dragons deeply, making them unable to break free from their desires. Thus, many male dragons like to keep several mermaids as concubines, just like the human practice of one wife and multiple concubines. Male dragons would have a female dragon with pure lineage as their first mate, but that did not stop them from favoring mermaids for the rest of their time apart from the moment of procreation. This habit had been passed down through generations, seemingly embedded in their racial nature. If it hadn't been for the self-preservation needed when the dragon race joined the demon realm, they wouldn't have abandoned the mermaid race, who had cooperated with them for so long, leading to almost the complete extermination of the relatively weaker mermaids. Therefore, Wenyu inherently rejected the dragon race. On the other hand, Long Zhao, who was naive about worldly affairs, unknowingly developed an inexplicable interest in the aloof Wenyu. Compared to Wenyu, Chu Jiuchen wasn't delicate, at best, he was handsome. No matter how good-looking, his demeanor was never feminine, instead bearing a refined and dignified aura, even with a piercing pride. This made it difficult for Long Zhao to feel a certain unique, protective instinct, characteristic of the dragon race. Still, since there were already few handsome dragons within the dragon clan, Long Zhao didn't mind having one more by her side, considering it balanced, having one on each side. The rumor of the young dragon girl bathing with her beautiful male companion soon spread throughout the clan. It coincided with Gu Ling's arrival with emissaries from the demon realm. Gu Ling came faster than expected, which slightly startled the Dragon King, hinting at the unusual nature of this demon lord. The dragon race didn't interfere in any of the demon realm's conflicts, nor did they care about the demon realm's expeditions to the human world. Gu Ling had been calmly waiting in the reception hall for the dragon race to bring out Chu Jiuchen. However, upon hearing that the dragon girl had bathed with him for several days, she instantly lost her composure. Long Zhao also had a fiery temper. Having just gotten used to the company of a handsome man by her side, she wasn't about to give him up just because some demon princess suddenly appeared claiming him. What would happen when these 2 spoiled princesses encountered each other? It turned out that no sparks flew, only water splashed high into the air. Pfft! What dragon girl? How shameless! He's my fiancé. You're the shameless one. He has the mark of loyalty on his hand. Your hands are empty and you still dare to say he's your fiancé. So what? This is our demon race matter. I will definitely interfere. He has amnesia. I must return him to his mate. Move aside. As if. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? And who do you think you are coming to my territory to bully me? Oh yeah. I'll beat you till you crawl away. Come on then. Who am I afraid of when it comes to fighting? With a loud boom, the massive dragon head soared towards Gu Ling, its shockwave rippling across the sky and earth. The 2 people still soaking in the dragon spring remained unperturbed. With Long Zhao momentarily away from the water, all the energy of the dragon spring concentrated around the two of them, allowing them to pleasantly absorb it. Chu Jiuchen roughly estimated that Wenyu's gain here equaled that of a protagonist in a top-tier adventure, especially given his mermaid heritage that had connections with the dragons. Yet, for Chu Jiuchen, such gains were insignificant, only marginally enhancing his constitution, a little better than nothing. Truly, ridiculous. The Dragon King lamented, covering his face. At a time like this, it was hard for him to step in and mediate, for the dragon race cherished face above all else. Had Long Zhao initiated trouble with Gu Ling, the Dragon King might have had some reason to intervene. But now it was clear that Gu Ling had come straight to Long Zhao's quarters, bolstered by the 12 tricks of the Demon Emperor. That carried a very different meaning. By not helping Long Zhao, the Dragon King had already made his greatest concession. As for the rest, he'd leave it to the two princesses to resolve themselves. Boom boom boom. The skies saw fierce battles, while the two below soaked in the dragon spring, watching idly. Wenyu was also witnessing for the first time the formidable physiques of the dragon race, resilient enough to withstand any attack and transform themselves into weapons of attack. Such incomprehensible violence wasn't something an average human could endure. Thanks to Gu Ling's powerful assistance, she managed to stand against Long Zhao, otherwise, one swipe of the dragon's tail could send her flying back to the demon cultivation continent. Wenyu bit her lips tightly, clenching her fists underwater. The gap in innate racial abilities was indeed enormous. If the mermaid race possessed even a third of the strength of the dragons, they wouldn't be facing extinction now. If one were to trace the origins of the matter, it would ultimately lead back to ancient times when dragons stole the divine pearl from the Jiaos. The Jiao and the dragon descended from the same lineage. In a duel between twin heirs, the Jiao narrowly lost and was forced to regurgitate the divine pearl, thus being relegated to the role of subordinate to the dragon ever since. This single defeat forever robbed his lineage of any hope for reversal. Because the Jiao's divine pearl was shattered, severing his connection to divinity once and for all. Over the years, the mermaid race had tirelessly tried to recondense a divine pearl, but alas, the fall of the divine realm also extinguished their fateful divine will, and the exiling from the celestial realm further cut off their path to ascension. Thus, they could only eke out a precarious existence in the mortal realm, watching helplessly as their bloodline grew thinner with each passing day. As the last generation's representative, Wenyu's pressures were immense, as one could imagine. Boom! Boom! The conflict above continued to escalate. Soon the entire dragon clan learned about this incident, gathering at a distance to spectate while whispering amongst themselves. The demon princess wasn't supposed to have died 2,000 years ago. Who's this new princess? I don't know. This demon princess lacks strength, but her guards are impressive. Our Lady Long has never had a single guard around her. From a young age, Our Lady Long excelled in martial arts and strategy, not needing any protection. The only thing lacking is her youth, which still shows. This is quite normal, isn't it? Youth should retain its youthful vigor. For dragons, there exists an unwavering mutual understanding regarding the spirit of dueling. In their eyes, this situation was nothing more than a simple duel. Unless innocents were involved, no one intended to intervene. Only Gu Ling became increasingly agitated. Because she discovered that Long Zhao alone could suppress the 12 tricks, immediately wishing to insult them as waste. But the 12 tricks had endured her punishments continuously over these 10 odd days. Were it not for today's mission of protecting her within the dragon territories, they wouldn't have even had a moment's pause from being whipped endlessly. To some extent, their lack of emotion turned into a blessing for them. Any ordinary person under such conditions would likely lose their sanity. Seeing Gu Ling gradually fall into disadvantage, a shadow of the demon emperor reluctantly appeared. However, just as he manifested, the Dragon King also arrived beside Long Zhao. Thereby, both the little princesses were compelled to stop fighting. Even though the Dragon King did not call himself emperor, that didn't indicate that his position or power was below the demon emperor's. On the contrary, if the dragon clan weren't so formidable, they'd have been annexed by the demon race long ago, leaving no opportunity for them to stay detached from conflicts. The initial reason for the demon realm welcoming the dragon race was simply to weaken the overall strength of the celestial realm, leading to a peace treaty signed with those dragons who defected from the celestial world. Throughout history, the dragon race and the demon race have always remained on equal footing. Therefore, even though the demon emperor stood there at present, he still needed to discuss peacefully with the Dragon King. Upon learning that the amnesiac demon lord was actually the general-in-chief of the demon army, the Dragon King couldn't help but be surprised. This implied that the demonic sword Chiyu resided within Chu Jiuchen. Speaking of the demon blade Chiyu, it was impossible not to mention the infamous demon Chiyu. On the peace treaty between the dragon and demon races, the demon's signature mark read as Chiyu. And as for the Dragon Clan, their side was represented by their ancestral founder, Guanhai, who had transformed into this very island. The Dragon King was a dragon with 800 heart eyes. With the Demon Emperor nearing his end and no successor capable of carrying the mantle within the demon race, should the peace treaty be annulled now, then unifying the demon world under the dragon rule was just around the corner. As for how to dissolve the treaty, naturally, it required using the forces of Chiyu and Guanhai. Guanhai was right here and ready for dissolution at any moment. And since Given that Chiyu was within Chu Jiuchen, the Dragon King absolutely couldn't let him leave just like that. At the very least, he had to secretly borrow Chiyu's powers first before anything else. Thus, he found an excuse to play along diplomatically with the Demon Emperor. However, Gu Ling grew increasingly irate listening to this conversation. Because the Dragon King actually claimed that his daughter, the Dragon Lady, had taken a liking to Chu Jiuchen. He needed time to counsel her and hoped the Demon Emperor, out of sympathy for both of their daughters, would understand. Were it not for the Demon Emperor's presence, Gu Ling might have already lost control and shouted profanities aloud. The aged Demon Emperor, unaware, hadn't expected the usually detached Dragon King to harbor intentions of swallowing the entire demon realm. After pondering for a while, he agreed to give him 3 days. Within these 3 days, Gu Ling must stay within the Dragon Tribe's territory, where they are obliged to treat her with utmost hospitality. In reality, coexistence between the Demon Princess and the Dragon Maiden for even 3 days was impossible. Not only did the Dragon King fail to mediate, he even secretly instigated disputes behind the scenes. All for the sake of waiting for the opportune moment. Chapter 144, Qiming Island in the South China Sea. On the other hand, just as Wenye had feared, Xian Ming, though not foolish enough to jump into the sea directly, had bought a small boat from a fisherman and sailed out of the harbor alone. He knew that Wenye had an elder sister at sea, and if he blew the conch shell given by Wenye, he could find her. Today was the 10th day he had been adrift at sea, and still there were no results. He held the compass given by the villagers, knowing only the direction but not how far he had traveled. All he could see were rolling waves, and the only companions he had were the occasional schools of fish that passed by. If it weren't for his cultivation skills and his knowledge of breath control techniques, it would have been impossible for him to experience such peace on this journey. Alas! Xian Ming felt both regretful and guilty in his heart. He hadn't gone to the cliff intentionally, it was as if some mysterious force had called to him, making his actions uncontrollable. Although he had imagined many times before falling off a cliff for extraordinary adventures, those were just jokes he told himself. How could he really be so foolish? What surprised him more was that Wenye managed to save him so promptly, and in doing so disappeared into the whirlpool beneath, nowhere to be seen. Xian Ming was a man with a conscience. Seeing Wenye in trouble, he couldn't possibly stand by and watch. So he bid farewell to his master, Wei Hua, bought a small boat, used spiritual power as propulsion, and hurriedly set sail to sea. He was glad that he had kept the gift, little conch, from Wenye, otherwise he wouldn't know where to start looking. The sound of Wenye's conch was not loud, but it could travel very far with the wind. Xian Ming wanted nothing more than to quickly find Wenye's sister, Wen Luo. With her help, the possibility of finding someone would be much higher. Otherwise, relying solely on his little broken boat, trying to find a person in the vast ocean, unless incredibly lucky. Bang! Suddenly, the bottom of the boat hit something hard. It nearly sent Xian Ming flying into the sea due to the inertia. What is it? Xian Ming's heart sank. He feared it might be some powerful sea monster. Before he left, Wei Hua had already warned him about the many sea demons in the ocean, urging him to avoid them as much as possible. Although he had been very cautious, since this object was small and almost the same color as the seawater, being completely transparent, it had caught him unprepared. A rock. Realizing it wasn't a sea demon, Xian Ming sighed with relief. Then he cautiously rowed the boat closer to that strange rock. The current wasn't strong now, even calm. Xian Ming drew his sword, probed underwater, and lightly tapped it. No response. Moreover, Xian Ming wasn't sure if it was an illusion or not, but when the blade touched the stone, he could vaguely feel slight tremors. He couldn't tell whether it was the stone vibrating or his sword. After steadying himself, he retracted the sword and extended his hand. Sure enough, he touched a cold, smooth thing underwater, about half an arm's length away. This uneven surface, it looks like a pattern. As Xian Ming traced along the lines with his fingers, he quickly outlined a symbol. He had a sense of familiarity with this symbol. Wait. Xian Ming suddenly took the conch around his neck and saw that there was also a symbol on it. It matched perfectly with the pattern he'd touched in the water. He remembered Wenye telling him this was the mark of the Jiaren clan. The Jiaren clan. Qiming Island. Chapter 145, The Missing Statue. Xian Ming's heart trembled violently. A sunken island that had disappeared from the eyes of the world long ago. So, what is this, just a floating rock or something else? The conch shell given to him by Wenye had a water-repellent effect, as if he were inside a large balloon that could move with him. Seeing that this place might have something to do with the merfolk tribe, he didn't hesitate much. He quickly put his boat away and dived into the water, touching the stones. The luminous pearl bracelet on his wrist emitted a dim light. Although Xian Ming couldn't afford the night pearl, fortunately, cultivators have excellent eyesight, and such illumination was sufficient. Yet, the deeper Xian Ming dived, the more questions arose in his mind. Having read numerous tales, he had already imagined 100 ways for the Qiming Island to sink. For example, a devastating hammer strike shattering the entire island into pieces, and the one he was now touching being merely a fragment. However, this stone seemed to possess some peculiar force, preventing moss from growing on it for 100 years. Thus, uncovering its true form became simpler for Xian Ming. Could the voice that lured me be this? It shouldn't be. I'm not related to it. Xian Ming was clear that he was just a human, no matter whose blood ran through his veins, his species wouldn't change. It was his first time near the South Sea, yet he could so easily feel a certain calling, which made him curious yet somewhat frightened. My master said that we can use elimination. Firstly, my ancestors should not have been enemies of the Mere people, because it does not repel my touch. Secondly, if there's no relation between us and I'm merely a passerby, there would be no reason for me to sense it so strongly. Therefore, by eliminating enemies and passersby, there seems to only be a friendly relationship left. Could it really be like this? Xian Ming struggled to believe it. Following the general trope of tales, good friends who discover shocking secrets usually end up as bitter foes. So Xian Ming could never believe that his family and Wen Yuz had been friends for generations. Isn't that too convenient? Is there even such a tension-free tale? While pondering over these thoughts, Xian Ming kept descending, knocking here and there. After roughly half an hour, he finally gained a basic understanding of the stone. Compared to the miles-deep sea beneath, it was indeed floating. And the angle was significantly tilted. Based on its outline, it wasn't hard to deduce that it was half of a statue, along with a broken pedestal. The head is gone. Xian Ming started feeling a headache as he touched it. Since the most identifiable part, the head, was missing in this crude statue, it was apparent that it depicted a human male wearing very ancient armor. Back when the ancestors of the Mere people descended from immortals, maybe humans took them in. And perhaps this statue is their benefactor. Xian Ming guessed. Otherwise, why would the Mere folk, as an alien race, continue to revere a statue of a human? Xian Ming was someone who preferred rational reasoning. The loss of the head of this statue is quite suspicious. The force applied was at the throat position, meaning either a blunt weapon was used or possibly bare fists, so this must have been done deliberately. Although Wen Yi said this was punishment from the heavenly realm, Bai Lu also mentioned that since Lin Yu immortal emperor ascended, there has been no dispatched task within 1,000 years. The news about Qiming Island sinking was reported to the southern coast by far-traveling ships many years later, which sufficiently indicates that the action was not highly publicized, and can even maliciously speculate as a sneak attack. After all, if the visitor was a celestial executor, the imperial decree represents justice, thus hiding their intentions wouldn't be necessary. It's highly possible that an enemy of the Mere people, in order to avoid resentment, intentionally diverted people's attention towards the heavenly realm. After all, the Mere people and dragon race are both on the celestial realm's purge list. Upon touching the statue, Xian Ming suddenly had a strange intuition. This statue once held residual souls, specifically at the lost head position. If he could find the head of this statue, perhaps the truth behind the sinking of Qiming Island could be revealed. Just, why is he calling me? It can't be simply because my family is his descendant. Xian Ming's eyelid twitched. Assuming this is true, then my family's misfortune wasn't a coincidence. But rather because we were guarding some secret, and eventually, like Qiming Island, we were ambushed and silenced. Xian Ming, getting closer to the truth, was filled with dread. He stood motionlessly on the shoulder of the statue, unsure how to deal with this enormous stone. Chapter 146, A Special Kind of Ordinary. Wait a minute. Xian Ming suddenly remembered something. It was the gift for meeting given by his revered master. An unnamed training iron broadsword. A sudden flash of inspiration came to him, and he immediately took out this unremarkable sword from his storage pouch, carefully examining it from top to bottom. Master said that this sword has a spirit groove. Since this stone statue has a spirit, can I install it into the spirit groove? Thinking about how big it was, he couldn't carry it away, and next time he might not be able to find it again. Xian Ming decided to just give it a try. Holding the sword, pinching the incantation seals, guiding. The spirit of the stone statue offered no resistance. As he neared the final step, doubt began to flicker in Xian Ming's heart. Installing the spirit of the stone statue into the spirit groove wasn't hard, but to communicate with it, a pact must be forged, otherwise, without a contract serving as the link between the spirit and the soul, even if it succeeded, it would all be for naught. Xian Ming still couldn't forget that dream where he went down the cliff to pick divine weapons. If I make a contract with it, then until I reach the Yuaning stage, I won't be able to form pacts with any other weapons. This was why he hesitated. This sword was ordinary to an extreme. Not only did it lack beauty, it also looked identical to the ones the other 7 owned, with no differences at all. If placed together, it would be impossible to tell whose it was. As he looked on, Xian Ming inexplicably thought of himself. His looks weren't hideous enough to terrify, but they were just like this sword, quite unremarkable. He had all the features one should have, not too fat, not too thin, neither tall nor short, even his hair wasn't too long or too short. He wouldn't irritate people, but neither would anyone take an instant liking to him. If lost in a crowd, he definitely wouldn't be noticed. After buying buns and walking 7 steps before turning back, the shopkeeper would have already forgotten him. If asked what made him unique, he couldn't say anything himself. Well, even if I did find a 7-colored light sword, I probably wouldn't dare use it anyway. Xian Ming could recognize his own place. To him, being ordinary and common was the most comfortable state. Alas. Alright then. So let's go with an ordinary master and an ordinary sword. Just as these words left his mouth, a drop of blood blended with the unremarkable iron broadsword. With a soft hum, even the waves seemed to quiet down. Xian Ming, the iron sword, and the spirit of the stone statue, as if connected by an invisible thread, became the start of some kind of strange destiny. You have a new notification. Chu Jichen. Far away, in the Dragon Clan's territory, Wen Ye and Chu Jichen stood on either side of Long Zhao, guarding her. It was the regular staring contest time between Gu Ling and Long Zhao. The table was loaded with mountain delicacies and seafood, yet Long Zhao alone ate with gusto. Seeing the notification pop up, Chu Jichen opened it idly out of boredom, and was greatly startled. Not only had Xian Ming signed a contract with the system's sword, but he'd also somehow inserted an ancient-level sword spirit inside. Long before this, Chu Jichen had already noticed that among the protagonists listed in the system, Xian Ming was the most special one. Because he didn't rise suddenly like the immortal emperor or He. Instead, no matter when or where, he continued climbing steadily, increasing at a rate of 0.001% every jump, even though sometimes he just sat there meditating all day doing nothing. Although currently he hadn't pulled far ahead of others, like a tireless snail, whenever others stopped or faltered, he persisted silently and worked diligently. Over this not-so-short period, Chu Jichen had already figured out the right way to understand this list. Before the world's main storyline reached its conclusion, the list would always fluctuate. Whoever led temporarily would enjoy the protagonist glow during their term. For instance, having an exceptionally high luck factor, encountering extraordinary people or bizarre situations. Or things like, reversing fate, fate isn't finished yet, or, blooming romance, etc. Of course, besides the person at the top, everyone else on the list also had corresponding percentages for triggering temporary protagonist halos. Chu Jichen glanced at Xian Ming's meager index of 2.5%, then looked at that system iron sword showing, contracted, upgraded, and, spirit attached. Anything produced by the system is surely a masterpiece. Thank you for your support and encouragement, host. The after-sales system will send you return on praise as a bonus. Please check. Ding. Luck points received, 666 points. Current balance, 886 points. A unique clear system tone echoed in Chu Jichen's mind. After a while, he remained expressionless and asked again, if I give more compliments, will there be more rewards? The chance for a positive review reward only comes once a month, thank you for your enthusiasm, host. Once a month? Chu Jichen felt like he had lost out on millions. The system mall was like a department store, with all sorts of categories fully stocked and reasonable prices, truly a reliable and conscientious system. He had been living cautiously day by day, earning only a few or 10-some points of luck each time, painstakingly saving up just to get a couple hundred. And it turned out that all this time, simply complimenting the system once a month could net him a 666 luck points big gift package. You couldn't have mentioned this earlier. Chu Jichen hadn't felt so aggrieved about something in a long time. I apologize sincerely. This system does not have such a feature. Chapter 147, Deal. Learn from your mistakes. Chu Jichen decided to treat the system like a smartphone from now on, just as grandpas in their 70s or 80s learned to use smart devices. System, do you have any items that can conceal the rank of the Tongxin imprint? Yes, host. How much? 8.8. 1, please. Alright, host. For convenience, Chu Jichen set up a language converter with the system. The mystically lucky value was now completely treated by him as currency. As a man whose entire fortune is more than $800, spending 8.8 on entertainment didn't seem unreasonable, right? Almost immediately after the deduction, the item was instantly sent to his system backpack. Tongxin Imprint Appearance Modifier. What a name, feels straight out of a private server in an online game. Chu Jichen placed the item over his right ring finger and directly adjusted the appearance of the heaven-ranked Tongxin imprint to look nearly shattered. The Tongxin pledge was, at its core, also a deeply mysterious thing. In modern terms, it was like a wedding ring symbolizing married, but the Tongxin pledge possessed a force of natural law beyond just being a luxury for show. Moreover, each pair of Tongxin imprints had unique appearances that varied unpredictably, comparable to human fingerprints. Hence, no one had managed to research the patterns behind them yet. Only some cultivators who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years could roughly judge the level of each pair of Tongxin imprints through their perception of the rules of natural law. And those not paying attention to this or lacking experience could already be considered doing well if they could tell the Tongxin imprint was not a tattoo. Long Zhao knew about it simply because she indulged in mortal world romance books. In these novels, the appearance rate of the Tongxin pledge was extremely high, but it was also covered with a layer of mysterious and beautiful color. Because in reality, very few people formed the Tongxin pledge, it was rare. Commoners already regarded 10 miles of red bridal attire as a sign of great sincerity, and once matters touched upon vows involving natural law, there was always some fear, similar to how guilty people dare not swear to the heavens during thunderstorms. The breaking of the Tongxin pledge indeed brought some backlash, but folklore exaggerated it into dying together, and even incorporated this imagination into the novels, which Long Zhao read and thus mistakenly believed death would occur. Therefore, she held Chu Jichen in high regard deep down. But suddenly, a demon princess jumped in, attempting to take advantage of someone's weakness. Filled with a sense of justice, Long Zhao became infuriated, immediately categorizing Gu Ling in her mind with the vicious female side characters from the novels. This way, her immersion became stronger. At this moment, during the banquet meant only for the two of them, Long Zhao straightforwardly asked, "Do you know he already has a partner?" Gu Ling frowned darkly, she disliked this topic. Long Zhao continued emphasizing, "The Tongxin pledge must be 1-to-1. It forbids fickleness or multiple wives. If you try to intervene between them, you are disrupting others' marriage, an act looked down upon." "No, they were originally both mine." Gu Ling gripped her glass, her emotion unclear. "What do you mean?" Long Zhao suddenly became confused. Gu Ling slightly raised her eyebrows with a hint of ridicule at the corner of her lips. "Do you think Ma Chen's partner is a girl? Isn't it?" "No. His partner was my husband in a previous life." With her status as a demon princess, Gu Ling could indeed claim that Moe was her husband from a past life. Long Zhao's eyes slightly widened. After quite some time, she came back to her senses and incredulously glanced back at Chu Jiuchen outside the soundproof array, who seemingly heard nothing. "Your husband? What do you mean? Your husband from a past life? Forming a bond with your current fiancé?" "Yes." Long Zhao first solemnly fell silent, then suddenly burst out laughing while pounding on the table. The lobster shells in front of Gu Ling even jumped up. "Ha ha ha. Haven't you done enough evil deeds? Is this divine retribution?" Long Zhao had never heard of tact. Gu Ling hit a sore spot. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, but couldn't explode in front of Chu Jiuchen. She could only squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth, "So don't hinder me anymore. This is my business." "Oh, alright, no problem." Long Zhao appeared to change her mind suddenly, "But I have one condition." "Speak." Gu Ling frowned. Long Zhao inviting Gu Ling today was actually due to the Dragon King's idea. Though Long Zhao wasn't clear about the detailed specifics, as long as the matter was successful, the Dragon King wouldn't stop her from going to the mortal realm anymore. She caused trouble every day in the Dragon Clan, all because she was cooped up. As long as she could go out and have fun, she wouldn't hesitate for even 10 things, let alone one. "Our Dragon Clan has an ancient secret realm that we dragons cannot enter. I want Ma Chen to go in there and retrieve something for me." Long Zhao directly came to the point. Gu Ling questioned with confusion, "What does this have to do with me? He's been here with you for many days. Why must you wait until now?" Long Zhao shook her head and gave her a meaningful look, "Because I need the essence blood of the Demon Emperor lineage, which is your blood." "Impossible." Gu Ling immediately rejected the request. She knew she wasn't the demon princess, so her blood would be useless. The only soul pearl that contained the demon princess heart essence was sealed away in the immortal realm, along with the wicked Gu Ling. Long Zhao didn't know her difficulty, thinking she was deliberately causing trouble for her, and her attitude turned cold instantly. However, Gu Ling suddenly changed the subject. "I actually have the Demon Emperor's heart essence. If you swear to release him, I'm not saying I can't give it to you." "The Demon Emperor's?" Long Zhao had a strange look on her face, increasing her disdain for Gu Ling. She feared pain so much she'd rather use her own father's blood. Well, as long as the mission can be completed, it works. The Dragon King had said that when the matter was resolved, the entire demon realm would undergo massive changes. At that time, what good would the Demon Princess title be when even the Demon Emperor himself would be struggling? And yes, she promised to release him, but she never specified where he'd be released to. Long Zhao smirked, slapping the table with her hand. "All right. Deal." Chapter 148, No Longer Wanting to Pretend. Long Zhao rushed ahead with great enthusiasm, and Gu Ling was too lazy to engage further. As if they were two little girls who had made a bet, they didn't even eat their meals but simultaneously threw down their chopsticks and walked away. And Chu Jiuchen, seemingly an ignorant second-rate fool, silently followed behind the two, attentively listening to Long Zhao's instructions. The goal was simple: use a special method to retrieve a scroll. As for other matters, Long Zhao didn't mention anything. But perhaps it was precisely because of her casual attitude that made Gu Ling completely let down her guard. This matter was clearly orchestrated by the Dragon King, yet he hadn't appeared from start to finish. If it were the malicious Gu Ling, she would have already raised red flags at the mention of using the blood of the royal family of the demon race. The demon race and the dragon race had no significant ties in the first place, except for the peace treaty, which was currently a knowledge-blind spot for this Gu Ling. Before she arrived, the demon emperor didn't specifically bring up this matter, it was only because the original princess knew about it from childhood. One thought it unnecessary, and the other wasn't even aware. In contrast, not only could Chu Jiuchen, who had read the script, guess what was happening, even Wenya, who had heard about past events from Wenluo, could infer a thing or two. Ultimately, such a monumental event began openly and without any fuss due to Long Zhao and Gu Ling's fooling around. Originally, Wenya only needed to wait with Long Zhao at the exit of the secret realm, but Long Zhao, worried about Chu Jiuchen's unreliable brain, asked Wenya to accompany him, so that he wouldn't forget halfway through. Chu Jiuchen naturally did not refuse. Because this might be an excellent opportunity to help Wenya escape. At the location of the Dragon Eye, on Dawn Island within the Dragon Clan's secret realm. The left eye is the exit, the right eye is the entrance, and the inside is as twisty as a brain. It isn't actually true that dragon people cannot enter, rather, dragon people can't break the seal on the scroll. After all, since the item has been entrusted to the Dragon Clan, allowing dragon people to touch it freely would be somewhat unfair. Atop the Dragon Chief Mountain. The humid sea breeze carried the salty tang of seawater. The seas of the demon realm are connected and symmetrically aligned with those of the mortal realm, much like how the skies of the mortal realm connect to the immortal realm. When the passages between the three realms were normally closed, it was fine. However, once they were opened, it was impossible to imagine them within the normal confines of three-dimensional space. For example, diving headfirst into the abyss beneath the demon realm, sinking straight down, one would reach a certain threshold point where the space flips over, eventually emerging onto the surface of the demon realm's ocean. Ascension from the mortal realm to the immortal realm follows the same principle. Upon reaching a certain height, ascending transforms into descending, ultimately accompanied by a beam of light leading one to the gate of heaven in the immortal realm. This is the rough spatial relationship of the three realms. If one wanted to send Wenya to any corner of the demon realm, Chu Jiuchen would have no way to do so. However, sending Wenya directly back to the mortal realm, he did have some ideas. Wenya learned things quickly, especially from his master. During these few days among the Dragon Clan, not only would Gu Ling fail to recognize him, but even the other seven would dare not easily identify him upon sight. When in human form, he still looked like a young man, but when transformed into a merman, things changed drastically. His tail alone stretched 2 or 3 meters long, coiling on the ground like a snake towering higher than ordinary humans. Moreover, ice-blue scales covered half his face, and his ears transformed into wing-like structures. His blue hair and eyes exuded a cold disdain upon frowning that repelled people. Mere people developed faster than humans. At just 7 or 8 years old, their bodies were fully matured, with little change occurring over the next few hundred years. The only indicator of age difference was cultivation, known as the Jiuzhu. Yes, even though the mere people were forced to abandon their title of Jiao, retaining only their identity as mere folk, the term Jiuzhu remained unchanged. In Long Zhao's eyes, Wenya's charm was almost irresistible. After all, the true forms of dragons and Jiaos weren't very different, the distinction being that one appeared airborne while the other seemed to belong underwater. The former was born in the sky, the latter, on the land. Ever since Jiaos lost their divine positions, they lost the ability to return to their true forms, thus becoming semi-merfolk, semi-human, and semi-immortal beings. However, this form inadvertently captivated the dragon race endlessly. As if engraved in their genes. Equally engraved in the genes of the mere people was their disdain for the dragon race. No one likes being a captive. Thus, Long Zhao liking Wenya was inevitable, and Wenya disliking the entire dragon clan was equally inevitable. Chu Jiuchen, as an onlooker, saw this clearly. As long as Wenya harbored even a trace of fondness for Long Zhao, Chu Jiuchen wouldn't consider sending him away. But since Wenya explicitly disliked her, it was best for him to leave sooner rather than later, lest he be caught up in the turmoil of the demon realm. Chu Jiuchen was secretly hoping for internal strife within the demon realm. Because he no longer wanted to pretend either. Chapter 149, Studious Wenya. Alright, the entrance is open. Go in. Long Zhao wiped the dust off her hands. She herself didn't know how long this door had been unopened. No dangerous aura or fluctuation came from within the door. It was like an ordinary storage room, except there was not a single speck of light, preventing anyone outside from peeking in. Chu Jiuchen and Wenya said nothing, like two strangers, maintaining a distance of unfamiliarity as they stepped one after the other into this mysterious space. The Dragon King, who had been watching from the shadows, initially wanted to prevent Wenya from entering but was dissuaded by the Dragon Queen at his side. There was no other reason, the merfolk couldn't break any prohibitions. The priority now was to successfully destroy the contract. A small merman could be easily crushed with a flick of the wrist, and creating complications for his sake wasn't worth it. In the end, the Dragon King, through the island spirit, sealed all secret paths inside the mystical realm, meaning they only had one path ahead of them. No matter how twisted the route might be, they would eventually reach their destination. He could guarantee that absolutely nothing would obstruct them along the way. 15 minutes later. In the twisting labyrinth of the dragon's lair, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared before their eyes. What's that? Wenya didn't call Chu Jiuchen master, wary of eavesdroppers and thus playing the role fully. Chu Jiuchen was pleased with his performance and played along, keeping up his aloof act. I don't know. Wenya couldn't help but glance at him, suddenly finding his master quite intriguing, a face never seen by the disciples. His gaze seemed pure, his body frail, the silver hair trailing down his back, a few strands swaying before his forehead, giving his slightly pale complexion an added touch of indescribable melancholic beauty. For now, on this island, only Wenya knew that everything was just an illusion created by Chu Jiuchen. And yet, even as an illusion, it was surprisingly easy to stir up sympathy. Wenya felt as if a door to a new world were slowly opening before him. Chu Jiuchen quietly glanced at him. Because, at this very moment, he sensed a subtle change in Wenya's demeanor. To put it plainly, a tinge of slyness seemed to be creeping in. It's alright, He doesn't have strong support, so without some schemes, it would be hard for him to lead a good life. Chu Jiachen mused inwardly. After disciples finish their training and set out alone, being overly naive often leads to trouble. I was worried about Wenyi being too innocent, but it seems I overestimated my concerns. The pretending to be a pig eating a tiger tactic really works well in many situations. Moreover, Wenyi seems naturally suited to learn such strategies. Walking beside Chu Jiachen, Wenyi had no idea that originally thinking mastering 7 or 8 parts of his master's abilities would suffice for surviving the Jianghu, inadvertently, he'd become better, exceeding his mentor's skills. The two followed the light source until they reached its end. Inside the simple cave, a dim light orb floated atop an array, surrounded by complex restrictions. Comparing this to Long Zhao's description, it wasn't difficult to conclude that this was the target of their journey. Without a word, Chu Jiachen took out 2 bottles of blood, one from the demon tribe and one from the dragon tribe, and poured them into 2 special indentations on the ground. Hum. A series of faint vibrations spread outward from the array's core. Accompanied by a series of clicking sounds, the array slowly activated and intensified its luminosity. At the peak moment, Chu Jiachen quickly unsheathed the devil sword Qiyu and struck a sword at the central glowing sphere. Striking out the name of Qiyu. Simply completing the task. All that was left was to take the scroll and deliver it to the Dragon King, who would then use the bone spike of the light sea to strike out the dragon tribe's name. Let the storm come fiercer. Chu Jiachen, as if chanting a spell, stretched out his hand and pulled in the air, firmly holding the scroll within the light orb in his hand. Chapter 150, The Beast Wave at Baichuan Fortress. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The Dragon King couldn't pretend any longer. At the moment the scroll left the restriction, he directly appeared in front of Chu Jiachen. Hand over the item to this king. Originally, he intended to take it by force, never thinking about negotiating. It wasn't until he was about to act that he realized Chu Jiachen was actually prepared. A sense of ominous foreboding suddenly arose in the Dragon King's heart, but at this point, there was nothing to do but feign calmness. Ignoring the dust falling from above, Chu Jiachen smiled faintly, "Give me the Jiao Pearl in exchange." Upon hearing this, Wenyi's fingertips slightly trembled beside him, and the Dragon King also looked at him in surprise. Clearly, this demand was completely unexpected by both of them. You. The Dragon King slowly frowned, "Mere people, you're controlling him." The Dragon King did not immediately suspect that Chu Jiachen hadn't lost his memory, but rather believed that he had been bewitched by some means from Wenyi. After all, the demon race and the almost extinct mere people race were worlds apart, and it was unnecessary for such an event to cause a major conflict. Wenyi nodded without any rebuttal, with a mysterious yet gentle smile on his face. Because Chu Jiachen had just transmitted his thought to him. Without asking any questions, he could simply follow accordingly. Sure enough, the Dragon King narrowed his eyes filled with murderous intent, staring fixedly at Wenyi's blue eyes. The bloodline power of the mere people race was already very thin, and the remaining numbers absolutely would not exceed 5. Even if the ancestor Jiao Pearl was returned, the current mere people race would find it hard to return to their divine position. Compared to the matters of the mere people, naturally, the contract between the dragon race and the demon race was more important. Alright, this king agrees with you. After saying this coldly, the Dragon King produced an ice blue pearl in his hand. This Jiao Pearl had long ago been stripped of its divine essence after defeat, kept by the dragon race merely as proof of their ancestors' victory, serving no other purpose. Even if Wenyi took it back, it would only symbolize retrieving the ashes of his ancestors. The Dragon King cared little about these past matters. Even at its peak, the Jiao had only ever been a subordinate to the dragon. As the leader of the dragon race, he valued the future of his own race more. Trade. The Dragon King spoke in a deep voice. Wait, I need a portal to return to the mortal world. Wenyi was unhurried. The Dragon King scoffed and struck the ground with his hand, casually creating a temporary passage. Give this king the item, then go back where you came from. Mo Chen, give it to him. Wenyi pretended earnestly and raised his hand toward Chu Jiachen, who then walked to the Dragon King with the scroll. Exchange. No surprises. The moment the Dragon King received the scroll, an uncontrollable excitement surged in his eyes. He didn't bother wasting further words with Wenyi, clutching the scroll tightly as he rushed off to where the holy sword was located. The shaking inside the mountain cave grew stronger, with frequent falls of sand and pebbles. The entire mountain seemed like it might collapse at any moment. When Wenyi took the Jiao Pearl from Chu Jiachen's hands, he sent a glance, "Master, I'm leaving first." Chu Jiachen nodded slightly. The temporary passage wouldn't last long, so Wenyi left the demon realm promptly. This was the battlefield between the dragon race and the demon race. Indeed, there was no need for him to stay behind as a mere observer. Outside the secret entrance, Long Zhao and Gu Ling anxiously waited. The shaking throughout the island made the surrounding seawater boil ceaselessly, as if the ancient dragon Guanghai had come back to life. To Gu Ling's surprise, Chu Jiachen had not appeared yet. Instead, the demon emperor emerged first. Father? What happened? Gu Ling looked utterly confused. Daughter-in-law. Come back quickly. The demon emperor's eyes were filled with urgency. But, Mo Chen is still inside. Never mind. He has already been controlled by the dragon race. You must leave. The demon emperor was only a shadow, vanishing into the transmission scroll in a hurry while pulling Gu Ling along. Long Zhao was left alone, feeling thoroughly baffled. What? What exactly happened? With such a commotion, she feared it might be her fault. Aong! Suddenly, an ancient, melodious dragon roar echoed across the sky. Before long, the whole sky of the demon realm resounded with this sound. It was as if an unseen, intangible rule in the heavens and earth was rapidly collapsing and disintegrating. The demon realm skies have changed. The secluded dragon race re-emerged, causing ripples of fierce activity in the previously simmering undercurrents of the demon realm. This news reached the immortal realm, greatly alarming all the immortals. The grudge between the dragon race and the demon race is not the main concern right now, rather, it's the disputes between the dragon race and the celestial beings that are well known throughout the celestial realm. For all these years, the dragon race has kept a low profile in the demon realm, never initiating conflicts or getting involved in anything, remaining extremely concealed. No one can accurately assess their current strength. The celestial realm does not worry about the dragon race teaming up with the demon race to attack the celestial realm because they've always had this opportunity. If they truly intended to do so, they would have done it long ago. And now, not only is the dragon race not joining forces with the demon race, but they have also terminated their peace treaty with them. What does this mean? It means that the dragon race plans to conquer the entire demon realm first before declaring war on the celestial realm as the supreme power of a realm. This perfectly aligns with the dragon race's obsession with face saving. In such circumstances, if the celestial realm were to ally with the demon realm, they'd lose entirely in terms of morale. However, if they let the dragon race continue this way, the day the demon emperor falls will mark the peak of the dragon race. Storms are brewing across both realms, and already the mortal world has begun to thunder and lightning. Baichuan Fortress. Wenye hadn't even reached the shore when he caught a strong whiff of blood in the seawater. Trouble. The beast wave has already started. He immediately changed direction, swimming toward a nearby fishing village. Though this area was part of the southwestern coastline, not his own small fishing village, he still cared somewhat for the fishermen here. Senior brother Wei Hua. Wenye waved his disciple token, calling out to those around him. He knew Wei Hua had returned to the defense army, but he wasn't sure where he currently was. The entire southwestern coast was ablaze with warfare. The sounds of battle cries, beast roars, and crashing waves never ceased. The civilians had largely retreated further inland, though there was still a significant portion of the civilian militia who voluntarily donned armor to serve as the last line of defense on the shore. This wave of beast attacks was more ferocious than ever, with quite a few high-level demons from the demon realm mixed in. Baichuan Fortress suffered heavy casualties, no better than if Moe had led an army to push through, and its fall was merely a matter of time. Wenye clutched the Jiao Pearl and took a deep breath. He didn't know if what he was about to do would work, but it was worth a try. Ancestor, I must borrow your strength under duress, my apologies. After speaking, he tilted his head back and swallowed the pearl whole. Hum, hum. A strange ripple accompanied by murmurs from ancient times emerged. A chilling sensation spread from his chest, causing his body to shiver violently, then curl naturally into a tight ball. When he straightened out again, he had transformed completely into a full-size Jiaolong, sea dragon. Crack. With a single sweep of his tail, a sea wave dozens of meters tall surged upward. Unprepared, the beasts along the entire coastline were thrown off balance and splashed back into the sea, tumbling and returning helplessly. The pressure on the numerous defenders suddenly lightened, allowing them to notice the powerful new creature in the water. More importantly, this powerful being was fighting on their side. At the forefront, a soldier soaked in blood stood atop a pile of beast corpses. Hearing the unusual sound, he turned and immediately recognized the massive tail emerging from the sea. Junior brother Wenye. That distinctive Jiaolong tail could only belong to him. Dragons prefer to fight in the sky among clouds and mists, whereas the Jiaolong likes to turn the entire ocean into its battlefield. Wenye, fused with the will of his ancestor, instantly became the overlord of the seas, temporarily commanding storms and displaying boundless might. On the shore. The people reluctant to leave were all stunned. Thinking it was the sea god manifesting, they knelt down blindly yet devoutly, hands clasped, chanting prayers toward the ocean. Thank you, sea god. Our village will be safe this year, our home secure. Thank the sea god. Thank the sea god. My junior brother is so powerful. Wei Hua's eyes lit up with genuine joy. Returning to the defense army, he simply resumed his old post without flaunting his cultivation or seeking recognition within the ranks. Here, only merit in battle matters. Even if his comrades beside him doubted none that after this battle his record would surely lead all others, perhaps even surpassing generals. That would only be known after the battle. For now, Wei Hua is just an ordinary soldier. Dedicated to his post, he won't retreat unless dead. Chapter 151, Transforming into a Dragon. Wenye was fighting with frenzied intensity. It wasn't because he hated the beast demons, but rather his body couldn't hold out for much longer. The coiling dragon bead embedded in his chest was, after all, not originally his. Borrowed objects were always difficult to adapt to one's body. It was already miraculous that he could use it for some time thanks to an ancestral blessing. Wenye understood well the state of his own body, yet he had to quickly destroy more beast demons so as to relieve the heavily scarred soldiers from additional burden. Damn it, why are there still so many? After clearing out the ones near the shore, Wenye dived back into the ocean and proceeded towards the deeper wave of demons further away. Since killing them individually was no longer efficient enough, he decided instead to subdue them with sheer pressure, aiming at least to scare them off this wave. Junior brother. Wei Hua gripped his sword tightly but didn't dare to move, deeply concerned in his heart. Accustomed to battling alongside fellow disciples, he could only stand by helplessly watching Wenye attack alone. They were the defense force and hadn't received orders to counterattack. As long as the demonic beasts exist, the waves will keep coming. For Baichuan Fortress, whether they win or draw isn't important. Even if they lose, they need to use land-based traps to exterminate as many of these demons as possible before being overwhelmed. In the sea, Wenye unleashed the true ferocity of a coiled dragon for the first time, showing it wasn't much different from a demon's wrath. In less than half an hour, this wave of beast demons was indeed driven back by his imposing aura. Scatter. His consciousness traveled through the surging waves. Under the bloodline suppression, more isolated lower-level beast demons began fleeing. From afar, the initially chaotic waves seemed now more subdued, and the number of heads visible above the water surface clearly decreased dramatically. Seeing this situation, everyone on the shore, including the guards, let out a sigh of relief. Wei Hua hurriedly requested approval from the general and finally received permission to act alone, immediately following Wenye who was fighting further and further away. Junior brother. Wenye junior brother. How are you? Splash splash splash. A huge head emerged from the water, shaking forcefully. The dragon did not possess the dragon horns or whiskers like its celestial counterpart. Apart from the similar head shape, it had only a pair of sharp ears and wings that were razor sharp. Senior brother Wei Hua. I'm fine, how about Xan Ming? Xan Ming. Wei Hua paused, he went out to sea looking for you. Didn't you meet him? Wenye was also surprised, what did he use to go out? A ship. Wei Hua replied, he headed towards the South Sea. South Sea. When did he leave? Wenye immediately understood that he must have gone to find Wen Luo. Not long after you disappeared. Wei Hua shook his head helplessly, I couldn't dissuade him. He said you plunged into the sea to save him, and not finding you made him restless. Alright, I understand. Wenye's eyes grew serious, after I drive away all the demons, I'll head to the South Sea to look for him. No problem, you go ahead. The rest I can handle. As Wei Hua spoke, 7 phantom swords manifested behind him. Still, Wenye wasn't at ease, then I'll deal with the most powerful few. Before Wei Hua could respond, he dove back underwater and appeared within seconds 100 meters away. Roar. Terrified roars echoed across different locations. The seawater surged violently, the surface growing increasingly red. Though unclear what exactly was happening underwater, it wasn't hard to imagine just how fierce the attack of a full-grown dragon must be. Wei Hua silently watched the floating debris occasionally appearing on the water surface, feeling even greater admiration for Chu Jinda allowing someone of another race as a disciple. If members of other races held malice against humans, cleaning house was far more challenging compared to normal situations. Perhaps only those with utmost confidence in their strength dared to take on such a disciple. Yet Wei Hua also trusted Wenye. Regardless of whether Wenye was human or something else, he was now his junior brother. Alright, Wenye, that's enough. Realizing the extent of Wenye's exertion, Wei Hua quickly caught up. The strongest ones in the wave of demons were usually leaders of specific clans. Once the leader was killed, their clan would disperse. With Wenye swiftly taking out 7 or 8 leading figures, the entire group crumbled and retreated, leaving very few remaining demons in the area. With Wei Hua's abilities, completing the final cleanup operation posed no challenge whatsoever. Observing this, Wenye returned panting to Wei Hua's side. Possibly worried Wei Hua might see his injuries, he deliberately showed only half of his face above water. Senior brother Wei Hua, I'll leave first. Everything from here is in your hands. Okay, take care of yourself. Do you still have the medicine on you? Yes. I have some more, you. No need, senior brother. So many soldiers are injured, you should keep it to treat them. Diluting the spirit medicine will be just enough for ordinary people. Alright then, take care. Wenye nodded, then dove underwater and disappeared. Wei Hua thought he was in such a hurry to go find Xian Ming, but in fact, Wenye had accidentally overdrawn his energy, and couldn't maintain the Jiao form much longer. To reach from the southwest sea to the southern sea as quickly as possible, Wenye unleashed his final burst of power. Like a bolt of lightning, it flashed swiftly through the depths of the ocean. He finally found an isolated island at random, spat out the Jiao Pearl, and reverted back to his original form, dragging his fishtail onto the beach and becoming stranded. On the other side of the island, Xian Ming, who was repairing the boat, seemed to sense something. He didn't believe that he always encountered things so coincidentally. But his intuition was too strong to ignore. In the end, he had no choice but to abandon the partially repaired boat, and flew across the entire island with his sword. Even before landing, his sharp eyes spotted the unconscious merman lying on the shore. Could this possibly be Wenya? Chapter 152, Cannot Lose Face. Xianming felt a mixture of joy and worry. He was glad that he had successfully found Wenya, but he was worried because Wenya's condition didn't look good. As soon as he landed on the ground, he rushed over to the stranded figure anxiously. Wenya, Wenya. The unconscious Wenya couldn't respond, lying on his side on the beach, with slightly furrowed brows and an open mouth breathing unevenly. Xianming, who always left class early, seemed to have luck different from others in this matter, for today was the first time he saw Wenya in his merman form. Squatting down, he touched his pulse, not knowing where to start, clumsily turning him over. A gentle wave lapped against him, carrying streaks of blood from beneath the scales. Xianming's heart tightened. How could wounds heal properly submerged in water? But how can I drag something so long? Xianming was stumped. Looking around at the stretch of pebbles and broken shells on the beach, dragging Wenya would surely scrape up his entire back. Even if he were to carry him, dragging the tail on the ground would undoubtedly cause pain. After much thought, it was better to fly using a sword while carrying him. Having decided, Xianming pulled Wenya's arms over his neck, stepped onto his flying sword, and carefully flew towards the center of the island. There was a cave left by previous visitors which offered some protection from wind and rain. In a half-dazed state, Wenya realized he was being picked up, subconsciously sniffing the scent of Xianming, before sinking into slumber once more, reassured. It was hopeless, he was too tired, unable even to open his eyes to greet anyone. Wenya, can you hear me? Still no response. Xianming became increasingly concerned, having been adrift at sea these past few days without knowledge of what happened outside. Arriving at the central island cave quickly, Xianming found a flat area, proficiently laying out bedding and placing Wenya upon it. Standing up to check, the ordinary bedding was indeed too short for Wenya. Folding up his tail might make him uncomfortable. So, fetching a spare bedroll, he nimbly extended it a bit further, just enough for Wenya to lie straight. Fortunately, I still have quite a few magical medicines. While muttering, Xianming took out pills and herbs. He stuffed 2 pills into Wenya's mouth without considering whether he could swallow them or not. Of course, even if he couldn't swallow, the pills dissolving gradually would still slowly seep into his system. Without a pestle to grind the herbs, Xianming could only squeeze herb juice with his hands, dripping it onto the wounds while gently spreading it out with his fingers. The smooth, cool sensation caused him an unusual feeling. Previously, his acceptance of strange things wasn't high, but after reading too many strange tales in recent years, encountering extraordinary people and events now only made him marvel momentarily without becoming completely disoriented. Even so, when applying medicine to Wenya's abdomen, Xianming hesitated. Because below the abdomen were all scales. He wondered if applying medicine to the scales would be meaningful. If there were proper conditions, he would prepare a large bucket of water for Wenya to take a medicinal bath. Unfortunately, the island had limited facilities, with nothing available around. Well, combine my spiritual energy with the medicine. Xianming placed his hand back over Wenya's body, the scale-covered skin far cooler than his body temperature, making him shiver uncontrollably. Distracted by the scales, Xianming failed to notice Wenya frowning, even holding his breath momentarily. Unaware of the anatomy of a merman, he unintentionally touched areas that should not have been touched. Wenya's tail awkwardly flickered. Xianming assumed he hurt him and promptly reduced the strength of his wiping. Wenya may not have reached adulthood as a human, but as a fish, he was fully matured, unable to resist being teased. Trying to say, "Don't touch my tail," yet this method combined with spiritual medicine brought an oddly comforting sensation. Caught between conflicting feelings, Wenya gritted his teeth tightly, preventing himself from emitting any odd sounds. After all, instinct is something difficult to control. Xianming focused intently, utterly unaware of Wenya's agony, nor knowing where his serious injuries were. Thinking there was plenty of medicine anyway, he decided to apply it to the entire tail. Wenya, flipped onto the bedding face down, had long since given up on treatment. At present, he absolutely refused to let Xianming flip him again. He planned to stay stuck to the ground like a burnt fish until the unusual sensations disappeared. Otherwise, what he'd lose wouldn't be just his dignity. Chapter 153, Different Camps. Dragon Race, Dragon Head Mountain. The cave haven did not collapse after all. This is the position of the Dragon Head. Chu Jiuchen thought it just got a slight concussion. Even before he stepped in, he had already scanned the entire mountain structure in advance and created a 3D map effortlessly. However, after a thorough search, there was really nothing valuable left here. Perhaps the Dragon King didn't have the habit of leaving precious items scattered around carelessly. If not for the numerous constraints on that scroll, Chu Jiuchen believed the Dragon King would surely carry it with him as well. After all, even a single dragon pearl, which has no use to the dragon race, the Dragon King insists on carrying with him. Clearly his personal space capacity is very large. Chu Jiuchen's attempt to dig up some treasures among the dragons seemed impossible. Sigh, this Dragon King, wealthy enough to rival a nation, what does it have to do with the dragon race? He sarcastically muttered into the air and leisurely made his way towards the exit. Long Zhao, who was waiting by the entrance, blurted out upon seeing him come out alone, what about the merman? Chu Jiuchen had let Wenye make up a name, but she didn't bother at all, causing the dragon race to keep calling him merman, which he didn't mind at all. The Dragon King sent him away. Chu Jiuchen wasn't lying. Long Zhao was shocked. What? Sent away? Where? When? Why didn't you tell me? He was sent to the mortal realm. Chu Jiuchen remained honest, just now, and I'm telling you right now. How can my father do this? Long Zhao was almost on the verge of tears, like how her carefully acquired trinkets from the human world were always silently discarded by the Dragon King. At most, the Dragon King would only add a sentence later, "You're unsuitable." Otherwise, Long Zhao wouldn't have been rebellious from a young age, now more often than not dreaming of leaving the dragon race and going to the human world where no one can constrain her, where the sky is vast and birds can fly freely. Mo Chen, Long Zhao sniffed, take me to the human world. My brain isn't working well. Chu Jiuchen answered seriously. To his surprise, Long Zhao gave him a look that suggested she suddenly understood him. She shot him a glance with an unyielding tone, saying, all right, if your brain doesn't work, you couldn't have navigated through this maze. Chu Jiuchen was speechless. It wasn't because of her sharpness, but because the layout inside had indeed been changed by the Dragon King, leaving only one path. There's no way to explain it clearly now. Fine, then he won't pretend anymore. I am not going to the human world for now, so I can't help you. Chu Jiuchen replied with a friendly smile. Long Zhao took a good look at him. The wind was strong, yet around him, it seemed as if there was a shield protecting him from the wind and rain. No matter how turbulent the winds or waves, his appearance would never be disheveled. On the contrary, as a daughter of the dragons, she had been tousled in the wind for so long, her head having been blown into a haystack. So where are you going? Back to the demon race. Take me with you. Are you unclear about the situation? What? The demon race and the dragon race are no longer friendly. Didn't the celestial rules already declare that earlier? Going with me to the demon race would be no different from surrendering willingly, right? Chu Jiuchen sighed. Long Zhao silently lowered her head, all her impulsive rage turning instantly into immense helplessness. After a while, she suddenly looked up. Wait. That's not right. You're the demon lord, why don't you just capture me but instead remind me of these things? Upon hearing this, Chu Jiuchen twitched at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't possibly say something like, you seem cute in your foolishness, could he? After all, looking at the current Long Zhao always reminded him of those newly entered disciples in the sect who lacked worldly experience. Even without witnessing the cruelty of life and the treachery of people's hearts, their cleverness is only small-minded, easily manipulated by truly experienced manipulators. My brain isn't working well. Chu Jiuchen reiterated. Long Zhao. She was increasingly unable to understand this person. But one thing she was certain of. This person must not be a boundlessly evil person. Some people have clear eyes because they lack experience, others remain pure at heart despite experiencing much of life. Chu Jiuchen's countenance was indeed easy to trust, providing a basic sense of security, he will not harm me. As for whether he would sacrifice himself for a friend, that's another matter altogether, who wouldn't want to avoid making friends who might stab them in the back. Long Zhao stared at him expectantly, truly wanting to make this person a friend. Mo Chen, you won't harm me, right? She spoke frankly. Chu Jiuchen shook his head, you shouldn't trust others so easily. It's not someone else. It's just you. Long Zhao argued her case. Why? I don't know. Chu Jiuchen sighed quietly. I know you have a partner, I just want to make a friend. Long Zhao also didn't know why she started sighing. She was a person who liked being around people. The human world always said, birds of a feather flock together, so those who gathered around Chu Jiuchen should be easy to get along with as well, right? But what if in the future we are on opposing sides? Chu Jiuchen had to shatter her illusion, different camps, are you going to betray your own kind? Camps. Long Zhao pressed her lips together, will we really become enemies? Chu Jiuchen didn't speak but solemnly nodded. Unless Long Zhao rebelled against the dragon race or came to rule them. Otherwise, given the historical context of the dragons, whether it's the merfolk race where Wenye comes from, Shaoishu's future divine race, or the current entire demon race, their conflicts with the dragons would inevitably lead to tension and confrontation. To be honest, Long Zhao's personality simply doesn't fit within the dragon race. But there's no way anyone has the chance to choose their own origins. One either accepts fate, or seeks change. That was Long Zhao's business. Chu Jiuchen wouldn't sway her thoughts. All right. I understand. Long Zhao hung her head, then I'll go to the mortal realm by myself. The mortal realm isn't safe these days, not even compared to the demon realm, be cautious and avoid revealing your identity. Chu Jiuchen unknowingly used the tone of a master. Long Zhao didn't find it awkward listening to him, rather nodding seriously. Chu Jiuchen turned to leave, and she no longer tried to stop him. The demon emperor truly had little time left. One couldn't tell what Gu Ling did to him, but he originally could have lived for another year or two, now showing clear signs of waning vitality. In the demon realm, it wasn't just the dragon race waiting for an opportunity to turn the tide. In a place where the ratio between other races and humans is 9-1, some powerful races patiently waiting for the opportune moment was completely normal. For the dragon race to unify the demon realm, they still had a long road ahead. Chu Jiuchen didn't mind letting the chips fall where they may first. After all, alone here with no backing, any reckless move would only reveal himself prematurely. Without a huge power supporting him, relying solely on himself to thoroughly govern a realm wouldn't be easy. With the situation in the demon realm about to get chaotic, the location of Pearl City became inevitable to mention. Chu Jiuchen's Pearl City stood on the eastern coastline, far from the inland. Its surroundings offered nothing worth contending over, neither inhabited by any force, nor were there islands offshore. At this point, Pearl City had completed its first phase roughly, aside from foundations and roads, everything else was barren, holding no value for plunder or occupation. Practically speaking, no alien species needed such flat highways or steel rods stuck in the ground like instruments of torture at present. Even more craftsmen spread rumors that General Machen was a cruel devil, stringing whoever committed offenses onto steel rods planted in the earth, exposing them to passers-by riding carriages. This caused alien species initially considering building relations with him to withdraw their ideas altogether. No need to fear cunning people, just mad ones who act without any rules. This made Chu Jiuchen, who'd been in the demon realm for so long without gaining even one follower, feel quite embarrassed. Unless one counts that unfortunate, celestial second generation, Lin Yan. Chu Jiuchen's return to Pearl City this time was prepared to take him away. Lin Yan worked diligently here, relentlessly chasing off those who came to offend and investigate, living up to his title as the #1 brawler of Pearl City. So much so that many forgot what the city lord of Pearl City was called but clearly remembered the #1 brawler, Lin Yan. As soon as Chu Jiuchen returned outside Pearl City, Lin Yan hurried out to greet him. Lin Yan, I've investigated your origins clearly. Now I'm going to take you to meet someone, who will lead you home. Chu Jiuchen declared. Lin Yan froze, leaving? What? You don't want to go yet? Chu Jiuchen couldn't bear mocking him. But Lin Yan shook his head solemnly, I think it's pretty good here, besides, it's not finished yet. There are always some petty criminals every day trying to sneak in and steal things. At the end of his words, he looked almost angrily discontent. Steal things? Chu Jiuchen was startled, what is there to steal here? Who knows? Lin Yan shrugged, once, I accidentally heard something about plans, maybe it was someone wanting to steal Pearl City's construction plans. Steal plans? Chu Jiuchen slightly raised his eyebrows. The planning of Pearl City was indeed unique. If someone wanted to steal the plans, it was only natural they'd want to know what was so special about this city, which wasn't entirely unreasonable. Do you know the backgrounds of these thieves? Chu Jiuchen asked again. Mercenaries, Lin Yan answered, without exception, even their employers are intermediaries, untraceable. So cautious. Chu Jiuchen gazed at the empty city and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 154, The Slumber of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's Palace. The powerful Demon Emperor had aged greatly overnight. At the moment the peace treaty with the Dragon Clan was dissolved, the mild backlash he endured was enough to drain away his last reserves of life force. At this time, the Demon Emperor was already dazed and confused. When he opened his eyes, all he saw was the image of his daughter. The Demon Princess had been dead for 2,000 years, and for 2,000 years, the Demon Emperor had not moved on. He had no harem, no other children. Besides the late Empress, he didn't have a single person by his side. He had spent a lonely millennium in a tomb-like palace. For these 2,000 years, he had only done one thing, revive his daughter. His daughter was not destined to die. Now that he saw his daughter reincarnated and returned, and she was just as much of a troublemaker as before. The Demon Emperor couldn't help but smile faintly at the thought. If Gu Ling showed any signs of being too cunning, the Demon Emperor would doubt her identity. Perhaps it was precisely due to her unintentional clumsiness that made the Demon Emperor firmly believe that this silly girl was his beloved daughter. It seems, the Hell Tower sealed away should be reopened. The Demon Emperor indulged Gu Ling completely, no matter how much trouble she caused, he, as a father, could always be her most reliable support. The Hell Tower was the exclusive power base of the Demon Emperor. Regardless of how the situation outside developed, they only followed orders from the Demon Emperor himself. Unless the Demon Emperor handed over command to the next Tower Lord. The 12 Guis accompanying Gu Ling were part of the Hell Tower. The Demon Emperor had already left a will for the Hell Tower. If he passed away, the next Tower Lord would be the princess. Upon hearing this news, Gu Ling was elated and almost forgot that she was still attending to her dying father. Every demon practitioner had a curse within them, and even the Demon Emperor could not escape it. Their soul's ultimate destination was the vortex of curses. At this moment, the Demon Emperor had already placed one foot into this vortex. Sierre, did you remember everything your father told you? Remembered it. Gu Ling skillfully squeezed out 2 tears. Unfortunately, the Demon Emperor didn't see them before sinking into an eternal slumber. The 12 Guis carried away his body, and Gu Ling didn't know where he would be taken. This was perhaps the only thing the Demon Emperor hadn't told her. Mortal World, South Sea. Contrasting with the quiet passing of the Demon Emperor, Wen Ye's awakening was quite spectacular. Ah. Xian Ming pulled a thorn out from his back. The poison on it could darken one's vision and cause immense pain. The reason why Wen Ye was sleepy earlier was due to the effect of such poisonous thorns. Once removed, it felt like having one's skin peeled off. If there were another thorn like this, Xian Ming wouldn't dare to proceed. A few strands of hair stuck to Wen Ye's face. His frowning expression remained tense since the beginning. Just as a dog in its teens is already old, but a teenager among humans is still young. Wen Ye was both a teenage boy and a fully grown merman, though he was actually 1 year younger than Xian Ming. Wen Ye, how are you? Does it hurt? Xian Ming parted the long hair on Wen Ye's back, revealing a patchwork of wounds all over his back. Various marks from wild beasts stood out sharply, some so deep they exposed bone, making it clear how intense the battle he had fought underwater must have been. Xian Ming felt deeply guilty. If he hadn't accidentally fallen under an evil influence, Wen Ye wouldn't have been in danger trying to save him. He didn't know that Wen Ye had also returned to the west southern coast. He always believed it was entirely his own fault. I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's fine, cough cough. As soon as Wen Ye opened his mouth, another spout of coagulated blood came out. Beside him, Xian Ming quickly wiped it away carefully. Thank you. Don't be polite with me, Wen Ye. It's all my fault. I wasn't careful enough. Xian Ming lowered his head, apologizing sincerely. It's not your problem, Wen Ye sighed. Unable to rise, he could only shake his head. Something has happened in the demon realm. There has been unrest lately. An incident in the demon realm? Aha. Wen Ye nodded. After thinking for a moment, Xian Ming suddenly said, by the way, while I was at sea, I happened to see the statue of Qiming Island. Qiming Island? Statue. Repeating those words, Wen Ye's pupils contracted slightly. Chapter 155, Together. So, Xian Ming recounted in detail his encounter with the floating stones at sea to Wen Ye. Wen Ye had never seen Qiming Island before and could only learn of its rough outline through what Wen Luo had told him. The stone statue that Xian Ming described indeed existed, and as he guessed, it was a human who had once helped the merfolk tribe. However, Wen Ye knew little more than this. But since the remnant soul of the stone statue recognized Xian Ming and agreed to follow him, Wen Ye, though surprised, became even more curious about Xian Ming's background. I don't know why, but I feel like the lost head of the statue is not here. Xian Ming said while stroking his sword. Wen Ye still lay on his stomach, looking sideways at him. Then where do you think it might be? Xian Ming closed his eyes to sense something. After a long time, he sighed, it's too far away. I can't feel it. Far. Wen Ye pondered for a moment, in the divine realm? The demon realm? Or other continents in the mortal world? Xian Ming shook his head, it doesn't seem to be in the mortal world. If not in the mortal world. Wen Ye paused for a long moment, then casually suggested, the demon realm isn't safe now, perhaps we could ask Uncle Shi to take us to the divine realm. Good idea. Xian Ming nodded heavily. But I need to rest a bit longer. Wen Ye hadn't yet regained enough strength to even maintain his human form. That's fine. You rest well, and I'll practice my swordsmanship outside the cave. Call me if anything happens. Xian Ming stood up as he spoke, tightly gripping his sword, determination written all over his face. All right. Wen Ye nodded and watched him leave the cave. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Finally, he could relax and rest for a while. An unknown amount of time passed until the sound of raindrops hitting outside the cave reached them. The clashing of swords amidst the wind and rain did not stop. Since he started learning from his master on the mountain, Xian Ming had been under tremendous mental pressure. If not for the company of Wen Ye, whose life story bore similar hardships, he would certainly have suspected himself of heading towards madness due to his greed for rapid progress. Although the connection between the three realms undoubtedly lowered the barriers for investigations, the challenges that followed were correspondingly heightened. What could someone without the cultivation level required for entering the divine realm accomplish there? Xian Ming didn't dare to delve deep into this question. He cast aside everything and focused solely on honing his skills. Swish, swish. The rain grew heavier, accompanied by strong sea winds, mercilessly striking his face, body, and sword. Unmoved, his gaze remained as sharp as ever. A healthy cultivator wouldn't fall ill just from being drenched in rain. Especially for Xian Ming, who had lived through storms and struggles since childhood alongside his adoptive father. This rain brought him back involuntarily to his childhood memories. The trials of living paled compared to the injuries in his heart. When his adoptive father passed away, he was barely 10 years old. He begged for food when passing through towns and hunted when traversing forests. He'd been tricked by human traffickers and captured by slave markets. Not only did he manage to rescue himself through wit and courage, but he also saved over a dozen children along the way, earning his first ever reward money from the local authorities. Before he could even savor the warmth of those coins, they were stolen from him by bandits who had their eyes on him. It took him 3 years to intermittently make his way to the foot of the Kailingsong Sect's mountain. Even today, he has come to regard the Kailingsong Sect as his second home. If one day his vendetta is resolved, he will choose to stay within the sect, whether as a disciple or as a teacher. The love and care I've received in the sect should be passed down. This was Xian Ming's entire plan for the future. Actually, he wasn't the only one thinking this way. All who voluntarily stayed in the sect shared the same thoughts. Even if their abilities aren't sufficient to become grandmasters, they could at least serve competently as senior brothers or sisters, protecting disciples during outdoor training sessions or offering guidance during discussions. It was a contribution within reach. Every ageless old sect would have its reason for standing tall. Atmosphere defined style. The atmosphere of the Keilingsong sect emphasized nothing but unity. Even treating it as a family was not unacceptable. With a goal, a person's gaze unconsciously becomes bright and resolute. Xian Ming was exactly like this. Already restored to his human form, Wen Ye sat quietly at the cave entrance, watching the distant figure dancing among the wind and rain. His existence inspired Xian Ming, and wasn't Xian Ming's perseverance inspiring him in return? The journey ahead is long. Wen Ye closed his eyes, listening to the rain. It's not bad having someone to walk with. Chapter 156, Descendants of the Dragon. 3 days later. Wen Ye's body had mostly recovered, and Xian Ming's small boat was also repaired. The two bid farewell to the South Sea and set sail for home. Although Wen Ye had returned to human form, it seemed she was too lazy to dye her hair again, merely tying it loosely with a thin rope made from green grass hanging down her back. Xian Ming sat at the front of the boat, facing the stern, silently looking at her profile, unable to help feeling somewhat inferior. Wen Ye was strong, far beyond Xian Ming's current capabilities. The Merfolk clan, despite its decline, remained descendants of an ancient divine race, naturally possessing strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. Though the two had agreed to investigate the truth together, Xian Ming always felt he would hold them back. Wen Ye never placed pressure on him, but he found ways to pressure himself regardless. When Xian Ming was lost in thought with his head lowered, Wen Ye's gaze shifted towards him at the stern. Indeed, Xian Ming wasn't someone who stood out easily, nor was he the kind to be captivating by looks alone. In Wen Ye's eyes, he was like an unassuming pine tree. Either there were no emotional fluctuations, or they were deep expressions filled with sorrow, making him look older than his years, almost developing frown lines resembling mountain ridges. On the other hand, Wen Ye, having grown up eating food from everyone's table in a small fishing village with simple and honest folk traditions, spent his youth immersed in singing, dancing, flute playing, and drumming, where almost everyone participated. Wen Ye had never experienced human malice, which contributed to his gentle character today. But if he'd been a captured merman, passed around, bullied, humiliated, he might have already set destruction of humanity as his goal. Thus, he fully understood Xian Ming's feelings. As fellow apprentices, Wen Ye didn't want Xian Ming lingering in the shadows. And if possible, the light and hope humanity had given him, he wished to return it to all kind humans. Of course, this included Xian Ming. Do you fear the sea? Wen Ye suddenly spoke. Startled out of his thoughts, Xian Ming blankly lifted his head. This boat moves so slowly. How about I take you swimming back instead? Wen Ye chuckled lightly. Swimming back. Xian Ming couldn't believe it, but then realized that for Wen Ye, swimming in the water was just like people running on land. Yeah. Wen Ye nodded, his smile widening, provided you're not afraid. Initially, Xian Ming hesitated, but after being goaded, he quickly agreed, why should I be afraid? Wen Ye laughed heartily before flipping into the sea. Still on the boat, Xian Ming was splashed by the water stirred up by her tail. You did that on purpose, didn't you? While rolling up his sleeves and gathering the small boat angrily, Xian Ming dove into the water, intending to grab the clever fish. But reality delivered a heavy blow. Oh, competing in swimming against a mermaid? That makes me dumb. Xian Ming, watching the figure ahead create waves effortlessly, rolled his eyes at himself. Once he was exhausted and had no fight left, Wen Ye turned around, revealing a satisfied grin. Let's take a tour of the underwater world. Pouting, Xian Ming handed over his hand to her since he was too tired to swim any longer. The ocean is indeed mysterious to humans, especially the deep sea. Xian Ming's curiosity toward unknown things had been sparked by countless tales he'd read. Since Wen Ye was taking the initiative to show him around, he'd reluctantly give her some face. Under the blue sky, the two tiny figures gradually disappeared beneath the shimmering surface of the sea. Meanwhile, across the ocean journeyed Long Zhao, who had run away from home. The Dragon King, preoccupied with grand ambitions, tacitly allowed her long-distance trip, for the dragon race has an exceptionally long lifespan. He didn't need to rush with abdication plans. Long Zhao was certainly his successor, but that likely wouldn't happen until 10,000 years later. Within such a vast span of time, letting her endure hardships in the mortal realm wouldn't hurt. Thus, without any hindrance, Long Zhao surged forth with her formidable physique, cutting straight through the seabed, landing ashore at the southwestern coast even before Wen Ye and Xian Ming. Clang! 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 At this moment, the southwestern coast was bustling. Butchers were busy dismembering monster corpses, beast cores, sharp teeth, bones, etc., were all valuable resources. These resources would be uniformly purchased by nearby trade houses, with the converted funds entirely going to enrich Lin State's treasury, subsequently allowing the emperor to reward his numerous officers based on merit. Long Zhao's appearance and demeanor differed vastly from the refined women of common society. Without reservation, even if she donned men's clothing, no one would doubt that she was male. Her large and uninhibited behavior, combined with piercing features when devoid of expression, commanded attention. Most ladies had fine eyebrows shaped like willow leaves, but hers fell somewhere between sharp arches and sword-like brows. Even her fingers were clearly jointed, revealing a martial artist rather than someone who dabbled in the refined arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Perhaps it was precisely this imbued with the rugged frontier that made people completely unaware of when she appeared, paying no extra attention to her presence. Ouch, this battle ended so quickly, it felt like a dream. Exactly. Maybe it really is as foretold, a great calamity looms. Speaking of this calamity, no one believed it at first, but now everyone's asking for the divine altar to be built as soon as possible. As Long Zhao strolled by, she was utterly confused. Divine altar? Could there really be gods in the mortal realm? But our general says we still can't let our guard down, the air smells too bloody and may still attract some monstrous beasts. That's true. Throwing scraps into the sea to feed fish doesn't guarantee fish are the only ones coming. Hearing this, Long Zhao unconsciously shivered and quietly slinked away. But after rounding a corner, she noticed a fresh recruitment notice. Since Long Zhao hadn't decided where to go yet, an idea sparked in her mind. Time was on her side, so why not infiltrate this group of humans and gather more intelligence later? Just as Long Zhao successfully joined the Baichuan fortress as a new soldier, Chu Jiachen in the demon realm saw another notification pop up on his face. System alert. Character Long Zhao main character index plus 0.5%. Additional guardian buff activated, Descendants of the Dragon. Chapter 157, Focus on Development. Chu Jiachen wiped his eyes and realized that this was just a buff, not a title. Otherwise, he would have thought it was a system bug. Guardians? Could it be that the dragon girl not only ran to the mortal realm but also infiltrated into some guardian army? Chu Jiachen was somewhat surprised. It seemed that besides Lin Yan, there were others who had traveled far to help others defend their homes. There were quite a few second-generation members with nothing better to do. Mostly because they started from where others couldn't even reach as an endpoint, and with elders pressing down from above, they really had no space to strive hard, and thus easily became people who looked for trouble when there was none. However, it didn't matter. As long as they didn't engage in evil acts, let them be. Chu Jiachen thought about this and put Long Zhao's matters aside. He had originally intended to send Lin Yan away, making Honglin Palace owe Xiao Yixue a favor, but unexpectedly, Lin Yan didn't want to leave at all, acting like someone who intended to stay indefinitely in Mingzhu City. Chu Jiachen guessed that his behavior likely stemmed from a strange kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He had to personally supervise until Mingzhu City was fully completed before he could rest easy. Amidst wars between various races, should I hunker down here and work on infrastructure? Chu Jiachen murmured, it's not impossible. For demon cultivators at his level of cultivation, daily practice could only maintain current strength without decline, wanting to further enhance was already exceedingly difficult. Having no progress for thousands of years was the norm. Chu Jiachen, seeing himself off the list of protagonists, wouldn't recklessly search for adventures in remote corners either. As much as he cherished life, he absolutely wouldn't take unnecessary risks when he shouldn't. The most sensible choice was to focus on development while staying low-key. There was a large number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals along the east coast. They were an ancient species. In today's demon realm, they lacked any combat ability, representing the lowest strata among the otherworldly races. Like the snake people in the mortal realm, they remained in a semi-human, semi-demon state. Their outer appearances weren't influenced by cultivation levels. After the demon emperor's team of artisans left, Chu Jiachen contacted their chieftain, hiring their tribespeople to continue construction. Regardless of how chaotic the situation in the demon realm became, it had little relevance to these lower races. Chu Jiachen preliminarily estimated that in the entire demon realm, there were at least over 100 larger-scaled species. At the onset of turmoil, each race felt invincible, believing in the great prospects of their own kind. During such times, trying to subdue any one race would prove inefficient, unwise given the immense effort required for minimal results. Instead of forcing alliances, he might as well keep himself out. The demon realm was vast, there was no concept of limited land resources. Most of the continent was barren wilderness. The demonic beasts would only hunt other races, with no intention of cultivating or domesticating. Looking around, it was all primeval wasteland. The neatly organized and beautiful Mingzhu city stood out awkwardly in contrast. Chu Jiachen rode atop old Qiongqi, leisurely walking on the flat road through the city center. Little Qiongqi, having outgrown its infancy, bounced and jumped beside him. To avoid Guling recognizing them too easily, Chu Jiachen specially obtained a dying item from the system mall. Considering the limited population of Qiongqi wasn't extremely rare, Guling hadn't invested much attention into it. She had just recently taken control of Hell Tower, and the three-headed hellhounds inside had already become her favorite mounts. Currently following the Demon Emperor's instructions, she deployed the power of Hell Tower to solidify her authority. She didn't need to hold this dominance for long, she just needed to persist until the day of the Celestial Fissure, surviving this major calamity. Afterward, she would have another millennium cycle to enjoy life. Even if she couldn't hold on to this position everyone coveted, switching places to start anew was always an option. What she ultimately sought was merely immortality. Everything else could wait. Chapter 158, Taking Full Control. In the blink of an eye, winter arrived. This year's winter was exceptionally cold, but only in the demon realm did things heat up. Hundreds of miles away, the strife between tribes filled the air with murderous intent. But in Chu Jiochen's new estate, every day two picturesque figures could be seen on a pavilion where snowscapes could be enjoyed, sipping tea and playing chess. Xiao Yixue knew that Chu Jiuchen disliked war and killing. Fearing he would get bored staying alone in the demon realm, she would always find time to come over via the Twin Heart Array to keep him company. It seems like the top 10 will soon be decided, Chu Jiuchen said as he made his move, producing a soft, click sound on the densely packed chessboard. The top 10. Xiao Yixue raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on the game. Chu Jiuchen played black pieces, already at a disadvantage. It was just like those demon beast clans being gradually devoured step by step. Xiao Yixue actually had little impression of the forces in the demon realm because, in the timeline he once ruled, no matter how many races existed, they were merely background characters. But this time was different. The power of the ancient demon emperor could no longer dominate the three realms since the force of the ancient god emperor hadn't disappeared as it did in that timeline. The two powers balanced each other out, and the rules of the world subtly constrained each other as well. Therefore, Chu Jiuchen couldn't easily ascend to the top of the three realms or wipe out the demon realm like the previous male lead, MOE. Among the top 10, only one is a human race faction, Chu Jiuchen said with interest while looking at the only corner of the chessboard with a viable path. Xiao Yixue wasn't particularly surprised, asking while blocking his escape route, "Is it the Hell Tower you mentioned before?" Chu Jiuchen nodded calmly, then opened up a new escape route. To be honest. Xiao Yixue frowned, unsure whether it was due to the headache from this game. I really have no impression of these three words, Hell Tower. Is that normal? Chu Jiuchen showed no change in expression. That's a hidden force, given your, no, based on MOE's mental state, not noticing them or ignoring them is quite reasonable. Xiao Yixue gave a dismissive snort, barely accepting this consolation. The immortal realm is still inferior to the demon realm. At least the demon realm fights openly, while the immortal realm constantly engages in covert struggles. Frankly speaking, I don't want to follow the rules at all. Looking at his irritated appearance, Chu Jiuchen couldn't help but smile faintly. Who told you to follow the rules? Xiao Yixue's mouth nearly dropped to his chin. My master is watching me every day. What can I do? You do what you need to do. Why worry about him? I'm just scared, alright? Scared? If there's any conflict with your master, I'd be really caught in a difficult position. Xiao Yixue's face was filled with grievances. Chu Jiuchen laughed silently. He didn't expect that after Xiao Yixue went to the immortal realm, his low profile was maintained solely because of fear of Bai Lu Xing. No need to have too many concerns anyway. You obviously can't pretend forever. That's what I say. What? Could it be that what you want to do is so unorthodox? Chu Jiuchen placed his piece casually. Xiao Yixue, distracted by this, didn't know where his next move should go. He fidgeted with the white piece in his hand. Maybe, it's kind of true. Chu Jiuchen feigned attentiveness. What I think is, aren't the old stubborn ones in the immortal realm most concerned about status and identity? So based on status, I am the sole heir of the God Emperor. Even if I can't defeat them, how could they possibly dare to rebel against someone above them? God for immortals means faith. As long as I have the potential to lead them to divinity, there's no reason they wouldn't support me, right? So anyway, in the end, they'll all revere me eventually. Instead of wasting time scheming against each other, why don't I just take full control? Xiao Yixue's tone carried a slight upward lilt, as if it were both a statement and a question. Good. Chu Jiuchen nodded. Such a simple and brutal method suited Xiao Yixue perfectly. Making him willingly play a game of schemes wasn't very realistic, character-determined methods. Why don't you write a letter to your master? Xiao Yixue asked tentatively. Chu Jiuchen shook his head. There's no need. As long as you don't blow up the immortal realm, he won't interfere with you. Really? Xiao Yixue was half believing. Why? Does he actually belong to the type of person who doesn't care as long as it doesn't involve him? No, Chu Jiuchen finally revealed a pure smile, because he already knows about you and me. Xiao Yixue clenched his fists, barely restraining himself from flipping the table. But there was no way this game of chess could continue. I thought it was only me putting on airs, but unexpectedly Bai Lu Xing was acting as well. When the two met, one pretended to be natural, and the other also feigned naturalness. All is peaceful. Xiao Yixue fell silent. Just then, Lin Yan happened to be riding a horse past in the distance, and he recalled something that wasn't particularly important but could change the subject and avoid further awkwardness. Oh yeah, Honglin Palace's influence has started interfering with the three empires of the mortal world. Should we stop them? Chu Jiuchen realized his mind was no longer on the game, so he sipped a bit of tea and began collecting his black pieces, one by one. Since you're the superior, for those under your command, perhaps don't first think about restricting them, but rather see if you can make use of them. Make use of them. Xiao Yishue's eyes narrowed slightly. People, or beings with some intelligence, don't enjoy being constrained in any way. Obedience without willingness may eventually lead to trouble, like the calamity of the Dragon Clan back then. As Chu Jiuchen spoke, he had already gathered all of his black pieces from the chessboard, leaving only Xiao Yishue's white ones untouched. Whatever they wish to do, as long as your perspective stays one level above theirs, you'll be like a father watching children play. Don't worry too much, I've got your back. After finishing his words, Chu Jiuchen gave a faint smile. Outside the house, blood-red moonlight mingled with snow, yet everything around him seemed as bright and warm as spring. Great! Xiao Yishue's eyes gradually lit up. At the same time, the pale golden light of the twin heart array became clearer. This time, he had stayed long enough, even the glow of the formation reminded Xiao Yishue that it was time to return. Watching him leave every day had become Chu Jiuchen's routine. Because the empty Mingzhu city was far safer than the heavens filled with divine senses. At least there wouldn't be anyone peeping through the windows anymore. Chapter 159, Ascension of the Commoners. What? You two are going to the Celestial Realm? So soon? At the Jianchen Peak, upon their return, Xian Ming and Wenye were surrounded by a group of fellow disciples who were asking them questions non-stop. Bai Lu Xing had agreed to send the two of them to the Celestial Realm the next day. Xian Ming had just broken through to the initial stage of the Yuaning level 2 days ago, while Wenye was still at the latter stage of the Golden Core in human form. Upon returning, they immediately found their grandmaster Bai Lu Xing and expressed some thoughts and intentions. Bai Lu Xing always respected his disciples' wishes. Such a simple request he would not deny, nor promise them too much protection. This was their own choice. Nowadays, there is no longer an ironclad threshold for ascension. As long as someone gives them a push, they can reach the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm is no longer so mysterious and unreachable, some celestial sects even secretly descend to recruit disciples from the mortal realm. The greatest distinction between celestial sects and mortal sects is the number of people. Mortal sects usually have large numbers of disciples, whereas the celestial realms consist only of elites, naturally having fewer followers. From top to bottom, it's common for celestial sects to have a total number of members that does not exceed the fingers on one hand, which is why, overall strength and influence-wise, they cannot compare with the major celestial palaces. But this does not mean there are no geniuses within celestial sections. On the contrary, characters with exceptional personal abilities often prefer to stay in such low-profile celestial sects, rarely seen over millennia. Bai Lu Xing joins no celestial palace and is taken into no celestial sect because of the lineage's founding master, Wu Jianzhen, a legendary figure since the beginning of the celestial realm's creation. Although Wu Jianzhen has long disappeared from later generations' view, no one dares to desecrate the sword legacy he left behind. Thus, Bai Lu Xing became, in the eyes of the many immortals, the legendary inheritor. Of course, this applies only to Bai Lu Xing, who ascended and immediately proved his power, known as Bai Lu's Sword Respecter. It's not like any disciple of Jianchen Peak could earn respect and admiration from all immortals. For example, for Xian Ming and Wenye who are about to head to the Celestial Realm, the words Jianchen Peak might instead be pressure or a shackle. Anyone might challenge them simply because of the name Jianchen Peak, then say gracefully, disciples of Jianchen Peak are just that. Under such societal pressures, Xian Ming successfully broke through the Yuaning level. Though Wenye didn't fully understand the source of his stress, it was always right to soothe his anxiety appropriately. They had indeed been calmed down, but somehow the news leaked out, and everyone on Jianchen Peak learned about their plan to go to the Celestial Realm. A group of teenagers around 10 years old gathered together, easily stirring up their temporary excitement into an uncontrollable fervor. No. I'm going too. Me too, me too. Let's find our grandmaster and have him send all of us. But, we can't all leave, right? There should be some who need to stay and compete for appointments. I don't care. I don't lack money. What's the point of the mortal world? I want to go to the Celestial Realm. Even though I lack money, I can make it in the Celestial Realm. There must be plenty of treasures there. Smart move. Let's do that. Go. Find the Grandmaster. Go. Go. A swarm of people rushed toward Bai Lu Xing's residence like a flood, leaving Wenye and Xian Ming standing speechless. Initially, they thought it was just a Jianchen Peak farce, but the news spread faster than the latest research on spiritual messaging towers in the Jiugong Valley, quickly turning into a trend of the entire sect moving. The Celestial Realm is abundant with spiritual energy and is an invaluable treasure for cultivators. Other ordinary sects felt a bit awkward about it. However, influenced by Xiao Yishue's unconventionality, Jianchen Peak also influenced the 7 spiritual sects similarly, seemingly making face-saving issues less important. In just half a day, Cui Yunshan ostensibly could not resist the enthusiasm of thousands, making a shocking decision for the continent. Dig the mountain where the 7 spirit sect was located into an island-like shape. Move the mountain along with its people, collectively ascending. Chapter 160, A Shifted Painting Style. In a chaotic world, heroes rise, and it's easy to fish in troubled waters. Who says that only immortals can descend to seek heroes and not allow ordinary people to ascend to heaven to find opportunities? As said by Cui Yunshan. He had guarded the Seven Spirit Sect for 1,000 years, always calm and composed, never having any novel ideas or out-of-line actions. Looking back at the past, he always felt that his former self was like soulless, routine-bound, and lost in unremarkable times. Perhaps the future would see some fateful point where failure would mark an end to life. Now, for some reason unknown, his heart suddenly came alive again, his mind became restless, and he experienced a waking up from a doze sensation. Jianchen. Cui Yunshan recalled that day when Chu Jianchen solemnly bowed to him and said, "Sect Master, I'm not as serious as you might think." It was at that very moment that Cui Yunshan realized suddenly, some people wear masks so long they can't take them off, but others still can. From then on, newly awakened and gradually finding himself, Cui Yunshan remembered that in his youth, he was a naughty child, and even in old age, he should be a playful old child rather than some stuffy old sect master. That was merely his mask. Close friends left one after another, and under the respectful titles of sect master and predecessor, he unconsciously accepted such a role positioning. However, just as Chu Jianchen once said, who stipulates that I must only be this way? The form of a person should reflect their own thoughts and not be bound by others' thinking. Cui Yunshan felt ashamed, living 1,000 years yet not seeing as clearly as the younger Chu Jianchen. So, when all disciples were enthusiastically causing trouble, he acted unusually and fueled the fire. Not only were the elders disbelieving, but even the noisy disciples were shocked into silence. No one expected a prank to develop this far. True to his word, Cui Yunshan released the thunderstorms that had been suppressed for hundreds of years. Under millions of eyes, he ascended directly to immortality. The magnificent purple lightning carved out a direct path to the immortal gate. At the summit of the seven spirits, Cui Yunshan lifted an entire mountain range with bare hands. Villagers could see from afar a massive island carried by colorful clouds ascending skyward. Someone immediately wrote the final page of the Open Sky Continent Annals 15. Dry Truth Year 15, late 12th month. Southern border of the Open Sky Continent, Lingmeng Marshes, Cloud Deity Mountain Range, Seven Spirit Sect. Sect Master Cui Yunshan, along with the entire sect, ascended, setting the first precedent in the mortal realm. The immortal world. Xiao Yixue, who had just swiftly assumed the position of interim immortal emperor, spat out a mouthful of tea. Just as he and Chu Jianchen had anticipated, despite opposition from some and neutrality from others, more bottleneck phase immortals harbored a near obsession with becoming gods. As long as he boldly announced his identity as the successor and his great goal of restoring the divine realm, plenty of sycophants lined up to flatter him. After all, the ultimate path for cultivators is achieving immortality, and the pinnacle for immortals is divinity. What about beyond God? Perhaps it's immortality, perhaps eternity, but that is too distant. No one in the entire immortal world knows how to become a god, except Xiao Yixue, the inheritor of the ancient divine emperor. Regardless of motives or psychology, almost all immortals are willing to take a gamble. Anyway, they didn't have much backing, and their own powers had stagnated for God knows how long. Except for powerful immortal palaces like Honglin Palace, Feiyu Palace, and Chongqing Palace which haven't voiced any stance, others have more or less shown good faith towards the restoration of the divine realm plan. Of course, Xiao Yixue wasn't running around shouting. Instead, he used a short essay written by Chu Jianchen, thus adding a touch of class. Most immortals have no deep impression of the newly arrived Xiao Yixue, they only know that before being elected as the interim immortal emperor, he did not belong to any faction, so any faction could accept him. Otherwise, his rise wouldn't have been so smooth. Despite this, there are those who resent him behind the scenes, but they dare not anger the masses, so they step back and temporarily observe. At this very moment, the ascent of the Seven Spirits Sect to the immortal world caught not only the other immortals off guard but also left Xiao Yixue insufficient time to prepare in advance. After all, how could this possibly not appear as a blatant grab for resources? Having a sect with tens of thousands of members isn't frightening, what's truly frightening is its subsequent influence. What if other mortal sects followed suit? Won't the resources of the immortal world be plundered empty by mortals? However, lifting an entire sect to immortality is certainly no easy task. At least, in the mortal realm, there might not be a second person capable of doing so. Thus, some people knew how to curry favor. Upon knowing that the current interim immortal emperor, Xiao Yixue, originated from the Seven Spirits Sect, they immediately took the lead in showing support. In this way, Xiao Yixue didn't need to make any excuses for Cui Yunshan. Naturally, others helped find a basketful of justifications to silence those looking for trouble. What are the resources of the immortal world? Aren't they still carefully selected from the mortal world and then elevated? When the divine realm recovers, that will truly be pure heavenly Tao energy. To be immortal, one must have aspirations. It was at this moment that Xiao Yixue suddenly realized, perhaps the shift in tone wasn't confined to the Seven Spirits Sect alone. Chapter 161, The Mortal Sect on the Immortal Spirit Milky Way. The disciples of Seven Spirits Sect stared blankly at everything that was happening before them, as if in a dream. Even the avatar from Bailu Star scratched his own chin. This matter had absolutely nothing to do with him. It was all done by Cui Yunshan alone. Now they weren't sure whether they should say, like teacher, like disciple, or like disciple, like teacher. Inside Jiugong Valley. Patriarch Ji stood before a line of disciples, looking up at the spirit energy signal tower still under experimentation. In short, this is what's called the spirit signal tower. According to the manual, the stronger the spiritual energy in an area, the stronger the signal, and the wider its coverage range. Ji shouted enthusiastically to Cui Yunshan, please relocate immediately to the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy across the entire immortal realm. This sentence was broadcast smoothly with the flow of clouds over the immortal realms. However, in the eyes of other immortals, these mortals had utterly no shame. But it didn't matter much. Because the areas with the densest spiritual energy were already occupied by the major celestial palaces, not really affecting ordinary immortals. Onlookers never mind more chaos. Xiao Yixue remained silent without taking any stance, neither showing support nor trying to stop. She didn't even bother to take a look, as if she had no camaraderie for sect mates whatsoever. The immortal realm only consisted of countless celestial islands, without continents, surrounded below by vast seas of clouds illuminated by the heavenly light. In addition, there was a river, called the Immortal Spirit Milky Way. As its name suggests, it was formed by an accumulation of spiritual energy so potent it turned into a flowing river, meandering through the skies of the immortal realm. The river flowed in a circle, its beginning connected to its end, resembling nutrient-supplying blood vessels endlessly circulating to sustain the whole immortal realm. Cui Yunshan's brain buzzed with Ji Yu's voice reverberating inside his head. I need it rich. Strong. Booming. Rapid spiritual energy flows. Don't worry. I'm not absorbing. I just need it to pass through the spirit energy device. Initially, Cui Yunshan retained a bit of hesitation, but since Ji Yu had shouted such instructions, how could he, as a doting patriarch, not satisfy the demands of his sect members? So, considering the requirements for richness, intensity, power, and speed combined, there was only one spot, right at the center of the river. Relying on the last ounce of thunderbolt power, Cui Yunshan made a loud boom, and the entire Seven Spirits sect was thrust into the Silver River. Yet because the river was constantly flowing, it resulted in Seven Spirits Island, floating aimlessly, rising and sinking amidst the immense currents, drifting with the waves. If we must find a fitting description, it would be akin to a fixed-path canyon project in a 5A scenic spot. Only, these tourists had neither starting points nor endpoints. As they cycled along their route, they passed equally and impartially through every celestial palace's gate. Huff. Simultaneously withdrawing his strength and hands, Cui Yunshan floated down atop the mountain peak, and his chest immediately rang with a crisp bell sound. He pulled out the first-generation trial mobile phone and tapped the golden circle in the middle of the screen. The next moment, Ji Yu's face filled the lens directly. Well done, old Cui. The secret manual from Jianchen is absolutely godlike. It worked. Cui Yunshan was confused. Of course. Don't believe me? Call Jianchen. Ji Yu pounded his chest confidently. Cui Yunshan hesitated slightly, though it's true that Chu Jiachen had a trial version, communication was always obstructed due to distance issues, after all, the latter resided in the demon realm, spanning across 2 realms. When Ji Yu mentioned this now, well, why not give it a try? Ding ding. Chu Jiachen, who was studying new concrete mix ratios for construction work, paused, receiving a call reminder from the system in his mind. Communications network established between mortal and demon realms. This fast. While washing cement off his hands, he pulled out his phone, seeing clearly a note labeled, Grandmaster Cui. He pressed answer, and behind him, a group of shrimp soldiers and crab warriors gathered curiously upon noticing. Thus, when both sides connected on video call, they each caught a glimpse of each other's backgrounds. Cui Yunshan stared at the screens where shrimps and crabs poked their heads behind Chu Jiachen, momentarily dumbstruck forgetting what he wanted to say. Jianchen, what are you doing? Building a house. Oh. Chu Jiachen noticed something unusual as he observed a grand gate slowly appearing behind the motionless Cui Yunshan, boldly inscribed with the characters, Honglin Palace. Immediately understanding the gravity of the situation. Master, did you move to the immortal realm? Oh. Right. I remembered. Cui Yunshan slapped his forehead. Ji Yu said he succeeded and asked me to test contacting you. Oh, by the way, I'm telling you, our sect just relocated, moved straight to the immortal realm. Chu Jiachen couldn't recall how long it had been since he last encountered something as mind-boggling as this. No need to worry, we'll be dead before the end of next year anyway. Cui Yunshan looked perfectly calm on the other side. Looking at the scene of 7 spirits sect against the backdrop of the immortal realm, Chu Jiachen silently nodded. In the 16th autumn of Tianjin, the world's bug would inevitably come to an end. There was less than a year left. By the way, our sect has moved, and the old place has become 7 Spirits Lake. We plan to build a beacon tower in the middle of the lake. No issues, right? Cui Yunshan asked. The ascension of 7 Spirits sect would definitely cause a huge stir among the common folk. Cui Yunshan was preparing to capitalize on the momentum for some publicity. This way, the incense offerings would surely outshine those of the temples in the imperial capital. Of course, no problem. Chu Jiachen smiled. With the demon realm in chaos, if Hell Tower wanted to fully subjugate the demon forces, they would be unable to interfere much with the mortal realm. However, if they were to completely prevent the mortals from ascending, then the situation in the demon realm would be beyond Gu Ling's control. They couldn't have both. It seemed everyone underestimated the pull between different races. Even a small-scale national war involving humans could last a year or half, let alone the hundreds of tribes in the demon realm. Chu Jiachen had no doubt that even if he traveled around the world, upon returning, they might still be in fierce combat. In that case, it's settled. Cui Yunshan was also unfussy. Ji-Yu's contraption is quite useful. I know how to make these high and mighty immortals willingly accept our sect being submerged in the Milky Way. After speaking, he confidently and decisively ended the call. Chapter 162, Ambition. The shrimp soldiers and crab warriors behind Chu Jiachen were all shocked. Their heads were just ugly, but they were not empty. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to learn formulas from Chu Jiachen. Moreover, aside from their heads, everything below their necks was similar to humans, and they could even wear human clothing. Only their skin had a natural soft shell. Wearing clothes made them look better, but there wasn't much other significance. Chu Jiachen valued their intelligence and dexterity. Although they were considered weak in the magical world, they worked diligently and far outperformed ordinary humans in terms of physical stamina. Chu Jiachen preliminarily estimated that the city's infrastructure construction could be completed within half a year, and moving into the Eastern Special Zone wouldn't be an issue. In this way, those displaced by war among the magical races could take out a Heavenly Dao Oath loan to buy a house. Would that not be acceptable? Chu Jiachen smiled, patting a big crab on the shoulder. Everyone, let's work hard. Your wages won't be lacking. Hee, boss, speaking of which, can each one of us who participate in the work really get a house? That's a must. Why endure seaside sand caves when windproof and waterproof buildings are far more comfortable? Chu Jiachen assured them, rest assured, you'll all become native residents of Pearl City, and no one will be able to bully you because of your weakness. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The crowd of shrimp and crabs cheered. Oh, boss, by the way, the turtle tribe from the neighboring village wants to know if they can also work for you. Turtle tribe? Of course Chu Jiachen was interested. He needed more hands. Yeah. The turtle tribe just swam ashore from under the sea. They've heard we've all secured our jobs and asked us to inquire about it for them. Alright, when you have time, bring some members of the turtle tribe over. I'll see what they're good at and hire them if they fit, said Chu Jiachen. Good. Everyone was elated. Chu Jiachen didn't interfere in the disputes between various tribes, as he couldn't do it alone. However, he knew that defeated groups would be driven away by the victors, and the barren East Coast would naturally become the preferred destination for refugees. Surely living in a place with doors and windows is more comfortable than caves. Besides, ensuring resident safety was also an important matter. Fortunately, there was a security system available. However, to activate and upgrade the security system, the host's influence needed to reach the minimum standard for each level. Thus, in his spare time, Chu Jiachen had already started drafting the city rules. The first batch of real estate advertisements had also been distributed. Meanwhile, like Chu Jiachen, Jiyue from the Seven Spirits sect was also striving hard in his career. Jiyue wasn't the valley master of Jiugong Valley, but he was the most creative leader in the sect, with an unusual passion and obsession for creation. Although mobile phones weren't his original idea, making them himself filled him with immense satisfaction. However, hardware alone wasn't enough. Basic software was also needed, such as the Ling Sun application Chu Jiachen had recommended. At this moment, Jiyue was leading his apprentices in putting the final touches to the design, working overtime. Cui Yunshan had selected a sales team from across the sect, aggressively promoting the new products of the Seven Spirits sect to every passing immortal sect. And these products were limited editions. Each immortal sect could only purchase 2 units during the first round of sales. Cui Yunshan didn't have many requirements for the sales team, except for one, no shame. After all, immortals cherished their faces. If they encountered evenly matched opponents, a fight might break out, but these disciples, akin to ants, somehow made the powerful figures hesitate before acting. Cui Yunshan took advantage of this superiority complex by assigning fearless young disciples, starting the first phase of the sales mission. A 50-50 high commission encouraged these disciples to cast off their fears, their eyes gleaming with commercial ambition. Chapter 163, Request for Battle. Xian Ming was utterly stunned. The unexpected came too fast, just like a tornado. Just as he had decided to go all in and tough it out in the immortal realm with Wenya by his side, he turned around only to find that the entire sect was still intact. This discovery relieved him greatly but also made him feel inexplicably melancholic. The sense of security from leaning on a sect does not conflict with the confidence brought by one's own abilities. In fact, the former adds a warmth absent in the latter. In less than half a day, every disciple of the Qi Ling sect received a free phone. Xian Ming and Wenya sat together, following the screen prompts to bind their spiritual awareness, registering unique real name accounts. Ding ding. Soon, an icon named Ling Sun began to flash with message notifications. When Xian Ming clicked into it, he found at the top of the home page read Leisure Chat Plaza. Each of these messages were greetings attempted by Qi Ling sect disciples, each expressing amazement. So, he tried typing one himself. Xian Ming, can anyone see me? Almost immediately after sending it, there were hundreds of likes. Wan Ermeng, I can see you. Xian Ming opened the name of the replier, finding some basic information such as age, gender, and affiliated sect. This was Chu Jianchen's suggestion to Jiyu, full real name system, no anonymous functions allowed, even avatars must be personal photos, to prevent misuse of the internet. Since Xian Ming and Wenyu were sitting back to back on the lawn, the distant snow had yet to completely melt. Thus, while taking their profile pictures, the background besides white snow was merely the other person's back of the head. At first glance, it looked like they were part of the same series. Right after adding each other as friends, Lu Sanlang pulled them into the sect group through a search. Lu Sanlang, hi. What is everyone doing? Yi Yunju, selling stuff. Wang Suyue, selling stuff. Li Yanqing, selling stuff. Zhang Ximin, selling stuff. Lu Sanlang, are you all trying to make money? When will Brother Wei Hua come back, Xian Ming? Xian Ming, not sure, he has to guard the beacon tower. Lu Sanlang, let's figure out a way to send him a phone. He's the only one missing. Zhang Ximin, no rush, the elder of Jiugong Valley said in a few days they will send people back to the old site of Qi Ling sect to repair the beacon tower. We can ask a disciple to help deliver it then. Lu Sanlang, then why don't I go down with them? I'll return home, report my safety to my family, and take the phone to Brother Wei Hua at the same time. Yi Yunju, it's a pity that mortals can't use this phone, otherwise I could buy one for my parents, and they could see me every day. Zhang Ximin, don't worry, presiding teacher Ji will definitely have a way in the future. Lu Sanlang, I believe it too. Hearing this, Wenyu decided to also buy one for Wen Luo. This way, she could talk to her more often, so she wouldn't be lonely all by herself in the vast ocean. As for Xian Ming, having no particular attachment, he saved money. In the Imperial Palace Hall, Xiao Yixue looked at the bustling leisure chat plaza, and slightly raised an eyebrow. It was almost as if he could foresee an administrative future without needing to attend court sessions. Suddenly, Chu Jianchen's avatar flashed. Upon opening it, there was a straightforward message. Chu Jianchen, do you still have ancient dragon marrow? Hurry up and send me some. Xiao Yixue. Could he say no? Of course not. The Imperial Palace had plenty in storage, so Xiao Yixue quickly packed a bunch, taking the opportunity to include various gifts received over this period. Chu Jianchen had nothing in the demon realm, whereas Xiao Yixue lacked nothing in the immortal realm. Even a blood coral potted plant was excessive here. A few days later, the demon realm sparked up real estate fever, while the immortal realm witnessed a wave of data charging. The Qi Ling sect must stay submerged in the celestial spirit Milky Way to ensure stable network signals. This condition was lethal for every phone user. After experiencing the convenience and joy of the internet, more and more immortals publicly supported the Qi Ling sect moving to the center of the galaxy and hoped for another pass near their homes so they could grab one. Immortals care about face, unable to act openly coercive or bully weaker beings, so they could only look forward eagerly. After all, the most boring beings under heaven and earth are those immortals who live tens of thousands of years. Many had unknowingly passed away due to long meditation. If not for the heavenly tribulation drawing near, the current immortal realm would probably remain a stagnant pool of water. The 7 beacon towers in the mortal realm have all basically started operation. If any of you immortals wish to descend to the mortal world and guard them for a year, we'll give each of you a phone, Xiao Yixue lazily said from the Grand Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the assembled immortals immediately became animated, as though they'd been injected with adrenaline. By the way, there's one point I need to clarify here. Xiao Yixue paused to clear his throat. The demon realm's hell tower will soon be reaching out to each of the beacon towers. Consider your strength carefully. Those guarding the front lines cannot retreat. Step forward only if you can do it. Hell tower. The gathered immortals exchanged puzzled glances. This ancient name hadn't been heard in a long while. According to legend, the Hell Tower was the peak fighting force of the demon realm. In every past battle between immortals and demons, this tower had always represented the sharpest fang in their arsenal. Initially, those willing to volunteer were mostly doing so out of desire for the phones and a break from routine. But after Xiao Yixue's words, an entirely new group stepped forward. A row of immortals stood up, whoosh, at once. Their ages were without exception quite advanced, and their eyes uniformly flashed with a glow of hatred. Xiao Yixue nodded approvingly, keeping his word by giving them phones for instant communication and task arrangement. The Hell Tower was a very dangerous opponent. Even ordinary immortals might be crushed, let alone mortals. Even the most skilled cultivators from the mortal realm weren't on the same level as these creatures. At least gold immortals would be required, even then, success would depend heavily on numerical advantage. After all, the beings preserved within the Hell Tower were kept alive through secret methods for countless eons, truly the first generation of war-type puppets. They no longer possessed thought, following only the commands of their master. Chapter 164, Save Me. 3 days later, Lu Sanlang happily followed the construction team as they descended to the mortal world. This time, the Seven Spirits sect was not only tasked with building watchtowers but also a teleportation tower, allowing disciples to travel between the two realms easily. Interestingly enough, Seven Spirits sect's watchtower was the last to begin construction, while the other 6 were nearing completion. Precisely because of this, Gu Ling had no choice but to divert part of the Hell Tower's power to disrupt the Seven Stars plan in the mortal realm. She knew exactly what would happen when that heavenly path door opened. If this door successfully opened before the sky split, regardless of whether Chu Jiachen and Xiao Yixue lived or died, she herself was destined not to survive. Therefore, her feelings toward them consisted more of unwillingness to accept defeat. The sentiment of hate didn't quite fit, nor was it driven by a desire for revenge. Perhaps deep down, even she understood that she wasn't opposing any single individual but had unknowingly positioned herself against the entire world. This realization placed her in an indescribable sense of isolation, making her emotions increasingly restless. Given another 100 years, perhaps she could have tempered herself into a truly venomous empress. Unfortunately, time didn't allow it. Regret filled her heart. If only she hadn't separated and sealed the evil part of her soul back then, by now, she might already be able to command wind and rain at will. Her objective had long shifted from being the heaven-ordained innocent one to disrupting the order of the mortal realm, which explained why she urgently needed to dominate all major clans in the demon realm. Only then could she summon enough strength to crush the faith of those ant-like mortals. System alert, the original main character's halo has completely decomposed. Gifted 1 main character halo experience voucher to each apprentice on the master's list. It takes effect immediately. Advanced calculation results have been drawn by the system and can be viewed on the detailed page. Chu Jiachen's eyes slightly widened, clearly startled by the system's gift. At the exact moment the system issued its reward, casual chats on the spirit communication platform exploded with a hot topic. Shock. Demons from hell manifested. True immortals calculated. Click to see which star suits you best to guard. The poster was a grand calculator from a certain celestial palace, and Chu Jiachen fell silent. Let's assume the title was carefully chosen after calculations for maximum impact. More importantly, when readers clicked in, they discovered that 1 spirit stone was required per calculation. Not expensive. But it couldn't hold up under sheer numbers. For disciples of the Seven Spirits sect, recharging spirit stones was convenient, but other immortals had no choice but to chase after Seven Spirits Island tirelessly. Fortunately, the post allowed for credit transactions. After all, everything was under real name registration, so there was little fear of non-payment. Before the apprentices could be astonished by this innovative trade method, they were stunned by the results of their calculations. With the exception of Wei Hua, who still lacked a new phone, Xian Ming and Wenye were deemed unsuitable for guarding any stars. However, the other 5 showed different locations as optimal for each individual. What was consistent among all 5, though, was that their suitability level was marked as a perfect 10. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the thread saw many users revealing their results. Without exception, none achieved the perfect score. The 5 people who scored perfect 10s exchanged private messages with the grand calculator in surprise. All received only an automatic response, as shown by the hexagram. Zhang Ximin, what do we do? Should we go? Wang Suyue, I guess I'll go. What if those monsters harm my family? Li Yanqing, there are no gods anymore. True immortals represent the pinnacle. I trust this. Yi Yunju, right. They say mutual loss is inevitable, living through one more year like this would be meaningless anyway. Lu Sanlang, what? Are you serious? About coming here? This thing. After a considerable pause. Lu Sanlang, no matter who comes here, they won't be able to fight it off. Zhang Ximin, what thing? Li Yanqing, has the battle already started on your end? Apparently unable to type, Lu Sanlang activated video directly. Help me. Before the others could focus on the screen, screams of distress came out from Lu Sanlang. It wasn't clear if the camera or the ground itself was shaking violently, but the video showed a towering rock figure striding heavily toward the screen, creating an immense sense of pressure. Without hesitation, Li Yanqing invited by Lu Star into the group chat. Grandmaster save me. As he evaded the giant steps of the rock monster, Lu Sanlang held his phone tightly, shouting in chaos. Bai Lu Star also didn't say anything, directly inviting Xiao Yixue to join the group chat. Elder uncle, save me. Xiao Yixue glanced silently, too lazy to forward the message, and decisively invited Chu Jiachen to join the group chat. Master. Save me. Chapter 165, Golden Finger. Nothing special, everyone has one. Lu Sanlang was shouting at everyone he saw. Anyway, there weren't many immortals around, and it was even less likely they would pay him any attention. Chu Jiachen had just finished reading the system's analysis of the method to break the deadlock, and turned around to find a chance for practical application. Master Lu Sanlang was so scared that tears were streaming down his face, and his legs left trails as if they didn't touch the ground while running. The sky was filled with chaotic turbulence caused by the collision of demonic energy and spiritual energy. Without enough power, stable flight was impossible. So he could only run on the ground, getting caught up in no time. Chu Jianchen, is the practice sword still around? Try throwing it into the monster's mouth. The system didn't give many hints. Chu Jianchen only knew that whoever was covered by the main character aura couldn't die, no matter how weak they were. But Lu Sanlang had nothing resembling a golden finger. The only thing that could introduce variability was the system's sword. That unremarkable great iron sword that could be repaired for free and have its stats altered at will. Upon hearing this, Lu Sanlang immediately pulled it out without hesitation. Is it this, master? Should I just throw it into the monster's mouth, master? While it seemed like a question, he truly had no time to wait for an answer. Chu Jianchen, if you can't reach its mouth, try nailing its foot instead. With frantic running, Lu Sanlang had no time to analyze the meaning of the word try. He indeed couldn't reach the head of the rock demon. Just as he dodged past the rock demon's toes again, luck combined with skill kicked in. Ding! There were some dry cracks on the rock demon's foot. By coincidence, he perfectly wedged the blade into the crack. No way, master. This stone man is too hard. I can't pierce through it. Chu Jianchen silently opened Lu Sanlang's character interface, found the iron sword under the weapons section, and pushed the pressure to its maximum. Hong long. Suddenly unable to move its foot, the rock demon toppled straight over. As dust rose high into the air, its massive body vanished, as if someone had promptly called it back. Clang, the iron sword fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Even this was thanks to Chu Jianchen's timely control. Exhausted, Lu Sanlang slumped by the pit, his eyes full of wonder staring at the iron sword. Master? What kind of big treasure is this? The disciples watching the live broadcast in the group chat were also stunned. Because this same sword belonged to them all, it was exactly the same. In the past, they only knew that the pressure of the sword increased appropriately with their strength. They never expected it to have such a function. In a place unknown to anyone, Chu Jianchen haggled with the system and finally came to an agreement. Thus. Chu Jianchen, there's a strange pattern on your sword blades. Point your phones at this pattern, and it will transfer into your phone. Then when you open it from your phone, there are some horizontal bars below. Drag the circle above to freely adjust the data. When you have time, experiment yourself. After finishing reading, Lu Sanlang tried it first. Agilely jumping into the pit, he pointed the camera at the strange pattern. A software named Item Controller appeared on his phone. Mainly because Chu Jianchen simply couldn't take care of so many people at the same time. After some bargaining with the system, he managed to secure a trial version of this temporary test edition. The testing period matched the duration of the main character Halo buff. This way, they could also say they had the protagonist standard golden finger. As for how to utilize it and maximize its effects, that depended entirely on them. The moment Lu Sanlang picked up the sword, several immortals descended from the heavens. Young friend, what is this object? Why is it so extraordinary? Aha, this? Lu Sanlang patted the big iron sword casually and said, this is our Sect's practice sword. There are 7 more exactly like it. My master probably has a whole basket of them. Not strange at all, not strange ha. This? Several immortals exchanged glances, becoming increasingly astonished by the 7 spirits sect. An ordinary sect, why did it keep producing things beyond the understanding of the immortal world? They thought and thought but couldn't figure it out. Could this be the power of the inheritance from the ancient god emperor? In short, this was divine power. Lu Sanlang had no idea about their inner thoughts. Rarity makes things precious, yet this kind of iron sword, though peculiar in effect, wasn't really considered a world-renowned excellent sword in Lu Sanlang's mind. Because, as he said, Chu Jianchen had a whole basket of them. Anyone who joined the sect would get one. Lu Sanlang's candid and childish disdain made the group of immortals feel a twinge of sourness in their hearts. The disciples of Chu Jianchen, on average, lacked a clear understanding of treasures, much like how second-generation rich people don't know the difference between money. With access to the system, Chu Jianchen didn't need various kinds of trash. So before he left, he just distributed them casually among his disciples. That casual attitude gave everyone the illusion that all of these are trash. So when others were fighting tooth and nail for minor benefits, only the disciples from the Sword Dust Peak walked calmly away with their swords on their backs, unbothered by such trivialities. Hey, young friend, where are you going? To deliver a phone to my senior brother. Farewell, all of you seniors. Lu Sanlang paid no attention to his disheveled appearance, bidding farewell to the immortals simply, then whistling as he disappeared into the jungle, skipping along happily. Left behind was a group of immortals who were equally disheveled, tasked by the acting immortal emperor to guard the beacon tower. They stood frozen, looking at each other awkwardly, hesitating and unable to voice their thoughts. Because phrases like, young friend, please wait, we need your help, would be too hard for them to say with their current levels of modesty. Chapter 166, Absolutely Not Friends. The destructive power of the rock demon was immense, but fortunately, the surrounding area was barren wilderness. Lu Sanlang soared high in the sky atop his sword, which was just a plain old iron sword. Yes, it didn't even have a name. Lu Sanlang attempted to increase the speed of the sword using his phone and realized that it indeed required no additional spiritual energy. Very practical. In less than 2 hours, he could already see the coastline to the southwest from afar. Senior brother. Senior brother Weihua. Where are you? The voice carried with spiritual energy, echoing through the skies above the White River Fortress. Long Zhao, who was undergoing routine training, instinctively looked up and received a merciless strike. Distraction, one warning issued, run a lap as punishment. It was none other than Weihua in charge of training the new recruits. He was well known for being stern and impartial when it came to military exercises. Though not particularly old, he had lived there since childhood, giving him plenty of experience. Lu Sanlang quickly spotted him among the formation. Seeing that he was busy, Lu Sanlang threw him a glance from afar before turning around to play by the sea. The sound of whoosh whoosh made it unclear whether it was the wind or the waves. Even in winter, this place was never too cold, and the ocean surface would never freeze over. With the mortal world's new year approaching, it was also why the Seven Spirits sect was rushing to build a teleportation platform to allow disciples to return home and visit their families. Little junior brother. Lu Sanlang, who was digging for shells, turned back upon hearing the familiar voice behind him, his face lighting up with joy. Senior brother Weihua. Are you done with your work? Why did you suddenly decide to come? Are you adjusting well to the climate here? Weihua had already removed his armor, clearly distinguishing between camp life and life outside of it. I'm perfectly fine. The breeze feels wonderful. And all these shells look so pretty. Lu Sanlang grinned widely. Weihua couldn't help but smile faintly. Though his junior brother hadn't exactly grown up in a coddled environment, he'd certainly enjoyed smooth sailing most of the way. Naivety was a rare and precious quality. Of course, should someone manage to retain such naivety after experiencing darkness and despair, it was commendable. Oddly enough, deep down, Weihua inexplicably believed that as long as their master was still alive, they wouldn't easily encounter desperate situations. Here, senior brother. This is our sect's New Year gift. I specifically brought it for you. As Lu Sanlang spoke, he shoved a box containing the new phone into Weihua's arms. Ah. What is this? After opening the box, Weihua wore a bewildered expression. Underneath the phone lay a manual. It explained the use of the device in an easy-to-understand manner. After Lu Sanlang let him finish reading, he enthusiastically taught him how to take good selfies. Unfortunately, Weihua lacked talent. But luckily, Lu Sanlang was there in front of him. So under the backdrop of the pure blue sky, Lu Sanlang took a very proper ID photo for him. Is this good enough? Weihua asked. Yes. Now you can surf the web. Lu Sanlang slapped his chest confidently. Surfing the web. Weihua scratched his head, remembering that all kinds of remote communication mentioned in the manual were collectively referred to as internet surfing. Although he found it strange for someone who truly surfed on the sea every day, if it was merely a metaphor, it wasn't hard to comprehend. Junior brother, are you planning to stay overnight tonight? Weihua considered that night was falling fast, so he offered for Lu Sanlang to spend the night. Sure. Lu Sanlang's eyes sparkled. Can I try the food at your camp? Of course, though it might not be tasty. Weihua said while gesturing for him to follow. Lu Sanlang licked his lips and followed immediately. No, I just want to taste some seafood. The ingredients here by the sea must be the freshest. Aha, that's right. Do you have shrimp and crab? Yes. What about fish soup? Yes. I also want to eat grilled squid. Well, I'll just have to grill it for you. The two laughed and talked as they walked along. Long Zhao, who had been punished to run laps, passed them with wide eyes. She hadn't intended to obey humans, but this Weihua was extremely persistent, leaving her no choice but to comply. What did she hear? I'll grill it for you. Was that human speech? No, that shouldn't even be questioned, because those words were unmistakably human. In Long Zhao's view, not a single word from Weihua could be called human language. Watching him act so thoughtful and friendly towards a boy roughly her age, her jealousy boiled over until the vinegar jar inside her shattered completely. Perhaps even she herself hadn't realized it, but given her usual 3-minute enthusiasm for things, the fact that she could stay so long in such a dull and tedious place like White River Fortress was all because of Weihua. Dragons, by tradition, have always favored graceful and delicate things, and Long Zhao had originally been no exception. So she failed to notice that her thoughts had truly been captivated by Weihua's tough guy style. She only thought it was due to her competitive nature and unwillingness to lose. Hey. Big brother, that little girl, seems to hold quite an opinion against you. Lu Sanlang said with interest as he watched Long Zhao sulking back. She doesn't follow instructions well. Weihua's smile slightly faded. As soon as the camp was mentioned, his demeanor naturally became more serious. Disobedient? Lu Sanlang raised an eyebrow. Can't you defeat her? Weihua shook his head and replied, if she revealed her true form. What do you mean? Lu Sanlang, quick on the uptake, asked, she isn't human either. I don't know much about it, but I suspect she might resemble Wenya somewhat. Wei Hua also looked at her retreating back. Lu Sanlang blinked curiously. In what way? I found scales that fell from her body. How does she compare to Wenya? She belongs to a stronger clan. Upon hearing this, Lu Sanlang smacked his lips. TSK, this world is indeed interesting. Wei Hua smiled faintly, recalling the scene when Wenya transformed into a great dragon, summoning wind and rain, and couldn't help but sigh lightly. Who says otherwise? That night, amidst the rich aroma of dishes, Lu Sanlang quickly bonded with a group of young soldiers. Long Zhao sat brooding in the corner, drinking silently while her gaze would occasionally drift toward Wei Hua, who was currently surfing the net. At that moment, Wei Hua was watching videos about the rock demon, which were recorded by several immortals from a distance. Wei Hua furrowed his brows deeper as he watched. This kind of monster seemed to be specifically born to flatten everything in its path. Huge in size, indestructible, impervious to weapons, without any sense of pain. If it showed up here, it might take merely 15 minutes to level the fortress walls. Seeing him frown, Long Zhao grew increasingly annoyed. In the end, she grabbed the wine jug and stormed out of the camp in high spirits. Before the night curfew. This was one of the rare times she could freely enjoy some free time. She felt she should go to the beach to cool down a bit. Humans are truly annoying. I will absolutely never be friends with a human. Chapter 167, Everyone in Position. The sea at night was pitch black, without even a lighthouse. Light attracts those sea monsters that like to wander out during the night and hunt for food on land. Long Zhao had originally intended to just take a casual stroll, but later, it turned into a casual swim. Because she grew up in the demon realm since childhood, she was very sensitive to the aura of the demon realm and had already sensed something unusual deep within the ocean from afar. Summoning array. And it's so big? At first glance, Long Zhao almost didn't recognize it as a circle. After all, when she transformed back to her true form, her body size was already considerable. Even so, compared to the circle at the bottom of the sea, her figure seemed slender by comparison. The demon emperor isn't capable anymore. This can't possibly be the work of that demon princess, right? Long Zhao stared with her dragon eyes, hesitating in disbelief. In her view, Gu Ling could not possess such power. Should I go back and tell those foolish humans? But how am I supposed to explain this? Just looking at a circle revealed nothing much, only that it was likely a powerful summoning array. Judging by the age of the runes, it probably wasn't some low cultivation minor monster. But exactly how strong it was, she couldn't determine. Gurgle, gurgle. The bubbles beneath the sea began to increase suddenly, and Long Zhao, who was in deep thought, abruptly contracted her pupils. Within the circle, a large mountain bump slowly emerged in the shape of half a brain. It wasn't fast, rather slow and strange, possibly to avoid obvious abnormalities on the surface. Long Zhao instinctively flicked her dragon whiskers, noticing no one around, then stealthily swam above the mountain bump. She used her tail to test the creature from afar. Finding no response, she became bolder bit by bit. A dragon claw gently pressed down on the unknown creature's head, gradually applying force. Slowly, the monstrous giant brain-shaped lump sank back into place. Long Zhao was left full of question marks. Just as she was about to chuckle, this easy. The thing underneath started pushing back with relative force. As if one wanted to come out while the other wanted to push it back, they entered a stalemate. Long Zhao narrowed her eyes. What did the dragon race pride themselves on most? Strength. Someone wanted to compete in strength? I cannot lose. No matter what you are. I absolutely will not let you win. Her dragon eyes erupted with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Late at night. Lu Sanlang recounted recent novelties of the sect inside Wei Hua's tent. Suddenly, a soldier reported that Long Zhao hadn't returned after the curfew. Didn't return. Lu Sanlang recalled the sulky back figure. Could she have run away because of your antics? Well, I'll go look for her. Wei Hua felt restless, as if something major were about to happen. That means I'm going too. Lu Sanlang couldn't leave himself behind guiltlessly. Aren't you tired? I've rested enough. Alright then, let's go to the seashore. Ordinarily, Wei Hua would merely consider it Long Zhao being willful, but today was different. An unspoken sense of urgency continuously lingered in his heart, impossible to dismiss even when he closed his eyes. They both immediately mounted their swords, flew over the tall wall, and instantly arrived at the barren sandy beach. It seems we can't see any signs here, Lu Sanlang scratched his head. Compared to the commotion encountered during the day with the rock demon, this sea was eerily calm and tranquil. With their level of perception, if someone was by the seaside, they would have noticed by now. But the fact was, even the little crabs had long retreated into their sand holes. Could she also just enjoy swimming a couple laps in the sea when there's nothing else? Lu Sanlang faced the sea, lost in thought, like Wenya. Before Wei Hua could reply, their phones received messages from the sect group chat simultaneously. Zhang Ximin, everyone is in position. Wang Suyue, did you reach the Wind Kingdom capital? Zhang Ximin, just got here, senior brother Lu welcomed me. Yi Yunju, Fire Country is quite far, and Yan Qing and I are still on the road. Wang Suyue, I'm in the forest country capital, everything is normal. Lu Sanlang, you're all so fast. I'm still here with my master, a person went missing here, and I'm helping him search. Wang Suyue, a person went missing. Li Yanqing, earlier, while we passed through some remote forests, we found a large number of mountain demons migrating. This abnormality warns us, so please be extra cautious. Li Yanqing's words made Wei Hua shift his focus to the quantity of sea demons deep within the ocean. Sure enough, as Li Yanqing said, the demon clusters underwater were indeed much sparser than usual. Wei Hua slightly frowned. Or we can split up and search. Lu Sanlang suggested. Too dangerous. Wei Hua shook his head, you're not familiar with this sea, I'll go alone. I'll wait for you on the shore, call me if you need help. Lu Sanlang confidently patted his chest. After watching Wei Hua vanish into the night while riding his sword, Lu Sanlang truly laid down on the beach, legs crossed, gazing at the stars above. Compared to his leisure, Long Zhao playing arm wrestling underwater was under immense pressure, while Wei Hua could only hover in the sky, unable to dive beneath the waves, so they missed each other several times. It wasn't until dawn that Lu Sanlang finally spotted him returning empty-handed from afar. Couldn't find her, senior brother. No. Landing and sheathing his sword, Wei Hua's face still carried deep worry. Maybe she really did run away because of you. Lu Sanlang teased. Don't know, Wei Hua replied seriously. But I have to go back today, Lu Sanlang shrugged, senior brother Li and Yi Yunju should arrive in Fire Country today. I can't be absent too long. You go. I'll stay and guard here. Remember, call our master if anything happens. All right. Chu Jichen, diving underwater secretly, had full knowledge of their movements. According to the usual system, the plot would only activate once the main character is positioned as required. There were 7 locations in total. Excluding the Snake People tribe, there were 6 remaining locations corresponding to 6 people, and he didn't even need to arrange them. After entrusting Mingzhu City to Lin Yan, a celestial second-generation both enforcer and supervisor, Chu Jichen donned a ghost mask, picked up the demon sword Chiyu, and headed alone to the deepest part of the demon realm, the Hell Tower. Chapter 168, Preparations. The Hell Tower is the cornerstone of the Demon Emperor's lineage. Yanma's appearance was merely Gu Ling's attempt at testing. However, Lu Sanlang's unintentional stumble made Gu Ling realize a problem. More firepower is still needed. Even if not all forces are committed, confidence must be tenfold. But if Gu Ling were absolutely certain, then the mortal realm would have almost no chance of survival. Thus, Chu Jichen had to step in, aiming to reduce the certainty to 50-50 odds. Meanwhile, in a golden, radiant expanse of consciousness, Xiao Yixue slowly opened his eyes. Around him, the 7 divine shadows appeared far more substantial than ever before, each with its unique posture and no longer overlapping as before. As the final site where the 7-star beacon platforms were completed, the 7-spirit sect indicated that the ignition time could be controlled. At the sound of Cui Yunshan's order, the celestial fire will ignite, and the 7 stars can instantly connect. Then, a gate of heavenly Tao will form between the celestial stars and earthly stars. Xiao Yixue's task is to guard this gate. The capital of the Wind Kingdom. Zhang Ximin timidly craned her neck, reluctant to participate in the discussions taking place within the court. Not far away, she noticed a young man with gray hair, who spoke little but whom the emperor seated on the dragon throne frequently addressed. Could it be because he's a fortune teller? Zhang Ximin wondered inwardly. Master He, what are your thoughts on our current defensive setup? He slightly shook his head without answering, only sparing a glance at Zhang Ximin opposite him, saying nothing more. Originally, He had only been tasked with delivering the plan, never expecting the Wind Kingdom's emperor to be so enthusiastic, actively collaborating with the Dragon Kingdom's emperor to reach an agreement. The condition was his temporary stay, helping out as a military advisor. To He, it made no difference. Death, whether here or elsewhere, was inevitable. Since stepping out of the Fire Kingdom, he never considered the possibility of returning alive. Among the assembled ministers, a map of the suburban area lay on the table, marked with a large circle drawn in cinnabar ink by He. And nearby the circle was the already constructed beacon tower. The proximity was unsettlingly dangerous. So He did not suggest building temporary walls or moats but instead recommended the emperor to reinforce their protective barriers as much as possible. With assistance from immortals from the immortal realm, holding out for a while would be no issue. How long exactly though? That remained uncertain. As a combat specialist from the Fire Kingdom, Yan Liaoyuan did not qualify to stand among the Wind Kingdom's court. However, that didn't mean he couldn't squat outside the palace waiting. Currently, his gaze was fixed on the direction of the beacon tower, filled with emotion. This year of the mortal realm doesn't seem like an easy one to get through. In ancient times, there was the misdeed of the year beast, today, there are malevolent beasts wreaking havoc. Regarding the Fire Kingdom, Yan Liaoyuan wasn't worried. Because he'd never been worried in the first place. His prolonged stay in the Fire Kingdom never stirred any sense of belonging within him. If He didn't return, neither would he. Moreover, Lu Sholing treated both of them well, likely due to Chu Jiachen's letter of recommendation. The present-day Lu Sholing was now a legitimate crown prince, whose words carried significant weight next to the emperor's, sometimes even surpassing the emperor's authority. It was evident that the emperor was gradually relinquishing power. Lu Sholing, aside from his young age, possessed exceptional capabilities across all other fronts. Given time, he would surely prove capable of firmly grasping the imperial seal. Yan Liaoyuan admired him greatly. If Yan Ke could be more like Lu Sholing, he wouldn't be constantly thinking about desertion. Today's morning court session was unusually long, seemingly preparing for something. Huff. Yan Liaoyuan tilted his head skyward, noticing scattered snowflakes drifting down without notice. Passers-by hurried beyond the palace walls, none willing to linger outdoors during such weather. All three kingdoms possess beacon towers, yet the Wind Kingdom faced the least pressure. After all, most cultivators within the Wind Kingdom's territory had gathered in the capital, since they weren't needed against the snake people. For ordinary mortals, perhaps this lifetime wouldn't witness so many cultivators or even immortals. Yan Liaoyuan silently closed his eyes, allowing the cool flakes to land on his face. Although he belonged to the element of fire, he enjoyed contact with cold things like rain, frost, or snow. Much like Yi, who always seemed to douse his hopes every now and then. You won't end up hurt. No one will be. Chapter 169, Run. The Demon Realm. Under the dark red blood moon, a gray sky held a faint, phantom-like reflection. It was a completely black tower, seeming to have 12 floors, but in reality it had 18. No matter how those on the ground shifted their angles, the reflection in the sky remained fixed like a painting, much like the water reflection often seen among mortals. Chu Jianchen's eyes were calm as still water, whereas several figures far away appeared restless and agitated. Demon Lord. This title was exceedingly rare among the demons, the single character, Zun, Lord, itself already revealing the extent of their status. Yet today, those gathered here were all demon lords. As if by prior agreement, none of them brought attendants, standing alone, each in their own corner, as though waiting for something. Rumors spread across the demon realm that the demon emperor was dead, but only those standing here knew that matters would not be so simple. How profound was the demon emperor's obsession? It was common knowledge throughout the demon realm. Until he saw his princess unharmed, he would never rest in peace. Thus, regardless of what method he used to remain lingering in the mortal world, the demon emperor's soul would not truly dissipate. Currently, the princess's original form was still trapped in the heavenly Tao mirror in the immortal realm. Whoever could save her would become her savior, equating to having half of Hell Tower under their control. In the absence of the demon emperor, with Hell Tower as support under the princess's command, ascending to the throne of the demon emperor would not be difficult. Of course, all of this was speculation among the demon lords. Regarding Hell Tower, Chu Jianchen's sole aim was its destruction. But he wasn't foolish enough to let anyone know this. The door of Heaven's Tao is at its most vulnerable when opening. If it encounters a disturbance, anything connected to Heaven's Tao will be affected. From something large like the immortal realm's heavenly Tao mirror, to something small like a person's heavenly Tao oath, all could potentially face varying degrees of impact from these disturbances. However, chaos was precisely the best opportunity to rescue the princess's true form. These demon lords, astute as elder monsters. Chu Jianchen surveyed the group. In the original text, these characters were cannon fodder who couldn't last 3 moves against MOE, and there wasn't even one capable individual in the entire demon realm. After all, MOE had traded his sanity for top combat prowess in the 3 realms. But now, Xiao Yishui still had her mind intact, which meant her combat strength would fall short of MOE's, despite their overall strength ratings being almost equal. Chu Jianchen referred to this situation as the law of conservation of strength. By the same token, he himself couldn't completely dominate the others either, otherwise, there'd be no need for him to act in front of this group. This crowd of apparent rivals could coexist peacefully at this moment primarily because of Linyue, the immortal emperor whose presence restrained evil. The immortal emperor and the demon emperor were originally equals, except that with its numerous human clans, the immortal realm was more united than the demon realm, even if only passively. Linyue was quite skilled, aided further by other immortals, rendering even a few demon lords unable to compete in an open confrontation. They all fully understood this fact. Thus, before the heavenly Tao mirror truly shattered, they wouldn't fight among themselves. At most, they'd ignore one another, as they currently did. Still, Chu Jianchen was dissatisfied. Fortunately, he had prepared beforehand, Snake Dan. Once upon a time, Xiao Yishui mentioned giving him a grave formed by ancient snake corpses while in the northernmost regions. Ancient snake corpses and creatures inside the Hell Tower were virtually indistinguishable in essence, both devoid of soul yet retaining body and ability. So, these demon lords watched as Chu Jianchen strolled confidently into the tower, reciting a common master-servant contract oath. You homeless entities, if you wish to leave, submit to me as your lord. Chu Jianchen casually improvised some brainwashing rhetoric. Along with a fluctuation of magic beneath the Hell Tower, a massive serpent abruptly emerged, its huge head prostrating at his feet as though submitting. The demon lords were stunned. Homeless entities. You can do that? Why didn't I think of that? The demon lord, Mok Chen, appeared nonchalant as if he'd done something trivial, riding the giant serpent, leisurely vanishing in the distance. It seemed like someone eager to take a new car for a drive. This move greatly shocked the demon lord, standing frozen in place. At this level, no one dared to say they could overpower their peers. But with an ancient magical beast from the Hell Tower as a mount, one's power would undoubtedly elevate further. This way, the balance between these demon lords would be broken. Those who could no longer contain their excitement didn't hesitate much, moving quickly. In perfect harmony, they didn't rush to the same floor but selected different doors to enter, replicating Chu Jianchen's methods, aiming to steal a powerful puppet just like he had. However, in reality, Chu Jiachen did not truly enter the Hell Tower. Who would have thought that the reflection on the sky's curtain was too illusory? As long as it had a strong enough visual impact, it was sufficient. After all, the essence of leading the rat race is, if you don't do it, you fall behind, but if you do, everyone else does too, and in the end, no one gets ahead. Whoosh! Gu Ling, who was controlling the Hell Tower at the bottom of the Demon Palace, suddenly opened her eyes. Chu Jiachen's fainted spear thrust didn't escape her notice, but several demon lords rushing straightforwardly into the tower did, as though she couldn't help but see them. Some demon lords even gave an explanation to the demon emperor's soul, sincerely saying that their actions were solely for rescuing the princess's true form. And some demon lords began chanting incantations as soon as they entered the door, obviously unwilling to lag behind anyone. This sight made Gu Ling burst out laughing. Regardless of whether such a method to summon something could succeed or not, as long as she was there, she wouldn't let them succeed. Humph. A flash of cold light passed through her eyes as she immediately pressed down her palm. The reflection on the sky's curtain trembled, and instantly sank by 6 levels. Boom. It was like an earthquake inside the tower, various forces awakening and ruthlessly carrying out orders from their masters to strike these intruders with devastating blows. At the same time, Long Zhao's palm suddenly shook. A figure so fast it was almost invisible suddenly shot out of the underwater summoning circle. The head beneath the dragon claw seemed to have been stimulated, and far off a huge tentacle extended, trying to grab this figure. Members of the demon clan. Escaping? Long Zhao wondered aloud, astonished after making assumptions, has the competition within the demon clan become so fierce? Her impression still lingered back when the demon realm had first descended into chaos, with frequent scenes of internal struggles among demons. Wei Hua was still patiently patrolling over the sea, when his peripheral vision caught sight of a disheveled figure dashing out from underwater. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a scruffy-looking uncle, his appearance somewhat rakish if not for the fact that his hood had fallen off. "Senior, may I inquire what has happened beneath the sea?" Wei Hua called out from afar. That middle-aged man however just waved his hands frantically, showing signs of lingering fear, not taking the time to explain before disappearing in a blur into the distance with a whoosh. Only 2 words echoed over the sea. "Run fast." Chapter 170, Is This Your New Mount? Wei Hua turned around and looked at the spot where he had just burst out, intending to dive in for a check when suddenly the sea surface churned with muddy waves, and a colossal octopus head, as big as an island, broke through the waves. However, attached to the side of this massive head was a relentless dragon. Long Xiao Zhao. Wei Hua paused, astonished. Though she had now restored her true form as a divine dragon, he instantly recognized her. The name Long Xiao Zhao was her alias from when she infiltrated the army, naturally familiar to Wei Hua. The first moment Long Zhao saw Wei Hua, there was no time for explanations, she swished her tail, attempting to directly slap him back onto the shore. Unexpectedly, Wei Hua dodged nimbly. As an octopus tentacle was about to collide with her head, he drew his iron sword backward and sliced straight toward the base of the tentacle, simultaneously maxing out the pressure controller on his weapon. Screech. The shrill screech created bizarre sound waves that surged toward the southwest shore faster than the ocean waves. Wei Hua stared at the iron sword in his hand, a glimmer of peculiar astonishment flashing in his eyes. No wonder everyone seeks legendary weapons. What is the origin of this sword of my master? Long Zhao hadn't heard his muttering but witnessed firsthand how this sword managed to leave marks on the resilient body of this monstrous octopus. But even though she felt insatiable curiosity within her, it wasn't the time to investigate. Hey! You should go back. There may be more summoning arrays like this one. Go back and get those celestial beings to help you. Long Zhao shouted this at Wei Hua while engaging in a fierce battle with the octopus monster. What kind of demon is this? Wei Hua asked without clearly indicating whether he would leave or stay. Hell Tower. Demon World Hell Tower. Long Zhao explained briefly, the Hell Tower contains 100 ghosts. I don't know what the Demon Emperor clan plans to do, but right now they seem intent on releasing all the 100 ghosts. 100 ghosts. The term 100 ghosts was used before, but it's now more accurately called 100 puppets, puppets of illusion. Go back quickly. Otherwise, the beacon tower might not hold. Do you know this creature's weak point then? Wei Hua seemed unwilling to leave her here alone if he could swiftly end the fight. It has vertical pupils beneath its skin, but its head is too large. It'll take me some time to locate them. Don't worry, give me a bit more time and you should go back. Long Zhao, an impulsive character, got increasingly irritated the longer Wei Hua hesitated to leave. All right. Wei Hua's response only acknowledged the first part of her sentence. Then, raising his sword, countless illusions of swords manifested behind him as if preparing to encircle the entire sea area. Chime. The resonating sounds made the ocean's surface tremble. In the next moment, countless streaks of sword light poured down like falling snowflakes, almost slicing apart the air around the monster. The violent winds swept fiercely, cutting sword auras crisscrossing everywhere. Long Zhao widened her eyes slightly as all the sword chi avoided her entirely, landing perfectly on the giant head without missing any corner, slashing and cutting until the creature bled profusely from open wounds. I found it. Here. Long Zhao's eyes flickered brightly, secretly grateful to have studied the Book of 100 Ghosts. Otherwise, such hidden vertical pupils would be hard to detect unless the creature chose to open its eyes. Wei Hua silently nodded, changed the hand seals, and all the sword shadows converged into one, aiming their tips towards the location of her tail's attack. Stay far away, he warned. Okay. Without another word, Long Zhao flew off immediately. Initially, she doubted Wei Hua's cultivation level, but the strange behavior of his sword alleviated most of her concerns. At the instant she left, Wei Hua seized the chance, and in a flash akin to slicing tofu, his sword pierced through the monster's vital point so swiftly that even the afterimage appeared sluggish in comparison. Boom roar. The massive creature abruptly stiffened, petrified, and ultimately disintegrated like sand. Come on. Stop staring. This was the lowest level type. There are more coming. Long Zhao grabbed Wei Hua by his tail, dragging him off without further ado. The latter, still reluctant, questioned, can the summoning array be destroyed? Don't dream. If it could be destroyed, I wouldn't let it come out. Although Long Zhao didn't know much about the secrets of the demon clan, she couldn't figure out a way either. After all, one shouldn't gamble with an unknown outcome. Our immediate priority is to return to the beacon tower and guard it firmly. Long Zhao said, gritting her teeth. Wei Hua didn't object but let her lead him away. After all, the 7-star beacon towers were not merely related to the mortal realm but were crucial for the 3 realms functioning as one, sharing in prosperity and disaster alike. In Long Zhao's view, the demon clan could cause tremendous destruction. Unable to continue ruling over the demon world, they'd rather destroy everything. I wonder what father is doing. Come on, just annihilate them already. Long Zhao wished she could send a message to the Dragon King, urging him to lead the dragons in destroying the Hell Tower once and for all. Even if they couldn't completely eliminate it, by restraining it, at least fewer puppets would be unleashed to plague the world. In this regard, she was thinking on the same lines as Chu Jichen. The demon realm wasn't only populated by human demons but also had many independent tribes that lived far from the demon continent. They certainly wouldn't blindly follow every command of the demon emperor. An event as serious as a rift in the sky spread quickly. Anyone who wasn't stupid knew they should halt internal strife and unite instead of making things worse. Because doing otherwise brought no benefits. The behavior of the Hell Tower couldn't be understood by anyone, yet when reminded that it contained unconscious puppets, everyone fell silent. Rise up. All those unwilling to die in vain. Who are you? Would you rather die alongside the demon emperor? Rebel. Overthrow yesterday's imperial rule. Unite. Build a democratic era of tomorrow. How powerful is your tribe? Under the Hell Tower. Sound the horn for a final assault. Various slogans were plastered all over the corners of the demon realm. Each lacking morale among the clans would find corresponding propaganda inciting them. As a result, what happened was surprising. When Long Zhao dragged Wei Hua hastily back to the Baichuan fortress, they found that the various bizarre magical beasts gathered here outnumbered even the reinforcements sent from the celestial realm. Frightened, Long Zhao initially thought that an enemy force had reached the gates, but after listening carefully, she learned these were demon tribes coming voluntarily from the demon realm to help protect the human world. Though their appearances might seem terrifying, the uglier they look, the stronger they are, is a common misconception among humans about monsters. So despite their ugly appearances, these creatures seemed to get along pretty well with human soldiers. Human minds outmatched beast intelligence, while animal stamina surpassed human endurance. Working together provided perfect synergy. Glancing around, one could say each person had been paired with a demon realm mount. Long Zhao sucked her teeth, unsure of what to say. Oh. Wei Hua. Is this your new riding partner? A booming voice drowned out all others. Every gaze instantly fixed on them. Long Zhao remained a dragon, and Wei Hua was still being dragged by her tail. It didn't exactly resemble riding. Yet upon being asked this, an awkward atmosphere suddenly descended. Chapter 171, Not Bad. Wei Hua couldn't reveal Long Zhao's fake identity right there and then. After all, he hadn't been given permission in advance, and what if she didn't want to expose herself? Ordinary people don't know about the dragon race, and celestial beings may not recall them instantly, but that doesn't mean the demons in the underworld have forgotten them either. At this moment, a sea of demons' faces displayed a look of utter astonishment. Heavens! The dragon race is actually collaborating with humans? What are dragons like? They wouldn't hesitate to turn against anyone who tried to enslave them as mounts. Even when they were at their lowest point in the underworld, even the demon emperors couldn't ride on their backs. All races unconsciously agreed that they were the most dignified throughout history. But it was because they were too proud, they unconditionally looked down on all other species, especially those who were like ants compared to them. Humans. In the center of the storm of attention, Long Zhao's lips twitched as one of her dragon whiskers flickered uncomfortably. Mounts? A proud dragon would never become anyone's mount. That was when Wei Hua stepped forward and said, "They are partners." Upon hearing this, all eyes shifted instantaneously. Wei Hua wasn't afraid of social situations. These soldiers were used to looking at him every day, and now they were just joined by a bunch of demons' eyes. Regardless of what happens later, at least for now, we are allies and comrades in arms. Roar. The various demons indicated their support in their own unique ways. The human soldiers present knew their limits clearly. It was a temporary alliance, not dominance, and certainly not conquest. There was equality between the humans and beasts here. Calling them mounts did indeed seem inappropriate. Under Wei Hua's correction, everyone started calling them partners. Long Zhao secretly glanced at him and noticed his composed demeanor, unintentionally exuding an aura of benevolence and leadership yet to be fully formed. She vaguely felt that in war, Wei Hua must not be offensive in nature. If anything went as expected, someone with his disposition would always only be suited for defensive battles. For some reason, the shadow of a demon lord suddenly appeared in Long Zhao's mind. Only now did she realize that Wei Hua shared a few similar qualities with the demon lord named Mo Chen. First, he disliked fighting unless absolutely necessary. Second, he believed in equality among all beings, treating everyone without bias. Third, he naturally considered others' feelings, especially outside of hostility. Being around him was peaceful, without a ripple of disturbance. This was the impression Long Zhao summed up after spending a few days with Chu Jiandust. The advantage was the lack of trouble, but the disadvantage was also the lack of adventure. Compared to him, Wei Hua might show a bit more youthful fervor. Lord Mo Chen, no matter how powerful his magic was, maintained a calm and precise air, unlike the fiery passion burning in Wei Hua's eyes. Long Zhao couldn't imagine Lord Mo Chen ever shouting something like, a certain sword technique, while wielding a blade, but Wei Hua leading troops into battle by shouting commands seemed completely normal. Humph. You're not bad. This was the first time Long Zhao straightforwardly acknowledged Wei Hua. Wei Hua slightly paused, thinking she was referring to his earlier deflection, so he shook his head. I'm not flattering you, we dragons never fawn. Long Zhao proudly lifted her chin, and her whiskers waved like waves, almost brushing against Wei Hua's face. She had no fear of social interaction either. Since Wei Hua was at the front of the group, her being his partner, standing shoulder to shoulder, shouldn't be an issue, right? And so, one human and one dragon turned to face the ocean, quietly waiting for the impending sea storm. Chapter 172, They've been waiting for a long time. The imperial capital of the Fire Kingdom. Emperor Yan Ku stood alone on the Watchfire Tower, overlooking his vast domain. Li Yanqing was hidden among a group of commoners below who were worshipping. Clad in plain coarse robes, he wore a grey cloth tie wrapped into a bun at the top of his head. A pair of simple cloth shoes were caked with dry mud, and his demeanor faintly exuded the air of a poor scholar. Despite being not yet 20, his features were mature due to his upbringing in the northern frontier regions, and his stature was imposing enough that saying he was 26 or 7 wouldn't have raised any eyebrows. Originally from one of the distant impoverished border villages of the Fire Kingdom, Li Yanqing received no favor from the emperor. His dream of achieving official status and renown faltered because he lacked the money to bribe local officials, leaving his hopes dashed by sons of wealthy families who took his place. His burning idealism turned into bitter resentment. Empty-handed, he journeyed south, spending 4 years making ends meet by keeping accounts for various caravans. Eventually, he arrived at the ethereal Lingmeng marshes just as news spread that the Seven Spirits sect was opening its gates for new students, so he ascended the mountain to seek learning. He now felt fortunate that he chose the path of immortality. Disgusted with political corruption, he avoided any contact with soldiers or authorities, carefully concealing his identity as a cultivator even while mixing in with ordinary people, disdainfully observing the spectacle of officials bowing before their emperor's power. However, from outside the crowd, a mysterious figure shrouded in a cloak had silently been observing him for some time. Tu Xikong, leader of Zhuai Xingchen, and also the current generation's Bei Luo Shimin. All members of Zhuai Xingchen take the names of stars as their code names. They're known for their elusive and secretive nature, appearing briefly only to disappear again, leading outsiders to perceive them as somewhat solitary and reclusive individuals. But today, unexpectedly flanking Tu Xikong stood two figures, a man and a woman, Hu Shiqi and Xian Yuhu. The former was dressed like a general, sharp-featured with glaring eyes, gripping an extravagant bow in his hand but carrying no quiver of arrows on his back. The latter was a stunningly beautiful woman, accurately speaking, a fox spirit, who held a red fan that half concealed her face. Her fox ears, glowing under the sunlight, occasionally twitched as they were playfully caressed by the wind. If Li Yanqing had noticed her, he might have realized she could be a distant relative of the dream foxes. "Leader, it's time to ignite the fire," Xian Yuhu said, looking upward with her crimson-lined eyelids partially revealing her delicate chin beneath the fan. Tu Xikong slightly nodded. Hu Shiqi drew his bow taut, and though invisible to all, it was as if an arrow formed out of thin air, poised at his fingertips. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, flames erupted on the watchtower. In the very next moment, countless citizens dropped to their knees. Caught off guard, Li Yanqing was forced into a position where he noticeably stood above everyone else. Kneeling at this late stage probably wasn't wise either. Even Emperor Yan Ku on the watchtower noticed him. Had his face not been distinctly that of someone from the northern region, he would likely already have been taken away. "Good young sir, do you harbor any particular opinions?" asked Yan Ku, pairing his most serious tone with unusually populist phrasing. This made it hard to decipher whether Yan Ku's capricious tendencies would lead to punishment or lenience towards the seemingly oblivious youth. The surrounding officers exchanged glances, uncertain whether they should berate Li Yanqing themselves, lest they misinterpret the emperor's intentions. Knowing resistance was futile, Li Yanqing bowed lightly and said calmly, "Your Majesty, although the devotion of your subjects is important, there's undeniable danger here at this very moment." As long as Li Yanqing kept his weapon concealed and suppressed his cultivation aura, no one except the 3 members of Zhuixinchen would guess he was more than meets the eye. Emperor Yan Ku raised an eyebrow curiously. "Our strategists say this is the safest location." "That would mean I worry unnecessarily, Your Majesty," responded Li Yanqing without defiance. The usually confrontational Yan Ku suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Xinu who narrowed her eyes, trying to discern something about Li Yanqing, but was blocked by a mysterious barrier imposed by destiny itself. Interesting fellow, isn't he? Upon hearing her jest, Hu Shiqi remained unperturbed, gazing intently at the sky above. By all calculations, there should be a void forming right about now. But not yet. Only if the 7-star plan failed, and they had to resort to their final sacrifice seal method. For this purpose, Zhuixinchen prepared over 1,000 years. Everyone present had the potential to ascend, yet all had deliberately restrained themselves, staying tethered to the mortal world, ready to face this calamitous year predicted long ago. It was an apocalypse foreseen by the first-generation Bei Luo Shimin, the very foundation and mission behind Zhuixinchen establishment. That star was called Wang. And they've all waited for so long. Chapter 173, 4 Stars Connection. This kid, is he the new star core evolved from the Hope Star Ring? Xin Yuehua had great interest in Li Yanqing. However, the purely academic gaze on her enchanting face really made it hard for people to figure out her style. Only Hush Qi always had a pair of dead fish eyes, except for the moment when his pupils moved while releasing an arrow. In Zhuixinchen, not everyone is Tusi Kong's apprentice. On the contrary, Tusi Kong only has 2 personal apprentices, one Hui has already left, and the other is still in deep meditation. Speaking of which, why doesn't the leader recall Hui? Xin Yuehua asked Tusi Kong. However, the latter had an attitude like an old father, taking a long time before speaking. He needs to go out more. Xin Yuehua was speechless. She had always wanted to go out, but alas, Tusi Kong did not permit it and even called her a calamity of beauty. Wherever she went, misfortune followed. Only Huqi Daoyuan, who achieved great completion, standing by her side, could ensure nothing would happen. Because as long as she stayed within Huqi's shooting range, the calamity of beauty wouldn't take effect. In the end, though these two weren't partners, they might as well have been. Xin Yuehua flirted with anyone but Huqi. After all, being from the same school, she couldn't ruin his cultivation. Unless he decided to change his path himself. A smirk tugged at the corner of Xin Yuehua's mouth, and she continued fanning herself, partially hiding her face, as she tiptoed and floated toward Li Yanqing in the crowd. Her gait immediately showed she was a member of the demon race, but the citizens of the imperial capital seemed used to it. Demons, spirits, or ghosts appearing near the emperor or even in the palace were no longer strange. After all, Yan Ku, who loved sheltering ethnic minorities, was inherently very peculiar. Looking at the fox spirit who stopped in front of him, Li Yanqing's eyes darkened slightly. "What do you want, young lady?" Xin Yuehua squinted with a smile. "Our leader invites you." Li Yanqing followed her gaze to notice the man cloaked in a robe, only revealing a little of his beard under his hat. "Zhuixinchen," he blurted out. Xin Yuehua raised an eyebrow. "I didn't expect you to know so much." Li Yanqing remained silent. Chu Jiachen had sent him a text message regarding matters of Zhuixinchen. "If you encounter Zhuixinchen members, just cooperate as much as possible." Considering this, Li Yanqing changed his initially distant demeanor. He neither showed humility nor arrogance, merely nodding politely. Xin Yuehua's eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of surprise. For this seemingly amiable yet actually difficult to deal with young man had been persuaded without any difficulty. Really impressive. A smirk spread across Xin Yuehua's lips once more. Both Tusi Kong and Yan Ku watched Xin Yuehua lead the person away, and neither expressed any reaction. Numerous soldiers let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, no self-initiative actions were taken, right? Look, another strange person the emperor wishes to recruit. The entire court had already come to a consensus. Stranger identities meant greater favor. The more peculiar their outward behavior appeared, the more necessary it was to observe for a while. Who knows, in the blink of an eye, this person might become a guest of the emperor. Acting rashly could lead to awkwardness if future cooperation became necessary under the same roof. Xinyue led Li Yanqing with Huqi following expressionlessly behind. The three entered a small hidden door beneath the watchtower. As soon as they walked in, Li Yanqing's pocket started beeping, ding ding. What's up? Li Yanqing answered fluently. Beside him, Xinyue couldn't help but glance sideways, even Huqi noticeably paused. Yo, big brother, how's it going there? Nothing here on my side. Yi Yunju's carefree voice came through. Just lit the fire. Li Yanqing regretted answering. The one human and one demon beside him both stared at him as if watching a monkey. The location where Yi Yunju resided was close to the far north, sparsely populated, and the beacon tower had been ignited early. However, the fire burned faintly. Fortunately, there was also a reasonably sized contingent of soldiers stationed there, otherwise, this light of hope probably wouldn't even ignite. The Serpent clan was the first to ignite their fire, remaining the most stable throughout, seemingly under divine protection. The promise that Gu Ling was forced to make might indeed have had some effect. Because until now, the entire forest showed no abnormalities, even common animals lived normally. Thus, the beacon towers corresponding to Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, and Tianquan stars had connected after being ignited. Unable to endure solitude, Yi Yunju directly initiated a group video call. As he watched his junior sect siblings accept one by one, Li Yanqing gave a sidelong glance to the Heart Moon Fox, Xinyue, who had no sense of boundaries and had come too close. He steeled himself and clicked to join. Chapter 174, For Sale. Hey. Master Suyu, what's the situation in the royal capital of Lin country? Hasn't it started yet? Zhang Ximin was somewhere unknown, looking like she secretly took a video call without others knowing. It's about to start. The elder princess is fully responsible here and just finished evacuating irrelevant people. Wang Suyue's location was spacious, and in the background, the city walls of the capital could be seen from afar. Huh. Master Li, where are you? Why is there a pointy-eared creature beside you? Upon hearing Zhang Ximin say this casually, all eyes were instantly drawn to Li Yanqing's video feed. The Heart Moon Fox blinked, roughly guessing the purpose of this glowing, bored, shocked but more curious. Can you hear me speaking? Sure. Zhang Ximin replied with both curiosity and astonishment. What a pretty sister. What on earth is Master doing? It can't possibly be what I think it is. Li Yanqing frowned. You should read fewer novels. That's not my fault. Zhang Ximin had plenty of backbone. I borrowed them all from Xian Ming. Where's Master Xian Ming? Yi Yunju asked. He went with Master Wenya to sell phones and investigate information. Why does Master Wei Hua keep showing busy? Perhaps he's training troops. Why doesn't the younger master speak? Upon being named, Lu Sanlang quickly signaled for silence. Under his messy hair, one could vaguely see that he had headphones in his ears. He gestured with one hand while flipping the camera. In an instant, the screen showed several rock creatures surrounding the Seven-Spirit Lake. Despite the strong sense of oppression, the watchtower seemed hidden by some secret spell, wielded by those who wore tokens of the Honglin Palace. Skilled in concealment arts, even among the three realms, Honglin Palace ranked as the top tier. This made Lu Sanlang standing here less nervous. Nevertheless, to be cautious, he chose self-imposed silence despite usually being chatty. The Heart Moon Fox widened her eyes as she stared at the picture transmitted from Lu Sanlang's side, feeling like she was almost there. How do you get something so amazing? She pointed at the phone, adhering to the principle of asking first before trying to figure things out herself. She gazed hungrily at Li Yanqing. With calmness on his face, Li Yanqing said, Our sect has them for sale. For sale. The Heart Moon Fox got excited, really? How much? I want one too. Li Yanqing couldn't provide one right away, so he handed her a pre-order agreement. Sigh, indeed expensive. The Heart Moon Fox sharply sucked in a cold breath, hesitated for a moment, then signed. Arc Vector 7 turned his head, adopting an expression of, not interested. After receiving the signed contract, Li Yanqing didn't expect that helping out in the battle would allow him to make a deal as well. Feeling pleased, his attitude towards Heart Moon Fox became warmer. It will ship in 7 days. If the war extends, delivery might be delayed. Yes. The Heart Moon Fox nodded continuously. Though unable to travel far, having this gadget would prevent boredom even during seclusion. Meanwhile, Arc Vector 7 did not forget his mission. With a solemn expression, he bowed to Li Yanqing and said, I am Arc Vector 7, may I boldly ask, do you carry an unnamed divine weapon? Divine weapon? If the senior is referring to this. Li Yanqing summoned his iron sword and held it out before Arc Vector 7. Exactly. Could you lend it to me for observation? Certainly. Li Yanqing was generous. Arc Vector 7 took the sword from his hands, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed for a while before returning it. Thank you. No need for formalities, senior. Li Yanqing received the sword back, completely uninterested in what Arc Vector 7 was thinking and wouldn't ask why either. Here, underground tunnels crisscrossed everywhere, protected by arrays capable of shielding vital energy, ensuring they wouldn't be detected by demonic entities above. As Heart Moon Fox introduced the layout simply, she kept glancing at his screen image. If the scouts ahead also possessed such long-distance real-time communication tools for military intelligence, people wouldn't have to live in anxious fear of the unknown, she thought. Nearly there. Let's guard here. Heart Moon Fox stopped. Above their heads was the exit, though she clearly had no intention of leaving. Li Yanqing raised no objections. He knew the abilities of this mysterious organization known as Zhu Xingchen. Their combat strength might not be high, but their calculation skills were undoubtedly at the peak level in the mundane world. His master had once told him plainly that with Zhu Xingchen assisting, his defensive difficulty would be the lowest among his disciples. However, if the 7-star connection failed, this place would become the most dangerous. Li Yanqing had already prepared himself mentally. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, use earth to cover it. Chapter 175, Long Live Freedom. Light the fire. In Lin country, Princess Lin Yueli gave the order, and a roaring blaze soared to the sky. Of course, she hadn't forgotten Xiao Yishui and his 8 disciples. Thus, she confidently left Wang Suiyue by her side. From farther away, numerous repair earth experts were visible. The thunderous footstep sounds echoed like heartbeats, growing louder as they drew closer. Unexpectedly, before the terrible enemies had even arrived, a panicked figure bolted out and directly collided with the barrier outside the beacon tower, then fainted. Lin Yueli and Wang Suiyue exchanged glances and then approached together for inspection. A demon cultivator? Wang Suiyue was surprised. Lin Yueli boldly checked this person's pulse and, after a while, said, she must have suffered severe injuries. But, we can't tell. Wang Suiyue, puzzled, also knelt down for observation. This was a girl of unknown real age, with a blood-red crescent mark on her forehead, and her facial features carried a trace of coldness. Her body had virtually no external wounds, but her pale complexion and chaotic demonic aura clearly indicated that her body was nearing its breaking point. She is from the demon clan, likely even a demon sovereign. An immortal stepped forward to remind Lin Yueli. Is she a demon sovereign? Wang Suiyue was startled. Then isn't she very dangerous? Your Highness, you should stay far from her. That's not right, Lin Yueli frowned. If the demon realm attacked us, why would the demon sovereign be injured and unconscious first? This might indicate something has happened in the demon realm. Wang Suiyue suddenly remembered something. Could it be the work of her master? Cough, cough. The woman started to cough faintly in her haze. Upon seeing this, Lin Yueli fed her a pill. Report to Her Highness. A large number of demon creatures have appeared in the southwest direction. Large numbers of demons. How many exactly? Can't they be counted? Replying to the princess. They cannot be counted. There are just too many. What about casualties? Those demon creatures did not hurt anyone. What? It's absolutely true. They simply appeared there and didn't harm anyone, and I do not know why. Keep watching, report again if there is a change. Yes. Similar scenes occurred continuously under every beacon tower. The crowd could not make heads or tails of it. Including Gu Ling, who was in the demon palace listening to reports from her subordinates. The 3 realms were vast, and so many things were happening simultaneously. Wanting to fully understand everything happening in each corner was something her half-filled memory simply couldn't achieve. To dominate the world, one must either overwhelm with sheer strength or intelligence, otherwise, it would only be possible through dreams. Gu Ling slowly closed her eyes. She already had no way back. The heaven split. These 3 words slipping out from her mouth sounded like the initiation of a curse. A crack sound first rang from the edge of the demon realm. The demon realm itself was a repaired world, just better off than the divine realm which had collapsed long ago. From its origin, it was a space of light and dark contradictions, and it had been full of various contradictions throughout. If it weren't for the heavenly Tao sustaining it, these 3 realms wouldn't have clung to life until now. The heavenly Tao doesn't possess life traits, autonomous awareness, and nobody can say clearly what it is. But precisely because of it, all realms operated in an orderly fashion. And the heaven split essentially means the fracturing of the heavenly Tao. When all established orders are disrupted and eventually shattered entirely, then the whole world would be no different from nothingness. Gu Ling didn't want this either, since doing so meant she herself would die. But there was no choice. With her current state, she could only take a gamble. Beneath the Hell Tower. Zhu Jianchen had his white hair flowing, a grotesque ghost mask barely concealing his elegant demeanor. The first crack of heaven split appeared on the sky at the reflection of the Hell Tower. Its spread wasn't rapid, and without someone deliberately accelerating it, it wouldn't affect the mortal realm for at least half a year. However, Zhu Jianchen knew Gu Ling couldn't wait. Yet behind the mask, he mysteriously smirked. The heaven split was a double-edged sword, and if one wanted to tear open any world rules, this moment was the best time. Onward. He hoisted the demon sword high, and fierce winds abruptly arose. A pitch-black lightning struck down from the heavens, its muffled thunder belatedly following. Onward, the multitude of demons roared in response, a celebration comparable to a blood moon revelry. Break through the Hell Tower. Long live freedom. Chapter 176, Blood Curse. Clang. Gu Ling accidentally knocked over the candlestick beside her. She was now in a panic. Because only now did she realize that she wasn't very skilled at controlling this palm tower. If it were to be compared, she had lived much longer than this thing. Inevitably, at the start of her contact with it, she unconsciously held a bit of disdain. The result is that only now has she noticed that even the most fundamental structure of Hell's Tower remains half known to her. After all, through these long years, her time wasn't spent on academic research. Well, just destroy it then. Gu Ling at this moment resembled her younger self giving up on homework. She knew that even if the entire Hell's Tower were released, the demons inside wouldn't have the power to kill every single person in the three realms. They would eventually be defeated by the three realms, no matter what cost humanity pays. She had always been adept at sowing discord among a few individuals, but she wasn't proficient in grand schemes. At best, whispering sweet nothings into Emperor's ears occasionally influenced some situations. The Empress's vision and magnanimity had nothing to do with her nature. This also destined her to always be bound by herself. Chu Jichen wasn't wary of her, not because of arrogance, but rather due to the limited portrayal of Gu Ling in the original text. The themes of suffering love affairs and scheming politics in the original story weren't relevant, the heroine was merely a spoiled naive character. No matter how hard she flapped her butterfly wings, she couldn't achieve illogical developments. Perhaps Gu Ling will never know that the person who knows her best in the world is none other than the teacher she often overlooks. Mo Chen. Chu Jichen, who are you really? Gu Ling collapsed on the floor. The tipped-over candlestick didn't go out, instead glowing like a cluster of ghostly blue fire. Since Hell's Tower could not be controlled, she decided to simply let it be. Let it go as it may. Anyway, those soulless beings wouldn't be able to do anything good anyway. Amidst thoughts and silence, she slowly pulled out an ancient skull. It was the rarest treasure in the entire underground palace. It was once called Primitive Ape Demon by the demon race. But for Gu Ling, a descendant of Nuwa, the second generation of ape demons in charge of patching the sky was her ancestor. However, the residual strength and consciousness within this skull had already been destroyed by her. She thought of the first generation snake woman residing within He, and glanced at the grey skull in her hand. The power from that snake woman, though weak, is likely to be a variable. If I use this as bait, I can definitely lure her out. Once that silver-haired youth dies, the snake woman's soul, with nowhere else to reside, will only be able to rely on this skull. Without a trace of the Nuwa lineage as guidance, even if the heavenly Tao door opens, the primordial Nuwa will not appear. You either continue sealing the heavens, or seek me. Gu Ling's mutterings were filled with familiar small whims, yet there was no one around her to indulge her like before. Only a nearby three-headed ferocious dog guarding her with 6 empty eye sockets. Boom! The giant tower's shadow in the sky suddenly collapsed. Half fell into the demon realm, the other half plunged into the mortal world, inadvertently tearing open a large fissure in the sky. Imperial capital of Foam Country. Ghostly shadows swept over like a locust plague. Even though they were merely mirages, the heavy evil chi was enough to make most ordinary people collapse, as if trapped in nightmares. He. Yan Liaojuan immediately noticed the streak of blood at the corner of He's mouth and rushed forward to support him. But He had no time to respond at this moment, his deathly pale face made others feel inexplicably uneasy. Cough, cough. He furrowed his brow, stubbornly holding on while memories involuntarily flooded back. It was the first time he met the so-called fake disaster star during the Snake People tribe's altar, where the fake demon princess had casually injured him. It was then that he faintly realized that pool of blood might be his calamity. Blood curse, a method using blood as a curse. Already having a short lifespan, adding the blood curse made his imminent demise seem unremarkable. But just now, he noticed that this hidden curse actually showed signs of being voluntarily delayed. Though he couldn't calculate his own fate, it didn't mean he couldn't reasonably deduce it. She's coming to find me. Chapter 177, suddenly no longer wanting to die. A sentence without head or tail left an anxious Yan Liaoyuan completely baffled. Who? Why are they looking for you? What do they want with you? I am a vessel, and so is she. Or rather. She also possesses. He wasn't trying to hide anything from Yan Liaoyuan, but there were many things that simply couldn't be expressed clearly, leaving Yan Liaoyuan unable to fully comprehend. Just tell me where the safest place is. Be it climbing through mountains of knives or crossing seas of fire, I'll take you wherever you need. Yan Liaoyuan spoke, ready to hoist He onto his back. But He gently pushed him away, shaking his head slightly. Why? Yan Liaoyuan was not pleased with his indifferent attitude toward life and death, so much so that it instantly ignited his temper. Yan Liaoyuan just opened his mouth to say more when He casually cut him off. Don't trouble him any further. Him. For some inexplicable reason, a shadow suddenly flitted through Yan Liaoyuan's mind. This might have been one of the clearest moments his mind had ever had. Mo Chen. He's silence only confirmed Yan Liaoyuan's suspicion even more. I know you don't need reasons to speak, Yan Liaoyuan stubbornly hoisted He onto his back while glaring at the foolish rhinoceros nearby, but you also know that I don't need reasons to act. Not far away, Zhang Ximin, like the others, was covering her head, crouching on the ground, waiting for the wind to calm down before standing up. Yan Liaoyuan's movements inevitably caught her attention. Hey there, big brother. Where are you going? That's dangerous. Zhang Ximin wasn't worried about Yan Liaoyuan's health as much as she was concerned about He who clearly couldn't withstand such fierce winds. I'm taking him to the demon realm. Since you're here, could you pass a message to the crown prince for us? We're leaving. Wait. Where are you going? The demon realm? Zhang Ximin started losing her composure. There's a war going on in the demon realm right now. Why are you heading there? War. How do you know? Yan Liaoyuan didn't bother turning around, but still shot her a glance. I'm not lying. Zhang Ximin jumped up, running over with her phone, opening a popular video from the casual chat plaza. Here. Take a look. It's turned into this. He's pupils shrank subtly, the clear sky splitting mirrored in his eyes immediately triggered automatic calculations within his mind. 7 hours. What 7 hours? Zhang Ximin and Yan Liaoyuan asked simultaneously. Skysplit, spreading across the entire sky of the Fire Nation, you won't make it. The last statement was specifically aimed at Yan Liaoyuan's plan to find Chu Jichen. No way. I have to take you to find him. Without hesitation, Yan Liaoyuan continued walking with He on his back. Seriously. You two have to believe me. Zhang Ximin quickly switched pages and opened a private voice message sent by Chu Jichen. Ximin, you should keep watching over that fortune teller from the Fire Nation during this period. Add in Shouling, with you all there, it's the safest place. Chu Jichen's voice was comforting, despite the chaotic background noise. After hearing the recording, Yan Liaoyuan paused mid-step, casting a surprised glance at He behind him. Did I hear wrong? Is this his voice? Hey. Little girl. Who is talking to you? Do you know someone from the demon race? Yan Liaoyuan turned around again with He still on his back, striding back to Zhang Ximin. Zhang Ximin no longer held back, proudly patting her chest instead. This is my master. He's currently in the demon realm right now. Many people there listen to him. Trust me. Master says the human realm is safer than the demon realm, then it's safer than the demon realm. Could I borrow your phone for a moment? He stepped down from Yan Liaoyuan's back, pointing at Zhang Ximin's phone with his finger. Of course. Zhang Ximin, recalling how Li Yanqing had completed a side job smoothly, immediately transformed into a businesslike smile. Not only did she lend her phone willingly, but she even offered friendly tutorials. Yan Liaoyuan could do nothing but wait on the side, barely managing a peek. Currently, mobile phones were still far from common in the immortal realm, but their users had already exceeded 5,000. At this time, the casual chat square buzzed with excitement, sharing updates on various battle situations. The situation, though not entirely promising, was still within people's tolerance. Originally, no one knew why such turmoil occurred in the demon realm. But the world was never short of curiosity. There would always be people brave enough to risk themselves, rushing to gather first-hand intelligence. With a mobile phone in hand, spies no longer had to rack their brains to write reports. A quick recording and send, and regardless of one's cultivation level, everyone would have to give a thumbs up in the comments section. Esteemed friend, your courage is remarkable. Is there more? Under normal circumstances, it might take several hundred years for someone to bother speaking to them. But with this new form of communication where face-to-face meetings weren't necessary, even those typically aloof immortals showed a noticeable increase in their desire to express themselves. He was surprised. He couldn't describe what kind of feeling this was. It was as if they had long seen through this dull life from the fate wheel, and suddenly, they caught a whiff of change, a hint that a new era was about to begin. Its direction, however, remained unknown and incalculable. This made him, suddenly no longer want to die. Chapter 178, The Person Who Miscalculated. Sometimes, the reason to want to survive is this simple. And this reason must be something the person absolutely wouldn't think of themselves. He never expected it. Zhang Ximin was a money enthusiast. Before descending to the mortal world, she had spent her own money to buy several phones, planning to sell them to the royal family and nobles when the opportunity arose. But one event after another left no chance for her to give a sales speech in front of the palace. When she noticed He's interest, she quickly took out a new one. As expected, He didn't even bother to negotiate the price, he just paid outright. Through sheer luck, Zhang Ximin recovered her costs in one deal. Hey! If you need to contact the master for any reason, you can search for the 7 Spirits Sect here and send a remote invitation. If the master agrees to contact you, he will send you a message. Zhang Ximin kindly guided. There was no choice, she also thought that He, being frail and sickly, shouldn't wander around recklessly. Now that he had a phone, if there was an emergency, they could just call him. Even immortals who fly about are tired, let alone patients. Message. He mysteriously latched onto this keyword. In the immortal realm, there were actually quite a few immortals who weren't good at martial arts. History recorded cases where mortals ascended by pursuing literature or art. For example, like the group of people chasing the stars, those skilled in divination didn't necessarily have to be warriors wielding swords to gain the recognition of the heavenly way. A dance to startle the phoenix, a tune to move the heavens, that was also the Tao. He Yi's divination abilities, even if he went to the immortal realm, would still make him a well-respected teacher in his own right. Yan Liaojuan looked at He Yi, whose demeanor was usually calm and collected, but ever since he got hold of this thing called a phone, his mental state seemed to have completely changed. Just a moment ago, he was acting mature, but now his eyes were all over this new toy, making Yan Liaojuan feel, for a brief moment, that He Yi was actually rather immature. How do I send an invitation? It was rare for He Yi to ask a question, breaking protocol, as he asked the salesperson and after-sales advisor, Zhang Ximin. Come on. It's too windy here. Let's find a corner to squat and I'll teach you slowly. Zhang Ximin suddenly had the illusion that He Yi was a peer, making her instinctively forget their generation gap, as if excitedly coaxing another child to play. Yan Liaojuan watched as He Yi happily followed Zhang Ximin into the corner, leaving him alone to feel disoriented in the wind. He Yi. You're supposed to be a transcendent master. A transcendent master. His view of the world was shattered amidst the wind, not noticing that the ominous sense of crisis lingering in his heart had disappeared. You have a new message. Chu Jiachen received a system notification. It was a letter from He Yi. The letter didn't say much, just thanking him for the strange object he brought. Chu Jiachen looked at He Yi's skyrocketing main character index, and after some thought, still sent back a reminder telling him to be extra careful. After all, the last immortal Emperor Lin Yu, whose power soared rapidly, was still struggling fiercely with demons inside a cage. Now it was He Yi's turn with unusual data, and no one knew yet whether it was a blessing or a curse. City Lord. Lin Yan dismounted from his horse and saluted properly. What is it? Chu Jiachen raised an eyebrow. Just as you predicted, the Demon King's underground palace has been empty for a long time. Lin Yan rummaged through his storage bag. I only managed to find this, it seems to be a register. Chu Jiachen took it and casually flipped through a few pages, mostly showing various positions within the demon race camps, but many names were crossed out. This register was casually discarded, so these people must be considered useless in the princess's eyes, Lin Yan added. Indeed. Chu Jiachen didn't look closely because the system had already copied its contents. All his book-flipping motions were just for show. Then, calmly, he handed the book back to Lin Yan and said leisurely, go ahead and recruit some human members according to this list. Display the benefits and incentives, based on voluntary participation. Yes. Lin Yan saluted again, your subordinate takes leave. Chu Jiachen nodded slightly, silently watching Lin Yan mount his horse and gallop away. At this point, Chu Jiachen had already retreated to the edges of the battlefield. He was never fond of seeking attention openly. It was much more comfortable playing a behind-the-scenes role, stirring up things quietly. The demon realm wasn't a small place, the population of the demon races was not much less than that of the mortal realm. Whether the system's title of Lord of a Realm or the traditional demon realm term Demon King, Chu Jiachen personally preferred that no one realized his existence. Because the most mysterious often carried the greatest intimidation. Nowadays, all races have realized that the demon realm has changed drastically, and Thefa, new heavenly way, is slowly being constructed in the unseen. King Long marched proudly with the strongest fighting team onto the demon cultivation continent, only to awkwardly find their target was gone. The demon race had dissolved. Furthermore, none of the demon clans would submit to another. Like sulky children arguing, they all clamored to let their battle achievements do the talking. If King Long wanted to recast the Soul Dragon throne in the demon realm, he might have to destroy the entire Hell Tower himself before he could earn any authority within the demon realm. Moreover, a crack hung across the sky, and the more pessimistic ones didn't even bother thinking about the future anymore. It felt like a release before the world's end. Faced with a battlefield as chaotic as madness, King Long suffered from an unbearable headache. And it wasn't just him who had miscalculated. Chapter 179, The Noisy Youth. At this very moment, He Yi, the venerable hermit outside the secular world, was intently watching a live broadcast from the demon realm. Look closely. The one who just appeared in the lens is the king of the dragon race, the Dragon King. I have limited experience, but I am also honored to see the true form of the dragon race today. There was a lively youth's voice narrating in the video. As for why the dragon race, which has been hidden away for years, suddenly emerged. There are various speculations among the three realms. The lens was firmly focused on the figure of the Dragon King, who remained unaware. He slightly narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, the shooter's position was too far away, so some details were somewhat blurry. He was merely a fortune-teller and not a combatant. By his side, Zhang Ximin's cultivation level was too low, so he was also irrelevant to the front line. And Yan Liaoyuan's mission was to protect He Yi, thus he was also at the rear of the battle line. The number of puppet legions invading Feng country wasn't large, you could count them on two hands, but for human beings with fleshly bodies, they were all elites among elites. The mortal world could withstand this entirely thanks to the assistance provided by the immortal and demon realms. He Yi looked up at the sky, unknowingly nearing sunset. A few faint light points began to appear on the horizon. Zhang Shimin grew increasingly anxious as the beacon tower of Baichuan Fortress hadn't successfully lit yet. When people's fear exceeds their faith, the light will go out. Such a situation would only suggest that the pressure on Baichuan Fortress was immense. Zhang Shimin couldn't help worrying. She stopped looking at the demon realm with Yi, took out her phone, and searched for Baichuan Fortress live streams. As expected, there were at least more than a dozen live broadcasts taking place from different positions. She didn't choose and randomly clicked on the one with the highest popularity. Although this location was far and the angle high, it was the most comprehensive view available, hence it had the highest number of viewers. However, contrary to what Yi was listening to, this videographer said nothing throughout the broadcast. Eager to share, but not overly verbose. Ah, how come there are dragons over there too? Zhang Shimin immediately noticed a robust dragon beside Wei Hua. Yi glanced sideways. Heavenly Master Yi, don't these two dragons look quite similar? Zhang Shimin talked like someone who can't stop chatting during a drama, social anxiety depending solely on whether those around her shared the same interests. Their father and daughter. Yi explained. Ah, I see. Zhang Shimin realized, then, this dragon race must be a good clan too. Not only did they break precedent and emerge, but they even sent their own daughter to aid the mortal world. Count me as one of their supporters. While saying this, Zhang Shimin simultaneously typed, posting her thoughts once again in the comment section. Almost immediately after posting, she received numerous likes and replies. Li Daxin, what? Is this the Dragon Princess? Huang Qiong, wishing peace and safety for the good dragon race. I support the dragon race. Zhou Fengchen, the belief power at Baichuan Fortress isn't enough. Everyone, please pray. Just as Yi glanced a little more at Zhang Shimin's screen, the image on his device suddenly flickered, as if the person filming had fallen, then cut off abruptly. What happened to the person you were watching? Zhang Shimin noticed his black screen. Yi shook his head, probably got discovered. He was too noisy. Zhang Shimin was flabbergasted. Yan Liaoyuan, uninterested in anything, squatted on Yi's other side, almost falling asleep propped against his head. No one knew that this talkative young man, secretly filming the Dragon King, had truly been captured. Spare my life. Please spare me, hero. In the dim cave, the youth stared at the Dragon King transformed into human form and almost knelt down instantly. Who are you? The Dragon King frowned deeply and slowly put down the confiscated phone. Chapter 180, can follow. The Dragon King originally thought this was a soul-capturing type of treasure, but to his surprise, after checking it over, he found that it truly possessed no means of harming anyone. He racked his brains but could not figure it out, and yet he couldn't appear completely unfamiliar with it. After all, the Dragon Clan had secluded itself from the world for many years, indeed lacking knowledge of the outside. The chatty young man, Wang Songbao, timidly looked up. Even transformed into human form, the Dragon King's height was still more than a head taller than an average person, let alone having a pair of long dragon horns that added to his majestic appearance. Spare me. I am the book archive overseer of the Seven Spirits Sect. I often read strange tales and legends. I have heard much of the Dragon King's great name. Today, it is a rare opportunity to meet you, so I couldn't help but record your noble presence. Wang Songbao's courage could be said to be neither too big nor too small. The Dragon King looked puzzled. Recorded, what did that mean? However, judging by Wang Songbao's words and expression, he guessed it might be something like an image-retaining stone. Although the Dragon King didn't ask, Wang Songbao still preemptively responded. How about this, sir? You return the phone to me, and I will demonstrate it to you. Wang Songbao rubbed his hands. The Dragon King disdainfully threw the phone back at him. What kind of rare treasure was an image-retaining stone? Wang Songbao eagerly took the phone and doggedly approached the Dragon King, raising his arm high so the Dragon King could see clearly. Master, look here. This is called the live streaming square, where all the footage inside is filmed in real time. Oh. The Dragon King thought for a moment, meaning everything happening right now. Wang Songbao preemptively answered again, yes, at this time, different things happening simultaneously across the three realms. The Dragon King, exclamation point. Seeing the Dragon King still had nothing to say, Wang Songbao randomly tapped on a popular stream title, Baichuan Fortress. Unexpectedly, once the video appeared, the Dragon King's eyes immediately widened. Li Qin the Dragon Race, mighty and glorious. Long Princess, victory is assured. Zhang Yujun, the Dragon Race is the faith of its people. They are the light. Zhengyu, Dragon Girl, go for it. The Dragon Race rocks. The Dragon King turned from red-faced anger slowly into being embarrassed by compliments. Although he still didn't know what exactly had happened. The Dragon Zhao shown in the video indeed had an air of authority, this was the natural bearing of the Dragon Race. Wang Songbao's perspective differed from Zhang Shimin's. This broadcaster also liked talking non-stop. The Dragon King only needed to listen quietly for a while to understand roughly what the situation there was. But the more he listened, the more furrowed his brows became. Baichuan Fortress was surrounded by enemies layer upon layer. Several top-tier demons that escaped from the Hell Tower were nearby by Chuan Fortress. Had it not been for the numerous reinforcements from the demon clan plus Dragon Zhao who could fight off hundreds single-handedly, it would probably have already fallen. The Dragon King could not care less about humans, but he could not disregard his own daughter. Moreover, with so many people cheering her on, even as just a spectator, the Dragon King felt the deep anticipation everyone had for her. Wang Songbao was good at adjusting his speech according to the listener, whether they be human or ghost. Upon realizing this stream was related to the Dragon King, he immediately brought out his full vocabulary and, along with the audience's comments, praised the Dragon clan extravagantly. The dragons were quite particular about their pride. Secluded for so many years, the Dragon King had imagined people might call them cowards or sandworms, but who would have known that one move by Dragon Zhao would elevate the reputation of the Dragon clan to historical peaks? How could this not make him secretly thrilled? The Dragon King deliberately coughed a bit, sweeping his wide sleeve, just some half-dead puppets. If I lead merely half of the Dragon clan, we can exterminate these ugly creatures all at once. Dragon King, you're mighty. Wang Songbao lavishly praised. Subsequently, he cautiously asked, then. Dragon King, may I follow you to live stream? Follow. Yes, yes. Just like the live stream you just saw, let me broadcast the grandeur of the Dragon clan for all 3 realms to see. Do you think that's fine? Humph, don't expect my protection for you. That's alright. That's alright. I promise I'll stay far away. Absolutely no trouble. If that's how you want it, go ahead. The Dragon King finished speaking and arrogantly turned around. Mouthing that he wouldn't protect Wang Songbao, but eventually, he took him along. Otherwise, with Wang Songbao's cultivation level, there was no way he could keep up with the speed of the Dragon army. Wang Songbao was overjoyed, shakily opening the live stream, readjusting himself, and began greeting the audience nonchalantly. Hey! Master He. You're absolutely amazing. Your screen has lit up again. Zhang Shimin was even more delighted than Wang Songbao. He glanced down and, as expected, it was still Wang Songbao's incessant chatter. However, this time the picture was much clearer. Judging by the angle, he was evidently already standing beside the Dragon King. The comment section was filled with nothing but shock. Upon learning that Wang Songbao would be live-streaming the Dragon clan's army coming to aid by Chuan Fortress, the entire web erupted. A large number of people suddenly flooded into Wang Songbao's live stream room. After all, everyone had been deeply concerned about Baichuan Fortress. Now that the dragons were stepping in so conspicuously, it was undoubtedly a super-hot event. The Dragon King sneaked a glance and realized he seemed to have become famous. Thus, he stood up even straighter. It was as if he were about to become a great savior for the people. Chapter 181, Daddy's Here. Rumbling. Above the southwestern sea, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Every time the night sky was illuminated, that brief flash of white was like a devil's joke. The claw-like cracks had already torn open the heavens. Without color, without light or shadow, reflecting nothing, only an utter void remained. The southwestern sky darkened earlier than other places at night. Wei Hua. Can you still go on? Long Zhao once again used her tail to support the figure that had been hurled back. Cough. Wei Hua didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, but the blazing light in his eyes had never dimmed. One more time. I found its weakness. Really not caring about your life. Long Zhao mocked with her words, but her actions were seamless. She and Wei Hua hadn't fought together for long, but she'd already figured out most of his habits clearly. With a curl and a flick of her tail, she launched him like a ball. Wei Hua, having learned from previous failures, was determined this time. The ancient giant race were creatures from the same era as deities and demons. After their extinction, their bodies lay dormant underground until they were dug up by later generations of the demon clan who then refined them. They lacked flashy techniques, each punch and kick was already an embodiment of the ultimate power. The beacon tower wasn't being ignited to protect the people on shore because these giants' last received order was to destroy the 7 stars beacon towers. As long as the towers remained unlit, with their level of intelligence and vision, the giants wouldn't be able to find where the towers were located. Moreover, amidst the chaos on shore and unstable belief force, even if lit, the flames might go out at any moment. Thus, executing these troublesome behemoths first was a necessary condition to stabilize the ignition. Wei Hua's eyes were firm, the blood flowing from the sword's edge all came from himself. After Long Zhao flung him out, she quickly followed suit. The human and dragon aligned in perfect synchronization, forming a straight line toward their target. Go! Man and sword became one, and Wei Hua seemed like a streak of light piercing through the core of the demonic nucleus. Long Zhao seized the opportunity and immediately plunged into it, tearing apart violently. The remaining giant puppets cared little for preserving their fallen comrades' remains. Sensing their positions, they charged forward in unison with raised fists. Initially, solely depending on Wei Hua and Long Zhao, it would have been difficult to completely annihilate the puppet parts. But with these indiscriminate helpers, landing punches and kicks, the first giant puppet slowly crumbled under attacks by its own kind. Pity fell upon Long Zhao and Wei Hua trapped inside the puppet's heart, they almost got pounded into paste. To minimize the surface area of impact, after splitting the magical core, Long Zhao temporarily transformed back to human form, allowing the taller Wei Hua to shield her within his arms, both curling up under the cover of a dragon scale protective shield, waiting for the right time to escape amidst the chaos. This scene was witnessed exactly by the Dragon King, who led his entire dragon army to offer reinforcements. The overprotective father immediately exploded in anger. Could our dragon race be forced into such a pitiful situation? Today, whether you are a giant or a demon, all of you will return beneath the ground. A bright roar reverberated through heaven and earth, reaching even to the divine realms, a voice brimming with pride and defiance. At the lead Dragon King's call, 100 dragons responded with roars, generating shockwaves that toppled half the ocean. For thousands of years, the dragons hid their true strength. The might of a single clan could counterbalance against the demon imperial family. How much more so against mere hellish puppets? There was no need to say much, simply their ferocious aura alone was enough to terrify the usually intimidating demon armies into submission. After all, any random dragon pulled from the clan was equivalent to a military general-level combatant. Wang Songbao was suspended by a dragon claw, riding the dragon, which flew more steadily compared to the others, maintaining a safe distance from the main group. This gave him occasional illusions that the entire dragon clan was paving his way and providing security escorts. However, upon hearing the Grand Dragon calls, Long Zhao froze for a moment. It's over. My dad's on the rampage. Chapter 182, A Dog. Wei Hua saw how nervous she was and guessed that she had probably run away from home. What to do? What to do? My father is really terrifying when he's angry. Wah! He will capture me. Hang me up, then beat me. Wei. Long Zhao's sobbing abruptly stopped, replaced instead by the awkwardness of being slapped in the face by her father. Looking closer, it wasn't Long Zhao who was the target of the Dragon King. It was those ugly marionettes flexing their power. And they were too serious. Wei Hua kept a straight face, pretending as if nothing happened. As he watched the dragon army charging into battle like daggers, his eyes scanned for an appropriate way to slip out. Though the dragon clan's imposing presence shocked the giant tribe greatly, the hatred between them was stable enough. The giants, at their core, held grudges. It was as if both Wei Hua and Long Zhao carried marks above their heads, attracting attention wherever they went. Even though this was dangerous, it turned out well for everyone else. At least there wouldn't be too many more casualties. No, doing this would cause a tsunami. Wei Hua soon realized the situation was wrong. The dragons were indeed fierce, but with this trend continuing, it was very likely the fortress wall would collapse due to the tsunami before the monsters were exterminated. Then let's lure the monsters onto land. Long Zhao smoothly changed the subject. Had she not seen the arrival of her fellow clansmen, she wouldn't dare suggest such an audacious idea. Luring the enemy onshore could easily lead to suicide by fire. Wei Hua glanced at the leading Dragon King, confirmed the arrival of the Dragon Clan reinforcements, and without much hesitation nodded and said, "All right." Saying so, he grabbed Long Zhao and leapt skyward, simultaneously releasing a signal flare towards the heavens. Subsequently, the horns on the fortress walls blew. All soldiers retreated within. Fire was lit. The popularity of the Dragon Clan surged unprecedentedly. Lighting the fires at this moment truly brought together all elements, time, place, people, all in sync. Rising flames illuminated the starry glow brilliantly. The 7 stars eventually aligned, shedding light upon the heavens and earth alike. As Master He stated, opening the way fully would require some time. At dawn, when daylight breaks through, during the twilight dividing day from night. This was bound to be a tough night. Meanwhile, on Qiling Lake, Lu Sanlang howled eerily, jumping about among the creatures mimicking something like a madman. His current abilities naturally fell far behind those of the immortals of Honglin Palace, yet he wielded a great sword capable of shattering magic cores. The immortals took inspiration from Wei Hua and formulated a plan to use Lu Sanlang as bait. In comparison, Wang Sumin, located in the imperial capital of Lin Country, was relatively safe. Perhaps due to the surrounding terrain being difficult to attack or the tearful experience provided by the awakened magic lord who escaped death. Though annihilating the monsters instantly seemed improbable, with prolonged time, they would inevitably be worn down to death. Huiyue Country had Zhu Xingqian, every step taken steady and almost flawless. In Feng Country, the snake race in Green Door Forest remained unscathed as well. The only one encountering the final boss was He, possessed with mysterious powers in Feng Country's imperial capital. Only, by the time Gu Ling found him, he was still intently watching Wang Songbao's live stream. Remember, before time had been altered, exactly at this time, the royal city was mercilessly devastated by Lu Shouling, drenched in blood and chaos. The elegantly decorated room was eerily quiet, except for the cacophony from inside the video. Yan Liaoyuan was unusually absent, even Zhang Ximin was nowhere to be seen, leaving him sitting alone by the window, atop which neatly placed was a tortoise shell used for divination. Of course, the tortoise shell was merely decorative. For he always did mental calculations in his heart. Placing the props there just made him look more professional. "You've come anyway." He didn't turn around. His calm voice interwove with the noisy commentary sounds. "It's good you know." Gu Ling, riding a three-headed hound, looked down at him from above without bothering to get off and meet his gaze. Is the snake woman hiding within you? Hand her over. He clearly hesitated, finally turning around, with an indescribable expression of furrowed brows. Sorry, I meant this three-headed dog. Chapter 183, The Host Can Eat Melon. Dog? Gu Ling was momentarily stunned, then furiously angry. You're cursing at me? Hee. This hellish three-headed dog could be said to be one of the few beings in the Hell Tower that still retained part of its consciousness. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to incur Yen Liaoyuan's enmity. Its eyes were scorched blind by Yen Liaoyuan hundreds of years ago. Of course, even hundreds of years before that, it was also the offspring of this dog that drove Yen Liaoyuan's family out of the demon cultivation continent. The grudges and debts remain unclear to this day. He feared that they wouldn't be able to resist a fight here, so he found an excuse to shoo him away in advance. I am loyal to Demon Emperor Your Majesty. Gu Ling was startled by the sudden voice emanating from the abdomen of the three-headed dog. She didn't realize this creature was alive until now, causing her skin to crawl instantly. Are you talking about the ancient Demon Emperor? He looked at the middle head, its forehead having already opened a third eye. I only recognize the Demon Emperor seal. The three-headed dog acknowledged its incomplete consciousness and didn't strain itself with too much thought. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood, the Demon Emperor had passed the Demon Emperor seal to Gu Ling. The Demon Emperor seal can command all slaves loyal to the Demon Emperor, including but not limited to the entire Hell Tower. Princess of the demon race, it's nice to see you. He turned toward Gu Ling. Cut the crap. The latter was still fuming. Use your Demon Emperor seal to trade for the snake woman spirit. He showed complete indifference in his eyes, as if knowing she couldn't refuse. What? Gu Ling was indeed shocked and naturally felt guarded. But upon seeing him, there seemed to be no sign of joking. She began pondering in her mind, weighing things carefully. She didn't know much about He's character, nor did she understand his intentions clearly. Also, during their confrontation with the Serpent Clan previously, what he wanted was also something from the demon race, making it hard to say he wasn't coveting the high position of the demon race. Thinking about this, Gu Ling smirked disdainfully. She wasn't afraid of someone with purposes, because desires create weaknesses. If he was only after the throne of the Demon Emperor, whether he succeeded or not, since he now merely said he wanted the Demon Emperor seal, Gu Ling wouldn't hoard it unnecessarily. Deal. Though seemingly enduring on the outside, Gu Ling was secretly thrilled within. The secrets of the Nuwa clan were still unknown to anyone. Although the fortune-teller before her might know, since he waited here and concealed himself from the world while using the snake woman's spirit as leverage, he apparently wasn't the type of gentleman concerned with the greater good. In such a case, Gu Ling no longer worried. She even felt that he grew more likable, experiencing a peculiar sense of kindred spirits sharing the same stench. And truly, he didn't deceive her. He swapped without any deceit. The snake woman's spirit transferred into the skull in Gu Ling's hand, while the seal commanding the Demon Emperor's dead land also fell into He's possession. Gu Ling laughed heartily. He remained silent, quietly stepping back after accomplishing his goal. Holding the Demon Emperor seal, he gestured towards the three-headed dog, which had no choice but to follow. Because, just as it had said, they were all-powerful yet steadfast slaves. Ceasefire. Suddenly, a command spanning all three realms was issued through the Demon Emperor seal. All surviving demons who obeyed solely the Demon Emperor stopped fighting. Gu Ling had already prepared a teleportation scroll. Grabbing her belongings, she quickly made her escape. As long as the night passed and tomorrow dawned, she would be able to change her name, beginning anew. Ceasefire. Ceasefire is fine. Who likes times of war and chaos anyway? Gu Ling looked up at the sky, hugging the skull tightly in her arms. Unbeknownst to her, the two hollow eye sockets in the skull began glowing with a light resembling that of a beacon tower. An hour ago, he had received a message from Chu Jichen. There is one thing I've never told you. The 7 stars plan, actually, should be 8 stars. With those words, everything suddenly clicked into place for He. In the past, he had always felt something was missing in his calculations, and the key point was indeed here. Yin and Yang Bagua, the Heavenly Way Gate. If he didn't want accidents to happen, he could certainly avoid them. For instance, he could boldly choose to welcome Gu Ling's arrival alone. In the depths of his awareness, he could sense that Chu Jichen was uniquely special for this world. Even if he could never figure out why. No matter, none of that mattered. As long as the goals aligned, they were on the same boat. Since receiving Chu Jichen's reminder, his thoughts became crystal clear instantly. The original rules had been changed. The 8th door is the true door that will summon the heavenly Tao. And the person who altered the rules could only be that single new star named Wang. In other words, he handed over the crucial opportunity to open the 8th door, the most important one, to Gu Ling. However, if he gave the snake woman's spirit to Gu Ling for no reason, it might raise her suspicion. Thus, why not take advantage of the situation and gain something in return? He was certainly not in a depressed state when he had the playful idea. At this moment, he was riding the siege rhinoceros, holding the demon emperor seal, with the three-headed dog following closely by his side, making Yen Liaoyuan's eyes nearly pop out from their sockets. After all, how much less blood would have been shed in the mortal realm if the ceasefire had come just 15 minutes earlier? When everyone's attention was drawn to the dragon clan, no one knew that the one who truly stopped the sacrifices was an obscure fortune-teller. He was indeed unknown, even staying low profile in places like Sukunxian. Yen Liaoyuan didn't know that the reason for the ceasefire was actually due to He's casual few words. Now he was purely stunned about what had happened just moments ago. What he didn't expect was that He wouldn't explain anything at all. Instead, He took out his phone again and earnestly started watching Wang Songbao's live stream. This made Yen Liaoyuan extremely jealous instantly. You kept complaining he was too talkative. But you're still watching him. I'm watching the Dragon Clan. That's not allowed either. System notification, rankings changing. Chu Jiachen observed one after another notification showing temporary protagonist aura has expired on the system list, indicating that their respective missions were complete. He could hardly imagine that Zhang Ximin's mission was merely selling phones to He. Indeed, the system sometimes was absurd. System notification, the gate of heavenly Dao is opening. Original world hidden plotlines are now activating. P.S. Host may proceed to coordinates to observe events. Chapter 184, The Fallen Evil Spirit. In a remote little mountain village, the mountains were drenched in icy rain. Gu Ling desperately sought shelter, her whole body trembling. She couldn't tell if it was excitement or fear coursing through her. Everything had gone far too smoothly today. Little girl, it's so late, where are you going? There are beasts in the mountain. At the village entrance stood several umbrella-carrying villagers gazing at the sky. Seeing her running alone, one of them kindly shouted out a warning. With all this commotion in the heavens, not to mention humans, even hibernating animals would have been frightened out of their dens. But Gu Ling now instinctively avoided people, feeling as though she were constantly under watchful eyes everywhere. A kind old woman stepped forward to intercept her and handed her a somewhat worn-out umbrella. The mountain night rain is bone-chilling. No matter how strong your body is, don't stay in the rain too long. Gu Ling feared being bothered, hastily taking the umbrella without even saying, thank you, then changed direction and ran off again. An old man quickly pulled the elderly woman back, furiously winking and pointing to his own stomach, then to Gu Ling's fleeing figure. Only then did the old woman realize something strange. What sort of young woman would be holding a bizarre skull and running into the deep mountains at midnight? They all shuddered, believing they might have encountered a demon. The 12 specters. Whoosh! A dozen shadows appeared beside Gu Ling. She had merely tried calling them once, but hadn't expected them to still be around. After a momentary pause, Gu Ling's emotions finally stabilized slightly. Having these 12 guardians by her side greatly boosted her inner sense of security. However, the spirit of the serpent woman had conducted numerous searches but still could not find even a trace of residual soul within the skull. Could it be that this girl has already swallowed it? Enraged, the serpent woman felt helpless, fully aware of the tyranny of the heavenly Dao protection. Only Nuwa herself could suppress them. She had positioned herself as per He's request. As for whether the true Nuwa could be summoned, it depended on that chosen son of heaven. Despite their very shallow relationship, barely even acquaintances, trust between them was now the only option. In the celestial realm, before the heavenly Dao mirror, Xiao Yixue stood side by side with Bai Luxing, both gazing into the ever-changing surface of the mirror. The strength of the celestial emperor may be nearly spent, that evil spirit is struggling, Xiao Yixue furrowed her brows. Bai Luxing, outwardly similar in demeanor to Chu Jiachen but far colder, made those unfamiliar mistakenly believe them to be father and son. Thus, Xiao Yixue always felt immense pressure when facing Bai Luxing. Defend. Bai Luxing was brief and to the point. Xiao Yixue immediately followed his order, acting more obedient than anything Cui Yunshan had experienced in his lifetime. The moment the prohibition seal was set up, Celestial Emperor Lin Yu also lifted his self-imposed seal. A twisted soul emerged at the center of the seal, wildly thrashing about like an enraged trapped beast. What kind of ancient malevolent being is this? Lin Yu almost lost her composure. The three realms actually concealed something of this nature, unimaginable to anyone, and no wonder her worldview had been overturned in a heavenly Dao mirror. Xiao Yixue. Lin Yu called out by name. Xiao Yixue raised an eyebrow. I need to borrow your heart. Don't worry, you won't die. Xiao Yixue swallowed hard, glanced furtively at Bai Luxing beside her, and ultimately pretended to be brave, striding confidently towards the Celestial Emperor. Here. Lin Yu tossed him a transparent fragment, irregularly triangular with one end extremely sharp. As soon as Xiao Yixue grabbed it, his palm was cut open by its energy, leaving a bloodstain. Incline it at your heart position, letting your lifeblood flow through it, Lin Yu commanded urgently, for this seal could only restrain the evil spirit for a short while. Xiao Yixue, of course, wouldn't be coy, especially not with Bai Luxing watching closely from behind. He treated his body as if it didn't belong to him, acting decisively and cleanly, comparable to killing himself. Bai Luxing remained expressionless, except for a slight twitch of the corner of his mouth that was barely noticeable. Lin Yu was satisfied. After all, Xiao Yixue's pure heart was the cleanest and purest she'd seen in the heavenly Dao mirror. Of course, unless one didn't count the alternate timeline Chu Jichen. Drip. The first drop of blood fell, creating ripples throughout the world. The initially distorted evil spirit gradually coalesced into a form resembling Gu Ling by about 70 to 80%. The remaining 20 to 30% revealed her elongated, cruel eyes, entirely different from the innocent Gu Ling. M.O.E. The evil spirit immediately recognized Xiao Yixue, despite his current ethereal aura. Xiao Yixue was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why she harbored such intense hatred towards him. Shouldn't she have liked him the most? Xiao Yixue gave her a dismissive sneer and ignored her. You were the one who should have died back then. You. The evil spirit even tried to break free of the restrictions, aiming to strangle him. If you had died, there would have been no issues at all. All this is your fault. Xiao Yixue didn't expect any coherent explanation from her. Lin Yu appeared beside him, watching with a complicated expression at the madwoman, just separated by a wall. She's different from the other Gu Ling. This Gu Ling favored your partner more. Lin Yu explained to Xiao Yixue. This time, it was Xiao Yixue's turn for his lips to twitch involuntarily. He could endure almost anything, but not this. Let's tentatively call it the previous life. Lin Yu continued, in the past life, her two personalities, one didn't want you dead, and the other didn't want him dead. Xiao Yixue remained silent. Yes, in the end, it was you who survived. Although Lin Yu was speaking to Xiao Yixue, his eyes never left the evil spirit inside. But, regardless of how much her two personalities struggled, their goal was still the same. What she seeks is eternal life. Something that since the dawn of creation, not even those gods and demons who created the world could achieve. Oh, what an ambitious ideal, Xiao Yixue commented indifferently. But. Lin Yu paused briefly, his tone suddenly taking on a playful note. When it comes to your partner, this evil spirit fell into ruin. Chapter 185, Effective Threat. Question mark. Xiao Yixue looked at Lin Yu. Innocent Gu Ling is attracted by the evil Moe, and on the contrary, the Gu Ling from the mire naturally yearns for the unpolluted Chu Jichen. Lin Yu smiled faintly. I wonder if you can understand. Xiao Yixue responded ambiguously. No matter what Gu Ling's bloodline is, she is only human. And humans inevitably cannot escape the framework of the mundane world, just like Gu Ling. Lin Yu smiled faintly. She had been alive for over 2,000 years at least, and there was no law of human nature that she couldn't see through. The more one lacks something innately, the more it has a mysterious allure. Xiao Yixue stared across the barrier at the eyes inside. This personality split off was truly much purer. Pure hatred for him. In their past life, Chu Jichen was essentially the substitute for his and Gu Ling's death. Now, after this rare chance to redo things, the current life's Chu Jichen had again been swayed by him. The malevolent spirit looked at Xiao Yixue as though he were looking at an enemy. It wasn't until then that Xiao Yixue understood. So it was the innocent Gu Ling who hesitated to harm him. But if it were this dark sesame, he might have been dismembered 800 times by now. Xiao Yixue couldn't help but look at Lin Yu with gratitude. If it weren't for her suppression, how could these days have been so peaceful? This malevolent spirit, hiding like a venomous scorpion, could even scheme against half of itself. Otherwise, maybe Gu Ling would have already spent her entire life with Moe in blissful harmony. Unless this malevolent spirit hadn't agreed. Xiao Yixue now reasonably suspected that a great deal of Gu Ling's suicide dragging Moe down in their previous life was due to this malevolent spirit's efforts. And regarding whether the time loop restart has anything to do with her, that still needs to be confirmed. Her tricks are many, and under no circumstances should we let her escape, Lin Yu reminded. So how do we completely get rid of her? Xiao Yixue asked. Lin Yu thought for a moment before answering. At the very least, we need to force her to merge the other half back. Otherwise, that other half will slip through the net. How do we do that? Xiao Yixue was direct. Implicitly saying, no matter what, I will cooperate. Today, she absolutely has to go. I'm glad to see such awareness in you. Lin Yu couldn't help but pat his shoulder in relief. Then with a flick and a toss, she threw him directly into the barrier. It felt much like someone kicking him unawares into a tiger enclosure. Xiao Yixue was thoroughly bewildered. Before he could ask, are we fighting? Lin Yu had already used the heavenly path mirror to project everything inside the barrier onto the celestial canopy of the human realm. Gu Ling, running chaotically in the mountains, abruptly stopped her steps. Looking up sharply, she gazed incredulously at the strange scene in the sky. The fragment near Xiao Yixue's heart stood out horrifyingly. The reflected bloodlight indicated the prelude to a sacrifice. She didn't know why Xiao Yixue would be alone with the malevolent spirit, but no one understood better than her what the malevolent spirit would do to Xiao Yixue. As the malevolent spirit lunged at him with fangs bared, Xiao Yixue seemed frozen in place, motionless, causing Gu Ling's heart to leap into her throat. This can't happen. A voice roared within her, enough to shatter all restraints. The next moment, her figure appeared between the malevolent spirit and Xiao Yixue, assuming a stance of blocking the blade for him. Coincidentally. According to system prompts, Chu Jianchen, who had teleported here just to watch, almost collided with her head-on. What was originally a beast cage with only 2 people suddenly turned into 4. Xiao Yixue quietly tugged on Chu Jiachen's sleeve. Let me explain. But before he could explain, Gu Ling suddenly went berserk, drawing her sword despite the huge disparity in strength. She pointed the tip at Chu Jiachen's throat and glared directly at the opposite malevolent spirit. If you take one more step closer, I'll kill him. Her threatening words reverberated through heaven and earth, and the malevolent spirit indeed halted in its tracks. Chu eating melon Jiachen. Chapter 186, Summoning. If he hadn't known that the system wasn't intelligent, he would have even suspected that he was being scammed. Having a gossipy situation fall directly on oneself is not a joyful thing. Chu Jiachen was wavering back and forth between whether or not to pry open the blade with his fingers. 2 almost identical figures stood in opposition here, yet the sky of the mortal realm grew increasingly bright. Under the illumination of the beacon tower, the yin-yang dual fish diagram gradually filled the entire sky. People stopped in their tracks to look up in awe. The unprecedented celestial anomaly not only opened the heavenly Tao gate, but also slowly revealed the true nature of this small world before everyone's eyes. What are you doing? The evil spirit had a deeply sinister look. And Gu Ling knew that the power of 3 generations of Niuhua descendants had already gathered within her. She did not fear the other version of herself formed purely from malevolent thoughts. I said it, Moe cannot die. Joke. He's no longer Moe. Then is the master still the master? You delaying won't do you any good. Then let me take Moe away, and you can do as you please. Impossible. The power is in me, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Humph. Don't you want to see me carrying all the sins through the heavenly Tao gate? I'm merely a sliver of your soul that has split off, and I can disappear at any time. And you? Where is your qualification to challenge me? Ha ha ha. The evil spirit laughed wildly. Gu Ling clenched her teeth in anger. Fine. Then go ahead and jump. Ha. What did you say? In the end, we might as well both die. I'm sick of you interfering in my affairs all the time. I don't need your teachings. You self-righteous bastard. Don't need? How dare you have the audacity to say that? Every time I was in danger, wasn't it me who saved you? Every cycle of reincarnation, wasn't it me who helped you? Without me, you'd be nothing. You'd be dead long ago. Yes. I'm stupid. Stupid enough to die. $% at. And $. Xiao Yixue, Chu Jiachen, Lin Yu, by Lu Xing. Even the snake woman inside the skull was stunned. Only now did she know that something so inconceivable had happened to the 3rd generation. Gu Ling arguing with herself, this classic case of personality split syndrome, was something Chu Jiachen had never seen after studying medicine for years. The reasons behind someone developing such symptoms could be varied and strange, but Gu Ling seemed more like someone driven insane by long-term torment of good and evil. It should be noted that, in Chu Wang's world, someone in her condition wouldn't be held criminally responsible, even if she were throwing grenades all over the street. Chu Jiachen casually rubbed his right hand, and the wound that appeared due to Xiao Yixue's injury healed instantly. As for the shard Xiao Yixue inserted into his heart, it was fake to an extreme degree. Just as Lin Yu said, he wouldn't die, it had nothing to do with sacrifice. After all, that was just a shadow simulated by the heavenly Tao mirror. The truly heart-digging fragment remained in the mirror. And the reason Xiao Yixue's hand bled was because Lin Yu wanted to dispel the evil spirit's doubts beforehand. She would never take the life of an innocent person in such risk. Bai Lu Xing didn't understand the fragments, but he understood Lin Yu. Had it been anyone else asking Xiao Yixue to harm herself, Bai Lu Xing would certainly stop them, let alone allow it to happen under cold observation. As for Xiao Yixue himself, he realized everything was fake only after he had pierced his chest with the fragment. Thankfully, his quick reaction prevented him from giving anything away. Otherwise, if there were indeed a malevolent fragment causing substantial harm, then the one transported here wouldn't be the mere bystander Chu Jiachen. There would likely be Chu Jiachen coming to settle personal grudges. But now, Gu Ling's personal grudges with herself seemed unlikely to be resolved anytime soon. The snake woman sensed Chu Jiachen and Xiao Yixue's presence and confirmed they were the pair of heaven-appointed children who could summon the real Niuhua. Whether or not a descendant of Niuhua provided strength didn't matter much, the snake woman was sufficient as a thread here. Because the entire mortal realm had accumulated ample faith among ordinary beings. Using the connection between the beacon towers and the star patterns, this force could directly reach the gates of the heavenly Tao. And at the core of each beacon tower was the colorful stone brought back by Yan Liao Yuan from Fire Country. All of this had been prepared long ago by Zhu Xingchen. Chu Jiachen silently stepped back, leaving only the sword tip and the frozen air around it. Its master hadn't even noticed its embarrassing abandonment by the prey, leaving it, now sentient, feeling momentarily humiliated. Chu Jiachen reached out from his sleeve, and Xiao Yixue naturally took hold. Their 10 fingers tightly interlaced. A pair of heaven-sent soulmates, shining brilliantly. At the same moment, the skies of the three realms erupted with light. A golden pillar of light pierced through the three realms, slowly rotating in a spiral. Mysterious silhouettes descended, leaving the mortals below gawking. God! God! It's a goddess! Chapter 187, A Long and Difficult Journey Ahead. Perhaps ordinary people have no particular feelings about other gods or demons, but Nuwa is different. From a certain perspective, she is the mother of all humanity. It's an indelible memory etched into the bloodline. Nuwa's appearance was quite plain, neither beautiful nor ugly, more like a composite of countless mortal women. Gu Ling suddenly froze, even though she had imagined this scene countless times in the dead of night. The suppression of Nuwa's lineage weighed heavily on her descendants. For instance, right now, her body could not resist collapsing and kneeling to the ground. In the void pit, the numerous seals formed by souls disintegrated one after another under Nuwa's gaze. It was my mistake. Nuwa let out a heavy sigh. Gu Ling knew there was no escape and remained silent. The evil spirit gave a reluctant glance at Chu Jiachen before being reabsorbed into Gu Ling's soul. And the second-generation ape demon that had been consumed by Gu Ling was also restored and released. All three generations knelt neatly before the real Nuwa. However, only the eyes of the first-generation snake woman held an unwavering righteousness. I am also at fault. The ape demon closed her eyes. Chu Jiachen looked at her. Her form resembled a typical ancient ape person, dressed entirely in attire from the dawn of human civilization. Compared to her, the snake woman had almost no human features, yet it was evident from her rough style that her era wasn't far removed from the ape demons. As for Gu Ling, she fit perfectly into the current plane as a thoroughly modern trendsetter, with clothing and makeup that were the epitome of refinement today. What was your wrong? The snake woman asked, confused, and looked curiously at this unknown descendant she had never met before. The figure of the ape demon gradually disappeared, replaced by a somewhat dim light curtain. In a certain year, the perennial foes, the immortals and demons, fought once again in the mortal realm. An unexpected split in the heavens occurred prematurely. When the ape demon hurriedly returned to the tribe, she saw only the corpses of her clansmen. Heartbroken, after fulfilling the mission to mend the heavens, she chose self-destruction. A terrifying power swept across the mortal realm, leaving behind crystallized remnants of divine and demonic energy scattered across the land. These crystals became the seeds of mystical realms and rare treasures. For the mortal realm, it was a feast akin to a gluttonous banquet. It ended the last, divine intent war, between immortals and demons and simultaneously marked the beginning of an era where small tribes rapidly evolved into great empires. And thus, Gu Ling, the third-generation descendant of Nuwa and bearer of the final mission to mend the heavens, was born during the most chaotic war period in human history. Clothed in tatters, starving to death, and incidents of cannibalism occurred frequently. During her initial life, she often lamented her misfortune and ill-timed birth. In that era, the average human lifespan was merely 20 years, with most dying early in wars. Yet, Gu Ling was different. Although each lifetime came with a different name, identity, and experiences, the result was always the same. Dying in war. She couldn't count how many times she had perished over the millennium while waiting for her mission. Sometimes it was being killed by others, other times it was suicide in despair, cornered with no way out. But none of that mattered. The cycle of reincarnation would bring her back to this world. What causes a heart to fall endlessly into darkness? Perhaps everyone has a different answer. Gu Ling's answer was desire. Overwhelmed repeatedly by the terror of death, a strange hope slowly took root, a hope for peace across the land. When the 1,000-year period arrived, Gu Ling gazed upward hesitantly. After completing her mission, she could finally end the tormenting game of fate that had caused her so much pain. But when it came time to end it, she realized she didn't want to. Yes. She hadn't yet witnessed the peaceful world she yearned for. I must see what I yearn for. At any cost. I will not vanish until my wish comes true. Thus. A stubborn personality formally split off. All the pure malice she had seen over those 1,000 years became the enlightenment teacher of the newborn evil spirit. Through this evil spirit, she managed to survive the 1,000-year calamity for the first time. And thanks to this evil spirit, her life gradually smoothed out. To the point where she ultimately forgot her original intention. The world had already become peaceful, and she had long sunk deep into enjoying such peace, lifetime after lifetime. Only during every 1,000-year cycle did her conscience suffer. Because that meant sacrificing truly innocent people to ensure her own well-being. Even though the evil spirit could handle every misdeed, she still feared the silence of the night. In the end, she chose to seal herself away, forget her past, and muddle through day by day. The ape demon understood her history while inside Gu Ling's body, tracing the cause back to herself. Thus, it knelt down in penance and admitted its fault. By then, Gu Ling had already lost all expression. At this moment, she had completely become a patient. Her eyes were vacant, and her reactions slow. Seeing this, the others sighed inwardly. If someone is stabbed without reason, they are truly pitiful, but when that person picks up the knife and turns to stab another innocent, how does one justify it? Nuwa said nothing, slowly extending her hand toward the three kneeling figures and silently withdrawing her own power. Even Nuwa herself could not absolve her descendants of the sealed blood debt from their ancestors. She turned to Chu Jiachen, who gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. No further words were needed. Nuwa turned around and, under the gaze of the three realms, offered herself into the celestial crack. A blinding golden light instantly repaired all the fissures. The stars shone brilliantly. What had been like a canvas-like sky now subtly took on a sense of depth. It was as if the stars were no longer just individual points in the sky, but rather, one world after another. System notice, the plane expansion succeeded. The greater universe has been joined. When conditions within this domain are met, the interstellar cultivation version can be activated. Great responsibilities lie ahead, host, keep going. Chapter 188, New Year's Wish. The snake woman and monkey demon were only remnants of souls, their figures dispersing the moment Nuwa withdrew her power. Only Guling remained, kneeling on the ground in a daze. With the loss of her powers, she had become an ordinary person once again. All her cultivation talents came from the inheritance of Nuwa. After being stripped of them, she was left with barely any energy at all, only the barest beginnings of initial chi cultivation. Her ability to withstand the spiritual pressure of the heavenly way mirror relied entirely on. Wait. Something suddenly struck her. It relied entirely on the 12 ghosts. If they had also come here, that meant. Bang! The already unstable heavenly way mirror shattered completely. The true princess of the demon race stepped out from amidst the cascading fragments. 12 identical black shadows stood faithfully in their respective positions, guarding their master without fail. The demon emperor was dead. He had refined his soul to make up for the deficiencies in his daughter's residual soul. And he had borrowed the healing force from when the sky was repaired, transferring it all through the heavenly way mirror, which was connected to the heavenly Tao, into his daughter's corpse within the mirror. Guling felt a chill run down her spine as she belatedly realized this. Too good at acting. Everyone was acting her part. You all. She retreated in panic, only to find her body nearly immobile due to fear. My father is dead. The eyes of the young demon princess brimmed with sorrow and hatred. Garlic Head is also dead. How could she not recognize Guling? That cruel woman who heartlessly gouged out the heart of her adopted son. After 2,000 years, the girl reopened her eyes, yet the youth had long turned to ashes. Swoosh! A dagger shot forth from the small princess' hand, piercing Guling's heart accurately. What should I call you? Grandma Gu? Or fraudster? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's fingertips trembled slightly. Due to Xiaomi Jiao's words, she was suddenly transported back to the nightmare where she lost her younger brother and her home. Had it not been for her current position, she would have certainly delivered one final blow to Guling. Do you remember this dagger? It was your gift. It has finally come full circle today, and I give it back to you. So, might you return Garlic Head to me? The casual tone rendered Guling speechless. The dagger in her chest brought no pain, and it was then she realized she was already dead. Among the powers Nuwa had taken back was naturally life energy. At this moment, she could only be considered a soul still tethered to her body by a thread. Xiaomi Jiao harbored deep hatred. She hated not having the chance to let Guling feel the torment of having her heart torn out. All the treasures originally belonging to Guling had fallen to the mortal world, save for a tattered old paper umbrella. The umbrella had not lost contact with her, not because of its loyalty to her, but because it was simply an ordinary object. Schwa. With stiff hands, Guling opened the umbrella. To those impoverished villagers, this umbrella was already considered the largest and best one they could own. On its surface was a landscape painting, inscribed with the words, mountains and rivers, seas in peace. She closed her eyes, unable to face anyone anymore. Death was a form of release, while living in penance was a form of torment. Perhaps even Nuwa did not believe she would repent. In order to prevent another absurd 1,000-year calamity, Nuwa, born to save the world, committed her first act of killing. After all, it was the karma created by oneself that bore consequences. Clatter. The paper umbrella hit the ground, and Guling's figure disintegrated entirely. Her soul state dared look back at Xiao Yi Shui one last time. It turned out that, divinely ordained unity, wasn't a legend, it was just something she never possessed. She equally envied every pair of souls united as one. Lin Yu approached and hugged the little princess, gently comforting her. Today's sunrise seemed particularly vivid, perhaps because today marked the beginning of a new year. Firecrackers erupted endlessly in the mortal realm, each household celebrating the hard-earned new year. If I could reincarnate now into a happy, harmonious family, wouldn't that be wonderful, Guling thought as always. It was only unfortunate that studies in metaphysics showed that her wish count had already run out. Chapter 189, asking you if you want to. Looking at the umbrella lying on the ground, Chu Jiachen silently picked it up. Xiao Yishui came to his side because she knew Chu Jiachen was a soft-hearted person, especially towards his disciples. Though he didn't say anything, he still felt somewhat guilty inside. As the saying goes, if one is not educated properly, it's the father's fault, if teaching is not strict, it's the teacher's laziness. As Guling's master, Chu Jiachen could not escape blame. Xiao Yixue put her arm around his shoulder and said, if we really can't let go, then let's go down to the mortal world and take a look. Chu Jiuchen nodded slightly. Bai Luxing did not interfere with them and remained dutifully by the side of the immortal emperor. In the mortal world among the common folk, households were festooned with lanterns, celebrating both the new year and the passing of calamity. It is said, one who survives a great disaster will surely have good fortune thereafter. Therefore, those who survived cherished every new day even more. Chu Jiuchen and Xiao Yixue had both changed into simple peasant clothing, sharing that plain old umbrella, blending perfectly into the style of the common people. After this upheaval across the three realms, immortals and demons in the mortal world were no longer mysterious, so occasionally there would be a mixture of immortals or half-beasts among the masses. With the previous deterrent of the celestial fissure, they no longer fought upon sight. This was a small town near the imperial capital of the Fire Country, where the locals were relatively fierce. Although called the Fire Country, it had the lowest average temperature among the three great empires of the mortal realm. At this moment, snow was falling in the sky over the imperial capital, and the nearby forests were already covered in thick layers. It was slightly better in the town, but roofs were also completely blanketed in white. Did you see him? Is that him? On a certain balcony, a man and a woman stood side by side. The man held a bow, while the woman fanned herself. The former was cold as ice, while the latter charmed everyone. Don't make me remind you, your sign for today is out of reach. Hush Qi maintained a cool demeanor. Oh dear. Xian Yuehu wrapped her arm around his arm teasingly like a spoiled child, I know. I'm just glancing from afar. I won't approach him. Hush Qi remained expressionless, possibly having grown used to it. Xian Yuehu was also accustomed to this. Being close to a cold rock every day might be boring, but at least it provided a sense of security. After all, Hush Qi represented the peak strength of Xuxingqian's warriors. His presence was more for the rest of the group in Xuxingqian to experiment on him, trying out any fresh ideas on him. He had a tough destiny. Not even someone like Xian Yuehu with her unique starry fate could suppress him. But I am truly very curious. Hush Qi, aren't you curious too? He successfully altered Crane Yi's fate. Do you think there's a possibility that he can help modify mine as well? Xian Yuehu's eyes twinkled mischievously. But Hush Qi always maintained his deadpan stare, unmoved no matter what she said. You've seen him, your curiosity is satisfied, it's time for you to leave. Humph. Xian Yuehu pouted but indeed obediently let go and left on her own. Hush Qi followed her silently at his usual distance, watching her footprints left behind in the snow. Her footprints, one after another, were deeper in front and shallower at the back, as though belonging to a playful child hopping along happily. Xiao Yixue, holding an umbrella, turned around for some reason but saw nothing. What? Chu Jiuchen looked at him sideward. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Xiao Yixue turned her gaze away, looking peculiar. What kind of imagination? I feel like someone is targeting you. It's just your imagination. The figures of Xian Yuehu and Hush Qi disappeared at the street corner, while the figures of Chu Jiuchen and Xiao Yixue faded away at the alley's end. Both sides were like parallel lines, never intersecting. Crackers sounded off continuously in the small town. Xiao Yixue liked spicy flavors, which happened to be the traditional taste of the Fire Country. This was also why Chu Jiuchen chose to visit the Fire Country. Since he was accustomed to modern delicacies, he wasn't particularly interested in the local food here. But Xiao Yixue was different. It was as though she was trying to catch up on everything she missed in her past life all at once. Watching him carrying bags everywhere and refusing to put them into his storage bag, claiming it would lose freshness, Chu Jiuchen helplessly helped carry them. Occasionally, he was forced to take a bite himself. Didi. An email was sent to Chu Jiuchen's electronic mailbox. Xiao Yixue, who had just finished eating a roasted corn, freed one hand and skillfully opened his phone for him. Who is it? What does it say? Chu Jiuchen asked casually. Xiao Yixue burped and lifted her eyelids, reading carefully twice. Oh, it's he. He says he has a Demon Emperor seal to send you. Do you want it? Chapter 190, very calm. What else did he say? Chu Jiuchen wasn't particularly surprised. Xiao Yixue seemed to be deliberately imitating the calm tone of he also said that this thing was originally supposed to be yours. If you don't want it, he would just throw it away. Chu Jiuchen pondered for a moment and suddenly changed the subject. Sigh, the current him is certainly different. How so? In the past, he wouldn't have asked. He would have just calculated it himself. At the cost of life force? Yep. Xiao Yixue thought for a bit, maybe. Seeing the celestial calamity pass, he started thinking about the future. Chu Jiuchen shook his head, although I'm not clear on the details, this change is a good thing. If he starts charging for fortune-telling in the future, we can always ask for a friend's discount. Xiao Yixue. She didn't think Chu Jiuchen needed fortune-telling. In her eyes, Chu Jiuchen knew much more than any fortune-teller. By the way, ask where he is. He said he'll bring it to you now. Fine, then let's stay here for a couple of days. Chu Jiuchen wasn't at all in a hurry, it was finally a chance to take a break, as if giving himself a vacation. Xiao Yixue initially wanted to ask if he needed any help with matters in the demon realm, but she decided against discussing it right then. Today, they only wanted to be ordinary people together. The figure ahead, why does it seem familiar? Chu Jiuchen was unsure, so he opened the system to check the location of his disciples. Sure enough, the sneaky figure was Yi Yunju, who had just completed the main quest, in Fire Country. Also, within 100 meters nearby, there was Li Yanqing hiding somewhere motionless. What is that kid doing? Xiao Yixue followed Chu Jiuchen's gaze. Yi Yunju had completely changed from his usual flamboyant attire and now wore an old fisherman's cloak. He carried 2 large baskets on a pole across his shoulder and intentionally hunched over, making him nearly unrecognizable unless someone looked closely. Why don't we follow him and see what's going on? Am I that kind of person? Amidst the sounds of drums and gongs, there was a faint melody of a bridal procession mixed in. If one listened carefully, they could hear the band already showing some signs of fatigue. It seemed they had been playing continuously along quite a distance, otherwise, they wouldn't have been drowned out by the firecrackers going off by the roadside. Could he actually be trying to freeload on a feast? Xiao Yixue lowered the umbrella, completely shielding their faces. They aren't poor to that extent. Chu Jiuchen seriously answered. Both of them? And who else? Li Yanqing. Where? Probably waiting for the free meal. Knowing that it was a wedding clarified their target. Chu Jiuchen and Xiao Yixue didn't even need to track Yi Yunju, they simply followed the laughing townsfolk. Wow, old Mr. Chen's son really made something of himself this time. Not only did he recently rank 3rd in the imperial exam, but today he's also marrying a beautiful bride. I'm truly envious. Shoo, with an official uncle in the court, how could old Mr. Chen's son not succeed? That's still good fortune. The passers-by chatted animatedly, and Chu Jiuchen casually listening could easily piece together the general situation. Being a town so close to the capital, its economy was naturally not too backward. However, due to its age as an old town, it appeared somewhat ancient and rustic. Today, the Chens are being very generous indeed. I wonder which wealthy family's daughter has such great luck. Wealthy family? I heard it's just a herding girl from a remote little village. Oh. Then isn't this like a sparrow turning into a phoenix? The girl was said to be exceptionally beautiful from a young age, and everyone within dozens of miles knows about her. This Mr. Chen must have been captivated, otherwise, how could he have gone against everyone's wishes to marry her as his official wife? Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but marvel at her great fortune. Xiao Yixue glanced oddly at the person beside her. Chu Jiuchen, are you planning to look at beauties again? Just a glance, no harm. Chu Jiuchen gave a light smile. That smile made Xiao Yixue suddenly want to strangle him on the street. Soon, the crowds ahead had flooded into a small street lined with banquet tables. Adjacent to it was a high wall, festooned with celebratory decorations. People eating outside the wall couldn't see the inside at all. Chu Jiuchen slightly raised his head. The snow on a certain rooftop was piled thickly, thick enough to hide someone lying flat. Yanqing has the talent of a sniper. He nodded subtly. Xiao Yixue shrugged, not knowing what he was talking about. At the street corner, she casually put down a bit of money for the wedding gift, received 2 bags of candy for seating, and began to speculate on her own. Could it be that you suspect these 2 kids saw a beauty on the way and followed her here to prepare for a bride snatch? But that doesn't make sense. Why didn't they do it on the road? Chu Jiuchen glanced at him sideways. They are not like you. Xiao Yixue hesitated for a moment and suddenly realized, you mean, they are dumber than me. Chu Jiuchen sat down quietly and took a sip of tea. Xiao Yixue wasn't in a hurry either, pouring himself a cup of wine. This was a famous strong liquor from Fire Country. Since they were already here, they might as well give it a try. At the corner, Yi Yunju thus walked into the small side door of the Chen family's kitchen, led by a helper with his basket on the pole across his shoulder. And Li Yanqing on the roof still remained buried in the snow, unmoving, very steady. Chapter 191, Brother, Save Me. In the courtyard, there were quite a few high-ranking officials, but at first glance, there didn't seem to be anything particularly unusual about them. Ever since Yi Yunju made his fortune selling mobile phones in the immortal realm, he had also picked up some strange and curious little trinkets from various immortal sects. It was like when you buy fireworks, you must find an opportunity to set them off, otherwise, holding on to a pile of magic treasures without using them makes your heart uneasy. After perfectly completing the task of guarding the beacon tower, he didn't even know where to wander in the Fire Country. Thus, he decided to look for a local guide, Li Yanqing. However, along the way, he mysteriously found a rescue note, and upon following it secretly, he discovered that it was actually a wedding procession. The note said that the bride was being coerced and had no choice but to seek help from whoever was willing to assist her. Upon encountering such a bizarre incident, Yi Yunju insisted on meddling. Li Yanqing not only couldn't stop him, but was also dragged early to serve as a tool for surveillance. Within his sight, Yi Yunju, after disguising himself, was cheerfully carrying 2 baskets full of lively fish, successfully infiltrating the kitchen. Li Yanqing's eyelids drooped involuntarily again. If there were any characters in the scene who could draw his attention, he wouldn't have fallen asleep 7 times in an hour among the snow piles. Fortunately, Yi Yunju finally arrived, which barely managed to revive his spirit. Outside on the street, the sound of music grew closer, indicating that the wedding procession around town was almost complete. The groom rode proudly on a tall horse at the front, while the bride's sedan chair swayed behind. Disgusted by politics, Li Yanqing naturally had no good impression of the people here. But for the bride, who might indeed be suffering coercion, he felt deep empathy. Otherwise, he would absolutely refuse to heed Yi Yunju's coercion. But still. Since they're already here. If they really can help, then they'll lend a hand. After all, once this is over, they'll return to the immortal realm, living as free individuals unbound by definitions. The kitchen of Chen Manor wasn't small, bustling with busy figures everywhere. Yi Yunju delivered the 2 baskets of fish, weighed them, settled the silver coins, then left with his pole. He even gifted them the baskets. 15 minutes later, Yi Yunju, who had already scouted out the layout of the backyard, changed into a stealth suit in a secluded corner unnoticed, and quickly climbed back into the courtyard. Li Yanqing could see him, and Yi Yunju could see Li Yanqing as well. After a brief exchange of glances, Yi Yunju stealthily slipped into the bridal chamber through the window. Equipped with a stealth suit produced by Honglin Palace, he didn't disturb a single guard. At this point, the room had already been fully prepared. There weren't any maids left inside, seemingly because they had all gone to receive the flower-decked sedan chair. Yi Yunju carefully examined everything, indeed finding nothing unusual. It seems this is just an ordinary wealthy household marrying a regular shepherdess. But how peculiar indeed, working so hard to reach such a high position and not taking this chance to tie a family of equal status, yet bringing home a commoner girl as a legal wife. Truly impressive that the old man agreed. Mumbling these words in the room, Yi Yunju circled the place, finding nothing of interest. Bored out of his mind, he walked to the bedside, touched the soft bedding, and inexplicably plopped his buttocks down. TSK, pretty comfortable. Rich folks do know how to enjoy themselves, unlike. Yi Yunju suddenly stopped talking mid-sentence, along with stopping whatever movement his buttocks were making. Brother Yanqing. Save me. Suddenly, a terrified roar from Yi Yunju blared into Li Yanqing's earpiece. Chapter 192, Big Brother, Save Me X2. Li Yanqing. Yi Yunju, quick, save me. I'm stuck. Li Yanqing, what's stuck? Stuck on what? Yi Yunju, it's me. I'm stuck. I'm stuck to the bed. Li Yanqing. Yi Yunju, come in quick and save me. Li Yanqing, in broad daylight, I can't go in. Yi Yunju, waiting till dark will be too late. My reputation for eternity. Ah. Li Yanqing, didn't you say everything was normal inside? Yi Yunju, didn't you also say this family is all normal? Li Yanqing, this family really is normal. Yi Yunju, this bed isn't normal. Li Yanqing, a bed demon. Yi Yunju, what kind of ghost is a bed demon? Does your Fire Nation have these weird things? Li Yanqing, you're just stuck, right? Nothing else. Yi Yunju, that's it. Can't get up. Simply can't get up. Li Yanqing, why would you lie on someone else's bed when there's nothing to do? Can't even sit properly. Yi Yunju, I was just sitting. Li Yanqing, oh, then just sit there and rest for a while. After that, he stopped responding to Yi Yunju's silent roar. At this moment, the groom and bride had already entered the main hall, but Li Yanqing slowly frowned. Because the bride's posture did not look like she was being coerced at all. Instead, she looked very happy, almost overjoyed. Even under the red veil, her contented smile could be seen clearly. Li Yanqing was full of questions, even wondering whether Yi Yunju had picked up the wrong note or followed the wrong team. If they buried themselves in the snow pile for half a day only to find out it was a mistake, he'd shave off Yi Yunju. But if it weren't for Yi Yunju saying something strange was happening with the bed earlier, he could have left already. Never mind, let's keep watching. Li Yanqing squeezed out a bit more patience. Not far away, Chu Jichen slightly raised his eyebrows. Looking at the mood states of Yi Yunju and Li Yanqing on the disciple list, one was going crazy, and the other was nearly losing control. His curiosity grew about what game they were playing. Is it tasty? Chu Jichen turned to Xiao Yixue and asked. As it turned out, if you ignore him for a period of time, either bubbles would emerge from him or he'd start doing whatever he wanted. Like now. The person who is literally unrestrained is unrestrained in every sense. As long as Chu Jichen forgets to restrain him, he could drink an entire table dry until they owed money. It's tasty. Today's enough. I'll buy you more tomorrow. Good. The bride is quite pretty, don't you want to take a look? Huh. Xiao Yixue suddenly became aware. I'm joking, you can't see through the veil anyway. Only after getting drunk with celestial energy did he realize that Chu Jichen knew him so well and broke through the little schemes in his mind with just a few words. Xiao Yixue pursed his lips, feeling guilty and changing the subject. That kid Li Yanqing is still lying down, isn't he? Yeah. Chu Jichen nodded. Well, I'll ask him if it's worth looking. Without hesitation, Xiao Yixue transmitted sound to Li Yanqing. It scared him so much that the snow on his legs cracked into pieces. Li Yanqing, uncle, you're here too. What a coincidence. Xiao Yixue, I'm hungry, let me tag along for food. Li Yanqing had nothing to say. Although he wasn't yet a celestial being, he certainly knew celestials didn't get hungry. Li Yanqing, cough cough, uncle, that is, Yi Yunzhu has run into a bit of trouble. Xiao Yixue, oh. What trouble? At times like this, other people's troubles are Xiao Yixue's amusement. So Li Yanqing narrated all the strange incidents Yi Yunzhu encountered in the room truthfully, and sure enough, Xiao Yixue became spirited after hearing it. Xiao Yixue, wait. Your uncle, the mighty celestial respected one. Acting celestial emperor. This trivial worldly matter will be solved within minutes. With that, he casually explained to Chu Jiachen and, whoosh, disappeared among the bustling crowd of guests. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Big brother. Save me. An unexpected terrified scream from Xiao Yixue reverberated in Chu Jiachen's mind. Chapter 193, Agree or Not. Half a cup of tea ago. Yi Yunzhu was making great efforts to pull himself off. Slap. Suddenly, his shoulder was patted. He turned around quickly and unexpectedly met Xiao Yixue's confident and bright eyes. Master's uncle. Yi Yunzhu was delighted. He immediately thought that Li Yanqing was quite loyal after all, knowing how to come to his rescue. But before he could fully rejoice, Xiao Yixue sat down casually 2 seats away from him. You see yourself, have you learned nothing after studying under your master for so long? While sitting down, he reprimanded him. Yi Yunzhu's little face turned red. Just as he wanted to argue, but looking at Xiao Yixue sitting next to him, he felt something wasn't right. So? He timidly asked. Uncle Master. You should be able to get up, right? Nonsense. Of course. Xiao Yixue's voice suddenly stopped. Because he was surprised to find that this bed was really clingy. Subsequently, he quietly tried pulling like Yi Yunzhu. Not an inch moved. Yi Yunzhu, Xiao Yixue, aha. This is indeed strange ha. Between the two seated side by side, a relaxed yet somewhat awkward atmosphere suddenly arose. How about we try chopping it? That might not be good, it's someone else's wedding room. If there's no other way, we can compensate with another one. Wait. It's over, it's over. Someone's shouting, send them to the bridal chamber. Upon hearing it, Xiao Yixue knew time was pressing. If a group surrounded by the bride entered the room and found 2 men sitting upright on the bed, word would likely spread across the capital within a day. Things have come to this point, we can only resort to such desperate measures. Saying this, Xiao Yixue swiped his finger, cutting the entire plank of the bed, along with the soft quilt and decorations, neatly into pieces. But it still stubbornly stuck to both their buttocks, acting like an absurd background. Quick. Run. Terrible. The window is too small, uncle. Cut it down. Yi Yunzhu gritted his teeth, drew his sword. And thus, the 2 of them disappeared through a window widened twice its size just as people were pushing their way in, the bedboard sticking to them. Amidst the snow and wind. Xiao Yixue carrying the board carrying Yi Yunzhu, using shrinking earth into inches, narrowly transferred themselves to a forest outside the city. There was no time to imagine what those left behind felt seeing only half a bed frame, because Xiao Yixue and Yi Yunzhu's minds were already disordered. After fumbling with the items on the bedboard, they finally revealed the true identity of this bedboard. Half a door. Extreme blackness, extreme mystery. There were also words they couldn't understand on it, SOS. This? What is it? The 2 exchanged a glance, utterly confused. Had it not been for a doorknob on one side, they might not have even recognized it as half a door. The position of the doorknob was right between them, within reach. Wiser from his past mistakes, Yi Yunzhu prodded it with his sword, estimating its weight. Upon release, the doorknob fell onto the door panel, producing a muffled sound. Again, the 2 exchanged a glance, and before they could speak, they felt a peculiar sensation of invasion from under the door. As if some entity not belonging to this world was forcefully pushing against the door. Press it down. Xiao Yixue panicked greatly, Yi Yunzhu was startled. Although neither of them knew what was on the other side of the door, perhaps connecting to a lost secret realm, this presence, judging by its oppressive nature, was already on par with Nuwa herself. Xiao Yixue was not without confidence, but he didn't want the hard-won stability of the mundane world to be jeopardized again. Having no choice but to turn to Chu Jiachen under the circumstances. However, just as Chu Jiachen received Xiao Yixue's distress signal, a system interface popped up with a fresh red and large warning. The host from the neighboring plane has applied for emergency shelter in our domain, agree or not? Yes, no. Chapter 194, The Neighbor Host. Chu Jiachen's gaze swept across the options before resting on the word no. What are the impacts of the 2 choices, he asked calmly. This is a mutual aid feature exclusively offered by the Universal Book Transmigration system for hosts whose progress in their missions exceeds 70%. Any option selected comes without reward or punishment. Your choice depends entirely on the needs of the host. The word needs lingered in Chu Jiechen's mind for 3 seconds. Unless this world was merely an illusion, once it had ascended, it would inevitably become part of the vast universe. The current 3 realms were more like a system that had enabled a novice protection mode, shielding it from malicious investigations and invasions beyond its domain. However, this did not mean that novice protection period could last forever. Just as there were no ivory towers that lasted forever, evidently, any cooperation with external forces would gradually end that novice protection period. Thus, the present 3 realms would face issues related to invasion and being invaded. Chu Jiachen silently opened the map of the 3 realms. Not to mention the mortal realm, even when combined with the realms of immortals and demons, they couldn't form a complete planet. But the stars above were already solid spherical bodies. He had a vague feeling that the universal realms was not just a 3-dimensional space but included higher, more complex spatial relationships. It was something even in his time was classified as one of the unsolved mysteries of the world. Time-space gate. He came through a time-space tunnel, so it could happen to others too. Whether it be a traveler or a group of invaders. System, what do you mean by neighbor host when you mentioned it earlier? Our domain system code is WD002. The neighbor system code is WX002. Since there is a spatial barrier between the two, we commonly refer to them as neighbors. WX002 is the current parallel plane at your same level, thus it can contact you before reaching 100% completion. Once the development of the plane reaches 100%, or overtime, it will automatically connect to the next level, W. At that point, our auxiliary system mission will be considered complete, or failed, and handled accordingly by headquarters. Recycling? Chu Jiachen paused slightly. Does that mean my mission will also end? Yes, host. The future direction of the world will be returned to the world itself. Neither the system nor the host will be able to make any decisive interference. We wish for a pleasant collaboration. After listening, Chu Jiachen couldn't help but smile, sensing a hint of the feeling akin to an emperor stepping down to enjoy mountainous travels. It was indeed true. Even the host couldn't escape the rule of limited lifespan. If universes could die, how much more so could a speck of dust? He wouldn't ask for too much. He regarded himself as pushing a struggling car to get it started. Once ignited and running, his job was done. Though he wasn't sure how long it would take for this car to run smoothly. His gaze shifted from no to yes. Please confirm the cooperation with WX002. This choice will automatically make you cross-world friends with the other host, facilitating the exchange of experiences between the 2 domains, or accelerating the development of the realm. Although completing his mission might strip him of his privileges, delaying indefinitely was equivalent to historical isolationism. In the great universe, stagnation leads to regression. He definitely wouldn't selfishly follow Gu Ling's path out of convenience. Confirm. A flash of light passed. And Chu Jiachen's figure appeared beside Xiao Yixue, seemingly floating lightly. Big brother. Master. Hold it down. They shouted simultaneously. It's fine, Chu Jiachen said calmly, lifting his head. Let him out. Ah. Yi Yunju's first reaction was confusion, then remembered the peculiar nature of it, but we can't move either. Chu Jiachen walked up and gently lifted them off their shoulders, effortlessly picking them up like 2 mice stuck on glue traps. Actually, these 2 had only triggered the lock mechanism of the time-space gate. After all, a gate seeking aid wouldn't just randomly appear in some obscure corner far away from the person being helped. But if the gate appears and someone else touches it first while there is a connection between the toucher and the person being helped, it would, intelligently lock up. This would seem threatening, but in fact, if Chu Jiachen chose to reject the request for help, the gate would simply disappear. So in short, it could only be said that these 2 were extremely unlucky. It just so happens that the bride is about to enter the bridal chamber. What? Yi Yunju's eyes widened, and Xiao Yixue was no different. Could this be something from the demon realm? Only listening to him. The latter could think of no other explanation. It's not the demon realm, Chu Jiachen pulled open the door while briefly explaining, it's from beyond the domain, outside the 3 realms. No sooner had the words left his lips. A robust shadow darted out. Subsequently, with lightning speed, the door slammed shut and locked in one fluid motion. But after all these actions, the 3 of them stood frozen on the spot. That's right, including Chu Jiachen. Because it wasn't a person, it was a dragon. As for why it was referred to as a head rather than a line. Because it was a standard Western dragon. Xiao Yixue and Yi Yunju had never seen a creature like this that could act so humanely. Only Chu Jiachen slightly frowned. After a long pause, his thin lips parted. Do you speak Chinese? Chapter 195, 60 Years of Exile. Let's go. Let's go, brother. No regrets for being born into Huaxia. If there's another life, I'll still be a loyal member of China. The Western dragon, as tall as a human, gave a cryptic hint before spreading its wings and hugging Chu Jiachen's shoulder, tears streaming down its face. Wah, fellow countrymen. Fellow countrymen. Life has been so tough on me. If only I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have clicked that random fantasy story. It's been unbearable, wah. Ahem, ahem. Chu Jianchen patted a part of the dragon resembling a shoulder. Brother, sit down and talk it out. Do you prefer Dukong or Maotai? I've quit drinking. Got any Longjing tea? Yes. As they conversed, the two settled on the ground. Wah. Brother, your place is great. Unlike mine. The western dragon spread its wings, using one of its tiny claw-like hands to rub its eyes. It resembled a villain right out of a Disney cartoon. My name is Mark. Mark Adrian, originally Ma Yen. Nice to meet you. I'm Chu Jianchen, also known as Chu Wang. This served as their simple introductions. Big brother Chu. Thanks for taking me in today. Without you, I might have already been eaten. What do you mean? Chu Jianchen handed him an oversized teacup while waving over Xiao Yixue and Yi Yunju. After exchanging confused glances, they sat down nearby, perplexed by the situation surrounding Mark. Judging by your appearance, I assume you figured it out. It's a jumbled beast world story based on Western fantasy. Without going into too many details, I've got an arch-nemesis, the snake god Apophis, who has chased me ever since we started 60 years ago. 30 years here, 30 more there, but it hasn't ended. How could I win against him? Mark became increasingly despondent. If only I'd been given an Eastern dual fight storyline, would have become a deity long ago. Wah. Apophis? Chu Jianchen vaguely remembered something. A pep? Yes, Mark nodded, his eyes filled with despair. From ancient Egyptian mythology, a pep represented destruction, chaos, and darkness rolled into one entity. Chu Jianchen examined him closely. Honestly speaking, he looked far from kind-hearted. So you're both enemies preying on each other? Chu Jianchen was blunt. Cough, cough. Mark's face turned red. I'm actually a good guy. But you're playing the antagonist script. Sigh. That's true. Mark hung his head low, licking the tea bowl repeatedly until he eventually began narrating after a long pause. At first, I was just his cannon fodder, a character destined not to survive past the 3rd chapter. How could I accept such fate? Naturally, I had to find a chance to escape. That day, I took an opportunity to spike his drink with a flask of homemade Realgar wine. To my dismay, it angered him so much that he chased me relentlessly for the next 60 years. Chu Jianchen was left speechless. Force-feeding a pep Realgar wine was an act far crazier than his previous reverse-leveling strategy. That's not all. More importantly, I have a mission, save the antagonist, specifically, this Apophis. I see, Chu Jianchen blinked curiously, so how did you manage to complete 70% of the overall progress? This. Mark scratched his head sheepishly, it's quite embarrassing really. Because he focused so much on chasing me, he abandoned his entire tribe. There was no time for killing and plundering anymore, which deviated significantly from the original storyline. Over time, the system deemed him gradually reforming, hence my progress mysteriously increased. Chu Jianchen fell silent once more. In a strange twist of fate, that bottle of Realgar wine actually worked. Perhaps the system favored players with unorthodox methods. Surprise was their weapon of choice, producing immediate results. Convincing a pep to abandon violence and become enlightened through mere words would undoubtedly remain a dream. So what just happened then? Chu Jianchen asked again, after running for 60 years, you were finally cornered by it. Yes, alas. In that world, it possesses an insane ability. Its shadow can instantly teleport to any place it has previously been. I've traversed the entire globe, yet it has hunted me like a fisherman reeling in his net. Mark sighed heavily. Without seeking external help, I'll likely be done for soon. But, how long do you think you can stay here? Chu Jianchen quickly zeroed in on the core issue. Mark fiddled with his 4 claws, then suddenly felt it was unnecessary. Oh, I just saw a reminder that I shouldn't stay more than 1 month here. Or what will happen? I will die, being eliminated by what you call, the Tao of Heaven, here. Oh. This is called the Tao of Heaven in my place, what do you call it where you're from? G.D. Chapter 196, Need to infuse more. Upon learning of Mark's plight, Chu Jianchen sighed as well. In theory, with overall progress over 70%, one is considered at the peak within a realm. Just like Chu Jianchen's current level of strength, paired with the original male lead, they could go through the entire realm without fear. However, Mark, though he had indeed traversed his whole realm, did so while being chased for 60 years, marking his milestone in flight. For the host to have reached this point, saying it was frustrating wasn't an exaggeration. You tell me, what did I do wrong in my past life? Why was I thrown into the animal path? Even drinking water meant going to the river to lick it. For the first few days, I almost starved and thirsted to death. Mark, looking at the bowl in his hands and the fragrant tea, remembered the 60 years of grievances, and tears welled up in his eyes again. Don't rush. Although we only have a month, if utilized properly, things might not be so bleak, Chu Jianchen consoled. Ah. Gratitude doesn't need words. Mark paused for a moment, no matter what, today's favor, I'll keep it in mind. It's nothing. Let's still think about strategies now. As Chu Jiachen spoke, he refilled the bowl. Mark was nearly finishing. Xiao Yixue and Yi Yunju glanced at each other nearby, assuming someone unfortunate had been cursed into a monster, their eyes full of deep sympathy. Adhering to the principle of not reopening old wounds, the two restrained their urge to ask various questions. But the smart Yi Yunju took out her phone. Even without mental communication, she could use technological means to privately chat with Xiao Yixue next to her. Yi Yunju, Master Uncle, isn't this a demon? Xiao Yixue, looks like one, but 8 out of 10 times, the soul is human. Yi Yunju, but why does the master speak demon language? Xiao Yixue, then how would they be your master? Before Yi Yunju could reply, she noticed a pair of burning eyes staring at her. More precisely, they were fixated on the phone. What the hell? An expletive, lower pitched than when he cried, escaped him. Chu brother. How come you have phones here? How far are you in terms of progress? Mark turned around in shock, staring at Chu Jiachen, who appeared calm. After all, his tech tree didn't even have its first tier unlocked. But Chu Jiachen just smiled. Actually, I can't really influence progress since the system has activated mass character mode, where the overall progress relies on the mass's advancements. Ah, is that so? Mark, feeling impressed yet confused, asked, then do you also have bonding tasks? Chu Jiachen nodded, yes. Affection points. 999. Full. The system shows that. In other words, what wasn't shown had already overflowed long ago. How many 999s? Exactly 10. After hearing this, Mark froze momentarily before slumping in defeat. This must be what they mean by comparisons killing. Apophis, minus 999. With 3 pauses in a single sentence, his despair was palpable. Don't lose heart. Chu Jiachen continued to comfort. Teach me, what did you do? There was a glimmer of hope in Mark's eyes. Cough, cough. Chu Jiachen touched his nose and gave 4 general words, focus on sincerity. Sincerity? Is it truly transforming with love? Mark couldn't believe it. Is this really possible? Not wanting to dampen his spirits further, Chu Jiachen merely sent him a sympathetic glance, conveying subtlety. Perhaps possible in the human world, but not necessarily in the beast realm. A single phrase woke the man from his reverie. Originally, Chu Jiachen thought he would start lamenting his fate again, but unexpectedly, those weary eyes suddenly shone brightly. Brother Chu. I get it. What you mean is. First. I still need to infuse it with something. Turn it. Completely into a human. Chapter 197, Reaching a Consensus. It's not entirely impossible, is it? Chu Jiachen was at a loss for words to refute this at first. Brother Chu. Do you have something like this here? Mark scrambled on all fours and approached Chu Jiachen in a couple of steps. Since there are no humans in the world of beasts where he comes from, if he could transform the magic snake into a human, then it would be the only one. Transformation pills. Chu Jiachen took out a bottle of pills, unsure if this was what he wanted. Mark tilted his head. Or, should I try taking one? Of course you can. Chu Jiachen flicked a pill into his mouth. The effects of top-grade pills naturally weren't bad. Within a few breaths, Mark transformed from a black dragon into a youth dressed in a black leather jacket. He had ash-blonde short hair, pale blue eyes, and typical European features. Mark looked dazedly at his own hands, then burst into tears. Wow, 60 years, and now I finally have hands. However, perhaps due to the space-time barrier dampening part of the pill's effect, the pair of black dragon wings on Mark's back failed to retract. You should check if it's temporary first, Chu Jiachen reminded him. Hearing this, Mark hurriedly glanced at his system status. Great. It's not temporary. Then I'll give you the entire bottle of pills. You might need them when you gather a few more subordinates. Brother Chu. You're too good. Just doing my duty. Let me think about how to make it take the pill, tricking it with food probably won't work anymore. Mark held the medicine bottle and fell deep into thought. However, after just a moment, Chu Jiachen interrupted his musings. Didn't you just say it wants to eat you? Yes. I've got a few more illusion talismans. If you drip a bit of your blood onto any object, for some time, that object will be an exact replica of you as a puppet, and you can remotely control it. Mark's eyes brightened. You mean, transforming the pill into my likeness so it mistakes it for me and swallows the pill? Chu Jiachen nodded slightly. I'm not sure how perceptive it is. Mark couldn't guarantee either, but the desire to try was growing. Still. Chu Jiachen paused for a moment. I think you should cultivate some qi first. Huh? Mark was taken aback. Yes, cultivate qi. At least you need a little cultivation base to drive these spirit talismans, Chu Jiachen explained. Mark silently glanced down at the pills and talismans in his hand. He confirmed that this was already the greatest help Chu Jiachen could provide. It has to be like this. Brother Chu, can you teach me to become an immortal? Next time I go home, I'll steal a nest of dragon eggs for you to taste. Are they tasty? This wasn't asked by Chu Jiachen, but rather blurted out by Xiao Yixue, whose keyword was triggered. Tasty. Regardless of who asked, Mark immediately gave a guarantee. Isn't it just cultivating qi? I can teach you. Xiao Yixue also gave a quick assurance. Really? What's your name, brother? Xiao Yixue. Brother Xiao. Count on you. No problem. As a grand immortal emperor and acting god king, isn't teaching you cultivation basics child's play? Piece of cake. Cool. No wonder brother Xiao rocks. Just hearing the name tells me you're reliable. Overpraise, overpraise. Remember to save some of those delicious dragon eggs for me, or, failing that, you can bring me along to steal them. Of course, of course. As long as brother Xiao likes exotic dishes, I'll always take you out hunting whenever you want. After exchanging compliments for a while, their eyes sparkled, as though they had reached some kind of wonderful consensus. Chapter 198, A Single Father. Damn it. Yi Yunju suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he'd forgotten something important. I left brother Yanqing in the yard. The four of them had spent quite a bit of time here and before they knew it, night had fallen. He quickly contacted Li Yanqing. Yi Yunju, brother Yanqing. How's everything going over there? Li Yanqing, everything's fine, except for the ruckus you caused, there's nothing else wrong. Yi Yunju, then why haven't you responded until now? Li Yanqing. I caught 3 sheep. Yi Yunju. When Yi Yunju arrived at Li Yanqing's side, the latter was sitting dejectedly amidst 3 sheep. But rather than saying Li Yanqing had caught 3 sheep, it would be more accurate to say that the 3 sheep had captured Li Yanqing. What happened? Yi Yunju was bewildered. Li Yanqing raised an eyelid and shrugged helplessly, mystery solved. The note you found? They wrote it. Yi Yunju. They're just 3 sheep, Yi Yunju felt the need to remind him. Yes, exactly, 3 sheep, Li Yanqing's expression didn't change a bit. With his arms crossed, Yi Yunju tried to appear calm. Brother, then please tell me, how do sheep write? Li Yanqing, completely calm, slowly turned toward one of the sheep on his right. You explain to him how you write. The 3 sheep blinked their big eyes, then burst into balls like enormous popping corn before reforming into the shapes of children around 5 or 6 years old. Yi Yunju froze. Shape-shifting? No, that can't be. Ancient spiritual clan bloodline. Li Yanqing stopped beating around the bush. These 3 were raised from young by that herding girl. Unwilling to let her leave, they followed the wedding procession all this way. By chance, they met you and used some tricks, hoping you could stop the marriage so the herding girl could return home. Also, their mental maturity is truly equivalent to that of 5 or 6-year-old children. Meaning, they had a little wit but not much more. Gradually regaining composure from his surprise, Yi Yunju whistled softly, so why are they with you now? Li Yanqing silently lowered his eyelids again, looking both impatient and helpless. The 3 little sheep, having transformed into human form, tugged at his sleeves, clearly showing their intent to cling on to him. Daddy, Daddy, since mommy has gone, let us follow you, good daddy, we only eat grass. Li Yanqing. Yi Yunju. Apparently, it seems like he became a father unexpectedly. Although Yi Yunju didn't dare say this truthful thought out loud, his look of sympathy betrayed his true feelings. Li Yanqing pointed at Yi Yunju, clearly, you're the one they've been keeping an eye on since the road. Then he pointed back at his own nose, why did they end up clinging to me instead? The 3 little sheep answered timidly, because he cannot be our daddy. Yi Yunju. He's a brother, not capable of being a daddy. Though an explanation was provided. What nonsense is this? If I'm a brother, and he's a daddy, does that mean I'm somehow his son? Yi Yunju immediately bristled in annoyance. Wah! This older brother is so scary. The 3 little sheep immediately shrank into Li Yanqing's embrace, tears welling up in their eyes. The latter sighed heavily, his gaze returning to Yi Yunju's face. That's the situation. So what do you plan to do? Are you going to send them back? Yi Yunju frowned. Or, are you really going to take care of them? After pondering for a moment, Li Yanqing showed a laissez-faire attitude. If the master approves, bringing them back to Jianchen Peak would also be fine. Spirit clans are different from mortals, they will grow better in places with abundant spiritual energy. Are you sure? Yi Yunju's face twisted strangely. Then you'd better think it through. Becoming a father without being married might make it hard for anyone to choose you as a future partner. No matter. The Tao is long. Facing the 3 younglings in his arms, although Li Yanqing verbally decided to adopt them, his body remained stiffly seated, indifferent, refusing to hug even one of them, appearing distant. Yi Yunju shrugged, signaling this wasn't his concern. Do as you please. Since there's no problem, let's return to the celestial realm. Some stray snowflakes still floated across the night sky. A group of 2 tall figures and 3 small ones were illuminated under red lanterns, their shadows stretched long, like paper-cut decorations seen in common households. Many years later, everyone in the celestial realm would know that by sword immortal Li Yanqing's side stood 3 ancient white sheep guardians. But most of the time, they appeared in the form of human children, referring to themselves as his children. Chapter 199, Parting Ways. At the Fire Nation's border, in a certain forest. The siege rhinoceros moved with steady steps, pushing aside trees and stones in its path. It pushed straight through, leaving behind a perfectly straight line that would bring comfort even to an obsessive-compulsive. Yan Liao Yuan looked back. This straight line already seemed endless. They had come from the Wind Nation's capital without deviating once. Compared to the Fire Nation, Yan Liao Yuan would prefer any other place. But some things, no matter how much you oppose them internally, must still be resolved. Breaking the contract. His ties with the Fire Nation's royal family were coming to an end, as was his responsibility to the imperial family. From now on, he would be a completely free man. He sat ahead when he slightly turned his face to look at him. Do you dislike the Fire Nation? Yan Liao Yuan, surprised, turned around just in time to meet He Yi's eyes. If you dislike the Fire Nation, you can wait for me here. He Yi's chronic condition had improved significantly, even the gray-white hair that once foretold death had returned to its pre-departure yellow hue, even shining with a few more lusters. Yan Liao Yuan's pupils also reflected these few streaks of light. Would you really follow me to wander freely under the sky? Why? He Yi smiled faintly, lightly rubbing his fingers on the reins. The horizon is great, and so are you. Next day, morning. Yan Liao Yuan appeared alone before Yan Ku. The latter, looking at the transformed appearance of Yan Liao Yuan, felt momentarily bewildered. That little brat, from years ago, had finally grown up. Who would have thought, the ancients didn't lie. After 3 days away, one must certainly view someone with fresh eyes, Yan Ku sighed softly, seeming to lament the passage of time. I'm leaving, take care of yourself. Yan Liao Yuan unusually spoke politely. Alright, you too. Yan Ku nodded. All the trouble I caused you in the past, I sincerely apologize. It's fine, I haven't held it against you. In the study, there were only the two of them. Yan Ku no longer used the imperial pronoun, instead reverting to how they started, showing no trace of the emperor's edge. In the first half of Yan Ku's life, Yan Liao Yuan was often derisively referred to by rivals as a lackey, leading Yan Ku to truly regard Yan Liao Yuan as a dog raised by the royal family during his childhood for quite a long while. Growing up, Yan Ku understood the contract between Yan Liao Yuan and the royal family, but an arrogant young emperor could never lower his head and admit fault to a lackey that he had always summoned whenever he pleased. And Yan Liao Yuan, with his fiery temper, endured daily a kind of impulse known as regicide. Misunderstandings arose mysteriously in the past, but they vanished just as enigmatically. As now, even though neither side clarified, brief polite words already glossed over the past. Yan Liao Yuan and Yan Ku were adversaries, through and through. After parting ways here, they would have no further contact. On the other hand, He Yi also bid farewell to his master. Chu Sikuang presented him with a handwritten letter as a farewell gift, but regarding the contents, he said nothing. This was the unspoken understanding unique to those within the chasing stars. Since you've seen your future clearly, move forward boldly. It's our duty as star spirits. Chu Sikuang fondly rubbed He Yi's head, just as he had done on the day he first found him. Is Master Brother still in seclusion? Yes. Well then, Master, please explain on my behalf to Master Brother. Perhaps he already knows. The two exchanged a smile, Chu Sikuang's face under the cloak surprisingly youthful, like a vigorous youth, utterly contrasting with his deliberately deep voice. By afternoon, the snow had finally stopped. He Yi left the palace, going off with Yan Liao Yuan. But he had never opened that letter, not even glancing at the signature. Bei Luo Shermen. Where do we go next? To deliver the Demon Emperor seal. Chapter 200, Return to the Sect. You've come. I have. You didn't need to come. Yet, here I am. Why not try the new Dudu Aaron service? Afraid it might get lost. He Yi and Chu Jichen stretched their hands out for a quick exchange, with some pleasantries in between. What does it matter if it gets lost? It's going to be destroyed anyway. But that destruction must come from you. Oh. Why is that? An object crafted by the Tao must be governed by one who surpasses the Tao. Chu Jichen was startled, perhaps all they lacked compared to the system was authority. Zukengsen, what kind of existence are you? Hidden star deity, eternal guardian of the divine realm. Is there really such a thing as eternity in this world? The mission is eternal. He Yi turned to leave, Chu Jichen watched him mount the ox. That ordinary figure was no different from the masses. Should we destroy the item, Demon Emperor seal? No. Chu Jichen tucked the ancient demonic stone resembling an imperial seal into his pocket. With great infrastructure plans ahead and skilled individuals scarce, use it first before discarding it. He Yi was right. Some people indeed come to this world with a mission. Various missions drive the gears of time forward, yet every soul that completes its mission stays within history during that era. Some become heroes, others turn to dust. The name Chu Jichen stems from the latter. Neither immortality nor invincibility were what he sought. Chu Wang was nothing but a regular slacker, and Chu Jichen wasn't much better. From a certain perspective, they shared an incredibly high similarity. Xiao Yixue and Mark stood side by side at the rear, sending off the two on the ox. Xiao brother, can anything really enter the Tao here? Pretty much, excellence can emerge from any profession. Speaking of which, where do we go for cultivation? You can return to our sect with us first, the Seven Spirits Sect in the Immortal Realm. Sect. Sounds great. I've always heard stories about how lively and fun these cultivation sects are. Now's the perfect chance to see for myself. Mark rubbed his hands together expectantly. Xiao Yixue raised an eyebrow. He didn't care where Mark came from, even if he could sense that Mark and Chu Jiachen were from the same world. Because he knew, given the circumstances, Chu Jiachen would definitely bring him back to that world for a tour. A day later. In the Immortal Realm, Seven Spirits Sect. Disciples who had returned home for the new year were all back, gathered in the grand square of the sect. Today was the first ever peach banquet hosted by the Seven Spirits Sect in the Immortal Realm, a form of local adaptation. Peaches seemed to hold significant meaning in the eyes of the immortals. Xiao Yixue's recorder, borrowed for the first time by the Elder Hall, hung atop a pagoda on the edge of the square, playing jubilant music. Without exams today, a little noise wouldn't hurt. Mark followed beside Chu Jiachen and Xiao Yixue, looking around dumbfounded. Although this place was certainly full of immortal aura, these disciples were very down-to-earth. They sat together eating, drinking, and barbecuing, occasionally seeing people scroll through their phones or take selfies, like an amusing behind-the-scenes look from a large production set. Of course, his dragon wings were equally intriguing to everyone, but walking alongside the well-known Professor Xiao, none dared to ask him first about the gossip concerning his wings. High up on the platform, Cui Yunshan sat in the main seat, next to the expressionless Bai Lexing, and many reluctant peak masters, the sect leader, and elders forced to appear. Rarely seen elders had all emerged, whereas Xing Ming and Wenye, who usually wandered around the immortal realm daily, surprisingly missed the event. Upon inquiry, it was learned that the duo had fallen into a hidden realm while investigating, with the entrance closed and no known next opening time. Additionally, absent from the Jianchen Peak was Wei Hua. Overwhelmed by the hospitality of the border residents and the rising trend of constructing Dragon King temples along the coast, Wei Hua began working frantically despite still carrying wounds. To reduce the risk of being scolded by his father, Long Zhao willingly became Wei Hua's assistant. Wholeheartedly contributing to the construction of the 88 Dragon King temples, constantly changing poses to serve as a stone sculpture model. After all, the Dragon King couldn't possibly pose himself for vanity reasons, so the craftsman had to gather details from Long Zhao. Mark continued walking, gazing left and right. From people's conversations, he clearly felt the prosperity of this plane. Even if Chu Jiachen hadn't explicitly told him, he could roughly estimate that the progress of this plane had reached at least 95%. As for character quest objectives, he silently glanced at Xiao Yixue beside him. What a well-behaved antagonist. If Apophis could also be this virtuous, it would be great. Chapter 201, Mark's Pilgrimage. Since Mark was studying magic from Xiao Yixue instead of learning swordplay from Chu Jiachen, he stayed behind on the Seven Spirits Peak after the banquet. The Seven Spirits Peak has always been lively, and it became even more bustling after moving to the Heavenly River Galaxy. Many transcendents who usually live above worldly affairs couldn't resist coming here to check out all kinds of food videos for their moments. Is Brother Chu planning to move towards urban cultivation? Mark munched on some long-lost Chinese snacks, eyeing various convenient tools with a mixture of envy and admiration in his heart. Who would have thought that his realm could feel so Jurassic? Urban cultivation. Xiao Yixue crossed her arms as she walked, speaking. There are indeed many cultivators in major cities, but only a few can cultivate successfully by themselves. Mark licked his lips. Despite the differing definitions of urban between the two of them, it didn't hinder their exchange. Are you referring to wandering cultivators? Correct. Xiao Yixue nodded. Wandering cultivators enjoy more freedom than those in sects, and many ordinary people take wandering cultivators as their mentors. Mark immediately showed an understanding expression. This place was not much different from the cultivation world he had imagined. Expecting modern-day Earth to experience a spirit revival might be unrealistic, but accelerating the development of this world with the help of the system would be effortless. After all, this is the advantage of interconnected realms combined with information technology. However, all these advancements need to occur under civilized societal conditions. For a savage beast world like the one he came from, achieving any sort of rapid civilization advancement would be very difficult. Fortunately, the system doesn't demand such impossible tasks. Otherwise, he would have to endure several epochs, or perhaps cheat by copying some human genes over there. Brother Xiao, can I ask you some questions? Ask away. Initially, weren't you and Brother Chu enemies? If we're talking about initially, then yes. So how did you resolve your enmity? How should I put it? He saved my life, quite literally. Ah. Did he use divine medicine? Not just. His entire being, including his life. So ruthless. Mark was shocked. Good thing Brother Chu wasn't there, otherwise, Mark's talkative and curious nature wouldn't have let him press Xiao Yixue for answers like this. Xiao Yixue nodded, fully agreeing. It was pretty ruthless. That. Mark pondered further. What if Brother Chu hadn't saved you back then? He didn't believe that someone as the villain boss could die right at the start of the story. True enough, Xiao Yixue's response held no surprise. In that case, I'd now be a world-destroying great demon, and you wouldn't be able to come here because this place would have collapsed already, probably less safe than where you're from. TSK Tisk. Mark felt momentarily reflective. Chu Wang was the first other host he'd met. Through brief exchanges of information, he learned Chu started with a 3-year countdown, while his own had been a mere 3 days. Finding a way to survive within 3 days and escaping must be among the hardest challenges in a short span of time. Thankfully, Apophis at that time hadn't detected the soul switch in Mark Adrian, and thus fell for the trick due to oversight. Yet the arrogant and vengeful head of the Serpent Sect could not bear such a glaring defeat, chasing after him relentlessly across every end of existence. This left Mark with absolutely no room to breathe, let alone do anything to ease the tension between both parties. Xiao Yixue, seeing him furrow his brows deep in thought all this while, refrained from disturbing him. Uncle Master. Looking over, several disciples from Sword Dust Peak were waving. Xiao Yixue raised an eyebrow. You guys really do visit Seven Spirits Peak every day. You, Uncle Master, have you finished researching martial arts techniques with our master yet? When will you come to guide us? Your master's too busy. Next time, surely. Then, where did master go? Wasn't he just here a moment ago? They looked pitifully. Your master has gone to catch up with his own master, Xiao Yixue responded casually. Sighs echoed among the group, which included other disciples of Seven Spirits Peak. Hey, Uncle Master, who is this person beside you? One of them raised their hand to ask. A guest from afar, Master Ma. Xiao Yixue replied succinctly. The disciples gave a slight bow, Master Ma. Mark couldn't focus on thinking anymore, hastily snapping back, hello everyone. May I inquire, is Master Ma also from another race? Another race? I guess so, Mark scratched his head. Although the crowd was still extremely curious, rules and habit stopped them from reaching out to touch those wings. They could only stare longingly, hoping for the day when they might see him fly once. Mark, Xiao Yixue suddenly said, aren't you afraid of fire? Yes. Mark nodded. Not only was he not afraid of fire, but he could also breathe fire. Starting today, why don't you begin your Tao with fire? Okay. Chapter 202, 8 Characters, the Grand Finale. That night. After Xiao Yixue shoved Mark into the Three Realms furnace and then clapped his hands as he walked away. It was because Chu Jichen had said that Mark's constitution would benefit from it. Efficient and effective. When Xiao Yixue returned to Qingxin Garden, he was startled by a sea of festive red in the room. Senior brother, what are you doing? Chu Jichen sat on a soft couch by the windowsill as if carefully stitching something. Xiao Yixue jumped over and took a closer look, only to find it was a roll of wedding vows inscribed with golden characters on a red background. Union of two families, solemn agreement. A single piece of nuptial contract, submitted upwards to heaven, and sounded downwards to the underworld. When reported above to the 9 heavens, witnessed by all celestial grandmasters. Xiao Yixue read aloud word by word until the end, blushing at last, wow. Senior brother, I didn't know you cared about details this much. Chu Jichen glanced sideways at him, when have I not cared? Xiao Yixue chuckled and leaned closer to Chu Jichen. TCH, annoying. Hehe, let me take a peek. Stay far enough away and don't bump my elbow. I'll be gentle. I won't force anything. If you're really so idle, there's extra material here, go ahead and embroider your own. Chu Jichen pointed toward the table. Ah. Xiao Yixue turned around, stunned by the pile of things on the short table. Realizing suddenly that he'd never given Chu Jichen a heartfelt gift. With that thought, he decisively rolled up his sleeves. Meanwhile, at the disciples' dormitory. The disciples who hadn't had their fill at the banquet continued feasting in the yard because they were about to set off for individual training expeditions soon. Hey, Xian Ming and Wenye responded. What did they say? The Lost Yao Qi. What place is that? The most beautiful place in the 3 realms. Everyone gasped. They had seen people barely survive perilous secret realms before, but never anyone enjoy life while trapped inside one. Those two may either be unfortunate or lucky. This is probably a hidden secret realm of the celestial world. It's rumored that such realms contain divine miracles. I only knew about this legend too, hearing that someone actually entered is a first. Such a great opportunity. I admire them greatly. No worries, we'll ask them to share more later. Unfortunately, the signal is bad over there. That's fine, occasional updates would suffice, otherwise, these practices could be so monotonous that falling asleep halfway through without motivation becomes easy. Everyone laughed loudly together and raised their cups in unison. Atop 7 Spirits Peak. Cui Yunshan and Bai Luxing had just finished a game of Go, the chessboard filled with pieces. Speaking of which, shouldn't we give our good apprentices some gifts? Cui Yunshan asked tentatively. Do they lack anything you could provide? Bai Luxing spared no face. Well, I'm doomed to remain a bachelor anyway, keeping those things is useless. Cui Yunshan muttered. Bai Luxing narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of danger in the air. If they're miscellaneous junk, you'd best keep them in your coffin and bury them underground. Humph, look at you, what are you thinking? Cui Yunshan covered his unease by stroking his beard. Let's play another round. Another round. Humph. Though outwardly they spoke thusly, both had secretly stowed away a red celebratory package, waiting for the right moment when no one else was around to deliver them stealthily to the couple. After all, it represented the heart of their masters. The next morning, Xiao Yixue finally completed his work. But looking at the crumpled fabric, the slanted letters, tangled threads, and messy knots in his hand, he sighed. He turned around and looked at Chu Jiachen sleeping soundly. It wasn't ready for public viewing yet. Unexpectedly, the half-asleep Chu Jiachen lazily lifted his palm, lightly and gently taking away Xiao Yixue's gift. Thank you, well done, I love it. His soft tone carried an indolent quality characteristic of the early morning awakening period, as Chu Jiachen slowly opened his eyes. Reflected in his watery gaze was the flustered silhouette of Xiao Yixue rubbing his hands awkwardly. Looking down, Chu Jiachen realized that Xiao Yixue had embroidered 8 extra words onto the matrimonial vow. Bestowed by heaven to share hearts, unwavering till death. Chapter 203, Omake 1, Reborn Adolescent Nights. If only Chu Jiachen could come to save me. The familiar metallic smell of blood was sharp and stinging. In a daze, Moe slowly opened his eyes. All he saw was crimson red, as if his vision had been covered with a veil of blood. Here. It is. His pupils shrank in an instant as he suddenly realized something. The blood pool. Piercing pain surged through the palms of his hands. He knew it was from the seal he had used to nail himself down just before losing consciousness. What time is this now? He looked around confusedly. Everything looked the same as it had in his memories, it hadn't changed in 100 years. For a long time, he remained calm and touched his fingers. The bone age indicated less than 20 years old. 20. Moe muttered under his breath. Subsequently, a glimmer of despair appeared deep within his pupils. 100 years, at least another 100 years. Chu Jiachen. Chu Jiachen. Just as the third Chu Jiachen had not yet escaped his lips, the earth trembled violently. Moe suddenly raised his head, looking incredulously at the dome pierced by a single sword stroke. Bathed in the soft moonlight tinged with warmth, an elegant figure clad in pale green robes descended gracefully. Chu. Moe instantly determined that this was the dream he had before he died. Because this couldn't possibly be real. A bitter lump lodged in his throat, making even the gaze directed toward the visitor complicated. Yixue brother, I am sorry for arriving too late. Chu Jiachen stood with his sword lowered at the edge of the blood pool, his eyes also carrying emotions difficult to define. Moe stared at him dumbfounded. Those familiar disciple robes of Sword Dust Peak rather than the attire of the future master of Sword Dust Peak. Yes. This was Chu Jiachen in his youth. And Moe was also Xiao Yixue of his younger days. But deep within their souls, the name Moe had become much more deeply rooted. Chu Jiachen, are you here to save me? Or to kill me? Moe's eyes darkened slightly, the mindset of optimism had already drifted far away from him. Chu Jiachen also lowered his eyelids and softly repeated, I'm sorry. Hearing those words, Moe suddenly smirked bitterly. Who would have thought, my post-death obsession turned out to be hearing a sorry from you? Ha ha ha. No. Chu Jiachen interrupted him, his gaze firm and sincere, this is my post-death obsession. Your obsession. Moe was puzzled. The truth. I learned about it too late. Chu Jiachen regretfully closed his eyes, there's no time left, no time to make up for it. Moe twitched slightly. Even though there were 10,000 reasons not to believe, the mouth still asked honestly. You. Could it be that you sacrificed yourself to save me? Chu Jiachen gradually opened his eyes. His clear eyes remained as they always were. Atop Sword Dust Peak. Chu Jiachen took Moe to meet their respected master by Lu Xing. Whether it was rebirth or merely a dream, to both of them, it didn't matter anymore whether to distinguish between them. A contract? Bai Lu Xing frowned. The bond of hearts is currently the only way to suppress the curse. Chu Jiachen calmly explained. Is that really all? Bai Lu Xing felt like things weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface, but he couldn't exactly put a finger on the complexity. Chu Jiachen and Moe exchanged a glance and fell silent together. It's certainly not just that. Moe suddenly boldly grabbed Chu Jiachen's hand, gripping it tightly with 10 fingers. Bai Lu uncle. Your disciple wishes to be with Jichen brother. We hope for your blessing. Chu Jiachen. Is that so, Jiachen? Bai Lu Xing looked intently at his disciple. You'd better not have given up on yourself merely to save someone else. Be it salvation or atonement, Chu Jiachen had good reasons to accept Moe. Because of Moe's stubborn nature, once he committed to someone, he would never give up until death. Attraction, for self-sacrificing Chu Jiachen, seemed to never be a necessary condition. Bai Lu Xing noticed this and thus gave this caution. Only Moe's pair of eyes sparkled brilliantly. Brother. As long as you're willing to give me a chance, I will surely never let you down again. Chu Jiachen's fingertips trembled lightly. After half a moment, he firmly clasped Mo Yi's hand back. I trust you. Afterward, Chu Jichen did not take over the position of the peak leader. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed, and it was rumored that a pair of martial partners had wiped out all the abyssal evils and rescued all the trapped cultivators. In the end, they led the Immortal Alliance's army deep into enemy territory, destroying the Demon Emperor's plans while they were still in their infancy. When the heavenly calamity returned, there was a child of destiny with a pure heart. Without the descendants of Nuwa or the five-colored spirit stones, so what? Unwavering love, that was the best solution in the world. Chapter 204, Omake 2 Let me teach you how to be a person. WX002 Dimension. A pair of Apophis's vertical pupils were as cold as polar ice. It sat cross-legged on top of a mountain, in front of it was an eerie black hole. A month had passed, and it had been guarding for an entire month. The channel inside the black hole remained closed, and all its attempts to crash through had failed. Snakes may not have emotions, but they remember grudges. Adrian. As if responding to its call, the black hole suddenly contracted. Whoosh! Killing intent flashed in Apophis's eyes. Its patience was always excellent. It maintained high alert at all times, ready to kill Adrian the moment he returned. For instance, now. It didn't need to look at the shadow of that flying dragon. It could lock onto the target by smell alone. And then swallow it whole. After it turned away with satisfaction, an invisible door slowly opened. Brother Chu, Brother Xiao, thank you this time. Be careful, and proceed cautiously. All right. After I'm done here, I'll go back and barbecue with you. Don't rush, we'll wait for you. Promise. Promise. The portal to another space slowly closed, leaving only Mark fluttering his wings gently in the air. An unnamed primeval forest. Apophis was moving along the stream. However, at the moment it gazed into its reflection in the water, it couldn't help but stiffen all over, its pupils contracting slightly. Only in the water did the shadow seem blurred, wave after wave, as if cursed by some mysterious curse. Even it couldn't remember how many years it had been since it last felt this kind of fear. Swish. It dived into the water suddenly. The turbulent stream looked like boiling water, with wisps of white mist swirling up, reflected in Mark's eyes from somewhere among the trees nearby. Not long after, the surface became still again. Mark patiently waited for half an hour, but there was still no sign of movement in the water. Only some unknown birds chirped incessantly on the neighboring tree. He scratched his head, carefully descended from the tree silently, inching closer to that patch of water. The stream water was very clear, even the fish and shrimp at the bottom were visible. When Mark peeked in, he immediately trembled in fright. At the bottom of the stream lay what appeared to be a corpse, its jet black hair spread out like a ghost lurking under the water. Damn! Is it dead? While muttering to himself, Mark quietly waded into the water. It was said that when genes are modified, the body triggers its own protection mechanism, putting the entire body, including the nerves, into temporary hibernation. He guessed Apophis was currently in that state. Thus, he boldly dived to the bottom of the water and fished out the semi-human, semi-snake corpse. At this point, Apophis had a pale face, with weak breathing, clearly as his body adapted to these new changes. Mark idly fished out one of his hands and compared it back and forth with his own. TSK. Why does yours look better than mine? Its pale skin contrasted against its black glossy hair, untransformed black-scaled snake tail below its waist, and an aura of kingly presence subtly emanating from its features. After transformation, Apophis seemed like a prince of the dark fairy realm. Mark jealously pinched his face with 2 fingers, hard enough to bring a blush to one side of his face. Apophis furrowed his brow. Even in dreams, it seemed he couldn't find peace. Damn. Let go. Between clenched teeth, it mumbled a sentence. Mark found it novel, as this was surely Apophis's first word spoken in human form. TSK. So impolite right off the bat. Wake up. Apophis. Starting today, let me, Mark, teach you how to be a person. Chapter 205, Omake 3 The result is still unknown. The 3 realms 100 years later. The youth gazing up at the sky was utterly baffled. What's wrong, Xian Ming? Another youth stepped out of the secret realm's exit but found his way blocked by him. Tilting his head and peering around Xian Ming, Wenya opened his eyes slightly wider. Above their heads, a massive, iron chunk with a distinct design silently hovered. At its bottom were 4 big characters inscribed on a square base. Mingzhu No. 1. What is this thing? They asked in unison. Hold on, let me check with my master. Xian Ming quickly flipped through his contact list. Forget it for now. Wenya lowered his gaze as the thin clouds dispersed, revealing an unfamiliar bustling metropolis beneath. Look below. This. In just a century, what had happened to this world? Dressed in earth-toned clothing, the 2 walked on roads that even Godzilla wouldn't be able to damage. Surrounding them were skyscrapers closely packed one after another. Whether from the sky or on the ground, every pedestrian seemed to follow an invisible but highly orderly pattern, moving within specific ranges of different heights. At intersections, when a red light turned on, people from one direction would pause voluntarily, allowing others from another direction to pass first. This. Xianming opened his mouth twice but failed both times to articulate any words. During those 100 years, signals within the secret realm had become increasingly unstable. It was as if that isolated space was drifting farther away from the three realms, eventually resulting in a complete disconnection. Thankfully, under divine fortune's blessing, they managed to return at the last possible moment. However, upon returning, they discovered that so much now eluded their comprehension. This? Has it really only been a century? Xianming finally found the right topic during his third attempt. Well, whose century is it anyway? Wenya laughed helplessly. Don't forget, this place belongs to Master. Xianming shrugged, ending the conversation. At this moment, over 100 iron chunks swiftly ascended from the ground, forming a magnificent sight. Mingzhu No. 1 disappeared into the high heavens, like a king being embraced by a constellation, as its base lit up with a luminous ring. Wenya opened the newly updated, latest version 100.1 Plaza, where bold, red headlines filled the front page. Massive resources discovered at the vast ocean star. The God-Demon duel team set off together again. Live broadcast. Congratulations on their safe return. Click to enter. Exclusive official Demon Realm perspective. Experience up close the charm of the Demon Lord. Click to enter. Shocking. On the eve of departure. The Divine Lord mysteriously goes missing. A certain informed party guesses the Divine Lord might have already infiltrated the Demon Lord's worship. Wenya. Xianming, all our sectmates seem to be out of service. Wenya, they've left for the outer domains. Xianming, then we need to catch up. Wenya gently pressed his hand, ready to unsheath his sword, and his smooth blue hair fluttered behind his ear. You won't catch up, come on to me instead. Don't misunderstand, I'll transform using the Python Pearl. Xianming, stay innocent. I don't believe you for a second. The towering skyscrapers refracted colorful lights, dyeing the layered clouds with brilliant hues. A cobalt blue python swirled before soaring straight into the heavens. If observed closely, it could be seen that a plainly dressed youth rode on its neck. The passage of time in the secret realm had not etched a single trace of age upon them. On some rooftop, a man held a telescope, firmly locking the figure of one human and one python inside the lens. This kid, Xianming, hasn't wasted all the hard training I've given him. At his side, Wen Luo looked on affectionately and attentively at the python which was beginning to gain divinity. Little Ye, congratulations. She muttered softly. While there may be countless future divine dragons, the divine python was uniquely singular, one of a kind. If Wen Ye's life ever came to an end, the unclaimed Python Pearl would once again nurture a new divine python. But naturally, that would be at least 10,000 years in the future. Luoer, I sincerely apologize for keeping this from you for so long. The man put away the telescope, turned around, and took off the hood of his cloak. There was no trace of spiritual energy on his body anymore, making him appear as ordinary as any person. Wen Luo shook her head lightly. This man was none other than Xianming's deceased, adoptive father, and also the husband of Wen Luo and grandfather of Wenya. Xianming would never find the statue head on that island, let alone the residual soul within it. The fragment of that soul was none other than himself. His entry into the secret realm with Wenya was not by chance but fate, otherwise, his adoptive father wouldn't have specially guided him to the immortal realm. And his adoptive father wasn't truly his father, he was merely an enemy's enemy. After all, during the upheaval in the divine realm years ago, those who lost to destiny weren't only the dragon tribe. Time had long turned the pages past these events, much like how peace now filled Wen Luo's face. There's no need to worry about them, let's wish them a triumphant return instead. Aha! Chapter 206, Epilogue, Returning Home. Dear host. You have completed the milestone task, leading 10,000 warriors to expedition, and successfully entered the first phase of interstellar mode. The end of the past is the beginning of the future. Go for it. You're the best. Ultimate goal achieved. Please edit the book title in the blank provided. This system will soon go offline due to the protagonist index of the host surpassing the chart prematurely, causing an inability to display data. A surprise compensation package will be gifted by the system, which can be checked later in the system's mailbox. Shit. What's this surprise package? Isn't it terrifying? Scary enough. Chu Jichen on the control panel was shocked to produce a long-lost Chinese idiom. It just so happened that the Haihan star displayed on the compass was getting closer, but the increasingly familiar solar system on the screen made his forehead twitch uncontrollably. If it were Earth, then indeed it could be interpreted as a large amount of resources. Holy crap, Haihan star. 10,000 horses stampeded through Chu Jiechen's mind. Seeing the team already entering the Earth-Moon system, he couldn't guarantee whether it was real or virtual. Although the team had a 100% cloaking function, such a massive spaceship fleet invading Earth would surely leave some traces behind. Change the landing point. Everyone land on the far side of the moon at the new mark. Understood. What's going on? Xiao Yixue, lingering in his command center, took off her headphones. Ah. Chu Jiachen sighed for a long time before saying, "This might be my hometown." Xiao Yixue widened her eyes. What a coincidence. Traversing back from the sewer, only to return now aboard a space battleship, Chu Jiachen or Chu Wang thought it absurdly ridiculous. Even if he truly emerged again from a sewer, it would feel more acceptable to him. Then should we still attack? Xiao Yixue blankly looked at the launch button. Not attacking. Chu Jiachen lowered his hand, covering his forehead to his eyes, seemingly unable to bear looking directly. Everyone. Through all phases, using complete invisibility techniques, they would land on foot, without fighting. Chu Jiachen was responding, as well as issuing orders. At the end, he added one more sentence: just consider this a trip and a study tour. And when asked about reasons, simply state it's because they cannot fight anyway. Xiao Yixue casually bit on a headphone wire, resting her head on his legs, and blinked without objections. Due to the identical time flow rate, even after 100 years, Chu Wang found himself unable to find his own home. He who mysteriously disappeared years ago, neither married nor had children, didn't have any siblings either. The compensation for his house's demolition wasn't clear either, unknown who received it. With no choice, he brought Xiao Yixue back to the red flag-waving school for a temporary stay. It served as a remnant sentiment that time hadn't completely wiped out yet. Standing atop the newly built teaching building, even the restless Xiao Yixue silently celebrated within herself that their squad had refrained from rash actions. China. Chu Wang's hometown also wielded formidable strength. Finally, he understood what was meant by "truth lies within range." Because they didn't want to detour, they chose to land in the city. During descent, they avoided countless probes. The slightest error might indeed lead to being invited for dissection. No old acquaintances left, right? Xiao Yixue tilted her head, looking at Chu Jiachen beside her. After pondering, the latter raised his head and said, "Perhaps there's half someone." Just as the words left his mouth, suddenly a pair of large black wings fluttered down from above. "Aha! Brother Chu! Brother Xiao! Help me!" Looking closely, it was a semi-human, semi-dragon figure chased by a semi-snake, semi-human silhouette. Judging by their momentum, they showed remarkable persistence. What's happening? Xiao Yixue frowned, slightly tilting away to let the wing-fluttering figure hit the ground with his face. A century has passed, and still no progress. Is the dosage not effective enough? Don't, Ma Ku urgently braked mid-air, forcefully lifting his head to take off again. He left behind only dragon tail gas and echoes for the two people and the snake chasing him. Don't mention it. This whole century, I've circled the Earth. I came to borrow a UFO from Brother Chu. I'm heading to Mars. Sure thing, Chu Jiachen chuckled, I'll send you the coordinates. The startup password is the first 100 digits of pi. Ma Ku Shadow. Chu Wang. The end. Chapter 208, Happy Qixi Festival. Twilight. The music fountain at the Big Wild Goose Pagoda. A young man in a white shirt sat leisurely on a bench by the roadside. Crowds gathered around the fountain pool. People were taking photos, recording videos, and live streaming. The chaotic smells of wind mixed together. Not long after, another youth in a work shirt and shorts struggled to push through the crowd, looking pitifully disheveled like a drowned rat. The wind today is against me. Wherever I go, water pours on me. Upon hearing this, Chu Wang smiled, adjusted the glasses that had slipped down his nose, and looked up into a pair of aggrieved eyes. I've already warned you, it's most comfortable watching from here. I don't care. Xiao Yixue grabbed his collar and shook it fiercely while complaining, you're deliberately laughing at me. What should we do then? Chu Wang couldn't help but laugh, or we can go to a nearby clothing store and buy you a new set. Let's go, my clothes feel sticky. 11BA. Taking advantage of the fact that most people were still gathered around the fountain, the road was not particularly crowded. Chu Wang and Xiao Yixue walked side by side along a row of shops. Suddenly, two young men in ancient costumes came out from one of the stores ahead, and their exquisite garments caught Xiao Yixue's attention. Travel through time, meet you, Ancient Costume Experience Pavilion. He read the shop sign aloud just as they reached the front door. What? Chu Wang raised an eyebrow, are you also interested in trying it? Wait, let me check. Xiao Yixue glanced inside, Qixi Special Section. Various red-robed couples' outfits were displayed in the most prominent positions within the store. A pink sign hung above them with the words 7.7% off. These two youths who had just walked out were likely wearing outfits from this series. I didn't expect Mark to have such great skills, Master. We only have 5 minutes. Don't worry, those 5 minutes belong to the other world, we can play for 5 hours here. What if something unexpected happens during these 5 minutes? Fear nothing. Worst case scenario, Mark will give us another 5 minutes. As the two young men passed by Chu Wang, they gradually disappeared into the distance, their voices lost amidst the distant music and cheers. Mark? Xiao Yixue tilted his head, feeling somewhat familiar with this name. After a pause. Forget it, Chu Wang, let's wear this too. Sure. Chu Wang smiled as he removed his glasses and followed him into the store. Welcome. For our Qixi Festival event, everything is 7.7% off. Would you like to know more? The busy store clerk quickly greeted them upon noticing their arrival. However, when their eyes met, all three were momentarily stunned. Lin Yan. How come you are working here? Xiao Yixue still remembered the time his father chased all over the world looking for his son, so he asked seriously, does your father know? Lin Yan's smile vanished instantly, don't mention him, nor tell him. Alright, find us 2 suitable sets of clothes. 15 minutes later. Xiao Yixue wore a flamboyant red robe, with a golden crown on his head that sparkled under the atmospheric lighting. Just before he could admire himself in the mirror with the thought, I'm still dashing. That Xiao Yixue in the mirror suddenly burst out. Completing an instant swap from the mirror to reality within 0.1 seconds. Damn! Is this Qixi or July 14th? The Xiao Yixue who was trapped in the mirror beat against the glass, yet no one could see him. Meanwhile, Chu Wang also saw his reflection in the fitting room mirror. Excuse me, said the figure in the mirror. You are. I am Chu Jianchen. Oh. Chu Wang wasn't particularly surprised. What is the matter? My younger brother sneaked over here. I fear he'll cause trouble, so may I borrow your body? I need to retrieve him. A trivial matter. The two slapped palms through the reflective surface to exchange bodies. Chu Jianchen, now outside, hurried his steps a little since he knew how unreliable Moe was. Hey, wait, QR code, Lin Yan tried to stop him. Please excuse me, I have urgent matters. As soon as Chu Jianchen spoke, he disappeared. Lin Yan scratched his head while holding the QR code. These two people swapped clothes one after another and ran off without paying. Would they dare to leave without paying? Forget it, send a WeChat message to collect payment later. Nearby, by a pond illuminated with colorful lights beneath the water. Xian Ming stood facing away from the pond, covering his own eyes with his hands. Wenya, are you ready yet? Yes, turn around. Xian Ming turned back, taking his hands away from his eyes. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of eyes with eyelashes still glistening with water droplets, hiding the aura of a hunter in their gentleness. Lowering his gaze, a faint smile played on the lips where a thorny red rose was held between teeth, blood beads seeping from a split lip. Xian Ming felt a bit startled but also tender-hearted as he asked, what are you doing? While speaking, he took the rose away. Xian Ming, happy Qixi festival, when you blinked her eyes. Suddenly, an eerie wind swept by. Thank. Xian Ming's words died on his lips when he lowered his head. The flower in his hand had been blown away by the wind. Both of them looked at each other in surprise and slowly turned their heads to watch the direction the wind had gone. If I'm not mistaken. Hey. You wooden head. How can you be on guard on Qixi? Long Zhao was dressed very beautifully today, yet she crossed her arms angrily. Ignoring the people coming and going around her, she stood next to a young man wearing a security uniform, nagging as if she'd already scolded him for a long time. Wei Hua helplessly smiled, Miss, there are more people during this festival, so I definitely have to work overtime. You're just a wooden head. Long Zhao pouted with grievance. Sigh, don't get angry, Xiao Zhao. You go play first, and after my shift, I'll give you a present. No. I want it now. Wei Hua couldn't stand up to Long Zhao and secretly pulled out a ring box from the inside pocket of his clothing. Xiao Zhao, happy Qixi festival. Long Zhao's eyes instantly shone brightly. However, just as she was about to take it, an eerie wind came. And the ring along with the box was blown away. Wei Hua and Long Zhao. Hey. I've reminded you many times. A spirited red-haired youth trotted after a young man walking a dog, full of jealousy and resentment in his tone. The dog on the ground didn't even glance at him. Leash your dog, leash your dog. Yen Liaoyuan, he tightened the dog's leash twice and seriously refuted, I do have it leashed. Lies. You don't. Yen Liaoyuan pointed to his own neck discontentedly, where's the leash? Humph. Here's the leash. Ha. Yen Liaoyuan asked and answered like a fool. After saying that, he opened his palm and presented a woven red rope to He. What is this? He stopped, his gaze falling onto the slightly sweating palm. This is what I prayed for at the temple. Humph. Yen Liaoyuan boasted proudly. For me. Of course. He suddenly remembered what day it was. Happy Qixi festival. Happy Qixi festival. Both said simultaneously. The dog on the ground rolled its eyes. An eerie wind blew past, and the dog disappeared. 2 seconds later. The dog was blown back. But the red rope he had just received was whisked away. Ding. Lu Sanlang flicked the sword in his embrace with his finger. Happy Qixi festival. As soon as he finished speaking, his arms were empty. Bai Lu Xing handed the lantern in his hand to Lin Yu. Whoosh. It disappeared. Xin Yue who skipped barefoot and turned to give half a rainbow cotton candy to Hush Qi who was silently following behind. Poof. The cotton candy vanished, leaving only a stick. To all our seniors and juniors. Happy Qixi Festival. This is my gift to all of you. Gone. The pile of small gift boxes arranged on the ground into a large heart shape had all disappeared with the wind. Dang. Robbery. Chase. The music fountain reached its finale, and the surrounding commotion grew louder. Quick, quick. Catch him. There. Ouch, my lower back. What's wrong with these people? Shoo. The final, highest jet of water shot straight into the sky, soaking the audience with loud shrieks. No one noticed the eerie figure in the crowd. Splash splash. Only when the fountain had completely fallen did all the gifts in the air land on Chu Jianchen's head along with the cool rain. This miraculous scene finally caught the attention of those around him. And at this moment, the group chasing the robber all braked suddenly. Senior brother. Quickly. These are all my Qixi Festival gifts for you. Hurry. Take them away. Moe looked like a mischievous child who had just stolen candy from his neighbor's kid, his face brimming with excitement over the mischief. When the crowd chasing the thief finally saw the true identity of the robber, their faces were filled with disbelief. This. The one doing such a tasteless act. Is actually. Chu Jiachen stood among the scattered gifts, grabbing Moe's collar after struggling to catch him, and gave everyone an awkward yet polite smile. I apologize for causing you all trouble. The crowd remained frozen. I will compensate you all. Still, no one spoke. Chu Jiachen blushed under the stares of the crowd and had to use one hand to hold down Moe, who was trying to stuff the gifts into his arms. Everyone. Everyone. Happy Qixi Festival. In the mirror. Chu Wang despaired as he supported his forehead. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Senior brother. Happy Qixi Festival. Xiao Yixue hugged him quickly as he turned around. I also have a gift for you. What? He. The end.